deep in the Carol Desert of the Sacred Continent, on the shores of Sapphire Lake in the Golden Oasis. Under an ancient tree laden with dates stood 3 figures, the young Lin Yi, the old butler Hua Dian, and the maid Sally. The man stood where the sandstorm met the greenery. That day, when I fled the capital, I heard the voice of God. He raised his head. I will become the messenger of the gods, raise the banner of faith, destroy the kingdom of Stanlow, and end this corrupt and chaotic world. This is where it all began. Upon hearing this, Hoden's expression changed drastically. Young master, we've crossed the desert to get here. You must be exhausted and need to rest. The old man's eyes were filled with worry. In his view, the destruction of the Tulip family and the cruel trial had already traumatized the young master. Even Sally watched Lin Yi nervously, not daring to utter a sound. However, Lin Yi simply smiled gently. My dear old steward, I am not insane. He finished speaking and slowly walked towards the open space. The power of the gods has been bestowed upon me, and I will establish my own kingdom here. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand. A dazzling golden light suddenly tore through the void, instantly enveloping the open space. The next second, an exquisite wooden house appeared out of thin air. Horden froze instantly, his eyes widening. By the goddess of magic! Sally stood frozen, her breath catching in her throat. Young master, is this divine magic? Lin Yi didn't answer, only staring at the wooden house. In his field of vision, a message visible only to him appeared. Village hall, level, low. Unlock buildings, fence, residence, upgrade requirements. 500 wood, 500 gold. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Territory core completed. Golden Oasis now within your territory. Any unauthorized entry considered intrusion. You have become a lord. New player gift pack has been distributed. Opening. Obtained, God-level lord talent, favored by all races. Gained, 1 troop building. Gained, 300 initial gold coins. Lin Yi's heart raced, but she forcibly suppressed her excitement. The so-called messenger of the gods was the lord's system he came with upon transmigrating. If his family hadn't been suddenly wiped out, he would have already established his territory and developed his power in his ideal place. It was just that the random teleportation scroll malfunctioned, causing him to end up in this desolate Carol Desert. He originally wanted to go to the Forest of Life, which was a more suitable place for development. However, there is no large-scale monster threat in the desert in the early stages. Once the territory is strong enough, they will march into the Forest of Life and then crush the kingdom of Stanlow. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. Meanwhile, Horden and Sally had recovered from their shock. The great Tulip family still had hope for revival. Just then, a sand dune in the distance suddenly exploded. Yellow sand surged. Young master, what's that? Sally exclaimed. Is it a sandworm? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Horden quickly gripped his magic wand. Sally, take the young master into the cabin. I'll handle this. Although he was old, he was a high-level 7th rank mage. He had escorted Lin Yi across the desert all the way, demonstrating his immense strength. However, Lin Yi raised her hand to stop him. Don't move. He turned, his gaze falling on another open space. It's time to begin. The next moment, he waved his hand again. The troop building slowly descended upon the Golden Oasis. Under the astonished gazes of Horden and Sally, golden light surged from the void, completely enveloping the open space not far away. A moment later, a magnificent hall appeared, resplendent in gold. A plaza extended in front of the hall, with a huge war drum standing in the center, surrounded by bright red battle flags. Lin Yi watched as the troop building was completed. Its area was so large that it swallowed up more than a dozen date palm trees and 2 piles of giant pillars, all of which were extremely important food sources in the desert. In this desolate land, food and water are essential for survival. He muttered to himself, I must upgrade the village hall as soon as possible and expand my territory. Otherwise, there is too little space available for construction. As he pondered this, a piece of information came into Lin Yi's view. Royal Knight Training Ground. Level 1. Recruitable Unit. Royal Knights. Daily recruitment limit. 10 Royal Knights. Upgrade requirement. 1,000 gold coins. Special reminder. Upgrading your level will increase the number of recruits you can make. Special reminder. Royal Knights are a cavalry unit. Equipping them with suitable mounts can significantly boost their combat power. Just then, Horden couldn't help but ask, Young master, what kind of building is this? Lin Yi calmly replied, the Royal Knight Training Ground, which can summon powerful Royal Knights. It won't be long before we have a legion of knights. As soon as the words were spoken, golden light shone again on the square. 10 figures descended simultaneously. They were fully armed, covered in silver-white armor, with knights' greatswords and round shields in their hands. They were burly and exuded a cold and murderous aura. The moment they landed, all 10 knights knelt on one knee, sword tips touching the ground. Loyalty was their faith. They were willing to die for their lord. Lin Yi raised her hand, gesturing for them to stand up, while her gaze swept over their information panels. Royal Knight. Rank. Intermediate unit. Initial level. Level 5. Growth potential. King level. Traits. Loyalty, bravery. The professional system of the sacred continent ranges from level 1 to 9, and then to king, transcendent, saint, demigod, and titled subgod. The first 3 levels are low level, the middle 3 levels are mid-level, and the last 3 levels are high level. Horton himself is a high-level 7th level mage. He whispered tremblingly, "By the goddess of magic, the aura of this knightly legion before me is that of a true creation of the gods." Lin Yi simply said, "Leave the battles to them. Only through blood and fire can soldiers grow stronger." "Yes, young master," Horton replied immediately. The 10 royal knights then turned, gripped their greatswords, and charged toward the distant sand dunes. Soon, the yellow sand surged, and sandworms several meters long burst out of the ground, opening their huge mouths full of sharp teeth and lunging at the knight. These sandworms have no eyes or ears, but rely on the fine hairs on their bodies to sense prey, and they are extremely fast. But they were facing royal knights of a higher rank. Knight slash. A knight leaped up, his greatsword slashing down, golden light bursting forth. The sandworm's shell cracked instantly, splattering colored liquid everywhere. The remaining knights also launched a massacre, their swords flashing continuously. Even if a sandworm swallows a knight whole, it will be torn open from the inside in the next instant, and the armored figure will emerge again. The difference in level rendered the monster's struggles futile. The battlefield was quickly covered in corpses. A dozen sandworms lay sprawled on the sand. Seeing the danger, the elite sandworm roared and then burrowed into the sand to escape. But a knight caught up in an instant, pierced its tail with a sword, and forcibly dragged it off the ground. Another knight followed closely behind, his golden greatsword slashing down, and the battle ended very quickly. Hodern watched all this with a complex expression. These knights' combat experience was comparable to that of seasoned veterans. Just as he was marveling at this, he suddenly noticed a surge in Lin Yi's magical power. His expression changed. "Young master, you've advanced." Lin Yi nodded slightly, feeling the newly acquired power within her body. This body had been training since the age of 10, had advanced to a full-fledged knight at 14, and was now only a low-level 3rd-rank knight at 19. However, after becoming a lord, he can share experience points with his troops when they kill enemies and level up. Just now, he had been promoted to a mid-level 4th-rank knight, and his power was no longer limited to a single class. As a knight, you can use knightly combat skills and also cast magic. Your physical attributes, magical power, and mental strength will all improve as you level up. This is the advantage of being a lord. Blessed by the goddess of magic, the old butler, Horton, exclaimed excitedly. Young master will surely become a saint-level powerhouse in the future. Lin Yi simply smiled faintly. As long as the legion continued to expand and the war continued to advance, his level would continue to rise. Demigod, none of these were the end. 10 royal knights returned with their spoils, sandworm hides, teeth, and 7 gold coins. These materials can be stored for crafting equipment in the future or traded for resources. Lin Yi looked at the gold coins. Just like in the game, killing monsters would drop resources. But the gold coins of the Stanlow Kingdom could not be used to upgrade the territory. All 500+ gold coins he possessed were rendered useless. What a pity. Just then, a system notification appeared. 10 universal gold coins equals 1 lord gold coin. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It can be exchanged? Without hesitation, he exchanged all the Stanlow coins, even taking away the savings of Horton and Sally. In the end, he obtained over 400 lord's gold coins. Lin Yi, identity, Lord, Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow. Territory, Golden Oasis. Level, common level 4. Talent, blessed by all races, godlike. Gold coins, 749. Lin Yi glanced at the panel. With just over 200 more gold coins, she could upgrade the Royal Knight training grounds. At that time, the number of troop types would expand again. His godlike talent allows him to refresh a random racial unit building every week, meaning there's no limit to how much his army can grow. Go on patrol and kill any sandworms you find. Yes, sir. The royal knights immediately set off and entered the desert. Sally asked softly, "Young master, what should we do now?" She was Lin Yi's personal maid, with blonde hair, green eyes, and exquisite features. Lin Yi replied, "We need to gather food and water." Their supplies were running low. Fortunately, the golden oasis had Sapphire Lake, providing an ample water source. Date palms and saguaro fruits can also be used as a food source. Houghton was in charge of gathering the fruits, Sally was in charge of fetching water, and Liney patrolled the lakeside area. He found several rotting animal carcasses on the lakeshore. They had to be cleaned up, or they would pollute the water. Lin Yi raised his hand. Fireball. Magic surged, and a fireball condensed. With a gentle wave, the fireball flew out. With a boom, the corpse was incinerated. He then cleared away the remaining decaying matter. In the desert, water is more valuable than gold. This place will become his core resource point in the future. Half an hour later, Lin Yi returned to the village hall, carrying a grayish-white rattlesnake. It was an ordinary desert creature, which he had casually killed to prepare for dinner. After carefully assessing the oasis's resources, Hodern's expression turned serious. "Young master, we're running out of food. The oasis has 35 date palm trees, but only 14 are ripe. The giant saguaro trees are numerous, but their fruit yield is too low." He frowned and added, "Now there are 10 more royal knights. This food won't last long." Linny nodded. "Soldiers need to consume food, and they will continue to recruit knights tomorrow, so the number will only increase." But he said calmly, "Don't worry, the hardest part is over. This problem can be solved." Hodern was taken aback, but didn't ask any further questions. Lin Yi already has a plan. Completing the side quest will reward her with dragon fruit seeds, and with other monsters to hunt in the desert, her food sources won't be limited. He added casually, "There's no shortage of resources in the desert. It's just a matter of how you use them." Hodern remarked, "The young master has indeed become more confident since arriving at the Golden Oasis. If the Earl and Lady knew, they would be very pleased." Lin Yi calmly replied, "They will be even more pleased when I return to the capital of Stanlow." Hodern nodded solemnly. As evening fell, the desert temperature plummeted, and a campfire was lit in the square. Lin Yi, Hodern, and Sally sat around the Royal Knights' training ground eating roasted snake meat. Royal Knights patrolled the perimeter and had already killed more than 10 sandworms during the day to ensure the safety of the oasis. Hodern began, "Besides magical beasts, the Carol Desert is also inhabited by sand people, who have even established a kingdom in the north. There are also strongholds of gnolls, goblins, gobi dwarves, and lizardmen." His tone was grave. "Most of these races are hostile, and they will attack immediately once they discover we have occupied the oasis." Lin Yi took a sip of warm water. Once there were enough knights, he would proactively sweep across the entire desert. In a few days, he would have the knights expand their patrol area to find strongholds. He looked at Hodern. "You'll have to step in when the time comes." Hodern nodded. "Serving the Tulip family is my duty. I only hope that at the end of my life, I can see the family flag planted back in the kingdom of Stanlow," Lin Yi said calmly. "That day will come. Although I am old, my magic is still intact, and I can fight even against high-level magical beasts," Hodern said in a low voice. Lin Yi said, "You'll be promoted in the future, not just to this level." Hodern looked up abruptly. Lin Yi continued, "As long as you keep fighting, you can at least reach the transcendent level." Hodern's voice trembled. "Can I really do it?" Lin Yi nodded. "Okay." Hodern exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you, goddess of magic." Sally, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what about me?" Lin Yi moved closer to her and whispered, "You're even more amazing. You have the bearing of a saint." Sally was stunned. Then her cheeks flushed red, and she almost couldn't stand up straight. Lin Yi wasn't exaggerating. Her growth potential had indeed reached the saint realm level. He had already decided to focus on nurturing her, letting her participate in battles to gain experience. Night fell. Lin Yi rested in the village hall, on a makeshift bed on the floor, with Sally in her arms. Hodern insisted on staying outside, standing guard alongside the Royal Knights. Lin Yi could only consider building residential houses as soon as possible. Residential house, construction requirements. 100 units of wood, can accommodate 5 people, can be upgraded to expand capacity. He looked towards the sparse woodland to the southeast of the oasis. Tomorrow, the Royal Knights could be sent to cut timber in preparation for construction. As the night passed and the sun rose, the temperature in the Carol Desert rose rapidly. In a short time, the air became scorching and dry. After a quick breakfast, Lin E opened the Lord's Quest interface. Side Quest 2 was already completed. Last night, the Royal Knights continued to kill sandworms during their patrol, not only meeting their kill target, but also bringing back over a dozen gold coins. The task reward will also be credited to your account. Magical Dragon Fruit Seed. Effect: planting it in an empty area will create a harvestable orchard. Meanwhile, a new quest has been created. Side Quest 2. Quest objective: build at least 3 houses. Note: residences can increase territory prosperity and provide a living environment for residents. Reward: 100 gold coins, plant growth potion. After reviewing the task, Lin E immediately gave the order. Go and cut down the poplar forest and clear away all the useless trees in the oasis. The Royal Knights immediately accepted the order and set to work. Timber is also a scarce resource in the desert. Just then, Hoden arrived. He hadn't slept all night, yet he seemed even more energetic. Young master, he said, I participated in the battle last night when we were killing the sandworms. His voice was excited. I felt a surge of power flow into my body. The level 7 barrier that had been stuck for years had actually loosened. Praise be to the gods. Lenny glanced at him and smiled. Looks like you're not far from level 8. Hoder nodded emphatically. Yes, young master. I have a feeling I'll break through soon. Lenny nodded. The old steward's increased strength was of great significance to the territory. Soon, Horden set off again to hunt sandworms. At this moment, Lin E led Sally to an open space. Young master, what are you doing? Lin E replied, planting fruit trees. Sally was taken aback. Lin E took a handful of tiny red seeds from her cloth bag and casually scattered them on the grass. In her mind, this was almost impossible to succeed at. The oasis soil was still sandy and not enough to support the growth of fruit trees. But the next moment, the seeds sprouted, took root, and grew wildly as soon as they fell to the ground. A few minutes later, a ripe orchard stretched out before them. A full 100 dragon fruit trees, laden with fruit, filled the air with their fragrance. Sally was stunned. Is this a miracle? Lenny looked at the orchard, also somewhat surprised. It was indeed quite amazing. Orchard information appears. Dragon fruit orchard. Quantity: 100 trees. Status: ripe, ready to harvest. Cycle: 15 days. Note: harvesting must be completed within 2 days, otherwise the fruit will rot. Note: the orchard is movable, but cannot be used for timber. Lin E casually picked a dragon fruit and handed it to Sally. She then ate one herself. The flesh was sweet and refreshing, carrying a faint magical aura. A system notification appeared simultaneously. Dragon fruit. Low-level magic essence fruit effect. Replenishes energy, slightly enhances physique. In the kingdom of Stanlow, this fruit is already a precious resource. Lin Yi's eyes brightened slightly. With a harvest every 2 weeks, the food problem was temporarily solved. He turned to Sally and said, today's task is to pick all these fruits. Sally nodded quickly. The mistress and servant then went into the orchard to pick the fruit. The dragon fruit trees were not tall, so picking was not difficult. After being picked, the fruit was piled up directly, and then Lin E stored it in her spatial bag. They worked from dawn till noon, clearing the entire orchard. The yield was approximately 6,000 gene, 3,000 kilograms, enough for the territory to use for a while. Meanwhile, the Royal Knights also completed their collection of poplar wood. A large quantity of timber was transported to the training grounds, totaling over 600 units. In addition, Lin E already has enough gold coins to meet the requirements for upgrading the village hall. But Lin E preferred to complete the mission rewards first. She'd build 3 houses first, and then claim the rewards. Lin E chose an open space near the village hall. She spread her arms wide, radiating a large amount of golden light. A moment later, 3 wooden houses appeared out of thin air. They were simple in structure, but enough to insulate the desert from the huge temperature difference between day and night. Residential house. Level: low. Number of occupants: 5. Upgrade requirement: 200 units of wood. With the houses completed, Side Quest 2 was also finished. Lin E quickly received her reward: 100 gold coins and a bottle of plant growth potion. Plant growth potion. Level: low. Effect: reduces plant growth time by up to 1/3. Number of uses: 5. Area: covers 100 plants per use. Special reminder: cannot be used in combination within the same park. Without hesitation, Lin E went directly to the dragon fruit orchard and applied the potion. A green light spread out. The dragon fruit trees that had just been harvested quickly sprouted and blossomed, with pale red flowers blooming on the branches. In a short period of time, all 100 fruit trees entered a new growth cycle. Linny nodded. Not bad, Sally exclaimed in surprise. Young master, could this be the life-giving water of the nature elves? Lin E explained calmly. It's just a low-level growth potion, far inferior to the water of life. The water of life can even revive those on the verge of death. Sally nodded. That's already amazing. She looked at the changes in the orchard. At this rate, we'll be able to harvest again soon. Lin E nodded in confirmation. The growth cycle has been shortened from 15 days to 10 days. This is an almost unbelievable effect in the ordinary world. After returning from the orchard, Lin E checked her gold coin reserves, 893. A little short of upgrading. He judged that tonight's hunt had a chance to exceed 1,000. If Horton made his move, there shouldn't be any problem. He took Sally back to the village hall and continued teaching her magical runes. Sally had extremely high potential and was even more worthy of being nurtured than the royal knights. It was soon afternoon. Hodern returned to the oasis alone, bringing back dozens of gold coins, as well as a large quantity of sandworm skins and teeth. Young master, I discovered a small salt lake a few kilometers to the west. There are signs of human activity and salt-making tools. There are also traces of blood at the scene. After listening, Lin E analyzed. It must have been a salt field left behind by the sand people, which was attacked. Hodor nodded. Most likely, it was either gnolls or goblins. He added, the bloodstains weren't cleaned up, which means the body was taken away. Lin E replied calmly. In the desert, any resource can attract killing. He pondered for a moment. It was strange in itself that the golden oasis had not been occupied. Hodern suggested, why not occupy the salt lake? We could use it to obtain salt and trade it with caravans. Lin E shook his head. We can take it, but not now. We have too few people. He looked at Hodern. You continue to go out hunting and kill sandworms. Once we accumulate enough gold coins, we can upgrade the training ground and summon more royal knights. Horton immediately replied, understood, young master. As he left the oasis, he saw newly built houses and flowering dragon fruit orchards. These weren't there this morning. The young master truly was a messenger of God. Night fell, the starry sky shone brightly, and the aurora borealis stretched across the horizon. Lin E and Sally lay on the oasis grass, gazing at the night sky. Sally asked softly, young master, are the stars in the sky really the kingdom of the gods? Lin E smiled and said, that's possible. In this world, gods are real beings. Whether the stars are a divine realm is not a baseless legend. Sally said earnestly, then young master will definitely become a god in the starry sky in the future. Lin E chuckled, that's for sure. Late at night, the golden oasis was shrouded in moonlight and sandstorm. Hodin and his 10 royal knights, who had gone hunting, returned one after another. This hunt went exceptionally smoothly, without encountering any formidable enemies. It's worth mentioning that Horton has already advanced to the 8th level high-ranking mage. The long-term accumulation had already brought them close to a critical point, but now, driven by combat experience and the experience-sharing mechanism, the shackles have been completely broken. The old butler looked remarkably energetic, his silver hair even showing signs of turning black. Meanwhile, 2 royal knights also advanced to level 6, further boosting their combat strength. As for Lin E, he benefited as well. Sharing experience every day allowed him to advance from level 4 to level 5, almost like leveling up while lying down. Lin E looked at everyone, her tone calm yet sharp. As long as the Legion continues to expand, the Holy Domain is merely the beginning. Demigods are not the end either. The group handed over their spoils, hundreds of sandworm skins, nearly 1,000 teeth, and over 100 gold coins. In addition, there were 2 desert gray wolf carcasses. A level 6 royal knight stepped forward to report, my lord, we were attacked by gray wolves on our return journey. A large pack of wolves is gathering in the distance, led by an alpha wolf, and they are extremely cautious. They seem to have their eyes on us. We suspect that a pack of wolves will attack the territory tonight. The words had barely left his lips when a system notification appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Special mission triggered, wolf pack attack. Mission details, the wolf pack will attack the Golden Oasis in 1 hour. Objective, defend the territory and defeat the wolf pack. Reward, 300 gold coins, random territory building blueprints. Lin Yi's gaze darkened slightly. Your judgment was correct. He looked at the knights. Everyone, go and rest. We'll engage in battle in an hour. Yes, my lord, the knights replied in unison, quickly retreating to prepare. Hodern's expression was grave. Young master, will the wolves really attack? Lenny nodded. War has begun. You have also regained your magic. Prepare for battle. Horton replied in a deep voice. Understood. He then quickly left. Lin Yi arrived at the Royal Knights training grounds alone. At this moment, he had already accumulated over 1,000 gold coins, enough to upgrade his troop buildings. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Upgrade the Royal Knight training grounds for 1,000 gold coins. Yes. The next instant, golden light shot into the sky. The entire training ground began to shake, expand, and reorganize. A moment later, the light faded. The building appeared even more magnificent and imposing. New information appeared. Royal Knight Training Grounds, LV2. Daily recruitment capacity, 30 Royal Knights. Upgrade requirement, 3,000 gold coins. Tip. Mounts can be equipped for knights to increase their combat power. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. 30 a day? Without hesitation, he recruited on the spot. A golden light descended, and 30 fully armed Royal Knights appeared in neat formation. All of them were mid-level level 5 professionals. They knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord. Rise, check your equipment, prepare for battle. We swear to be loyal to the death. The voices were as clear and resolute as iron. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The morale of this legion far surpassed that of the kingdom's elite troops. Night deepened. Lin Yi looked up at the sky. In 2 more hours, it will be a new day. We can recruit another 30. But at that moment, the first wolf howl echoed from afar. Then came the second and the third. A series of dark figures appeared on the sand dunes. Under the moonlight, the wolf pack approached like a tide. On the shores of Sapphire Lake, another pack entered the oasis. They were closing in from all directions. Eventually, a black encirclement formed. At least several hundred desert gray wolves. Horton gripped his staff tightly, his expression grave. The wolf scourge had arrived. Old man, are you confident? Lin Yi walked slowly towards him with Sally, his expression calm. Sally stood beside him. She had absolute faith in her young master. Hodern's expression turned solemn. There are quite a few gray wolves, but they can't possibly devour us. Lin Yi nodded, her gaze sweeping towards the approaching pack of wolves in the distance. These gray wolves are generally level 2 or 3, with a few reaching the mid-level. As long as the Royal Knights formation remains intact, no matter how many come, they will all die. Just then, a deafening wolf howl rang out. All the gray wolves instantly fell silent and retreated in unison. A gigantic gray wolf leaped down from the sand dune. It was larger than an ordinary gray wolf, over 3 meters long, and its aura was as fierce as a beast king. A level 7 high-ranking magical beast, the leader of the gray wolves. Horton gripped his magic staff tightly. He had no chance of winning against this thing alone. Someone has to restrain it, otherwise it will be torn to pieces the moment it gets close. He quickly looked at Lin Yi. Young master, I need someone to restrain it. Lin Yi nodded. I will send 10 Royal Knights to besiege it. As he spoke, he took out a fire tribute magic staff. Flames flickered, inscribed with powerful magical runes, and imbued with spells like Great Fireball and Sea of Fire. This was part of his collection from his time with the Tulip family, and now it was proving useful. Hodern solemnly said, This old servant will do everything in his power. Lin Yi shook her head. No need to fight desperately. As long as we drag it out until after midnight, our chances of winning will be higher. Although Hodern didn't understand, he still nodded. Lin Yi turned to Sally. Go back to the village hall. Sally whispered, Young master, be careful. Then she retreated into the hall. Moments later, the wolf pack completed their encirclement. Hundreds of gray wolves approached from all directions, their eyes gleaming green. 40 Royal Knights quickly formed ranks, protecting Lin Yi and Hodern in the center. They held swords and shields, their demeanor calm and composed. The next instant, a fireball flew out from the formation and crashed into the wolf pack. Several gray wolves were instantly reduced to charred remains, and the flames quickly spread. The battle erupted instantly. Loyalty is faith. The Royal Knights charged forward simultaneously, their swords flashing. A dozen gray wolves were instantly cut in two. At the same time, several wind blades erupted from the wolf pack, slicing towards them. The knights raised their shields to defend themselves. A Royal Knight was struck head-on by the wind blade, and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the sand. But the remaining knights held their ground. Firestorm, Firewall, Falling Starfire. Lin Yi and Horton unleashed their magic simultaneously, pouring it across the battlefield. Flames and explosions raged, wolves fell in droves, and the air was thick with the smell of burning flesh. The gray wolf leader roared and charged forward. It was extremely fast, tearing through the outer defenses and sending several knights flying. In an instant, a gap was torn in the formation. Horton shouted, "Dance of fire serpents." Dozens of fire serpents roared out from the staff, instantly coiling around the gray wolf leader. The flames continued to scorch, leaving patches of burn marks on his body. The gray wolf leader roared and struggled, but could not break free. Just then, several royal knights charged forward simultaneously, slamming it back into the center of the flames. The remaining gray wolves on the periphery had already been completely engulfed by the sea of fire. While directing the retreat, Lin Yi continuously cast spells to support the front lines. More and more desert wolves were slain by the royal knights. However, some knights were also torn apart by the wolf pack in the melee. Flames and magic intertwined in the sky above the battlefield, relieving some of the pressure on the knights. Even though he only had 70 royal knights under his command, every single one of them suffered extremely heavy casualties. In the center of the battlefield, golden light flashed continuously. It was a phenomenon signifying a level breakthrough. All the royal knights participating in the battle had broken through to level 6 amidst the intense fighting. His stamina recovered, his mana returned, and his injuries lessened. His combat power actually grew stronger with each battle. For the Lord, clear the wolf pack. The knights roared as they advanced, the battle lines constantly closing in. The battlefield was already covered with the corpses of gray wolves. Their silver armor was stained crimson with blood. In the center of the fire serpent formation, the gray wolf leader roared madly. Its entire body was charred black, its flesh torn apart, but it still struggled. The high-level magic, dance of the fire serpents, continued to scorch its body. 3 royal knights lay dead on the outskirts. They sacrificed themselves to block the retreat. But the battle didn't stop. Instead, it intensified. A knight growled, "Kill it!" Figures burst forth from the flames, knights' greatswords piercing the wolf king's body repeatedly. Horton stood in the center of the formation, continuously casting spells to suppress it. His expression was grave. This wolf was too tenacious. The next moment, a giant fireball fell from the sky, crashing down on the wolf king. It was blasted several meters away, and flames completely engulfed its body. It tried to rise, but was simultaneously subdued by several knights. The knights' greatswords pierced its body time and again, until the wolf king finally ceased all movement. As the wolf king fell, the surrounding wolves howled deafeningly. They pounced on the battlefield with even greater ferocity. Under the protection of the guard knights, Lin Yi retreated to the vicinity of the training ground. He glanced at the time. Midnight had passed. A new day had begun. Recruitment. He gave the order directly. Golden light descended once more. 30 fully armed royal knights appeared. They were at full strength and immediately joined the battle. The tide of battle turned in an instant. The wolf pack was swiftly divided, surrounded, and eliminated. Collapse occurred in a matter of moments. How much time passed is unknown. The last gray wolf fell beneath the knight's sword. The battlefield fell silent. The territorial defense battle was over. Lin Yi didn't immediately claim her reward. Instead, she tallied the casualties. 70 royal knights participated in the battle. 13 were lightly wounded, 9 were seriously wounded, and 6 were killed. Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "Victory, but at a great cost." As he prepared to dispose of the fallen bodies, a strange event occurred. Golden specks of light appeared above the 6 corpses. Their bodies gradually faded and eventually disappeared. Lin Yi frowned slightly. System? A notification immediately appeared. The souls of fallen units will be temporarily stored in the void space. They can be resurrected in the divine realm in the future. Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly. They can be resurrected? He raised his hand and said to the knights, "The fallen are not truly gone. They will return in the future." Upon hearing this, the knights all knelt on one knee. "Praise be to our Lord. We swear to follow you to the death." Faith and loyalty surged amidst the embers of the battlefield. Those with minor injuries rested, while the seriously wounded received treatment. The remaining knights cleared the battlefield. Lin Yi's own level increased to level 6. He was only one step away from becoming a high-level professional. The mission rewards were then tallied. Gold plus 300, gained. Random territory building blueprint. He used the blueprint directly. A golden light appeared. New building information. Special building. Lucky altar. Effect. Randomly gain a territory lucky aura each week. Construction requirements. 1,000 gold coins, 500 stone. Lin E looked at the information, her eyes brightening slightly. Another key building. Lin E looked at the information on the lucky altar. The lucky aura that appears once a week is somewhat similar to my Lord Talent. The difference is that his talent is to steadily increase the number of troops in buildings, while the altar provides a random boost, with the effect being more luck-based. Although it's unstable, it's worth building. But the current problem is, it requires 500 units of stone. Sand is plentiful in the desert, but stones are hard to find. Lin E turned to look at Hoden. Are there any rocky hills nearby? After a moment's thought, Hoden said, Young master, there's a large, continuous mountain range on the way to the Salt Lake. Lin E nodded. Very good. He has decided to first send the lightly injured royal knights to cut down the poplar forest to gather enough wood to upgrade the village hall, and then turn to quarrying. The remaining knights continued hunting. Although it was somewhat wasteful to have soldiers do gathering work, there were no more suitable people available at the moment. Overnight, the battlefield resources were completely recovered thanks to the royal knights' efforts. More than 7,300 units of wolf meat, a number of wolf skins and fangs, more than 490 gold coins, and 32 magic crystals. Magic crystals are used to enhance equipment and are extremely precious. Lin Yi's high-level magic staff is inlaid with a high-level magic crystal worth over 10,000 gold coins. In addition, he obtained 2 special items. Troop Quantity Blueprint. Use. Obtain a random number of troops, matching the building. Small Gold Coin Bag. Use. Obtain a small pile of gold coins. Lin E used them all without hesitation. System notifications appeared one after another. Acquired 30 intermediate troops, royal knights. Acquired 170 gold. Acquired 200 gold. Lin E smiled slightly. The total number of royal knights has now reached 94. We only need 6 more to complete side quest 1. Our gold coin reserves have also exceeded 1,008. However, the more than 7,000 units of wolf meat, along with a large reserve of dragon fruit, simply cannot be stored for long. The food storage problem must be addressed. He quickly concluded, make jerky, and the key ingredient, salt. So he immediately ordered the 30 newly summoned royal knights to the Salt Lake. Lin E instructed, there are tools there to purify salt crystals. Just bring back the coarse salt. The knights responded in unison, yes, sir, and then all set off. The territory was empty again. Horton had also gone hunting, leaving only Lin and Sally behind. Lin E looked at her. Continue yesterday's magic lesson. Sally nodded and followed into the village hall. Around noon, the knights returned. Young master, the poplar forest has been mostly felled, leaving only unusable saplings. Lin E nodded, unsurprised. The timber resources in this area were nearing depletion. The only option left was to expand into more distant regions. He then gave another order. 1 team to go to the Salt Lake to refine crude salt, 1 team to go to the Rocky Mountains to collect stones, and 1 team to continue hunting monsters. Once Lin E had collected 500 units of wood and 500 gold coins, he immediately chose to upgrade the village hall. The next instant, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire hall. The wooden building rapidly expanded, its structure becoming even more robust and refined. Even more astonishingly, the golden oasis began to expand. Greenery stretched wildly outward from the core area, covering the sand dunes, and trees sprang up in swathes. In a short time, a ring-shaped forest formed around Sapphire Lake. Lin E stood there, and the timber arrived. Lin E inspected the village hall. The hall had been upgraded to intermediate level, unlocking fences, houses, and arrow towers. The next level was Advanced Village, which required 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 gold coins. The requirements aren't high. He plans to continue upgrading. The main quest is to upgrade the village hall to a town hall, and the reward is a random Lord Talent. At this point, the system refreshed 2 more tasks. One required building 5 arrow towers, with a reward of gold coins and silver-tailed fish fry. The other is a limited-time hunt, which starts at midnight tonight and lasts for 2 days. Killing monsters will earn you gold coins, and the rewards for humanoid monsters will be doubled. Lin E knew that the old steward and the royal knights would have a hard time next. However, the arrow tower needed stone, and that stone was originally reserved for the altar of fortune. On the shore of the Salt Lake, dozens of royal knights had already refined over 600 kilograms of crude salt. Just as they were preparing to transport it back to the Golden Oasis, a large group of figures suddenly rushed towards them from afar, moving with astonishing speed. The attackers rode desert coyotes, pale yellow with black spots, resembling smaller hyenas. The creature on their backs had dog heads and brandished weapons. It's the evil gnolls. Form a defensive formation. The royal knights quickly arrayed themselves. A hail of arrows rained down, but were all blocked by the small round shields. The gnoll roared, "Greedy humans! This Salt Lake is Blackwind tribe territory. Intruders die, kill." Nearly 100 gnoll cavalrymen formed a large circle, continuously firing from their mounts. But they were facing fully armed royal knights. Even if the arrows pierced the shields, they could hardly penetrate the magic armor. A single charge by a royal knight could decapitate a swarm of gnolls. After several rounds of fighting, the knights were unharmed, while a third of the gnolls had perished. "Damn it! These must be Legion knights from the kingdom of Stanlow," roared a burly gnoll. "Retreat! Go back and get reinforcements." As soon as he finished speaking, the gnolls, who had come quickly, fled just as fast, disappearing behind the dunes in the blink of an eye. The knights also escorted the few prisoners who weren't quite dead back to the Golden Oasis. At the entrance to the village hall, Lin Yi looked at the bound gnolls before him. These monsters were neither dogs nor humans, the first fantastical creatures he had ever seen since arriving in this world. "Human, you're doomed," a gnoll roared at him. "You've seized the Golden Oasis enshrined in the peace treaty. When our army arrives, we'll tear you to shreds." A peace treaty? Lin Yi's heart stirred, and she vaguely understood why the Golden Oasis had never been occupied. He calmly asked, "Tell me, where is your tribe, and how many gnolls are capable of fighting?" "Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than betray the tribe." The gnoll glared at him fiercely. Lin Yi didn't ask any more questions, but simply nodded to the knight beside him. The knight drew his great sword and beheaded it in one stroke. The remaining 3 gnolls trembled with fear. Lin Yi looked at one of them. "You speak." After 3 seconds of silence, the second head fell to the ground, followed by the third. In the end, only one gnoll remained. Lin Yi asked calmly, "Have you thought this through?" It was terrified. I said, "I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me." Then it told Lin Yi everything she wanted to know. Upon hearing that the Black Wind tribe had over 800 jackal people and nearly 3,000 desert coyotes, Lin Yi asked directly, "Can your tribe afford to raise them?" The jackal quickly explained that some of the coyotes were carnivorous, and that the tribe also had 3 Sandman settlements that regularly handed over livestock. In addition, they also hunt magical beasts and plunder passing human caravans. Those caravans are very wealthy, and they can even exchange their goods for supplies in the ancestral lands. Lin Yi then realized that although the Carol Desert was barren, the races that could survive there naturally had their own ways of survival. He then asked where their ancestral land was. The gnolls only said it was in the north, without knowing the exact location, and that they had heard there were hundreds of thousands of gnolls there. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, then realized that either this guy was bragging or he had been fooled by someone. He waved for the royal knights to take the man away and keep him under close guard, as he would need the knights to guide them when attacking the Black Wind tribe. As for the Salt Lake, Lin Yi didn't plan to go there again for the time being, to avoid retaliation. He instructed the knights to meet at the Stone Mountain and continue quarrying stone. Afterwards, Lin Yi tallied up the spoils. Although they had only killed about 30 gnoll cavalrymen, they had amassed over 100 gold coins, making it a very successful haul. There are also equipment such as spiked clubs, bows and arrows, long swords, and spears, but unfortunately they are of ordinary quality and cannot be sold at a high price. They can only be kept and packaged for later disposal. They worked until night before Lin Yi and her maid Sally finished using up more than 600 kilograms of coarse salt and cured most of the gray wolf meat. The remaining meat can only be dried out by using fire magic to preserve it for as long as possible. Late at night, the old butler, Hoden, and the royal knights who had gone out returned one after another. As soon as they entered the oasis, he was surprised to find that the oasis seemed to have grown larger. Lin Yi smiled and told him, "Our territory has been upgraded." Hoden immediately prayed fervently, praising the gods. Afterwards, Lin Yi counted their spoils, which amounted to nearly 1,000 gold coins. "With my savings, I now have 2,135 gold coins, enough to upgrade the village hall and build the altar of fortune. The stone has already been quarried, now only the timber is needed." Lin Yi immediately ordered the royal knights to cut down the oasis trees to gather the necessary timber for the upgrade. After arranging these things, he went to an open space near the royal knights' training ground and took out the blueprints for the lucky altar. As 1,000 gold coins and a large amount of stone disappeared, A stone altar emitting a pale golden light appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. The altar was covered with mysterious runes, each one emitting a faint, enigmatic glow. The gnolls, bound to trees in the distance, trembled at the sight. He kept muttering, "A miracle. This is a miracle." When he looked at Lenny again, he couldn't even imagine what kind of important person he had offended. Sally asked curiously, "Young master, what is this altar used for?" Lin E explained, "The lucky altar can add various buff auras to the territory." Upon hearing this, Hoden thought it resembled the totem pillars of the orcs. Lin E didn't refute it, but he firmly believed that his own creation was definitely stronger. Soon, the altar's attributes appeared. Lucky altar. Low level. Current aura. Increases the combat power of troops under your command by 50%. Duration. 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Lin E took a deep breath. A low-level altar can increase combat power by 50%, and it has no distance limit and lasts for a whole week. The only problem is that upgrading is too expensive. The next level requires 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone. Just then, Horden said with a look of shock, "Young master, I feel my strength suddenly surge." Lin E smiled. "This week, the overall strength of everyone in the territory will increase by 50%. You can experience it for yourself." Overwhelmed with excitement, Horden exclaimed in a low voice, "This is a great divine gift." Chapter 13 Advancement to High-Level Professional. Night fell over the golden oasis, and thick, sturdy trees crashed down amidst the shouts of the knights. Nearly 100 royal knights were logging at the same time, and their efficiency was astonishing. In less than an hour, a large pile of timber was filled next to the training square, with a quantity exceeding 1,000 units. Without delay, Lin E immediately chose to upgrade the village hall. The next moment, dazzling golden light descended from the void, and the original wooden hall rapidly rose in height, becoming more exquisite in appearance and faintly exuding a magnificent aura. Meanwhile, the golden oasis expanded once again. Vast expanses of greenery spread outwards, covering the yellow sand and dunes, with sturdy trees appearing one after another, and flowers blooming among the meadows, making the entire territory look like a miracle. Soon, Lin E noticed the changes to the south. What had been a sand dune was now covered in grass, with glittering black metal protruding from its top. He went closer to investigate and immediately discovered that it was iron ore. The sudden appearance of iron ore was a godsend for Lin E. Refined iron could not only be used to forge equipment, but it was also a high-level resource needed for upgrading some buildings, far exceeding the value of wood and stone. Unfortunately, from the Lord's perspective, this iron mine has not yet truly taken shape and cannot be mined for the time being. Lin E understands that as long as the territory level continues to be upgraded, it will mature sooner or later, and there may even be more minerals appearing in the future. Thinking of this, Lin E was in high spirits. He checked the upgraded village hall and found that it was now at a high level, unlocking fences, houses, and arrow towers. Upgrading it another level would allow the territory to become a town, and the main quest would be completed. 3,000 units of wood isn't difficult. There are trees everywhere in the territory. Lin E frowned slightly as she looked at the upgrade requirements. The trouble is the 3,000 gold coins. That's enough to upgrade the Royal Knight training ground to level 3. But he still had to be promoted. Now he only had a little over 100 gold coins left, practically back to square one overnight. Lin E could only pin his hopes on the limited time hunting missions, hoping this wave would make him instantly rich. On the other side, the bound gnoll stared at Lin E, who stood on high, his eyes growing increasingly fanatical. He saw the transformation of this oasis as a miracle and believed Lin E to be an emissary wielding divine power. Afterwards, the Royal Knights collected several hundred units of wood before Lin E allowed them to return, arranging for them to take turns resting and patrolling. He himself then built 5 arrow towers near the hall, successfully obtaining the reward. The reward was 250 gold coins and 3,000 silvertail fish fry. Silvertail fish are spirit fish, with a taste and nutritional value far exceeding that of ordinary fish, making them extremely popular in the kingdom of Stanlow. Lin E released the fish fry into Sapphire Lake. It takes a month for the fish fry to grow, which isn't a short time for Lin E. However, he also knows that if he could get a reward like a growth-enhancing potion in the future, he could shorten the cycle. He also needs to keep the male and female fish alive during the harvest to allow them to reproduce. Back in the village hall, Lin E opened the quest menu. No new quests had been refreshed. Only the main quest, the 100-man army side quest, and the special quest, limited time hunt, remained. Once midnight had passed, and a new day had begun, Lin Yi recruited another 30 Royal Knights from the Royal Knight training grounds. At this point, the total number of Royal Knights under his command reached 124. A system notification sounded, indicating that he had completed the side quest, received 200 gold coins, and his profession level had increased by 1. A powerful energy surged into her body, and Lin Yi's magic power increased wildly, breaking through level 6 and entering level 7 in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching level 7, he was already considered a high-level professional, capable of casting more powerful high-level magic. Lin Yi didn't plan to learn slowly. He preferred to wait until he obtained a professional skill book and directly master extraordinary skills. After completing the task, his gold coins increased to 600. Lin Yi looked at the number, and her mood finally improved. New side quests haven't refreshed yet, but the limited time hunt has already begun. Whether you can become rich overnight depends on how many monsters your knights can kill in the next 48 hours. Chapter 14, The Divine Envoy's Lackey. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up early. After the village hall was upgraded to a high-class level, he no longer had to sleep on the floor. There was an extra bedroom in the backyard, fully furnished, where he could cuddle with his soft little maid at night. After having breakfast served by Sally, Lin Yi checked the limited-time hunting mission. Overnight, the gold coin reward had accumulated to 76, indicating that the Royal Knights had slain quite a few monsters last night. The desert nights are extremely cold, and monsters are reluctant to come out. The daytime is different, especially in the morning and evening, when monsters appear more frequently. Lin Yi then said to Sally, "You stay home and meditate today." Sally was taken aback. "Where's the young master?" Lin Yi replied calmly, "Chopping down trees." Stockpiling timber was his assigned task. Royal Knights were responsible for hunting monsters, but as the Lord, he could personally handle such a trivial matter as chopping down trees. Of course, he also had a free helper, the gnoll who had been tied up all night. After Lin Yi untied the ropes, the gnoll didn't run away or resist. Instead, he knelt before him and fervently called him divine messenger. Lin Yi casually tossed over a piece of gray wolf meat, and the jackal was so excited that he kowtowed repeatedly. He said, "After you've eaten your fill, go chop down some trees. If you behave well, you might have a chance to live." The jackal nodded hurriedly. "Great divine messenger, it is my honor to serve you." Agu also expressed his willingness to follow Lin Yi for eternity and become his lackey. Lin Yi tossed him an axe, not worried that he would run away. Agu was only level 3, while Lin Yi was already a level 7 high-level professional. During the subsequent tree cutting, Agu worked exceptionally hard. He not only followed Lin Yi in cutting down trees, but also took the initiative to carry the timber to the training square and pile it up. Seeing Lin Yi put down the dragon fruit, he immediately took it to the lake to wash it and handed it back with a fawning expression. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the Black Wind tribe, hundreds of jackal cavalry charged out of their village and headed straight for the Salt Lake. They were there to avenge the Royal Knights who had slaughtered their people the previous day. But when they arrived, they found nothing. One roared, "Damn it! Those humans escaped." Another said coldly, "They can't have gone far. Their camp is most likely in the Golden Oasis. Chase after them and surround them." The Gnoll Legion immediately changed direction and charged towards the Golden Oasis. En route, the Royal Knights, who were hunting, spotted the enemy and returned to their territory to report to Lin Yi. In fact, Lin Yi had already received an urgent mission from the Lord System. It was a special trigger event, an attack by the Gnoll Legion. Without delay, he immediately recalled all the Royal Knights who were out on missions. Soon, all the Royal Knights returned, including the old butler, Horden, who was attempting to become a 9th-level mage. He gripped his magic staff and asked, "Young master, what happened?" Lin Yi said in a deep voice, "A sizable Gnoll army is planning to attack our territory. They should arrive soon." Horden looked at Agu not far away. "Revenge from the Black Wind tribe?" Agu trembled with fear and hurriedly shouted, "It has nothing to do with me. I am no longer a member of the Black Wind tribe. I am the most loyal lackey of the divine envoy." Lin Yi waved her hand. "Go tie yourself to the tree." Agu immediately ran to the tree and skillfully tied himself up with a rope. Horden stared in disbelief. Lin Yi said, "Now we have more than 100 Royal Knights, plus the altar aura. Our combat strength is far greater than before. I'm not worried about not being able to hold out. I'm only concerned about whether we can stop all the attacking gnolls." After thinking for a moment, Horden said, "Young master, I can hide when the battle starts, circle around to their rear, and use firewalls and seas of fire to cut off their retreat. Lenny nodded. Good idea. The gnolls were all cavalry, extremely fast, and only by cutting off their retreat could they be annihilated in one fell swoop. Soon, defenses began to be set up, and Lin Yi moved all 5 arrow towers to the vicinity of the village hall. The Golden Oasis now stretches for at least 2 kilometers, and 100 or so royal knights cannot defend the entire area. Protecting the village hall is the key. Once everything was ready, howls echoed from afar. Special trigger mission. Mission information. The gnolls of the Blackwind tribe are about to launch a retaliatory war against you because the royal knights invaded the Salt Lake and killed their warriors. Mission objective. Defeat the invading gnoll army. Task rewards. 500 gold coins. 1 random building blueprint. Chapter 15. These humans are incredibly strong in combat. On the rolling sand dunes, hundreds of gnoll cavalrymen slowly appeared, followed by a large pack of desert coyotes, like a dark, surging wave. The burly gnoll leader stared in astonishment at the oasis before him. This is the Golden Oasis? The vast grasslands and lush trees were completely different from what they remembered. The other gnolls were also dumbfounded. Someone whispered, could it be that a powerful mage transformed this place? Or perhaps, it's the work of the nature elves? After all, nature spirits control the power of life and nature. Elven mages, druids, and even the sacred water of life can nurture plants. Soon, a gnoll reported, my lord, I didn't smell any nature spirits, but I smelled a lot of humans. They are near Sapphire Lake. The leader gripped his weapon tightly and said coldly, since you're here, go and take a look. If you find any powerful human mages, retreat immediately. The Gnoll Legion let out strange howls, summoning coyotes from behind, and marched through the woods towards Sapphire Lake in the heart of the Golden Oasis. The view from the lakeside suddenly opened up, with the lake water as clear as a mirror, the grass flat, flowers everywhere, and wooden houses, arrow towers, and a grand hall. What the Gnolls envied most was that orchard. Each fruit tree was covered in pale red flowers and emitted magical energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that they were magic element fruit trees. In the Carol Desert, magic fruits are extremely precious, let alone large orchards. If they can take over this area, they will become incredibly wealthy. However, a human legion had already gathered near the lake. It numbered only a little over 100, but all of them were mid-level professionals, ranging from level 5 to level 6. They were fully armed and looked like a regular army. In contrast, the Gnolls, though numerous, resembled a ragtag group. Someone said in a deep voice, the intelligence is correct. This must be the regular army of the Kingdom of Stanlow. If we launch a direct attack, we will likely suffer significant losses. The leader stared at the orchard with greedy eyes. As long as we win, any number of casualties will be worth it. That orchard alone is enough to make up for everything. Soon, the order to attack was given. God of Wolves, protect us. Kill. Countless desert coyotes pounced forward, charging towards the royal knights like a suicide squad. The Gnoll cavalry followed behind, firing arrows as they prepared to charge. But the royal knights did not retreat. Instead, they charged forward to meet them. They swung their great swords, easily slicing through the incoming arrows. The next moment, a faint golden light shone from all the knights, and their speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they covered dozens of meters and collided violently with the coyote pack. The terrifying force sent a large number of coyotes flying. The royal knights were like tigers charging into a flock of sheep, their greatswords falling relentlessly, slaying one ferocious coyote after another on the spot. In less than a minute, more than half of the hundreds of desert coyotes were dead, their bodies littering the grass and their blood staining the lakeside red. The coyotes that had survived were terrified, whimpering as they retreated, no longer daring to approach the formidable royal knights. The Gnoll Legion was stunned. Someone exclaimed, are all human regular armies this strong? Their leader roared, the advantage is ours. Charge in. Hundreds of Gnoll cavalry charged into the battlefield, putting away their bows and arrows and switching to melee weapons, hoping to overwhelm the royal knights with sheer numbers. After the chaos broke out, each royal knight was almost fighting against multiple enemies, having to deal with Gnoll cavalry while also guarding against coyotes. But their magical armor was too thick, and many attacks couldn't harm them at all. They were like war machines. With every swing of their swords, an enemy fell. Gradually, the Gnolls and coyotes dwindled in number. Finally, one of the Gnolls cried out in despair, damn it! How can these humans be so strong? They're clearly just mid-level professionals, yet they make me feel powerless against high-level professionals. They must have taken some kind of magic potion. The burly Knoll leader also realized something was wrong. Despite his level 7 strength, he was finding it extremely difficult to fight against a level 6 royal knight. He fought desperately to repel his opponent, and a chill ran through him. If even he had such a hard time, what about the other gnolls? The leader raised his spiked club and roared, "Everyone, withdraw from the battlefield. Wait until the effects of the potions on these humans wear off, then come back and fight again." Chapter 16, Eliminating the Weeds at the Root. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Gnoll cavalry swiftly disengaged from the battlefield, fleeing frantically to the rear. The remaining desert coyotes also escaped at breakneck speed. Both the Gnoll Legion and the coyote mounts suffered heavy losses in this battle. They had completely underestimated the strength of the royal knights, believing that numerical superiority would guarantee victory, but they had not anticipated that their opponents would be so ridiculously strong. As the Gnoll leader retreated, he ordered, "We are cavalry. Humans can't catch up. We'll rest in the woods and wait for the effects of their drug to wear off before we come back to fight." He thought his plan was meticulous, but he hadn't expected the unexpected turn of events. Just before they were about to rush into the woods, a raging inferno suddenly erupted ahead, stretching for dozens of meters. A sea of fire and a wall of flames rose simultaneously, completely blocking their escape route. An old mage stood at the edge of the flames, continuously waving his staff to unleash fire magic. The Gnoll Legion was instantly engulfed in flames, with only one escape route left, the slowly approaching royal knights. Their leader roared, "Human mages, we've fallen into their trap." They realized that this was all a trap set in advance. The sea of fire, 50 meters in diameter, was impenetrable, and the terrifying high-level magic pressed them down to the brink of despair. "We have no choice but to charge out," the leader ordered through gritted teeth, and the gnolls collectively turned towards the royal knights and launched a charge. However, their charge struck the impenetrable knight formation, failing to budge an inch. The royal knights, amplified by their lucky aura and power boost, experienced a massive power surge, resulting in an overwhelming victory. The old butler, Horden, also joined the battle, unleashing a barrage of high-level fire magic. Each exploding fireball cleared an area, turning the battlefield into a one-sided massacre. The battle lasted less than an hour, ending with the complete annihilation of the Gnoll cavalry and desert coyotes, with over 1,200 enemies killed. Only about 130 coyotes were deliberately left behind for future riding. Lin Yi had the royal knights easily tame these coyotes. They could be easily controlled without a contract, and they would only use them as temporary means of transportation. During the post-battle inventory, a knight who had reached level 7 reported to Lin Yi, 7 dead, 3 seriously wounded, and over 20 lightly wounded, but they are not affected by the battle. The bodies of the fallen soldiers turned into golden light and vanished, and were solemnly seen off by their comrades. After Lin Yi nodded, he immediately ordered, "Speed is of the essence. Attack the Black Wind tribe immediately and annihilate them all." With the enemy's main force wiped out, this was the best time to launch a counterattack. The old steward cautioned, "If we disturb the ancestral lands of the jackals, we risk attracting a large army in retaliation." Lin Yi calmly replied that since they had chosen to take action, they should be prepared to bear the consequences. He believed that allowing the Black Wind tribe to escape and report back would be even more dangerous, and that they must be completely eradicated. The old steward, after thinking it over, also agreed with this reasoning. Lin Yi then dispatched his knights to set off, with Horden and the prisoner Agu accompanying them to guide the way, while also supplying them with gray wolf meat and red dragon fruit to restore their physical strength and magic. Soon, the royal knights, riding their coyotes, set off again, surging out of the golden oasis like a tidal wave, heading straight for the Black Wind tribe, while Lin Yi stayed behind to clean up the battlefield and tally the spoils. Chapter 17, A Bountiful Harvest. After the Gnoll army was wiped out, Lin Yi quickly received his mission rewards. Triggering the mission gave him 500 gold coins and a random building blueprint. The gold coins from the timed hunting missions had also accumulated to over 1,600, with the rewards for humanoid monsters doubling, making him a fortune this time. Lin Yi was in a good mood. He knew he could collect the gold coins after the mission was over. He was confident he could not only upgrade the village hall to a town hall, but also upgrade the Royal Knight training grounds by 1 level. He then used the random building blueprint directly. Perhaps it was good luck, But this time he drew a special building blueprint instead of the usual ones like a warehouse, blacksmith shop, or medicine shop. The blueprint is named Fountain of Spirits, and it can produce Elven spring water. After consulting the system, Lin Yi learned that it is a magical potion containing life elements, which can quickly heal injuries, strengthen the body, and enhance magical power. Good stuff. Lin Yi immediately put the blueprints away. He didn't lack gold coins. What he really lacked was stone. The stone he mined yesterday was almost completely used up after building the Lucky Altar and 5 arrow towers. As for the arrow tower, it wasn't used in this war. Firstly, the gnolls didn't even reach the vicinity of the village hall, and secondly, the royal knights didn't gain experience from enemies killed by the arrow tower, so Lin Yi didn't move it to the battlefield. By the time the battlefield was cleared, it was already evening. If it weren't for the maid Sally's help, it would probably have taken even longer. The gnoll corpses couldn't be eaten or buried, lest they pollute Sapphire Lake. The only option was to strip them of their equipment and burn them. The coyote carcasses were also disposed of one by one. Lin Yi ultimately amassed over 1,200 gold coins, thousands of weapons and armor pieces, 3 blueprints, and 2 gold coin bags on the battlefield. The gold coin bags yielded nearly 400 more gold coins. 2 of the 3 blueprints are for troop numbers. Using them will add 60 fully armed royal knights to Lin Yi's command. The other blueprint is for equipment, which unlocks high-tier standard bows, but requires a blacksmith shop and a blacksmith, so it's not needed for now. Lin Yi checked his own information and found that his level had risen from level 7 to level 8, putting him on the same level as the old steward, Horden. This was not a breakthrough on the battlefield, but rather a significant increase in experience points he gained during the Royal Knights' attack on the Black Wind tribe. Looking at the more than 2,700 gold coins, Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. The growth is faster than I expected. He planned to upgrade the Royal Knight training ground to level 3 as soon as he had collected 3,000 gold coins, so that he could recruit more knights tomorrow. With the help of the 16 newly joined knights, the coyote carcasses were quickly processed. Over 700 wolf pelts, several wolf teeth, more than 60 magic crystals, and nearly 10,000 units of wolf meat were recovered, causing food reserves to surge once again. This also gave Lin Yi a headache regarding preservation. Fortunately, the Black Wind tribe had been wiped out, and no one would interfere with the Salt Lake mining for the time being, so he could obtain enough coarse salt to cure the wolf meat. Shortly afterward, the royal knights who had attacked the Black Wind tribe returned to the Golden Oasis. They brought back not only a large amount of supplies, but also over 600 desert coyotes. Including those captured earlier, the territory now had nearly 800 coyotes. Lin Yi was initially worried that these coyotes would be difficult to feed, but she discovered that while they wouldn't eat the meat of their own kind, they were extremely voracious towards gray wolf meat, devouring it like they were starving. It seems that the desert coyotes and gray wolves do not have a friendly relationship. The old steward, Huadian, walked over with a spirited smile and said, "Young master, the conquest of the Black Wind tribe this time has been very fruitful, especially in terms of food. We've returned with a full load." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, old steward." He had already noticed that each coyote had a lot of packages on its back, and the royal knights were also carrying large and small bags, all of which were captured supplies. Huadin then took out gold coins and blueprints and handed them to Lin Yi. "Young master, these were obtained from the conquest of the Black Wind tribe." There were more than 1,400 gold coins, 3 gold coin bags, and 2 building blueprints. The gold coin bag yielded over 500 more gold coins. Of the 2 blueprints, one was the warehouse blueprint that Lin Yi had been longing for, and the other was the livestock farm blueprint, which would be perfect for housing those desert coyotes. Chapter 18: A Warehouse with a Hidden Gem. Upon seeing the warehouse blueprint, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Great stuff." This blueprint came at just the right time. Tomorrow, the royal knights won't need to go to the Salt Lake to collect salt anymore, and everyone can engage in hunting. In the future, the salt can also be sold to the sand people or human caravans passing through the oasis. As for the livestock farm blueprint, it solved another problem for him. He was worried about where to put those hundreds of desert coyotes. They could be kept in the livestock farm at night and go hunting with the royal knights during the day. If they died, they could be dragged back and disposed of, since they were just low-level magical beasts and didn't have much value in raising them. Lin Yi quickly selected a plot of land on the other side of Sapphire Lake, built a livestock ranch, and herded hundreds of desert coyotes into it. The building information indicated that the ranch could improve livestock fertility, shorten the growth cycle, and even have a very low probability of bloodline evolution. They can actually evolve? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, wondering what these desert coyotes would eventually become. What surprised him even more was that after entering the ranch, the coyotes quickly calmed down, the ferocity in their eyes disappeared, and they became as docile as pets. When Lin Yi approached, instead of backing away, they ran over and rubbed their heads against his trouser leg. This change amazed Lin Yi. Upon returning to the village hall, Lin Yi immediately summoned the royal knights to assign tasks. The main force, accompanied by desert coyotes, headed to the Black Wind tribe to retrieve the remaining supplies. Another small team went to the nearby Rocky Mountains to quarry stone, gathering at least 100 units to build a warehouse. The royal knights soon set off again, and hundreds of desert coyotes poured out of the ranch, much more obedient than before, almost to the point of obeying orders without question. Lin Yi checked his gold coin reserves and found he had nearly 4,800, enough to upgrade the Royal Knight training ground to level 3. Without hesitation, he spent 3,000 gold coins to complete the upgrade. After midnight, he would be able to recruit 50 Royal Knights at once. He then inventoried the territory's resources, 2,735 units of timber, 28 units of stone, and food that had skyrocketed to over 58,000 units. Most of these came from conquering the Black Wind tribe. Once the remaining supplies were transported back, the reserves would continue to increase. Next, Lin Yi, along with her maid Sally and the Knoll Agu, sorted through the spoils of war, including equipment, wolf pelts, and wolf teeth. Horton said that Agu had performed well this time, not only leading the way but also acting as an inside agent to open the gates of the Black Wind tribe. In recognition of this achievement, Lin Yi relieved Agu of his captivity, making him the first non-human subject of the territory. Agu immediately exclaimed respectfully, "Praise be to you, great divine messenger." This phrase had become his catchphrase. Late at night, the quarrying team returned with over 200 units of stone, finally meeting the requirements for warehouse construction. As the blueprints disappeared from Lin Yi's hands, a yurt-like structure appeared near the village hall. Lin Yi stepped into the warehouse, and the space before him suddenly opened up, much larger than it appeared from the outside, even more spacious than the training grounds. He exclaimed, "No wonder it can hold 1,000,000 units of supplies. It's a hidden paradise inside." With the warehouse in hand, Lin Yi stored all the territory's supplies there, including the several thousand kilograms of dragon fruit from his spatial bag. As the Lord, he could store and retrieve everything with a single thought, and he would never have to worry about food spoiling again. However, Lin Yi's good mood cooled down a bit after seeing the upgrade requirements for the warehouse and livestock farm. The intermediate warehouse requires 3,000 wood and 1,000 stone. The livestock farm upgrade requires 5,000 wood, and the lucky altar is even more outrageous, requiring 10,000 gold coins alone. We need resources everywhere, but we don't have enough manpower. Just as Lin Yi was feeling troubled, Agu suddenly came up to her and said with a fawning look, "Great divine envoy, you can hire the Sand People." Agu reminded him that there were 3 Sand People strongholds in the Black Wind tribe's territory, totaling more than 2,000 people. Now that the Black Wind tribe had been destroyed, those Sand People would definitely be willing to serve him. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and she patted Agu's head. "Agu, you have the potential to be a lackey. Keep up the good work." Agu was so excited that tears almost welled up in his eyes, and he quickly shouted, "Praise be to the great divine messenger." Chapter 19, The Arrogant Agu. Lin Yi assigned the task of recruiting the Sand People to Agu. "Tomorrow you go to those 3 Sand People strongholds and bring their leaders to see me. Are you confident?" Agu shuddered in fright. The Black Wind tribe had never been kind to the Sand People before. If he, a jackal, went there, he would likely be torn to pieces by them. But when he thought that the divine messenger who had destroyed the Black Wind tribe was standing behind him, he immediately regained his confidence and hurriedly said, "Great divine messenger, I guarantee to complete the mission." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Even small people have their uses, and Agu is perfect for this kind of thing. As midnight passed, the Royal Knight training grounds refreshed, and Lin Yi directly recruited 50 Royal Knights. With this, the number of Royal Knights under his command officially surpassed 200, reaching over 230. Soon after, the main knightly order returned to the Golden Oasis with hundreds of desert coyotes. The Black Wind tribe's supplies were almost completely emptied, and the territory's warehouses were replenished once again. Lin Yi instructed the knights to dispose of the more than 1,000 coyote carcasses they had brought back, and then returned to the village hall to rest with his maid Sally. He thought to himself that in 2 days, the god-level lord talent would be refreshed. Although the royal knights were strong, they were ultimately only a mid-level unit. If they faced saint-level magical beasts or high-level transcendent races, their weaknesses would be exposed. Lin Yi didn't expect to draw a god-tier unit. He would be overjoyed if he could just get a crown-tier unit building. He slept soundly that night, a smile still on his lips, which woke Sally, who was beside him. The little maid looked at him groggily for a moment, then snuggled back into his arms and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Agu set off on his desert coyote. The royal knights also formed teams to go hunting, and the old steward, Hoden, also embarked on his journey. Only Lin Yi, Sally, and a dozen or so royal knights who were recuperating from their injuries remained in the territory. Lin Yi opened the quest menu and found that the side quests had not yet refreshed. Only the main quest to upgrade the town hall and the timed hunting quest remained. The hunting rewards had accumulated to 4,135 gold coins and were still increasing. Today's goal: upgrade the town hall. Lin Yi carried the knight's greatsword out of the hall and continued chopping down trees to replenish the timber. In the morning, Agu crossed the desert and arrived at the first settlement of the Sand People. The Sand People are also human, but because their ancestors were exiled to the Carol Desert by the human empire of the Land of Abundance, they have never been accepted. If they enter the empire, they will be arrested immediately. Before Agu even got close to the stronghold, he was stopped by 7 Sand People dressed in tattered gray robes. Halt! Gnolls of the Blackwind tribe, this is Sand People's territory. Do you want to break the rules? Astride his coyote, Agu arrogantly raised his head. You lowly Sand People, I have brought you good news that will change your fate. Summon your chieftain to me immediately. The Sand People were furious, but they were wary of the Blackwind tribe, so they could only bring him into their stronghold and summon their leader. The leader, merely a level 4 professional, coldly stated, if the Blackwind tribe wants to collect more supplies ahead of schedule, you can go back now. We will not hand over a single grain of millet before the deadline. More and more Sand People gathered around, all staring angrily at Agu. Without fear, Agu shouted, the Blackwind tribe has been wiped out by my great master. Except for me. All the gnolls have been banished to hell. He looked at the Sand Chieftain, his tone even more arrogant. My master wants to see you. Ride your moose and come with me. We're going to 2 other strongholds. Chapter 19, The Arrogant Agu. Lin Yi assigned the task of recruiting the Sand People to Agu. Tomorrow you go to those 3 Sand People strongholds and bring their leaders to see me. Are you confident? Agu shuddered in fright. The Blackwind tribe had never been kind to the Sand People before. If he, a jackal, went there, he would likely be torn to pieces by them. But when he thought that the divine messenger who had destroyed the Blackwind tribe was standing behind him, he immediately regained his confidence and hurriedly said, Great divine messenger, I guarantee to complete the mission. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Even small people have their uses, and Agu is perfect for this kind of thing. As midnight passed, the Royal Knight training grounds refreshed, and Lin Yi directly recruited 50 Royal Knights. With this, the number of Royal Knights under his command officially surpassed 200, reaching over 230. Soon after, the main knightly order returned to the Golden Oasis with hundreds of desert coyotes. The Blackwind tribe supplies were almost completely emptied, and the territory's warehouses were replenished once again. Lin Yi instructed the knights to dispose of the more than 1,000 coyote carcasses they had brought back, and then returned to the village hall to rest with his maid Sally. He thought to himself that in 2 days, the god-level lord talent would be refreshed. Although the royal knights were strong, they were ultimately only a mid-level unit. If they faced saint-level magical beasts or high-level transcendent races, their weaknesses would be exposed. Lin Yi didn't expect to draw a god-tier unit. He would be overjoyed if he could just get a crown-tier unit building. He slept soundly that night, a smile still on his lips, which woke Sally, who was beside him. The little maid looked at him groggily for a moment, then snuggled back into his arms and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Agu set off on his desert coyote. The royal knights also formed teams to go hunting, and the old steward, Hoden, also embarked on his journey. Only Lin Yi, Sally, and a dozen or so royal knights who were recuperating from their injuries remained in the territory. Lin Yi opened the quest menu and found that the side quests had not yet refreshed. Only the main quest to upgrade the town hall and the timed hunting quest remained. The hunting rewards had accumulated to 4,135 gold coins and were still increasing. Today's goal: upgrade the town hall. Lin Yi carried the knight's greatsword out of the hall and continued chopping down trees to replenish the timber. In the morning, Agu crossed the desert and arrived at the first settlement of the Sand People. The Sand People are also human, but because their ancestors were exiled to the Caral Desert by the human empire of the Land of Abundance, they have never been accepted. If they enter the empire, they will be arrested immediately. Before Agu even got close to the stronghold, he was stopped by 7 Sand People dressed in tattered gray robes. Halt! Gnolls of the Blackwind tribe, this is Sand People's territory. Do you want to break the rules? Astride his coyote, Agu arrogantly raised his head. You lowly Sand People, I have brought you good news that will change your fate. Summon your chieftain to me immediately. The Sand People were furious, but they were wary of the Black Wind tribe, so they could only bring him into their stronghold and summon their leader. The leader, merely a level 4 professional, coldly stated, if the Black Wind tribe wants to collect more supplies ahead of schedule, you can go back now. We will not hand over a single grain of millet before the deadline. More and more Sand People gathered around, all staring angrily at Agu. Without fear, Agu shouted, the Black Wind tribe has been wiped out by my great master. Except for me. All the gnolls have been banished to hell. He looked at the Sand Chieftain, his tone even more arrogant. My master wants to see you. Ride your moose and come with me. We're going to 2 other strongholds. Chapter 21 Territory Population Surge. The 3 Sand tribe leaders stood before Lin Yi with respectful expressions. One of them cautiously asked, Respected Lord, what brings you here? Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't be nervous. I heard that your 3 strongholds together have more than 2,000 people, and my territory has just been established and needs manpower to help build it. The Sand tribe's leader quickly replied, It is our honor to serve your majesty. However, my people are weak and we don't know how we can be of any help. Lin Yi noticed his worry and said directly, Don't worry, I'm not asking you to fight. You only need to quarry stones, cut down trees, and go to the salt lake to produce salt. Hunting magical beasts won't be your responsibility. The 3 Sand tribe leaders visibly breathed a sigh of relief. They could handle quarrying and logging, but fighting magical beasts would be tantamount to suicide. One of the leaders tentatively said, I can gather 100 tribesmen to work for you, but any more than that will affect life at the stronghold. Lin Yi waved her hand to interrupt. I'll give you 2 choices. First, bring all your people to join my territory and become my subjects. I will make sure you have enough to eat and wear. He paused, then said, Secondly, you will remain autonomous, but each outpost must provide 300 Sand People to work for me, and I will provide them with food and water as payment. Upon hearing this, the 3 leaders and the Sand People behind them were all stunned. They had originally thought they would only be able to work for free, but they did not expect Lin Yi to be willing to pay them. A Sand tribe leader's voice trembled. By the true God Brewster, your esteemed lord, are you truly willing to accept us Sand tribes instead of making us slaves? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Slaves will only dirty my territory. As long as you work hard, the Golden Oasis will be your new home. Praise be to you, merciful Lord. The 3 chieftains knelt down in excitement, and the Sand People behind them followed suit. To them, the Golden Oasis was like paradise. Living here was like a dream come true. Lin Yi nodded and said, You've made a wise choice. Now go back and bring your people to the Golden Oasis. The Sand People thanked them profusely and left immediately. Watching them depart, Agu couldn't help but say, Great divine envoy, you are too merciful to these lowly Sand People. With the strength of your legion, you could easily have conquered them by force. Lin Yi glanced at him. War kills people. Every Sandman who dies is one less laborer. If we kill them all, you'll be quarrying and cutting down trees for me. Just as Agu was about to kneel down in fright, Lin Yi kicked him in the butt. Hurry up and grab the axe to chop down the trees. If you don't chop down 100, you won't get dinner tonight. Great divine messenger, I'll go right away. Agu scrambled away, but his face was beaming with a bright smile, as if the kick was a blessing. In the afternoon, with Agu joining in, the efficiency of logging increased significantly. The timber reserves in Lin Yi's territory quickly accumulated to 4,000 units, which met the requirements for upgrading the village hall to a town hall. All that was needed now was gold. The Sand People from the 3 outposts also arrived at the Golden Oasis one after another. Upon seeing the green trees, flowers, and sapphire lake, all the Sand People were speechless with awe. I can't believe there's a place like this in the desert. This place is like an elf world. Praise be to the Lord, for he is merciful and great. A total of more than 2,800 Sand People were settled by Lin Yi on the east side of Sapphire Lake, near the livestock farm. The majority of them were adults, which was good news for Lin Yi, who was in dire need of labor. When settling them in, Lin Yi recalled the royal knights beforehand to intimidate the newcomers. Upon seeing the knights, the Sand People finally understood why Lin Yi had been able to annihilate the powerful Black Wind tribe. Finally, all the Sand People officially joined the Golden Oasis, becoming citizens of Lin Yi's territory and gaining recognition from the Lord system. From that moment on, they possessed absolute loyalty to Lin Yi, with no possibility of rebellion remaining. Chapter 22 Saline and the Lizardman Tribe. When the old steward, Hoden, returned to his territory, he discovered that the entire royal knights had been recalled, and he thought that war was about to break out again. He looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Young master, have you taken over those 3 Sand People strongholds?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. With these Sand People, the territory can obtain a lot of basic resources every day, and we no longer need to let the royal knights do these tasks. Hoden looked at the Sand People setting up tents in the distance and frowned, saying, "These Sand People seem to be in poor health." "It's not a big problem," Lin Yi said. "The main issue is the long-term lack of food and malnutrition. We have a lot of monster meat in reserve, and we can fatten them up quickly." Hoden nodded. Monster meat was not something ordinary people could afford. The fact that these Sand People could be supplied in large quantities meant they had indeed found a good master. Lin Yi continued, "The Sand People have been settled, and I plan to have the royal knights continue hunting until late at night." Hoden said, "Young master, I will stay in the territory to prevent the Sand People from causing trouble." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry. You've forgotten. I am the messenger of the gods. The loyalty of these Sand People to me is no less than that of the assassins trained by my family." Hoden was shocked after hearing this, and finally understood why the Gnoll was so obedient. He thought for a moment, and then said, "In that case, I'll go hunting too. My level is getting closer and closer to that of a level 9 mage." Lin Yi nodded, "All right, but don't push yourself too hard. You're my housekeeper. Others will handle the fighting." "I understand, young master." After saying that, Hoden picked up his magic wand and left the territory again. After Hoden left, Lin Yi summoned the 3 Sand People leaders to learn about the supplies they had brought. The level 5 Sand Tribe leader respectfully reported, "My lord, all the supplies for the stronghold have been brought, including 639 moose and nearly 14,500 caddies of millet." Millet is a wild fruit found in the desert. When ripe, it is hard and contains a small amount of toxins, so it must be steamed, boiled, or roasted until charred before it can be eaten. As for moose, they are not usually food for the Sand People. Most of them are handed over to the Black Wind tribe, and the Sand People can only eat a little meat on special festivals. Lin Yi then asked, "Where did you collect your millet? Or did you grow it yourself?" A Sand Chieftain quickly replied, "Your Majesty, the millet is wild. About 30 kilometers to the south, there is a sand forest with many millet trees." He paused, then said, "We occasionally go there to graze and hunt, but we dare not venture deep in. That sand forest is the territory of the Lizardmen. The Lizardmen occupy the most resource-rich central riverbed and forbid any creature from approaching. They are extremely greedy and dangerous." Lin Yi became interested and asked, "How strong are those Lizardmen?" The Sand People's leader shook his head, "I don't know. Sand People who encounter Lizardmen are basically all dead. We only know that they are terrifying. Even the Gnolls of the Black Wind tribe dare not provoke them easily." Lin Yi simply smiled after hearing this. Just because the Black Wind tribe dared not provoke them didn't mean he dared not. However, the timed hunting mission is not over yet, and the distance is far, and the situation is unknown, so he will not waste his time for the time being. After asking a few more questions, Lin Yi instructed, "Put the moose into the livestock farm. You won't need to raise them anymore. In addition, gather the tribesmen together. Some will go to the stone mountains to quarry stone, and others will cut down the trees in the territory." He looked at the tents rising in the distance and said, "For now, stay in tents. When we have enough timber, I will build you cabins." The 3 Sand Chieftains knelt down in excitement. "Praise be to you, great lord." Lin Yi then took out a large number of axes, broadswords, and long swords and handed them out for distribution. These were all seized from the Gnolls. Their quality was average, but the quantity was sufficient. Soon, more than 2,000 Sand People were put to work. The strong went to the Rocky Mountains to quarry stones, while the others were responsible for cutting down trees. Although the Sand People felt heartbroken to see the tree fall, it was the Lord's order, and they could only grit their teeth and obey. Standing in her territory, Lin Yi watched the bustling scene unfold, a hint of anticipation rising in her eyes. The future of the Golden Oasis was finally truly beginning to move. Chapter 23 Customs of the Sand People. With the addition of the Sand People, Lin Yi no longer had to cut down trees himself. In his spare time, he went to the Sand People's settlement to check on the situation. Most of those remaining here are the elderly, children, and pregnant women from the Sahara. Upon seeing Lin Yi, they all looked at him with awe and gratitude, and some even knelt down in worship. For these desert dwellers, simply surviving was everything. But after arriving at the Golden Oasis, they saw hope for the first time, and that hope was given to them by Lin Yi. Lin Yi traveled along the way and witnessed many of the customs of the Sha people. However, there were two things that he found difficult to accept. First, the women of the Sha people dressed too casually, especially pregnant women, who almost never wear tops. Second, the Sha people only bathe 3 times in their lives, at birth, at marriage, and at death. The rest of the time, they apply an insect repellent and sun protective oil to their bodies, which has a very unpleasant smell. Lin Yi didn't stay long at the settlement. The women looked at him with such fervor, a mixture of awe and gratitude, and a primal desire. He suspected that without the authority of a lord, he might be dragged into a tent. Back in the village hall, Lin Yi frowned and said, "This custom must be changed. How can they not wear clothes?" He decided to wait until the 3 Sand tribe leaders returned that evening to have a proper talk. There were plenty of wolf pelts in the warehouse, enough to make clothes, and the bathing problem also needed to be solved. Evening arrived quickly. After the sand miners finished their work, the training square was piled high with timber and stone, totaling over 40,000 units, including nearly 30,000 units of timber and over 10,000 units of stone. Lin Yi was very satisfied. Indeed, many hands make light work. If the royal knights had been relied upon to collect it, they might not have been able to gather this much even after several days. He then summoned the 3 Sand chieftains and said, "You did well today. However, there are 2 things that must be changed." Lin Yi immediately brought up the issues of clothing and bathing. "I will give you a batch of wolf pelts later to make clothes. As for bathing, you can cut wood to make bathtubs." He added, "The sewage must not be dumped into the lake. It must be dumped in the sandy area outside the woods. Does anyone object?" The 3 Sand tribe leaders quickly shook their heads. Their lord's attitude was so resolute that they naturally dared not object. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction and led them to the vicinity of the warehouse. With a thought, a large quantity of desert coyote meat and wolf pelts appeared out of thin air. "This wolf meat is your dinner. Everyone should eat their fill. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work tomorrow." The 3 leaders knelt down excitedly. Praise be to our Lord. For the Sand people, the word full was too luxurious. For that reason alone, they were willing to offer their loyalty to Lin Yi. After dealing with the Sand people, Lin Yi took a bath with Sally's help and then began to eat. The meal consisted of lake fish, white bread, honey drinks, and dragon fruit, far more abundant than the Sand people's food. Lin Yi looked at Sally and asked, "How was your training today?" Sally put down her silver fork and said happily, "Young master, I sense the elemental magic of the world. It's just strange though. It's not fiery red, but purple, and there's some white too." Lin Yi asked, "What are the characteristics?" Sally replied, "The purple has a lightning bolt mark, and the white is like a snowflake. Lightning and ice elements." Lin Yi chuckled and pinched her cheek. "You have great talent, especially lightning, which is quite rare." Sally laughed and said, "Young master is the most amazing. Young master is a gifted being from God." Late at night, the royal knights and Horden returned to the Golden Oasis. The old butler was beaming with excitement. "Young master, I've advanced. I'm now a level 9 high-rank mage." Lin Yi congratulated him with a smile, and then asked about his spoils. Horden took out his loot, a large pile of gold coins appearing before him, totaling 1,507. Lin Yi put away the gold coins and checked her reserves, finding a total of 3,728. The conditions for upgrading the town hall were finally all met. Chapter 24 Territory Upgrade, Town Hall. Lin Yi arrived at the village hall and directly spent 3,000 gold coins and 3,000 units of wood to upgrade it into a town hall. The next moment, dazzling golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Golden Oasis. Trees grew wildly, the land expanded continuously, and the surrounding sand dunes were swallowed up by green. Even Sapphire Lake has expanded, from a maximum width of only 200 or 300 meters to over 1,000 meters. The lake's surface shimmers, silver-tailed fish leap out of the water, and the lake bottom faintly glows with pearly light, making it as beautiful as a painting. On the opposite shore of the lake, more than 2,000 desert dwellers knelt on the ground in unison. Having witnessed the transformation of the golden oasis with their own eyes, they were even more convinced that Lin Yi was a messenger of the gods, and they praised him fervently. Soon, a notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. He successfully upgraded the village hall to the town hall, completed the main quest, and gained a new lord talent, Awakening of the Ancient Bloodline. This epic talent gives him a chance to recruit units of the same type with higher potential and stronger combat power when recruiting troops. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. So, it means we can recruit special troops. He planned to wait until after midnight to see if he could recruit any special units from the Royal Knights. He then checked the information in the town hall. The town hall had unlocked the fence, houses, arrow towers, and market. The next upgrade would require 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and 5,000 gold coins. The fence wasn't very useful for the time being. What really concerned Lin Yi was the new construction market. The market allows residents to trade goods and attracts passing merchants and migrants. If a main city is established later, it can also create currency and collect taxes. Without hesitation, Lin Yi selected a vacant lot near the resettlement site for the Sand People and built the market there. The lower-level market has 10 vacant shops, accommodating 1,000 people for transactions, with a tax rate of 5%. Shops can also be sold or leased. The number of shops and the tax rate will increase upon upgrade. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. These shops are not very useful for now, but as the population of the territory increases, the communal dining system will eventually have to be abolished. At that time, the Sand People will have their own families and assets, and markets, shops, and taxes will make the territory truly prosperous. Next, Lin Yi looked at the newly refreshed task. The new main quest is to upgrade the town hall to a town hall. The first side quest is to eliminate or conquer the lizard man tribe in the distant sand forest, rewarding you with 1,000 gold coins and a random building blueprint. The second side quest involves acquiring 3 different types of advanced territory buildings, and the reward is 500 gold coins and a potion for rapid animal growth. There is also a special task to build a regular army of 1,000 men with an average level of no less than level 5. The reward is a 1-level increase in the Lord's level. Lin Yi first focused on the second side quest, which was the easiest to complete. He directly consumed resources to upgrade all 3 residences and 5 arrow towers to the intermediate level, and then selected one of each to upgrade to the advanced level. In this way, he only needs 1 more high-class building of a different type to complete the mission. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi chose to upgrade the livestock farm. The livestock farm can improve the breeding capacity and growth rate of livestock, and also has a chance to evolve the bloodline of livestock, making it very valuable. Soon, he consumed 5,000 units of wood to upgrade his livestock farm to intermediate level. An intermediate level livestock farm can increase livestock's reproductive capacity 5-fold, significantly shorten their growth cycle, and has a lower probability of completing bloodline evolution. However, upgrading to a high-level livestock farm requires 50,000 timber. Lin Yi looked at the rapidly growing trees in his territory, but he wasn't in a hurry. He could have the Sand People work hard to cut down trees tomorrow, and gathering 50,000 units of timber wouldn't be difficult. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be able to own 3 high-level buildings tomorrow and complete the second side quest. At this moment, Lin Yi glanced at the time. It was almost midnight. Once midnight passes, he can recruit the Royal Knights for the new day. Chapter 25 Advanced Units, Royal Judgment Knights. Just as Lin Yi was waiting for the new day to arrive, a caravan was setting up camp in the desert 30 kilometers away from the Golden Oasis. Several tents were pitched in the camp, campfires were lit around the perimeter, and a dozen fully armed swordsmen took turns keeping watch at night. Beside the central campfire sat a woman and an old mage. The woman wore a heavy fur coat, revealing only her delicate face and dark red curly hair. The old mage Simon said, "Young lady, we're running low on water, but we'll reach the Golden Oasis soon, and after we resupply, we can continue our journey." The woman nodded, but her expression was not good. "Master Simon, we've been in the Carol Desert for a week now. How much longer until we reach Vastian City? If everything goes smoothly, it will take another 2 weeks. Half a month." The woman sighed helplessly. "I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a second longer." Simon smiled wryly to himself. The Carol Desert was hot during the day and cold at night, and they had even encountered a small sandstorm during the day. If it weren't for completing their trade, He wouldn't have wanted to come here. He comforted us, saying, just bear with it a little longer. As long as this trade goes smoothly, we can get the union badge and build our own trade route. The woman whispered, I hope so. Then she went back to her tent to rest. Simon then summoned the swordsman captain and instructed him, head to the Golden Oasis tomorrow morning. Gray wolves and gnolls often roam that area, so everyone must be careful. The swordsman captain nodded and smiled. With Lord Simon, a king-level mage, here, the gnoll cavalry won't dare to approach easily. Simon shook his head, better safe than sorry. The Carol Desert is a forbidden zone for life. Even saints who wielded the power of a domain have perished here, let alone me, a mere king-level mage. The swordsman captain's expression turned serious, and he immediately agreed. Meanwhile, at the Golden Oasis, it finally turned midnight. Lin Yi didn't rush to recruit new soldiers, but instead claimed the rewards from the limited-time hunting mission. After 2 days of hunting, plus the annihilation of the Black Wind tribe, the mission had accumulated 6,359 gold coins. With the gold coins he already had, Lin Yi's gold coin reserves exceeded 7,000 for the first time. Without hesitation, he directly spent 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the Royal Knight training ground to level 4. The level 4 training ground can recruit 100 Royal Knights every day. Looking at the larger and more magnificent training ground, Lin Yi felt a little sorry for the gold coins, but was still satisfied with the result. He then went to the training plaza and began recruiting Royal Knights for the new day. A dazzling golden light swept across the square, and instantly a fully armed team of knights appeared. Each of them had a solemn expression, radiating intense fighting spirit. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations. You have triggered the Lord Talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, while recruiting troops. A total of 15 Royal Knights have evolved into Royal Judgment Knights. The next moment, 15 even more imposing knights appeared before Lin Yi and knelt down in fervent worship. I swear to serve my great lord to the death. The other Royal Knights stood behind them, seemingly separated by an invisible boundary, like a class distinction. Lin Yi raised her hand and said, very good, get up, all of you. He surveyed the Royal Knights of Judgment. They too wore silver armor, but now sported golden cloaks, and their great swords had turned golden, making them appear majestic and sacred. Royal Judgment Knight, a high-ranking unit, starts at level 7 and has the potential to grow to the early stage of the extraordinary. Lin Yi's eyes revealed satisfaction. Royal Judgment Knights, in terms of both rank and potential, were far superior to ordinary Royal Knights. Out of 100 Royal Knights, 15 high-level units were obtained for free. This evolution probability far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Chapter 26 The Spring of Spirits. After settling the newly summoned knights, Lin Yi took out a building blueprint. These are the blueprints for the Fairy Spring, which requires 1,000 gold coins and 500 units of stone to build. He used to lack resources, but now that's not a big problem. Lin Yi arrived near the town hall, chose an open space, and built the elf spring directly there. The building that appeared before them looked like an ancient well, about 2 meters square, filled with a milky white liquid, which was the precious fairy spring water. This spring water is second only to the water of life. It can not only quickly heal injuries, but also enhance physical fitness and aid in cultivation. After checking the information, Lin Yi discovered that the spirit spring could continuously produce spring water and emanate natural and life magic, improving the surrounding environment. If it were upgraded to the maximum level, it could even nurture the water of life. This made Lin Yi's eyes light up. The water of life was a recognized treasure on the Holy Continent, and was almost exclusively possessed by the nature elves. In the kingdom of Stanlow, a bottle of water of life is worth at least 100,000 gold coins, and it is often hard to find even when it is available. Lin Yi couldn't help but be tempted. If I could produce the water of life, I would really be rich. However, upgrading the fairy spring is also expensive. Upgrading to the intermediate level requires 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 stones. The stones aren't too bad, but the gold coins are the biggest problem. Lin Yi temporarily suppressed her thoughts and called over the old butler, Horden, and the maid, Sally, to tell them about the effects of the fairy spring. He instructed, from now on, the water from the Elven spring will be our daily drinking water. Royal Knights may also carry some with them when they go hunting. Upon hearing about the fairy spring, Horden became excited. He walked to the well, filled a cup, and took a sip, but his expression changed immediately. It really is fairy spring water. It's exactly the same as the water I drank back then. Linny asked. Have you had some? Horton nodded. Many years ago, I had an accident while researching magical runes and was seriously injured. The Earl sent someone to the capital and bought a bottle of Elven spring water at a high price, which saved me. At this point, Horton sighed again. The Elven spring water is said to be a diluted version of the water of life. Although its effects are not as good as the real water of life, a bottle is still worth thousands of gold coins. He looked at the spring water in the well, his voice becoming excited. Young master, the spring water here is a little less pure, but it's definitely worth 1,000 gold coins a bottle. The key is, you have an entire well here. Linny also took a breath. This wasn't just a well, but a never-ending spring of elven water. Once you find a market, this is a real path to wealth. Linny said, it seems we need to find a way to build a golden trade route to the kingdom of Stanlow or the kingdom of Sandmen. However, Hodin cautioned, young master, the territory is not strong enough to form a caravan that can cross the forest of life. It would be more secure to wait until we have a king-level or extraordinary expert under our command. Linny nodded. That makes sense. For now, we should focus on steady development and expanding the size of the core. However, they were unaware that a caravan was already heading towards the Golden Oasis. Then, Linny said, I just recruited another 100 royal knights, including a group of royal judgment knights with great potential. Starting tomorrow, we will expand our hunting grounds. The main direction is the sand forest occupied by the lizard men. Young master, are you planning to kill those lizard men? Horton asked. Linny nodded slightly. The Carol Desert is barren of resources. The most effective way to develop it quickly is through war. If the enemy is weak, conquer them directly. If the enemy is strong, develop for a period of time first, and then conquer them. Hodern's face twitched upon hearing this. Since arriving at the Golden Oasis, their young master has become a completely different person, with an absurdly strong desire to attack, as if even a passing dog would get slapped twice. Chapter 27 Encirclement. The upgraded town hall has a more upscale feel. It is no longer a wooden structure, but is entirely made of large bluestone blocks. Each large bluestone is as smooth as a mirror. There also seem to be mysterious runes engraved on it. Linny tried it. A fireball hit it, and it didn't leave a single mark, which shows how high its defensive power is. However, defense is not very useful for core buildings. It's enough that it looks high-end. The backyard buildings of the town hall have also become more exquisite, with several small rooms added in addition to the bedrooms, including a secondary bedroom and a kitchen. There is also a small courtyard. Linny plans to make a recliner when she has time. We'll transplant another big tree over here. You can rest in the shade of a tree during your free time. As a lord, he had a lot of free time. As usual, he spent the not-so-long desert night cuddling with his soft, tender little maid, Sally. The next morning, Linny woke up from a sweet dream. The Sand People have begun their new day's work. Most of them are cutting down trees. A small portion went to the Rocky Mountains to quarry stone. As the territory was upgraded to a town and its area expanded again, the outermost forest was getting closer and closer to the Rocky Mountains several kilometers away, with a distance of only about 1,000 meters. If nothing unexpected happens, with just 1 or 2 more upgrades, the Rocky Mountain will be enveloped by forests. It then became the exclusive mineral resource of the Linny territory. After eating the breakfast carefully prepared by the maid Sally, Linny took another look at her iron mine. The location of the iron ore was originally a sand dune, which was later swallowed up by vegetation, revealing some iron ore that looked like black crystals. After the territory was upgraded, the area of this highland became larger. The altitude has also increased significantly. It gradually gained momentum and began to grow into a mountain. Perhaps as the territory level continues to rise, it may one day truly become a mountain rich in fine iron ore. Because at this moment, there is more iron ore exposed. Moreover, there are many iron ore deposits underground. Although it has not yet reached the standards for mining, Linny knows it's only a matter of time. At that time, his territory will become even richer. Whether it's for crafting equipment or upgrading special buildings in your territory, you'll have plenty of refined iron. It was noon. A pale golden light suddenly descended and enveloped Linny. His rank has been promoted again. Just as the old butler, Horton, had thought, Linny was now leveling up 1 level every day. Her promotion speed was simply terrifying. He had just been promoted to the 9th rank. Linny caught up right behind her. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Linny will most likely become a king-level professional before him. Because the experience Lin Yi shared from the soldiers every day was far more than the experience he gained from hunting alone. This is the benefit of expanding the size of military units and legions. The number of military units has increased. You can hunt a greater number of monsters. As the leader, Lin Yi shared a much larger amount of experience. Shortly after Lin Yi's level was promoted to level 9, a caravan that had come from afar finally arrived near Stone Mountain. However, before the caravan encountered the sand people who were quarrying stones, they were surrounded by a group of fully armed royal knights. 15 royal knights, leading a large group of royal knights, surrounded the caravan in layers. Outside, hundreds of desert coyotes were howling. Bloodthirsty eyes stared intently at everyone in the caravan. Even the old mage known as Lord Simon couldn't help but shed tears at this sight. Although he was a king-level powerhouse, whose level was so high that he looked down on everyone else, as a mage, he was still doomed to die when surrounded by so many fully armed knights and magical beasts. To put it bluntly, a single charge by these knights could rout their entire caravan. His magic shield can only last for 5 seconds at most. What exactly happened? How come there are so many elite human knights in this area? What are they doing coming to this godforsaken Carol Desert? The old Master Simon was completely baffled. Standing beside him, the woman with long, dark red wavy hair also looked surprised and confused, unsure of the purpose of these knights appearing in this area. However, her main concern now is the safety of the caravan. She feared that these elite knights might lack martial ethics and wipe out her caravan with a single charge. At this moment, the old mage Simon, the strongest member of the caravan, stepped forward. "Gentlemen knights, we are a legitimate caravan from the city of Forest, on our way to Vastian City to trade with the Sand People nobles. We're passing through the Golden Oasis and plan to collect some water. Why are you knights stopping us? If our caravan has mistakenly entered the temporary restricted area, we can leave immediately." He was very humble and polite. "I don't want to get into a conflict with this elite knight legion of unknown origin." A royal knight of judgment stepped forward. He rode on the back of a level 6 desert coyote. This desert coyote is over 2 meters long. For the desert coyote family, this size is already considered quite large. However, when paired with the burly royal judgment knights, there still feels a sense of disharmony. The royal knight of judgment said in a somewhat cold voice, "The Golden Oasis is the territory of our lord. Any caravan that trespasses must be inspected." Upon hearing this, the old mage Simon's expression immediately changed. The woman beside him also had a grim expression. "What needs to be checked? Let alone legitimate caravans, even smugglers, there is no such thing as routine inspection after entering the Carol Desert. Most of this desert is a no-man's land." They had reason to suspect that the group of knights were trying to rob or extort money under the guise of an inspection. The woman couldn't help but say, "Our caravan is protected by the Merchants Guild of Forest City. You have no right to do so." Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds rang out. Without a word, the royal knights drew their great swords. The desert coyotes beneath them also let out a low, menacing growl. This scene immediately put the people in the caravan on high alert. The swordsmen, in particular, all wore expressions of terror. Wait. Master Simon was so frightened that he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. If war breaks out, his life might be in danger. Just then, a figure dressed in a magic robe walked over. It was none other than Lin Yi's old butler, Horden. He glanced at the mage Simon, who was sweating profusely. He then turned his gaze to the woman. "The Lord has ordered that they be taken to the Golden Oasis." "As you wish, my lord." The royal knights immediately made way for them. With a smile, the old butler, Horden, said, "Please come in, everyone." The woman and the monk Simon exchanged a glance. In the end, they could only helplessly bow their heads. If they obediently go to the Golden Oasis, they might still have a chance to escape unscathed. If they refuse, these knights will inevitably attack them directly. Chapter 28 Sophia. When passing through the Rocky Mountain, the caravan encountered a large number of sand people who were quarrying stone. The woman observed carefully for a moment, then whispered to the old mage Simon beside her. "These sand people are clearly working for that lord. Although they are not physically strong, they have a good spirit, which means they are not enslaved." The mage Simon nodded and said, "Young lady, you have observed things carefully. It seems that the Lord is not an evil person. This is good news for us." Soon, the group followed the royal knights into the dense forest area. A surging breath of life. It's hard to believe this is the Carol Desert. If it weren't for the sandstorm behind us, I would have thought we had returned to the forest of life." Hearing the young lady's exclamation, the old mage Simon looked as if he had seen a ghost, and said, "When I passed through the Golden Oasis last year, this forest did not exist. The entire Golden Oasis is only a few hundred meters in length and width. But now, they are probably several thousand meters high. It must have been an extremely powerful magician who modified the Golden Oasis. This level of power is at least equivalent to that of a saint." Upon hearing this, the woman gasped, "I'm so glad I didn't continue resisting, otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died." After passing through the woods, the view suddenly opened up. The Sapphire Lake is as beautiful as a mirror. A flat, green meadow. A row of robust date palm trees and giant saguaro trees. Extensive orchards of magic yuan fruit. This scene is truly a masterpiece. It gave everyone in the caravan a feeling of exhilaration. The woman's azure eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed in admiration, "Unbelievable! The legendary Golden Oasis is truly so beautiful. It wasn't like this before." Master Simon shook his head. When he last came to the Golden Oasis, it was just an ordinary oasis. The beautiful scenery before us must be the work of that mysterious lord. Looking at the Sapphire Lake, which had obviously expanded many times over, the mage Simon became even more convinced that the Lord was a great saint who possessed the power of a domain. Not long after, the woman and the sorcerer Simon were led directly into the town hall. The caravan's goods and a dozen or so swordsmen were placed in the training square. With royal knights guarding them, they dared not move an inch. In the ornately decorated town hall, Lin Yi sat on the highest chair, while the woman and the mage Simon stood in the middle of the hall, looking up at Lin Yi. Through the old butler, Hoden, they learned that Lin Yi was the lord of the Golden Oasis. This surprised them somewhat, because they discovered that Lin Yi was only a level 9 professional. He hasn't even reached the king level. However, they dared not underestimate them in the slightest. Although Lin Yi was not a saint, they believed that the saint must be standing behind Lin Yi. "My esteemed lord." The woman bowed to Lin Yi and introduced herself. "I am Sophia, the president of the Crystal Merchant Guild. It is my honor to meet you in this beautiful golden oasis. This is Master Simon, my steward from the Merchant Guild." As she spoke, she took off the hat she used to shield herself from the wind and sand. Her dark red, wavy hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Despite the light dust on her face, it couldn't hide the exquisite features of her face, especially her large, beautiful sapphire blue eyes, which were like a sapphire lake dotting a golden oasis. Unfortunately, she was wrapped up too tightly, so her figure underneath the dress was not visible. Of course, Lin Yi didn't pay attention to any of this. He had a smile on his face. Yesterday he was talking about making money by using the Fountain of Spirits, and today a caravan has actually arrived in his territory. It really feels like whatever I wish for comes true. I don't know if it was the newly built market that made the difference. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Miss Sophia, I heard you're from the City of Forests." "Yes, my lord," Sophia said. "The Forest City stands in the beautiful Forest of Life. It was built by the race of nature elves and is a bustling trading center where various forces gather. These various forces refer to the various human kingdoms, and even the Sand People Kingdom, the alien kingdoms, and so on. All of them have merchant guilds stationed in the Forest City. Sophia comes from one of the human kingdoms, the Free Alliance of Yais. The Free Alliance of Yais is located in the northeast of the Forest of Life, bordering the Kingdom of Stanlow, where the Tulip family resides. If we take the Forest of Life as the central point, to its north lies the extreme ice wasteland, to its northeast the Yais Free Alliance, to its southeast the Stanlow Kingdom, and to its west the vast Carol Desert. To the northwest, there is another area that borders the Beastman Plains. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He was very interested in this Forest City. It's a great place to get rich. Lin Yi looked at the tall and slender Sophia and said, "Your Crystal Merchant Guild doesn't seem to be very large." Upon hearing this, Sophia replied confidently, "My lord, we are about to travel to Vastian City to trade with the Sand People noblemen. As long as this trade route can be opened, I believe my merchant guild will soon grow stronger." Lin Yi asked, "What kind of goods are you trading?" Just as the mage Simon was about to speak, Sophia replied, "Gold and silverware, fruit wine, and fine fabrics are very popular among the nobles in the Sand People Kingdom. Once this batch of goods is sold out, we will bring back spices, oasis gems, gobi pearls, and other goods from the Sand People Kingdom to continue selling in the Forest City. As long as this trade can be completed smoothly, her crystal trading company is sure to make a fortune." The mage Simon, standing to the side, twitched at the corner of his mouth. The young lady has revealed all the secrets of their caravan. They were not afraid that the lord in front of them might have malicious intentions. Just then, he heard Lin Yi, who was sitting upright in the large chair, say, "You don't need to go to Vastian City. I plan to make a deal with you." Sophia immediately smiled. It's clear they were mentally prepared. Sure enough, the Lord's invitation to the Golden Oasis was not without reason. "What specifics are you referring to in this deal, my lord? If your excellency also takes a liking to the goods carried by our caravan, I can sell them to you at a low price." The Golden Oasis is not far from the forest city. She doesn't mind earning a little less. Lenny said, "I'm not interested in your goods, but I do have some things here that I'm about to sell." As he spoke, a bright red fruit appeared in his hand, and he tossed it to Sophia. Sophia reached out and caught it. "This is dragon fruit, a low-grade magic element fruit." As she spoke, she picked up a dragon fruit, took a bite, and after savoring it, said, "It tastes sweet and melts in your mouth." The magical components are also quite high, making it a top-quality product. This quality of dragon fruit can sell for 10 gold coins each in Forest City. With a little skill, the price could rise by another 30%. That's about 10 to 13 gold coins for one dragon fruit. Lin Yi has nearly 6,000 caddies of dragon fruit, more than 14,000 fruits, which can be sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. It can be exchanged for over 10,000 Lord's gold coins. This made Lin Yi very happy. This is just part of the deal. Lin Yi nodded to the old butler, Huodian, who was standing in the hall. The old butler understood his young master's meaning and took out a bottle containing a milky white liquid from his personal storage bag, handing it to Sophia. Sophia opened the bottle cap and smelled the opening with the tip of her nose. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her delicate face. "My lord, is this Elven spring water?" Chapter 29, a huge bucket of Elven spring water. "Good." Lenny nodded. Sophia immediately asked, "My lord, although this is low-purity Elven spring water, a bottle like this can still sell for thousands of gold coins in Forest City. How many do you have, my lord?" However, Lin Yi offered little explanation, instead beckoning a squad of royal knights to go to the nearby woods to cut down trees and make large wooden barrels. Much later, made from a large wooden barrel. When it was carried over by the royal knights, it was already filled with Elven spring water that exuded a rich aura of life. A rough estimate puts it at least in the thousands of bottles. "Oh my god, so much fairy spring water." Sophia and the old mage Simon were both stunned. This was the first time they had ever seen anyone use a wooden bucket several meters in diameter to hold the water from the fairy spring, which felt like a terrible waste. Sophia suppressed her shock and looked at Lenny. "Does your excellency intend to sell all of these barrels of Elven spring water to our Crystal Merchant Guild?" Lenny smiled and asked in return, "Can you afford it?" "This?" Sophia immediately looked embarrassed. She really couldn't afford it. The Crystal Merchant Guild's funds have already been used to purchase goods. Her pockets were emptier than her face. Even if her guild's funds were still available, she couldn't afford so much Elven spring water. She roughly estimated that this bucket of Elven spring water was worth at least several million gold coins. Sophia asked cautiously, "Then what does your lordship mean?" Lenny said, "If you help me take these Elven spring waters to Forest City to sell, I'll give you a 3% commission." "Isn't a 3% commission too much?" "Too low." Lenny looked at Sophia with a warm smile. For some reason, Sophia immediately abandoned the idea of bargaining and said, "This is a very considerable reward, my lord." "Good to know," Lenny said. "Since that's the case, then you can pretend." Sophia asked in a daze, "My lord, don't we need to sign a contract?" Lenny smiled faintly. "Is that thing useful?" Faced with sufficiently high incentives, even brothers might turn against each other, let alone contracts. Sophia also thought Lin Yi's words made sense. She immediately took out more than a dozen large barrels from her personal spatial equipment, all filled with high-quality fruit wine, which she planned to sell to the Sand People nobles in Vastian City. "My lord, my storage space is full. Would you like some of these fruit wines? On behalf of the Crystal Merchant Guild, I am gifting this territory to you free of charge." "You're quite the businessman." Lin Yi smiled, and then instructed the royal knights to deliver the batch of fruit wine to the territory's warehouse. That just so happens that his territory also lacks this kind of thing. As for Sophia, she carefully put the large wooden barrel filled with the Elven spring water into her spatial equipment. She had to be careful. This is a shipment worth millions of gold coins. If there is any loss, even selling her wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. Lin Yi then took out a full 10,000 dragon fruits and handed them to Sophia, saying, "After selling the dragon fruits and the elven spring water, use some of the gold coins to buy food, enough for 10,000 people to eat for a month." "Yes, my lord." Sophia nodded. In the forest city, food is the cheapest thing. That place is the forest of life, rich in resources, and has merchant guilds from various human kingdoms stationed there, making it very easy to purchase food. Even purchasing military supplies for 1,000,000 troops would not be a problem as long as there are gold coins. Lenny asked, "How long does it take you to make a round trip?" Sophia thought for a moment and said, "We set off from Forest City a week ago, which means it will take almost half a month to travel between Golden Oasis and Forest City. And then there's the sale and purchase of goods. We should be able to return to the Golden Oasis in about 3 weeks. This amount of time is already very short for a long-distance trade transaction." This time, her caravan set off for Vastian City in the Sand People Kingdom, and she was prepared to spend 2 months trekking through the desert. "It's taking too long," Lenny said to Sophia. "I'll give you half a month. You can leave the goods you're transporting in my territory and travel light." Upon hearing this, Sophia immediately looked at the old mage Simon beside her. Master Simon nodded. This indicates there is no problem. By traveling light, they can save a lot of time. When they return to the Golden Oasis, they can also purchase a large amount of space equipment in advance to store the food needed by the Narinyi, thus saving time. "If we hurry up, half a month is enough." Sophia then said to Lin Yi, "My lord, rest assured, we will definitely return to the Golden Oasis within half a month." "Very good." Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He could easily wait half a month. If all goes well, he will have millions of gold coins to his name. Even if you exchange it for Lord's gold coins, you'd still have hundreds of thousands of them. This amount of gold is enough to upgrade the territory's special buildings, including troop buildings, to a very high level. You shall set off immediately. I'll be waiting for your good news at the Golden Oasis. Sophia's eyelids twitched slightly. Is it really that rushed? She also planned to spend the night in this lord's territory. Take a nice bath. After replenishing the water supply, Sophia and the old mage Simon led the caravan on another journey. The cargo arrived fully loaded. When they left, they only took with them a dozen or so swordsmen who had accompanied them. All the goods remained in the Golden Oasis. This left the swordsmen in the caravan completely baffled. They had no idea what their master had discussed with the Lord, and assumed that the negotiations had not gone well, which was why all the goods had been detained. However, faced with the swordsman's doubts, neither Sophia nor the old wizard Simon offered an explanation. Because the relationship is too important. They were carrying millions of gold coins, so how could they dare to cause any trouble? After the group had left the Golden Oasis far behind, Sophia murmured with a sigh, "What an amazing encounter. That lord is really bold. Isn't he afraid we'll embezzle his things?" The old mage Simon shook his head and said, "The lord's tone and attitude made me feel that he didn't care about this little bit of cargo, which made me even more convinced that there was a great and powerful person standing behind him. If we embezzle his money, even if we escape for a while, we will probably have to live as fugitives in the future. Compared to the longer-term future, immediate gains are insignificant." Sophia agreed upon hearing this. A 3% commission may seem low, but the total value of the goods is high. Even with just a 3% commission, they could still earn tens of thousands of gold coins. And this is only their first collaboration. As long as their Chamber of Commerce handles this transaction well, there will be many more opportunities for cooperation in the future. The most crucial point is, they do not bear the risk of profit or loss in trade. All the goods come from the Golden Oasis. All they have to do is sell the goods, and they get a share of the profits, no matter how much they earn. Looking forward to the next meeting with the Lord. When the time comes, I absolutely have to stay at Golden Oasis for a few days. Master Simon. Chapter 30, A Gold Mountain. Golden Oasis. Near the fairy spring. The old butler, Horden, asked in bewilderment. Young master trusts the Crystal Merchant Guild so much? After all, it's a fairy spring worth millions of gold coins. In comparison, 10,000 dragon fruits, though not worth much, can still be sold for over 100,000 gold coins. Even at its peak, the Tulip family did not possess such financial resources. Such an astonishing fortune would likely tempt even a saint-level expert. However, his young master entrusted the matter to a merchant guild whose background was unknown, which made the old butler, Horden, worry that the people from the Crystal Merchant Guild would not return. Lenny said with a smile, "How can there be any talk of trust when we've just met? I don't trust anyone except my own people. Whether it's the Crystal Merchant Guild, or the Fire Crystal Merchant Guild, or the Blue Crystal Merchant Guild, I will choose to make such a transaction with them, which is also for the rapid development of the territory. If Miss Sophia is a smart person, I believe she will make the right choice. Besides, even if she cheated me out of my goods, our losses wouldn't be significant. We don't lack things like fairy spring water, which may seem precious. After saying that, he led the old butler, Horden, to the vicinity of the Fountain of Spirits. The old butler, Horden, looked up. Suddenly, they discovered that the nearly empty ancient well was now gushing forth a steady stream of elven spring water. They believed it wouldn't be long before the spring was full again. This spring of spirits is truly a treasure bestowed by the gods. The old butler, Horden, exclaimed in surprise. Such an ancient well, which could continuously produce spring water, was like a gold mine to them, and a gold mine that could never be exhausted. Indeed, there is such a gold mine. The little bit of stuff the Crystal Merchant Guild took away was nothing at all. I just hope that Miss Sophia is a smart person. If she is smart and chooses to cooperate with our territory in the long term, her Crystal Merchant Guild will surely grow rapidly and become a super merchant guild in Forest City. Lenny nodded. He then said, the transaction is over. The old steward should have someone sort out the goods that Sophia left behind and store them in the territory's warehouse. Those fabrics are still somewhat useful. We can find some skillful female sand people and have them sew clothes. In addition to fabrics, there were also a large quantity of gold and silver artifacts, fruit wine, and other supplies. These things now belong to him. Yes, young master, I will pass on your message immediately. The old butler, Horden, nodded. He then remarked with admiration, in just one morning, young master's level has advanced again. Perhaps it won't be long before you reach the king level. A king-level professional is considered a strong player even in the kingdom of Stanlow. At its peak, the Tulip family only had 5 king-level professionals, and your father, Earl Landorton, was only at the peak of the king level. I believe you will soon catch up. Lenny laughed and said, this is nothing. We want to make the Golden Oasis the richest and most powerful force on the Holy Continent. The future Golden Oasis will be so powerful that even demigods would have to bow their heads. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, immediately took a deep breath. A look of longing gradually appeared on his wrinkled old face. He trusted his young master. Because the young master is a gifted being from God. This also filled him with anticipation for the future of Golden Oasis. If that day ever comes, even the legendary demigods will have to bow their arrogant heads to the Golden Oasis. I imagine the old king of the kingdom of Stanlow will regret his foolish actions back then. It was evening. The territory's troops hunted all day and amassed nearly 2,000 gold coins. The total amount of various animal meats was over 13,000 units. There are also several magical beast materials such as animal hides, fangs, and unicorn horns. Although no blueprints were obtained, Lin Yi still managed to collect 5 gold coin bags, providing him with an additional income of approximately 1,000 gold coins. In just one day, Lin Yi's gold coin reserves exceeded 5,000. However, he did not use the gold coins, because after midnight, his super god-level lord talent, favored by all races, will refresh, which will grant him a new troop building. He planned to use these 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the level of new troop buildings. Now let's talk about the shaman. After a day of hard work, the sand people extracted a large amount of stone and timber. They piled up like 2 huge mountains right there in the training square. The total is nearly 100,000 units. To date, Lin Yi's territory has a total of over 85,300 units of timber and over 46,000 units of stone. With resources surging, the next step is naturally to upgrade the buildings within the territory. Lin Yi first upgraded the livestock farm to the advanced level, consuming 50,000 units of wood. The warehouse, which was originally a low-level facility, was upgraded to a high-level facility in one go, consuming a total of 33,000 units of wood and 11,000 units of stone. Storehouse. Level, advanced. Supplies that can be stored, 50 million units. Next level, large warehouse. Upgrade requirements, 300,000 units of timber, 100,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron. Livestock farm. Level, advanced. Building information, you can raise various livestock in the ranch, including riding pets and magical beasts. Architectural effects. Livestock fertility increases tenfold, growth cycles are shortened proportionally, and the probability of achieving bloodline evolution is further increased. Next level, large-scale livestock farms. Upgrade requirement, 500,000 units of lumber. Special reminder, upgrading the livestock farm increases the probability of livestock bloodline evolution. Once upgraded to the advanced level, these 2 territory buildings will no longer need to be upgraded for a short period of time. Because upgrading to either a large warehouse or a large livestock farm requires hundreds of thousands of units of resources, which puts a lot of pressure on the system, especially warehouses. Advanced warehouse, with a reserve of 50 million units. It will last me a long time. To be honest, Lin Yi really wanted to experience what it felt like to have her account wiped out, but that was obviously not easy. Without much thought, he immediately claimed the reward for Side Quest 2, which consisted of 500 gold coins and a bottle of animal growth potion. Animal growth promoting potion. Level low. Effect. Depending on the level of the target animal, growth time can be reduced by up to 1/3. Number of uses, 5. Special reminder, the effects of animal growth potion do not stack. Only one animal growth potion of the same level can be used in the same area. It's almost the same as a plant growth regulator. Each can be used 5 times. Lin Yi then went to the shore of Sapphire Lake and poured all the medicine from the bottle into it. The lake's surface immediately began to boil. Countless fish were leaping and frolicking. Whether it's the silvertail fish that Lin Yi raises or the native common fish in the lake, they are all growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially those native common fish species, their size increased several times over. Some of the larger fish species are almost 1.5 meters long. He was quite plump and strong. Lin Yi plans to hold a harvest festival at the right time to catch all the native fish in the lake and give the people of the territory an extra meal. Chapter 31 and an Angie. Next, Lin Yi went to the livestock farm. He had just poured all the animal growth potion from the bottle into Sapphire Lake, but it's full again now and can be used again. The ranch has nearly 800 desert coyotes and more than 600 moose. With the help of the animal growth potion, both moose and coyotes underwent amazing changes. The first thing is that his body size expands rapidly. Many young moose and coyotes quickly reach adulthood. Some of the female wolves and moose even had large bellies. She is obviously pregnant. Secondly, there's the level. Most adult desert coyotes have achieved a level breakthrough, advancing to around level 3, and there are even 7 level 5 elite coyotes. This speed is faster than hunting monsters. As for the moose, they didn't get any level upgrades. Because moose are ordinary animals, while coyotes are mythical beasts. Pregnant out of thin air, levels skyrocketed. That's really awesome. If we randomly get a unit or building like a monster in the future, maybe we can put it in the ranch for secondary training. The thought had barely formed in Lin Yi's mind when a notification from the Lord system appeared. Recruited troops cannot be raised through livestock farms. Only native magical beasts or animals of the Holy Continent can be raised. Lin Yi rolled her eyes. The fact that they replied so quickly clearly shows they didn't want him to exploit a bug. But it doesn't matter. We can just capture more native monsters in the future. Especially the Forest of Life next door, it's a paradise for monsters. You can find all kinds of monsters there. It is said that even giant dragons exist. He could find an opportunity to capture a group of purebred, high-potential magical beasts and train them intensively. Then, he could still possess a large-scale magical beast army. As for Warcraft's loyalty, there's no need to worry about it. Livestock farms can solve this problem very well. It's like those desert coyotes. Now, when they see him, they act like they're seeing their own father, and they're incredibly obedient. Back in the town hall, little maid Sally has prepared dinner. The addition of moose meat and fruit wine made for a very lavish meal. During the meal, Sally told Lin Yi with a happy expression that she had successfully condensed a magic vortex within her body, which meant that she had officially become a professional. This is good news for Lin Yi. Unfortunately, his royal knights have yet to drop any skill books. Let alone lightning and frost magic skill books. I've never gotten a single skill book of any class from dropping. Skill books are considered special items. The drop rate is countless times lower than that of Lord's gold coins. It's purely a matter of luck. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi communicated with the Lord system and asked, "Are there any other ways to obtain skill books?" He received a response very quickly. "Lord, you can construct a territory building, the class tower, where your subjects can learn and acquire skills relevant to their chosen class." Profession tower? Lin Yi added, "You talk the talk, but don't walk the walk. Give me a mission that rewards you with blueprints." This time, the Lord system remained silent for a long time. He replied to Lin Yi later. At the Lord's request, a special quest is now open, rewarding players with blueprints for the class tower. Mission requirements. Possess a population of 10,000, excluding recruited troops. Quest reward. 1 blueprint for a special territory building, the class tower. This works. Lenny looked surprised. He was mentally prepared to be rejected by the system. Unexpectedly, the system was so cooperative and actually started a task for him. Does it have 10,000 subjects? This task isn't particularly difficult, but it's not easy either. This would be easy in a populous human kingdom, but here is the sparsely populated Carol Desert. We can only have the Royal Knights expand their hunting grounds to see if they can find other Sand Tribe strongholds. Lin Yi had also inquired with the 3 Sand Tribe leaders. Is there any news about other Sand people? The response they received was a unanimous shake of the head. Since being ruled by the Black Wind Tribe, they have lost contact with other Sand People settlements. The only place they know of is Vastian City, which is the largest Sand People settlement within a radius of 200 kilometers. As for whether there are other Sand People strongholds around the area where the Golden Oasis is located, they said they were not sure. Therefore, Lin Yi could only place his hopes on the Royal Knights who were out hunting. Lin Yi said to the maid Sally, "Until you get the skill book, you should continue to stay at home and meditate. Drink more Elven spring water. That stuff can increase the magic power within you." "Yes, young master." Sally nodded obediently. She wasn't actually interested in going hunting. They don't even have a strong desire to improve their professional level. Her favorite thing to do was stay in the territory and take care of her young master's daily life. Late at night, Lin Yi was not sleepy at all. He waited for midnight to arrive. I pray that the refreshed God-tier lord talent will randomly give him an even more powerful unit. He didn't even think about God-tier units. He would be satisfied if he could get a Grand Order unit. The wait was rather long. The pretty little maid, Sally, seemed to have noticed her young master's restless heart, so she accompanied him for a walk along the shore of Sapphire Lake. Moonlight spilled onto the lake, creating ripples of golden light. Schools of silver-tailed fish swam freely in the lake, outlining streaks of silver light. The lakebed seemed to be scattered with many pearls, or perhaps gems, glittering under the moonlight. The night view of Golden Oasis is even more beautiful. Maid Sally suddenly asked, "Young master, do you remember Miss N?" Lenny said, "Of course I remember. Annie was a very kind, noble woman." Maid Sally chuckled. "Miss N really likes the young master. If it weren't for family matters, the young master would definitely be with Miss N by now." "That's hard to say," Lenny said with a smile. "I prefer Annie's older sister, Angie." At that party, Miss Angie's beautiful singing voice amazed all the nobles. Maid Sally retorted, "Young master must be attracted to Miss Angie's figure. Those exaggeratedly large breasts and mermaid-like curves are something every man would love." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately grinned and laughed. Angie and Annie are a pair of beautiful, generous, and well-educated twin sisters. It seems unlikely we'll see them anytime soon. The time has finally come. Just after midnight, Lin Yi's God-level Lord Talent entered a 1-week cool-down period again. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the Lord system appeared in his mind. "Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, favored by all races, has been refreshed. You have acquired 1 troop building, the Golden Griffin's Nest. Should we proceed with the construction?" Construction requirements. None. Chapter 32 New Unit, Royal Griffin Knights. Golden Griffin Nest. Level, Advanced. Building information. This is a building that can recruit Golden Griffins, a high-level aerial unit with formidable combat power that dominates the battlefield. Advanced troops. Lin Yi was somewhat disappointed. The grand servant he prayed for did not appear. The good news is that the Golden Griffin is an aerial combat unit. This is a huge advantage. In the Carol Desert, where yellow sand and gobi are everywhere, the Golden Griffin can make the most of this advantage. It is excellent for rapid marches, surprise attacks, or reconnaissance. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi built the Golden Griffin Nest. Place it next to the Royal Knight training ground. Soon, a bird's nest-shaped building with a diameter of tens of meters appeared in front of Lin Yi, and in the center of the bird's nest stood a very lifelike Golden Griffin statue. The eagle's head and wings. The lion's body and claws. It does look quite imposing. Golden Griffin Nest. Level 1. Recruitable unit, Golden Griffin. Recruitment limit. 5 Golden Griffins can be recruited per day. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Special reminder 1. Upgrading troop buildings allows you to recruit more troops. Special reminder 2. The Golden Griffin is a mount-type magical beast unit. Equipping it with a suitable knight can greatly enhance its combat power. Looking at the information about the Golden Griffin, A smile finally appeared on Lin Yi's face. Royal Knights plus Golden Griffin. Isn't that the perfect combination? The only problem is that the number of recruits is a bit small. A level 1 Golden Griffin nest can only recruit 5 Golden Griffins per day. When the Royal Knight training ground is at level 1, it can recruit 10 Royal Knights per day. It's gone by a full half. This means that the higher the level of the military unit, the fewer units are recruited. But the upgrade requirements are the same. There has been no situation where upgrade costs have doubled or increased dramatically. Lin Yi then prepared to upgrade the level of the Golden Griffin nest. He currently has over 5,000 territory coins in reserve, which is enough to upgrade the Golden Griffin nest to level 3 and then recruit more Golden Griffins. But just then, a series of message notifications suddenly appeared. 2 troop buildings with matching heights have been detected within the territory. Unit building fusion function enabled. Congratulations, Lord. You can choose to merge the Golden Griffin nest and the Royal Knight training grounds to obtain an even more powerful troop building. The new building after merging will be 1 level lower than the highest level troop building before the merging. For example, among the 2 troop buildings, the Royal Knight training ground is the highest level, at level 4. The new troop building after merging will be downgraded to level 3. To compensate for the losses caused by the integration, all troops already recruited by the Lord will be upgraded to the new troop type. Lord, would you like to choose to merge troop buildings? Whether military branches being integrated, there's actually such a good thing. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that 2 troop buildings are merged into one saves him a considerable amount of gold resources. Furthermore, the new unit after fusion can become even stronger. Integration is definitely necessary. But before that, I need to recruit the troops first. Lord System. In order to make up for his so-called losses, he said he would upgrade all recruited troops to the new troop type. He wasn't sure if he could continue recruiting after this recruitment and the troop buildings were integrated. But if possible. So the troops he's recruiting now are basically freebies. Whether it succeeds or not, you should at least give it a try. With that in mind, Lin Yi immediately recruited the new day's troops, 100 Royal Knights and 5 Golden Griffins. He then replied to the Lord System and selected the troop building fusion option. Soon, enveloped in a dazzling golden light, the 2 military buildings were quickly integrated. As you can see, the Golden Griffin nest he just built has disappeared. The Royal Knight training grounds have also been reduced in size, level decreased by 1. Nothing else has changed much. The only change is that a bird's nest-shaped building has appeared on one side of the training plaza. That is the vanished Golden Griffin nest. Royal Griffin Rider Training Grounds. Level 3. Recruitable Unit, Royal Griffin Riders. Recruitment Limit, 30 Royal Griffin Knights can be recruited per day. Upgrade Requirement, 5,000 gold coins. Special reminder, upgrading troop buildings will allow you to recruit more troops. Lin Yi decisively spent 5,000 gold coins to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training ground to level 4. After reaching level 4, the number of Royal Griffin Knights that can be recruited per day becomes 50. He chose to recruit again. However, a notification was received from the Lord System. Today's recruitment attempts have been used up, and no more troops can be recruited. Lin Yi was somewhat disappointed. But soon, he cheered up again. He had just recruited 100 Royal Knights and 5 Golden Griffins. Based on the recruitment capacity of the level 4 Royal Griffin Knight training ground, he essentially got 55 Royal Griffin Knights for free. Although I didn't complete the full course of prostitution, I did engage in some of it. He expressed his contentment. On the other side, the Lord System, which had not allowed Lin Yi to exploit the bug any further, also unleashed dazzling golden light, enveloping all the Royal Knights in the territory, as well as the 5 Golden Lions. Golden Griffins appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. Each one is enormous. Moreover, they were wearing heavy armor. Even its head, beak, and claws were covered in armor that shone with a metallic sheen. It looks extremely aggressive. At the same time, the Royal Knights riding on their backs became even more robust, and the great swords in their hands all transformed into knightly lances over 3 meters long. As the golden light faded, hundreds of Royal Griffin Knights suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's territory. Previously, he had more than 300 Royal Knights under his command. After the recruitment, just now, the number of Royal Knights has exceeded 400. The total number is approximately 450. Now, all of these Royal Knights, along with the 5 lone Golden Griffins, have been promoted to Royal Griffin Knights with even greater combat power. The overall war power has increased by at least tenfold. Chapter 33 Lin Yi. It won't be like that for long. A house near the town hall. A figure rushed out in a panic, clutching a magic wand tightly in his hand. It was none other than Lin Yi's old butler, Horden. He was meditating and practicing when he was suddenly awakened by a series of cries that came from within his territory. They assumed that their territory had been invaded by a large number of magical beasts. In a panic, he rushed out of the residential building. As soon as he stepped outside, Horden saw the imposing royal griffin knights, clad in scales and armor, and was so frightened that he almost threw a fireball at them. Luckily, he managed to hold back. Upon closer inspection, those riding on the backs of the golden griffins were none other than the royal knights of the territory. This made him gasp. Seeing his young master standing in the training square with his maid, he quickly went over and asked, "Young master, what's going on with these royal knights? Those magical beasts that look like griffins have become the royal knights' riding pets." Griffins also exist on the Holy Continent. However, the old butler, Horden, had spent his entire life with the Tulip family, so he had never seen the actual object. He had only ever seen a griffin in the Warcraft genealogy. Lin Yi said with a smile, "They don't just look like them. They are griffins, and even more powerful golden griffins." The golden griffin is an advanced version of the regular griffin. It's roughly equivalent to the relationship between royal judgment knights and royal knights. Compared to ordinary griffins, golden griffins are much larger, with an average adult length of about 6 meters, and their size continues to increase dramatically as their level rises. Secondly, there are the feathers and fur on its body. The feathers on the wings of a common griffin are black, while the mane of a lion is pale yellow. The golden griffin, on the other hand, has golden feathers on its wings and fur all over its body. It looks just like it's made of gold. It exudes nobility and class. In terms of combat effectiveness and growth potential, ordinary griffins and golden griffins are not even in the same league. By the gods, the old steward, Horden, said in a trembling voice, even in the capital of the kingdom of Stanlow, griffins are extremely rare magical beast mounts, let alone golden griffins. I've heard that only in the distant kingdom of Cleria does one have a fully fledged golden griffin legion, numbering over 5,000, and it's known as one of the most powerful legions on the Holy Continent. That won't be the case for long. Lin Yi said, "Once our troop buildings are upgraded, we can recruit even more royal griffin knights. 5,000, 50,000, even 500,000 wouldn't be a problem." He made a rough estimate. The Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground, as a high-level troop building after fusion, should be able to recruit 3,000 Royal Griffin Riders per day when upgraded to level 9. 3,000 a day, what does that mean? In just 2 days, his Royal Griffin Knight Legion was able to crush the so-called strongest legion on the Holy Continent, the Kingdom of Cleria. 10 days later, it will be 30,000. It can reach a scale of hundreds of thousands in just over 3 months. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the old butler, Horden, nearly fainted. That was a fainting spell of excitement and happiness. He couldn't imagine how terrifyingly powerful the Golden Oasis would become once it truly possessed 500,000 Royal Griffin Knights. Even if the dragon race were to come, they would probably have to obediently fold their dragon wings. They dared not act recklessly in the Golden Oasis. Meanwhile, at the Sand People's settlement in Sapphire Lake, more than 2,000 Sand People were kneeling on the ground with fanatical expressions, constantly praising their lord. They had witnessed firsthand the methods by which magical creatures were created out of thin air. This is a great divine power. Only a lord who is a messenger of the gods can do this. They worshipped and revered them. In the hearts of these Sand People, Lin Yi has almost become their god of faith, whose status is no less than that of Brewster, the true god who founded the Sand People Kingdom. Under Lin Yi's orders, hundreds of Royal Griffin riders gathered at the training plaza. One by one, the enormous golden griffins folded their wings, lay prostrate on the ground, and lowered their heads in the direction of Lin Yi. Standing beside them are their knights. The royal knights also knelt down and pledged their loyalty to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on the row of royal knights of judgment standing at the very front, numbering approximately 50 in total. He originally had only 15 royal knights of judgment. Following the recruitment just now, and the upgrade of other royal knights by the Lord system, more than 30 upgraded versions of royal judgment knights have emerged. These royal knights of judgment also rode golden griffins, but they were noticeably larger. Royal Judgment Griffin Knight. Rank, high-level unit. Initial level, level 9. Growth potential, exceptional peak. Traits, loyal, brave, fighting for glory. Still a high-level military unit. It has not reached the level of a certified unit. But both the initial level and the growth potential have been significantly improved. Another feature has been added, Fight for Glory. Lin Yi then opened the information templates of other Royal Griffin Knights and found that they had also added the Fight for Glory feature. The difference is that the initial level of a regular Royal Griffin Knight is level 7, and the growth potential is at the early stage of the extraordinary. Growth potential is a golden key that the Lord's system bestows upon troops, but it is also a shackle. It limits the development path of each unit. For example, Royal Griffin Knights can no longer gain experience by killing enemies after advancing to the initial stage of the extraordinary. To advance further, they must undergo bloodline evolution and become Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. Then you can continue to upgrade until you reach the pinnacle of the extraordinary before stopping. This is a shackle. To break free from constraints, evolution is necessary. As for the golden key, it means that before reaching the growth potential level, there will be no obstacles to the promotion of a unit. As long as the experience is full, it can be promoted directly, which is simple and straightforward. Native intelligent life forms are different. Their breakthroughs are influenced by various factors, especially their understanding of the realm of enlightenment. Each breakthrough in realm is extremely difficult. So-called geniuses often remain at low levels throughout their lives due to insufficient understanding of the realm and lack of cultivation experience. There are many such cases. It's like a local genius being diagnosed with the potential to become a demigod. As a result, it is quite normal that after reaching the saint rank or even the extraordinary level, one is unable to continue advancing due to various reasons. If it were Lin Yi's unit, it would be different. If one's potential reaches that of a demigod, then one can definitely be promoted to a demigod. This is why there are high-level, mid-level, and low-level troops, as well as distinctions between top-tier and god-tier troops. The higher the rank of a unit, the more powerful it is. Chapter 34 Fight for Glory. Characteristic: Fight for Glory. Effect: during combat, units have a chance to enter a state of self-sacrifice, increasing their combat power by at least 100%. The more intense the battle, the higher the probability. A pretty awesome feature. Lin Yi was very satisfied with this troop characteristic of the Royal Knights. Previously, the traits loyalty and courage did not provide any boost to combat power. The former is even more useless. Because of the Lord's system, all troop types are absolutely loyal to Lin Yi. Regardless of whether this trait exists, the Royal Knights are unwaveringly loyal to Lin Yi. The latter made the Royal Knights even more valiant on the battlefield. Even if the war is lost, the Royal Knights camp will not collapse. To be honest, this feature is not bad. However, compared to that, Fight for Glory is much more awesome. With at least a doubling of combat power, his Royal Knights could sweep aside enemies of the same level on the battlefield, and it wouldn't be impossible for them to even challenge higher-level enemies. After all, the Royal Knights were no longer fighting alone. Their mounts, the Golden Griffins, are theoretically more powerful than them in combat. Because the Golden Griffin is a high-level unit, while the Royal Knight is only a mid-level unit without the Golden Griffin's comparison. Only the advanced version of the Royal Judgment Knight reaches the level of a high-level unit. In a one-on-one situation, Royal Knights are no match for the Golden Griffin. Now that the two branches of the military are combined, they are naturally even stronger. Lin Yi said to the old butler, Hoden, standing beside her. With over 400 Royal Griffin Knights, plus nearly 50 level 9 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, wiping out the Lizardman tribe shouldn't be a problem. I plan to launch an attack on the Lizardman tribe tomorrow. The fighting over the next few days will take place in that sand forest. According to those sand people, there are a considerable number of magical beasts hidden in that sand forest, and they must be eliminated. The old butler, Horden, nodded. With aerial combat mounts like the Golden Griffin, the Royal Knights could easily traverse the vast desert and enter the sand forest area dozens of kilometers away. If it were a desert coyote, it would run itself ragged. This is evident from the above. The strategic value of the Golden Griffin has surpassed its unit tier. Even a Grand Order unit, if it had 2 legs, would never be able to outrun a Golden Griffin. Flying is the Golden Griffin's innate advantage. Lin Yi continued. After taking down the Lizardman tribe, we can send some Royal Griffin Knights to patrol the surrounding area and see if we can find any other Sand People strongholds. The old butler, Hoden, asked, Does the young master intend to recruit more Sand People to become his subjects? Lin Yi nodded and said, This is very important. Whether it's now or in the future. If we want to establish a kingdom in the Golden Oasis, How can we do it without hundreds of thousands of subjects under our command? The old steward, Hoden, said, establishing a kingdom in the Carol Desert would most likely lead to attacks from the Sand People Kingdom and other alien desert kingdoms. Something we'll have to go through sooner or later. Lin Yi said with a smile. Once the Golden Oasis has truly developed, even if those kingdoms remain silent, I will take the initiative to declare war on them. After all, the world is finite and resources are finite. The only way to become stronger and occupy more territory is through war. The old butler, Hoden, also agreed with this. With the rapid development of the Golden Oasis and the occurrence of various miracles, he became increasingly supportive of his young master's war development plan. He even hoped that his young master could sweep across the Carol Desert as soon as possible. Then, leading the army of the Golden Oasis, they stormed into the kingdom of Stanlow, kicked the incompetent old king off his throne, and settled scores with the nobles of the capital for the humiliation suffered by the Tulip family. Young master, I will also be going to the Lizardman tribe with the royal knights tomorrow. Good. Lin Yi did not refuse. He could see the old butler, Hoden's, eagerness to improve his strength. Perhaps it was because dozens of Royal Judgment Griffin Knights suddenly appeared in the territory, and these knights all reached level 9, instantly catching up with the old steward Hoden's level. This made the old butler, Hoden, anxious, putting aside whether their young master will recruit even more powerful troops in the future. At least for now, he's still useful. You can contribute to the Golden Oasis on the battlefield through your own efforts. It's not too late for him to step down and manage the daily affairs of the territory when he can no longer keep up with the pace of the war with the territory's legions. The night passed quickly. The Royal Griffin Knights set off early in the morning. Hundreds of massive golden griffins flapped their wings and soared into the sky, like a golden torrent flying towards the sand forest dozens of kilometers away. Each golden griffin is carried by a royal knight. Each of them carried a knight's lance that was over 3 meters long. With one shot, no matter what kind of lizard man, gnoll, or desert monster it is, it will be pierced through by the spear. Although the Holy Continent is a transcendent world, the knight profession is still extremely powerful. After breakfast, the Sand People began their new day's work. Their breakfast was far less lavish than the elaborate meals prepared by the maid Sally, but it was certainly enough to fill them up. This is already a great blessing for the people of Shaman who used to go hungry for 3 days after just one meal. Therefore, they work very hard. Today, approximately 2,000 Sand People are divided into 3 work groups. One group goes to quarry stone, one group cuts timber, and the other group goes to the salt lake to produce salt. Sun-drying salt was the new task Lin Yi assigned them. Salt is a daily consumable with a very large demand. In addition, due to factors such as scarce resources and relatively low social productivity in this world, the price of salt is quite high. It's basically an industry where you can make a fortune with minimal investment. Otherwise, human caravans wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to the Carol Desert to mine salt lakes. Lin Yi's Salt Lake mining project is also intended to make salt one of the economic industries of the Golden Oasis. The profit margin is definitely not as high as that of Fairy Spring Water, but you can still make some money. For Lin Yi, the more gold coins the better. In the woods, the Sand People were working enthusiastically. Everywhere you look, there are energetic shouts and calls. The jackal Agu also got involved. This cunning jackal is not good at physical work, but he is a master at boosting morale. The women of the resettlement area are also working hard, sewing clothes from wolf skins and cloth. The entire oasis was filled with laughter and joy, a scene of prosperity and vitality. Chapter 35 Lizard Man. Morning. Maid Sally meditates in a small room in the backyard. Next door is the fairy spring, which constantly exudes a rich life and natural magic. Practicing in such an environment can be said to be twice as effective with half the effort. Lin Yi was building his recliner in the yard. He had nothing else to do. No need to work, no need to meditate, and no need to go hunting. Create a comfortable recliner to while away the boring time when there's nothing to do with your phone. Not long after, Lin Yi suddenly felt a large amount of experience flowing into his body. Lin Yi immediately learned that his Royal Griffin Knights had launched an attack on the Lizard Man tribe. At the same time, in the heart of the Sarin region, dozens of kilometers away, a fierce battle is taking place near a nearly dried-up riverbed. The two sides in the battle were the Royal Griffin Knights under Lin Yi's command and the Lizardman tribe that occupied this area. In terms of sheer numbers, the Lizardman tribe held an overwhelming advantage. It was nearly 10 times the number of Royal Griffin Knights. In other words, The number of lizardmen participating in the war reached an astonishing 4,000 or more. Moreover, its level is not low. Although most of them are still at the low level, there are hundreds of lizardmen who have reached the level of mid-level elites, and there are also several high-level leader-level lizardmen. Such strength is already considered very powerful in this region. No wonder even the Black Wind tribe didn't dare to mess with the Lizardman tribe. If a direct confrontation were to occur, the Blackwind tribe's Knoll cavalry would be utterly annihilated by the Lizardmen, with even their coyotes becoming food for the Lizardmen. Of course, the Blackwind tribe is now history. The army currently at war with the Lizardman tribe is Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knights. The outcome was naturally different. Despite the fact that the number of Lizardmen is about 10 times that of the Royal Griffin Knights, they are no match for the Royal Griffin Knight Legion. A single dive by the Royal Griffin Knights could inflict heavy casualties on the Lizardman tribe. Even the Lizardman leaders, who were comparable to high-level professionals, could not withstand the great spears wielded by the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, which pierced through them one by one. The battle had been going on for less than half an hour when the riverbed was littered with the corpses of a large number of lizardmen. Lizardmen are a type of half-orc, close relatives of orcs. They have absolutely no human characteristics. At most, they have only evolved to be able to stand upright and walk on two legs like humans. When lying down or crawling, the lizard man is not much different from a lizard of the animal lineage and looks very similar to a Komodo dragon. The difference lies in they possess considerable intelligence. Moreover, they have mastered the ability to create and use tools. This also led them to be classified as orcs. Near the central riverbed, there are more than 30 stone and wooden houses of various sizes. These are the Lizardmen's tribe, but they are only used by the high-ranking members of the Lizardmen tribe. The vast majority of reptilians do not receive such treatment. During the day, they burrow into the silt of the riverbed, leaving only their heads sticking out. At night, they bury themselves under the yellow sand to avoid freezing to death in the extremely low nighttime temperatures of the desert. Compared to the gnolls, the lizardmen have a more primitive social structure. Kill all these invaders. Roar, roar, roar. On the battlefield, a very strong lizardman roared. Its level has reached the king level. They are extremely powerful. Even when faced with a combined attack from two Royal Knights of Judgment, they were not at a disadvantage. He was the chieftain of the Lizardman tribe, a newly promoted king-level professional. Half a month ago, the chieftain of the Lizardman tribe was not it, but another powerful level 9 Lizardman. Later, it was extremely fortunate to break through the bloodline shackles and advance to the king level, and immediately killed the old chieftain. The strong are respected, and the weak perish. This is a tradition of almost all orc tribes. It's like a power struggle between wild beasts. At this moment, while resisting the siege of two Royal Knights of Judgment, it commanded the lizardmen in the tribe to launch an even fiercer attack on the Royal Griffin Knights. Looking down from high altitude, it is clear that the Royal Knights have been completely surrounded by the lizardmen. In the nearby sand forest, lizardmen would occasionally emerge from all directions to join the battle. Almost every Royal Griffin Knight was besieged by multiple, or even a dozen, lizardmen, giving the impression that one's own fists could not fight against so many hands. But the truth is, the Royal Griffin Knights have already dominated the entire battlefield. The lizardmen's siege seemed terrifying, but it posed no threat to them. Every time the knights thrust out their spears, a lizardman would inevitably fall. As for the golden griffins they rode, they went on a killing spree. The golden griffin's sharp beak and claws can easily tear lizardmen on the battlefield to shreds. Even elite lizardmen cannot withstand it. The lizardman's body was covered with a thin layer of scales. This can enhance their own defense. However, they were unable to withstand the attack from the golden griffin. So far in the battle, the golden griffins have killed more lizardmen than the Royal Knights have killed. A muffled thud. A hurricane swept through. The lizardman chieftain was blown away by the wings of a giant griffin. Ultimately, it could not withstand the siege of two Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. After all, it's not 1 against 2, but 1 against 4. The two golden griffins that participated in the battle were even more ferocious than their knights, and their strength was terrifying. They could shatter a large blue stone with a single swipe of their claws. The lizardman chieftain could only contend with two Royal Knights of Judgment. However, with the addition of two golden griffins, it becomes difficult to resist. They were quickly defeated. Damn intruders. The lizardman chieftain roared. Master Charles will not let you go. No matter where you come from, as long as you remain in this area, Master Charles will find you, kill you, and avenge my tribe. Who is this Charles you're talking about? The old butler, Horden, walked over, holding a magic wand. Let me go. The lizard-man chieftain resembled an ugly, obese Komodo dragon, struggling incessantly on the ground. The fact that its body was pierced by two knights' lances at the same time caused it immense pain. It opened its large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and roared. Master Charles is the true ruler of this Saren. He is the uncrowned king of the underworld. His servants were everywhere in the area. He's already got his eye on you. The flames of revenge have been ignited. You will all die. Horden pressed for details about Charles's background, but the lizard-man chieftain refused to give a direct answer, continuing to roar, You will all die. This guy's gone mad. The old butler, Horden, didn't ask any more questions. As soon as he finished speaking, two large spears pierced the lizard-man chieftain's head. Chapter 36 The Bountiful Harvest. The army collapsed like a house of cards. This sentence vividly describes the lizard-man legion on the battlefield. With their tribal chief killed, the morale of the lizard-man army plummeted to zero, and all the lizard-men fled in panic. When they run away, they land on all fours. They look remarkably like frightened Komodo dragons. Its thick, long tail was still wagging frantically from side to side. This allows them to maintain their balance while running away at high speed. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the winged golden griffin. The golden griffins, soaring high in the sky, turned their sharp eyes to lock onto all the lizard-men in their field of vision, and then swooped down carrying the royal knights on their backs. Soon, one lizard-man after another was snatched into the sky by the golden griffin's sharp claws. Before he could even scream twice, he was torn to pieces and thrown down from the sky. The sky was filled with the corpses of lizard-men falling from the sky. The visuals are absolutely stunning. Upon witnessing this scene, the monsters in the nearby sand forest were so frightened that they turned tail and fled, fearing that if they were even a step too late, they would be targeted by the hunters high in the sky and become the next victims. Hundreds of Royal Griffin riders searched the Saline area within a 10-kilometer radius. They captured almost all the escaped lizardmen. After searching several times without finding any trace of the lizardmen, the Royal Griffin Knights gathered at the central riverbed they had conquered. The central riverbed is considered the most fertile area in this sand forest because it contains precious water resources. Despite the murky water and the accumulation of various animal and even monster remains, making it a veritable 10 billion mushroom pool, it still holds a deadly attraction for desert creatures. Moreover, a large number of desert fruit plants such as corn trees and date palms grow in this area. The lizardmen tribe used these things to lure prey and then eat them. The lizardmen, who occupied this central riverbed, lived a very leisurely life, so much so that the tribe's population swelled to several thousand. However, the lizardman tribe no longer exists. Its new owner is Lin Yi. The battlefield has been cleaned up. Looking at the lizardman corpses scattered all over the ground, the old butler, Horden, muttered to himself with a headache. What should we do with these lizardman corpses? Dissect them, or just burn them? With several thousand reptilians, a vast amount of lizard meat could be dissected. The problem is, normal people wouldn't eat this kind of thing. Ordinary lizards are fine. It tasted pretty good once it was cooked through. However, lizardmen are neither ordinary lizards nor magical beasts, but belong to the orc lineage. Eating lizardmen's flesh is already pushing the limits of human food security. At this moment, two burly royal knights of judgment walked over. Beside them, each was accompanied by a golden griffin that was nearly 8 meters long. It's a behemoth. One of the royal judgment knights said, Old mage, there's no need to go through the trouble of dissecting these lizard men. We can take them back intact and throw them into the ranch as food for the desert coyotes. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, immediately brightened up. This is a good idea. This not only avoided waste, but also solved the problem of feeding thousands of desert coyotes. Yesterday was a magical day. The livestock farm had a large number of female coyotes pregnant at the same time. Even more remarkably, in just one night, the female coyotes gave birth to hundreds of pups. This also brought the total number of desert coyotes in the territory to over 1,000. In addition, the number of domesticated moose has increased dramatically. Then take them all back. The old butler, Horden, nodded. He looked at the two royal knights with envy on his face. These two royal knights of judgment have been promoted to the rank of king. Their mount, the golden griffin, also reached the king level. This was the rich reward for killing the lizardman chieftain and a large number of lizardmen. He had cultivated for decades, but was only a level 9 mage. while the 2 royal knights he had just summoned had already advanced to the king level. Needless to say, he was filled with envy. The old steward, Hoden, said. The young master instructed that after the battle, a squad of Royal Griffin Knights be dispatched to patrol the nearby desert to see if they can find any Sand People strongholds. As you wish, my lord. 2 royal knights of judgment bowed respectfully. Soon, a dozen Royal Griffin riders rode their golden griffins and soared into the sky, flying in all directions from the Lizardman tribe as the center. The other Royal Griffin riders returned to the Golden Oasis with the Lizardmen's corpses. It took many trips to transport all the thousands of reptilian corpses. Golden Oasis. The backyard of the town hall. The old butler, Horden, was once again shocked as he watched his young master's magical aura surge. Lin, he said with a smile, "Don't be surprised, old man. It's not too late to be surprised when I reach the demigod realm, or even become an immortal god. I can't even imagine immortal gods." The old butler, Horden, said, "Young master has advanced to the king-level professional at such a young age. Even in the capital magic academy of the Stanlow Kingdom, he is a rare genius." "I'm not some kind of genius. I am the Lord." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "The stronger the territory troops under my command, the stronger I become." The old butler, Hoden, remarked with a sigh, "If the Earl and Countess knew, they would be very pleased." "Let's not talk about that for now." Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Now that the Lizardman tribe has been wiped out, let the Royal Griffin Knights continue to clear out that sand forest. If they encounter any aliens, capture them. I need to find out as soon as possible who this Charles, the Lizardman chieftain mentioned is." "Yes, young master." The old butler, Horden, nodded. He then left the backyard and set off again with the Royal Griffin Knights. Lin Yi then tallied up the gains from this war. More than 6,700 gold coins and various equipment. Gold coin bags, 15 in total, including 11 small bags of gold coins and 4 medium bags of gold coins. There are also 7 blueprints and 1 vocational skills book. All the blueprints are unit quantity blueprints. Each blueprint allows you to recruit a certain number of territory troops. As for the skill book, it was a small, unexpected surprise for Lin Yi. According to the old butler, Horden, the skill book was dropped by a king-level Lizardman chieftain. Does this mean that skill books can only be obtained by defeating enemies at the king level? Lin Yi inquired about this issue with the Lord system. The answer was that killing any enemy could potentially drop special items, including class skill books, but the drop rate would significantly increase once the enemy reached the king level. Professional skills book. Skill name, // Rank, king. Skill effect, wields a long sword to deliver 3 consecutive slashes to the enemy. The damage of each slash is 145%, 200%, and 350% of the base damage, respectively. Suitable classes, warrior, assassin, knight. Special reminder, Lord class players have no restrictions on learning. Chapter 37 Special Building, Dragon's Tomb. A very powerful skill. Especially the third slash, its damage reached 300% of the base damage value. It's insane. For ordinary professionals, acquiring this skill is perfectly acceptable as a trump card. Winning against a stronger opponent is not a problem. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yi learned the skill book. The Royal Knights of the territory all have their own unique knightly combat skills, which become more powerful as their level increases, so they don't need this job skill book. On the contrary, this lord can learn and use all kinds of skills, including warrior skills, knight skills, magic skills, priest skills, and so on. Although he preferred to be a magician, there's a saying, having more skills is never a bad thing. It's better to learn them than not to. What if it suddenly comes in handy someday? Then, Lin Yi looked at the 7 troop quantity blueprints. He did not use it immediately. He had learned from the Lord system that the number of territory troops recruited using the troop quantity blueprint was directly related to the level of the troop building. The higher the level of the troop building, the more territory troops you recruit using blueprints, the more units you can recruit. Therefore, Lin Yi plans to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training ground later and use all 7 troop quantity blueprints at once. Lin Yi took the 15 gold coin bags and decisively opened them all. The 11 small coin bags yielded a total of 1,876 coins, averaging about 170 coins per bag. The remaining 4 medium-sized coin bags yielded a total of 2,034 coins. On average, a medium-sized gold coin bag yields 500 gold coins. It's about 3 times the size of the small gold coin bag. That's great. That's equivalent to getting nearly 4,000 gold coins for free. Adding the gold coins dropped during the war, as well as the gold coins I had previously stockpiled, my current number of gold coins has directly exceeded 10,000. With gold reserves surging, the next step is naturally to upgrade territory buildings. Lin Yi immediately turned his attention to his unit building, the Royal Griffin Knight training ground. Although he now meets the requirements to upgrade the Lucky Altar, or Fountain of Spirits, upgrading troop buildings is the most cost-effective option. After all, the aura of the Lucky Altar won't refresh for a few more days. As for the Fountain of Spirits, there's not much point in upgrading it to intermediate level until Miss Sophia from the Crystal Merchant Guild returns to the Golden Oasis. The key is to upgrade the level of the unit buildings. Without hesitation, Lin Yi decisively spent 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the troop building, Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground, to level 5. Royal Griffin Rider Training Grounds. Level 5. Recruitable unit, Royal Griffin Riders. Recruitment limit. 100 Royal Griffin Knights can be recruited per day. Upgrade requirements. 30,000 gold coins. Special reminder. Upgrading troop buildings will allow you to recruit more troops. After successfully upgrading the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds, Lin Yi took out the 7-unit quantity blueprints and used them all. Congratulations, you have used 7-unit quantity blueprints. You have acquired a total of 534 Royal Griffin Knights. Congratulations. You triggered the Lord Talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline when recruiting Royal Griffin Knights. 74 of your Royal Griffin Knights have evolved into the higher-tier Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a dense swarm of Royal Griffin Knights appeared on the training plaza. Every Royal Griffin Knight is exceptionally brave and exudes a powerful fighting spirit. Leading the group were the 74 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, who were even more robust in stature and rode even larger golden griffins, each of them reaching level 9. With just one more step, they can reach the king level. We've made a fortune. Indeed, war can make a territory develop much faster. A total of over 500 Royal Griffin Knights would have taken 5 to 6 days to summon using only troop buildings. But now, he accomplished it with just 7 troop quantity blueprints. These unit quantity blueprints are all dropped on the battlefield. Therefore, in Lin Yi's view, war is a shortcut to getting rich. Lin Yi then ordered the hundreds of Royal Griffin Knights to travel to Saline, dozens of kilometers away, to join the Royal Griffin Knight Legion there. A military unit is defined as one with more than 1,000 soldiers of various types. I now have a total of 978 Royal Griffin Knights. If we're lucky, another blueprint will drop today, and the number of Royal Griffin Knights will exceed 1,000. Even if no blueprint drops, we can still recruit a batch at midnight and break the 1,000 mark. At that time, my Royal Griffin Knights can be officially renamed a legion. In addition, Special Mission 1 will also be completed simultaneously. Lin Yi now has 2 special missions. One reward is a Profession Skill Tower blueprint for having 10,000 citizens. The other is having a regular army of 1,000. The reward is that the Lord's current level increases by 1 level. The increase cap is the peak of the king level. He is currently at the initial stage of the king level. 1 level up is the intermediate king level. Once a professional reaches the king level, there are no longer levels from 1 to 9. There are only 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Once you break through to the peak, you can enter the next level. All that's left is this blueprint. Lin Yi flipped his right hand, and a random building blueprint appeared in his hand. This is the reward for completing the first side quest. Eliminate or conquer the Lizardmen tribe in the Saline region, and also includes a reward of 1,000 gold coins. You used a random building blueprint. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 blueprint for the special building, Dragon's Tomb. Special building blueprints, Tomb of the Dragon. Information: after use, your territory will have a dragon tomb. You can recruit undead dragon units, such as bone dragons and ghost dragons, by burying dragon corpses in the dragon tomb. Construction requirements: 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 stone units. Chapter 38. What a huge rat. Nice one. Lin Yi looked at the blueprints in her hand with a delighted expression. Although the Tomb of the Dragon is not a unit building, it can recruit units just like a unit building, but the price is the corpse of a dragon. In other words, he has a large number of dragon corpses in his possession. Then he could recruit a large, undead dragon army. Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon have everything you could want. Keep this drawing for now. We'll build it once we have the dragon's corpse. For Lin Yi right now, the construction requirement of 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone is still quite high. The 10,000 gold coins, in particular, are enough to give him a headache. Moreover, the corpse of a dragon is a rare and precious treasure. It's not easy to find. It's not too late to build this dragon's tomb once we actually find the dragon's corpse. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was afternoon. Thanks to the efforts of the Sand People, a huge amount of timber and stone were piled up in the training square. After thinking it over, Lin Yi built a large number of houses in the territory at the cost of consuming timber. The cost of building residential houses is not high. A basic dwelling requires only 100 units of timber. Soon, rows of neat houses appeared on the open space of the territory, totaling 600 houses. All of them were low-level houses, and each house could accommodate 5 resident units. 600 houses can accommodate a total of 3,000 people. After building these houses, Lin Yi summoned a sand tribe leader who was cutting down trees and asked him to arrange for people to dismantle all the tents in the resettlement area after the work was finished. These 600 houses were prepared by Lin Yi for the Sand People of his territory. As for his Royal Griffin Knights, they are not needed for the time being. The extremely low temperatures at night no longer affected them. After all, they are all high-level professionals. The lowest level is level 7. The knights' physical strength alone was enough to withstand the cold, and with the magic circulating within them and their mounts, the Golden Griffins, they didn't need to worry about being cold at night. Praise be to you, great lord. The leader of the Sand People knelt down before Lin Yi with immense excitement. The benevolent lord not only provided them with enough food to fill their stomachs, but also miraculously built them dwellings, for which he was moved to tears of gratitude. This is what you deserve. And let your people work hard too. Only those who are hardworking and diligent deserve better treatment. Lin Yi said to the leader of the Sand People. The Sand People's leader immediately assured Lin Yi that under his supervision, no Sand People would slack off at work, and all Sand People would take pride in contributing to the construction of the Golden Oasis. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then dismissed the Sand Chieftain. A leader, only level 4. The vast majority of the other Sand People are not even professionals. They are just ordinary people. Even if they are fanatically loyal to themselves, they are not suitable for being organized into an army to fight the enemy. Before making contact with the Sand People, Lin Yi had considered forming a legion specifically composed of Sand People, since there were quite a few Sand People in the Caryll Desert. But after actually meeting the Sand People, he immediately gave up the idea. War is not suitable for these Sand People. They are only suited to contribute to the basic infrastructure of the territory. He would be content as long as we work hard and provide him with the necessary basic resources. Southern Saline area. A legion of nearly 1,000 Royal Griffin Knights is currently conducting a clearing operation in the Saline region. Wherever it went, there was no living creature. Whether they are ordinary desert animals or magical beasts that have achieved bloodline evolution, they are all targets for the Royal Griffin Knights to wipe out. Ordinary animals can provide meat for their territory. In addition to their highly nutritious meat, Warcraft can also contribute experience to level up the Royal Griffin Knights. Naturally, everything seen is killed. This is not a brutal and inhumane massacre, but simply the law of survival in the Caryll Desert. Why is it that resources are scarce here? Just as the Royal Griffin Knights were wreaking havoc near a rocky mountain range stretching for thousands of meters in the western part of the Saline region, a figure was desperately fleeing. That figure was none other than a lizard man. It is also a lizard man tribe from the Sarin region. At the start of the war, it received a summons from its chieftain, but due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy, its tribe was wiped out before it could even enter the battlefield. It was so frightened that it quickly buried itself in the yellow sand and dared not move. That's how they managed to escape the pursuit of the Royal Griffin Knights. Upon realizing that the Royal Griffin Knights had withdrawn, it immediately emerged from the sand and fled towards the Rocky Mountain range without hesitation. Before long, it arrived at the mouth of a canyon. Several dark gray figures could be vaguely seen hiding in the canyon. The lizard men were overjoyed and roared, "Take me to see your king." Upon hearing this, the several dark gray figures also ran over. It was an enormous rat. Each individual is over 1 meter long. With its tail included, it's almost 2 meters long. If Linny were here, she might exclaim, "What a huge rat." What happened? Several large black rats stood upright like humans, surrounding the lizard man in the middle. They were all dressed in leather armor, with quivers on their backs and bows and arrows in their hands. The lizard man hurriedly said, "An incredibly powerful and evil enemy has invaded the Sarin. My tribe has been overrun, and all my people have perished. I am the only one who managed to escape." Upon hearing this, several large black rats were also startled. He immediately led the lizardmen and ran towards the depths of the canyon. A moment later, they squeezed into a narrow rock crevice, passed through a winding passage, and finally arrived at their destination. That was clearly an extremely vast underground world. Inside, there are numerous wooden buildings, and the surrounding cave walls are covered with countless holes of all sizes, with several rats of various sizes hiding in almost every hole. Some were fast asleep, while others were starting a fire and cooking. A rough estimate suggests that this underground world contains at least hundreds of thousands of large rats. This is the Ratman Kingdom. Desert ratmen, also known as cave ratmen. Like the lizardmen, they belong to the orc lineage. There are also ratmen in the Orcish plains, but they look completely different from the desert ratmen. They have human bodies and rat heads and belong to the true orc race, a highly intelligent species. The desert ratmen look almost exactly like rats. The difference is, they possess higher intelligence. They not only possess the ability to speak human language, but also establish their own social civilization system. Chapter 39. Don't worry, the golden griffin can't burrow. The lizardmen, escorted by several ratmen, quickly arrived near a huge cave. After a briefing, the lizardmen were granted permission to enter the cave. The cave is over 30 meters in diameter and nearly 100 meters deep, making it a very large space. Burning torches were stuck around the cave walls. It is also inlaid with a large number of light-emitting crystals. The cave was brightly lit. Upon entering the cave, the lizardman quickly knelt on the ground, flanked by two squads of fully armed ratman warriors, all elites of the Ratman Kingdom. At the deepest part of the cave, there is a large blue stone chair with a diameter of several meters. A very large ratman sat upright in the chair. It looks to be at least 3 meters tall. It's an epic-level giant rat. Its body was bloated and fat, and it was clear at a glance that it was living a very comfortable life. The ratman wore a crown on his head that looked like it was made of gold, inlaid with dozens of gems of various sizes and colors, which was very exquisite. It was covered with a golden monster pelt. He was also holding a scepter in his hand. This demeanor also demonstrates its status and identity in the Ratman Kingdom. It is none other than His Majesty the Rat King, the ruler of the Ratman Kingdom. The lizardman said with utmost respect, "Your Majesty Aubrey, it is my honor to meet you." Rat King Aubrey squinted his narrow, rat-like eyes, looking down at the lizardmen kneeling in the royal palace, and said in a shrill voice, "I heard that your tribe was invaded, and that your powerful chieftain also died on the battlefield?" "Yes, Your Majesty Aubrey." The lizardmen recounted the battle that took place in the central riverbed in detail, leaving nothing out. Finally, he added, they were a group of extremely evil invaders. They slaughtered all the people of my tribe. Those guys were all dressed in silver white knight armor, and all of them were equipped with magic. I believe they would be elite, even in a distant human kingdom. Their mounts are also incredibly powerful. I have never seen such fantastical creatures before. They have the heads and wings of eagles, but their bodies are as majestic as those of lions. They look like a combination of an eagle and a lion. They flap their wings, bringing hurricanes down from the sky, snatching my people up one by one, and then tearing them to pieces. In an instant, blood and death enveloped the entire central riverbed. Even the bloodthirsty monsters were so frightened that they fled into the distance. I implore Your Majesty Aubrey to dispatch the kingdom's army to annihilate these brutal hunters and avenge my tribe and my people. After listening to the lizardman's story, the Rat King Aubrey's bloated and obese body also trembled. Those winged creatures are not easy to deal with. After all, they are rat people, and they are most afraid of this kind of creature. After a moment of silence, it asked, "Do you know the origins of those invaders?" The lizardman shook his head and said, "I've never seen them in this area before. They must have appeared recently. I secretly observed the direction they left in. It was to the northeast." Northeast? Golden Oasis? Rat King Aubrey had a breakthrough. The lizardman immediately flattered him, saying, "You are an incredibly wise and powerful ruler. The hunter's stronghold must be near the Golden Oasis, and they may even have occupied the Golden Oasis itself. Given their cruel and tyrannical methods, they certainly won't take the peace treaty seriously." "I understand." Rat King Aubrey nodded and said, "You go and rest first. After I discuss with my ministers, we will decide whether to send a large army to annihilate those invaders." "Do we still need to discuss this?" The lizardmen desperately wanted the Ratman Kingdom to send troops immediately. Wipe out all the invaders who destroyed its tribe. Just as it was about to say something more, Several elite Ratman warriors suddenly appeared in front of it, staring at it with hostile expressions. It dared not say another word and quickly withdrew from the main hall. After the lizardmen left, Rat King Aubrey tapped the armrest of the throne lightly with his scepter. A moment later, a figure dressed in a black robe emerged from the shadows on one side of the cave. Judging from his figure, he appears to be human. Rat King Aubrey asked, "What does your excellency think of those suddenly appearing invaders?" The figure in black robe said, "We don't have enough information yet to figure out their purpose. They might just be passing by, or they might be here for Lord Charles." Rat King Aubrey said angrily, "If they are plotting against Master Charles, then even if I have to mobilize the entire kingdom, I will kill them all. Your Majesty would be wise to be cautious." The figure in black robes said, "Based on the description given by the lizard man, I can confirm that the riders of those human knights are the legendary griffins, and golden griffins at that." Golden griffin? Rat King Aubrey's fat face twitched violently. It had never seen a golden griffin in person, but it had heard legends about it. It was a powerful and terrifying fantasy creature, dominating the skies over the battlefield. Their claws are sharp enough to tear apart boulders, and their beaks can easily pierce the scales of magical beasts. They soar high in the sky, a sharp eagle eye can lock onto any prey within a radius of tens of kilometers. Once they've set their sights on their prey, there's no chance of escape. Good. The figure in black robes said, "Such powerful magical beasts are rare even in human kingdoms." Now, hundreds of golden griffin riders have suddenly appeared. The power behind them must be extremely formidable. Provoking them rashly could very well bring about the destruction of your kingdom. "Your Excellency, what should we do?" Rat King Aubrey quickly inquired. The mere mention of the golden griffin's name instilled fear in it. The laws of nature have made these rat men food for the rulers of the sky, and they have no intention of becoming extra food for those golden griffins that appear out of nowhere. Just ignore it. The figure in black robes remained calm and said indifferently, "Although the golden griffins rule the sky, you are rats, hiding deep underground. As long as you don't go out, those golden griffins can't do anything to you." Rat King Aubrey immediately thought it made a lot of sense. Even if the golden griffin is powerful, it can't just burrow into the ground to hunt them, can it? Drilling and burrowing are not the specialty of the golden griffin. At this moment, Rat King Aubrey showed a hint of displeasure on his face and said, "Your Excellency, please do not use the lowly term rat to refer to my rat people. We are rat people, a race of half-orcs who have entered the civilized era, not rats." "Whatever you say goes." The figure in black robes shrugged. In his eyes, the desert rat man and the rat are the same species. Only the rat men, of the orc lineage, can be considered a civilized and intelligent race. Chapter 40 News from the Sand People Tribe. Ignore those intruders. The figure in black robes said, "Perhaps they will withdraw on their own soon." "My lord, what if they stay and never leave, and even take over that sand forest?" Rat King Aubrey was very worried about this problem. The Saline region is also a hunting ground for the Skaven kingdom. Once occupied by outsiders, they are essentially losing a food supply chain. Food is scarce in the desert, and without the sand forest, countless rats in its rat kingdom will starve to death. Then you'll have no choice but to fight to the death. The figure in black robes said, "Gather all your kingdom's warriors, storm the golden oasis, and destroy the invaders' stronghold. Even if you cannot annihilate them, do everything in your power to drive them out of this area. Whatever you do, as long as it doesn't interfere with Lord Charles's healing. In addition, there must be an adequate supply of food. Otherwise, Lord Charles will have no choice but to use you as food." "I understand." Rat King Aubrey looked terrified. "Rest assured, Your Excellency, our rat kingdom will do everything in our power to help Master Charles recover from his injuries as soon as possible." The figure in black robes nodded slightly. They then retreated back into the shadows. Rat King Aubrey summoned the kingdom's ministers and issued an order. "A terrible hunter has invaded the sand forest region. No more hunting expeditions are to be sent into the forest in the near future. Send more scout ratmen to gather intelligence on the invaders." "Yes, Your Majesty." No ministers objected to the Rat King Aubrey's orders. They also received news that the Lizardman tribe had been captured. Soon, a large number of scout ratmen poured out of this underground kingdom and dispersed to various areas of the sand forest through the extensive network of burrows. The ratmen are also experts at gathering intelligence. They travel through underground tunnels, making them extremely difficult to spot or capture. Soon after, a large amount of information was reported. There are two main points. First, The invaders are frantically hunting down monsters in the Saline region. Secondly, the number of intruders was not several hundred, but nearly 1,000. Nearly 1,000 golden griffin riders? Rat King Aubrey was instantly unsettled and dared not make any rash moves. If it were to send the kingdom's Ratman army to annihilate this legion of golden griffin knights, the only result would likely be that the golden griffins would fill their bellies. Lock that lizard man up for me, and don't let him spread his so-called revenge plan outside. For the sake of our past relationship, give him some food. Yes, your majesty. It's another month of star-studded nights. The royal griffin riders who had gone out hunting gradually returned to the golden oasis. In one afternoon, they hunted thousands of magical beasts in the Saline region, as well as many more ordinary animals, adding a massive amount of meat reserves to their territory. In addition, the materials from the dissected monsters were countless. Lenny stored all of these things away. We'll see later whether to sell the raw materials directly or craft them into equipment before selling them. Crafting them into equipment will definitely be more profitable, but that requires a blacksmith and a blacksmith shop. Young master. The old butler, Horden, handed Lenny a pile of gold coins and several gold coin bags, saying, "This is our hunting haul this afternoon. There are more than 3,500 gold coins in total, and 7 small coin bags and 1 medium coin bag. These coin bags contained a total of over 1,700 gold coins. In total, approximately 5,300 gold coins were collected. While this harvest couldn't compare to conquering the Lizardmen tribe, it was still a great success compared to previous ones, which was directly related to the expansion of the Royal Griffin Knights. Well done. Let's hunt again tomorrow, and our territory can be upgraded again," Lin Yi said with a smile. The old butler, Horden, nodded, indicating that he would definitely continue to work hard tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Yi said again, "There's still some time before midnight. Let the Royal Griffin Knights go out and try their best. I feel like my level is about to break through." The old butler, Horden, exclaimed in astonishment, "Advance to the mid-level of the king rank?" "Good." Lin Yi nodded slightly. "If he can break through to the mid-level king rank before midnight, then after receiving the reward for Special Mission 1, he can take another step forward and reach the high-level king rank. Getting something for free is a whole new level. You can't resist a free lunch." Without hesitation, the old butler, Horden, immediately relayed Lin Yi's orders. Soon, nearly 1,000 royal griffin riders from the territory set off again. The number of magical beasts roaming the desert at night is less than during the day, but there are still some magical beasts that are active only at night, such as the Desert Grey Wolf clan. As long as he can hunt down a pack of grey wolves, he can successfully break through to the next level. Another hour has passed. Royal Griffin Knights gradually returned to their territory. There were more than a dozen of them. They were the knights sent out today to search for this Sand People's stronghold. Most of them returned empty-handed. But a Royal Griffin Knight also brought good news for Lin Yi. A total of 4 Sand People strongholds were found by the Royal Griffin Knights. The smallest Sand People stronghold had only a few hundred people, while the largest had more than 4,000 Sand People. This is a medium-sized sand tribe. It is about 150 kilometers away from the Golden Oasis. Their strength is also quite good. They not only had a well-organized armed force, but also built fortresses, arrow towers, and walls. The old steward, Horden, said, 150 kilometers seems a bit far. With the strength of our territory, it would be easy to conquer this medium-sized sand tribe, but bringing those sand people to the Golden Oasis is a problem. After all, the sand people can't fly, unless the Golden Griffin Legion is specifically dispatched to transport it. Lin Yi looked relaxed and said with a smile, "With the size of the Golden Griffin, transporting 5 or 6 sand people at a time is a piece of cake. 2 or 3 round trips, not to mention the sand people, all the supplies there can be transported to the Golden Oasis." The old butler, Horden, asked, "Does the young master mean to launch an attack on this sand tribe tomorrow?" "I definitely have to go," Lin Yi said. "However, remember to be courteous first and then use force. Don't use war as the main means of conquest. It would be best if those sand people were willing to surrender obediently. Killing ordinary people does not grant experience rewards. Killing them would be pointless. For every sandman who dies, he loses a laborer. No matter how you calculate it, it's a loss." The old steward, Horden, said, "Young master, I understand. Tomorrow morning I will lead the Royal Griffin Knights to the Sand People tribe. After that, we will deal with the other Sand People strongholds." Lin Yi nodded. He hopes that the number of his subjects can exceed 10,000 as soon as possible. That way, he can build the profession skill tower. At that time, whether it's Sally, himself, or the troops and professionals in the territory, they can all enter the profession tower to learn relevant professional skills. When the territory truly grows stronger and the number of its inhabitants increases dramatically, the role of the profession skill tower becomes even more prominent. Chapter 41: The Golden Griffin That Descended from the Sky. Good news. Thanks to the efforts of the Royal Griffin Knights, Lin Yi's level has been successfully promoted to the mid-level of King. Once it was past midnight, he recruited 100 Royal Griffin Knights from the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds. With this, the number of Royal Griffin Knights exceeded 1,000. This can be considered as a transformation from a corps to a legion. Lin Yi also completed Special Mission 1. Received a reward from the Lord system. Current level increased by 1. After receiving the mission rewards, Lin Yi's level broke through again. He was promoted to the high-level king rank in one leap. Such a terrifying speed of promotion left the old butler, Horden, completely dumbfounded. Normally, the higher a professional's level, the more difficult it is to advance. This is true even for Lin Yi's class. Breakthroughs require more experience. As for our young master, he only broke through to level 9 this morning and was promoted to a king-level professional. Before a day had even passed, he had already climbed all the way to the high-level king rank. That's incredibly fast. The old butler, Horden, sighed. With just 2 more steps forward, young master will become a transcendent professional. Throughout the entire Holy Continent, transcendent professionals can be considered powerful figures. There's a saying in the world of professionals: below the extraordinary, all are mortals. This shows just how amazing it is to advance to the extraordinary level. Of course, this doesn't mean that one becomes a god immediately after advancing to the transcendent realm. Even transcendent powerhouses are still far from being true immortal gods. That's why such sayings have circulated. It's because extraordinary professionals have a special ability, which is flight. Without relying on magical skills, extraordinary professionals can soar through the sky using only the magic power within their bodies, something that professionals below the extraordinary level cannot do. Therefore, extraordinary individuals are also defined as above mortals. The so-called extraordinary means transcending the mundane. Lin Yi said with a smile. The old steward is not far from being promoted to the king level. With his own growth potential, it will be easy for him to step into the extraordinary realm in the future. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, immediately became happy. After a full day of hunting, he had a great haul. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to advance to the king level tomorrow. As for the extraordinary level, he never dared to even think about it before. But since the young master said so, he believed that he would definitely become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Once he reaches the extraordinary level, his lifespan can be extended by at least 200 years. This amount of time is enough for him to witness his young master marry and have children, thus expanding the Tulip family line. Young master, it's getting late. You should go and get some rest. Lin Yi nodded. Then, he led the increasingly beautiful little maid, Sally, into the backyard of the town hall. The next day, the Royal Griffin Knights set off early for the Sand People tribe, more than 100 kilometers away. Thousands of massive golden griffins flew hundreds of meters in the air, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring spectacle, if not completely darkening the sky. The Royal Griffin Legion arrived at its destination in less than an hour's flight. The old butler, Horden, stood on the back of a golden griffin, looking down below. Amidst the endless yellow sands, a fairly large camp was situated, filled with numerous wooden buildings and tents, surrounded by a wall made of piled stones. In addition, there are many defensive structures such as arrow towers and small fortresses. Most importantly, several hundred meters north of the camp, there was a fairly large oasis. Although it is far from being comparable to the current golden oasis, it still has a fairly abundant water source, enough to supply the thousands of sand people living in the camp. There is a convention in the Carol Desert. Any power, any intelligent race. Oasis must not be occupied. The resources of the oasis are shared by the creatures of the desert. Any force or race has the right to stop the occupation of oasis resources, including but not limited to declaring war on the force occupying the oasis. This is the Peace Pact. Lin Yi's act of building his territory directly on the Golden Oasis is essentially tantamount to declaring war on the local superpower that formulated the Peace Pact. Compared to Lin Yi, the Sand People in this area are much smarter. They built their camp near the oasis, which meant they neither occupied the oasis nor did they have access to almost all of its resources. This can be seen as a case of when there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. Right now, alarms blared throughout the camp. The sand people, like ants, scurried around the camp. Many sand people also gathered at the call of the camp's higher-ups. The arrow towers and fortresses surrounding the camp were all ready for battle. Even before the Royal Griffin Knights approached the camp, some sand people on lookout had already spotted them. Now, the mighty Royal Griffin Knights are circling directly above the camp, causing panic among the thousands of sand people inside. Although they have organized armed forces and defensive structures such as arrow towers and fortresses, however, it only managed to defend against invasions from ordinary magical beasts and low-level evil races in the desert. This was the first time they had ever faced enemies flying in the sky, and their numbers were terrifying. The scariest thing is, the enemy was armed to the teeth. Even their mounts were covered in magical equipment that shone with a metallic luster, making it clear that they were incredibly powerful. Once the enemy attacks, the thousands of sand people in the camp could very well be slaughtered. And there's no way to escape even if you want to. After all, how can two legs on the ground outrun wings in the sky? My lord, what should we do now? Don't panic. Let's see what they're up to first. If it's just about looting supplies, then give them all our food reserves. What if they want to destroy our camp? Then we have no choice but to fight with our lives. The camp leader made a plan in a short time. At that very moment, several enormous golden griffins swooped down from the sky. Upon seeing this, the camp leader immediately shouted, "Listen up, everyone. No one is allowed to launch an attack without my order." A moment later, several golden griffins successfully landed. However, instead of entering the camp, they landed on the camp's perimeter wall. Their enormous size and the terrifying force of their fall crushed a section of the wall. The camp's perimeter wall is only about 4 meters high. The golden griffins, however, are nearly 8 meters tall, twice the height of the wall. When they stand on the wall even seems too short. This stark visual contrast intensified the despair of the sand people in the camp. Chapter 42. What if what he said is true? They're all king-level magical beast knights. The camp leader gasped, his heart filled with terror. He wasn't very knowledgeable and couldn't identify the species of the magical beast that resembled both an eagle and a lion, but that didn't matter. The king-level rank was enough for him to look up to. As the leader of the camp, he also holds the highest rank. It has reached level 8. They belong to the level of high-level professionals. However, when facing a powerful king-level magical beast knight, he was utterly weak and vulnerable. He has reason to believe these few king-level magical beast knights alone were enough to sweep through his entire camp. The camp's armed forces, including the heavy crossbows in the fortress, might not even be able to break through the defenses of these king-level magical beast knights. That heavy magical armor was so dazzling that it filled him with despair. The entire camp was in chaos. Many sand people are fleeing. Some of the sand people were so frightened that they knelt down on the ground. In fear, I prayed again and again for the protection of the true God, Brewster. Just then, a figure holding a magic staff dismounted from the back of a golden griffin and stood on the wall, looking at the camp leader and others who were gradually gathering. The camp leader immediately said in an extremely respectful tone, "Your Excellency the Mage and esteemed knights, I am Eric, the leader of this camp. I wonder what brings you gentlemen here so suddenly." To Eric's surprise, the old magician was very kind. With a smile, he said to him, "My lord did not want to see you sand people living in hardship and uncertainty, so he built you a new home. The location is a golden oasis just over 100 kilometers away. That place has been transformed into a paradise by my lord with divine power. We have come here to take you there to settle down." Upon hearing this, the leader, Eric, and the group of sand people professionals behind him immediately changed their expressions. Instead of surprise, his expression showed extreme fear. They had good reason to believe that the old mage and those powerful magical beast knights had come to capture them and enslave them. Such things have happened before. For many years, forces from human kingdoms have been entering the Carol Desert to exploit resources, such as mining gobi pearls and exploiting salt lakes. What do you do when you don't have enough manpower? They typically hire deserters at low wages. The ruthless ones simply captured the sand people and used them as slave laborers. Not only were they not paid, but they also couldn't even get enough to eat. Basically, none of the sand people who were captured and enslaved survived. What paradise? That's a hotbed of warcraft. Chief Eric said in a trembling voice, "Your Excellency, the mage, we are doing very well here and do not need a new home. We also thank the Lord for his kindness. I know what you're worried about, but it's unnecessary. The old steward, Hoden, said, "My lord is a great God-giver, kind and benevolent. In order to create a peaceful living environment for you, we not only wiped out large groups of monsters in the vicinity, but also exterminated the evil Knoll tribe and Lizardman tribe. Thousands of your compatriots have already settled in the Golden Oasis. My lord provided them with enough food to fill their stomachs, and also built them shelters that could protect them from the heat and cold. With the glory of the goddess of magic as witness. You can believe what I say?" Upon hearing this, leader Eric also fell silent. They make it sound so convincing. Could it really be true? After careful consideration, he still couldn't believe that such a good thing would happen to them, the Sand People. Eric asked, "What does that great lord need us to do?" The old steward, Horden, said, "All you need to do is become subjects under my lord and mine various resources for the development and construction of the Golden Oasis." Eric shook his head and said, "No important figure from the outside world has ever been willing to accept us Sand People. They have always regarded us as sinners and called us the descendants of criminals." The old steward, Hoden, said with a smile, "My lord is different from those people. He has a great fondness for you Sand People." After another long silence, leader Eric gave a wry smile and said, "Your Excellency, do we have any other options? My lord has instructed that war and slaughter should not be the primary means of conquest." The old steward, Horden, said, waving to the royal griffin knights high in the sky. Suddenly, countless golden griffins descended from the sky. Each golden griffin was enormous, creating gusts of wind as they landed. They exuded a terrifying aura that could send shivers down the spines of the Sand People. They stood scattered on the walls surrounding the camp. They resembled giant beasts. The entire camp was completely surrounded. Those sharp, pale golden eagle eyes locked onto every single Sandman in the camp. The rest is self-explanatory. Leader Eric knew very well what would happen if he insisted on refusing. Old Steward Horden said, "Chief Eric, you can completely trust me to go and witness firsthand the wonderful life your people are living in the Golden Oasis. Also, hurry up, I still have a few camps to visit. Your Excellency, esteemed mage, please grant me a few minutes." "Okay." The old butler, Horden, nodded. Inside a large tent, leader Eric is having an emergency meeting with the camp's leadership. However, the result, reached through the discussion, only gave Eric an even bigger headache. Because opinions differ. Some people believe this is a conspiracy, that going to the Golden Oasis is tantamount to falling into a demon's lair, and that their people will be exploited and abused like slaves. Another group believes that they have no choice but to bow their heads in the face of a powerful enemy. If we refuse to go to the Golden Oasis, they will definitely storm the camp and forcibly take our people away. Rather than suffer casualties, we should try to trust them. What if what that old magician said is true? The opinions of this group were endorsed by their leader, Eric. Since we disagree, let's vote by raising our hands. The minority must submit to the majority. Moments later, the voting results were announced. Leader Eric let out a heavy sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and said, "I will go and reply to that magician. The rest of you, pack your belongings and supplies. Let's go and see together whether the Golden Oasis is a hellhole or a paradise." Chapter 43. This place truly is paradise. No war broke out. This ending was also within the expectations of the old butler, Horden. After all, a Sand People tribe with only a few thousand people and very few advanced professionals is not qualified to challenge the powerful Royal Griffin Knights Legion from any perspective. With the fighting strength of the Royal Griffin Knights, a single attack would be enough to completely destroy this tribal camp. If the camp leader wasn't so inflexible, he would know what choice to make. The camp had plenty of supplies. It took 2 whole hours to pack everything up. It's worth mentioning that the Sand People in the camp also raise a large number of moose, at least 7,000, making them much wealthier than the Sand People strongholds that had previously joined the Golden Oasis. This is also directly related to the fact that they possess an oasis resource. The oasis has abundant water resources. The ground was covered with lush needlegrass. Needlegrass is the favorite herbaceous plant of moose. These needlegrass plants were specially planted in the oasis by the local people to meet the food needs of the moose, and thus breed more moose. More than 7,000 moose, grouped in sets of 5. They were bound with strips of cloth and thick hemp rope. The golden griffin's forepaws are retractable, somewhat similar to eagle claws. 1 in each hand. You can easily take away 10 moose. Its wide back can accommodate 3 or 5 Sand People, and if squeezed in, they can even carry some packages. Soon, the Royal Griffin Knights set off again. They went straight back to the Golden Oasis. With just 2 round trips, the entire camp was emptied. Thousands of sand people, along with the camp's supplies, were all successfully transported to Lin Yi's territory. The sand people were all dumbfounded as they looked at the magnificent Golden Oasis before them. Everyone was stunned. This place is truly as beautiful as paradise. Is that Sapphire Lake? The area is so vast, and the water is crystal clear. Schools of large fish are swimming in the lake. My goodness, there are even large orchards over there. In all my years, I have never seen such a lush forest. Being in it feels like stepping into the legendary forest of life. The magician did not deceive us. Our people live here, and they have indeed moved into beautiful houses, no longer in simple tents. Many tribespeople are logging. However, there was no oversight, nor any sign of enslavement. At this moment, all the sand people were incredibly excited. They even suspected they were hallucinating. To them, the scenes before them were like a fantastical and beautiful painting from a dream, the kind of life they longed for. Within those rows of neat residential buildings, they also saw many pregnant female Saka sewing clothes. Outside, young children were running and playing. Everyone's face was beaming with happiness. Even if this place really is a den of demons, they are willing to be trapped in it. This is the town hall. Lin Yi met with Eric. The camp leader, who commanded thousands of sand people, was kneeling nervously in the hall, not daring to look up at the mysterious lord sitting on the large chair. Get up. Lin Yi's voice was calm. My steward told me that your name is Eric, and you are the leader of the camp. From now on, your task is to manage the sand people in your camp well, and not to have conflicts with other sand people. After joining my territory, you will become my subjects. I will protect you and give you a better life and future. Praise be to you, great lord. Leader Eric bowed in gratitude with a look of excitement on his face. He then cautiously asked, My lord, I heard from your steward that our job is to mine resources for your territory. Is that really all? Otherwise what? Lin Yi said with a smile. So you're going to expand your territory and hunt magical beasts? Chief Eric immediately said awkwardly. In front of the Lord's powerful monster knight legion, the strength of my people is insignificant. He paused in his speech. Eric quickly added, But if your majesty requires it, my people are also ready to serve you on the battlefield. Such a beautiful, paradise-like home is worth protecting with their lives. That's a great idea. Lin Yi nodded. At least in terms of attitude, he was satisfied with Eric. Unless an enemy invades the Golden Oasis, you don't need to participate in the battle. Your daily tasks are to cut down trees, quarry stone, and go to the salt lake to produce salt. Those sand people who are unable to perform these tasks should remain in the territory to do small jobs, such as sewing clothes, cleaning, and dismembering monster corpses. My territory does not support idlers. If someone is unwilling to do even these tasks, there is only one outcome for them: expulsion. Eric immediately assured him, Lord, rest assured, we will work hard and no one will slack off. You have protected us and made us your subjects. You are our great benefactor. Even the youngest children will know how to be grateful. Very good. Lin Yi smiled broadly. Then you can go down now. Gather your people, and I'll have Agu arrange jobs for you. Yes, my lord. Leader Eric respectfully withdrew. He could hardly contain his excitement. A beautiful, paradise-like homeland, and a kind and benevolent lord. He believed that Lady Luck must have been on their side. Otherwise, how could they have had such a wonderful encounter? Upon arriving outside the town hall, Eric met the Agu that Lin Yi had mentioned. It was a gnoll. This made him instinctively wary. Gnolls are purely evil intelligent beings. Their camp had been attacked by gnoll legions on several occasions, and many moose had been stolen. But he quickly realized what was happening. This is a golden oasis, a paradise on earth. Even if gnolls appear, they will be reformed gnolls. Thinking of this, Chief Eric quickly bowed and said, Lord Agu. The jackal Agu stood with his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. Although Eric, as a high-level professional, was powerful enough to kill him with a single slap, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was extremely arrogant because he had the divine messenger backing him up. Take me to your settlement, and I will assign you your tasks for today. As he spoke, Agu looked at Eric, whose body was covered in oil. As the leader who governs thousands of sand people, you must always remember that my master likes a clean environment. You must not make the settlement filthy, and you must bathe frequently. In addition, all female sand people must be properly dressed. No more exposing your breasts. Anyone who doesn't comply will be held accountable. Eric quickly replied, Understood. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Agu. The jackal Agu raised his head and snorted softly. He had the air of a big shot. Chapter 44. 2 days later. The migration went very smoothly. Under the intimidation of the Royal Griffin Knights, the remaining 3 Sand People strongholds were all obedient, and none of them resisted. The people and supplies were all transported to the Golden Oasis. At first, the people of the 3 strongholds were also terrified. They strongly suspected that the old butler, Hoden, was trying to fool them. The ultimate goal was to capture them and enslave them. But when they arrived at the Golden Oasis, their mindset immediately changed. Not only did they join Golden Oasis with great excitement, but they also participated enthusiastically in the work that followed. Compared to their previous precarious existence, logging, quarrying, and salt production are practically leisure activities. They were willing to serve that mysterious lord to the death. Young master. The backyard of the town hall. The old steward, Hoden, said to Lin Yi, the new Sand People have all been settled in and assigned tasks. In addition, the Royal Griffin Knights have also gone to the Sand Forest region to continue their hunt. I just did a count. To date, our territory has 9,368 Sand People. The moose population has also surged, exceeding 12,000. The elderly butler was very pleased. He was initially worried that the surge in the number of inhabitants would bring a significant food crisis to the territory, but now it seems that he was just worrying unnecessarily. Those 10,000 moose alone would be enough to feed the territory for a long time. In addition, a considerable amount of grain was transported back from several sand tribes, especially millet. The warehouse was piled up like a mountain. Most of the people in the desert don't like to eat millet because they eat it every day and are almost sick of it. But in order to survive, they had no choice but to make millet their staple food. In reality, the corn tastes alright. After being roasted, it tastes similar to nuts and has a slightly sweet flavor. It is especially suitable as a casual snack. If the millet piled up in the warehouse were transported to the human kingdom, it might bring in a considerable income. Lenny took out a small bottle from her personal storage bag and handed it to the old butler, Huadian, saying, "This is an animal growth potion. Pour it into the livestock farm, and we will get more adult moose and pregnant female moose." So amazing. The old butler, Hoden, was immediately stunned. He quickly took the medicine bottle from him. He thought to himself, no wonder a large number of desert coyotes and moose suddenly became pregnant a while ago and gave birth to cubs that very night. So that's what the young master was up to. Lin Yi said, "It can shorten an animal's growth time by 1/3. One use is enough. Using it more often has no effect." "I'll remember that, young master." The old butler, Horton, nodded. Lin Yi added, "When the Royal Griffin Knights go out hunting these next 2 days, they should also patrol the surrounding area more often. If they encounter any new Sand People strongholds, bring them all over. Once the number of our subjects exceeds 10,000, we will be able to build the Professional Skills Tower." Profession Skill Tower? The old butler, Hoden, was somewhat puzzled. A magical building related to professional skills. Good. Linny nodded and said, "You can learn relevant professional skills inside, whether it's combat skills or magic. We'll know the specifics once it's built." Upon hearing this, old butler Horden also began to look forward to it. He's not far from being promoted to the king level. However, he didn't possess a single king-level magic skill. If he can learn it in the Profession Skill Tower, his strength will definitely increase significantly. A building like this, where one can learn professional skills, is priceless. Generally speaking, local professionals learn magic and combat skills primarily through instruction from teachers. Those who lack talent simply cannot learn them. There is no such thing as a Profession Skill Tower in the Holy Continent. Lin Yi continued, "Once our territory's population surpasses 10,000, we'll hold a harvest festival. We'll also catch the native fish from Sapphire Lake to give our people an extra meal." The old butler, Hoden, said, "Those Sand People are truly blessed to have met you, young master." Even he felt that his young master was too good to those Sand People. Lin Yi just smiled. For him, getting extra food is just a matter of a word. If it makes those Sand People more enthusiastic about their work and provides them with an inexhaustible supply of basic resources for their territory, then that's a win. I didn't stay long. Old Steward Horden left the territory in high spirits. He needs to quickly upgrade his level to king. In addition, the things the young master instructed must not be delayed and must be done as soon as possible. As for Lin Yi, he continued to finish the work he hadn't completed yet, building a comfortable recliner. Time flies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 2 days of recruitment and the use of the troop quantity blueprints, dropped by killing monsters, The total size of Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knight Legion has increased to 1,800. Among them, there are more than 370 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. Regarding the ranking system, most of the Griffin Riders reached level 8 or even level 9. There are also Griffin Knights who have reached the King level. There were more than 120 people in total. Most of the King level Knights are Royal Judgment Griffin Knights because they have a higher starting point. They are recruited at level 9, just one step away from being promoted to King level. Lin Yi's level has also made a new breakthrough. Currently at the peak of the King level. With just one more step, he will be able to reach the extraordinary. The development and construction of the territory have been very rapid in the past 2 days. In particular, its level has been upgraded to Intermediate Town. After the upgrade, the Golden Oasis expanded several times in size, not only growing seemingly endless towering trees, but also having its own stone mine. Of course, this stone mine was not created by the Lord System. It is itself a rocky mountain located several kilometers away. As the Golden Oasis expanded further, the rolling stone mountains were eventually enclosed and transformed into Lin Yi's exclusive mineral resources. This is the resettlement area for the Sand People. Thousands of houses are arranged neatly like fish scales. It is very large and looks like a city-state. Some of the residential buildings were upgraded to intermediate level by Lin Yi, accommodating 10 resident units, while the rest were classified as low-level residential buildings. Lin Yi did not overconsume timber resources. As long as the existing Sand People can be resettled, that's fine. The aura of the Lucky Altar will be refreshed again tonight. I wonder what the territory buff will be for the new week. His first lucky aura is a 50% bonus to the combat strength of territory troops, which makes the Royal Griffin Knights virtually invincible. They not only easily conquered the Lizardman tribe, but also swept across the entire Saline region without any rivals. So far, he has not heard of any Griffin Riders being wounded on the battlefield, let alone killed. Lin Yi hopes that this random lucky aura will be just as amazing. On another note, after all these days, the people from the Crystal Merchant Guild should have returned to Forest City by now. I wonder how things are over there. Chapter 45 Forest City, Auction. Just as Lin Yi predicted, the people from the Crystal Merchant Guild have indeed returned to Forest City. This is a large trading city located in the southern part of the Forest of Life, which gathers the merchant guilds from various kingdoms and has a very prosperous economy. Looking down from high above, you can clearly see wide avenues running in all directions around the Forest City. Every avenue stretches to the edge of the forest. Along the main road, there were countless caravans, travelers, bounty hunters, professionals, and so on from various kingdoms, a truly endless stream. Most importantly, not only humans, but also other races can be seen among them, such as dwarves, orcs, half-elves, etc. Even pure-blooded nature elves, fishmen from the seven seas, and giants from the frozen wastelands can be seen. It was truly a gathering of all races, an extremely lively scene. Scenes like this are hard to find elsewhere. There is a saying that is very applicable to this world. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Many races are wary of other races. If things go wrong even slightly, it could turn into a life or death situation. The reason why the Forest City is able to maintain peace between these races in the open is simply because it is the territory of the nature elves. Nature spirits. A highly intelligent race on the Holy Continent. They rule the entire Forest of Life with their powerful racial strength. Even dragons wouldn't dare to easily provoke the bottom line of the nature elves when they come here. This is what makes the city of Forest so special. Back at the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Sophia was finally able to take a relaxing bath, enjoying a long-awaited feast. However, she did not get caught up in it. She needed to finalize the transaction as soon as possible and then return to the Golden Oasis with a huge amount of gold coins. The mysterious and handsome lord is still waiting for her return. After dealing with personal and guild matters, Sophia immediately dressed in her finest attire and, accompanied by the old mage Simon, arrived at the Bauhinia auction house in Forest City. A total of 1,000 bottles of fairy spring water were auctioned off at once. Such a generous gesture stunned both the staff responsible for receiving the guests and the appraisers who came to authenticate the items. It even alarmed the person in charge of the Bauhinia auction house. Beautiful Miss Sophia. A portly middle-aged man appeared before Sophia, saying apologetically, "As an auction house, we have no right to investigate the origin of the auctioned items, but please understand that this is Forest City, the territory of the nature elves. We need to ask about anything related to elves beforehand. Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with the origin of this spring water." Sophia said calmly. You just need to auction off these elven spring waters. If there are any problems, my Crystal Merchant Guild will take responsibility. We can sign a magic contract. The middle-aged man immediately beamed with joy. Since Miss Sophia says so, then I can rest assured. There's an auction tonight. We will auction off your batch of fairy spring water as the grand finale item. Sophia nodded slightly and asked, how much is the handling fee? The middle-aged man said, 7 percentage points. All auction houses are the same. Sophia chuckled and said, but no auction house has ever auctioned 1,000 bottles of Elven spring water at once. This is a perfect opportunity to make your auction house famous, isn't it? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, 5 percentage points, the lowest possible. Sophia made a move to leave, saying, I believe the Sillin Jade auction house next door can offer me a more favorable deal. The middle-aged man's fat face twitched immediately. This Miss Sophia is clearly an insider. They knew that Sillyland Jade auction house was their arch-rival. After a moment of silence, he said, please wait a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Sophia smiled and nodded. Her delicate face was lightly made up. She was dressed in a stunning gown that revealed half of her chest and was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the middle-aged man had no time to appreciate it and got up to leave the private room. A while later, the middle-aged man finally returned and said, if Miss Sophia can cooperate with our auction house in the long term, the auction fees for this auction can be waived entirely. So-called long-term cooperation. In reality, it's just a stepping stone to waive handling fees. Regardless of whether they can cooperate in the future, their auction house is determined to acquire this batch of elf spring water. Just as Sophia said, this can increase their auction house's reputation in Forest City, thereby attracting more customers to participate in bidding here. We'll talk about the future later. Sophia said, however, I do have a batch of Elven spring water that I need some generous big clients for. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately narrowed his eyes. This is truly an unexpected surprise. He was also very surprised that a full 1,000 bottles of elf spring water were not the bottom line for the Crystal Merchant Guild. What exactly is the background of this Chamber of Commerce? I don't think I've ever heard of this before. The middle-aged man quickly asked. I wonder how many bottles of fairy spring water Miss Sophia has left. However, Sophia simply shook her head. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood and said, after the auction tonight, I will introduce you to some important clients. Sophia smiled and said, thank you, President. The next step is to sign the contract and auction agreement. It went very smoothly and quickly. After the middle-aged man left the private room, the old Master Simon asked, Miss, don't you plan to visit other auction houses? Sophia shook her head and said, even if we look at a few more places, the result will be the same at best. We need to finish this quickly and take the gold coins back to that lord. The old mage Simon said nothing more. At night, the Bauhinia auction house is brightly lit. The auction proceeded as scheduled amidst a lively atmosphere with a full house. On the high platform, with the enthusiastic shouts of the beautiful and sexy auctioneer, one item after another, such as extraordinary equipment, rare magical elemental gems, magic notebooks, magic potions, and so on, were auctioned off. It was time for the final auction. The entire auction hall was silent. On the high platform, 200 bottles of fairy spring water, radiating a dazzling light, were neatly arranged. As everyone knows, the water of life is a treasure unique to the nature spirits, said to be made from the sap of the mother tree of the spirits. Even the deceased can be revived as long as their souls have not dissipated. And the fairy spring is a diluted product of the water of life. It has remarkable effects on professional training, injury treatment, and so on. This auction features 200 bottles of low-grade Elven spring water. The starting price is 150,000 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 1,000 gold coins higher. VIPs in the audience may now begin bidding. Chapter 46: The Old Man and the Woman. 1,000 bottles of fairy spring water were auctioned off in 5 rounds, with 200 bottles per group. The highest price was achieved by auctioning an astonishing 302,000 gold coins. Even the lowest bidder had nearly 270,000 gold coins. The average price per bottle is much higher than the market price. That's the role of auction houses. A group of people scrambled to buy it, and as they fought for it, the price was driven up. Of course, this also depends on the number of fairy springs that were photographed. Buying so much fairy spring water at once in the market is not an easy task, unless you trade with the nature elves. Miss Sophia. After the auction, The middle-aged man personally delivered a crystal card to Sophia's private room, saying with a smile, "All 1,475,000 gold coins raised in this auction are stored in this crystal card. Please keep it safe." "Okay, thanks." Sophia took the crystal card. This is a universal crystal card for the Holy Continent. It was created by superpowers such as the Magic Guild, Bounty Hunter Guild, and Trade Guild that are located all over the world and can be used in any area where these powers are stationed. In addition, you can take the crystal card to these guilds to withdraw cash. At this moment, the middle-aged man said again, "Miss Sophia, 2 guests have arrived and are waiting for you in VIP room number 9. Lead the way." Sophia nodded slightly. Soon, the group arrived at VIP room number 9. Inside the private room sat an elderly man and a woman dressed provocatively. The old man was dressed in a long black robe, tall and with a ruddy complexion. Despite his full head of silver hair, he exuded a vigorous and energetic aura. The woman was wearing a long purple evening gown. Her breasts were partially exposed, and she looked quite pretty. Her long, straight, white legs are particularly eye-catching. At that moment, Sophia's gaze suddenly froze. She noticed a fluffy white tail running down the woman's round, pert buttocks. She also saw a ring of fine white down around the woman's ears. This suggests that the woman originated from the beast race. Moreover, she is a fox person known for her intelligence and cunning. "Little girl, make it quick." The old man in the black robe suddenly spoke, saying impatiently, "No matter how many bottles of Elven spring water you have, I want them all. Name your price." The fox woman beside her chuckled softly. "Master Dominic, you humans have a saying, haste makes waste. No matter how urgent things are, business deals need to be negotiated slowly, right?" Then, she turned her gaze to Sophia and said with a charming expression, "Little human sister, my name is Gloria. As you can see, I am a fox person, but please don't associate me with those treacherous fox people. As a respectable merchant, I have always been honest and trustworthy. Integrity, don't be ridiculous. The cunning fox people have never been honest. Just like how goblins never give up robbing. This is human nature." Sophia ignored Gloria's words and said after sitting down, "I have about 4,000 bottles of Elven spring water left. I'll sell to whoever offers me a price that satisfies me." She didn't want to inquire about the 2 men's background. They were all important figures she needed to look up to. She only cared about selling the fairy spring water. The higher the selling price, the higher her commission. "For 1,000 bottles?" The old man, named Dominic, sat up straight. The fox spirit Gloria's alluring face also turned serious. As for the middle-aged man who came with him, his fat face twitched uncontrollably. He hadn't expected that Sophia would have 4,000 bottles of fairy spring water. Good heavens! Could it be that they robbed an elf tribe? The old man, Dominic, was the first to speak, saying, "No matter how many or how few you have, even if you have 4,000 bottles, totaling 4.5 million gold coins, I'll take them all." Sophia shook her head. "Too low." The old man said, "Don't compare it with the auction price. The price I've given is already the market price." Sophia said with a smile, "You would have a hard time buying so much fairy spring water in the market." "That is," the foxwoman Gloria said with a bright smile, "Master Dominic is even more cunning than us fox people. If it were me, I would offer at least 4,800,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the old man was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared. "Just as I was about to say something," Sophia added, "if this is your offer, I think I can leave now." Her expectation was 5 million gold coins. "I won't sell it even if there's not a single seed missing." Gloria's smile also froze. However, she quickly regained her composure and said, 5 million gold coins, that's the highest price I can offer." The old man snorted coldly and said, 5,100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Gloria didn't hesitate and immediately offered 5.15 million gold coins. The old man said with displeasure, "Gloria, are you serious?" Gloria raised her alluring eyebrows and said with a smile, "Master Dominic, as you know, I desperately need this batch of Elven spring water right now." Upon hearing this, the old man also frowned. For some unknown reason, a moment later he stood up and left the private room without saying goodbye. They have clearly given up on this contest. Seeing this, the fox spirit Gloria breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze to Sophia and said with a smile, "Miss Sophia, are you satisfied with my price?" Sophia was naturally satisfied. This offer exceeded her expectations. But she still said, "Let's round it up to 5,200,000 gold coins. If there's an opportunity in the future, We can cooperate long-term. The fox spirit Gloria forced a smile. She admired his ability to inflate prices so quickly. How shameless. Make a deal. Gloria stopped haggling. Then, in front of the middle-aged man, the two completed the transaction. Sophia's card has an extra 5.2 million. The fox spirit Gloria also obtained the fairy spring water she desired. This made her smile even brighter. I wonder what Miss Sophia meant by long-term cooperation. Sophia said, you'll find out later, provided you have enough gold coins. She had reason to believe that the Lord had even more elven spring water, and this was definitely not the last transaction. Then I look forward to a pleasant collaboration in the future. The fox spirit Gloria smiled as she stood up and shook hands with Sophia. When Sophia pulled her hand back, she already had a business card in her hand. It went surprisingly smoothly. At the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters, Sophia smiled at the old mage Simon and said, once we find a way to sell those dragon fruits and purchase a batch of grain, we can head straight to the Golden Oasis. The old mage Simon said, Miss, we need to be careful during this time. Trading something worth millions of gold coins at once will inevitably attract attention. Upon hearing this, Sophia nodded. Better safe than sorry. If someone robs you and you die, that's one thing. If she hadn't died, how could she explain it to the Lord who trusted her? Chapter 47, A Real Dragon. A golden oasis, with a blazing campfire. The thousands of fires illuminated the entire oasis as if it were daytime. The sand people are gathered together, cooking over a fire. The main dish is meat, supplemented with a little steamed or boiled millet. All natural, with no added seasonings. What we're eating is something primitive. The food was simple, but it was enough to make the people of the desert happy. They used to not even have enough to eat. Being able to eat meat is considered a major holiday. Unlike now, we have meat with every meal, and we can eat our fill. Therefore, the sand people were extremely grateful to their lord. Whenever it was mealtime, they would gather together to pray for their lord who provided them with food. Aside from working hard, this is the only thing they can do for their lord. This is the town hall. Lin Yi sat upright in a luxuriously decorated chair. Following his gaze, a black rat, bound and huddled on the floor of the hall, was clearly visible. The size of this rat exceeded Lin Yi's understanding of rats. It's really fat and big. Its body size exceeds 1 meter, and this does not even include the tail. He could hardly believe that hundreds of thousands of these large black rats were hiding in the underground world of the nearby area where the Royal Griffin Knights were hunting. A scene of hundreds of thousands of large black rats gathered together. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. If not handled properly, it could very well lead to a rat infestation. The good news is that the Ratman Kingdom also seems to be wary of his Royal Griffin Knights. Even knowing that he had wiped out the Lizardman tribe and even occupied the Saren, they only dared to send scout ratmen to gather intelligence on his legion, rather than directly declaring war on his golden oasis. A powerful human lord. The black-skinned rat said in a trembling voice. I have told you everything I know, and I hope you will keep your promise and spare my life. Lin Yi said calmly. Don't rush. I've always had a question in my mind. Who is Charles that the Lizardman chieftain mentioned? It actually worshipped it as its master. Charles. The black-skinned rat trembled violently and said in a shivering voice. Charles is His Majesty the King of our Ratman Kingdom. You're not being honest. Lin Yi glanced at it sideways. If I remember correctly, you previously referred to your Ratman King as His Majesty Aubrey. Black-skinned mouse. Just as it was about to argue, a sharp knight's longsword was pressed against its forehead. The owner of this longsword was a burly royal judgment knight, whose rank was as high as the late king level. The black-skinned rat was so frightened it almost fainted. Terrified, he said, Your Majesty, it's not that I'm deliberately hiding it, but that I dare not speak. If I do, His Majesty Aubrey will surely kill me. The black-skinned rat's words made Lin Yi even more convinced that Charles was no ordinary person. He stared at the rat man with a feigned murderous look. If you don't talk, you'll die right now. The black-skinned rat was utterly desperate. After a fierce internal struggle, it chose to back down. Whether His Majesty Aubrey will kill it is a matter for later. Getting through the immediate crisis is the most important thing. After thinking it through, the black-skinned rat immediately said, Respected human lord, Charles is the true master behind our Ratman Kingdom. He is the master we worship. Continue. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. The black-skinned rat gritted its teeth and said, Charles is a dragon, a terrifying dragon powerful enough to destroy the entire Ratman Kingdom. 2 years ago, it descended from the sky with wings that could stir up hurricanes, and its terrifying dragon might swept across the entire sand forest. All living beings trembled at its appearance. The Lizard Man tribe was the first to submit to its dragon might. Shortly afterward, His Majesty Aubrey welcomed Master Charles into the kingdom, offering him a large amount of food while praying for his protection. Even now, Master Charles remains in the forbidden area of our kingdom. Listen to the story told by this big black rat. Lin Yi was also quite surprised. Unexpectedly, a giant dragon lived next door to him. This is really, I don't know whether to call it good luck or terrible bad luck. Why has the dragon Charles stayed in your kingdom for so long? Lin Yi had reason to believe that the giant dragon wasn't simply there to eat and drink for free. After all, this is the Carol Desert. How much food is there? Given its noble status as a member of the dragon race, it can simply occupy any hilltop in the nearby forest of life and feast to its heart's content, with the flavors available for change at any time. What's so great about staying in this godforsaken Carol Desert? The black-skinned rat said. As far as I know, Charles's master was injured. When he fell into the sand forest, his dragon blood stained the earth red, and that area was later fought over by many magical beasts. Lin Yi suddenly realized. If it's for healing, then it makes sense. Do you know what level of dragon Charles is? Have no idea. The black-skinned rat shook its head and said, I am too weak to sense the rank aura on Master Charles. But I can confirm that he is a dark dragon, because his body is covered with jet-black dragon scales. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Knowing only the dragon's attributes, but not its specific level, makes things difficult. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, Isn't your Ratman kingdom in the underground world? How did it get in there? The black-skinned mouse explained. To welcome Master Charles, King Aubrey ordered a mountain to be dug through, forcibly creating a huge passage leading directly to our kingdom. This passage is still there, but the entrance is temporarily blocked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Using this passage, his royal griffin knights might be able to storm straight into the Skaven kingdom. However, the premise is, he needed to figure out exactly what level that dragon named Charles was. If it's only a king-level being, then we can just kill it directly. Let's also arrange a dragon's tomb for it. If it is extraordinary, then we only need to play it safe for now. But once it becomes a saint-level dragon, then he has to think about how to defend his base. Lin Yi said to a royal judgment knight in the hall, Take it to the Saline region and find out the location of the entrance to that underground passage. If it doesn't behave, just cut it down. Yes, your majesty. The royal knight of judgment respectfully complied with the order. He then carried the black-skinned rat out of the town hall. Inside the hall, the old butler, Hoden, said with a solemn expression, Young master, are we moving? He was already reluctant to leave the golden oasis. This place is not only paradise in the eyes of the desert people, but also his new home. But the problem is, a giant dragon is sleeping right next to it. He felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 48, A Trip to the Forest City. That's not necessarily true. Lin Yi shook her head. It's just a dragon. It's not enough to scare him into moving away from his base camp. Moreover, it was an injured dragon. Although 2 years have passed, it's hard to say whether the dragon Charles has fully recovered from his injuries. If it was a life-threatening injury, even with a dragon's regenerative abilities, it would be difficult to heal quickly. If that's the case, it would be very advantageous for him. Of course, this is thinking in a positive light. As the Lord of the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi commands nearly 10,000 subjects. To ensure the safety of his territory, he also had to prepare for the worst. 2 years have passed, and the dragon Charles has fully recovered from his injuries. Moreover, he is now a saint-level dragon, which is enough to threaten the safety of his territory. Lin Yi calmly said, Don't panic. The dragon Charles hasn't left the Ratman kingdom for 2 years, so he must have some concerns. He shouldn't appear in front of us anytime soon. What we need to do is rapidly develop our territory's strength. After thinking for a moment, he said to the old butler, Hoden, on the one hand, the royal griffin knights should try to avoid the territory of the Skaven kingdom when hunting in the sand forest, leaving them a piece of land. This can reduce the Skaven kingdom's vigilance and hostility towards us. In the near future, we must strive to coexist peacefully with the Ratman kingdom to prevent those big black rats from releasing the dragon Charles directly in order to deal with us. On the other hand, build a top-tier team of 100 people. This team is composed entirely of Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. When hunting monsters, let these Royal Judgment Griffin Knights kill them and give them all the experience, so that they can level up as quickly as possible. Once they advance to the extraordinary level, we won't be afraid anymore. 100 extraordinary royal judgment knights. 100 extraordinary golden griffins. Such a combination would be able to put up a fight even against a saint-level dragon. Young master is wise. The old butler, Horden, said. In this way, our crisis will be greatly reduced. Linny then said, Old butler, I plan to send you to the city of forests. Forest City? The old butler, Horden, immediately asked in confusion. Does the young master want me to meet up with Miss Sophia and bring back the gold coins she obtained from the exchange, thereby further enhancing the territory's strength? That's only one aspect. Linny said, after you get to Forest City, you need to find out if any organization is selling dragon corpses. If we have it, we'll buy it back no matter the cost. Before the old butler, Horden, could ask any more questions, Linny continued. I have a blueprint for building the dragon tomb. Once the dragon's corpse is buried there, I will be able to recruit undead dragon units. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, gasped in shock. Undead dragon units. Isn't that a bone dragon or a ghost dragon? This is a legendary, incredibly terrifying undead creature, whose fighting power is no less than that of a living dragon. He never expected that his young master could summon such a powerful top-level creature. It was truly the blessing of the goddess of magic. The old butler, Horden, immediately said, Young master, I will be setting off for the Forest City shortly. Linny nodded and said, I will send a squad of royal griffin knights with you. With the speed of the golden griffins, it will take them one night to reach the Forest City. He originally planned to develop quietly, but now it seems that won't work. He wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until he dealt with that dragon as soon as possible. I'm afraid he might breathe dragon's breath on his face while he's fast asleep. After saying that, Linny led the old butler, Hwedin, out of the town hall and to the nearby fairy spring. Under the watchful eye of the old butler, Horden, a dazzling golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the fountain of spirits. The diameter of the fairy spring is visibly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to about 5 meters. The life and natural atmosphere emanating from it has become even richer and purer. Young master, what is this? Upgrade the building level of the spirit spring. Linny said. After the upgrade, the water produced by this elven spring will be of medium quality, similar to the kind you drank back then. The old butler, Horden, exclaimed excitedly. A bottle worth thousands of gold coins. More or less. Linny smiled and said, but the exact price per bottle depends on the market price in Forest City. But there's one more thing you need to remember. The old butler said, Young master, please speak. Linny said, Our territory is still too weak compared to those kingdom-level superpowers. You should try to keep a low profile when you are in Forest City. The new batch of intermediate-grade elven spring water should also be sold with caution, to avoid being targeted by certain superpowers. Of course, if we can trade for the corpse of a dragon, we're willing to take the risk. I understand, young master. The old butler, Horden, nodded. Seeing this, Linny didn't say anything more. The old butler had far more experience and knowledge than him, and he knew exactly what to do. The two then found a large wooden barrel and began to fill it with the fairy spring water from the ancient well. It was only filled to about 1/5 full, but that's still at least 3,000 bottles. It's estimated to be worth tens of millions of gold coins. It wasn't that Linny didn't want the old butler, Horden, to take away more of the elf spring water. It was simply because this thing was too sensitive, and the Forest City was still the territory of the nature elf race. If we sell too much, those nature spirits will definitely take notice. Moreover, the Crystal Merchant Guild had already taken away thousands of bottles of elf spring water before. What Linny didn't know was, Sophia's actions sold out all the elven spring water in one go. If nothing unexpected happens, the name of the Crystal Merchant Guild will soon spread throughout the Forest City. While they may not have become famous overnight, they are certainly no longer unknown. Sophia was so bold. It was because she always believed that behind Linny stood a terrifyingly powerful expert, and at least at the saint rank. Who would offend a saint-level expert over a mere few thousand bottles of low-level elven spring water? At most, they might try to take advantage of her, Crystal Merchant Guild, but they certainly wouldn't dare to provoke the Golden Oasis. If Linny knew, she would probably have to say thank you. Chapter 49, The Lucky Halo of the New Week. Under the cover of night, the old butler, Horden, sat on the back of a golden griffin. Leading 10 royal-level Holy Judgment Griffin Knights, they flew straight to the distant Forest City. With flying units like the Golden Griffin, long-distance travel is very convenient. When the Crystal Merchant Guild came before, Lin Yi's territory did not yet have golden griffins. If he had had the opportunity then, he would most likely have sent the golden griffin directly to the forest city, which would have saved more time. He might already have hundreds of thousands of Lord's gold coins in his hands. The Royal Griffin Rider training grounds have been upgraded to the highest level. Of course, there are no what-ifs in life. Lin Yi could only hope that the team could return to the Golden Oasis as soon as possible. The sooner he returns, the sooner he can recruit more Royal Griffin Knights, and eventually overwhelm the dragon with sheer numbers. Lin Yi checked the information after the upgrade of Fairy Spring. Fairy Spring. Level, Intermediate. Building information, contains a continuous flow of Elven spring water, constantly radiating natural and life-giving magic, improving the surrounding environment. Cultivating near the Elven spring can yield twice the results with half the effort. Next level, Advanced Elf Spring. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 stone units. Special reminder, when the Spirit Spring reaches its maximum level, it can produce the Water of Life. The upgrade costs have increased tenfold. Lin Yi just upgraded Fountain of Spirits to intermediate level, which cost her 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone. Looking at the requirements for upgrading Advanced Spirit Spring, now, his lips twitched. If he were to upgrade Fountain of Spirits to its maximum level at this multiplier, wouldn't he need a full 1 million gold coins, plus 500,000 units of stone? That's terrifying. After all, that million is a Lord's gold coins. Converted to the world's common gold coin, that's 10 million gold coins. How much Fairy Spring water would that cost? Okay, it's not that much after thinking about it. The batch of Elven spring water that old Steward Horden just took away was worth tens of millions of gold coins, and that was only 1/5 of the volume of one Elven spring. If all of them are sold, tens of millions of gold coins will be directly deposited into the account. Compared to this, the upgrade cost of Fairy Spring doesn't seem like much. Most importantly, once the Fountain of Spirits reaches its maximum level, it can produce true Water of Life, a treasure worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Not to mention the upgrade costs increasing tenfold. Even if it increases 100-fold, it's still worth it. And upgraded it to intermediate level by consuming 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone. Now my wallet is completely empty. Now he only has a few hundred gold coins left. In the nearly 3 days that followed, he amassed a total of about 30,000 gold coins, which he used to upgrade the town hall, the Fairy Spring, and the Lucky Altar, eventually depleting them all. However, there is still plenty of timber and stone. Thanks to the efforts of nearly 10,000 sand people, Lin Yi's territory has accumulated more than 250,000 units of timber and more than 100,000 units of stone. There are so many basic resources that we can't possibly use them all. Midnight. A new day has begun. This time, Lin Yi did not recruit any troops. His idea was that if the old Steward Horden returned from Forest City with a large amount of gold during the day, he could upgrade his troop buildings and recruit more Royal Griffin Knights. The Level 5 Royal Griffin Knight training allows you to recruit 100 Royal Griffin Knights per day. He now has over 1,800 Royal Griffin Knights. It doesn't matter if it's 100 more or 100 less. So there's no need to rush. If the old butler, Horden, hasn't returned by tonight, it's not too late to recruit him again. In addition, the weekly aura of the Lucky Altar, that Lin Yi was paying close attention to, has finally been refreshed. Lucky Altar. Level, Intermediate. Current aura attribute. Animals raised in the territory grow tenfold faster, and their birth rate increases proportionally. Next level, Advanced Altar. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 gold coins, 50,000 stone units. Special reminder, the Lucky Altar can be used for sacrifices when it reaches the maximum level. By offering resources or treasures, you can obtain an aura with higher attribute bonuses and have a chance to obtain special items. Looking at the newly refreshed aura buff at the Lucky Altar, Lin Yi remained silent for a long time. To be honest, he was very disappointed. Even though this halo is pretty awesome. Take the silvertail fish he raises as an example. With the added benefit of a tenfold growth rate, the silvertail fish, which originally had a 30-day growth cycle, can now grow to adulthood in just 3 days. Once the first batch of silvertail fish have grown up, they can immediately reproduce and lay eggs. Fish eggs turn into large fish in 3 days. Then they can continue to lay eggs. A week is enough time for the silvertail fish in Sapphire Lake to become overpopulated. In addition, the same applies to the desert coyotes and moose raised in the livestock farm. He will soon be able to obtain a large amount of meat. For a long time to come, He will not have to worry about food. But the problem is, he doesn't lack food now. What's lacking is a way to enhance the overall strength of the territory. Originally, the aura attribute of the Lucky Altar increased the combat power of the territory's troops by 50%. Now that the aura is gone, the overall strength of the territory has actually decreased significantly. System, can the aura of the Lucky Altar be reset? I'll pay extra. The Lord System responded to Lin Yi's mind with a series of question marks. And then, that was it. Now that things have come to this, I can only hope that the old butler and Sophia can give me a surprise. Lin Yi stopped thinking about it and turned back to the backyard of the town hall, where she hugged the soft and smooth body of the maid Sally and had a good sleep. Early morning. While Lin Yi was still fast asleep, the Royal Griffin Knights squad has successfully arrived at the Forest City. A head tax of 1 gold coin is required to enter the city. Old butler Hoden had long since been robbed of his gold coins by Lin Yi, so he naturally couldn't produce any. But that was a minor problem. By handing over a dragon fruit worth at least 10 gold coins, the group was able to enter the city smoothly. Try to find out the location of the Crystal Merchant Guild. Meet here in 2 hours. The old steward, Horden, addressed the group of Royal Knights of Judgment. Okay. The Royal Knights of Judgment quickly dispersed. Before entering the city, they had already stored their golden griffins in their mount spaces, so no one paid any special attention to them. Chapter 50. I understand. Please let them in. The search for the Crystal Merchants Guild was not going smoothly. The experienced butler, Horden, immediately went to the Trade Guild in Forest City to inquire about the Crystal Merchant Guild. There are many chambers of commerce whose names contain the word crystal. But when the old butler, Horden, went from house to house looking for the one he was looking for, he found that none of them were the ones he was looking for. This made the old butler, Horden, suspect that Miss Sophia was a fraud. It wasn't until noon that a Royal Judgment Knight finally learned that someone had auctioned off a large quantity of Elven spring water at the Bauhinia auction house the previous night. They often conducted in-depth investigations. It was finally confirmed that the auctioneer was indeed the Crystal Merchant Guild. This is good news. But soon, another problem arose. No one knows where the Crystal Merchant Guild is located. Old butler Huodian did not obtain any further information from the Bauhinia auction house. Forest City is so big, where are we going to find someone? The old butler, Horden, frowned deeply. A Royal Knight of Judgment suggested, we can search the surrounding neighborhoods, starting with the Bauhinia auction house. Or we can find some locals familiar with the area and ask them for help. Great idea. The old butler, Horden, immediately agreed. He then led a group of Royal Knights into a nearby shop and exchanged a bottle of intermediate elf spring water for nearly 4,000 gold coins. Under the onslaught of financial power, the rats in this neighborhood sprang into action. Rat is a derogatory term for people at the bottom of society, such as petty thugs, homeless people, and idle members of gangs. These kinds of people may not do anything productive, but they are very professional at gathering information. Sure enough, good news came soon afterward. The Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters has been found. Which wave is this today? 7th wave, miss. The main hall of the Crystal Merchant Guild. Sophia saw the group of businessmen off with a smile on her face. He turned and rubbed his stiff face again, saying to the old mage Simon, we were still too high profile. Even though the person in charge of the Bauhinia auction house said they would keep it a secret, some people still managed to find out about us through various means. In just one morning, 7 chambers of commerce have already come to us wanting to cooperate. The old mage Simon shook his head and said, these people don't have pure intentions. They want to know where we got so much Elven spring water. Luckily, this is a forest city, otherwise we would be in much bigger trouble. Sophia said, we just need to finish up the rest of the business quickly and then head to the Golden Oasis. I'll stay in the Golden Oasis for a while and come back after the storm has passed. The old mage Simon nodded. At that very moment, a staff member came in to report that someone had come to visit. Sophia replied without hesitation, I won't see you. Just say I'm not feeling well. The staff member said, President, the person who came claims to be your friend, named Horden. He is also accompanied by a group of professionals dressed as knights. Hoder. Sophia was initially puzzled. Then, as if he had just thought of something, his expression changed drastically. I understand. Please let them in. Yes, President. The staff left the lobby. Sophia said with a grim expression, Hodern, that lord's old steward. We just returned to Forest City yesterday, and he followed us here right away. Master Simon, does this mean that the Lord doesn't trust us? It's normal to distrust. The old mage Simon took it all in stride, saying, after all, It's a shipment worth millions of gold coins. Anyone else would be more cautious. Even so, it still feels a bit uncomfortable. Sophia's mood instantly soured. She believed she had done her job diligently, always thinking about returning to the Golden Oasis as soon as possible to hand over the gold coins to the Lord, and had no intention whatsoever of embezzling the wealth. However, the Lord was wary of her. This left her with a bitter feeling that she couldn't put into words. In the end, this is just a transaction. Perhaps after this transaction is over, that Lord will part ways with me, so there's no point in thinking about it any further. Sophia quickly suppressed the complicated thoughts in her mind. A moment later, a group of fully armed royal knights of judgment entered the Chamber of Commerce Hall. Leading the group was none other than the old butler, Hoden, whom she had met in the Golden Oasis. When the old mage Simon saw the group, he gasped. He realized that everyone, from the old butler Hoden to the knights following behind, had reached the king level. A few days ago when they entered the Golden Oasis, they didn't see a single king-level professional. So many king-level beings suddenly appeared. Enter the hall. The old butler, Hoden, first bowed to Simon, who was also a magician. He then looked at Sophia and said with a smile, "Miss Sophia, we meet again." Sophia forced a smile onto her delicate face and said, "Butler, your timing is perfect. Our guild just sold that batch of Elven spring water last night, and you've arrived the very next day." The old butler, Hoden, seemed oblivious to the hidden meaning in Sophia's words. After sitting down, he said with a smile, "I went to the trade guild, but I was surprised to find that Miss Sophia's Crystal Merchant Guild was not listed in the guild." Sophia explained, "Butler, you may not know, but in order to list your business in the guild, in addition to completing several required trading tasks, you also need to open a trade route. Our previous trip to Vastian was also to open up trade routes." "I see." Old butler Hoden suddenly realized. This Crystal Merchant Guild has only just been established. Although it has the name of a chamber of commerce, it is not a real chamber of commerce. However, none of this matters. The young master said that whether it's the Crystal Chamber of Commerce or the Blue Crystal Chamber of Commerce, any chamber of commerce that can get things done is a good chamber of commerce. Just then, Sophia took out a crystal card from her personal spatial equipment and said, "This crystal card contains about 6.7 million gold coins, which is the proceeds from the sale of the elf spring water. Since you're here, it's perfect to hand it over to you. As for the commission, we'll talk about it after I sell those dragon fruits." "All right." The old butler, Huadian, readily accepted the crystal card. After a pause, he said, "Miss Sophia, I have come to the forest city on the orders of the Lord. I have other matters to attend to and still need Miss Sophia's help. Of course, once the matter is settled, the commission will not be reduced by a single penny." Sophia blurted out, "I'm not here to spy on you." She stopped awkwardly before she could finish speaking. The old steward, Hoden, said with a smile, "Since the Lord has entrusted the matter to you, it is natural that he trusts you. There is no such thing as sending me here specifically to track and monitor you." He was telling the truth. If it weren't for the Dragon Charles's incident, he wouldn't have appeared in Forest City. Upon hearing this, Sophia's distress vanished instantly. A radiant smile bloomed on her delicate face. "I'm sorry, butler, I was overthinking it. I just thought. It's all right. If there's a misunderstanding, it'll be fine once it's cleared up." The old butler, Hoden, said with a smile, "When I couldn't find any information about the Crystal Merchant Guild at the Trade Guild before, I also suspected that Miss Sophia was a fraud." That's pretty direct. Sophia and the old mage Simon were both speechless. However, they were not angry at being suspected of being frauds. On the contrary, after this incident, they felt that their relationship with that lord had become closer. Chapter 51 can't possibly involve summoning a bone dragon, can it? "Butler." Sophia changed the subject and asked, "I wonder what business the Lord has sent you here to handle? If there is anything my Crystal Merchant Guild can do to help, our guild will certainly do our utmost." The old steward, Hoden, said directly, "Our Lord is very interested in the dragon's corpse and wants to know if there are any organizations in the forest city that are selling it." The corpse of a dragon. Upon hearing this, Sophia and the old mage Simon immediately sat up straight. Both of them showed expressions of surprise. This is top quality stuff. As Sophia turned her gaze to the old mage Simon, the old mage immediately shook his head and said, "Our guild's influence is too small to access items of this level. However, one thing is certain. Even if someone were to sell a dragon's carcass, it would be very difficult to buy it with money. These kinds of things are usually done through barter. Normally, Those who have the ability to sell dragon corpses are all incredibly powerful individuals. These people don't lack gold coins. What they lack are other top-tier resources. Unless you're extremely lucky. If you happen to come across a merchant guild selling them, you might be able to buy them with gold coins. The old steward, Horden, said, I brought a batch of Elven spring water from the territory. If anyone is selling a dragon's corpse, you can try to exchange it for the Elven spring water. Sophia thought to herself, she was right after all. That lord really does still have a large amount of Elven spring water. I just don't know where these fairy springs come from. Could it be from that mysterious powerful figure standing behind the golden oasis? That's highly likely. Sophia said, Don't worry, butler, I will send someone out to investigate immediately. I will let you know as soon as I have any news. Thank you for your help, Miss Sophia. The old butler, Horden, nodded with a smile. Sophia said, Butler, you must be tired after your long journey to the forest city. Why don't you settle down at my merchant guild's residence? We can discuss other matters later. All right. The old butler did not refuse. He was a little out of sorts after flying all night. I feel a little dizzy. Sophia then personally led the old butler, Horden, and his entourage to the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce to rest. After returning to the lobby, Sophia, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, I wonder what that lord is going to do with the dragon's corpse? Is it to forge high-quality equipment? The old mage Simon chuckled and said, It can't be summoning a bone dragon, can it? He was certain that he had not sensed any undead presence when he entered the golden oasis. All that remains is the surging vitality and the magic of nature. This shows that the lord does not belong to the evil faction, and is even less likely to be a necromancer. Otherwise, those thousands of sand people would have been turned into skeletons long ago. Why would we need to specifically purchase food for them? Sophia stopped thinking about it and said, Master Simon, then I'll trouble you to take care of the dragon fruit and the food procurement. I'll go and inquire about the dragon's corpse. Yes, miss. The old mage Simon nodded. Without further ado, the two left the Chamber of Commerce together. Here at the Golden Oasis, the territory's development continues to proceed along the normal trajectory. The Royal Griffin Knights were divided into two groups. One group hunted in the sand forest, deliberately avoiding the continuous rocky mountain area where the Ratman Kingdom was located, as instructed by Lin Yi. Another group was divided into more than a dozen teams to hunt monsters in the desert. Gray wolves, sandworms, jackalmen, sand demon lizards, and so on are all their hunting targets. The sand people were also collecting resources for Lin Yi in an orderly manner. There are more than 7,000 sand people in total who are engaged in resource gathering. This has led to a continuous and astonishing increase in Lin Yi's basic resource reserves. In just one morning, 2 mountains of resources, timber and stone, were piled up in the Royal Griffin Knights training plaza. At night, Lin Yi would store all the timber and stone in the territory's warehouse. The advanced warehouse has a storage capacity of up to 50 million units. He also doesn't need to worry about being liquidated. Besides collecting timber and stone, the salt production process is also progressing very smoothly. Every evening when they get off work, the sand people working in the Salt Lake area pack up the dried salt and transport it back to the Golden Oasis. After these days of hard work, Lin Yi's warehouse has accumulated tens of thousands of kilograms of salt. With so much salt, his territories certainly couldn't possibly consume it all. They'll also need to be taken to the forest city to sell later. Young master, there are so many silver-tailed fish. Lin Yi and her maid Sally stood on the shore of Sapphire Lake. Looking at the scene in the lake, not only Sally, but even Lin Yi was shocked. In just one night, the number of silvertail fish in the lake increased by at least tenfold, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. Originally, there were only 3,000 silver-tailed fish in the lake. The extra fish were spawned by these 3,000 silvertail fish after they reached adulthood last night. According to the normal growth cycle, they should still be fish eggs at this time. However, with the blessing of the lucky aura, they not only hatched overnight, but also grew quite a bit, almost the size of a palm. Isn't it said that silvertail fish have a very low reproduction rate? The maid, Sally, said with a puzzled look. Silvertail fish are not monsters, nor are they ordinary fish. It is a precious spirit fish. Not only is the meat delicious, but it is also rich in magical elements. Long-term consumption can also greatly benefit the professional practice of individuals. However, the breeding success rate of silvertail fish is also very low. Even 10,000 fish eggs may not be able to successfully hatch a single silvertail fish. This has resulted in the silvertail fish, even though it is only a low-grade spirit fish, still commanding a high market price. A fully grown silvertail fish is worth at least 20 gold coins on the market. This is something that the vast majority of ordinary people cannot afford. They are usually found on the tables of nobles. Lin Yi explained, this is the effect of the altar halo, which can greatly increase the growth rate of silvertail fish and their breeding success rate. Young master is truly amazing. Sally looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Whether it's glorious or not is unimportant. All she knows is that all the miracles in the territory are the work of her young master. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi grinned widely. The maid's undisguised adoration gave him a sense of accomplishment. Men, that's what they like. He immediately scooped 2 plump silver-tailed fish from the lake and said with a smile, go and prepare the seasonings. Young master will show you his skills later. Uh-huh. The little maid nodded, her eyes shining. Chapter 52. Even if you sold her, you still couldn't afford to pay for it. Time flew by, and it was evening. Seeing that the old steward, Hoden, had not yet returned to the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi summoned the 100 Royal Griffin Knights. 17 of them were Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. The initial level is 9. The limit of growth potential is the extraordinary peak. Looking at the group of burly, well-equipped knights and the enormous golden griffins before him, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. If he recruits again tomorrow, the number of Royal Griffin Knights under his command will reach 2,000. It is possible to form 2 legions with a size of 1,000 men each. In general, the territory is developing at a fairly rapid pace. Dinner was grilled silverfish. It simply adds a little seasoning to highlight the original flavor. I must say, it actually tastes pretty good. The tender fish meat melts in your mouth. The thin, translucent fish skin is tender and delicious. However, Lin Yi prefers to eat fish head. After the meal, he could clearly feel a magical power surging within him. Although it was far from enough to help him break through to the peak of the king level, the increase in his own magic power was a fact. This is the power of the spirit fish. The demon essence fruit has the same effect. Therefore, both of these ingredients are extremely expensive. Young master, the royal knights have gone hunting again. Lin Yi nodded. After dinner, his royal knights rode their golden griffins to the dark desert. The hunting operation will continue until the early hours of the morning. The reason they are working so hard is to upgrade the Ace Knights team level as soon as possible, in order to deal with the crisis that the Dragon Charles brought to the territory. To be honest, if it weren't for that dark dragon, his life would be much more leisurely. He wouldn't have to keep looking at the distant horizon like this, afraid that a black dragon shadow might suddenly appear there. We must deal with that fat lizard as soon as possible, Lin Yi thought to herself. Then, taking the maid Sally's soft little hand, he said, come on, let's go back to sleep. Yes, young master. The little maid doesn't have so many worries. He happily followed his young master into the backyard bedroom. City of Forests. Nighttime at the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters. Sophia, the old mage Simon, and the old butler Hoden gathered together. The old mage Simon said, the sale of dragon fruit and the purchase of grain went very smoothly. The dragon fruit was sold to a merchant guild at a price of 13 gold coins per fruit, making a profit of 13,000 gold coins. It cost 47,800 gold coins to purchase grain. The main products are wheat, dried meat, and flour. The portion is enough to feed 10,000 people for a month. After a brief pause, the old mage Simon then said to Hoden, in order to transport this batch of food to the Golden Oasis as quickly as possible, we also need to purchase a few pieces of spatial equipment. This will be an additional expense. Naturally, it belongs to our territory. The old butler, Hoden, said with a smile. Space equipment is a type of special magical equipment, and its value is not low. Even the lowest level spatial equipment costs tens of thousands of gold coins. But compared to the gains this time, this extra expense is nothing. Besides, the space equipment we bought will be useful in the future. So it's not a waste. Upon hearing this, the old mage Simon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Crystal Merchant Guild is just a small guild and doesn't have the financial resources to do something like this. Over here, the old butler, Hoden, looked at Sophia, who was wearing a rose-colored long dress, and asked, Miss Sophia, have you heard any news about the dragon's corpse? Sophia said regretfully, I went to more than a dozen large chambers of commerce and several well-known auction houses, but I couldn't find anyone who had a dragon corpse for sale. On the contrary, someone came forward to warn me not to inquire too much about such matters, lest I get into trouble. Why is that? The old butler, Hoden, asked in confusion. Sophia said softly. Dragons are an extremely arrogant and powerful race. Once they find out that someone is openly selling the corpses of their people, they will definitely retaliate. Therefore, the trade in dragon carcasses is usually conducted in private. And this requires a powerful network of relationships. Otherwise, we simply wouldn't be able to find the seller. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Hoden, immediately felt that things were getting a bit complicated. Sophia said, Butler, there's no need to worry. I've already posted the relevant trading quest in the Bounty Hunter Guild. If someone has a dragon's corpse in their possession and is willing to sell it, they will definitely come to us. The Bounty Hunters Guild is not afraid of dragons. After all, its influence extends throughout the entire Holy Continent. Whether it's the desolate Carol Desert or the icy wilderness of the Arctic, wherever there's a city, there will be an office for the Bounty Hunter Guild. It is worth mentioning. The mission information from the Bounty Hunters Guild is also quite varied. From acquiring deities and divine artifacts to helping people find their lost pet dogs. There are all sorts of bizarre and wonderful tasks. Therefore, it's not unusual to buy dragon corpses from there, and it won't cause any trouble. This is the only way for now. The old butler, Horden, said to Sophia, if there's no news by noon tomorrow, I'll be returning to the Golden Oasis. As for the matter of acquiring the dragon's corpse, I'll leave it to Miss Sophia. Of course, it is an honor for our Crystal Merchant Guild to serve your lordship. Miss Sophia said with a serious expression. The old butler, Horden, nodded. He then got up and left the hall, returning to the Chamber of Commerce's backyard to rest. Time quickly moved to the next day. The expected surprise did not occur. Sophia had not received any message from the Bounty Hunter Guild by noon. But that's normal. After all, dragons aren't real lizards. It's not something you can just buy whenever you want. The corpses of such apex predators are always extremely rare and highly sought after. By noon, seeing that there was still no news, the old butler, Horden, decided not to wait any longer. After giving Sophia her due commission, he took out the 3,000 bottles of Elven spring water he had brought. Miss Sophia, this is medium-quality Elven spring water. So many, all of them? Good. Sophia and the old mage Simon, who was standing beside her, both gasped. His expression also revealed shock. At least 3,000 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water, worth over 10 million. The old butler, Horden, said to Sophia, my young master intends to handle this batch of Elven spring water as discreetly as possible, preferably by selling it in small quantities. I see. Sophia carefully collected the Elven spring water. It's true that if it gets damaged, even selling her wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. The old butler, Horden, continued. If you receive any news of the dragon's corpse, please inform me immediately, Miss Sophia, and I will come as soon as possible. Yes, Master Butler. Sophia nodded. She purchased a magical device that would enable remote communication. She was able to contact even the Golden Oasis, which was hundreds of kilometers away. Afterwards, Sophia and the old mage Simon personally escorted the old butler and his party to the outskirts of the forest city. The old butler, Horden, did not refuse such a warm invitation. Once they arrived at an open area, the 10 royal knights of judgment who were traveling with them summoned their golden griffins from their mount space. These fantastical creatures that appeared out of nowhere startled Sophia and the old sorcerer Simon. A high-grade mount, a golden griffin. Chapter 53 The Devil Fish in the Desert. Until the old butler, Hoden, and a group of royal knights rode away on golden griffins. Sophia and the old mage Simon, who were standing still, finally came to their senses. The old mage Simon exclaimed in shock. Those knights' mounts were all golden griffins, and all of them had reached the king level. The golden griffin is a truly high-level mount. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they also fly at extremely high speeds. It was widely loved by professional knights. While it's true that you might like a golden griffin, owning one is not an easy thing. Ordinary griffins are fine. They are usually available at large pet markets. However, golden griffins that have achieved bloodline evolution are extremely rare, even uncommon. In terms of value, even a juvenile golden griffin is qualified to enter the auction house. None of them expected that the Golden Oasis would have a full 10 golden griffin knights, especially since this was not the homeland of griffins, the kingdom of Cleria. No wonder they arrived so quickly. The old mage Simon said, at the speed of the golden griffin, it would only take a few hours to fly from the Golden Oasis to the forest city. Sophia, standing to the side, was filled with envy. If her merchant guild also had golden griffins, long-distance trade would be much easier. Then, full of doubt, he said, When we entered the golden oasis, we didn't seem to see any golden griffins. Where did that lord get so many golden griffins? I want to come. It must be related to the mysterious powerful figure standing behind that lord. The old mage Simon said. That mysterious expert is powerful enough to transform the oasis, so getting a few golden griffins is naturally not a problem. That makes sense. Sophia agreed. He then added, the butler summoned these golden griffins in front of us, perhaps also to intimidate us. The old mage Simon said, that possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, these are goods worth tens of millions of gold coins, so it's normal to be cautious. Sophia had long since let go of her reservations and said with a smile, no matter what, as long as that lord still trusts us, that's enough. The old mage Simon nodded. Their crystal merchant guild only needs to cling to that lord's coattails to make a fortune. For the goods sold this time, their merchant guild received a commission of over 200,000 gold coins, which is much more than what they could earn by spending 2 or 3 months and making a trip to Vastian City. Once this batch of intermediate Great Spirit water is sold, they can then receive at least 300,000 gold coins as commission. The speed at which he was making money was something he never dared to dream of before. Greed is the original sin, but people should also know how to be content. The two then returned to the forest city, secretly inquiring about information about the dragon's corpse, while also preparing to discreetly sell the elf spring water. Golden Oasis. Lin Yi was resting under the shade of a tree in the backyard of the hall. The recliner he was sitting on was handcrafted by him. It wasn't particularly exquisite in appearance, but after being wrapped in a wolf skin, it was still quite comfortable to lie on. The maid, Sally, squatted to one side. The little girl's hands were kneading her young master's thighs with great force. Young master, the butler has been in Forest City for almost 2 days now, and we don't know when he will be back. She joined the Tulip family at a young age. Having no parents, she was practically raised by the old housekeeper, Horton. Seeing that the old housekeeper had not returned for a long time, she became a little worried. Lin Yi said slowly, no need to rush. If nothing unexpected happens, the old steward will be able to return to the territory today. The old steward, Horton, knew how important gold coins were to the territory at present, so naturally he wouldn't stay in Forest City for long. Upon hearing this, the little maid Sally was overjoyed. Lin Yi was in a pretty good mood at this moment. The reason is simple. Finally, a royal knight from his ace team has advanced to the extraordinary level. He was promoted this morning. And it wasn't just one, there were 3 people in total. In addition, the other royal knights in the team have also reached the peak of the king level. I believe that soon, they will also gradually advance to the extraordinary level. This is the benefit of learning from experience alone. During the monster hunt, the other 1,000+ royal griffin knights gave all their experience points to the elite team's knights. Their levels haven't changed at all since the day before yesterday. So much sacrificed. The knights of the ace team naturally saw their levels skyrocket. Not just the knights in the team. My level has also reached the critical point of the extraordinary level. If all goes well, I can get promoted today. The thought of stepping into the extraordinary realm and possessing the power to soar through the blue sky filled Lin Yi with immense joy, even making the problem of the dragon Charles seem less significant. At that very moment, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was the jackal Agu. The lowly gnolls dared not enter the courtyard. It knelt at the gate of the courtyard and said respectfully, Honorable Divine Messenger, many large fish have appeared in a sandy area near our territory. The sand people are catching them. Would you like to go and take a look? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's expression froze. He found it difficult to connect the sandy land with the fish. He had seen fish that came to play on land, but this was the first time he had ever heard of a fish that could live in the desert. Then let's go take a look. Lin Yi then left the backyard with her equally curious maid, Sally. Since all the royal griffin knights in the territory were out hunting, he summoned 2 chieftain-level desert coyotes from the livestock farm to serve as his mounts. A jackal man named Agu was riding one. Lin Yi and her maid Sally shared a ride. Soon, the 3 people and 2 wolves set off. The desert coyotes were also quite fast and agile, and soon they crossed the dense forest, bringing the 3 of them to the edge of the territory. Looking ahead, sand and dust filled the sky. It was an endless sea of sand. One after another, the sand dunes rise and fall like ocean waves. There was not a trace of greenery or life in sight. The whole scene was filled with deathly silence and desolation. But on the other side, there was a great deal of noise and chatter. That area was home to a large number of sand people who were fishing in the sand. It really is a fish. Lin Yi sighed. The captured desert fish were all quite large. The largest is over a meter long, and the smallest is over half a meter long. There are approximately thousands of them. At this moment, some of the sand people saw Lin Yi. He immediately dragged a large, tied-up fish in front of Lin Yi and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, a large number of manta rays have suddenly appeared in this area, and we are currently capturing them." Devil ray. Lin Yi looked over. This desert fish looks a lot like a catfish. It is entirely grayish-black in color. Its head is triangular and covered by a thick carapace. Its back, belly, and tail are covered in scales. It also has fins on its body. They move across the sand using the fins under their bellies. Their mouths are filled with a large number of sharp teeth, making them the ancestors of piranhas. Lin Yi asked with a smile, "Why is it called a manta ray? Is it because it's too ugly?" The sand people seemed very frightened and said in a trembling voice, "Reporting to the Lord, the undead sleeping beneath the sea of sand will awaken with the appearance of these giant fish, bringing disaster to the peaceful desert. That's why they are called manta rays." Lin Yi. Chapter 54 The Trail of the Undead. Listening to the story told by the sand people, Lin Yi suddenly felt like he was having a run of bad luck. The problems of the Ratman Kingdom and the Dragon Charles are still unresolved, and now it seems that a plague of the undead is about to strike, as if all the bad things have come together at once. Wasn't everything normal before? Lin Yi asked. How could there be undead beneath this desert? The Sandman explained. It is said that long, long ago, immortal gods fought in the Carol Desert. At that time, the Carol Desert was a fertile land, inhabited by countless intelligent races. That war of the gods resulted in the deaths of countless lives. Even gods have fallen here. Therefore, the Carol Desert is also known as the land of fallen gods. The undead sleeping beneath the desert are the intelligent beings who perished in that war of the gods, and the believers who fought for the gods. Lin Yi exclaimed, I never imagined that this god-forsaken Carol Desert would have such a mythical history. The Sandman said, My lord, manta rays spend most of their time hibernating underground. When it's time for them to mate and lay eggs, they will emerge from the sand and head towards a water source. Often, during this process, the sleeping spirits of the dead will be awakened by them. The awakened spirits will gradually catch up with the manta rays. Lin Yi understood. These manta rays' destination is his golden oasis. In other words, the undead that subsequently awaken will also head towards his golden oasis. Lin Yi asked, Have you ever seen the spirits beneath the sands before? The Sandman replied, I have seen them twice. They are mostly composed of mummies and skeletons, and occasionally ghouls and undead knights will appear. Undead are undead creatures and are very difficult to kill. We don't usually fight them. Whenever we discover traces of manta rays, we immediately relocate our tribal settlement. We only return when those spirits have returned to the earth to continue their slumber. In the Holy Continent, the undead are terrifying creatures capable of stopping a child's crying. Especially in the eyes of ordinary people, the dead are no different from demons. Stay as far away as possible. However, it is clear that Lin Yi cannot simply move the territory away. Even though his core building, the town hall, does indeed have the function of relocation, it can be rebuilt in other places. But it's too much trouble. To rebuild the territory, all the buildings need to be upgraded. The Lord system will not refund the losses incurred in upgrading buildings previously. Therefore, moving is definitely not an option. Even the dragon heirs couldn't scare him away, so how could a mere undead creature possibly frighten him? Lin Yi said to the Sand People, Tell your people to speed up the capture of the manta rays, and return to the territory immediately after you've done it. Also, send someone to the Salt Lake to call back the Sand People there as well. Yes, my lord. The Sand People quickly retreated. Lin Yi turned to the Jackal Agu and said, Release all the desert coyotes from the ranch and order them to patrol the sands surrounding the territory. Return and report immediately upon discovering any trace of the undead. Although desert coyotes are only low-level magical beasts, they possess a certain degree of intelligence. He is perfectly capable of performing the task of guarding the sentry post. Yes, your excellency. The Jackal Agu immediately rode his desert coyote back to his territory. Soon, the gates of the livestock farm opened and countless desert coyotes surged out like a tidal wave, creating a truly spectacular scene. As of now, Lin Yi's flock of desert coyotes has now exceeded 5,000. Most of them were born in the last 2 days. According to Lin Yi's preliminary estimate, the number of desert coyotes may reach more than 30,000 after this week's lucky aura ends. As for ranks, let's not even talk about them. How high can the status of a captive-bred desert coyote be? It would be good if most people could reach level 2. Unless they are lucky enough to achieve bloodline evolution with the help of the livestock farm, very few desert coyotes can advance to the elite level of level 3 or above. Of course, none of that matters. Lin Yi no longer needs to rely on desert coyotes to fight. Sending them along on hunts with the Royal Griffin Riders would not only slow down their hunting speed, but also take away their experience points, making it a losing proposition. Not long after that, more than 5,000 desert coyotes of all sizes have already scattered throughout the Golden Oasis. They perched atop one sand dune after another. Its eerie green wolf eyes warily watched all the movements around it. It can be said to be a comprehensive, all-around surveillance system. Lin Yi knows immediately whenever a spirit appears. Subsequently, Lin Yi built a total of 300 arrow towers, completely surrounding the Golden Oasis, which could enhance the defensive capabilities of his territory to some extent. Don't be fooled by their low-level status. Their damage output is surprisingly high. It can instantly kill low-level creatures. Take the desert coyote, for example, one arrow and it's dead. As for whether the arrow tower can kill the undead, which are supposedly undead creatures, we'll find out by trying. Most importantly, it is inexpensive to build. Building a low-level arrow tower requires only 50 units of wood and 20 units of stone. Lin Yi built 300 towers, using only 15,000 units of wood and 6,000 units of stone. It's truly excellent value for money. After doing all this, Lin Yi returned to the town hall with her little maid, Sally. "Young master, will the undead really appear?" Sally asked, her delicate face pale and her eyes showing a hint of fear. She had heard countless legends about the dead. Back when she was in the Tulip family, she had heard stories of undead creatures appearing in various places, and of deceased relatives being resurrected and eventually burned at the stake by the church. But I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes. Although the little maid has become a professional, she still has the mindset of an ordinary person and has an instinctive fear of undead and ghosts. Lin Yi reached out and pinched Sally's bouncy cheek, smiling as she said, "With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Even if undead appear, our territory strength is more than enough to handle them." He commanded nearly 2,000 Royal Griffin Knights. The weakest are all high-level professionals. There are also several knights of extraordinary rank. Normally, even if there are 100,000 plus undead creatures, they're just free experience points. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the little maid Sally felt much more at ease and quickly put the matter of the dead out of her mind. She skipped off to make dinner for Lin Yi. Evening. Old Butler Horden is still on his way back to the Golden Oasis. Lin Yi has already received the message from the dead. Many desert coyotes returned to report that they had discovered traces of the dead. In addition, the Royal Griffin Knights, returning from their hunt, also claimed to have seen a large number of undead figures in the desert, and even in the desert area dozens of kilometers away. Lin Yi was also somewhat surprised. This wave of undead seems to be coming on rather strong. Chapter 55 Advancement to the Extraordinary. My lord, we discovered a total of 14 undead groups. They appeared in all directions of the territory. The nearest undead party to our territory is only about 2 kilometers away. These undead armies vary in size, with the largest numbering around 4,000 and the smallest around a few hundred. They are mostly composed of skeletons and mummies, with ghouls occasionally appearing. A royal knight of extraordinary rank reported to Lin Yi. Lin Yi asked, "What about Shaylin?" The royal knight of judgment respectfully replied, "There are even more undead there, tens of thousands." Before returning to the territory, I also saw a legion of undead knights besieging and killing monsters there. Their combat strength is not weak. Lin Yi asked, "In your estimation, will the number of undead continue to increase?" It is highly likely that this is just the beginning, especially in the Saline region. The Royal Knight of Judgment said, "We killed a large number of monsters and beasts there, and the blood stained the earth. This will cause more undead to awaken and attract them there. On the contrary, not many undead have gathered in our territory." "This is good news." Lin Yi grinned. "Let the bullets fly for a while. Once enough undead have gathered in the Saline region, we will lead them to the entrance to the Skaven Kingdom." "Does your excellency mean to use the power of the undead to help us destroy the Ratman Kingdom? When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits." Changing the subject, Lin Yi added, "However, the prerequisite is that we need to have the strength to kill that dragon. So during this time, you need to hunt more magical beasts and undead creatures to level up." We will certainly not disappoint you, my lord. Very good. Go and prepare for battle. Yes, sir. The Royal Knights of Judgment respectfully withdrew. The Royal Griffin Riders of the territory quickly assembled. The total is over 1,900. Leading the way was Lin Yi's elite knight team. A full 100 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. At the very least, they are all at the peak of the king level. The number of knights who have reached the extraordinary realm has exceeded 10. Once assembled, the Royal Knights rode their enormous golden griffins into the sky, charging headlong towards the largest undead force. 1,900 Royal Griffin Riders battle against 4,000 undead. Soon, war broke out. As the Royal Griffin Knights swooped down from the sky, almost without a doubt, the undead who were slowly walking in the sand were subjected to a one-sided massacre. The undead in the party were mostly low-level skeletons and mummies. A small number have reached the intermediate elite level. There were also more than a dozen ghouls, each over 2 meters long. Ghouls are of a relatively high level. Most of them are at level 5 or 6. Compared to lower-level skeletons and mummies, they are much stronger in combat. Moreover, in terms of both strength and speed, they far surpass those low-level undead creatures. However, even ghouls were no match for the Royal Griffin Riders. They didn't even need the Royal Knights to take action. Their golden griffins could easily tear the ghouls to shreds. As for the other undead creatures, they were even less effective. These terrifying undead, capable of frightening the Sand People into immediately fleeing their tribal strongholds, perfectly demonstrated the difference in rank and status when facing the Royal Griffin Knights. The Knight's lance, several meters long, swept across, and swarms of skeletons instantly fell apart. Mummies, ghouls. They were all strung together like candied hawthorn skewers. In just a few minutes, nearly 4,000 undead were wiped out by the Royal Griffin Knights Legion. Broken, shriveled corpses, stark white bones, scattered throughout the battlefield. The battle wasn't particularly intense, but the scene was quite terrifying. Captain, the battle is over. Shall we proceed to the next location? Don't rush, the battle isn't over yet. A Royal Knight of Judgment shook his head. He sat atop the back of a golden griffin over 10 meters long, overlooking the battlefield strewn with countless skeletons and corpses. Under his gaze, a faint blue light flashed and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the scattered bones on the battlefield began to tremble. Soon, they began to recombine as if they were doing so consciously. In just a short while, skeletons reappeared on the battlefield. Even the torn-up corpses and ghouls were resurrected and turned into skeletons. This is the undead nature of undead creatures. Just as I thought. Upon seeing this, the Royal Judgment Knight calmly said, "Use knightly combat techniques imbued with magic to forcibly destroy the soul fire within them, preventing them from having a chance to revive." "Yes, sir." The Royal Knights responded with a resounding roar. This part of the territory, streams of special energy, as thin as hair, appeared in Lin Yi's body. This is a sharing of monster-killing experience. The total amount wasn't much, but it was enough to help Lin Yi advance in rank, because he had already reached the critical point of advancing to the extraordinary level. These special energies are the key to unlocking the door to the extraordinary for Lin Yi. As a dazzling golden light fell upon Lin Yi, the magic power within him immediately began to surge and grow, quickly filling his entire body. His magic was increasing wildly. Physical fitness is also being rapidly enhanced. The difference between the king level and the extraordinary level may seem to be only one realm, but their overall strength is worlds apart. The mere fact that extraordinary professionals can achieve high-altitude flight using their own magic is something that king-level professionals cannot match. Much later, the breakthrough has finally come to an end. It took a full 2.5 hours. Lin Yi also successfully stepped into the extraordinary level. Lin Yi. Identity: Lord, Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow. Territory: Golden Oasis. Level: Beginner Extraordinary. Lord's talents: Favored by all races, godlike. Awakening of ancient bloodlines, epic. Gold coins: 15,369. This is the first time I've taken so long to break through. That was really tough. Lin Yi sighed. No sooner had the words been spoken than a surprised voice rang out from not far away. Congratulations, young master, on your advancement to the extraordinary realm. Lin Yi looked up and saw the old butler, Horden, and the pretty maid, Sally, looking at him excitedly. He grinned and said, "The old butler has returned just in time." Chapter 56 Level 9 Unit Buildings. The old butler, Hua Dian, recounted in detail to Lin E what had happened in the forest city over the past 2 days. After listening, Lin E felt somewhat regretful. It's a pity we couldn't buy the dragon's carcass. Miss Sophia has already posted the trading quest with the Bounty Hunter Guild, and she will notify us as soon as she has any news. As he spoke, the old butler, Hoden, handed Lin E a small megaphone-shaped device. This is a special magical equipment. You can communicate with Miss Sophia remotely. This stuff is good. Lin E took the small megaphone and glanced at it a few times. I also consulted the old housekeeper about how to use it. The operation is very simple. Just infuse your own magic power into it to activate it, and then you can contact Sophia, who is far away in the forest city. It's similar to a mobile phone. The key is that it doesn't even need a cell tower. Over here, the old butler, Huadian, took out several pieces of equipment, such as rings and belts, and handed them to Lin E. Young master, these are all spatial equipment, containing the grain we purchased this time, as well as the gold coins we earned. After deducting the losses from purchasing materials, there's also the commission given to the Crystal Merchant Guild. I brought back a total of about 6.4 million gold coins. Before leaving Forest City, the old butler, Hoden, went to the Trade Guild and withdrew all the gold coins from his crystal card, bringing them back to his young master in kind. So many. Lin E took a breath. 6,400,000 gold coins. That's equivalent to 640,000 Lord's gold coins. How many levels do I need to upgrade the Royal Griffin Rider training ground? Who knows? It might just go straight to the top level. The thought of recruiting thousands of Royal Griffin Knights in a single day excited him. In addition, the town hall also needs an upgrade. He's currently in a mid-level town. Once he reaches the town hall level, he'll gain another new Lord talent. This is a reward for the main quest. The old butler, Horden, said, Miss Sophia has a good business sense. Although her Crystal Merchant Guild doesn't even have a formal guild sign, its potential is quite considerable. Before leaving, I also entrusted her with the disposal of that batch of intermediate-level Elven spring water. You did a great job. Lin E nodded and said, It doesn't matter how big or small the Crystal Chamber of Commerce is. What's most important is that they are wholeheartedly dedicated to serving us. Partnering with large, powerful chambers of commerce can actually make you more vulnerable to being taken advantage of. The old butler, Horden, said, Young master, when I returned to the territory just now, I saw the figures of the undead in many places, and even Royal Griffin Knights were fighting against those undead. Upon hearing this, Lin E recounted the entire story of the ghostly apparitions. He then smiled and said, That's why I said you came back at just the right time. Without hesitation, he immediately left the backyard, arrived near the Royal Griffin Rider training grounds. During the process, he communicated with the Lord system and exchanged all of those millions of gold coins for Lord Gold coins. Should I upgrade my current troop building to level 6 at the cost of 30,000 gold? Whether. Here we go. Lin E took a deep breath and composed herself. Then I selected yes. In an instant, a dazzling golden light emerged from the void, completely enveloping the vast Royal Griffin Knight training ground. The earth trembled. The Royal Griffin Riders training grounds began to expand rapidly. The area of the plaza has increased dramatically. The main hall became even more magnificent. The golden griffin statue, standing on one side of the square, has also become more majestic and lifelike. When the golden light faded, the upgrade of the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds was also completed. The building's grade has been upgraded to level 6. You can recruit 300 Royal Griffin Knights every day. Looking at the upgrade requirements, upgrading from level 6 to level 7 requires 50,000 gold coins. Lin E is now wealthy and powerful, giving the Lord system no chance to react, and continues to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training ground. Golden Light and Earth Tremors. After reaching level 7, the daily recruitment limit for Royal Griffin Knights increases to 500. The upgrade requirement has been increased to 100,000 gold coins. A moment later, with the disappearance of 100,000 gold coins, Lin E successfully upgraded the Royal Griffin Knight training ground to level 8, allowing the recruitment of 1,000 Royal Griffin Knights per day. To reach level 9, the requirement is an astonishing 300,000 gold coins. Continue. Lin E was mentally prepared. Without hesitation, I spent a full 300,000 gold coins to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight training ground to level 9. Royal Griffin Rider training grounds. Level 9. Recruitable unit, Royal Griffin Riders. Recruitment limit, 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights can be recruited daily. Next level, Ultimate Building. Upgrade requirement. Ultimate Unit Building Blueprint. Special Reminder 1. Upgrading troop buildings allows you to recruit more troops. Special Reminder 2. Upgrading troop buildings to their ultimate level increases the daily troop recruitment capacity tenfold. Awesome. Lin Yi let out a loud scream, as if venting her frustration. He recruited 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights in one day, just as he had estimated. The only thing I didn't expect. Level 9 is not the end of the line for unit buildings. If you can obtain the Ultimate Unit Building Blueprint, you can upgrade the Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground to the Ultimate Building, recruiting 30,000 Royal Griffin Riders per day. 30,000 a day, what does that mean? If given just 1 month, he could command a Royal Knight army of 1,000,000, along with 1,000,000 Golden Griffins. Which power could possibly stop such a rapid troop buildup? Let alone those kingdom-level powers. Even races like the Nature Elves, the Beast Royal Court, and the Dragons, who stand at the pinnacle of the Holy Continent, would probably tremble with fear. Lin Yi then inquired about information regarding the ultimate troop building blueprints in the Lord system. He received a response very quickly. They also learned how to obtain these blueprints, by killing monsters. The more enemies you kill, and the stronger they are, the higher the probability of getting this blueprint. Can't you give me a relevant task? No, not at the moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. It's only temporary. This means that there is a high probability that there will be missions in the future that directly reward the ultimate unit building blueprint. When that happens, you can get the blueprint by completing the mission, which will be awesome. Without asking any further questions, Lin Yi quickly recruited 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights. He did not recruit any soldiers this morning. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Soon, a dense array of Royal Griffin Knights appeared on the training plaza, accompanied by dazzling golden light, each fully equipped. Especially those 3,000 Golden Griffins. They all possessed powerful auras and soaring fighting spirit. Every Golden Griffin's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. With that kind of imposing presence, they could probably tear even a giant dragon to shreds if it appeared before them. Chapter 57 Shocking. They actually summoned so many Royal Griffin Knights at once. The spectacular scene in the square stunned both the old butler, Houghton, and the maid, Sally. Despite the territory's long history of development, it still possesses fewer than 2,000 Royal Griffin Knights. Now, their young master has summoned a full 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights in one go. This was simply unbelievable to them. Lin Yi smiled and said, "This is the benefit of upgrading troop buildings. The higher the level of the troop building, the more troops you can recruit. Just now, I spent hundreds of thousands of Lord's Gold coins to upgrade the Royal Griffin Knight Training Ground to level 9. Which allows me to recruit 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights every day. No wonder the young master values gold coins so much." The old butler, Houghton, took a deep breath. 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights were recruited in one day. The number reaches nearly 100,000 in a month. The scariest place is, these Royal Griffin riders all ride on powerful golden griffins. It should be noted that even the Kingdom of Cleria, which is known as the home of griffins, only has a legion of 5,000 Golden Griffin Knights. Although this was only news brought by a wandering poet, the old butler, Houghton, couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. However, I think that even if there are some discrepancies in the information, the difference shouldn't be too great. To put it dramatically, even if the Kingdom of Cleria's Golden Griffin Knight Legion were not 5,000, but 10,000, or even 30,000, it would still only be the number of recruits our young master could make in 10 days. You should know that the Kingdom of Cleria is a powerful human kingdom. It has been passed down and developed for countless years. They now possess a fully fledged Golden Griffin Legion. And our young master only needs to recruit a few times to completely surpass the foundation of the Kingdom of Cleria, which is truly a terrifying thing. What the old butler, Houghton, didn't know was, the Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground is currently only level 9 and has not yet become the ultimate troop building. When it's upgraded to the ultimate troop building, and Lin Yi recruits a full 30,000 Royal Griffin Knights at once, that scene will be truly terrifying. The old butler, Houghton, said with a delighted expression, "Young master, with this high-level Royal Griffin Knight training ground, I think we will soon be able to resolve the issues between the Ratman Kingdom and the Dragon Charles." Lin Yi nodded. To be honest, he's not so afraid of the Dragon Charles anymore. Once midnight arrives and a new day begins, he can recruit another 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights. By then, the number of Royal Griffin Knights under his command will reach a terrifying 8,000. So many Royal Griffin Knights. Even if the Dragon Charles were to actually march on his territory, he would ultimately have to flee with his tail between his legs. While dragons are top-tier creatures, the golden griffin is still considered a high-level creature. You can overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Lin Yi turned her gaze back to the 3,000 royal griffin knights before her. During the recruitment process, his lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline, was also triggered, resulting in the acquisition of nearly 500 royal judgment griffin knights with extraordinary peak growth potential. Their combat prowess is also superior to that of other royal griffin knights. It's really great. Although awakening of ancient bloodline is only an epic-level lord talent, far inferior to chosen one of all races, it still made Lin Yi extremely satisfied. In the long run, the strategic value of this talent is even comparable to that of a god-level talent, especially when Lin Yi randomly gets a Grand Class or God Class unit in the future. The strategic significance of awakening the ancient bloodline will be even more astonishing. Praise be to you, great lord. We swear to be loyal to you to the death. Loyalty is the glory of a knight. 3,000 royal knights roared in unison. Then they all knelt down in front of Lin Yi. The golden griffins around them also prostrated themselves on the ground, offering their unwavering loyalty and faith to Lin Yi. For these countless units, whether human or magical, loyalty to their lord and service to their lord's conquest is the meaning of their lives and existence. Therefore, it would be worth it even to sacrifice oneself on the battlefield. Of course, dying on the battlefield is not the end of life. On the contrary, it was the beginning of their immortality. When the great lords ascend to godhood and establish their own kingdoms, their souls will be revived in the Lord's divine kingdoms and become their eternal believers. Get up. Lin Yi raised her hand. He then issued an order to have the newly summoned royal griffin knights join the distant battlefield. The war under the cover of night was not over. He constantly receives a stream of enemy-killing experience. This indicates that the royal griffin knights of the territory are still battling the undead in the desert. To date, tens of thousands of undead have died under their spears, but as everyone knows, the undead are always very difficult to eradicate, especially during this particular period. Undead creatures are constantly awakening in the underground world and crawling out of the sand. There's no way to kill them all. Fortunately, this time a total of 3,000 royal griffin knights were recruited. Their arrival is enough to deal a heavy blow to the undead creatures near the territory. Upon receiving Lin Yi's order, the Royal Griffin Knight Legion immediately set off, riding their massive golden griffins into the sky and soaring into the distant darkness. This scene once again shocked the three people present. It is a rare sight to see thousands of golden griffins taking flight together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as covering up the sky and blocking out the sun. On the other side of Sapphire Lake, illuminated by countless bonfires, nearly 10,000 sand people knelt on the ground in worship. Lin Yi did not give them any orders. This was purely a spontaneous act on their part. The sand people were conquered by Lin Yi's miraculous methods. Especially the later group of sand people, seeing Lin Yi casually summon thousands of royal griffin knights, raised their respect for Lin Yi to an unparalleled level. They are no longer praying to the true god, Brewster. Rather, it was their lord, a great god-giver. After all, the true god Brewster might not necessarily protect them. Rather, it was Lord Lin Yi who provided them with shelter. Naturally, they prayed to Lin Yi and prayed for Lin Yi. We pray that under Lin Yi's protection, this beautiful, paradise-like homeland of the Golden Oasis will not be engulfed by the flames of war. May all evil enemies be unable to defeat the Lord's Royal Knights Legion. Chapter 58. With you in charge, we will surely be able to intimidate those golden griffin knights. The underground world, the kingdom of the rat people. The Rat King Aubrey sat enthroned on his throne. That fat, almost invisible rat-like face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was in a pretty good mood today. The Golden Griffin riders from the Golden Oasis seemed to know of the existence of their Skaven kingdom and were wary of its powerful strength, so they did not completely take over the Saren. When hunting monsters, they deliberately avoided the area near the Skaven kingdom. They were given a territory where they could obtain food. This is good news. This also slightly lessened its hostility towards the Golden Oasis. According to its original plan, if those Golden Griffin riders completely take over the Saren, it will lead to a food crisis in the Ratman kingdom. Then it has no choice but to go to war. They could either rally the kingdom's Ratman army to storm the Golden Oasis, or report directly to their great master Charles and request his help. Now, these problems no longer exist. But to its dismay, new problems have arisen. The appearance of the manta ray awakened the spirits of the dead who had been sleeping underground. Countless undead creatures, drawn by the blood and souls of the dead, have invaded the Saren. Wherever it went, trees withered and corpses littered the ground. A large number of monsters and animals were slaughtered by the undead legion. As the battle continued, the undead army is still expanding rapidly. Not only did undead creatures awaken from the earth join in, but also a large number of slaughtered monsters and animals were transformed into new undead creatures. If things continue like this, the undead army will eventually take over the entire Saline region. Only when there are no more living creatures left in the entire sand forest will the undead cease their killing spree and return to their underground world to slumber. But the problem is, once there are no monsters and animals, how will the Ratmen kingdom hunt? Even the fruit trees withered rapidly due to the influence of necromantic magic, making it impossible to harvest fruit. The meat is gone, and the fruit trees are gone too. For a long time to come, the Saren region will remain lifeless. This leads to a food crisis, doesn't it? If there isn't enough food, the little mice in the kingdom can go hungry. It doesn't matter if they starve to death. Their reproductive ability is already extremely strong. A litter can produce more than a dozen offspring. This is something even the dragon race can only envy. But the dragon cannot go hungry. If the Ratkin kingdom can no longer supply enough food for Dragon Charles, this grumpy dark dragon might be the first to target the Rat King. It didn't want to be swallowed by the Dragon Charles. Rat King Aubrey glared angrily at the assembled courtiers in the hall. The kingdom's ministers, who usually pride themselves on their exceptional wisdom. Now that this problem has arisen, is there no one who can step forward to solve it for me? Hearing the Rat King Aubrey's furious voice that filled the entire hall, the high-ranking members of the Ratman kingdom all trembled and lowered their heads. No one dared to meet the gaze of the enraged Rat King Aubrey, until they heard the Rat King Aubrey say in a sinister tone, "No one is going to step forward, is that it? Then wait for the food crisis to occur, and I will sacrifice you all to Master Charles." Upon hearing this, a group of high-ranking officials of the kingdom turned green with fright. Soon, someone mustered the courage to say, "Your Majesty King Aubrey, the scale of this undead calamity is unprecedented and extremely threatening. But even so, we can't just sit and wait. We must not allow those undead to continue to wreak havoc on the Saren region. I suggest that the kingdom's army be dispatched immediately to wipe out the undead creatures in the Saline region. In addition, in areas where no undead creatures have appeared yet, we must send people to collect food as quickly as possible to prevent the evil forces from infiltrating and causing even more serious losses." The words fell. Another high-ranking official of the kingdom suggested, "Your Majesty, although our kingdom is powerful, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses in a war against the undead army. Therefore I suggest sending an envoy to the Golden Oasis. Join forces with the Golden Griffin riders there to wipe out the undead. I believe that the Golden Griffin Knights also do not want to see the Saline occupied by the undead legion, as that would cause them to lose a large amount of food." Very good. Rat King Aubrey nodded in satisfaction. His ministers are like donkeys. They won't know the power of a poisonous whip until they've been lashed. Rat King Aubrey looked at the first minister and said, "Since it was you who proposed to wage war against the undead army, then this war is entrusted to you. You will personally lead the kingdom's army into the battlefield of Saline." Then he looked at the second minister who had made the suggestion. "The task of cooperating with the Golden Griffin Knights is entrusted to you. Tomorrow you will be sent to the Golden Oasis as the kingdom's envoy. While you're at it, let's also find out what's going on with the Golden Oasis right now." The two kingdom ministers who were assigned the task almost burst into tears. Fighting the undead army is a high-stakes battle with a slim chance of survival. And if you die, you might be transformed into an undead creature, where neither your soul nor your body will find peace. As for the mission to the Golden Oasis, even then, there's no guarantee they'll return to the kingdom alive. They should have held back a little longer and let someone else take the lead. The meeting concluded. Rat King Aubrey tapped the armrest of the throne lightly with his scepter. A moment later, a figure dressed in black robes emerged from the shadows on one side. "What is it?" Rat King Aubrey said. "My lord, my kingdom is now facing a crisis of undead calamity." Before he could finish speaking, the figure in black robes said, "What does this have to do with me?" Rat King Aubrey's fat face contorted with rage. He almost lost his composure and swung his scepter at the figure in black. This guy eats its food, uses its things, and sometimes even hires a few pretty rat woman girls to massage his feet and serve him. Now its kingdom is in trouble. But he had an expression of complete indifference. It even vaguely sensed that this guy was gloating. The figure in black robes coughed lightly and said, "Your Majesty Aubrey, I really want to help your kingdom. But as you know, my mission is to protect Lord Charles, and I cannot leave his side even for a moment." "Master Charles's injuries are almost fully healed," said Rat King Aubrey. "Moreover, this is the stronghold of our Ratman kingdom, and there is absolutely no way that any foreign enemies will invade. Therefore, I request your excellency to lend a helping hand. You are a powerful and extraordinary archmage. One spell is enough to cripple the undead army. Moreover, with your personal intervention, I believe we can deter the group of Golden Griffin Knights in the Golden Oasis, thus preventing them from disturbing Master Charles's recovery." It had already found out that those Golden Griffin Knights were generally high-level professionals. Although they are elite, the number of king-level soldiers is extremely small. There isn't even one Golden Griffin Knight at the extraordinary level. If a great magician were to intervene, he would surely be able to deter them from daring to plot against the Ratman kingdom again. "What you said makes some sense." The figure in black robes thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll help you this once. But you'll have to thank me properly after this calamity of the undead is over." Rat King Aubrey quickly replied, "Your Excellency, I understand. After this is accomplished, you may choose any of the beauties in my kingdom, as many as you desire." The figure in black robes trembled violently. He said irritably, "What would I do with those rats? Go catch the sand people." Yes, this little matter is on my shoulders." Rat King Aubrey patted his chest with his thick, fat paws and made a promise. It doesn't want to give its beautiful woman to this guy yet. Chapter 59 Dark Dragon Charles. After leaving the main hall, the figure in black robes entered the forbidden area of the Ratman Kingdom. This is a huge cave carved out by human hands. An underground river also flows on one side. As for water resources, the Skaven Kingdom has no shortage of them, which is why they have not occupied the central riverbed of the sand forest. In the center of the cave sits an altar. The altar was covered with runes. Each node of the magic rune is also inlaid with a dark magic gem. Magic gems are similar to magic crystals. It can be used to craft magical equipment, and when ground into powder, it can be used to write magical scrolls. The magical elements it contains can also be extracted through arcane techniques. The difference lies in magic gems are a gift from nature. Magic crystals, on the other hand, are produced from the bodies of a few magical beasts. At this moment, lying on the altar was an extremely large monster. Its body length is at least over 100 meters. Even the largest golden griffin under Lin Yi's command would appear tiny in front of this giant monster. Its body is covered with jet black scales. They are densely stacked like fish scales. It has 4 legs and a pair of exaggeratedly large wings on each side of its body. The aura emanating from it was terrifying beyond measure. Even the black-robed figure, revered as a transcendent grand magician by the Rat King Aubrey, couldn't help but show a look of horror in his eyes when he saw this giant monster. Of course, being terrified is just instinct. In addition, there is greed and a burning desire. This colossal monster is none other than the Dark Dragon Charles. As the figure in black robes approached, the Dragon Charles slowly opened his eyes. Those were golden vertical pupils. Its terrifying dragon body, combined with those eyes, makes it look even more frightening. The Dragon Charles said in a deep voice, "Human mage, blinded by power and desire, what are you doing here?" The figure in black robes said, "Lord Charles, the Ratman Kingdom is facing a small-scale undead calamity, and I am prepared to help these lowly rats overcome this disaster." "Yeah," Charles the Dragon said calmly. "I thought you came to inquire about how my injuries are healing." It was completely indifferent to the plight of the Ratman Kingdom. It never intended to shelter those lowly rats. Once it recovers, it will leave this awful place as soon as possible. Even though it was a dark dragon, it didn't want to stay in this dark and sunless underground world forever. Azure skies, fertile hunting grounds. This is its true destiny. The figure in black robes said, "Of course, I am also quite concerned about Lord Charles's injuries." Charles the Dragon snorted coldly. 2 streams of dragon flame shot out from its nostrils. Its power was so great that it distorted the very space it burned. The Dragon Charles said slowly, "In at most 6 months, my injuries will be fully healed. At that time, I will fulfill my promise and sign a contract with you. To be Lord Charles's partner would be the greatest honor of my life." The figure in black robes spoke with rapid breathing. He's waited this long already, so he can easily wait another 6 months. If all goes well, he will be able to have a dragon companion and become a noble dragon mage. Human, you may leave now. Don't bother me for the time being. Dragon Charles said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Charles. Without hesitation, the figure in black robes turned and left the cave. He didn't mind Charles the Dragon's arrogant attitude. Arrogance is the nature of dragons. Throughout the entire sacred continent, there is no creature that the dragons can take seriously. Not even the nature elves who rule the forest of life. Moreover, he is a human being. Although humans are also a highly intelligent race, they have always been weak creatures in the eyes of dragons. He wasn't angry at all. As long as you can sign a partnership contract with the Dragon Charles. All the humiliation was worth it. After the figure in black robes left, the Dragon Charles spread out his left wing, revealing his enormous, obese belly. As you can see, a long arrow, several meters long, is stuck in its abdomen, near its heart. The arrow was entirely emerald green and shimmered with light. It resembles a magnificent piece of jade. At this moment, fresh dragon blood was still dripping from the tail of the arrow. It was this arrow that severely wounded it. For the past 2 years, it has been working hard to remove the domain power from the arrows, not daring to forcibly pull them out, because the power of the arrows would directly shatter its heart. It is not a god. If the heart is shattered, death is certain. We can pull the arrows in another month. Charles the Dragon whispered in a barely audible voice. The 6 months that the figure in black robes just mentioned was a complete lie. It's wishful thinking for a weak human mage to even attempt to emulate a dragon knight and become its partner. After it recovers, the first person we need to kill is that human. Looking at the emerald green arrow stuck in his chest, the Dragon Charles couldn't help but think of his unfortunate past, and he was instantly filled with extreme anger, his expression becoming twisted and ferocious. Damn nature spirits. Damn tree people. Soon I'll show you just how terrible it is to anger a dragon. In an instant, the entire cave was shrouded in the dragon's murderous aura. Golden Oasis. Lin Yi was unaware that the Ratman Kingdom was mobilizing a large army to prepare for war against the undead legion that had invaded the Sand Forest. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he is upgrading his territory. After consuming 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, and 10,000 units of stone, the core building, Intermediate Town Hall, was successfully upgraded to Advanced. The next level is the Town Hall. Upgrading requires 30,000 units each of gold, wood, and stone. This amount of exertion was nothing to Lin Yi. He previously upgraded the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds, which cost a total of 480,000 gold coins, leaving him with approximately 170,000 gold coins remaining. The Advanced Town Hall has been upgraded again, and there are still 160,000 gold coins left. Upgrading the Town Hall is more than enough at this point. Upgrade. With Lin Yi's confirmation. Soon, dazzling golden light fell from the void and enveloped the entire golden oasis. Looking down from the air, one can clearly see a lush green expanse frantically engulfing the surrounding sand dunes, with countless thick trees rising from the ground. At the same time, the area of Sapphire Lake is also expanding rapidly. A large mountain also appeared to the southwest of the oasis. A glittering iron ore deposit was visible on the mountaintop. This is a gift from the system. Chapter 60, A New Talent, Saint of Light. Town Hall. Level low. New buildings unlocked. Walls, fortresses. Next level, Intermediate Town Hall. Upgrade requirements. 100,000 units each of gold, wood, and stone. 10,000 units of refined iron. Finally done. Town Hall. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the building that resembled a royal palace. He upgraded the Town Hall from Intermediate to Town Hall in one go, without consuming many resources. He still has a full 130,000 gold coins left. Once another 10,000 units of refined iron are collected, the Town Hall's level can be upgraded to Intermediate. However, Lin Yi was not in a hurry about this. Because after reaching the Town Hall level, the cost of subsequent upgrades becomes extremely high, calculated based on the previous consumption ratio. He wants to upgrade the Town Hall to a higher level City Hall, which requires at least 800,000 gold coins and a total of over 1 million units of basic resources. This can only be done step by step. He didn't plan to spend the remaining tens of thousands of gold coins on the Town Hall. Let's leave it for now and see if we upgrade special buildings like the Lucky Altar and Fountain of Spirits, or wait until new troop buildings are released before upgrading them. However, the newly unlocked building walls and fortresses can be built later. These two buildings. It can effectively enhance the defensive capabilities of the Golden Oasis. Just as Lin Yi was talking to herself, a series of notifications from the Lord system appeared in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your core building has been upgraded to Town Hall. You have completed the main quest. You have received a main quest reward, including a random Lord talent. You have acquired the Lord talent, Saint of Light. You have successfully started a new main quest. Main quest. Upgrade the core building to a city hall. Quest reward. Randomly obtain 1 Lord talent. Your side quest has been refreshed. Side quest 1. Destroy or conquer the Ratman Kingdom. Mission reward. 1 random blueprint, including but not limited to territory building blueprints, troop building blueprints, and special blueprints. Side quest 2. Slay or conquer the Dark Dragon Charles. Quest reward. 1 Lord title. These 2 side quests are good. Previously, the side quests mostly rewarded territory building blueprints, but this time they actually included troop building blueprints, which is a pleasant surprise. If I could randomly get a blueprint for a troop building, that would be awesome. Furthermore, the rewards for the Lord title are unprecedented. Lin Yi now holds 2 titles, Lord of the Golden Oasis and Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow. The former gave him absolute control over the Golden Oasis territory. As for the latter, it's completely useless. They can only fool or intimidate the common people of the Kingdom of Stanlow. When facing nobles, this title can actually have a negative impact on him. The reason is simple. Although he held the title of Viscount, he was a wanted criminal on the list in the Kingdom of Stanlow. Who knows? One day the elderly king might suddenly have a change of heart and think of him as a direct descendant of the Tulip family, and simply strip him of his Viscount status. However, he was really looking forward to the title rewarded by the Lord system. Products manufactured by our system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Lin Yi then checked his newly acquired Lord talent. Lord's talent, Saint of Light. Level, Advanced, Upgradable. Talent information. Your light elemental affinity talent has reached perfection, making you a promising talent for the light faction. Your units, excluding undead, dark, and other evil faction units, deal 30% more damage to evil faction creatures. Next tier, rare talent. Upgrade requirement. Kill 100,000 evil faction creatures. This talent is incredible. It may seem like just a high-level talent, not even rare, but it is a talent that can be upgraded. Killing 100,000 evil creatures will upgrade your talent to a rare one. The effect of improving talent compared to the same period last year. In other words, as long as I kill enough evil creatures, it's not impossible to upgrade this talent to God level or even super God level in the future. Lin Yi was overjoyed. With this Lord talent, his Royal Griffin Knights will not only deal more damage to undead creatures outside, but will also increase his number of evil creature kills. This is truly a double celebration. He even hoped this wave of undead calamity wouldn't end too soon. Ideally, there should be a constant stream of undead creatures. In this way, his talent level can rise rapidly. Afterwards, Lin Yi built the wall. It consumes 5,000 units of timber and 10,000 units of stone. It wasn't what Lin Yi had imagined. He originally thought that the wall he built would only enclose Sapphire Lake, the Sand People's settlement, and the core area of the territory, but he did not expect that the wall would surround the entire Golden Oasis. The vast forests, rocky mountains, and mineral veins outside are all within the enclosure of the wall. To put it simply, it means that all areas of the Golden Oasis have become a single entity. Outside the wall, there were endless sand dunes. The Golden Oasis is an irregular oval shape, reaching a width of about 8 kilometers at its widest point and exceeding 5 kilometers at its narrowest. Apart from the large open spaces surrounding Sapphire Lake, the rest of the area is covered with dense forest. According to Lin Yi's rough estimate, the length of the wall surrounding the entire Golden Oasis should be over 20 kilometers, which is quite exaggerated. Furthermore, the overall height of the wall is 8 meters. The thick rise is also about 6 meters. The entire structure is made of hard, large bluestone. This size is more like a city wall than a wall. However, this is a sacred continent ruled by extraordinary power, so things in this world cannot be viewed with the same perspective as before. Since the Lord system describes it as a wall, then it is a wall. A miraculous and magnificent feat. The old butler, Horden, was once again shocked. With this thick wall that surrounds the entire oasis, we no longer need to worry about undead creatures or monsters infiltrating our territory. A wall alone is not enough. Lin Yi said with a smile. He then moved all 300 low-level arrow towers he had built to the top of the wall, with each tower about 80 meters apart. He then built a large number of fortresses. It blends seamlessly with the surrounding wall. In this way, the territory's defense capabilities were further enhanced. Chapter 61 System Production. Or is it a product of the system? The arrow towers and fortresses built through the Lord system are completely different from those in the native world. Lin Yi's arrow towers and fortresses do not require anyone to be stationed there. Whenever an enemy attempts to invade the Golden Oasis, both the arrow towers and the fortresses will automatically launch an attack immediately. The arrow tower's attack weapon is ordinary arrows. The fortress's offensive weapon is a much more powerful heavy crossbow. Each crossbow bolt is over 3 meters long. An arrow can pierce through even stone. Lin Yi built a total of 100 fortresses, consuming a total of 50,000 units of basic resources, wood, and 100,000 units of stone. They are also evenly distributed on the wall. The distance between each fortress is approximately 240 meters. There are 3 arrow towers in the middle. This series of operations transformed the Golden Oasis into a military-grade war territory, where even passing birds would be shot into pincushions. However, Lin Yi was still not satisfied with this. He then consumed a total of 90,000 units of wood and 30,000 units of stone to upgrade all 300 arrow towers to the intermediate level, greatly increasing their arrow damage. If it weren't for a lack of resources, he will continue to upgrade. It will not stop until all the arrow towers are upgraded to the highest level. Upgrading an intermediate arrow tower to an advanced level requires 1,000 units of wood and 500 units of stone. 300 arrow towers require 300,000 units of timber and 150,000 units of stone. We're still a bit short. Lin Yi upgraded too many buildings this time, consuming too much resources. There are not enough resources left to upgrade all the arrow towers to the advanced level. However, timber and stone are only basic resources. The difficulty of gathering resources is no longer significant for the current Golden Oasis. In the next day or two at most, he will be able to stockpile a large amount of wood and stone, thus completing his reinforcement and modification of the arrow tower, and even the fortress. Lin Yi said to the old butler, Huidan, who was standing beside her. In the next few days, we need to speed up the hunting process and focus on improving the strength of the ace team. The old butler, Horden, said, Is the young master preparing to take action against the Ratman Kingdom? How can I allow others to sleep soundly under my bed? Lin Yi said with a smile. Even if we advocate peace, once this undead crisis is over, the Ratman Kingdom will not be able to coexist peacefully with us. After all, our existence would seriously threaten the survival of the Ratman Kingdom. So far, the Skaven Kingdom and the Golden Oasis have not had a direct conflict. But this is only temporary. Lin Yi wants to destroy the Ratman Kingdom, and Rat King Aubrey wants to kill him as well. To the Skaven Kingdom, Lin Yi and his Royal Griffin Knights were foreign invaders. If it's just a temporary stay in the Golden Oasis, that's fine. If the Rat King Aubrey were to learn that Liney had already established a territory in the Golden Oasis, and even built walls around it, he would definitely fight Liney to the death. What the young master says makes sense. The old butler, Horden, nodded. After a moment's thought, he added, But once the Ratman Kingdom is destroyed, the surrounding powerful alien races, and even the Forest City, will probably all know about your existence and your territory. At that time, the Golden Oasis was completely exposed to the world. Lin Yi said with a smile. It was impossible to hide it forever. Sophia couldn't keep it a secret for long. The people of Forest City aren't stupid. No matter how well Sophia did it, they would find some clues. It's possible that they've already found out about our territory. But don't worry. The speed at which our territory is developing is beyond their imagination. As long as we stay ahead of them, it will be difficult for them to threaten us. Understood, young master. The old butler, Horden, nodded again. All right, it's getting late. You should go and get some rest too. Lin Yi said to the old housekeeper. As for him, he has to stay up until midnight. Wait for the Royal Griffin Rider training ground to refresh, then recruit another 3,000 Royal Griffin Riders. Time flew by, and it was already the next day. After a wave of recruitment in the early morning, the total number of Royal Griffin Knights under Lin Yi's command reached a maximum of 8,000. It can be divided into 8 military units. Each legion supports 12 or 13 Royal Judgment Knights belonging to the Ace Squad. They are required to sacrifice experience points to help these Royal Judgment Knights achieve faster leveling. After resting for a few hours, the Royal Griffin Knights set off again early in the morning. To date, more than 30 Royal Judgment Knights have been promoted to the extraordinary level. I believe it will be soon. All 100 Royal Knights of the Ace team are extraordinary. At that time, Lin Yi can then turn his attention to the Ratman Kingdom. It's a new day. Lin Yi stretched and walked out of the town hall entrance. He had a friendly chat with his maid Sally several times last night, and he was a little tired. However, these are all minor issues. He quickly regained his energy. Ultimately, it's a physique at an extraordinary level. As Lin Yi turned his gaze to the tall and magnificent royal knight's palace in the distance, his mood became even more cheerful. Even he himself did not expect that he would be able to possess a level 9 troop building so quickly. All I can say is, thank you, system, and thank you, Fairy Spring. Don't bother upgrading the Royal Griffin Rider training grounds until you get the blueprints for the ultimate unit building. Now I just have to wait a few days for my God-level Lord talent to refresh. Give me a brand new unit building. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly heard shouts coming from afar. That was a huge number of sand people preparing to go to their respective workplaces. Because of the undead calamity outside, the mining work at the Salt Lake has been temporarily suspended. The more than 7,000 sand people have been divided into 2 groups, one to cut down trees and the other to mine stones. Among the crowd, Lin Yi also spotted the figure of the Jackal Agu. Since becoming the administrator of the Sand People's settlement, this guy has become increasingly pretentious. Hands behind back, figure 8 stance. Wherever he goes, he walks with his head held high and chest out, acting like a big boss. The Jackal Agu saw Lin Yi at this moment and immediately put on a fawning expression, rushing over like a loyal lackey. Great divine messenger, your lowly servant Agu is assigning tasks to those sand people. Do you have any new instructions? New instructions? There really is. Lin Yi said. Recruit 2 teams, one to pick ripe dragon fruit, and the other to mine the iron mine in the southwest region of our territory. In addition, our territory has 8 gates in its walls. Find someone to build the roads leading to these gates. The roads should be wide and flat, not cramped. As you will, my master. The Jackal Man Agu immediately and respectfully accepted the order. It was noon. Lin Yi received some good news. The Royal Griffin Riders, out hunting, discovered many traces of the Sand People. They brought these desert dwellers to the Golden Oasis through various means. At this point, Lin Yi's population exceeded 10,000. The special quest that rewards the Blueprint Profession Skill Tower has finally been completed. Chapter 62 The Messenger of the Ratman Kingdom. Special Building Blueprint Professional Skill Tower. Building Information. This is a building where residents can learn vocational skills. Construction requirements. 1,000 gold coins, 500 stone units. The construction requirements are the same as those for the Lucky Altar and the Fairy Spring. Each requires 1,000 gold coins and 500 stones. Lin Yi suddenly realized that constructing special buildings required gold coins. Moreover, the amount of gold coins required would increase tenfold for each level upgrade. For example, the Lucky Altar and the Fairy Spring. Both buildings are now classified as intermediate. To upgrade to the advanced level, you need a whopping 100,000 gold coins. On the contrary, the unlocked ordinary territory buildings, such as arrow towers, walls, warehouses, markets, etc., can be built and upgraded with only basic resources such as wood and stone. This may be the difference between special buildings and ordinary buildings. Lin Yi then went to the vicinity of the Lucky Altar and found an open space to build the Profession Skill Tower. It really is shaped like a tower. The tower is approximately 18 meters in diameter. It is about 40 meters high and has 4 floors. The ground floor occupies nearly half of the height, with 3 more floors above and a spire. Profession Skill Tower. Level Low. Building Information. Citizens of the current territory can learn relevant profession skills in the tower, including but not limited to magic skills, knightly combat techniques, alchemy, blacksmithing, etc. Highest learnable skill level. King level. Next level. Intermediate Job Skill Tower. Upgrade requirements. 10,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of stone. Special reminder. The Professional Skill Tower can increase the probability of citizens being promoted to professionals. The higher the building level, the higher the probability. It can actually help ordinary people become professionals. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. This was a small surprise for him. Although he doesn't need to rely on his subjects to participate in the war, it would be very good if all his subjects could become professionals. This will at least improve their physical fitness. It indirectly improves the efficiency of daily work. Subsequently, Lin Yi spent 10,000 gold coins and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the Profession Skill Tower to the intermediate level. After advancing to the intermediate level, the Professional Skill Tower becomes even larger. The diameter of the tower's base exceeds 30 meters. The height reached about 70 meters. The number of floors also changed from 4 to 5. Most importantly, the highest level of learnable skills has been raised from king level to extraordinary level. In other words, both he and his extraordinary royal judgment knights can go to the profession skill tower to further their studies and learn more powerful skills. In addition, there is now an extra special reminder in the message. A fully leveled class skill tower can provide profound insights into the laws of nature and related concepts. The profound meaning of the laws. This word sent a shiver down Lin Yi's spine. Above the extraordinary is the holy realm, and above the holy realm is the demigod. Saint-level powerhouses wield domains. The laws, on the other hand, are the hallmark of demigods. Furthermore, the title of subgod is only achieved by a demigod-level powerhouse after reaching a certain level on the path of the profound mysteries of the laws, which shows the special nature and importance of the laws. A fully upgraded profession skill tower can supply the profound mysteries of the laws, which is a major highlight. In the future, he could even use this to attract powerful figures from the local world to join his territory, become his subjects, and pledge allegiance to him, if he wished. Reaching intermediate level for now is about right. I'll consider upgrading the class skill tower to a higher level once I have saint-level units under my command. As she was talking to herself, Lenny called over the little maid, Sally, who was preparing lunch. The two walked into the tower together. Another day has passed in the blink of an eye. After another day of summoning, the number of Royal Griffin Knights under Lin Yi's command exceeded 10,000, reaching 12,000. The reason there's an extra 1,000 is because the Royal Griffin Knights got lucky while hunting in the wild and obtained multiple troop quantity blueprints. Using these unit quantity blueprints, Lin Yi obtained thousands of Royal Griffin Knights for free. This made Lin Yi very happy. In addition, the training at the Professional Skills Tower went very smoothly. Lin Yi mastered the first powerful skill in his life, Meteor Shower. This is a transcendent level of magic skill. After being released, it can condense countless large and small explosive fireballs in the sky, and then control the fireballs to smash towards the enemy. The damage area reached a diameter of approximately 100 meters. This is the conclusion Lin Yi reached after personally testing it. During this process, a team of hundreds of undead creatures was burned to ashes by his meteor shower, and even resurrection became a distant dream. Maid Sally is also quite impressive. Whether it was due to her low level or her amazing talent, she directly mastered 3 magic skills: Ice Spike, Lightning Bolt, and Ice Ring. Having successfully mastered magical skills, she could be considered a true magician. Lin Yi kept her promise and specially dispatched a squad of knights to take the maid Sally out hunting, with the aim of letting her join the group to gain experience and quickly level up. Lin Yi was still quite looking forward to having a maid of saint rank. Great divine messenger. The Knoll Agu rushed into the town hall and reported to Lin Yi. When the Sand People were on guard near the wall, they spotted a group of sneaky Ratmen. The leader claims to be an envoy from the Ratman Kingdom and requests an audience with you. An envoy from the Ratman Kingdom? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised, not expecting the Ratman Kingdom to take the initiative to send an envoy over. Bring it here. Yes, my master. The Jackal Agu ran off in a flash. Not long after, it dragged in a huge rat. The Ratman messenger stood trembling in the hall. The rat's face wore an exaggerated expression of utter shock. The straight-line distance from the Golden Oasis to the Skaven Kingdom is only a few dozen kilometers, not far at all. It had visited the Golden Oasis before it became a high-ranking member of the Skaven Kingdom. However, it can be determined. The Golden Oasis back then was definitely not like it is now. The Sapphire Lake in the center was never as wide as it is now. It lacks lush vegetation resembling a forest, and it doesn't have such magnificent palatial buildings. Everything here makes it seem unbelievable. It also makes it feel fear. This implies that behind the Golden Oasis lies a terrifyingly powerful being who has drastically transformed it. Honorable human lord. The Ratman envoy looked at Lin Yi, who was seated on the large chair, and said in a slightly trembling voice, On behalf of His Majesty the Great King Aubrey and our Ratman Kingdom, I offer you our sincerest respect. Before it could finish speaking, it was forcibly pressed to the ground by Agu, a jackal man standing to the side like a lackey, who angrily said, You lowly rat, you must kneel and bow when you see my master. Moreover, only my master is worthy of being described with the word great. Ratman Messenger. Lin Yi. Chapter 63, I would never betray the kingdom. After the little incident passed, Lin asked, What did Aubrey send you here for? Reporting to the Lord. The Ratman envoy dared not correct Lin Yi's disrespectful address to their Rat King, and quickly said, "It is so, His Majesty Weeabri looks forward to forming an alliance with you. As you know, the desert we live in is currently suffering from a plague of the dead. Everywhere I look, there are the figures of evil undead. Especially in the Saline region, the number of undead gathered there has reached more than 100,000, and there is an extremely powerful legion of undead knights sweeping across the land. These spirits are severely damaging the ecological environment of the desert area. Countless monsters and animals were slaughtered. Furthermore, entire tracts of fruit trees were corrupted by the power of the undead. If we can get your help and send the powerful Golden Griffin Knight Legion to garrison the Saline, together with our kingdom's Ratman army, we will surely be able to wipe out these undead." In the past 2 days, the number of undead in the wild has surged again. The extraordinary Royal Judgment Knight's initial prediction was clearly wrong. So far in the hunt, the Royal Griffin Knights have killed tens of thousands of undead creatures, but they still haven't been able to completely wipe out the undead that have appeared near the Golden Oasis. There's even a feeling that they can't be eradicated completely. In addition, the Ratman messenger also set off from the Skaven Kingdom early yesterday morning. The reason why it only arrived at the Golden Oasis today is not because it has short legs and runs slowly, but because there are undead everywhere. Whenever it encounters a procession of undead, it has no choice but to take a detour. It can only be said that this undead crisis is more serious than anyone expected. Lin Yi said, "As a peace-loving lord, I also very much hope to form an alliance with your Ratman kingdom. But unfortunately, my territory is not as powerful as your kingdom. My Golden Griffin Knight Legion can only clear out the undead around the oasis for the time being. We do not have the extra strength to go to the Saline region and fight together with your kingdom's army." The Ratman messenger hurriedly said, "Your esteemed lord, your Golden Griffin Knight is the overlord of the sky, and it will not take him long to fly to the sand forest. How about this?" Lin Yi said calmly. "After my legion has wiped out the undead creatures in the vicinity and resolved the crisis in the oasis, I will consider sending them to the sand forest area." The Ratman messenger fell silent. It could tell that this was Lin Yi's excuse. The undead creatures that slumber beneath the desert are awakening in droves. When will it be completely eradicated? It is obvious that this human lord who occupies the Golden Oasis is unwilling to ally with their Skaven kingdom, and may even hope to see their Skaven kingdom suffer heavy losses in this undead crisis. The Ratman messenger said, "I understand. I will convey your words to His Majesty the King. In that case, I'll take my leave now." "No rush." Lin Yi smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jackal Agu dragged the Ratman messenger, who was about to turn and leave, back with him. The Ratman messenger trembled with fear. "What? If cooperation fails, you're going to kill the rats." It knew it shouldn't have come. The Ratman messenger asked tremblingly, "Respected human lord, is there anything else you require?" Lin Yi suddenly changed her mind, and said with a smile, "Do you want to live or die?" The Ratman envoy cried out in terror, "My lord, I am an envoy from the Ratman kingdom. You cannot kill me." Lin Yi said, "Those Ratmen who came with you have been executed for trespassing into my territory." After saying that, he nodded to the Knollman Agu. The lackey immediately ran out of the main hall. He ran back a short while later, indicating that he had completed the task. "My lord, spare my life." The Ratman messenger turned pale with fright. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll give you a chance to live." The Ratman messenger hurriedly said, "My esteemed lord, as long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask." "Very good," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Now, you need to kneel before me, swear to join the Golden Oasis, and become one of my subjects. Then you can go back." "To become your subject? What? You don't want to?" No. The Ratman messenger hurriedly shook his head. It thought that even though it swore allegiance to the Golden Oasis, its heart still belonged to the Ratman kingdom. Oaths are not something that can restrain a mere Ratman. Did this human lord not know this? "My lord, is this truly just a declaration of oath?" "Certainly." Lin Yi nodded. Upon seeing this, the Ratman messenger knelt down in the main hall, without saying a word, and swore an oath to become a subject under Lin Yi's command. "Very good, get up." Lin Yi had a bright smile on her face. The Ratman messenger seemed to instinctively get up from the ground. At this moment, Lin Yi asked, "What's the current situation with Dragon Charles?" The Ratman messenger replied, "Your Majesty, Charles has been recuperating in the forbidden area of our Ratman kingdom. Apart from King Aubrey, only the Ratmen responsible for delivering meals can see him. What level is that dragon? I don't know about that, but there are rumors that it has reached the saint rank. The Ratman messenger explained everything in detail. It didn't even know why it was being so obedient. Lin thought for a moment and said, after we return to the Ratman kingdom, your task is to find out information about the dragon Charles for me. I need to know everything about that dragon. As you wish, great lord. Before he could finish speaking, the Ratman messenger froze in shock. What's going on? It should have refused. It had no desire to be a spy, and besides, the dragon Charles was a taboo in their Ratman kingdom. At this moment, Lin waved her hand and said, step back. He then said to the jackal Agu, send a squad of desert coyotes to escort it to the sand forest. Yes, my master. The jackal Agu quickly carried the Ratman messenger, who was beginning to question his existence, away from the town hall. From now on, you're one of us. The jackal Agu escorted the Ratman messenger to a gate in the wall, patted him on the shoulder, and said, after you return to the Ratman kingdom, always remember the task the divine messenger gave you. Yes, it is my honor to serve the Lord. The Ratman messenger nodded hurriedly. He then mounted a leader-level desert coyote and sped away. Are you kidding me? I would never betray the kingdom. I'm a high-ranking member of the kingdom. However, if it's just about gathering some information, it shouldn't be considered betrayal, right? Yes, that's definitely not it. By the way, His Majesty Aubrey's treasury contains many treasures. If there's an opportunity, we can take them back and present them to our great lord. Damn it, what was I thinking? I would never do such a thing. Chapter 64. It can deceive oaths, but it can't deceive me. They used desert coyotes as their mode of transportation. The Ratman messenger reached the edge of the Sarin region in less than 2 hours. This was because they encountered several waves of undead groups along the way, forcing them to take a detour. Otherwise, it would be faster. Roar! The leader of the desert coyotes growled at the Ratman messenger. Then it led its minions and ran towards the golden oasis. Watching the desert coyotes disappear into the distance, the Ratman messenger suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. The golden griffin is a high-level mount, and it doesn't ask for anything more. It would be content with just a desert coyote as a mount. If things are done well, the generous lord might just bestow upon me a desert coyote. Damn it, this is not something I should have thought of. The Ratman messenger cursed himself. It would never betray the Ratman kingdom, even if it died. Just then, the Ratman messenger suddenly heard a series of intense shouts of battle coming from afar. It quickly climbed to the top of a rocky hill and looked towards the direction of the shouts of battle. It soon discovered that a war had broken out in the distant Saline region. The army of the Skaven kingdom is at war with the Undead Legion. Everywhere you look, there are scenes of fierce fighting. Elite Ratman warriors were constantly falling in pools of blood, and undead creatures were also being killed. Not long after, a figure appeared high in the sky above the battlefield. The figure held a magic wand, and with each wave, it released huge black spheres. As the black sphere fell onto the battlefield, it immediately generated terrifying dark shockwaves. Wherever it went, all undead creatures were crushed. Even high-level ghouls and undead knights are completely unable to withstand it. With just one move, hundreds of undead creatures were killed, and even the soul fire within their bodies collapsed under the attack of the dark shockwave. What powerful magic! It's that envoy who's always been by His Majesty Aubrey's side. The Ratman messenger looked at the black-robed figure standing high in the sky. The terrifying methods made it tremble with fear. The high-ranking members of the Ratman kingdom were aware of the existence of the figure in black robes. Although they had limited contact with him, they knew he was a powerful human mage. With this envoy's participation, the undead crisis in the Saline region might actually be resolved. That's such a pity. If this undead disturbance can inflict significant losses on the Skaven kingdom, then, my lord. Damn it, I must be possessed. How could I have such thoughts? I am a high-ranking official in the kingdom. The Ratman messenger shook his head. I want to get rid of the dangerous thoughts in my mind. It then left the mountaintop and returned to the Ratman kingdom via a hidden underground passage. Soon, it was summoned by the Rat King, Aubrey. Rat King Aubrey sat on his throne, looking down at his ministers, and asked, "Have you completed the task I assigned you? What is the specific situation at the Golden Oasis?" The Ratman messenger quickly replied, "Your Majesty Aubrey, the Golden Oasis has indeed undergone some changes, but that is not important. I did not see the Golden Griffin Knight there. I only saw one human lord at a time. That lord is very willing to cooperate with our king and has promised to send the Golden Griffin Knight Legion to help us after we have wiped out the undead creatures around the oasis. That's all. Yes, your majesty, that's all. Rat King Aubrey was very dissatisfied with his minister's answer. Its main purpose in sending ministers to the Golden Oasis was to gather information about the Golden Oasis's combat strength and the purpose of the Golden Griffin Knight's presence in the area. And all they brought back was this insignificant information? Are you hiding something from me? I wouldn't dare. The Ratman messenger said with a look of fear. You are His Majesty the King. As your loyal subject, how could I dare to deceive you? I have already told you everything I know. Where are your followers? Asked Aubrey, the Rat King. The Ratman messenger explained. We were attacked by the undead many times along the way, and they all died. If I hadn't run fast, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time getting back to the kingdom. I understand, you may leave. Rat King Aubrey said indifferently. Yes, your majesty. The Ratman messenger quickly withdrew from the main hall. Watching its retreating figure disappear in a flash, Rat King Aubrey felt that something was amiss. However, it did not question the loyalty of its ministers. Betrayal is absolutely impossible in the Skaven kingdom. It is quite confident about this. After returning to their own territory, the first thing the Ratman messenger did was to plant a trusted confidant in the food delivery team, taking the opportunity to inquire about the condition of the Dragon Charles's injuries. As a high-ranking member of the Ratman Kingdom, it certainly possesses this capability. I'll go meet with the 17th princess later. Have her figure out a way to steal the keys to His Majesty Aubrey's treasury. She's my own sister. Of course I won't refuse. Hiss. No. How could I do such a thing? His Majesty Aubrey is the king I serve. The Ratman messenger constantly reminded itself to be a loyal subject and never do anything to betray the kingdom or His Majesty Aubrey. It can deceive itself, it can deceive vows, but it cannot deceive me. This is the message that the Lord System sent to Lin Yi. Saint rank. Lin Yi frowned. Even a wounded Saint-level dragon is extremely powerful. After all, Saint-level experts wield the power of a domain. His initial worst-case scenario plan proved to be correct, which also means that the strategy of forming the ACE team was not wrong. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, my ACE team can all be promoted to the extraordinary level. In the past few days, although the Royal Griffin Knights have not entered the Saline region to hunt monsters, they have killed a large number of undead creatures. All the experience is supplied to the ACE team, so their level-up speed is naturally not slow. In addition, Lin Yi's rank has also been promoted, currently at the intermediate level of the Extraordinary Realm. The information panel for the Lord's Talent, Saint of Light, shows that the number of undead creatures killed has reached more than 80,000, and it will soon break through 100,000 to level up. At that time, the Royal Griffin Knight's damage to undead creatures will continue to increase dramatically. In general, this calamity of the dead was actually a good thing for Lin Yi. Chapter 65, The Prelude to the Cataclysm of the Undead. With nothing else to do, Lin Yi went to inspect the daily work progress of the territory. Thanks to the joint efforts of the villagers, the roads leading to the 8 gates of the walled city have been opened up, and the roads are now being compacted and leveled. Iron ore mining is also progressing smoothly. A large amount of iron ore resources are mined every day. It's worth mentioning that what was mined was not minerals, but refined iron. It can even be used directly to craft ordinary equipment without refining. That's amazing. In addition, this is a small iron mine with limited reserves. At the current pace of work in the territory, approximately 30,000 units of refined iron can be mined per day. The iron ore mine will be empty after at most 1 month of mining. However, Lin Yi didn't care, because as long as he upgrades the territory's level, the iron mine will also grow in size, with more refined iron reserves, so he doesn't have to worry about running out of iron while mining. The harvesting of red dragon fruit has long since ended. More than 10,000 gene of red dragon fruit were harvested. It's twice the amount harvested the first time. This is also related to the level upgrade of the territory. Now, the dragon fruit trees have entered a new growth cycle. With Lin Yi using the plant growth potion, again, the growth cycle of the dragon fruit tree was shortened by another third. It won't be long before it's ready to be harvested again. Next, Lin Yi went to the livestock farm for a visit. Today, the number of desert coyotes has increased by nearly 10,000. The number of moose is even greater, exceeding 50,000, and they are all plump and healthy. The number of silvertail fish and native fish species in Sapphire Lake has also increased significantly. At a glance, the lake is full of large fish. Especially native fish species, Their reproduction speed and number far exceed those of silvertail fish. If it weren't for the territory upgrade and the expansion of Sapphire Lake, these native fish species would have affected the silvertail's living environment. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yi summoned the jackal Agu. Go and gather a group of female sand people and have them weave fishing nets, fish baskets, and other fishing tools. We will start catching native fish in the lake tomorrow or the day after. Yes, my lord. The jackal Agu rushed off to relay Lin Yi's orders. Lin Yi then headed to the profession skill tower. There are many things in the territory that he doesn't need to worry about, so he naturally uses his free time to learn professional skills and enhance his own strength. 2 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. After consuming hundreds of thousands of units of wood and stone, Lin Yi upgraded all 300 arrow towers in his territory to the advanced level, greatly increasing their attack power. The high-level arrow towers are so powerful that they can threaten high-level magical beasts and high-level professionals. The reason for upgrading the arrow tower to a higher level is twofold. Firstly, the territory's resource reserves have increased dramatically, and secondly, there are more undead appearing in the wild. Even if the Royal Griffin Knights only rested for a few hours a day, they still couldn't kill them all. The battlefield area was even compressed to the vicinity of the Golden Oasis. Every now and then, undead creatures will break through the hunting zone and appear within the range of the arrow tower. Therefore, Lin Yi upgraded the level of the arrow tower. The situation seems to be getting more and more serious. In the town hall, Lin Yi spoke to the old butler, Hoden. Yes, young master. The old butler's expression was also somewhat solemn as he said, At first, I also thought that this undead crisis wouldn't last long, but I didn't expect the number of undead to increase so much. I rode my golden griffin outside for a spin this morning. Everywhere I looked, there were spirits of the dead. Especially in the Sarin region, the undead have already built strongholds there. Those evil undead creatures have gathered together large numbers of monsters, animals, and even ratmen corpses, attempting to create mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If it is not contained, a necromantic canopy is very likely to form over the Sarin region. Lin Yi asked, What about the Ratman Kingdom? The old steward, Horden, said, The Skaven Kingdom was defeated, abandoning tens of thousands of Skaven warriors' corpses as they fled back to their underground kingdom. That extraordinary magician who appeared out of nowhere was unable to help the Skaven Kingdom win the war. On the contrary, it was him. It was attacked by a large number of gargoyles and ghosts and was seriously injured. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. Unexpectedly, even a great mage of extraordinary skill couldn't withstand the output of the undead legion. Lin Yi sighed. We originally planned to break open the entrance to that passage and lure the undead to the Ratman Kingdom. Now it seems that even if we do nothing, the Ratman Kingdom won't last long. Sooner or later, the dead will find out. The old butler, Horden, nodded. This time, the undead calamity is unexpectedly terrifying. My biggest worry right now is that if countless undead creatures appear in even more remote desert areas, it would be a real catastrophe. Under these circumstances, the entire Carol Desert will be swept away by the undead. The Sand People Kingdom and all those powerful alien forces in the desert will suffer. Lin Yi said with a smile, If a cataclysmic disaster really occurs, the natural elves of the Forest of Life, the human kingdoms of the Land of Abundance, and even other intelligent races in other regions will probably not sit still. A large army will be dispatched into the Carol Desert. Undead are undead creatures. The Carol Desert cannot hold back the undead. Once the scourge of the undead forms, the surrounding areas of the Carol Desert will certainly be affected as well. To prevent a more serious situation from escalating, powerful racial factions will inevitably take action to curb the spread of the undead scourge. Take the nature elves as an example. Will they just stand by and watch the undead army grow stronger and then invade the Forest of Life? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yi said, Don't worry too much. What we need to do is accelerate the development of our territory and ensure that we can survive this undead calamity. Sometimes, chaos is a good thing. Understood, young master. The old butler, Horden, nodded. After the old butler left, Lin Yi checked her Lord Talent information. Lord's Talent, Holy Envoy of Light. Rank, Rare, Upgradable. Talent information, your Light Elemental Affinity talent has reached perfection, making you a promising talent for the Light faction. Your units, excluding Undead, Dark, and other evil faction units, deal 80% more damage to evil faction creatures. Next tier, Epic Talent. Upgrade requirement. Kill 5 million evil faction creatures. Current kill progress, 472,000. The night before last, his talent was successfully upgraded. The original Saint of Light has been upgraded to Holy Envoy of Light. The damage dealt by the troops under their command to evil creatures has also increased dramatically from 30% to 80%. This is a rather alarming increase. In just 2 days, the Royal Knights have killed nearly 500,000 more undead, Lin Yi muttered to himself. The reason for this situation. One reason is that there are simply too many undead creatures. Secondly, the Royal Griffin Knights have expanded in size. After 2 days of recruitment and the release of the troop quantity blueprints, Lin Yi now commands nearly 19,000 Royal Griffin Knights. If we recruit a batch tonight, we can directly break through 20,000. Chapter 66. Sophia, a very charming and bold woman. But what made Lin Yi happiest was not the expansion of the Royal Griffin Knight Legion, but the fact that his god-level Lord talent, blessed by all races, was about to be refreshed. A new week will begin tonight. At that time, the talent of the favored by all races will be able to bring me a brand new unit building. The two core elements of a lord are territory and troops. The level of a territory reflects the speed at which the lord develops. The strength of a military unit or legion is related to the strength of the territory and the ability to wage war against the outside world. Both of these elements are indispensable. Although Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knights Legion is already quite strong. In particular, the level 9 Royal Griffin Knight training ground can recruit a full 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights for him every day. To outsiders, this would be an absolutely unbelievable thing. Even the most intelligent races standing at the pinnacle of the sacred continent regard it as a divine artifact and a treasure to protect their clan. However, Lin Yi was still somewhat dissatisfied. He needs more unit buildings. Recruit larger and stronger military units. To achieve this goal, it depends on whether his lord talent, chosen one of all races, is effective. After all, getting troop building blueprints for free from the lord's system isn't easy. Even if a quest reward includes these blueprints, whether you can actually obtain them through a draw is another matter. I just hope I'll have better luck tonight. Lin Yi dreamed of having a unit even more powerful than the Royal Griffin Knights. Now, a huge storm is about to break. He needs powerful troops to protect his territory even more. Then, he checked his gold coin reserves. Lin Yi. Identity. Lord, Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow. Territory, Golden Oasis. Level, High Level Extraordinary. Lord Talents, Favored by all races, Godlike. Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines, Epic, Holy Envoy of Light, Rare. Gold Coins, 239,300. Nearly 240,000 gold coins. These were specially reserved by Lin Yi for the new unit building. Since upgrading the core building of her territory to the town hall a few days ago, Lin Yi hasn't used any of her gold coins, all for the purpose of upgrading the new troop building that refreshed tonight. If the undead hadn't been so poor, he would have had even more gold coins in his reserves. During this period, the Royal Griffin Knights have killed more than 500,000 undead creatures. If it were Warcraft, the amount of gold coins dropped would at least double. The reason for the low drop rate is mainly because the level of the undead is generally low. Sometimes you have to kill several undead creatures to get a single gold coin. As for other things, for example, the drop rate for blueprints and gold coin bags is even lower. There was a considerable amount of equipment looted from the undead. Although most of it was ordinary and decayed, it still had some value after being reforged. At this moment, Lin Yi took out a small megaphone from her personal storage bag. After infusing magic, they quickly made contact with Miss Sophia, who was far away in the Forest City. During this time, Lin Yi would sometimes chat with Sophia to learn about Forest City and gossip about the various races and factions. My lord, I was just about to contact you. Sophia's clear yet slightly charming voice came from the loudspeaker. Miss Sophia is a very charming and bold woman. You can tell from her dark red, wavy hair. After several remote communications, Lin Yi realized this and replied, I imagine my dear Miss Sophia must have brought me some good news. You are a wise lord. After some compliments, Sophia said, Not long ago, the Bounty Hunter Guild sent word that someone had accepted my mission and arranged a meeting place with me. I'm on my way to meet with them. This is indeed good news. Lin Yi's emotions were also stirred. He was very much looking forward to obtaining the corpse of a giant dragon. At this moment, Sophia said again, My lord, I don't have much Elven spring water left. After selling it off over the past few days, I only have less than 500 bottles left. I see. Lenny said, I will have my butler bring another batch of Elven spring water later. If they really do have a dragon's corpse, then Miss Sophia must buy it no matter what. I will certainly not let my lord down. After a pause, Sophia asked softly, My lord, I've heard that a large number of undead creatures have appeared in the Carol Desert. Has your territory been affected? It's not a big problem. Then I'm relieved. Sophia said, In the past 2 days, a large number of bounty hunter teams have entered the Carol Desert. They have accepted missions issued by the Bounty Hunter Guild to clear out the undead creatures in the desert. Perhaps soon, bounty hunters will appear near the Golden Oasis. Bounty hunters are an organization that cannot be categorized as either good or evil. If you encounter them, your lordship, you'd better be careful, as there might be some fools eyeing your territory. Sophia has been away from the Golden Oasis for many days. She had no idea how far the Golden Oasis had developed to. If she knew that Lenny already had a Royal Griffin Knights Legion of nearly 20,000 under his command, she probably wouldn't be worried about Lenny, but rather about whether those bounty hunters could get past the Golden Oasis. However, Lenny gladly accepted Miss Sophia's concern. After exchanging a few more words, the two ended their communication. Lenny immediately recalled his old butler, Hoden, who was out hunting, and also summoned back a 10-man squad of Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, all of whom were at the extraordinary level. As of now, all the royal judges of the Ace team have reached the extraordinary level. Their combat power has increased dramatically. Even when facing the Dragon Charles head-on, Lenny isn't too intimidated right now. Young master, the old butler, Hoden, asked, What can I do for you? Lenny said, Sophia has news of the dragon's corpse. Take a batch of Elven spring water over there, and make sure to retrieve the dragon's corpse. Also, bring back the gold coins that the Crystal Merchant Guild has collected. Yes, young master. The old butler, Hoden, asked again, How many bottles of Elven spring water did I take this time? Lenny thought for a moment and said, Take them all with you, and give the rest to the Crystal Merchant Guild to continue selling. The fairy spring can regenerate. It was drained and then filled up again the next day. So Lenny was generous and had the old steward take all the fairy spring water from one well with him. Chapter 67 Tavern, Masked Man, Dragon Corpse. Soon, the old butler, Hoden, set off. The 10 Royal Griffin Knights who accompanied them all rode golden griffins that had reached the extraordinary level. After the Royal Knight training ground and the Golden Griffin nest are merged, the Royal Knight and the Golden Griffin become essentially a single unit. Their level progression is the same. There will not be a situation where there is a higher level or a lower level. Having reached the extraordinary level, the Golden Griffin's size has increased to over 20 meters. Although it is far from being comparable to the 100-meter-tall body of the Dark Dragon Charles, it can still be described as a behemoth. Especially when 10 of these enormous creatures appear at the same time. The sense of oppression was still very strong. At the same time, the Golden Griffins, after advancing to the extraordinary level, also experienced a significant increase in flight speed. Previously, the journey to the forest city took several hours. Now it's been halved. The long flight can now be completed in a maximum of 2 hours. Here in the forest city, after ending her call with Lenny, Miss Sophia, accompanied by the old mage Simon, left the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters and headed to a tavern under the jurisdiction of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Miss Sophia is wearing a purple dress today. The skirt splits at the thigh. As she walks, her 2 long, straight, and snow-white legs will be revealed. Above that are her half-exposed breasts, their peaks prominent and firm. Coupled with her dark red, wavy hair, she looks exceptionally charming. It is worth mentioning. Sophia and the old mage Simon both wore masks to avoid revealing their identities. The tavern was packed with drinkers. The vast majority of these people were equipped with various gear and belonged to different professions, including mages, archers, knights, warriors, and assassins. They all emanated magical energy fluctuations characteristic of their respective professions. This tavern caters exclusively to bounty hunters. Upon entering, Sophia frowned. It wasn't the intense gazes surrounding her that bothered her, but rather the truly unpleasant smell in the tavern. The strong smell of alcohol mixed with the man's sweat and the cheap smell of tobacco made her want to turn around and leave. But remembering the Lord's instructions, she persevered. She then found a sexy bunny girl waitress and told her that she had a reservation in VIP room number 3. Please follow me, both of you. The bunny girl quickly led the two to the second floor of the tavern. Soon, the two entered VIP room number 3. And they saw a figure completely shrouded in a black robe. The figure also wore a mask on its face. This behavior also shows that he doesn't want people to know his identity. After the bunny girl left, Sophia asked directly, "Does your excellency possess a complete dragon corpse?" "I have the dragon's corpse, but I'm not interested in the gold coins." The masked figure spoke. The voice was deep and stiff, but you could tell it was a man's. Sophia said, "I've noted it in the mission information. If you don't accept gold coins, we can exchange them for Elven spring water." The masked man chuckled and said, "The rumors from the outside world are indeed true. Your Crystal Merchant Guild has a trade route that can supply large quantities of elf spring water." Sophia was startled. How could she be recognized, even when she was wearing a mask? Moreover, she did not reveal her identity when issuing the task. How did this man know about her? Sophia frowned and said, "If you are sure you want to trade the dragon's corpse, I hope we don't waste our time on such a pointless question." The masked man said, "Is this how the chairperson treats her clients?" Sophia said calmly, "I only care about the deal." The masked man did not speak. He casually tossed Sophia a spatial ring. "The dragon corpse you wanted is inside." Sophia took the spatial ring and poured her mental consciousness and magic into it, and a huge dimensional space immediately appeared in her field of vision. Inside the dimensional space lay the enormous corpse of a dragon. Its body length is at least 100 meters or more. Its body is covered in deep red scales, and it exudes a fiery aura. This is a dead fiery dragon. Like the dark dragon, it is one of the 5 chromatic dragons. The dragon corpse looked very intact, except for a sword wound that went straight through its chest, indicating that it had been killed by an unknown expert who shattered its heart with a single sword strike. The only shortcoming is, the corpse of this fiery dragon was completely shriveled. It was as if all the flesh and blood of his body had been devoured. It also resembled a mummified corpse that had been stored for who knows how many years. Apart from the dragon's skin, all that was left was a skeleton. I wonder if that lord would even want such a dragon corpse. Just as Sophia put down the spatial ring, the masked man said, "I have many more similar dragon corpses, but only if your Crystal Merchant Guild has enough Elven spring water." Upon hearing this, Sophia's body trembled instantly. His inner world was in turmoil. What a big client this is, claiming to have many dragon corpses. It should be known that dragons are the most powerful, extraordinary creatures on the Holy Continent, and their individual strength and the strength of their races are both incredibly strong. Anyone who can kill a dragon can become a renowned dragon slayer on the continent. Not to mention slaughtering a horde of dragons. Even the nature elves probably couldn't do that. It's not that they lack the strength, but rather that they cannot bear the cost of angering the entire dragon race. Sophia couldn't help but suspect that the masked man was trying to fool her. After all, this kind of thing is too incredible. She took a deep breath and said, "Putting everything else aside, how many bottles of Elven spring water are you prepared to exchange this dragon's corpse for?" The masked man said, 10,000 bottles. Sophia rolled her eyes and said, "Even a live dragon wouldn't fetch this price, let alone the dragon carcass you brought, which is practically just a skeleton." The masked man was silent for a moment before saying, 8,000 bottles of Elven spring water is the minimum. After all, the guild leader only has low-grade Elven spring water. Sophia said, "I can now provide Elven spring water of medium purity." Masked Man. Chapter 68, A Successful Deal. The life energy contained in intermediate-level fairy spring water far exceeds that of low-level fairy spring water. Of course, its value is also several times that of the original. The masked man pondered for a moment and said, "Give me 4,000 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water, and this dragon corpse will be yours, Miss Guildmaster." Sophia shook her head and said, "A skeleton is far from worth this much mid-level Elven spring water. 4,000 bottles of intermediate-grade elf spring water, worth tens of millions of gold coins." She's not stupid, so naturally she wouldn't agree. Otherwise, that lord would certainly have doubts about her business acumen. The masked man asked, "So, how much is the president prepared to contribute?" "This number." Sophia held up one finger. Upon seeing this, the masked man almost turned and left. Throughout his life, he disliked women and unscrupulous businessmen the most. This price cutting is really too ruthless. The masked man said, "It seems that the president is not sincere about making this deal." Sophia said very sincerely, "If it were a fresh dragon carcass, I would give you a higher number, but this is just a skeleton." The masked man said, "This dragon was at the saint rank in its previous life." Sophia shook her head and said, "That's just a skeleton." The masked man's breathing quickened slightly. He was clearly very dissatisfied with the skeleton that Sophia had repeatedly mentioned. What's wrong with the skeleton? For a necromancer, this is a treasure among treasures. The masked man said in a deep voice. 3,500 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water. That's the lowest I can offer. Sophia said, 1,300. Masked man. After a fierce round of bargaining, the two parties ultimately agreed on 1,800 bottles of intermediate elf spring water. The masked man said in a deeper voice, the president is truly a natural businesswoman. Just that one set of dragon skins alone has made her a fortune. Sophia laughed and said, if it weren't for the fact that the dragon hide could be used to forge top-tier equipment, I would have given you at most 500 bottles of Elven spring water for the rest of the skeleton. The masked man trembled with anger. All he wanted to do now was leave the private room as soon as possible. Now that we've reached an agreement, let's get straight to the deal. Hold on, Sophia said without changing her expression. I am having someone gather water from the Elven spring. If you trust me, you can hand over this dragon corpse to me first and come to my guild's headquarters to pick it up the next day. Of course I trust the chairperson. Despite this, the masked man put the spatial ring away. However, cash on delivery is the principle of fair trade. As he spoke, he gave Sophia a magical communication device. Contact me again once the guild master's fairy spring water is ready. Can. Sophia didn't say much. Shortly after the masked man left, she also walked out of the private room with the old sorcerer Simon. Upon returning to the Chamber of Commerce's headquarters, Sophia immediately shared the good news with Lin Yi, and also revealed the possibility that the masked man possessed more dragon corpses. My lord, the dragon corpse that the other party is trading is almost just a skeleton. It is completely shriveled up and has no flesh or blood. It looks like a dried-up corpse that has been buried for many years. It's all right. Lin Yi didn't care. He prefers skeletons. They're cheaper. Besides, he was used to recruit undead dragon soldiers, so whether they had flesh and blood or not didn't matter. Hoden will arrive in Forest City soon. When he arrives, you can discuss how to buy as many dragon carcasses as possible. Yes, my lord. In Lin Yi's plan, he would be very satisfied if Sophia could help him buy even a single dragon corpse. Unexpectedly, a large number of dried dragon corpses appeared. This made him curious about the background of the masked man Sophia had mentioned. If this isn't just bragging, the masked man must be backed by a very powerful force. But there is a problem. Wouldn't it be incredibly easy for such a powerful force to obtain the Elven spring water? They could easily make a deal with the nature elves. But he found the Crystal Merchants Guild, and he deliberately concealed his identity. This illustrates that neither the masked man himself nor the forces behind him can stand in the light. They only dare to operate in the shadows. Could it be some kind of evil organization? Then what is their purpose in exchanging large quantities of fairy spring water? Lin Yi's thoughts raced, but due to the limited information available, she was unable to reach a conclusion. Never mind that. Let's get the dragon's corpse first. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was late at night. Old Steward Hoden also led the Royal Judgment Knights squad to successfully arrive in Forest City and enter the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters, where they met Sophia. I learned that the old butler, Horden, brought over 20,000 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water this time. Sophia was stunned. The amount of Elven spring water that Lord possessed far exceeded her imagination. She strongly suspected that the mysterious powerful figure standing behind Lin, it was likely from the Nature Elf clan. Otherwise, how could he possess so much Elven spring water? Someone made a suggestion, so chapters such as Chapter 29 have been revised. The protagonist has not revealed the secret of the fairy spring, and Sophia is unaware that the protagonist possesses an ancient well that can regenerate the fairy spring water. Considering the mysterious powerful figure's transformation of the Golden Oasis, this further solidified her belief in the theory. The masked man also seems to be in dire need of the fairy spring water. Upon receiving Sophia's message, he rushed over immediately. Ignoring the fact that it was already late at night, the two first checked each other's items, and after confirming that there were no problems, they proceeded with the transaction. Both Sophia and the masked man are afraid of being tricked by the other. Here, the masked man got the fairy spring water he wanted, and his tone softened considerably. If the guildmaster needs it, we can make a deal soon. That's exactly what I've been hoping for. Sophia nodded. He then added, but if it's just a skeleton, the price might have to be lowered a bit. You should understand, sir, that things like Elven spring water aren't easy to obtain. Upon hearing this, the masked man's good mood vanished instantly. He turned and left in anger, but then left with the words, Wait for my news. Upon witnessing this scene, Sophia's face immediately lit up with a smile. She was testing the masked man's limits, trying to find out the extent of his thirst for the fairy spring water, so as to save that lord some money. This is also her responsibility as a commissioned businessman, and the result did not disappoint her. Chapter 69. Is this a door? After the masked man left, the old butler, Horden, also came out from the back of the hall. This person may indeed possess many dragon corpses. It doesn't look fake. Sophia nodded. He then handed the spatial ring and a crystal card to the old butler, Horden. Butler, our guild has sold about 2,500 bottles of intermediate-grade Elven spring water during this period, generating a total revenue of nearly 9 million gold coins. Butler, you may take these gold coins back to the Golden Oasis. As for the commission, there's no rush. Good. The old butler, Horden, accepted the spatial ring and the crystal card. He channeled his consciousness and magic into the spatial ring and immediately saw the corpse of an extremely large dragon. Although it was a desiccated corpse, the aura it exuded was still terrifying, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This was the first time he had ever seen a dragon, one of the legendary creatures. Thank you so much, Miss Sophia. My young master will be very happy to receive this dragon corpse. It is an honor for our Crystal Merchant Guild to serve your lordship, Sophia said with a smile. The old butler, Horden, nodded and said, It's getting late, so I'll go and rest now. I'll return to the Golden Oasis early tomorrow morning, and I'll leave the rest to Miss Sophia. If you have any questions, you can contact my young master directly. Yes, Butler Horden. Under Sophia's watchful eye, the old butler, Horden, left the hall. He needs to stay at the Crystal Merchant Guild for one night, and wait until the major guilds open their gates tomorrow to withdraw the gold coins stored in his crystal card in kind before he can return to the Golden Oasis. The gold coins in the crystal card are now just a string of numbers. There was no way to upgrade the buildings in the territory. That's what the young master told him. After the old butler, Horden, left, the old mage Simon said with a sigh, Those knights have gone up in rank again. What? Sophia didn't react for a moment. The old mage Simon explained. The 10 golden griffin knights that Butler Horden brought last time were all king level. This time, he brought 10 more knights. Although it's not clear whether they are the same group as last time, it is certain that these 10 knights are of a higher level, and all of them have stepped into the transcendent realm. A team of extraordinary individuals. Sophia took a deep breath. In the Holy Continent, those with extraordinary professional skills can be considered truly powerful. A team composed entirely of extraordinary professionals, including powerful Golden Griffin Knights. This lineup is truly luxurious, a configuration that even some medium to large-sized merchant guilds lack. As for their Crystal Merchant Guild, it no longer exists. The highest-ranking member of the entire Crystal Merchant Guild is the old mage Simon, a beginner-level king. Compared to the extraordinary, the gap is immeasurable. The old master Simon exclaimed, I really want to go to the Golden Oasis and see how it has developed. I'm sure it will exceed our expectations. Upon hearing this, Sophia's expression was filled with anticipation. She had wanted to go to the Golden Oasis for a long time. Especially during this period, people from other chambers of commerce have been coming to her every day to cooperate, and she is almost unable to resist them. Sophia said, Once we've dealt with this batch of Elven spring water, let's go hide away in the Golden Oasis for a while. Upon hearing this, the old mage Simon's lips twitched. This time, Steward Horden brought their guild over 20,000 bottles of intermediate elf spring water. Even if they traded the dragon's corpse again, they would probably still have a lot left. It's not an easy thing to deal with. After all, what that lord requested was a low profile. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin E is staying up all night waiting for the lord's talent, blessed by all races, to refresh. He was overjoyed upon receiving news of Sophia's successful transaction. After instructing Sophia to do her best to secure the next deal, he left the town hall. Arrived near the Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground, a unit building. I found an open space and built the dragon's tomb, which consumed 10,000 gold coins and 10,000 units of stone. Is this a door? Lin E originally thought that the tomb of the dragon would be a tomb-like structure, but she did not expect it to be a very ancient-looking bronze gate. The bronze gate is about 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. The door is carved with all sorts of giant dragons, each with a different shape. Some of them look extremely ferocious. Some dragons have long, slender bodies, exuding a sense of beauty. In addition, not all dragons have wings. Some dragons do not have wings. Lin Yi didn't know much about the dragons in this world, and couldn't even identify all the different kinds of dragons. In addition, the Bronze Gate is covered with countless mysterious runes, and occasionally golden light flows through the patterns of those runes. This makes the Bronze Gate look even more mysterious. Tomb of the Dragon. Level low. Building attributes. A magical building capable of nurturing undead dragon units. Next level, Intermediate Dragon Tomb. Upgrade requirements. 50,000 gold coins, 30,000 stone units. Special reminder, the level of the dragon unit spawned is related to the building level and the dragon's level in life. Upgrading the dragon tomb and burying higher-level dragons will allow you to spawn more powerful dragon units. Units cannot be recruited directly from the tomb of the dragon. They must be summoned using the corpse of a dragon. This is the biggest difference between the tomb of the dragon and the Royal Griffin Rider training grounds. The good news is, the dragon units spawned in the tomb of the dragons do not have the usual initial level restrictions. Unlike the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds, where all recruited Royal Griffin Knights are level 7 and Royal Judgment Griffin Knights are limited to level 9. Under the condition that all conditions are met, dragon units born from the tomb of the dragons are incredibly powerful from the moment they are born. Let's keep it at the low level for now. I'll decide whether to upgrade the tomb of the dragon after my new unit building is completed. As she spoke, Lin Yi opened the bronze door and went inside. As a result, they turned back after only a short while. Behind the bronze gate was a vast space, but there was nothing there except for one blank tombstone after another. After a not too long wait, it was past midnight. At the same time, a notification from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. His Lord talent, blessed by all races, has been refreshed. Chapter 70, Grand Rank Unit Buildings. Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, blessed by all races, has been refreshed. You have acquired the unit building, the Ancient War Mother Tree. Should we proceed with the construction? Construction requirements. None. Troop building, Ancient War Mother Tree. Rank, Grand. Building information. This is a unit building capable of recruiting Ancient Treants. As the top-tier unit in the Nature Elf system, Ancient Treants possess terrifying combat power and are the Nature Elf's strongest asset on the battlefield. My Grand Order unit is finally here. Lin Yi took a long breath. His inner excitement was uncontrollably written all over his face. After waiting for so long, a Grand Rank unit building finally appeared. There's a sense of longing and anticipation. But then again, my territory is both the Spring of Elves and the Ancient Mother Tree of War. Am I going against the spirits of nature? Lin Yi has reason to believe it. If a native nature spirit were to appear in his territory, it would surely be astonished. After all, both the Fairy Spring and the Ancient War Mother Tree are standard features of the Nature Elves and are unique to their race. But now it has appeared in human territory. This would directly shatter their worldview. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately went to one side of the town hall and built the Ancient War Mother Tree on an open space near the backyard. Soon, accompanied by the tremors of the earth, a small, bright green tree sprouted from the ground and then grew rapidly. In just a few seconds, it grew into an ancient tree that is tens of meters tall. The ancient tree's main trunk is extremely thick, extending upwards into numerous branching twigs, covered with shimmering green leaves that resemble emeralds. The entire tree's shape resembles a magnificent canopy, lush and verdant. With the appearance of this Ancient War Mother Tree, the air in the territory has become fresher. Even the magic of life and nature has become much stronger. Professionals with similar elemental talents will surely achieve twice the results with half the effort when training in this environment. The Ancient War Mother Tree. Level 1. Recruitable unit, Ancient Treant. Recruitment limit. 3 Ancient Treants can be recruited per day. Next level, Level 2. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Special reminder 1. Upgrading troop buildings allows you to recruit more troops. The recruitment numbers have decreased again. Also at Level 1, the Royal Knight Training Ground, as an intermediate level troop building, can recruit 10 Royal Knights every day. After being merged into an advanced level troop building, it can also recruit 5 Royal Griffin Knights. The Ancient War Mother Tree, as a grand level unit building, can only recruit 3 Ancient Treants per day at Level 1. Based on this calculation, a Level 1 God tier unit building may only be able to recruit 1 unit per day. The good news is that he can use gold coins to upgrade troop buildings. Even God-tier troop buildings, once upgraded to Level 9, can recruit hundreds of troops daily. If the level is upgraded to Ultimate, the number can increase tenfold. He has nothing to be dissatisfied with. Immediately, Lin Yi began to spend gold coins to upgrade the ancient War Mother tree. Upgrading to level 2 costs 1,000 gold coins. Upgrading to level 3 costs 3,000 gold coins. Similar to the cost of upgrading the Royal Griffin Rider training grounds, there was no situation where the ancient War Mother tree, being a grand tier troop building, required more gold. About a few minutes later, after consuming a total of 199,000 gold coins, Lin Yi upgraded the ancient War Mother tree to level 8. Next, it will take 300,000 gold coins to advance from level 8 to level 9. Lin Yi only had about 30,000 gold coins left, which was naturally not enough to continue upgrading. However, it's not a big problem. Once old butler Hoden returns from Forest City during the day, 300,000 gold coins will be nothing. Lin Yi had already learned from Sophia that the previous sale of the intermediate elf spring water had generated a total profit of nearly 9 million gold coins, which could be converted into approximately 900,000 Lord Gold coins. Let alone upgrading the ancient War Mother tree to level 9, upgrading a new troop building would be no problem at all. Next, Lin Yi checked the level 8 building information of the ancient War Mother tree. We can recruit 500 ancient tree beings every day. Very strong. In addition, I also have the talent of awakening ancient bloodline. I wonder what kind of unit the ancient treant will evolve into under the blessing of this lord's talent. Lin Yi was filled with curiosity and anticipation about this. However, he suppressed the urge to immediately recruit the ancient tree people. Recruiting now would be a huge loss. Once he has the gold coins during the day, he can upgrade the ancient War Mother tree to level 9 and recruit more ancient treants. He can afford to wait another night. In addition to the dramatic increase in the number of recruits. After reaching level 8, the ancient War Mother tree became even larger. The diameter of the main trunk alone exceeds 100 meters. The height reached over 300 meters. It can be described as a towering giant tree. The lush, canopy-like treetop radiated outwards to an area within a radius of several hundred meters, casting shadows that even covered the town hall and the backyard where Lin Yi and her maid Sally lived. Although it is already past midnight, the temperature in the desert has dropped sharply. However, under the magical cover of the ancient War Mother tree, Lin Yi did not feel the slightest bit of cold. That feeling is much more comfortable than air conditioning. And it's not just this area. The entire Golden Oasis environment is being influenced by the ancient War Mother tree, and it will become even more beautiful and pleasant in the future. I lingered there for a long time, admiring the towering ancient tree. And after recruiting 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights for the new day, Lin Yi had just yawned when she returned to the backyard and cuddled her soft-bodied maid to sleep. After these days of group hunting, maid Sally's level has also improved rapidly, and she has now reached the level of a mid-level 5th grade professional. The increase in level also made the little maid's physical abilities stronger. Serving my young master has become much easier. Chapter 71: A Giant Dragon Soaring Through the Blue Sky. Compared to the prosperity and development of the Golden Oasis, the Ratman Kingdom has been having a tough time these past few days. Aubrey, the Rat King, couldn't sleep all night. In the Battle of Salim, the Skaven Kingdom lost tens of thousands of elite Skaven warriors. Although more than twice as many Ratman warriors managed to escape back to the kingdom, they suffered various aftereffects due to the corruption of necromantic power. At best, it can cause physical weakness. In severe cases, they die overnight. Moreover, after death, they became undead creatures, causing panic within the Skaven Kingdom. If these were the only reasons, Rat King Aubrey wouldn't be unable to sleep. The real reason he couldn't sleep peacefully was that the undead army was building a stronghold in the Sand Forest. This is no longer just a simple food crisis issue. It's a question of the kingdom's survival. The Stone Mountain Range, where the Skaven Kingdom is located, is situated next to the Sand Forest region. To the Rat King Aubrey, the undead army was like a lich's sword hovering over his head, ready to fall and sever his head at any moment. How can it sleep peacefully? The only option now is to seek the protection of Master Charles. Only the powerful Master Charles can help our Ratman Kingdom overcome this crisis. Thinking of this, Rat King Aubrey became even more unable to sleep. He immediately got out of bed. He then hurriedly left the palace amidst the puzzled expressions of the several Ratwoman queens. It is worth mentioning. In the Rat Kingdom, where fatness is considered beautiful, the queens of Rat King Aubrey were also enormous black rats, each 3 or 4 meters tall and extremely fat. The rat queens, dressed in long brocade gowns, combined with their black fur and rat-like appearance, create a super fantastical, even terrifying, feeling. No wonder that when Rat King Aubrey offered to give the black-robed figure some beautiful rat people, the black-robed figure immediately and firmly refused. In a situation like this, a normal person simply couldn't handle it. What's wrong with your majesty? It must be because of the troubles the kingdom has been facing recently that he can't sleep. I wonder when this undead storm will pass. I'd like to go outside for a sandbath. It should be over soon, right? In previous years, the calamities involving the dead only lasted for a month at most. Hopefully it will be the same this time. 17th sister, where are you going? Oh, I can't sleep either. I'll go for a walk. On the other side, Rat King Aubrey ventured alone into the forbidden cave. The black-robed messenger did not appear. The battle with Salim left this extraordinary archmage seriously injured. Upon entering the cave, Rat King Aubrey immediately spotted the dark dragon Charles, who was crouching on the altar, surrounded by piles of meat and other food. Dragons are born with enormous appetites. The Skaven kingdom paid a heavy price to support the dark dragon Charles. The entire nation tightened its belt and reduced food and clothing. In just 2 short years, countless mice starved to death. Just as Rat King Aubrey was trembling and preparing to kneel down before Dark Dragon Charles, he suddenly caught a glimpse of many white bones piled up in a corner of the cave. It's important to know that dragons have an incredibly powerful digestive system. They never spit out bones when eating meat. The appearance of these skeletons was quite abrupt. There is a faint aura of the dead. These bones belong to undead creatures. Rat King Aubrey's face darkened. Damn it. Have those undead creatures become so arrogant that they dare to invade even the dragon's slumbering grounds? At that very moment, the dark dragon Charles, who was lying prostrate on the altar, slowly raised his head and stared at the trembling Rat King Aubrey with his ancient golden vertical pupils. Its eyes were filled with indifference and the contempt of those in power for weaker creatures. What brings you here, you lowly servant Aubrey? Your Majesty, the great Master Charles. Unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the dragon Charles, Rat King Aubrey's legs buckled and he knelt down, his voice trembling as he said, "These evil undead creatures dare to invade your territory. This is a desecration of the dragon race's majesty. As your loyal servant, I should have used all my strength to exterminate those undead creatures, but alas, my strength is too weak. I implore my great Master Charles to personally intervene. With the power of dragon's breath, intimidate those lowly undead." I see. Charles the Dragon responded indifferently. It's clearly a perfunctory response. It only cares about whether its own injuries can heal as soon as possible, and doesn't care about the life or death of the Ratman Kingdom. Rat King Aubrey pressed his head to the ground and pleaded again. The evil undead have established strongholds in the sand forest, and the dense necromantic magic has formed a canopy that covers everything. Perhaps it won't be long before my Skaven kingdom is invaded by a large-scale undead army. At that time, they will definitely disturb the owner's sleep. Upon hearing this, the golden vertical pupils of the dragon Charles narrowed slightly. A moment later it stood up. It flapped its exaggeratedly large dragon wings. As a hurricane swept by, Rat King Aubrey's body was instantly lifted up and slammed against the cave wall before falling down. "Master, please calm down." Rat King Aubrey ignored the pain in his body. Terrified, he knelt down again. It knew that this was punishment from the dragon Charles. However, as long as it can get the dragon Charles to take action himself, it can accept this punishment. "Go back and gather your legions," said the dragon Charles in a deep voice. "Tomorrow, you will fight alongside me in the Saren War." "As you wish, great Master Charles." The Rat King Aubrey was overjoyed and fled the cave as if his life depended on it. Meanwhile, the dragon Charles was furious. This lowly black rat dared to threaten it. Once it recovered, it was determined to wipe out the entire Ratman Kingdom. "Damn rat. Damn undead creatures. Why did you have to bother me at this time of year?" With a low roar, the dragon Charles spewed out a scorching dragon breath from its ferocious maw, burning a pile of undead bones in the corner to ashes. Time quickly moved to the next day. This marks the first time in 2 years that the dragon Charles has left the dark underground world. It flapped its massive dragon wings and soared into the sky. Despite the emerald green arrow still lodged in its chest, causing it excruciating pain with every flap of its wings, it remained captivated by the exhilaration of soaring through the blue sky. The army of the Ratman Kingdom also assembled. As the dragon Charles swooped down from the sky, its scorching dragon breath swept across the surroundings. A new round of war has broken out in the Saline region. Chapter 72. Who is this person, and why is he so arrogant? Lin Yi has always slept very well, especially after the harmonious union of yin and yang with the little maid Sally. He slept even more soundly. However, he was woken up early this morning by a very rhythmic sound. What's the situation outside? Young master. As the maid Sally helped Lin Yi dress and wash, she explained, many sand people have gathered outside. They regard the ancient war tree you built last night as a sacred tree and are kneeling and praying under it. Trees have always held a sacred place in the hearts of the people of Shaman. Not to mention a towering ancient tree like the ancient war mother tree, which is hundreds of meters tall. They had never seen such a big tree in their entire lives. It's quite normal for it to be regarded as a sacred tree. Lin Yi said, having faith is a good thing, but it shouldn't interfere with your daily work. I understand, young master. Maid Sally nodded and said, I'll go and talk to them in a bit and tell them to get back to work as soon as possible. Lin Yi asked, how was the hunting trip? The little maid chuckled and said, the night uncles have taken good care of me, and I'm quite powerful now. I can kill mid-level undead creatures. Yesterday, I even killed a ghoul myself. That's amazing. Lin Yi smiled and praised her. After breakfast, I arrived outside the town hall, where the sand people had already dispersed. However, whenever the sand people look at the ancient war mother tree, a very devout expression immediately appears on their faces. They truly regard this great tree as a sacred tree. Lin Yi then turned her gaze to Sapphire Lake. You can see small boats floating on the wide lake. Those are small boats built by the sand people, who are using woven fishing nets to catch native fish in the lake. Lin Yi's task for them was to catch as many native fish as possible from the lake, leaving only the spirit fish, the silvertail fish. There are over 1,000 sand people fishing in the lake in small boats. People were casting nets by the lake. Both men and women were present, and children were also helping out. The scene was indeed quite lively. Early in the morning, the Royal Griffin Knights of the territory went out hunting again. As the Lord, Lin Yi rarely saw them. These knights get off work late and start work early. Do the hardest work, doing the most dangerous things. As a recruited unit, the Royal Knights have demonstrated exceptional execution capabilities. In addition, after last night's recruitment, the total size of the Royal Griffin Knights Legion has successfully exceeded 20,000, with a total of more than 21,000 Royal Griffin Knights. The growth rate is terrifying. Here in the Forest City, the old butler, Horden, also went to the trade association early in the morning. After a series of procedures including appointments, receptions, and reviews, the nearly 9 million gold coins in the crystal card were finally retrieved. Work efficiency is getting lower and lower. It took nearly an hour to retrieve the gold coins, which greatly displeased the old butler, Horden. He planned to try a different guild next time, such as the Magic Guild or the Bounty Hunter Guild. Arriving at the main gate of the trade association, the old butler, Horden, was leading a group of Royal Knights of Judgment as they prepared to leave. Just then, a middle-aged man with several servants blocked the way for the group. Those servants were quite interesting. They were all orcs from the beast race. Each of them was strong and burly, with a height of over 3 meters. In the human world, they would definitely be considered giants. They wore heavy armor, their exposed skin covered in long black fur, and their animal faces looked very similar to bears. The orcs are a combination of many different races. Judging from their facial features and body shape, these orcs can be identified as belonging to the Bearman race within the Orcish tribe. The Bearmen are known for their size and strength. Just standing there gives you a sense of oppression, as if you were facing a heavy tank. When hiring orc bodyguards or buying orc slaves, many human nobles often choose powerful orcs such as bearmen, tigermen, and elephant men. In addition, the charming fox people, the petite and cute rabbit people, and the aloof and beautiful swan people are also very popular among human nobles. Step back. A Royal Knight of Judgment spoke coldly. Almost simultaneously, the other Royal Knights drew their offhand knight swords from their waists and glared menacingly at the middle-aged man blocking their path. For a city, public gatherings and disturbances are prohibited. Murder is an even more severe punishment. But the Royal Knights of Judgment, who were loyal to Liney, didn't care about any of that. Their mission is to protect the old butler, Horden, and they don't mind using unconventional methods to deal with anyone who approaches with hostility. Please don't misunderstand. The middle-aged man was startled. The Bearman bodyguards behind him also took several steps back. A group of extraordinary knights felt they were struggling to keep up. The middle-aged man quickly explained, I meant no harm. I just want to discuss a business deal with you. The old butler, Horden, said, "We are not businessmen. There is no business to discuss." The middle-aged man said, "Sir Mage, I know that you are the force that supplies the Crystal Merchant Guild with the Elven spring water. My guild is far more powerful than the Crystal Merchant Guild. If you are willing to cooperate with us and entrust the Elven spring water to our guild for sale, we will not take any commission." They asked for no reward, only to use the fairy spring water to enhance the guild's reputation. The old butler, Hoden, asked, "What kind of business association are you?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "The Flamingo Merchant Guild has dozens of trade routes and guild offices in major kingdoms, including the Seven Seas in the south. Furthermore, we are also partners of the Royal Merchant Guild of the Kingdom of Stanlow. If you just give the nod, we can even sell your goods directly to the capital of the Kingdom of Stanlow. There, the price of Elven spring water is even higher. This is not something a small Crystal Merchant Guild could accomplish." The Kingdom of Stanlow. The old butler, Horden, frowned slightly. The old king could never have imagined that the Tulip family's direct descendants had already established a firm foothold in the Carol Desert. The old butler thought for a moment and said, "We can discuss the cooperation next time I come to Forest City. If there is indeed an opportunity to cooperate, your Chamber of Commerce will need to prepare a deposit." The middle-aged man asked, "How much deposit is required?" "At least 50 million gold coins." After saying this, the old butler led the group of royal knights away. The middle-aged man was left standing there dumbfounded, and it took him a long time to come to his senses. 50 million gold coins. That's outrageous. It even made the middle-aged man suspect that he had been tricked. The middle-aged man said to the heir beside him, "Take a team to the Golden Oasis. I need to know just how strong these guys really are. They're so arrogant." "Okay." A low, muffled reply drifted through the air. The middle-aged man watched the departing butler, Hoden, and the others with a gloomy expression. Their merchant guild had already learned about the Golden Oasis from a swordsman from the Crystal Merchant Guild. Sophia of the Crystal Merchant Guild only rose to prominence after leaving the Golden Oasis. This indicates that the fairy spring water originates from there. Since his verbal methods failed, he had no choice but to resort to force. The middle-aged man was unaware that the old butler, Hoden, had no intention of playing a trick on him. The more than 20,000 bottles of intermediate elf spring water he brought this time are worth far more than 50 million gold coins. Chapter 73, Everyone wants to go to the Golden Oasis to make money. Master Butler, we're being watched. People from the Flamingo Merchant Guild? More than. Old Butler Horden glanced back. Behind them, a large group of people were following them on the road. There were also many people in the woods on both sides. Logically speaking, this is a trade route leading to the Forest City, so it's normal to see groups of people coming and going. What was unusual was that all these people's eyes were fixed on them. The moment they stopped, these people also stopped. The old butler, Horden, remained silent for a moment. He then said, "Our information has been completely leaked." A royal knight of judgment said, "As you may have expected, the president of the Crystal Merchant Guild was able to keep it a secret, but the group of swordsmen who came into our territory with her could not keep their mouths shut." How could a group of ordinary swordsmen who hadn't even reached the king level possibly withstand the sugar-coated bullets from the major powers? If bribery fails, then coercion will suffice. There are always people who can't control their mouths. Ignore it. The old steward, Horden, said, "It's urgent to get back to the territory immediately." "Yes, Master Butler." As they spoke, a group of royal knights of judgment summoned their respective golden griffins. The group rode golden griffins and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant horizon. By the god of war, it's the golden griffin. And there are a full 10 extraordinary-level golden griffins. Is the Golden Oasis really that powerful? I remember that place was just a small oasis with very scarce resources, yet a powerful force used it as a base to develop its power. Perhaps the Golden Oasis is different now than it used to be. No matter how different it is, it doesn't change the fact that it's just a small oasis. In any case, this force dares to disregard the peace treaty and occupy the Golden Oasis, and is able to provide a large quantity of elven spring water, as well as an entire squad of extraordinary-level Golden Griffin Knights. They must be very powerful. Why don't we just go and see for ourselves? My guild leader said that we must obtain a batch of elven spring water from the Golden Oasis by any means necessary. If a small crystal merchant guild can do it, there's no reason why we medium to large-sized merchant guilds can't. That makes sense. Hurry up and head to the Golden Oasis. If we're late, someone else might get there first. I've heard that the Carol Desert is haunted by the dead. What's there to be afraid of? We're businessmen. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, a large number of bounty hunters have already flocked to the Carol Desert, and it wouldn't be difficult to open a trade route to the Golden Oasis with their help. Everyone present thought there was nothing wrong with it. Soon, the team set off in the direction where the Royal Griffin Knights had disappeared. Some of them traveled light. Some were carrying all sorts of goods. But the goal is the same, to make money in the Golden Oasis. A businessman who can't seize business opportunities has no future. Among the crowd, there was one figure that dazzled onlookers. Though simply walking slowly, he left a fading afterimage every few dozen meters. In the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared at the end of the road. Damn, nature spirits have their eyes on the Golden Oasis too? Golden Oasis, Town Hall. Lin Yi is listening to a report from a Royal Knight of Judgment. My lord, the Ratman Kingdom cannot hold on any longer. They summoned the Dark Dragon Charles. The scorching dragon's breath enveloped a large area of the sand forest, and it is conservatively estimated that at least hundreds of thousands of undead creatures were slaughtered by this giant dragon. They actually came out. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that Charles the Dragon would not care about the fate of the Skaven Kingdom. He will remain hidden in the dark underground world to heal his wounds. Because of this, he even subdued the Ratman messenger and sent him to gather intelligence on the Dragon Charles. However, before the intelligence could be delivered, the dragon saw him first. Lin Yi asked, "Have you been able to determine the specific level of the Dragon Charles?" The Royal Knight of Judgment shook his head and said, "We dare not get too close, for fear of being detected by the Dragon Charles. We can only roughly estimate that its level should be above the mid-level of Saint. In addition, we discovered that there appears to be an arrow stuck in the chest of the Dragon Charles. That guy was indeed seriously injured." Lin Yi said, "Continue exploring, but be careful not to give away any traces." "Yes, my lord." The Royal Knights of Judgment respectfully withdrew. Lin Yi sat upright in the large chair, watching the departing figure of the Royal Judgment Knight. He suddenly had an urge to call him back, and then directly ordered the Ace team to charge towards Dragon Charles. A wounded Saint-level dragon. It was like a big, fat, cooked chicken tempting him. Even if the Ace team loses half of its Royal Knights, it's worth it as long as they can kill the Dragon Charles. Hiss. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer. Once the old steward brings back the dragon's corpse, I can breed a dragon-type soldier. Then it will be a dragon, plus 100 extraordinary Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. That will make besieging and killing Dragon Charles much more secure. When it was noon, Old Steward Horden finally led the Knights squad back to the Golden Oasis and handed the gold coins they brought back, as well as the spatial ring containing the dragon's corpse, to Lin Yi. The old butler first recounted what had happened in the forest city. He then added, "Young master, our information has been exposed, and many forces now know of our territory's existence. Perhaps it won't be long before their forces arrive at the Golden Oasis." Lin Yi probed her spiritual consciousness into the spatial ring. "Examine the dragon's corpse inside." He said, "Come on then. Those who genuinely want to do business can try cooperating, and those with malicious intentions will just be killed." Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, nodded in agreement. Given the current strength of their territory, they no longer need to operate in secret. "Let's go, my dear old butler." Lin Yi grinned and said, "I'll show you what top-tier troops look like." After saying that, he walked out of the town hall. The old butler, Horden, also followed excitedly. On his return to the Golden Oasis, he saw the towering ancient tree, at least 300 meters tall, radiating an overwhelming vitality and natural magic. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the ancient War Mother tree. By consuming a full 300,000 Lord Gold coins, Lin Yi directly upgraded the ancient War Mother tree to level 9. The ancient War Mother tree. Level 9. Recruitable unit. Ancient Treant. Recruitment limit. 1,000 ancient Treants can be recruited per day. Next level, Ultimate Building. Upgrade requirement. Ultimate Unit Building Blueprint. Special Reminder 1. Upgrading troop buildings allows you to recruit more troops. Special Reminder 2. Upgrading troop buildings to their ultimate level increases the daily troop recruitment capacity tenfold. Recruit ancient Treants. Lin Yi whispered. The ancient War Mother tree suddenly burst forth with a dazzling, emerald green light. A moment later, huge orbs of light flew out from the mother tree. As the sphere of light shattered, one after another enormous ancient treemen instantly appeared before Lin Yi and the old butler. Each of the ancient tree beings was over 30 meters tall. It's even more exaggerated than a golden griffin that has reached an extraordinary level. At the same time, more information appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. During your troop recruitment, you triggered the Lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline. A total of 147 ancient Treants have evolved and become eternal Treant guardians. Chapter 74. The nature spirits are green with envy. In terms of body shape alone, the evolved eternal Treant guardian is not actually related to the ancient Treant warrior. They are all around 30 meters tall. The difference lies in their equipment. The main trunk of the ancient tree spirit is covered with a layer of bronze-colored heavy armor, while the heavy armor guarded by the eternal tree spirit is golden yellow, making the difference in their levels immediately apparent. This is outrageous. Old Butler Horden gasped involuntarily as he looked at the army of tree men before him. As is well known, Treants are creatures renowned for their defense. The Treants summoned by their young master were all wearing heavy armor. They look like heavy, thick iron barrels. Tell me, who can stop this? Drum. Lenny grinned. This word is a very vivid description of these tree men in front of us. The tree people have a uniform long tree shape, with a large number of movable tree roots at the bottom. Their main body is their trunk, and at the top are their heads and two branch arms that branch out to the left and right. The tree man is about 30 meters tall. The main body is over 20 meters tall. This section of the torso was completely covered by heavy armor, and it looked just like a big iron barrel. The old butler, Horden, exclaimed in shock. I never imagined that the young master could even summon Treants. You must know that they are the exclusive guardians of the nature elves. Lenny said with a smile. They are not ordinary tree people. The weakest of the Treants I recruited is an ancient Treant, and there is also an advanced version of the ancient Treant, the eternal Treant guardian. Compared to these two types of tree people, ordinary tree people are at the bottom. He learned this information after consulting the Lord system. The difference between ordinary tree people and ancient tree people is just like the difference between ordinary griffins and golden griffins. They are not on the same level. As for the evolved eternal Treant guardian, it's even more awesome. This can be considered the pinnacle of the tree people race. The old butler, Horden, said, I've heard rumors about the ancient tree spirits. They are the foundation of the nature elf race and are not usually used in wars. Treemen are not invincible. If they encounter a more powerful enemy, the Treants will also perish on the battlefield. The nature elves usually only send ordinary tree people into battle and are reluctant to use ancient tree people, perhaps because it is very difficult to cultivate ancient tree people. The death of the ancient tree spirits will sadden the nature spirits. Then compare it to your own young master situation. The most ordinary of the 1,000 tree people recruited were ancient tree people. There are also eternal Treants, who are a level higher than the ancient Treants. The difference is enormous. Old Butler Horden had reason to believe. If a nature spirit were to come to the Golden Oasis and see that there are so many ancient tree people here, or even more powerful eternal tree people, it would probably be green with envy. They might even send an army of nature spirits to fight their young master. If it were him, he absolutely wouldn't have tolerated it. The old butler, Horden, said with deep emotion, Ancient Treants and eternal Treants are legendary and terrifying intelligent races. No wonder the young master calls them top-tier troops. In comparison, the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights in the territory were also far inferior. At the same level, Ancient Treants and Eternal Treants would most likely be able to easily defeat Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. Air combat units do not have much of an advantage against these tree men, because the tree people are skilled at throwing wooden spears. A single spear thrust could pierce even a dragon. This is absolutely not an exaggeration to describe the tree people's combat power. In the history of the Holy Continent, there is a record of a giant dragon being shot down from the sky by a powerful Treant with a single spear. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was checking the information about the Ancient Treant and the Eternal Treant Guardians. Ancient Treant Warrior. Rank, Grand Class. Initial level, Mid-Tier King. Growth potential, Peak Saint rank. Characteristics, slow, resilient, resurrection, powerful strike. Eternal Treant Guardian. Rank, Grand Class. Initial level, beginner extraordinary stage. Growth potential, demigod. Characteristics, slow, resilient, resurrection, last stand, impregnable. Awesome. Lin Yi let out a soft gasp. Is this what the Grand Class units are like? Even the ancient Treants have reached the peak of the Saint rank in terms of growth potential. The evolved Eternal Treant Guardian has even more growth potential, reaching the level of a demigod. It's absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Lin Yi originally thought that even the evolved Eternal Treant Guardian's growth potential was at most the peak of the Saint rank, while the Ancient Trent's growth potential was the ordinary Saint rank. But I never expected the Eternal Treant Guardian to be so powerful. Beyond the holy level, they journeyed towards poetry and distant horizons. The Lord system seemed to sense its Lord's disbelief and proactively replied. The ancient War Mother Tree is among the top-tier troop buildings of the Grand Rank, comparable to dragon troops. So, this is equivalent to me summoning 1,000 dragons. They are roughly the same, but different types of troops also have their own advantages and disadvantages. The weakness of the Treant unit is its relatively slow movement. Even after reaching the Transcendent or Saint ranks, it is difficult to achieve significant breakthroughs. This is a characteristic of the Treant unit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately checked the characteristics, information of the Ancient Treant and the Eternal Treant Guardian. Slow, movement speed and attack speed are significantly reduced. Resilience. Upon entering combat, defense is tripled. Life recovery, injury recovery speed is greatly improved, with no obvious fatal weaknesses. A mighty strike has a chance to instantly kill enemies up to 2 levels higher. These are the 4 characteristics of the Ancient Treant Warrior. The Eternal Treant Guardian has an additional ability called Impregnable, on top of its 4 existing traits. Impregnable Fortress, active trait. After this trait takes effect, the unit's defense is increased 5-fold, and an energy shield is formed to protect nearby friendly units. The size of the shield is determined by the unit's level. Except for being slow, all other characteristics are. Lin Yi felt that her education level was not high, and she could only use the word holy crap to describe her current mood. Especially with the Impregnable Fortress attribute, the Eternal Treant Guardian is an absolute guardian and a powerful weapon on the battlefield. One energy shield after another was unleashed, leaving the enemy legion completely bewildered. Chapter 75 Advanced Dragon Tomb, Burying the Dragon. Praise be to you, great Lord. You have given us new life, and we, the Tree People, swear to be loyal to you to the death. Led by more than 100 Eternal Treant Guards, the Treant Legion gathered before Lin Yi and bowed respectfully to him. Due to their physical limitations, they cannot kneel on one knee like royal knights. They can only lower their heads as much as possible to show their awe and loyalty to Lin Yi. The future battlefield belongs to you. Go to battle. Lin Yi nodded slightly to the Tree People. As you wish. As soon as the words were spoken, the Eternal Treant Guardians released their ability, Impregnable Fortress, enveloping the other ancient Treants, and then flew into the sky with one massive energy shield after another. The initial level of the Eternal Tree Guardian is the extraordinary level. It can fly at high altitudes using its own power. They use the actively released energy shields as transportation, carrying the ancient Tree People who could not yet fly to distant battlefields. This makes things much more convenient. Lin Yi watched the departing Treant army, her smile growing even brighter. He can recruit 1,000 ancient and eternal tree spirits to guard him every day, and it won't be long before he can gather a large tree spirit army under his command. If you can obtain the ultimate unit building blueprint, upgrade the ancient war tree to the ultimate unit building. That would be even better. Old butler Horden recovered from his shock. Suddenly, he said with some worry, "Young master, if we let these Tree People into the battlefield, there's no guarantee that news about them won't reach the forest city and be discovered by the nature elves. At that time, the nature elves will definitely send people to investigate." The old steward was worried that the nature elves would turn their attention to their territory because of the appearance of these ancient Tree People or even eternal Tree People guarding it. Once war breaks out with the nature spirits, the fate of the Golden Oasis will be hard to predict. After all, the nature elves are the pinnacle race of the Holy Continent. Compared to the nature elves, a human kingdom like the Kingdom of Stanlow is nothing. When soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Lin Yi said with a smile, "We can't just summon these ancient Treants and then not let them go to the battlefield, instead hiding them in our territory and not using them, can we? What use are these summoned Treants? Soldiers should go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Only on the battlefield can military units grow rapidly. To put it bluntly, if those 100-odd Eternal Treant guards had advanced to the Saint rank, he would have dared to challenge even the nature elves. Even if he can't win, he can simply relocate his base. Anyway, we have the unit buildings. Go somewhere else to farm and develop your resources cautiously, then come back and continue your aggressive play." After a pause, Lin Yi continued. In fact, even without these ancient tree people, the nature elves would have targeted us sooner or later. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Huadian, also felt that his young master made sense. The large-scale appearance of elf spring water in Forest City could not possibly have gone unnoticed by the nature elves. It's only a matter of time before those proud nature spirits descend upon the golden oasis. Instead of hiding these ancient and eternal tree beings, it's better to let them enter the battlefield and level up as quickly as possible. This will also give them more confidence when facing the nature elves. Over here, Lin Yi communicated with the Lord System and asked, System, in the ancient trends characteristic of life resurgence, what exactly does no obvious fatal weakness mean? The Lord System responded quickly. Treemen do not have specific fatal wounds. Unless their soul is destroyed or their body is burned to ashes, they can revive from their broken limbs even if their bodies are blown apart. Using Elven spring water or water of life can significantly increase the recovery speed of Treant units. So that's how it is. Lin Yi suddenly realized. This is a surprise, meaning that his ancient Treants and eternal Treants are now even more resilient. The ability to revive even after being shattered is far more powerful than a dragon. They're comparable to the undead. Lin Yi then went to the tomb of the dragon. A wave of gold coins was sent, instantly upgrading Dragon's Tomb to intermediate level. Tomb of the Dragon. Level, intermediate. Building attributes. A magical building capable of nurturing undead dragon units. Next level, high-level Dragon Tomb. Upgrade requirements. 500,000 gold coins, 300,000 stone units. Special reminder, the level of the dragon unit spawned is related to the building level and the dragon's level in life. Upgrading the Dragon Tomb and burying higher-level dragons will allow you to spawn more powerful dragon units. This cost is greater than upgrading a level 9 troop building. Upgrading a troop building to level 9 only requires 300,000 gold coins, while upgrading the Dragon's Tomb to a high level requires 500,000 gold coins plus 300,000 stone units. It's really a bit scary. Compared to the Tomb of the Dragon, the neighboring Altar of Fortune and Spring of Spirits are quite cheap. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yi checked her remaining gold coin reserves. He had previously exchanged nearly 900,000 Lord Gold coins. Including the original reserves, he now possesses a total of approximately 920,000 Lord's Gold coins. After upgrading the Ancient War Mother Tree and the Intermediate Dragon Tomb, I still have 570,000 gold coins left. In addition, the territory also has a reserve of several 100,000 units of stone. Upgrading to the higher level of Dragon's Tomb is perfectly sufficient. Let's promote it anyway. After all, the higher the level of the building, the stronger the dragon units summoned. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi gritted her teeth and threw out a full 500,000 Lord Gold coins to upgrade Dragon's Tomb to Advanced. The upgrade and level made the Bronze Gate even larger. The height has reached nearly 40 meters. As for everything else, nothing has changed. Then, in front of the old butler, Horden, Lin Yi opened the heavy bronze door. Young master, is this door also a building within the territory? You'll see when you come in. Lin Yi was the first to enter the Bronze Gate. The old butler, Horden, followed them inside. The next moment, he found himself in a seemingly boundless alternate dimension, a world without the sun and without any signs of life. All that remains are rows of neatly arranged tombstones. And all the tombstones are blank. There is no inscription. The scene looked somewhat eerie. The old butler, Horden, seemed to understand something and asked, could this be the dragon's tomb that the young master spoke of, where one can summon undead dragons? Good. Lin Yi nodded. He took out the mummified dragon corpse, which was over 100 meters long, from his spatial ring. Then they activated one of the blank tombstones and buried the dragon's corpse inside. A moment later, there is an inscription, or rather, information about the dragon's life, displayed on the tombstone. The Undertaker, the Fiery Dragon. Name, Augustine Wallace Edwin Rutherford. Level before death, peak saint rank. Life expectancy, 3,792 years. Death anniversary, died 10,000 years ago, killed by the titled female, sword goddess Amelia. Chapter 76, The Terrifying Zombie Dragon King. Looking at the information on the monument, both Lin Yi and the old butler, Huadian, fell silent. Until a long time had passed. The old butler, Huadian, gasped and said, Young master, this matter is probably a bit serious. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. He never expected that this was actually a mummified dragon corpse from 10,000 years ago. The seriousness of the matter is probably not just a little. It is quite serious. We can only pray that the masked man was lucky and accidentally obtained this mummified dragon corpse that had been buried for 10,000 years. Otherwise, TSK. The whole world is in big trouble. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Hoden, couldn't help but shudder. He then cautiously asked, "Young master, should we continue our business? What if that person brings more dry dragon corpses?" "Go ahead and do it, why not?" Lenny laughed and said, "I don't care what he's going to do with the Elven spring water, even if it's to revive the lich. As long as he dares to sell it, I dare to buy it." As he was speaking, a message appeared in his mind. "You buried a dragon's corpse. You can choose to summon it as a bone dragon or a zombie dragon. Isn't the nether dragon an option?" Lenny asked. The nether dragon is the dragon he most wants to summon. According to legend, the nether dragon is as invisible and formless as a soul, and it is also immune to physical attacks. Summoning the nether dragon requires burying a dragon corpse containing a soul or a fragment of a soul imprint. Lord System reply. All right. A mummified dragon from 10,000 years ago could not possibly still have a soul. Lenny then asked, "What's the difference between a bone dragon and a zombie dragon?" Compared to the zombie dragon, the bone dragon's body is more agile and can quickly revive even if destroyed. Both are roughly equal in strength, but the bone dragon is weaker than the zombie dragon in defense. Listening to the Lord System's explanation. After much deliberation, Lin Yi finally decided to summon the zombie dragon. After all, it has a layer of skin. Naturally, it shouldn't be wasted. If the zombie dragon dies on the battlefield in the future, we can retrieve its body and try to reuse it. Lin Yi suddenly asked, "If you bury a dragon's corpse, can you only summon one dragon unit?" If it is a fresh dragon corpse, the Lord can summon up to 3 dragon units at once. Bone dragon, corpse dragon, and nether dragon. Skeleton equals bone dragon. Flesh and blood equals corpse dragon. Soul equals nether dragon. It must be admitted that the Lord System perfectly illustrates the value of a fresh dragon corpse. Just like a scalpel on an operating table, it cuts neatly and precisely. The dragon tomb trembled. A giant dragon claw was the first to break through the ground and emerge. Next came the ferocious dragon head, the enormous body, and 2 rotten, riddled with holes dragon wings. Soon, a terrifyingly large monster appeared before the 2 of them. Compared to the dragon mummy that had just been buried, this one not only reeked of decay, resembling a demon from hell, but was also significantly larger. The zombie dragon in front of us is at least 150 meters long. Young master, it's gotten bigger. Old butler Horden stared in awe at the enormous creature before him. He can swear an oath to the goddess of magic. In his entire life, he had never seen such a huge and terrifying creature. The golden griffins in the territory were no different from chicks in front of this enormous creature. Lin Yi, who was standing to the side, was also somewhat puzzled. How can you grow a new body after going through a tomb? Just then, another notification appeared from the Lord System. Congratulations, Lord. You triggered the Lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline while recruiting troops. The zombie dragon you recruited has successfully evolved into the zombie dragon king. This works. Lin Yi was stunned. Putting aside the fact that his Lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline, can also be applied to the non-unit building, Dragon's Tomb, the low evolution probability alone meant that the first dragon unit he summoned evolved directly, something he never expected. He recruited 1,000 ancient tree people, of whom about 140 evolved into eternal tree people to guard the area. The probability of evolution is about 1 in 7. Given such a probability, the zombie dragon was able to evolve into the zombie dragon king. His luck can't be described as bad. It can only be described as extremely lucky. Zombie dragon king Wallace. Rank, peak saint rank. Growth potential, peak demigod. Summoning information, a zombie dragon king that has achieved a breakthrough in bloodline and rank, greatly compensating for its stiff body and possessing greater strength, higher defense, and top-tier combat power. It lacks the characteristics of a unit type. But that's not important. The zombie dragon king doesn't belong to the traditional unit type. It's a summon from the Tomb of Dragons. It possesses everything that other units have, and it also has features that other units don't. Seeing the level of the zombie dragon king, Lin Yi was even more excited. He was born at the peak of the saint rank. Even its growth potential has reached the peak of demigod. It's even more powerful than the advanced version of the eternal Treant Guardian. All of this stems from the awakening of ancient bloodlines, which enabled it to evolve. Normally, The transformed undead dragon will be of a lower level than it was in life. Low-level dragon tomb, reduced by 3 levels. Intermediate dragon tomb, reduced by 2 levels. Advanced dragon tomb, downgraded by 1 level. The zombie dragon king was at the peak of the saint rank in his previous life. Summoned using a high-level dragon's tomb, its rank should also be high-level saint. The reason it reached its peak is naturally due to bloodline evolution. With this zombie dragon king, I feel much more confident. At this moment, the terrifyingly large zombie dragon king descended from the sky and slowly landed in front of Lin Yi. Then it crawled down and lowered its head towards Lin Yi. It has lost its flesh and blood and can no longer speak. However, it can shake one's mind and consciousness, enabling communication with Lin Yi. Praise be to you, great master. Your servant Wallace will serve you for all eternity. As Lin Yi's summoned creature, the zombie dragon king considers himself a servant and serves Lin Yi as his master. Very good, get up. Lin Yi said, I'm giving you a mission. Go to the sand forest area about 30 kilometers south of the territory. There's a wounded dark dragon there. Bring me its carcass. With the zombie dragon king's strength, capturing the giant dragon Charles alive would not be difficult. But a living dragon is not as valuable to Lin Yi as a dead dragon. After all, the Crimson Dragon Corpse allows him to summon 3 undead dragon units. This single point determined the fate of Charles the Dragon. As you will, my master. The zombie dragon king slowly rose and spread his enormous dragon wings. At that moment, a portal appeared. It then flapped its tattered dragon wings and entered the portal. The next moment, it appeared above the golden oasis. Chapter 77 We are all dragons. Why do we have to kill each other? Roar. A deafening roar echoed across the golden oasis. That was a terrifyingly large zombie dragon king. It hovered high above the oasis, spread its enormous dragon wings, and let out a roar that had been simmering for millennia, shaking the entire oasis. Countless birds were so frightened that they fainted. The sand people who were working were also stunned. Some of the sand people were so frightened that they fled blindly. More sand people gathered together, taking up their tools that could hardly be called weapons, ready to defend their homeland to the death. The jackal Agu was so frightened that his legs went weak. However, it did not run away either. He even forced himself to overcome his fear and ran towards the town hall. For Agu, the jackal man, even if he were to die, he would rather die by the side of the divine messenger. Just then, it saw the divine messenger and the old steward emerging from the bronze gate, and immediately shouted, Master, run! A giant dragon is attacking. Lin Yi remained silent. He looked at the jackal man Agu, who was running towards him with a look of terror on his face. He was somewhat moved. This lackey is good. Lin Yi pretended to be angry and said, What are you shouting about? Go tell the sand people of our territory that the dragon is the guardian of our territory, and tell them not to be afraid and to do what they should do. Upon hearing this, the jackal Agu slammed on the brakes and stopped in his tracks. It took me a while to realize what was happening. The look of fear vanished quickly, replaced by excitement and a fawning smile. He nodded and bowed repeatedly, saying, Yes, yes, praise your great master. I'll go and appease those timid sand people right away. Soon, the storm subsided. The oasis gradually became lively. Those who should fish, fish. Those who should cut down trees, cut down trees. Town hall. Lin Yi sighed and said, In the blink of an eye, the gold coins are almost gone again. All told, he previously had nearly 1 million Lord's gold coins, but after upgrading the dragon's tomb and the ancient war mother tree, he only had 70,000 gold coins left. It really comes quickly and goes quickly. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the old butler, Horden, also twitched his face. He brought back nearly 9 million gold coins from the city of Forest. So many gold coins, enough to buy several tulip families, but the young master spent them all in no time. He really spends money like water. However, the thought of that powerful ancient tree spirit army and the terrifying zombie dragon king comes to mind. He felt that spending those gold coins was really worthwhile. The old butler, Horden, said, Young master, there's no need to rush. Once Miss Sophia sells those Elven spring waters, we'll have a large sum of gold coins coming in. Lin Yi nodded. His thoughts then drifted to the Saren region. There's really no need to rush about getting gold coins. His current focus is on the zombie dragon king bringing back the corpse of the giant dragon Charles so that he can be buried in the dragon's tomb. The thought of the zombie dragon king gave Lin Yi a dreamlike feeling. To defeat Charles the dragon, he assembled the Ace Squad at the cost of sacrificing experience from other Royal Griffin Knights. He was even prepared to sacrifice a portion of his elite ace riders to take down Charles the Dragon. After recruiting the Eternal Tree Guardian, he became even more confident in his plan to take down the Dragon Charles. Unexpected result. Finally, a zombie Dragon King appeared. He could kill the Dragon Charles in a one-on-one fight. This made Lin Yi feel that things in the world change too quickly. Plans never keep up with changes. It is located dozens of kilometers away from the Golden Oasis. The once lush desert region, with its abundant fruit trees and magical beasts, was ravaged by the undead army in just a few days. Looking around, all you could see were decaying trees. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters and animals. Under normal circumstances, these corpses would gradually transform into undead creatures under the influence of the necromancer's veil. As a result, an accident occurred. This unexpected event involved the Dark Dragon Charles. Perhaps even the undead army did not expect that a dark dragon, which was recuperating from its wounds, lived next door, and that it was a saint-level adult dragon at that. If I knew, they probably won't build outposts in the Saren region. Even the undead fear this powerful being that stands at the top of the world. A massive black dragon shadow swept across the low sky with a hurricane-like force. The scorching dragon breath descended from the sky like magma. Wherever they went, the earth was scorched. Vast swathes of undead creatures and corpses were burned to charcoal. It turns to ashes with the slightest touch. That was a terrifying attack from the Dragon Charles, slaughtering all undead creatures in sight. At the same time, large, dark orbs of light were falling from the sky. Before they even touched the ground, these dark orbs of light exploded violently, unleashing a terrifying dark magic that swept across everything around them. This is a magical attack from the Dragon Charles. The dragon race has two signature skills. First, there is the dragon's breath, which can melt gold and iron. Secondly, there is dragon language magic, whose power is comparable to legendary forbidden spells. To deal with the weak undead creatures, the Dragon Charles did not use his domain power. His dragon breath and the dragon language magic he released from time to time were enough to sweep away all obstacles. To date, the number of undead creatures slaughtered by the Dragon Charles has exceeded 1 million. It slaughtered about 90% of the undead creatures that invaded the Saren region. It also completely destroyed the strongholds built by the undead army. After this battle, it's likely that no undead creature will dare to approach this area again, and it can now rest and recover in peace. On the other side, the army of the Ratman Kingdom has begun to cheer. They were praising their powerful Master Charles and celebrating the victory in the war. A lowly, weak creature, Charles, the giant dragon soaring high in the sky, glanced indifferently at the army of Ratmen. It had already decided to destroy the Ratman Kingdom once it recovered from its injuries, as punishment for the Rat King Aubrey's disrespect, and to give him a good meal before he left. As a dark dragon, it doesn't mind eating rats. That's about it. There are very few living undead creatures left. Charles the Dragon is preparing to return to the Skaven Kingdom. But at that moment, it seemed to sense something and turned to look at the northern horizon. On the horizon, a black dot appeared and disappeared. A short while later, a dragon shadow appeared in the sight of the giant Dragon Charles. At that moment, Charles the Dragon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It's a zombie dragon. By the dragon god, how can there be such a huge zombie dragon in the world? Could it have been a demigod dragon in its previous life? As a saint-ranked dark dragon, it was already quite large, measuring about 110 meters in length. But this zombie dragon, which appeared out of nowhere, was even more exaggerated in size, definitely 150 meters long. Although they seemed to be only 40 meters apart, when placed together, they represent a difference of several dimensions. They're not even in the same league. Damn it. It's coming for me. We are all dragons. Why must we kill each other? Charles the Dragon's expression twisted. Then he turned and ran. It flapped its dragon wings desperately, trying to get away from this terrifying zombie dragon. Chapter 78 Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Master Charles has run away. What a huge, undead dragon. It's several times larger than Master Charles. It seems to be full of hostility towards Master Charles and wants to hunt him down. Such a huge zombie dragon. If it were me, I would run away too. The army of the Ratman Kingdom was in chaos. Just a minute ago they were cheering and celebrating the victory in the war, praising their powerful Master Charles with all sorts of beautiful words. A minute later, their owner, Charles, was being hunted down. The scene changed too quickly. This left the Ratman warriors present speechless. However, They quickly came to their senses and scrambled to escape to their underground kingdom. Whether the Dragon Charles is alive or dead is no longer important to them. They have no interest in caring about it, and just want to escape this hellish place as soon as possible. They certainly don't want to become a meal for the zombie dragon. Not long after, the news also reached the Ratman Kingdom. At this moment, Rat King Aubrey is enjoying a delicious meal. It's the kind of event where they pop champagne halfway through. The figure in black robes was also invited to join the celebration. The Rat King Aubrey wore a very luxurious robe and a royal crown, and held a golden goblet in his right hand. This behavior made the figure in black robes feel extremely uncomfortable. In his eyes, no matter how elaborate the embellishments, they could not conceal the fact that Rat King Aubrey was a huge, fat, black rat. He could accept it if it were the rat men from the Orcish Great Plains. After all, it has a human form. Rat King Aubrey was exactly a black, fat rat. He would never have attended this celebratory banquet if it weren't for the personal invitation from Rat King Aubrey. The Rat King Aubrey, oblivious to the disdain in the black-robed messenger's eyes, remained immersed in the joy of victory, grinning and laughing. Praise be to the great Master Charles. The evil undead creatures have finally learned the consequences of angering a dragon. After this battle, they will never dare to set foot in the sand forest again, let alone covet our Ratman Kingdom. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The figure in black robes raised his wine glass perfunctorily. He then thought for a moment and said, "Once Lord Charles returns victorious, Your Majesty may suggest to Lord Charles that we take the opportunity to eliminate those human knights who occupy the Golden Oasis. We must not give them another chance to act arrogantly, otherwise they will definitely make a comeback." His Majesty wouldn't want this to happen, would he? He always suspected that those suddenly appearing golden griffin riders were after the dark dragon Charles. Otherwise, what would they be doing coming to this desolate desert? Could it be salt mining? You should know that those are all famous golden griffin knights. Their full sets of magical equipment alone could buy countless amounts of salt. Whether it's collecting salt or mining other resources, it's a waste of resources. The forces behind these knights must be just like him, eyeing the dragon Charles. Hearing the words of the figure in black robes, Rat King Aubrey hesitated. It had already been beaten up by Charles's owner. If we asked Charles for help again this time, we might get beaten up again. Despite its thick hide, it couldn't withstand the dragon's devastating attacks. The figure in black robes smiled and said, "Is Your Majesty worried that Lord Charles will refuse?" Rat King Aubrey immediately denied it, saying, "Our great Master Charles is the guardian of our Rat Kingdom, and naturally he will not stand idly by while external forces threaten his servants. As long as I give the word, it will surely destroy those evil human knights." Just as Rat King Aubrey made his solemn promise, a Ratman guard tumbled in, shouting, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Rat King Aubrey's fat face twitched, and he said angrily, "What kind of behavior is this? All flustered and disrespectful. What on earth happened?" The Ratman guard said in utter terror, "The war in the Saline region is over, but a terrifying zombie dragon has appeared out of nowhere, intending to hunt down our great Master Charles." Zombie dragon? Are they still going to hunt down the dragon Charles? Rat King Aubrey was so frightened that he jumped up from his throne and hurriedly asked, "And then? Did the two dragons go to war?" The Ratman guard said, "They didn't start a fight because Master Charles chose to flee immediately. The zombie dragon is now hunting Master Charles." Rat King Aubrey, the figure in black robes. Before the Ratman guards could retreat, Rat King Aubrey looked at the figure in black robes with fear and asked, "Your Excellency, what should we do?" The figure in black robes was also somewhat exasperated, saying, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? How could we possibly deal with a zombie dragon that could frighten Lord Charles into running away? Now all you can do is pray that Lord Charles can escape successfully." Not only Rat King Aubrey, but he also needs to pray. After all, Charles the Dragon had promised to become his partner after he recovered from his injuries. Just as he was about to become a noble dragon mage, an even more powerful zombie dragon suddenly appeared, intending to take the life of Dragon Charles. Where can he go to seek justice? At this moment, the figure in black robes grew increasingly angry. Frustrated, he angrily shouted at Rat King Aubrey, "You shouldn't have disturbed Lord Charles's slumber. Now look what's happened. You've needlessly provoked a zombie dragon. If anything happens to Dragon Charles, I'll never forgive you." Rat King Aubrey was sprayed in the face on the spot. However, it was not one to be trifled with, and roared at the black-robed figure, "Damn human mage, I've tolerated you for too long. You'd better pray that Master Charles is all right." If he dies, I'll kill you first. What arrogance. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. The figure in black robes sneered and swept away. Looking at his retreating figure, Rat King Aubrey's fat face was also filled with murderous intent. Just moments ago, the man and the mouse were chatting and laughing, enjoying drinks together, but in the blink of an eye, they had a falling out. On the other side, Charles the Dragon is still on the run. It flapped its dragon wings and soared into the clouds. In a short time, they had escaped hundreds of kilometers away. However, even with all its might, it couldn't shake off the zombie dragon behind it. The arrow wound in its chest seemed to be getting worse, and the excruciating pain was constantly eroding its consciousness like a tide, making it feel increasingly desperate. After fleeing for another 100 kilometers, Charles the Dragon finally chose to give up. The zombie dragon was getting closer and closer. There was no point in trying to escape any longer. It has no choice but to turn back and fight back head-on. Chapter 79: The Death of the Dragon. Above the clouds, the sunlight was exceptionally dazzling. The two giant dragons stared at each other from a distance of thousands of meters. For two giant dragons, each over 100 meters long, this distance is merely the matter of flapping a wing. However, it is quite obvious. The two dragons are one large and one small. It's like a small potato from the south facing a strong man from the north. At this moment, even the giant dragon Charles felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the zombie dragon's enormous and terrifying body. He had reason to believe that if he were caught by the zombie dragon's dark blue claws, he would be torn in two. Such a massive dragon body. This zombie dragon was definitely a demigod-level dragon in its previous life. A demigod-level dragon is considered a clan leader or elder within their dragon race. For example, the patriarch of their dark dragon clan is a peak demigod. Its size is also similar to that of this zombie dragon. Judging from the dark red dragon scales covering its body, its true form should be a fiery dragon. However, it seems there has never been any record of a demigod-level fiery dragon perishing in the last few hundred years, or even the last 1,000 years. These thoughts flashed rapidly through Charles the Dragon's mind. It stared intently at the zombie dragon and said in the dragon language, "Senior, although you have transformed into an undead zombie dragon, we are still of the same lineage as dragons. Why can't we coexist peacefully? Even setting aside the fact that we are both dragons, I belong to the evil camp. I believe that as long as we sit down and have a good talk, we will definitely find a lot of common topics." The zombie dragon king, his mind resonating, declared, "My master orders you to take your corpse back." Owner. Charles the Dragon's expression froze. It never imagined that this zombie dragon had a master behind it. Who can tame such a terrifying zombie dragon? A demigod-level necromancer? Or is it the legendary immortal lich? However, before it could think further, a black light wave exuding a strong stench of corpses spread towards it. Its speed was extreme, instantly enveloping an area within a radius of 10,000 meters. This is the domain of the zombie dragon king. Charles the Dragon also dared not hesitate. He immediately unleashed his dark domain to fight against it. When the two different domains collided, a violent energy explosion occurred instantly, directly destroying a large area of clouds in the high sky. Looking up from the ground, a huge hole appeared in the thick clouds. It was as if the sky had been ripped open. At the center of this enormous cavern lies two interdimensional worlds locked in a fierce collision. It could be vaguely seen that two enormous dragons were fighting face to face in the area where the energy of the domain exploded. Battles between adult dragons are basically melee combat, aside from territorial attacks. All the other moves are just for show. This includes dragon breath and dragon language magic, which is comparable to forbidden spells. Unless there's an elemental advantage, neither dragon breath nor dragon language magic can effectively harm the enemy dragon. Not only does it waste mana, but it also risks giving the enemy dragon an opening to instantly kill you. Sizzle. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound. The dragon Charles's claws slammed into the zombie dragon king's abdomen, but all that was done was to produce countless sparks and leave a few shallow white marks. Charles's expression immediately twisted. Its proud dragon claws couldn't even break through the zombie dragon's defenses. Are you kidding me? At that moment, a dark shadow struck the dragon Charles head on. The next moment, it was whipped thousands of meters away by the zombie dragon king's tail, and at least 30 liters of dragon blood were uncontrollably spitting out of its mouth. The emerald green arrow stuck in its chest was also forcibly blown apart. Ah! The dragon Charles let out a blood-curdling howl. That fucking hurts. Even with its willpower, it simply couldn't hold on. The good news, however, is that the arrow that had tormented it for 2 whole years shattered, and it didn't crush its heart. This means that with its regenerative abilities as a dragon, it only takes a few days for it to recover to its former peak, which is the high-level saint rank. The bad news is that it will soon be dead. At this moment, the zombie dragon king attacked again. It swiped a claw at the back of the dragon Charles, breaking through its defenses and leaving several deep, bone-revealing wounds. Despite the excruciating pain, the dragon Charles relentlessly attacked the zombie dragon king. In its desperate struggle, it even breathed dragon fire at the zombie dragon king's face. However, both physical attacks and its dragon breath attacks were blocked by the zombie dragon king's dry, hardened dragon hide, making its defense ridiculously strong. Then there was another puff sound. The right wing of the dragon Charles was severely damaged. The zombie dragon king ripped several large gashes in its claws. The bones beneath the dragon's wings were also broken. Stop! The dragon Charles screamed in agony as he struggled desperately to escape from the claws of the zombie dragon king. Having lost one of its dragon wings, it struggled to maintain its balance, swaying precariously as if it were about to fall from the sky. Fortunately, it is a saint-level dragon, so it can fly at high altitudes without relying on its wings. Otherwise, it specifies that the dragon must fall on the spot. Don't kill me. Charles the dragon suffers a mental breakdown and chooses to flee once again. Its territory has collapsed. Melee combat is no match for the zombie dragon. It sensed impending death, yet it did not want to die. Without a word, the zombie dragon king flapped its wings and easily caught up with the giant dragon Charles, traversing a distance of thousands of meters. It grabbed the dragon Charles's tail with one claw. I forcibly dragged it in front of me. Then it extended another claw, piercing directly into the back of the dragon Charles and instantly severing Charles's spine. With that one move, Dragon Charles's body went limp on the spot. It's like being paralyzed. However, it did not die immediately, but it was unable to resist and could only watch helplessly as the zombie dragon king opened its big mouth and bit its neck. There was a click. The dragon Charles's neck was snapped instantly. This time he's really dead. The zombie dragon king's combo moves were clean, efficient, and fluid. The battle is over. The zombie dragon king used its 2 front claws to hold onto the corpse of the giant dragon Charles. Then, flapping its wings, it turned back towards the golden oasis. It looked like a large bird that had successfully caught its prey and was happily returning home. Meanwhile, on the ground, about 10 kilometers away, it is situated in a city of enormous size. If Miss Sophia were here, she would find that this city is her previous destination, Vastian City. Inside the city, countless sand people wore expressions of terror. They witnessed firsthand the awe-inspiring sight of 2 giant dragons battling each other high in the sky. This is the first time in their lives. The battle is over. I witnessed the fall of a dragon. That scene was absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, that zombie dragon wasn't interested in us. Otherwise, the entire city of Vastian would have faced a catastrophe. I wonder where that zombie dragon came from. It's fortunate we're gone. Why worry about so much? Let's think about how to deal with the undead army outside the city. As you can see, an astonishing number of undead creatures have gathered outside the city of Vastian. It is obvious. This undead turmoil has eroded not only the Golden Oasis and the Skaven Kingdom. Chapter 80 Elf. The Forest of Life is home to many cities built by nature spirits. Forest City is just one of them. It was also the only city open to other races. As for the other cities, they were strongholds of the nature elves. Unless one had a special status or under special circumstances, very few other races could enter. Besides the city, the Forest of Life is also home to a large number of Elven tribes. From south to north, from west to east. It can be said that the entire Forest of Life is firmly controlled by the race of nature elves. At this very moment, in an elven city called Chadi, an elf exuding a powerful aura of life and nature opened his eyes. She has an absolutely stunning face and a perfectly tall and slender figure. Her long, golden hair was as smooth as silk, cascading down her slender waist and full hips. Her eyes were dark green. It shimmered with a brilliance like the finest green jade. She wore a long dress adorned with 100 flowers and sat cross-legged on a jade bed made of white jade, her alluring figure exuding boundless charm. Her ears were delicate and long, a mark of an elf. All elves have similar ears. In fact, elves are also a very large race. Like the orcs, they are composed of all sorts of orcs. Among the elves, besides nature elves, there are also forest elves, dark elves, ice and snow elves, elemental elves, dragon elves, flower elves, sun elves, and so on. Nature spirits are considered orthodox spirits. The other elves are branches of the elf race. In addition, within the elf race, there are other races such as unicorns, treants, phoenix guardians, elven dragons, and fairy dragons, all of which belong to the elf faction. This also shows that the overall strength of the elf faction is very powerful. The mark has disappeared again, and this time, it has disappeared completely. The natural spirits on the white jade bed whispered softly. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a clear spring or a silver bell, soothing the soul. Could it be that the dragon Charles destroyed my elven arrows? Thinking of this, the nature spirit frowned slightly. She was somewhat puzzled. If she were Charles the dragon, she would have hidden herself as before, until she destroyed the elven arrows and reappeared, instead of revealing themselves and then taking a long time to destroy the arrows. Wasn't this intentionally letting her lock onto the location? Based on the location where the mark last disappeared, she could determine that the dragon Charles was in the Carol Desert and not far from the city of Vastian in the Sand People's kingdom. Perhaps this is a conspiracy. Dragon Charles is trying to lure me there to avenge the arrow I shot. The nature spirits speculated in this way. In fact, she was completely wrong. The dragon Charles was unaware that she had left a mark on the elven arrows. If Charles had known, he wouldn't have left the Ratman Kingdom to wipe out the undead army in the Saline region, and he wouldn't have been chased by the zombie Dragon King later. As for why her mark only appeared after 2 years, it was entirely because the dormant altar built by the dragon Charles not only isolated her from the dragon's aura, but also accidentally severed the connection between the mark and her. For the past 2 years, the dragon Charles has never left the altar in order to heal his wounds. She naturally couldn't perceive the presence of the mark. Sometimes, things just happen by chance. If this is a conspiracy, Amy might be in danger. Thinking of this, the nature elf took out a remote communication magic device and contacted her best friend. She sensed it earlier when the dragon Charles descended upon the Saline region and slaughtered the undead, and entrusted her best friend Amy to kill the dragon Charles. With Amy's strength, plus a saint-level unicorn, killing the wounded dragon Charles was not difficult. But now that she suspects this might be a conspiracy, she has to warn Amy. A moment later, a voice came from inside the magic device. "Sister, why are you contacting me all of a sudden?" "That's right, Amy." The nature spirit recounted its discovery and then asked, "Amy, where are you now? Have you reached the location I gave you?" "Not yet, sister." The elf Amy replied, "I am about 100 kilometers away from there." Upon hearing this, the nature spirit immediately said, "The dragon Charles is no longer there. I just sense that it is located near Vastian City. You stay where you are and wait for me to come. Don't worry, sister. With Teresa by my side, I can handle even if there's a conspiracy. Listen to me." "Okay, sister, then I'll wait for you at the Golden Oasis." Elf Amy said, "I'll go and find out where the elven spring water in the Golden Oasis comes from." "That works too." The nature spirits were relieved. After ending the communication, she left the room, summoned a unicorn, and rode it out of Chadi City. She is the elven lord of the city of Chadi. She hadn't originally planned to deal with the dragon Charles herself, but to prevent her best friend from being in danger, she had no choice but to make the trip herself. On the other side, under the azure sky, a snow-white unicorn flew overhead. On the back of the unicorn sat a delicate and adorable elf. She possesses a beauty that rivals that of her older sister. However, relatively speaking, she is petite, like a little girl. The older sister exudes a mature charm. The elf Amy wiped the sweat from her forehead with her small hand and couldn't help but complain, "By the goddess of elves, this awful weather in the Carol Desert is killing elves with heat." As an intelligent race that reveres nature, nature spirits rarely choose to use magic to resist harsh weather conditions, whether in scorching deserts or frigid polar worlds. So she's so hot she wants to stick her tongue out. "Then let's go back to the forest of life." The unicorn spoke in human language. It didn't want to come to this vast desert. The elf Amy tapped the unicorn's head and said with a grin, "We can't go back now? We still have to go to the Golden Oasis to wait for Sister Ella there." "All right." The unicorn shook its head. It flew at an extremely fast speed toward the Golden Oasis 100 kilometers away. I don't know how much time has passed. The unicorn suddenly stopped. The elf Amy, perched on the unicorn's back, asked in confusion, "Teresa, what's wrong?" The unicorn said in a surprised tone, "Amy, I think I'm seeing things. Look to the southeast. Isn't there a group of ancient tree people over there?" "Don't joke around. This isn't the forest of life." Before the words were even finished, the elf Amy also widened her green eyes. She rubbed her eyes again. It really is an ancient tree spirit. What the hell? How can there be so many ancient tree people in this desert? Chapter 81. The shock of the elf Amy. A kilometer away, in a depression in the sand, dozens of enormous ancient tree beings gathered together. They are fighting against undead creatures. Undead creatures surged across the surrounding sand dunes, charging toward the ancient tree ants on the battlefield, relentlessly and fearlessly. The scene was just like the insects surrounding humans in Starship Troopers. The scene was spectacular. However, the ancient tree people are not the humans in the movies. They all possess the level of a king and are all 30 meters tall. Compared to the undead creatures on the battlefield, they are like invincible giants. No matter how many came, they were all easily killed by them. The battle had been going on for an unknown amount of time, and the battlefield was littered with countless white skeletons, as well as a large number of mummies, ghouls, and even gargoyles. Gargoyles are flying units of the undead faction. They possess extremely strong defense and vampire-like speed. However, compared to the ancient trance, undead creatures like gargoyles are still no match for them. Every moment, many gargoyles are shot to death with wooden spears, their corpses falling from the sky onto the sand. Some of the bodies shattered into pieces as soon as they hit the ground. This is a characteristic of gargoyles. When faced with enemy attacks, they selectively petrify their bodies to enhance their defense. Additionally, all gargoyles petrify upon death. Teresa, they're surrounded by evil undead creatures. We used to lend them a hand. Okay, Amy. The unicorn swiftly rushed to the battlefield. The moment it arrived on the battlefield, countless purple lightning bolts burst forth from the silver horn on its head. At the same time, the entire battlefield was also enveloped by a field of lightning, accompanied by dense thunderclaps. All the undead creatures on the battlefield were chopped into charcoal. Thousands of undead creatures were wiped out in an instant. This scene left the ancient tree people on the battlefield completely bewildered for quite some time. Then, they locked onto the unicorn high in the sky and the elf Amy riding on the unicorn's back, while thick, long wooden spears appeared in their hands. Hi everyone, I'm Amy, an elf from the city of Chadi. Elf, get out of here. This is our territory. It was an ancient tree spirit that spoke in a low, humming voice. The elf Amy's expression froze. She sensed a very strong hostility from these ancient tree beings. If she continues to approach or refuses to leave, these ancient tree beings will quickly launch an attack on her. This was unbelievable to her. After all, she is a nature spirit. The ancient tree spirits are the guardians of the nature elves. This is an eternal and unchanging truth. In the history of the Holy Continent, there has never been a case of trance attacking nature spirits. Tree people and nature spirits share the most steadfast covenant. My friends, what's wrong with you? The elf Amy quickly said, I am a nature elf, your tree man race's friendliest partner. Why are you hostile towards me? The ancient tree spirit did not answer the elf Amy's question. Instead, he repeated what he had just said. The other ancient tree people were also ready for battle, raising their wooden spears high. Upon witnessing this scene, the elf Amy could only leave on a unicorn. Although she could easily deal with these ancient tree men with her strength, she would never do so. Elves must never attack tree men. Teresa, what's wrong with them? It seems they have forgotten their covenant with our race of nature spirits. I don't know either. Unicorn Teresa shook her head and said, but no matter what, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Compared to that, the issues of the fairy Spring and Dragon Charles are not important. Yes, the elf Amy said with a melancholy look on her face. She still can't believe it. There were even tree spirits who regarded her, a nature spirit, as an enemy. Even Her Majesty the Elf Queen probably wouldn't believe such a thing, would she? At this moment, Unicorn Teresa said again, we are very close to the Golden Oasis now, and those ancient tree people are very likely related to this oasis. Got it, speed things up. We must find out the truth behind this. Elf Amy urged. After the elf Amy and the unicorn left, the ancient tree people left on the battlefield also began to clean up the battlefield. That elf is despicable. He actually wiped out all our monsters, causing us to lose a lot of experience. You know, we went to great lengths to lure those undead creatures here. This is the first time someone has stolen my monster. She seems to have left in the direction of our territory. We need to report to the Lord immediately. I have already reported this to the Lord. That's good. By the way, should we return to our territory? No need. The Lord has ordered us to continue the hunt. He has already recalled the eternal Treant guards, and with the peak Saint-level zombie Dragon King also present, that elf can't cause any trouble. That puts my mind at ease. Brothers, let's clean up the battlefield and move on to another spot. Level up as quickly as possible and conquer this world for the great Lord. Praise be to the Lord. The ancient tree people cheered with immense excitement. From this point alone, you can then see the difference between them and the native tree people. It's important to understand that even before Lin Yi, as the Lord, had officially issued such an order or plan, they were already thinking about helping Lin Yi conquer the world. The Treants of the native world do not have such a strong desire for war. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi said to the zombie Dragon King who was returning to his territory, "An elf is coming over later. Keep an eye on her. If she behaves improperly at all, don't hold back." "Yes, master." Zombie Dragon King Wallace respectfully accepted the order. Then, flapping its enormous dragon wings, it soared into the sky and slowly circled. Like a guardian angel, they protect the entire oasis. Lin Yi then went to the tomb of the dragon and buried the body of the Dark Dragon, Charles there. The Undertaker, Dark Dragon. Name, Wilcox Charles Victor. Pre-death rank, high-level saint. Life expectancy, 1,359 years. Death anniversary, died half an hour ago, killed by the zombie Dragon King Wallace under Lord Lin Yi's command. A moment later, Lin Yi summoned 3 undead dragons. These are the Bone Dragon, the Corpse Dragon, and the Nether Dragon, whose body is almost completely transparent. 1 for 3, they made a killing. Chapter 82. If I die unjustly, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Bone Dragon Charles. Rank, mid-level saint. Growth potential, peak saint rank. Summoned item information, a proper bone dragon, possessing the common advantages and disadvantages of the bone dragon race, with nothing particularly outstanding. The same applies to the corpse dragon and the nether dragon. Level, intermediate saint rank. Potential for growth to reach the peak of the saint rank. When summoned, Lin Yi's Lord Talent, awakening of ancient bloodline, was indeed triggered, but the 3 undead dragons failed to evolve. This left Lin Yi slightly disappointed. Compared to the zombie Dragon King, these 3 undead dragons are a whole level below. Especially its growth potential is far inferior to that of the zombie Dragon King. After all, the zombie Dragon King's growth potential is as high as the peak of Demigod, which is much more powerful than the eternal Treant Guardian. However, Lin Yi quickly returned to normal. He traded the corpse of a dragon for 3 undead dragon units. What more could he ask for? Most importantly, each of these 3 undead dragons possessed combat power comparable to that of the injured Dragon Charles. That's equivalent to 3 Charleses. What more could he want? Fortunately, I gritted my teeth and upgraded the Dragon Tomb to a high level before, otherwise the level of these 3 dragons would be even lower. The Dragon Charles is a high-ranking saint. Summoned by the Advanced Dragon Tomb, all 3 undead dragons reach the mid-level saint rank, only 1 level lower. If you haven't upgraded before, if summoned using the Intermediate Dragon Suffering, their level will only be at the initial saint level. One is beginner level, and the other is intermediate level. The gap in strength is still very large. If the blueprints for the ultimate building are discovered later, the level of the Dragon Tomb can be further increased, upgrading it to the ultimate building. At that time, the undead dragon units summoned will be stronger, at least at their highest level in life. The reason for saying at least is that ultimate buildings generally have very special abilities. Take, for example, the unit buildings. Once the ultimate level is reached, the daily troop recruitment capacity will increase tenfold. This shows just how amazing the ultimate building is. It is worth mentioning. The 3 undead dragons that were summoned were all named Charles. Bone Dragon Charles, Corpse Dragon Charles, and Nether Dragon Charles. It really feels like having triplets from one mother. However, they are still easy to distinguish, since they are all different species. Then, Lin Yi released the 3 dragons, Charles, from the Tomb of the Dragons. He needed to give the elf or any other outsider a stronger sense of intimidation. My level is still a bit low. After accumulating experience over this period, coupled with the massive amount of experience given to him by the zombie Dragon King for killing the Dark Dragon Charles, Lin Yi's level broke through once again. He advanced from the advanced level of the extraordinary to the peak level of the extraordinary. He was only 1 step away from becoming a saint-level expert. However, the difference between these 2 steps is enormous. Saint-level powerhouses wield the power of their domains, giving them absolute suppression over professionals at the extraordinary level. Only by reaching the saint rank and mastering the domain can my safety be better guaranteed. I won't have to worry about being attacked and dying suddenly. Lin considers herself a person who is very afraid of death. At that very moment, a notification from the Lord system suddenly appeared in his mind. My lord, you need not worry about your safety. Your fate is tied to your territory. Only when your territory is destroyed will you be able to be killed. As long as your territory remains intact, even an immortal god cannot kill you. Even if you die outside, you can be resurrected within the core building. Looking at this series of information prompts, Lin remained silent for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but complain. My territory has already been upgraded to the level of a town, and you're only telling me about something this important now? The Lord has never asked me. Lin was filled with questions. Does he really need to ask such a question? Shouldn't the system proactively tell him this immediately? He had previously worried that his territory would be attacked by the dark dragon Charles, and that he would be spewed in the face by a dragon's breath. He hadn't slept well for at least 2 nights. System, you're like my own father. From now on, you must tell me immediately about anything that concerns my life and livelihood. If I die unjustly, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Yes, Lord, I won't let you become a ghost so easily. Lin walked out of the dragon tomb with a light heart. He casually closed the heavy bronze door. The tomb of the dragon can only be opened by him as the Lord, so there's no need to worry about anyone accidentally wandering in. Look up at the sky. 1 large and 3 small dragons, for giant dragons, are circling thousands of meters in the sky. Each dragon was extremely large. The zombie dragon king, in particular, is like a giant beast from ancient times. This scene is truly quite shocking. The Sand People were going about their business. They had been startled when they suddenly saw the 3 undead dragons appear out of nowhere. However, they quickly returned to normal and went about their business, because they knew that these 3 undead dragons were also summoned by their lord. They are the guardians of the entire oasis. They have absolutely no need to be afraid. We should be there soon. Lin looked up at the distant horizon. To be honest, he didn't want to make contact with the nature elves so soon. But since the person had already arrived, there was nothing he could do. Unless you take drastic measures and kill the elf and the unicorn outright. At this moment, we are about several kilometers away from the Golden Oasis. The unicorn Teresa stopped high in the sky. She gasped, what a terrifying aura of the undead. It's definitely at the peak of the saint rank. Wherever the eye can see, 3 enormous creatures stood beneath the distant clouds, already locking onto her. No, there should be 4. One of the giant beasts was almost completely transparent. Although she couldn't see clearly, she could still sense the other person's presence. That's a netherworld dragon. The other 3 behemoths are also undead dragons. The zombie dragon, the bone dragon, and the corpse dragon. They are all powerful beings at the saint level. What kind of place is this? How can there be so many undead dragons? Normally, you might not see even 1 every few decades, but now there are 4 at once. Amy, I have a feeling of unease. Let's not go there. Let's wait for Ella to arrive. No, we have to go. The elf Amy had a different focus. She looked at the vast golden oasis, which exuded a rich sense of life and nature. In the heart of the oasis lies a deep blue lake. Near the lake stands an ancient tree that is hundreds of meters tall. That's what she's really focused on. Chapter 83. Is that the eternal tree guardian? Teresa, do you know about the ancient war mother tree? It's me, said the elf, her voice trembling. Unicorn Teresa turned to look at Amy and said softly, of course I know about the ancient war mother tree. It's the source of the tree people's lineage. The relationship between the tree people and the ancient war mother tree is the same as the relationship between your nature elves and the elf mother tree. Yes. I had never seen the ancient war mother tree before this. Even in the capital of our elven kingdom, there is no such mother tree. The elf Amy said with deep emotion. I've only heard that in the ancestral land of our elven race, there is an ancient war mother tree, one of the oldest guardians of the ancestral land. Amy, what do you mean by saying these things? Unicorn Teresa followed the gaze of elf Amy. After a moment, she gasped and said, you're not trying to tell me that the ancient tree, which is hundreds of meters tall, is the legendary ancient war mother tree, are you? Yes, I believe it is. The elf Amy said, although I have never seen the ancient war mother tree of the ancestral land, I can sense the aura of the tree people on this ancient tree. Tell me, what kind of tree man could be hundreds of meters tall? Unless it is a tree god. Therefore, I speculate that it must be the legendary ancient war mother tree. Unicorn Teresa shook her head and said, This is unbelievable. I'd rather believe that ancient tree has evolved into a tree god than believe it's an ancient warm mother tree. The elf Amy said. Then how do you explain those ancient tree people we just saw? I believe they were not created by nature. Unicorn Teresa remained silent. My friend's meaning was very clear. That ancient tree was the legendary ancient warm mother tree, which gave birth to those ancient tree people. Let's go, let's enter the golden oasis. No matter what, said the elf Amy, I must find out the secret of this oasis. Unicorn Teresa hesitated. But Amy, there are 4 saint-level undead dragons there. The fairy Amy chuckled and said, My dear Miss Teresa, since when have you become as timid as a flower fairy? No way. Unicorn Teresa immediately denied it. He gritted his teeth and flew toward the distant golden oasis. This oasis is many times larger than it used to be. Compared to the appearance of the ancient warm mother tree, I am not surprised by the changes in the golden oasis. With the help of the ancient warm mother tree, this oasis will become even larger. The elf Amy said, Perhaps 100 years from now, this place will become a lush forest no less than our forest of life. Not long after, they stopped about 300 meters from the edge of the golden oasis. It's not that they don't want to enter the golden oasis, but that they are locked in. Besides the 4 undead dragons high in the sky, the arrow towers and fortresses standing on the edge of the wall were all locked onto them. If they continued to approach, they would be attacked immediately. The most important thing is, behind the wall stood more than 100 golden armored tree men, each tens of meters tall. They were also stared at with hostile eyes. Amy, these tree men seem a bit different. The unicorn Teresa whispered to the elf Amy. You didn't see wrong. The elf Amy nodded. A look of shock appeared on her delicate and lovely face. She whispered, They are the guardians of the eternal Treants, holding a higher position among the Treant race than the ancient Treants. Just like the sun, elves hold a similar position among our nature elves. The guardian of the eternal tree? Unicorn Teresa exclaimed in surprise. Even in your elf king's capital, there aren't many Treants of this level. How come there are more than 100 here? The elf Amy said. This makes me even more convinced that the ancient tree is the mother tree of ancient war. Only it could have given birth to so many eternal Treant guardians. Unicorn Teresa took a deep breath. She is now particularly curious about what secrets this golden oasis holds. The forces behind the golden oasis must be incredibly powerful. Those eternal tree guardians do not want us to enter the golden oasis. Unicorn Teresa definitely wouldn't dare to force her way in. Those few undead dragons circling high in the sky were enough to suppress her. Especially that terrifyingly large zombie dragon, which could easily be called the Zombie Dragon King. In a battle, this zombie dragon alone could tear her to pieces. In the Holy Continent, unicorns are also among the most powerful and intelligent races. However, when facing dragons, they were still just a little bit lacking. I'll go talk to them. Get invited if possible. After saying that, the elf Amy flew towards the eternal tree guardian standing near the wall. I don't know what they talked about. A moment later, the unicorn Teresa saw her friend waving excitedly at her. She had her doubts, but she still went to the elf Amy's side. Then, the man and beast walked through the slowly opening gate and entered the territory of the golden oasis. Led by a group of eternal tree guardians, they headed towards the center of the territory. Unicorn Teresa asked in a low voice, Amy, what did you say to them? The elf Amy shook her head and said, He didn't say anything. The reason we were able to come in is because the Lord who governs this golden oasis allowed us to pass. Upon hearing this, Unicorn Teresa said, I only hope that he is a Lord full of kindness and justice. If only Treants existed in this oasis territory, she would stand firm in her decision. However, the appearance of several undead dragons made her uncertain. As is widely known, like the nature spirits, the tree people belong to the good and lawful alignment. Undead creatures, on the other hand, belong to the evil and chaotic alignment. Good and law, and evil and chaos, are 2 completely opposing camps. It is virtually impossible for them to coexist. However, this oasis territory contained both undead dragons and Treants, which severely impacted her worldview and understanding. I don't know how long I walked. She even saw many sand people, and the desert coyotes helping the sand people move timber and stones. Chapter 84 Lin E. You're so spineless. What kind of situation haven't I seen? This is truly a magical place. The elf Amy exclaimed in admiration. She also saw thousands of deserters logging in the distance. Such a scene is not unusual. But surprisingly, their helper was a desert coyote, a magical beast. Each desert coyote has a rope made of tree bark tied to its back, and it pulls a flatbed wooden cart behind it. Once the carts are full of timber, the desert coyotes will carry it away. On those flat forest roads, the area was bustling with activity, with coyotes coming and going. Monsters are very difficult to tame, especially low-level magical beasts like the desert coyote. Low-level monsters are less intelligent and more prone to being aggressive and attacking people. It's amazing that this territory was able to tame a large number of desert coyotes and even have them work together. They traveled for an unknown amount of time. The group finally emerged from the dense forest. Throughout the entire process, neither the elf Amy nor the unicorn Teresa showed the slightest impatience. They adhered to the rules of the Golden Oasis and walked the entire way. After all, the 4 undead dragons remained hovering high in the sky, and they have been keeping an eye on them. How could they dare to break the rules? As her view opened up, the elf Amy saw a beautiful scene that made her want to exclaim in admiration. The azure sapphire lake. A row of sturdy date palm trees and giant saguaro trees. Lush green spaces and flowers everywhere. There are also rows of wooden houses and small boats fishing on the lake. These scenes intertwine to create an exceptionally beautiful picture. It also makes people feel refreshed and relaxed, especially after traversing the boundless sea of sand and enduring the scorching sun for a long time. Suddenly entering such a world feels like arriving in paradise. It's absolutely gorgeous. Over there is also a magnificent hall and a towering tower. That mysterious lord must have been developing here for a long time, but I don't understand why there hasn't been much news about the Golden Oasis before. This time, she wouldn't have appeared in the Carol Desert if it weren't for dealing with the revival of the Dark Dragon Charles. As for investigating the fairy spring, that wasn't her doing either. She was just passing by anyway. Her original intention was to wait for her sister Ella in the Golden Oasis. But I never expected to have such a magical experience. She'll tell her sister Ella what happened here later, but Ella probably won't believe it. A moment later, the elf Amy and the unicorn Teresa were led to the entrance of the town hall. A guardian of the eternal tree said, "Go in, elves. The Lord is waiting for you inside." "Okay, thank you. I'm grateful for your help." The elf Amy smiled and nodded. He then led the unicorn Teresa into the town hall. This is a very luxuriously decorated palace with a very spacious interior, easily accommodating the unicorn Teresa, who is over 10 meters long, even though she can transform into a human. The Warcraft race, upon advancing to the transcendent realm, can speak human language. Upon advancing to the saint rank, one can transform into a human. However, most of the time, Warcraft prefers to maintain its original form. In this form, the monster's combat power is also at its strongest. Conversely, transforming into human form will reduce the monster's combat power to some extent. There was no one else in the spacious hall. Only a young human sat on a chair high up in the main hall. Humans? The elf Amy was somewhat surprised. She had never seen an ancient tree spirit, or even a higher-level eternal tree spirit, guarding and serving a human, especially one who was only at the extraordinary level. He hadn't even reached the saint rank. How could he possibly command so many treants, as well as the 4 undead dragons high in the sky? Most importantly, his territory also contains an ancient War Mother tree. All of this puzzled Amy the elf. She had some doubts that Lin Yi was not the true lord of the Golden Oasis. The true mastermind behind this oasis stands behind Lin Yi. Despite her thoughts, the elf Amy still respectfully performed an elven greeting towards Lin Yi and said softly, "Respected human lord, I am Amy, an elf from the city of Chadi. It is my honor to meet you here. This is my partner, Teresa." The unicorn Teresa, standing nearby, also bowed. She bent her right front leg and lowered her head. This was to show respect and reverence for Lord Lin Yi's status. Lin Yi smiled and introduced herself, saying, "Elves and unicorns from afar, my territory warmly welcomes you. Praise be to the Lord." The elf Amy squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and revealed a sweet smile. It has to be said that Amy's delicate and flawless face, her exquisite pointed ears, and her petite, lowly-like figure are incredibly cute, making Lin Yi feel like her heart is melting. My instinct was to hug this little elf and wreak havoc on her. Thinking about this, Lin Yi couldn't help but curse herself for being so spineless. As a distinguished time traveler, what kind of scene hasn't he seen? Lin Yi quickly composed herself and asked with a faint smile, "May I ask what brings the beautiful elf lady to my territory?" The elf Amy explained, "My lord, I have come in pursuit of the Dark Dragon Charles, an evil dragon who slaughtered one of our tribes in the Forest of Life. It needs to pay the price for what it has done. But unexpectedly, I encountered a group of ancient tree people along the way. The tree people have always lived in the forest of life in our ancestral lands, and rarely appear in other places, especially here in the vast Carol Desert. Therefore, I came to your territory out of curiosity. After a slight pause in his speech, the elf Amy bowed to Lin E again. Lord Lin E, please forgive my disrespect. I also hope you can understand that the Treant race has always been our most loyal partner and friend, unchanging throughout the ages. I need to figure out why they are loyal to you. Moreover, there is an ancient war mother tree within your territory. Chapter 85 Elf. I want to wait for my sister Ella in your territory. Are ancient war mother trees rare? Lin E asked the question knowing the answer already. Like a simple little elf, the elf Amy, without any suspicion, said very sincerely. The ancient war mother tree is just as rare and precious as the mother god tree of our nature elf race. There is only one in the entire holy continent, planted in the ancestral land of our elven race. Few people know where the ancestral homeland of the elves is, but it's definitely not in the forest of life. The forest of life is ruled by the kingdom of nature spirits, and is not the source of the elven race's bloodline. Lin E was satisfied with elf Amy's answer. He had indirectly obtained a lot of important information. Since you recognize that it is the ancient mother tree of war, you should know the origin of the Treants in my territory. The reason they are loyal to me is because I planted this ancient mother tree of war. The elf Amy remained silent for a moment. Then he said, My lord, it's hard to believe what you're saying. An ancient war mother tree capable of nurturing tree people cannot be cultivated to life by human effort. Even if, Lord, you did manage to plant the seed, it would take a very long time for it to grow into its current form. The ancient war mother tree outside is hundreds of meters tall. Even if they grow 1 meter taller every day, it would still take nearly 2 years. Given this much time, some people would have noticed the anomaly of the golden oasis long ago. Therefore, this is absolutely impossible. Lenny said, I have no reason to deceive you, but this involves the secrets of my territory, and I cannot disclose them. Upon hearing this, the elf Amy was immediately unable to ask any more questions. Discovering other people's secrets is taboo, no matter where you are. Just like she wouldn't tell her little secrets to others. Elf Amy changed the subject and asked, My lord, recently a large number of elven springs have appeared in Forest City. Did they come from your territory? Good. Lin E nodded slightly. This is no longer a secret. The elf Amy said, The elven spring water is diluted with the water of life, and it is something unique to our race of nature elves. It is true that the water of life is made from the sap of the elven mother tree, as rumored outside. I wonder how your lordship formulated it. Does it mean that you even possess the mother tree of my nature elf race? Linny narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Elf, are you questioning me? The elf Amy quickly apologized, saying, My esteemed lord, please forgive my tone. I did not mean to be disrespectful. I simply wanted to clarify things. She stopped there. What she was thinking was that she really wanted to find out who Linny was. It's both the ancient war mother tree and the fairy spring. She even suspected that Lin E had robbed their elven ancestral land. Although this is simply impossible. But the more she looked at the ancient war tree outside, the more she felt it resembled the one from their elven ancestral land. Lin E said calmly, This is also a secret of my territory. Elf Aiden was speechless. Since it involved a secret, Lin E naturally couldn't reveal it to her. All right. The elf Amy blinked and said, My lord, may I stay in your territory for the night? I would like to wait here for my sister Ella. She is the lord of Chadi City. The reason I came to the Carol Desert is to deal with the matter of the dark dragon Charles. She tried her best to explain, so that Lin E wouldn't think she had ulterior motives for staying. Although she did want to find out more information about the oasis. Linny said, I'm sorry, my territory is not accepting guests from outside at the moment. There is an oasis about 100 kilometers to the southwest where you can set up camp. Upon hearing this, Amy's delicate face immediately fell. Is it not even allowed to stay for one night? The elf Amy asked, When will your territory be open to the public? Or will it be forever forbidden for outsiders to set foot here? Linny said with a smile, Miss Amy can come back in a while, and then you will have a wonderful night. Praise be to the Lord. This is exactly what I have been waiting for. The elf Amy breathed a sigh of relief. Then she'll come to Golden Oasis again in a few days. My lord, in that case I shall take my leave. Before I depart, may I ask for your permission to take a closer look at the ancient war mother tree? Can. Linny nodded. The elf Amy immediately became happy. Then the two people and one beast walked out of the town hall and came to the foot of the ancient War Mother tree. The elf Amy raised her head, gazing up at the towering ancient tree, feeling the incredibly surging life and natural energy emanating from it, and was instantly immersed in it. She squinted her crescent-shaped eyes and said softly, as if in a trance, "My lord, this is the first time I have sensed the aura of the ancient Mother Tree of War. She is truly so great and so beautiful. It is comparable to the Mother Tree of our elf kingdom." Lin Yi asked curiously, "Is it true that you nature spirits were born from the Mother Tree of Spirits?" "Yes, my lord," the elf Amy said. "All nature elves come from the Mother Elf Tree, just as fruit trees give birth to fruit. We are also children of the Mother Elf Tree." Lin Yi imagined the scene of little elves hanging on the branches of the fairy Mother Tree, as if they were real. The art style was indeed somewhat bizarre. "Isn't this similar to Jinyuan Daxian's ginseng fruit tree? I just don't know if eating an elf will grant you immortality." "Thank you, my lord. You have granted me my long-cherished wish." The elf Amy sincerely thanked Lin Yi and said, "Please also tell the Treants in your territory to be careful when they go out. The dark dragon Charles is full of malice towards elves and Treants. She still doesn't know that 3 Charleses are hovering above her head." "I will. You are a kind elf." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. After a moment's thought, he suddenly asked, "Miss Amy, do you know where I can find dragon soul grass?" "Dragon soul grass?" The elf Amy paused for a moment, then asked, "How much does your lordship require?" Lin Yi said, "At least 100. The more the better." The elf Amy shook her head and said, "If it's just a few dragon soul grasses, it's not difficult. But 100 is really a bit too many. Dragon soul grass is an extremely rare magical potion that can enhance the soul and improve one's spiritual talent. This potion only grows in the burial grounds of dragons. It's rare to see this on land. After all, the dragon's stronghold is in the 7 seas. However, there is one place. If your lordship is in dire need of dragon soul grass, you may wish to try your luck at Dragonfall Canyon. Dragonfall Canyon is also in the Carol Desert, about 1,400 kilometers from the Golden Oasis, located in the southwest. 10,000 years ago, a large number of dragons perished there. Dragon's blood stained the entire canyon red. Occasionally, bounty hunters find dragon soul grass there. Your lordship may also give it a try, but please be careful, as there are many powerful undead creatures there." Faced with the serious reminder from the fairy lady, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. For him, Dragonfall Canyon is a dungeon. Chapter 86: Regretful Departure. In fact, the undead legions gathered in the wild world, as well as the occasional monster hordes, are enough to meet the hunting needs of most of the territory's troops. For example, the Royal Griffin Knights Legion under Lin Yi's command. Every day I leave early and return late. Extremely busy. Since Lin Yi stopped deliberately enhancing the strength of the ace team, the other Royal Griffin Knights have been able to gain experience and gradually level up. The overall strength of the Royal Griffin Knights is steadily improving. However, this only applies to the Royal Griffin Knights. In comparison, the Ancient Treant Legion's upgrade speed is very slow, because they are of a very high grade. The initial level of the Ancient Tree People is mid-level king, and some even reach high-level king. As for the Eternal Treant Guardians, they are an even more extraordinary unit. While there are many undead creatures in the wild, they are generally low-level and offer little experience. Often, it takes killing tens of thousands of undead creatures to potentially level up. Currently, the undead army has not yet reached the scale of a natural disaster. Therefore, it cannot meet the hunting needs of the Ancient Treant Legion. In addition, there are the 4 Saint-level dragons under Lin Yi's command, who have even less chance of advancing their level by hunting weak undead creatures. Even if they slaughter hundreds of thousands of undead creatures, they will still find it difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Yi needs a better hunting environment. The Dragonfall Canyon, mentioned by the elf Amy, was exactly what Lin Yi wanted. He needed an experienced dungeon, with a large number of powerful monsters to level up and strengthen his 4 undead dragons. It can both upgrade your character and give you a chance to harvest a large amount of dragon soul grass. Absolutely perfect. Thank you for informing me, Miss Amy. Lin Yi smiled and said, "The information you gave me was very helpful." The elf Amy responded with a sweet smile and said, "It is my honor to be able to help you, my lord. It is a pity that I cannot stay in your territory for the time being, which makes me very regretful." Lin Yi pretended not to understand the meaning behind Amy's words. "It's really not possible in the near future. We'll just have to wait a while." He had planned to open the Golden Oasis earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built the market. The primary function of the market is to collect transaction taxes. The more powerful the chambers of commerce that enter the market and the larger their transaction volume, the more taxes he will receive. It's like a forest city. Countless merchant guilds from various kingdoms gather together. The transaction taxes collected alone amount to an astronomical figure. This allowed the nature spirits to make a fortune. Lin Yi was naturally envious of this. However, Lin Yi also needs to do some preparatory work before opening the oasis. He has a few rough ideas for now. For example, the current golden oasis could be divided into two areas, the outer city and the inner city. Outsiders can only stay in the outer city, and the market has also been moved there. The inner city was the residence of soldiers and civilians. Outsiders are not allowed to set foot in the inner city without permission. Even if you enter the inner city under special circumstances, you will need to return to the outer city at night. For example, you could build a super strong magical defensive shield to cover the inner city. This shield would at least be able to block mental detection. In addition, the military units under his command must be powerful enough. It can deter those superpowers. Only after all these things are settled will Lin Yi consider opening the Golden Oasis. Before this, let alone elves, even celestial beings couldn't spend the night in his territory. Before leaving, the elf Amy suddenly said to Lin Yi, "My lord, I noticed that you seem to be raising a lot of silvertail fish in Sapphire Lake." "Good." Lin Yi nodded. To date, the number of silvertail fish in Sapphire Lake has exceeded 100,000. In 2 days, a new growth cycle will begin. The total number of silvertail fish he raises could reach more than 500,000, and all of them will be adult fish that meet the standards for harvesting. He will catch some of the silvertail fish at that time, take it to sell, or exchange it for gold coins. The reason for not waiting any longer is that the aura effect of the lucky altar is about to disappear and will be refreshed into a new aura buff. At that time, silverfish, desert coyotes, and moose will be present. All of them will lose 10 times the growth rate and reproduction rate. Waiting any longer is just a waste of time. Lin Yi looked at the delicate and lovely Amy and said with a smile, "Miss Amy wants to buy a batch of silvertail fish for me?" Elf Amy nodded and said, "Spirit fish like the silvertail fish are not common in our city of Chadi. If the Lord is willing to sell them, I will tell my sister this good news." "Sure, but we'll have to wait 2 days." Lin Yi was also happy to make this deal. If Lord Ella were willing to buy all the silvertail fish he was selling, that would be even better, saving him the trouble of having his old steward make another trip to the forest city. Speaking of the old butler, Horden, the elderly magician is still out hunting. If he knew he had missed the chance to see nature spirits and unicorns in person, I wonder if he would regret it so much that he would slap his thigh in frustration. The old butler, Horden, once told Lin Yi that in all his years, he had never seen the legendary elves. "Understood, my lord." The elf Amy nodded, indicating that she would definitely come in 2 days. Then, she said goodbye to Lin Yi with a reluctant expression. Led by a group of eternal Treant guards, they left the Golden Oasis, looking back every few steps. The person she was looking back at was naturally not Lin Yi. Instead, it was the ancient War Mother Tree, which exuded a powerful aura of life and natural magic. If she could get Lin Yi's permission, she would hug the Mother Tree tightly without hesitation, and she would even sleep on the Mother Tree's huge leaves. Being able to sleep peacefully in the embrace of the Mother Tree is a very happy thing for elves. After leaving the Golden Oasis, the elf Amy immediately contacted her sister Ella, who was on her way, and said, "Sister, you have no idea what I saw in the Golden Oasis." "What did you see? The secret of the fairy spring?" "Of course not." The elf Amy exclaimed excitedly, "My dear sister Ella, I have seen the legendary ancient War Mother Tree, a large number of ancient tree people, and powerful eternal tree people guarding it." Chapter 87, The Little Prince of the Dragon-Slaying Realm. "Amy, that's not a good joke." On the other side, Ella, who had just entered the Carol Desert, frowned slightly as she listened to the excited voice coming from the remote communication magic device. The Mother Tree of Ancient Wars? This naughty little sister really knows how to joke around with herself. Even the king of their elven kingdom doesn't have the ancient War Mother Tree, let alone a small golden oasis. Unless it's a ghost. It's true, my dear sister. That ancient War Mother Tree is hundreds of meters tall and exudes an extremely pure and rich aura of tree people. It is it that nurtured that large number of eternal tree people guardians and ancient tree people. I saw with my own eyes that there were more than 100 eternal tree people guarding the Golden Oasis. They were about 30 meters tall, and their entire bodies were covered in heavy golden armor. Are you sure you're not hallucinating? Ella's tall, mature body trembled slightly. The towering peaks trembled noticeably. Of course not. The elf Amy said. The Lord of the Oasis allowed me to embrace the aura of the ancient warm mother tree at close range. I would never mistake it for something else, much less hallucinate. Ella, is there a lord in the Golden Oasis? Elf Amy. Yes, sister. He is a young and handsome human lord who has won the loyalty of those ancient Treants and eternal Treants. That's even more impossible. Ella said, the Treant race is loyal only to us nature elves. But it's true, said the elf Amy. I saw it with my own eyes. Ella remained silent for a long time. Every word Amy said shook her to her core, leaving her unable to calm down. Goddess of the spirit above. It's unbelievable that tree people would be loyal to humans. This is simply unbelievable. If she had to explain why this happened, she could only make up one reason. This human had received a blessing from the goddess of elves. Amy, wait for me at the Golden Oasis. I'll be there soon. Ella said quickly. Although I believe you won't lie to me, I still want to see that ancient warm mother tree with my own eyes. The elf Amy said, Sister, I have already left the Golden Oasis. Ella, why is that? Elf Amy, the Lord did not allow me to stay in his territory for one night. Although I was very disappointed, I had no choice but to leave. Ella retorted angrily. You're such a good sister. Where's your courage to try and take on the dark dragon Charles one-on-one? The elf Amy pouted. My dear sister, if you can handle 4 undead saint-level dragons, including one peak saint-level zombie dragon that may have evolved into a dragon king, I will listen to whatever you say from now on. Ella. He remained silent for a long time. Ella said, I'm going back to the forest city now. You need to come back quickly. I need to know everything about the Golden Oasis and that human lord. After ending the remote communication, Ella rode her unicorn to the forest city. She needs to wait until the matter is fully investigated before reporting to the elf queen. The appearance of the ancient war mother tree is enough to shake the entire elf kingdom. It's possible that even Her Majesty the Queen might have to make a personal trip to the Golden Oasis to see if that ancient tree, hundreds of meters tall, is indeed the legendary ancient war mother tree. Here at the Golden Oasis. After seeing off the elf Amy, Lin Yi returned to the backyard of the town hall. He flipped his right hand over. A huge gemstone appeared out of nowhere. The gemstone is entirely golden yellow, radiating a dazzling golden light, and is exquisitely beautiful. Inside the gem, there is also the figure of a little fairy. She closed her eyes, as if she were asleep. This gem was dropped when the zombie dragon king killed the dark dragon Charles, along with a large amount of gold coins, which the zombie dragon king brought back with him. Defeating monsters has a chance to drop special items, including blueprints. Lin Yi has always known this. However, over such a long period of time, his troop legions have only produced some troop quantity blueprints and equipment blueprints that are not currently needed. This is the first time that special items like gems have been found. It's unclear whether this was due to exceptional luck or because Dragon Charles's level was high enough. In addition, this gem is also the reason why Lin Yi asked the elf Amy about the dragon soul grass. It is not an ordinary magic gem, but a rare elf gem. Elf gem. Type, dragon spirit. Level, beginner saint rank. Item information. This is a spirit gem capable of giving birth to a dragon spirit. But to successfully give birth to a dragon spirit, you need to provide it with at least 100 dragon soul grasses. Dragon soul grass absorbed, none. Special reminder, the more dragon soul grass you absorb, the higher the level of the dragon spirit you will cultivate. Dragon spirits are a type of spirit. Its rarity surpasses that of the legendary elemental spirits. Dragon spirits are born with control over the power of the soul and can unleash dragon language magic unique to the dragon race. These spirits are the precious treasures of the dragon race. Under normal circumstances, dragon spirits can only be conceived in places where large numbers of dragon corpses have been buried. For example, the dragon tombs of the dragon race. As for why a gem capable of directly nurturing dragon spirits would appear, Lin Yi could only interpret it as a gift from the system. I need to nurture the dragon spirit as soon as possible. Increase the number of powerful individuals in my territory. Despite the fact that the ancient and eternal tree spirits guarding the territory possess extraordinary growth potential. The latter, in particular, has the potential to grow to the level of a demigod. But potential is ultimately just potential. It's not something they can achieve in a short time if they want to become demigods. This requires killing a massive number of monsters. But this dragon spirit is different. It can be conceived directly with dragon soul grass, and it is born at the initial stage of saint level. Most importantly, the more dragon soul grass a creature absorbs, the higher its power level will become. Therefore, Lin Yi's first priority is to find a large number of dragon soul grasses in Dragonfall Canyon, and get this dragon spirit out first. The mission to explore the Fallen Dragon Canyon was given to the Zombie Dragon King and the Nether Dragon by Lin Yi. The former, being the Dragon King, possessed formidable strength. The latter is in ghost form, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Two dragons working together are more than capable of handling this task. Then, Lin Yi opened the task information. I have received the reward for defeating the Dark Dragon Charles. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully slain the Dragon Charles. You have been awarded the title of Lord, Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer realm. The Little Prince of Dragon Slayers. Title effect. Increases the combat power of your troops by 20%, increases damage dealt to dragons by 50%, ignores dragon pressure, remains unaffected by morale, and increases dragon aggro towards you by 100%. Titles can be upgraded. Next level, Top Dragon Slayer. Upgrade requirement. Defeat 50 dragons. Special reminder. Possessing this title will make you a mortal enemy of dragons. You may choose to take the corpse of the Dragon Charles and a large amount of treasure to Seven Seas Dragon Island to express your sincerest apology to the dragons, and then relinquish this title. Chapter 88 Invading the Ratman Kingdom. The Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer realm? Lin Yi's lips twitched. This title is somewhat inappropriate. However, he was very satisfied with the results. The combat power of territorial troops is increased by 20%, and the damage they inflict on dragon creatures is increased by 50%, an effect that can only be described as monstrous. Take the Zombie Dragon King for example. With the Zombie Dragon King's combat power, plus these two boosts, dealing with a peak saint-level dragon of the same level would be a piece of cake. In addition, this title can be upgraded. After slaying 50 dragons, you can upgrade to become the Top Dragon Slayer. That's even more outrageous. As for this special reminder in the information bar, Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to it. It was impossible for him to go to Seven Seas Dragon Island to express his sincerest apologies to the dragons, let alone bring the corpse of the Dragon Charles and a large amount of treasure. Let's not even talk about the treasure. The Dragon Charles has already been cut into 3 pieces by him. If the dragons saw Charles's triplets, they might hate him even more. Rather than going to his doorstep to get beaten up, he might as well carry on the title of Little Prince of the Dragon Slayers, to the end, aim to become the Top Dragon Slayer, and fight the dragons to the death. There might be some unexpected surprises later. The mission to kill the Dragon Charles has been completed. I have 2 tasks left, 1 main quest and 1 side quest. The side quest is to destroy or conquer the Skaven Kingdom, and the reward is a random blueprint. This task needs to be completed as soon as possible. To prevent the Ratman Kingdom from being so frightened by the news of the fall of Dragon Charles that they flee the entire country. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of giant black rats. We can't let such a huge amount of experience slip away. For Lin Yi, the Ratman Kingdom was also a dungeon. Moreover, it's an experience dungeon. If he doesn't complete this instance, he'll be the one who suffers the loss. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi issued a war order to the Royal Griffin Knights Legion, who were hunting undead creatures, instructing them to assemble their forces and march on the Ratman Kingdom. At the same time, it also summoned an Eternal Tree Guardian. Lin Yi said to them, "The territory is about to declare war on the Ratman Kingdom, and you, the Eternal Tree Guardians, will also participate in this war. There is a scout Ratman in our territory. He was a prisoner before. Take it with you. It will tell you the location of the exits of the underground tunnels throughout the Skaven Kingdom. Your mission is to guard those exits and not give the Ratmen a chance to escape, especially the human mage at the transcendent level. Grab him, or just kill him. Do you understand?" "Clear," the Eternal Tree Guardian said with utmost respect. "Lord, rest assured, with us guarding the area, we will not let that human mage escape, nor will we let a single rat escape." "Very good," Lin Yi nodded. "Then let's go." "Yes, my lord." The Eternal Tree Guardian exits the town hall. Soon, more than 100 Eternal Treant guards within the territory gathered and flew towards the Skaven Kingdom. One of the Eternal Tree Guardians was holding a large, lifeless black rat in its hand. It had already betrayed the kingdom once before. The secret of the Dragon Passage entrance has been revealed. Little did they know that it was just the beginning. This time, it will betray its own kingdom again, helping the enemy to destroy it. It longed to end its life, but lacked the courage. Unwilling to accept defeat, it could only pray silently. Your Majesty Aubrey, betraying the kingdom was not my intention. If you die, please do not seek revenge against me, and especially not against that lord, or you will die again. During its time as a captive, it had come to a clear understanding of just how powerful that human lord was. Above the Saren, one after another, Royal Griffin rider teams gathered. Soon, more than 20,000 Royal Griffin knights gathered here. Each royal knight rode a massive golden griffin and wielded a knight's lance several meters long. The lance's flashes radiated boundless fighting spirit. This lineup is absolutely spectacular. Even the Kingdom of Cleria, which is known as the home of griffins, would find it difficult to assemble such a large army of griffin knights in a short period of time. Not to mention they were all golden griffin knights. This scene alone is enough to intimidate the vast majority of kingdom-level forces on the Holy Continent. Even a giant dragon would have to tuck its tail between its legs and run for its life. Before long, all the Royal Griffin Knights arrived. Leading the pack is the Ace Team, whose members are all of extraordinary caliber. Attack! At a command, the Royal Griffin Knights flew in a grand procession to the entrance of the passage. Moments later, a stone gate nearly 100 meters in diameter was completely shattered, revealing a huge underground passage. This colossal passage was specially carved out by the Skaven Kingdom to welcome the Dark Dragon Charles into their kingdom. Now, however, it has become a highway for the Royal Griffin Knights to storm into the Skaven Kingdom. Without this giant tunnel, it's really troublesome for Lin E to destroy the Ratman Kingdom, because the Skaven Kingdom is located in the underground world. The other passages are small and narrow, only wide enough for the Ratmen to pass through. The Golden Griffin's massive size prevents it from passing through. But with this giant passage, things are different. The Royal Griffin Knights can easily enter the Skaven Kingdom and strike at its heart. On the other side, more than 100 Eternal Tree Guardians were also scattered into dozens of small teams. Each squad guards one of the underground tunnel exits. Their task is to wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump, to wipe out the entire Skaven Kingdom as quickly as possible. Underground, in the kingdom of the rat people, the sirens and drumbeats echoed throughout the underground space. Looking around, there were countless rat men gathered, like a black tide. About 1/5 of them were fully armed, while the rest were dressed in rags and their weapons were in terrible condition. But the key is the sheer number of them. In fact, the information given to Lin E by the Ratman captives was inaccurate. It claims that the total population of the Rat Kingdom is approximately several hundred thousand. The truth is that the number of rat men is not in the hundreds of thousands, but in the millions. It wasn't that it deliberately deceived Lin E. It was simply because the Ratman Kingdom had no population statistics policy, and the Ratmen reproduced so quickly that every baby was a multiple. Even the Rat King Aubrey didn't know how many people his kingdom had, so how could a mere scout Ratman like him know? It simply gave Lin E a number it had estimated. Of course, that's not important. Even if the intelligence was wrong, it wouldn't change the outcome of the war. On the contrary, it can bring more experience to the Royal Griffin Knights. The enemy is about to invade our kingdom. Brave Ratmen, take up your weapons and fight the enemy to the death. We swear to protect the great Skaven Kingdom to the death. Kill, kill, kill. In the vast underground kingdom, countless Ratmen roared and screamed. They answered the call of Rat King Aubrey and prepared to defend their home to the death. Chapter 89 Treasure, Treasure. All of it belongs to the Lord. Your Majesty, the stone gate to the dragon path has been destroyed, and the enemy army has broken in. Your Majesty, the enemy is moving too fast. They are less than 500 meters from our base. Your Majesty, the 7th defense base has been destroyed. His Majesty. One message after another was sent to the kingdom's palace. Whether it was Rat King Aubrey sitting on his throne or the high-ranking Ratmen standing in the hall, they were all trembling with fear, and their faces showed terror. If it were other enemies, even if the neighboring Greyland Dwarf Kingdom were to invade, they wouldn't be this afraid. However, the enemy that attacked this time was the infamous Golden Griffin Knights of the Holy Continent, and their numbers were terrifying, reportedly at least 10,000. The Ratman Kingdom received the news earlier, when the Golden Griffin Riders gathered in the skies above the Saren. The kingdom's high-ranking officials present couldn't believe it when they heard that there was a legion of at least 10,000 men. Previously, there were only a little over 1,000 Golden Griffin Knights. It increased tenfold in just a few days. This is absolutely a joke. Even their Ratman Kingdom didn't develop this fast. However, as more and more information and intelligence came in, they had no choice but to believe it. A high-ranking ratman said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, the enemy is about to storm our kingdom's main palace, and they are all terrifying golden griffin knights. What should we do?" The main hall was deathly silent. Everyone looked at Aubrey, the Rat King, who sat on the throne. Their great master Charles has vanished, and they can only place their hopes on His Majesty Aubrey. Rat King Aubrey said with a grim expression, "Where is the messenger? Go and invite him here." A high-ranking ratman said, "Your Majesty, the envoy has disappeared without a trace. He must have escaped." "Damn human mage." Rat King Aubrey blurted out a curse. Indeed, cunning humans can never be trusted. When trouble comes, they run faster than mice. Aubrey wanted to escape. After all, he was a mouse and instinctively feared the golden griffin that ruled the sky. But this was his kingdom, home to all his wealth. Where could he possibly run off to? "We must fight to the death." Rat King Aubrey gritted his teeth and said, "Gather all the rat men in the kingdom and send them into battle. Even if they get eaten by the golden griffins, they'll stuff those giant eagles to death. This war is a matter of life and death for our kingdom. No one shall back down. You too, all of you, go out and join the battle." The ratmen leaders in the main hall looked at each other in bewilderment. Some people were terrified. Some people are also boosting their morale. Soon, the ratmen's high-ranking officials began to leave the palace hall one after another. Whatever they thought in their hearts, at least outwardly, they dared not disobey the orders of Rat King Aubrey. After the kingdom's high-ranking officials stepped down, Rat King Aubrey also summoned his royal guards, preparing to go to the front lines to lead the war. On the other side, a dark underground treasure trove. Two sneaky ratmen appeared in the darkness, one big and one small. The large ratmen are over 3 meters tall and are very fat. The smaller ratmen are about 1.2 meters tall. "Brother, do we really have to do this? Of course, didn't you already steal the keys?" "But brother, we are betraying His Majesty the King. We are betraying the kingdom." "My dear 17th sister, this is not betrayal, but the preservation and continuation of our rat people race. As long as we take the treasures inside and offer them to our great Lord, we will not die." "But, hurry up, there's no but, don't waste time." The ratman messenger pushed his sister hard, only to find that she was too heavy to move and could only keep trying to persuade her. Oh well. The 17th princess finally gritted her teeth. Moving its fat and strong body, it opened the door to the treasure vault. In an instant, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted, almost blinding the titanium alloy rat eyes of the ratman siblings. Lots of gold coins, and also gems and crystals. "Brother, we're rich." "Wrong. It's the Lord who struck it rich. Quickly take out your spatial equipment and pack all this treasure away. Don't leave even a single gold coin behind." "Okay, brother." It is unknown how much time passed before the treasure vault was completely looted. The ratman siblings quickly and furtively slipped out again. Unaware of this, Rat King Aubrey had already arrived at the kingdom's city walls. Surrounding it were not only the powerful high-ranking officials of the kingdom, but also well-equipped imperial guards. Among them were many king-level experts, and even a few ratmen experts at the transcendent realm. Rat King Aubrey also reached the extraordinary level. It doesn't have much talent. He got to his current level entirely by eating. It consumed countless potions, magic crystals, and magic gems, anything that could enhance its strength, and finally managed to step into the realm of the extraordinary. As for its combat capabilities, let's not even go there. At this moment, Rat King Aubrey and the kingdom's million ratmen all turned their gazes toward the darkness in the distance, where the giant passage reserved for the dragon Charles was located. "They're here." Suddenly, someone spoke in a trembling voice. Immediately afterwards, the darkness in the distance was illuminated by a dazzling golden light. As the golden light drew closer, Rat King Aubrey and the others were finally able to see clearly that within the golden light were countless golden griffins. The golden light emanated from the golden griffin. That's their magic, reflecting the brilliance of their golden feathers. In the distance, more than 20,000 massive golden griffins formed a neat legion and rapidly approached the Ratman capital. The scene, the lineup. Like a well-trained swarm of bees, they were so dense it was suffocating. Some ratmen even fainted from fright on the spot. Rat King Aubrey, along with the high-ranking ratmen and guards standing around him, were equally wretched. They were all deathly pale and trembling. What are mice afraid of? I'm afraid of cats, and I'm also afraid of eagles. The golden griffin is a combination of an eagle and a lion. and is known as the ruler of the sky. More than 20,000 golden griffins suddenly attacked, and each golden griffin was accompanied by a knight armed to the teeth. They were lucky they didn't faint from fright. Your Majesty, the intelligence is wrong. There are far more than 10,000 golden griffins. There are at least 20,000. What's most terrifying is that there are an unbelievable number of extraordinary golden griffin knights among them, definitely 100. We simply cannot defeat such enemies. With so many golden griffins, even if they devoured all our people, we probably wouldn't die from overeating. Rat King Aubrey's face darkened. Then what do you suggest we do? The Ratman leaders cautiously suggested. Perhaps we should retreat. As many as we can escape, let them flee. If we can get out, we can rebuild the kingdom quickly. That makes sense. Rat King Aubrey nodded. He then led the royal guards down the city wall, and without turning his head, said to the Ratman leader, "You will be in charge of the retreat. When I rebuild the kingdom, I will make you account." Before he finished speaking, the Rat King Aubrey had already disappeared. They slipped away incredibly fast. The Ratman leader was already dumbfounded. The other high-ranking and powerful members of the Ratmen were also completely bewildered. They were just saying they'd fight to the death, but now they're running away. This change happened way too fast. Chapter 90. Defeat in the very first encounter. Rat King Aubrey led his royal guards to withdraw from the city walls. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into a cluster of palaces. The leaders of the Ratman kingdom are also evacuating urgently. The king has fled and issued an order for the entire country to evacuate. So what are they still doing here? To protect the dignity of the Skaven and fight to the death against the enemy? Stop joking. Rats don't need the concept of dignity. They are merely a low-level intelligent race living at the very bottom of the Holy Continent. However, the other Ratmen were unaware that Rat King Aubrey and the kingdom's high command had already fled. They were terrified by the rapidly approaching royal griffin knights. The overwhelming number of golden griffins. The terrifying aura of a ferocious beast emanating from it. It made the millions of Ratmen in the kingdom tremble with fear. As the dense swarm of golden griffins approached the city walls, some Ratman warriors finally couldn't resist and launched an attack on the approaching legion of golden griffins amidst fear and panic. First came scattered arrows. Then came a dense rain of arrows, stretching as far as the eye could see. As if a chain reaction had occurred, countless Ratman warriors began to attack. Their primary means of attack is shooting arrows. They attempted to demoralize the enemy legion by shooting down a group of golden griffins. However, their attacks were doomed to failure. A hail of arrows rained down on the royal griffin knights' ranks, but failed to even break through the most basic legion aura defenses. The dazzling golden light enveloping the royal griffin knights was created with magic and possessed a certain defensive power. While it was far from indestructible, it easily withstood the barrage of arrows from the Ratmen. The golden light was like a thin layer of energy shield. The moment the golden light struck, countless arrows were deflected. Many arrows even broke into several pieces. An attack of this magnitude poses no threat whatsoever to the royal griffin knights. It's not even a tickle. This was simply because the disparity in military strength between the two sides was too great. Attack! With the war order issued by the Ace team. More than 20,000 royal griffin knights quickly dispersed, and, like a swarm of bees, poured into the capital of the Skaven kingdom from all directions. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of explosions rang out. That was an attack from the royal griffin knights. The knights wielded their long lances, some several meters long, thrusting and slashing, sending out streaks of light hundreds of meters long that instantly destroyed countless arrow towers and fortresses standing inside and outside the city walls. It's impossible to stop. A single blow from the knights could destroy the defensive structures built by the Ratmen kingdom. It's as easy as slicing tofu. The reason why the knights were able to unleash such terrifying spear light was also due to the support of their riding pet, the golden griffin. Knights and their mounts can share magic. With the help of the immense magical power within the golden griffin, the royal knight's combat skills can be greatly enhanced, which is one of their advantages. If the mount were a dragon, it would be even more terrifying. To put it dramatically, even an ordinary professional could unleash saint-level combat power if they became a knight of a saint-level dragon. Why is the black-robed magician so eager to sign a contract with the Dark Dragon Charles? It's because he wants to become a dragon mage. With the help of the Dark Dragon Charles, even a transcendent-level archmage like him can unleash terrifying magic with the power of a saint-level being. In just a moment, The countless arrow towers and fortresses built by the Skaven kingdom were all destroyed by the Royal Griffin Knights. The Knights did not continue attacking the city walls, because it was completely unnecessary. Some powerful factions would build large-scale magical defensive shields to protect their bases, but the Skaven kingdom lacked the resources and technology for such protection. Therefore, the Royal Griffin Knights could advance unimpeded. They stormed into the capital from the sky. What city walls, moats? They were completely rendered useless in the face of the Royal Griffin Knights. After taking down those arrow towers and fortresses, the entire Ratman kingdom was at the mercy of the Royal Knights. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Above the capital, countless golden griffins emitted piercing screams. They spread their enormous golden eagle wings, and with a sudden flap, countless feathers shot out like arrows towards the Ratman army below. These feathered arrows are, of course, not real feathers. It is formed from the condensation of elemental magic. Its coverage ranges from tens of meters to over 100 meters. If it were just one golden griffin launching such an attack, it wouldn't be anything special, but when more than 20,000 golden griffins attacked together, the scene was truly terrifying. Countless magical golden feathers fell like a torrential rain. It covered almost half of the Ratman kingdom. In an instant, countless houses and buildings were destroyed, and countless Ratmen were pierced by magical golden feathers. In an instant, half of the Ratman kingdom was reduced to ruins. Countless Ratmen were instantly killed. Blood stained the earth red. Everywhere you look, there are the corpses of Ratmen. With just this one move, the million-strong rat army assembled by Rat King Aubrey collapsed instantly. Those rats who had miraculously survived in the magical golden feathers fled in panic. This is the result of a complete imbalance of power in warfare. If the forces were equal, the Golden Griffin's area of effect attacks wouldn't have such a devastating effect. At most, they could only kill a few small Karami. To fight an enemy of equal strength, you need real guns and ammunition. Unfortunately, the Skaven kingdom was far too weak. Especially those Ratmen dressed in beggars' clothes, who are no different from ordinary sand people. How could they withstand the all-encompassing magical feather attack of the Golden Griffins? Only a few elite Ratmen managed to hold out. Of course, this does not mean they would dare to continue fighting. At this moment, all the Ratmen in the entire kingdom were terrified and were fleeing for their lives. Some fled towards the royal palace. Some fled outside the city. Some even dug holes directly on the spot. At the same time, the Royal Griffin Knights swooped down from the sky. They scattered throughout the Skaven kingdom and began methodically mopping up the fleeing Skaven. On the other side, Rat King Aubrey was unaware that his million-strong army of Ratmen had been defeated. It arrived at its underground cave treasure trove under the protection of the royal guards. Before the door was even opened, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh no, my keys are gone. It didn't have time to go back to its palace to get the key, so it decisively ordered the palace guards to forcibly break open the treasure vault door. As the gate opened, Rat King Aubrey was dumbfounded once again. The vast cave treasure trove was completely empty as far as the eye could see. It was spotless, as if it had been ransacked by rats. Its treasures, as well as the treasures stored by successive rat kings, all disappeared. Damn it! Who stole my treasure? That's outrageous. Even a few gold coins left for me would be great. Rat King Aubrey was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Chapter 91 Don't Kill Me. I'm one of our own. Seeing that Rat King Aubrey had fainted from anger, the royal guards had no choice but to carry it out of the underground treasure vault. Their loyalty to Rat King Aubrey was not because of the treasure, but because of the blood in his veins. The rat people are also a race that values bloodlines. Just like a bee colony has a queen bee, or an ant colony has a queen ant. Aubrey is also their king, possessing noble royal blood. Only Aubrey, or its direct descendants, are qualified to rebuild the new Skaven kingdom and gain the allegiance of the other Skaven. Not long after, the group escaped into a secret passage. Here I also met many other high-ranking officials of the kingdom who were also traveling with their families. A high-ranking official of the kingdom asked in alarm, "What's wrong with your majesty?" A palace guard replied, "Someone emptied his majesty's private treasury, and his majesty was so angry that he fainted." The kingdom's high-ranking officials. None of them expected that someone would dare to rob Rat King Aubrey's private treasury at this time. Even more unexpected was that Rat King Aubrey intended to take the treasure with him when he fled. For rat people, treasure is not indispensable. Food is the most important thing. When they fled, they took mostly food with them, rather than those seemingly beautiful but ultimately useless treasures. After all, this is the resource-poor Carol Desert. Even with treasure, it's difficult to exchange it for food. At this moment, Rat King Aubrey slowly awoke. His first words were, "Damn treasure thief. I will catch him and tear him to pieces. That was my life's wealth." A high-ranking official of the kingdom hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, escaping is the priority. We can talk about the treasure later." "Where's this?" Rat King horribly looked around at the dark cave walls. A high-ranking official of the kingdom said, "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? This is the secret escape route you built, known only to your guards and a few high-ranking officials of the kingdom. After passing through this passage, we can reach the Monrad Heights. Further north, you'll find the Annelby mining ruins. That's the territory of the Grey Ground Dwarves." Yes, the Grey Dwarves," Rat King Aubrey hurriedly said. "We must rebuild the kingdom, and this requires the resources of the Grey Land Dwarves. I can give them all my wealth if they are willing to help us." After a moment of silence, the kingdom's high-ranking officials said, "Your Majesty, all the wealth you have left is us and the scepter in your hand." "Damn it." Rat King Aubrey rolled his eyes in anger. "Let's get out of here quickly. Let's leave this awful place first." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, the long queue continued its journey. Apart from the sound of rapid footsteps, there was no other sound in the dark secret passage. All the rat-men were immersed in grief and despair. This escape means they may never be able to return to their kingdom, the Rat Kingdom. The crackdown is ongoing. The Royal Griffin Knights did not pursue the rat-men who fled into the underground tunnels, since the Golden Griffins were too large to fit into the burrows. They are only responsible for eliminating the rat-men who haven't had a chance to escape yet. Their primary targets are especially those rat-man warriors with professional ranks and well-equipped gear. During this process, the Royal Griffin Knights also encountered resistance from small groups of troops. It was led by some powerful rat-men. They attempted to break through the encirclement of the Royal Griffin Knights. Of course, their fate was no different from that of the rat-man warriors who were wiped out. They were killed by the Royal Griffin Riders after a few rounds. Whether it's a king-level expert or a transcendent expert, they could not withstand the attack of the Royal Griffin Knights. Just minutes ago, a superhuman rat-man soared into the sky, attempting to escape the capital of the Rat-Man Kingdom by using the power of flight. In less than a minute, it was caught up by nearly 100 Royal Griffin Riders. Ultimately, it was pierced by a sharp knight's lance. In short, the Skaven Kingdom had virtually no power to resist the Royal Griffin Knights' attack. They were already extremely lucky to have escaped their pursuit via underground tunnels. "Don't kill me. I'm one of our own." Near a grand hall, a rat man was shouting with his hands raised. It is indeed the messenger of the rat people. Standing behind it was its entire family, including its plump and strong 17th princess sister. Accompanied by a sweeping gust of wind, a massive golden griffin landed on the ground, its royal judgment knight on its back coldly staring at the Ratman messenger. "What's with those ratmen behind you?" He did not act immediately. He sensed the mark of the people on the Ratman messenger. The mark of the people is bestowed by the Lord system. This mark makes it easy to distinguish between the inhabitants and outsiders. Reporting to the knight, "They are all my family, and like me, they are loyal to the Great Lord," the Ratman messenger quickly explained. It then took out several pieces of spatial equipment and handed them to the Royal Judgment Knight. "My lord, these are treasures I stole from the private treasury of the Rat King Aubrey. I am willing to offer them all to the Great Lord." "You are a clever mouse." The Royal Knight of Judgment put away the spatial equipment and asked, "Where did Rat King Aubrey and the high-ranking officials of your kingdom escape to?" "I don't know." The Ratman messenger hurriedly shook his head. "I haven't been to Aubrey since the pre-war council." At this moment, the 17th princess, standing beside it, raised her chubby paws tremblingly and said, "Your Excellency Knight, His Majesty Aubrey must have escaped through a secret passage." "A secret passage? Take me there." Okay. Soon, the royal knights arrived at the entrance of an underground passage. The passage is about 5 meters in diameter. Both the Ratmen and the Royal Knights of Judgment, who are human, can pass through easily. However, the Golden Griffins are too large to enter. The Royal Knight of Judgment immediately put the Golden Griffin into his mount space and summoned several other knights of extraordinary level to chase after it through the passage. Watching the departing figures of a group of knights, the 17th princess asked softly, "Brother, what should we do?" Ratman messenger, "Those who don't want to die, stay where you are and don't move until this war is over." "Okay, brother." The 17th princess and the other rat people were very obedient and didn't move at all. The Earth's surface, The exits of dozens of underground tunnels are guarded by the Eternal Tree People. Each Eternal Tree Guardian carries a large wooden club that is nearly 20 meters long. Whenever a rat man runs out of the passage, they hit it with a stick. One comes, one dies. A group comes, a group dies. Soon, the area near the exit of the passage was piled high with the corpses of rat men. Chapter 92, the instant kill effect, was triggered. Inside one of the underground tunnels, a figure in a black robe stood there. It was the messenger that Rat King Aubrey had been longing for. The exit of the passage was 200 meters ahead of him. He could even clearly see the sunlight shining through the opening, a symbol of hope and freedom. However, he dared not go any further. The occasional clanging of sticks at the exit sent chills down his spine. He didn't want to end up like those big black rats, smashed into a pulp by sticks 20 meters long. That would be too gruesome. Damn it. How come even tree people have appeared? The figure in black robes couldn't help but curse. Even before the Royal Griffin Knights had assembled above the Sarin, he had immediately chosen to flee the Ratman Kingdom. He knew that Dragon Charles was most likely dead, and the Ratman Kingdom was doomed. Staying in the Skaven Kingdom means certain death. So he fled straight into an underground passage, wanting to get away from this place of trouble. However, to his surprise, the enemy was faster than him, and as if they had received advance intelligence, they directly blocked almost all the exits of the underground tunnels. He had actually changed several channels. But every passage was a dead end, and there was no way to escape. What he found most unbelievable was that the guards of those underground passages were all treemen tens of meters tall, and each of them had reached the extraordinary level. Keep in mind, this is the Carol Desert. Let alone a forest, it's hard to even find a decent grove of trees. He actually managed to meet the treants of the Elven faction here. This is truly unbelievable. What he didn't know was that the treants guarding the exit of the passage were not ordinary treants, but eternal treants that were even more powerful than the ancient treants, capable of going toe-to-toe with dragons of the same level. Just then, another muffled thud was heard. The figure in black robes felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. Looking towards the exit, a large number of ratmen fled back into the depths of the passage in fright. Another ratman has been hammered to death. The black-robed figure's lips twitched. The thought of those huge wooden sticks sent chills down his spine. He was a magician, so his physical strength was not high to begin with. One blow, and he'd be turned into mincemeat. Even if they managed to break through the magic shield, they probably wouldn't last long. At this moment, a ratman said in great fear, "Your Excellency, you are an incomparably powerful, extraordinary magician. With your strength, you can definitely break through." "Yes, Your Excellency. Go forth and fight your way out. Wipe out those evil tree people. We'll support you in spirit." The other ratmen in the passage also pinned their hopes on the figure in black robes. Upon hearing this, the figure in black robes trembled with rage. These despicable black rats actually wanted him to clear the way. They are utterly despicable. Do you think he's stupid? But then, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he said to the ratmen in the passage, "There's no point in forcing your way in. Aren't you rats? You can dig another tunnel." One of the ratmen shook his head and said, "Your Excellency is joking. The underground world is full of hard rock. Even if we had a month, we wouldn't be able to drill a safe passage. Now that there's no food, we're sure to starve to death halfway there." The figure in black robes was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. After a moment, his expression turned cold, and he said, "Then there's only one way." "Your Excellency, what is your plan?" the rats asked excitedly. The figure in black robes brandished his magic staff and said in a cold voice, "The solution is for you all to die." As soon as he finished speaking, countless pitch-black tentacles appeared out of thin air. Any ratman caught by the tentacles was instantly sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. In the blink of an eye, dozens of ratmen were killed. This was only because the black-robed figure deliberately showed mercy. Otherwise, all the ratmen in the passage would have died under his dark magic attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, the other rats were so scared they wet themselves. The next moment they all scattered. Many ratmen tried to run back, but found their way back blocked by more dark tentacles, so they had no choice but to turn around and run toward the exit in the distance. Hundreds of ratmen rushed toward the exit in terror. They knew this was a conspiracy by a human magician who wanted to pave the way for him with their lives. But even if they knew, there was nothing they could do. If they didn't want to die at the hands of that human mage, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. If they're lucky, they might be able to escape. But if they stayed where they were, they would surely die. Evil human mage, you will not have a good end. The great rat god will curse you forever. Amidst countless curses, hundreds of rat-men surged out of the underground tunnels like a tidal wave, only to be met with massive clubs over 20 meters long, accompanied by loud thuds and slams on the ground. Groups of rat-men were crushed to death. In the chaos, the figure in black robes flew out of the passage like an arrow released from a bow, quickly escaping hundreds of meters away, reaching the peak of his life's speed. However, just when he thought he had successfully escaped, one after another, sharp wooden spears slashed through the air and shot straight toward him. The wooden spear was as fast as lightning. It was even faster than the black-robed figure's reaction speed. He could only watch helplessly as the wooden spears struck the magical shield covering his entire body with incredible precision, praying that the shield would withstand the onslaught. He was confident that he could escape alive as long as he could withstand this attack. It definitely can. I am a high-level transcendent mage, while those trants are at most mid-level transcendent. If given enough space to cast spells, I could even suppress them. The thought had just begun to form. The figure in black robes saw the first wooden spear explode on his magic shield, followed by the second and the third, but his magic shield remained very strong. It wasn't until the penultimate wooden spear flew in. His magical shield suddenly collapsed without any warning. The next second, his body was pierced by the wooden spear. How is this possible? The figure in black robes suddenly felt everything go black. Then, his body began to fall uncontrollably from the sky. Even in death, he couldn't understand why his magical shield had suddenly collapsed, when he clearly still had magic power to continue. How could he possibly know that the Eternal Trant Guardian's trait, Desperate Strike, has a chance to instantly kill enemies up to 2 levels higher? Simply put, it means the feature is triggered. He was instantly killed. Chapter 93, A Tavern That Belongs Only to Heroes. Golden Oasis. Inside the Profession Skill Tower, Lin E is currently in seclusion, studying various professional skills. He mainly studied magic skills, and also had some exposure to various elemental skills, since he was a Lord class, and was not restricted by class or elemental attributes. As of now, he has already mastered 3 extraordinary levels of magical skills: Meteor Shower, Summoning Earth Giants, and Holy Light Barrier. Meteor Shower is an area of effect attack skill. Summoning the Earth Giant means summoning an Earth Giant puppet with extraordinary combat power to assist in battle. Holy Light Barrier is a light-based magic skill used for group defense. Although Lin E doesn't need to go to the battlefield and may never need to use these magical skills, that doesn't stop him from improving his own strength. Furthermore, mastering each magical skill gives him a sense of accomplishment. Just as Lin E was immersed in the magical world, a series of information prompts appeared in his mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your troop army has destroyed the core building of the Skaven Kingdom, the Royal Palace. You have conquered the Ratman Kingdom. You have completed Side Quest 1. You have received a mission reward, 1 random blueprint. Is it that fast? Lin E opened her eyes, her expression showing some surprise. He knew that the Royal Griffin Knights could easily conquer the Skaven Kingdom, but he didn't expect it to be so fast, as if the Skaven Kingdom hadn't put up any real resistance at all. Then a thought occurred to me. A drawing emitting a faint golden light appeared in his hand. Hopefully I can get a unit building blueprint randomly. Lin E was never worried about having too many troops under his command, to the point that the territory's food reserves wouldn't be enough. He was only worried that his strength wasn't strong enough, and that he would be wiped out before he could truly develop his power. Therefore, he wants to have more unit buildings. This allows them to expand the size of their legions within their territory. As the blueprints disappeared, a notification message appeared. Congratulations, Lord. You have used a random blueprint. You have obtained 1 blueprint for the Heroes Tavern, a special territory building. Special building blueprint, Heroes Tavern. Building information. This is a very special tavern. Only powerful, intelligent beings are qualified to enter. As a lord, you can recruit heroes willing to follow you within the tavern. Construction requirements. 50,000 gold coins, 100,000 units of wood. What a pity, it's not a blueprint for a troop building. But the good news is, this blueprint is more expensive than the Tomb of the Dragon. Looking at the construction requirements for the Heroes Tavern, Lin E couldn't help but take a breath. Upgrading the Dragon Tomb to intermediate level only requires 50,000 gold coins. In contrast, the Heroes Tavern requires so many gold coins just to build. Comparing the Lucky Altar and Fairy Spring, the latter is simply outrageously expensive. But Lin E was actually very happy. The higher the cost, the more powerful its capabilities. Without hesitation, Lin E immediately left the Profession Skill Tower, went to a vacant lot near the town hall, and built the Hero Tavern at the cost of 50,000 gold coins and 100,000 wood. This is a tavern that doesn't occupy a large area. The exterior is not luxurious. It could even be described as ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. Hero's Tavern. Level low. Building attributes, a tavern for the strong only. Next level, Intermediate Hero Tavern. Upgrade requirements, 500,000 gold coins, 1 million units of wood. Special reminder, upgrading the Hero Tavern will attract more powerful heroes. As a lord, you can recruit them to serve your territory. A tavern only for the strong? Linny whispered something, then pushed open the tavern door and went inside. The tavern was not very big. The hall has only one bar and fewer than 10 tables. Besides that, there's a semicircular sofa in the corner, which looks like a VIP seat. At this moment, behind the bar stood an elderly man in a gray robe, expressionlessly mixing drinks. After Lin, he walked over. A smile forced onto the old man's cold face as he asked, "What would you like to drink, Lord? We have countless kinds of wine from all corners of the universe, including celestial wines brewed with divine ingredients." The universe? Doesn't this suddenly open up a whole new worldview? Linny became interested and said with a smile, "Then give me a cup of immortal wine." "Yes, my lord." The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "A sincere offer of 50 million gold coins." Lin Yi's smile froze instantly. "Does the lord also need to charge money?" The old man in the gray robe said, "There's no other way. It's a small business." Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "A glass of wine costs 50 million gold coins. Is that what you call a small business?" Lin Yi said, "Then give me the cheapest drink." "Yes, my lord." The gray-robed elder waved his right hand, and a cup of blood-red wine appeared in front of Lin Yi. He smiled and said, "Bloody Mary, worth 300 gold coins. Consider this my treat to the lord." "Thank you." Lin Yi didn't stand on ceremony either. He picked up his glass and took a small sip. "It has a fresh blood-like smell when you put it in your mouth. After it entered my mouth, my throat felt like it was on fire, and my body felt hot as well. After a long time, the heat subsided, and even the breath had a sweet fragrance." "Good wine," Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. Then, while drinking, he subtly inquired about the old man's background, as it was quite audacious of him to dare to charge a lord for drinks. But after talking for a long time, Lin Yi still couldn't find out anything. However, he guessed that what was backing the old man up was his lord system. The lord system is all about money. "Old sir, when will a hero appear at the tavern?" "It depends on luck. Sometimes you might get a few in a day, and sometimes you might not get even one in a year or two. However, Lord, you can increase the probability of heroes appearing by upgrading the tavern." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. "That's all for today." With that, he put down his wine glass and got up to leave. But at this very moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the bar lobby. The figure wore a long, silver-white crystal dress. Her silver hair flowed lightly, and her face was extremely beautiful. The aura emanating from him was terrifying to the extreme. Just one glance was enough to make Lin Yi feel dizzy. "Where is this place?" The figure spoke softly, her slightly melancholy gaze sweeping over Lin Yi before turning to the gray-robed old man standing behind the bar. The gray-robed old man said expressionlessly, "This is the Hero's Tavern, a magical building that connects countless universes. Only true heroes can enter here." "Countless universes? That's truly amazing." The figure then turned to look at Lin Yi and asked, "Are you a hero too?" Lin Yi said with a smile, "I'm not a hero. I'm here to recruit heroes." "Recruit." The figure repeated itself, then sighed softly. "You're too weak to recruit me." Lin Yi wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and reached out her hand to the figure, saying, "We can talk about recruitment later. Let's get to know each other first. My name is Lin Yi, a human lord." The figure stared at Lin Yi's outstretched hand, stunned for a moment. She shook hands with Lin Yi and then whispered, "Keisha, Queen of Angels." Chapter 94. Keisha, tired. A sudden surge in levels. Ha ha. Lin Yi gave an awkward laugh twice. After a moment, he stared intently at the breathtakingly beautiful figure before him and asked, "Are you really the holy Keisha who created the Order of Justice?" Keisha didn't answer, but instead asked, "You also know about justice and order?" Lin Yi said, "I know a little." Keisha said softly, "What are your thoughts on justice and order?" Lin Yi thought for a moment. "As a lord, I support your supreme authority and unquestionable supreme status established within the order system, but I do not agree with the selfless protection of weak civilizations by the just order." Keisha said, The birth and death of life are governed by natural laws, and justice and order protect weaker civilizations from being invaded by stronger civilizations and maintain the normal operation of the universe. Lin Yi said, if the goal is to keep the universe running smoothly, then it's perfectly normal for powerful civilizations to invade and conquer weaker ones. After all, the strong will not remain in one place forever. Desire always sprouts in nightmares. Upon hearing this, Keisha frowned. Lin Yi continued, from the perspective of a lord, the order I want is for all civilizations and races to live under my rule, forming a solid whole with the Lord at the head. With my protection, they will live better and their legacy will last longer. But the process of ruling will inevitably involve war. Keisha glanced at Lin Yi and said, if it were Morgana, she would really like you. Lin Yi said with a smile, if she's willing to become one of my heroes, I'll like her a lot too. Then you need to become stronger. Keisha chuckled softly and walked to the bar counter. He said to the gray-robed old man behind the bar, 2 glasses of good wine, please. The gray-robed elder waved his right hand, and 2 cups of wine radiating golden light appeared out of thin air in front of Keisha. He said indifferently, a sincere offer of 70 million gold coins. Keisha reached out and grabbed at the void. A weapon radiating terrifying energy fluctuations appeared out of thin air. Is this enough? That's enough. The gray-robed old man casually put the weapon away. Lin Yi's eyes reddened as she watched. Products from Kesa are guaranteed to be of the highest quality. That weapon was definitely at the level of a divine artifact. If he gets his hands on it, sweeping across the holy continent might not be a problem. Keisha gently pushed one of the wine glasses toward Lin Yi. Next time, it's your treat. No problem. Lin Yi didn't know the meaning of politeness. He took the glass directly from her and clinked glasses with the beautiful and sexy Queen of Angels. After drinking a glass of wine, Lin Yi's magical powers surged wildly, and her level broke through to the saint rank in the blink of an eye, only stopping at the high saint rank. On the other hand, Keisha's side remained completely silent. Clearly, their strength is terrifyingly powerful. The energy contained in alcohol is nothing to her. Keisha gently set down her wine glass and asked Lin Yi, what kind of world is this? While calming the turbulent magic within her, Lin Yi said, this is the holy continent, a world ruled by extraordinary power and immortal gods. I haven't been to any places outside this world yet, but I've heard that gods are flying all over the sky. Keisha shook her head and said, the universe will also perish. There is no true immortality in this world. The so-called immortal gods are just powerful beings relative to weak creatures. Lin Yi said, I heard you've lived for 30,000 years. Keisha nodded slightly, more or less. Lin Yi said, there are even more ancient gods in this world. Keisha chuckled softly. After I die, I will come back and see this world for myself. At that time, if you are powerful enough, I will consider becoming your guardian angel. Lin Yi asked in confusion, you knew you were going to die? Keisha nodded slightly and said, I see a glimpse of the future. Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Then why didn't you leave? With your strength, you should have been able to escape before the supernova exploded. Keisha said, I'm tired. Lin Yi. At this moment, Keisha turned her gaze to Lin Yi, looked her over for a few moments, and said, you have the soul data of Earth humans, but you are somewhat different from Earth humans in my universe. You're from Earth in a parallel universe? More or less. Lin Yi nodded. Keisha asked, seemingly out of curiosity, in your universe, what will be the fate of justice and order after my death? Lin Yi said, I didn't finish watching it. It had a terrible ending. A failed project? Keisha looked puzzled. Lin Yi said with a smile, in my world, you are just an anime character. Keisha. Queen Keisha is gone. Appearing out of thin air, disappearing out of thin air. As he left, the ruler, who called himself the King of Angels, looked rather grim, as if he couldn't accept that he was just an anime character. Before leaving, she told Lin Yi that she would come back. She said she wanted to follow Lin Yi to the Earth universe where Lin Yi was to see what happened after her death. If she is not satisfied, she will kill a group of people. Lin Yi then looked at the gray-robed old man behind the bar and asked, Sir, what's going on with Holy Keisha? A virtual character appearing in the real world. When facing Lin Yi, the gray-robed old man would always force a smile and say, in a world where gods are as common as dogs, does the Lord still care about these things? Lin Yi changed the subject. Can I borrow that weapon that Keisha just took out? The gray-robed old man shook his head and said, I have already handed it over. Lord, you can obtain that weapon by completing missions in the future. Let's go. Lin Yi rolled her eyes. He got up and walked out of the Hero's Tavern. After returning to the town hall, he opened his profile. Lin Yi. Titles and status. Lord, Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow, Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer world. Territory, Golden Oasis. Rank, High-level Saint. Lord Talents, favored by all races, godlike. Awakening of ancient bloodlines, epic, holy envoy of light, rare. Gold coins, 28,400. We've made a fortune. Lin Yi grinned broadly, feeling extremely happy. Although he failed to recruit the Holy Keisha in one go, his own level jumped to the high-level saint rank, which made him even happier than giving birth to a saint-level dragon soldier. After all, it was his own power. No wonder it's a glass of wine worth tens of millions of gold coins. It wasn't a waste of money. My next task is to go to the professional skill tower and research my domain. A saint-level expert without a domain is incomplete. Once he possesses a domain, his strength will increase exponentially. Chapter 95 New King, New God, New Order. On this side of the Ratman Kingdom, the operation to clear out the enemy continued until nightfall. In this war, the Royal Griffin Knights killed hundreds of thousands of Skaven. Additionally, the Eternal Tree Guardians watching over the underground passages also killed a large number of Skaven. Post-war statistics showed that fewer than 200,000 Ratmen survived. And they were all ordinary rat people. There are no more professionals. Killing a regular Ratman is the same as killing a regular Sandman. There is no experience gained. Therefore, the Royal Griffin Knights obeyed the Lord's orders and did not kill the remaining Ratmen. Of course, it's impossible to just let them go. It's not that I'm worried these Ratmen will retaliate against the Golden Oasis later. Rather, it's to extract more value from them. The remaining approximately 170,000 ordinary Ratmen were all gathered together. Under the witness of the Royal Griffin Knights, they pledged their loyalty to Lin Yi. After taking an oath, they became the subjects of the Golden Oasis. They will contribute their efforts to the future development and construction of the Golden Oasis. In addition, Lin Yi doesn't need to specifically support these hundreds of thousands of rat people, because the Ratman Kingdom has a large stockpile of food. Previously, there were over 1 million Ratmen, plus the support of the gluttonous Dark Dragon Charles, which is why the Ratman Kingdom began to experience a food crisis. Now, the Dark Dragon Charles is dead. Of the original million Ratmen, only a few 100,000 remain. The Ratman Kingdom has enough food reserves to feed them for 2 or 3 months. During this time, they can work and collect food at the same time, so Lin Yi doesn't need to worry about the food problem of these rat people at all. Lin Yi also left them the ruins of the Ratman Kingdom. Let them continue living in the Ratman Kingdom. The workplace is located in the Rocky Mountains on the surface of the earth. Next, these Ratmen's daily work was to quarry stone for Lin Yi. A royal knight of judgment summoned the Ratman envoy and said, "The Lord has said that you will be the new king of the Ratman Kingdom from now on, and you will be in charge of managing the remaining Ratmen. It is your task to mine stone and collect resources for the Lord. Don't let the Lord down." Clear. The Ratman messenger knelt on the ground with immense excitement, praising the great Lord incessantly. If he had known there was such a good thing, he would have betrayed Rat King Aubrey long ago. Of course, he betrayed her not too late. Although it failed to complete the task assigned by the Lord, it still dedicated all of Rat King Aubrey's personal wealth to the Lord, which was its way of showing loyalty to the Lord. All right, gather your kingdom's people. Let them clean up the battlefield and move all the Ratman corpses to the surface world. Yes, sir. The Ratman messenger hurriedly went down to convey the order. The ordinary Ratmen, who had just experienced a brutal war, naturally dared not disobey the orders of the Ratman messengers. They did whatever the Ratman messengers told them to do. In addition, this is also related to the fact that they were marked with the mark of their territories. Under the influence of the Lord's mark, they will instinctively choose to obey the Lord's will. Moreover, this impact will become more profound over time. Until the very end, they were willing to die for Lin Yi. Late at night, countless Ratman corpses were moved to the surface. After several trips, the Royal Griffin Knights finally transported all the Ratman corpses to the Golden Oasis and piled them up in the ranch. The corpses of the Ratmen could not serve as a normal food source. However, it can be used to feed the desert coyotes and even golden griffins raised in the livestock farm. Golden griffins also need to eat. They usually eat the monsters and animals they hunt, as well as a small amount of moose. Now we can try something different. As a hybrid of eagle and lion, the griffin doesn't mind tasting mice. On the contrary, mice are a delicacy for them. I'm leaving the affairs of the Ratman Kingdom to you. Before leaving, the Royal Knights of Judgment said to the Ratman messengers, from the moment you understand, you must begin your work, and no Ratman can slack off. Understood, Sir Knight. The Ratman messenger wore a fawning and solemn expression. Beside it stood the scout Ratman who had repeatedly provided the Golden Oasis with intelligence about the Skaven Kingdom, and who is now a high-ranking member of the new Skaven Kingdom. The task is to assist the Ratman emissary in managing the new Ratman Kingdom. The Mind Stone and collected resources will be regularly transported to the Golden Oasis using spatial equipment. If enemies attack, you should report to the Lord. Even if the Lord is in the Golden Oasis, he can hear your prayers. Upon hearing this, both the Ratman messenger and the scout Ratman were filled with awe and reverence. There was even a hint of piety in their expressions. Piety is something that usually only appears in believers. Countless Ratmen knelt on the ground. As they watched the Royal Griffin Knights depart, the magnificent sight of their mighty procession once again stunned them. But at this moment, they seemed to feel no fear. On the contrary, I feel incredibly safe. Get up, all of you. The Ratman messenger stood on high, his excited voice carrying far and wide. From this moment forward, I am your new king, His Majesty Harvey. You must obey my commands and serve our great Lord. Say it with me. Praise the Lord. Praise be to our Lord. Tens of thousands of Ratmen joined in the shouting. They were grateful to be alive and held in awe of the powerful Lord who was like a god. For them, the calamity that befell the Skaven Kingdom was the wrath of the gods. In the future, it will also be recorded in the historical records of the Skaven Kingdom. Furthermore, it is emphasized that only under the protection of the Lord can their Ratman Kingdom be passed down and reproduced eternally. Betraying the Lord will inevitably lead to the extermination of their race. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi is taking stock of the spoils of this war. It mainly consists of gold coins. After winning a kingdom-level war, he amassed over 400,000 gold coins. This is many times more than a normal hunt. In addition, more than 1 million universal gold coins of the Holy Continent were also obtained from Rat King Aubrey's personal wealth, which could be exchanged for more than 100,000 Lord gold coins. In total, he amassed nearly 600,000 gold coins. Add to that various types of magic gems, magic crystals, magic potions, and over 1 million pieces of equipment, troop quantity blueprints, and the profits become even more astonishing. It was a great harvest. Afterwards, a royal knight of judgment came to report. My lord, Rat King Aubrey and his party have escaped from the secret passage. According to the prisoners we captured, their target is the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom hidden in the Annelby mine ruins. Rest assured, my lord, our men are intensifying their search for their whereabouts. They absolutely cannot escape. The Grey Dwarf Kingdom? Lenny pondered for a moment. Just keep an eye on them. No need to capture them. Our territory just happens to need a group of blacksmiths. Yes, my lord. The Royal Knight of Judgment respectfully complied with the order. Chapter 96. In the blink of an eye, the family was gone, and so was his wife. Lenny asked, how were your Royal Knight's gains? The Royal Judgment Knight respectfully replied, reporting to your lordship, after the war ended, almost all the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights were promoted to the king rank. Other Royal Griffins have also generally been upgraded by 1 or 2 levels. Overall, the gains were very significant. Upon hearing this, Lenny nodded. Royal Judgment Griffin Knights recruited are all level 9, only 1 level away from the king level. As for the other Royal Griffin Knights, their initial level is even lower. It's normal for their levels to be raised after such a large-scale Legion-level battle. Today, he commands over 3,000 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. That's over 3,000 king-level knights. In addition, there are more than 3,000 king-level Golden Griffins. This force is still very powerful. Keep up the good work, Lin Yi said with a smile. I look forward to the day when all of you reach the extraordinary realm. Once all 20,000 plus Royal Griffin Knights under his command become extraordinary professionals, let alone Charles the Dragon. Even if Charles the Dragon were multiplied by 10, he would have to run away with his tail between his legs. Combined with his Lord talent and the added bonus of the title Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer world, even a scrape could kill a dragon 10 times over. We will certainly not disappoint you, my lord. The Royal Knight of Judgment confidently assured Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded slightly. It's getting late. You can go hunting again tomorrow. Take turns resting tonight. Just make sure the undead creatures don't get close to the territory's walls. He wasn't worried about undead creatures breaking through the walls and storming into the Golden Oasis. It's simply because we don't want undead creatures to be shot down by arrow towers and fortresses. This is because undead creatures killed by arrow towers and fortresses do not provide experience to his legion or himself, which is equivalent to a complete waste. Yes, my lord. The Royal Knights of Judgment respectfully withdrew. Young master. Little maid Sally skipped and hopped over to Lenny. She prepared a late-night snack for her young master. Several grilled silverfish, a platter of various fruits, and the fine wine that Sophia left behind in the territory. Lenny smiled and said, "What happy event has happened that makes you so happy?" The maid, Sally, said with a grin, "Young master, my level has increased again. I'm now a 6th-tier professional. Just one more level, and I'll be a high-tier professional. Great job. Keep it up." Lenny reached out and gently rubbed the little maid's rosy cheeks. "Go and call the old housekeeper over. Let's have a late-night snack together." Uh-huh. A moment later, the old butler, Hoden, came to the backyard. Although it was late at night, the visibility in the backyard was still very high under the moonlight and the glow of the ancient mother tree of war, so there was no need to light a campfire. Most importantly, it's not cold. In the dead of night, the temperature in the Carol Desert drops to -10 degrees Celsius or even lower. But the golden oasis is warm as springtime. This is the magical protection from the ancient war mother tree, which isolates the oasis world from the outside world, making it like a paradise. Old Steward Hoden did not participate in today's war against the Skaven kingdom. He encountered a sizable pack of gray wolves while hunting undead creatures. After the battle, the old butler also gained a great deal. His level has been promoted to the high-level king rank. Becoming an extraordinary professional is not far off. When the old butler, Huadian, was about to bow when he saw Lin Yi, he suddenly froze on the spot, staring at his young master in disbelief. "Young master, you've advanced to the saint rank." "Good," Lin Yi said with a smile. "I had a stroke of luck and advanced to the high-level saint rank." Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, trembled once again. Because of the vast difference in their levels, he couldn't perceive Lin Yi's specific level information. He could only guess that Lin Yi had broken through to the peak of the extraordinary realm based on the surge in Lin Yi's known magic power. To the astonishment of the old butler, Hoden, our young master not only stepped into the saint rank, but also leaped to the high-level saint rank. This is absolutely outrageous. What kind of opportunity could be so terrifying? The old butler had no idea that Lin Yi's rapid increase in level was due to drinking a glass of good wine. Yilin felt that his level was a bit too low. After all, that fine wine was worth tens of millions of Lord's gold coins, which Queen Keisha obtained by exchanging a divine artifact-level piece of equipment. Logically speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for her to advance to the demigod realm. Lin Yi has reason to suspect that the profit margin of good wine is too high. Its actual value is far less than that of legendary equipment. If that's the case, then his lord system is even more cunning than a shrewd merchant. The old butler, Horden, exclaimed in shock. At this rate, the young master will probably soon be able to advance to demigod and stand at the pinnacle of the holy continent. Even in the kingdom of Stamlo, there are almost no terrifyingly powerful beings at the level of demigods. Even if such a thing exists, it would be an ancient monster that has lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. How old is his young master? All things considered, I'm 20 years old. Compared to demigods, or even saint-level experts, their young master is far too young. Such a young saint-level professional is probably one that cannot be found even in the entire holy continent. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about that. Tonight's theme is to celebrate our territory's victory in the war against the Ratman Kingdom." "Yes, young master." The old butler, Horden, quickly sat down. The maid Sally poured wine for the two of them. An elderly man and two young men drank fine wine, ate delicious silverfish, chatted and laughed, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. I don't know how much time has passed. The old butler, Horden, was a little drunk when he suddenly wiped away his tears and said, "Young master has reached the saint rank, and the golden oasis is also thriving. If the earl and countess knew, they would be very happy. I don't know if they are still alive." The old butler had served 3 generations of the Tulip family patriarchs, and was especially close to the current earl. He had watched the earl grow up and witness his marriage to the countess. Linny slowly put down her wine glass. To be honest, he didn't have much of an emotional bond with the countess. After all, he hadn't been here for very long. More than anything, people are dissatisfied with the fate of the Tulip family. He could have easily lived a comfortable life as a nobleman with a title. He'd even found a wife for himself. If nothing unexpected happens, he will soon be able to win over the two sisters, Angie and Anne, and enjoy the blissful life of a nobleman with two women on his left and right. The result was good. In the blink of an eye, his family was gone, and his wife was gone. He was randomly teleported to the godforsaken Carol Desert. No matter how well he's doing now or how strong he is, the resentment in his heart has never dissipated. Sooner or later, he will conquer the kingdom of Stanlow and kill that incompetent old king. And those nobles in the palace that day, he will settle scores with them all. No rush. Our army will soon march into the kingdom of Stanlow. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Hoden, immediately sobered up a bit. He believed that his young master could successfully rebel. Chapter 97, A Paradise of Upgrades. Time quickly came to midnight. A new day has begun. Lin Even summoned 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights and 1,000 ancient Trants. Under the influence of the Lord's talent, awakening of ancient bloodlines, more than 500 Royal Griffin Knights evolved into Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, and 176 ancient Trants evolved into Eternal Trant Guardians. As of now, his Royal Griffin Knights Legion totaled 28,000 men. The total size of the Treeman Legion reached over 2,400. Under normal circumstances, after these 2 days of summoning, the Trant Legion should have reached a size of exactly 2,000. The reason there are over 400 more Trants is because Lin E used the troop quantity blueprint. This invasion of the Ratman Kingdom resulted in the deaths of nearly 1 million Ratmen. The number of unit blueprints that have been revealed is also unprecedented. After using them all, he got over 400 Trants and nearly 3,000 Royal Griffin Riders for free. Special reminder, if you have more than one unit building, the units obtained using unit quantity blueprints will be of random type. If it weren't for the word random, Lin E will definitely choose to get all the Tree Man for free. After all, the Ancient Trant is a Grand Order unit, much more powerful than the Royal Griffin Knight. Of course, Lin E was not disappointed. I've already gotten it for free, what more could I ask for? After the bedtime conversation with the little maid Sally ended, Lin E lay in bed, her consciousness connected to the Nether Dragon Charles. The dragon is faster than the Golden Griffin. Earlier today, the Nether Dragon and the Zombie Dragon King had already arrived at the Dragonfall Canyon, located 1,400 kilometers away. The Zombie Dragon King entered directly through the entrance. While slaughtering the undead creatures in the canyon, they searched for dragon soul grass. As for the Nether Dragon Charles, he hovers above Dragonfall Canyon, guiding the Zombie Dragon King and looking for a suitable opportunity to farm in the jungle. Thousands of meters in the air, the Nether Dragon Charles let out a low growl. He condensed a figure using his own soul power. This figure is exactly like Lin Yi, and it embodies Lin Yi's spirit and consciousness. He stood atop the head of the Nether Dragon, looking down at the Great Canyon below. Although he had seen it once before in the evening, he was still shocked when he saw it again. Even from a high altitude, it's impossible to tell how long the Dragonfall Canyon is. You can only see its twisted shape stretching to the very end of the earth. There is a main vein in Dragonfall Canyon. It is the widest and the longest. Countless smaller canyons crisscross the main ridge. Overall, it looks like an incredibly ferocious and enormous centipede crawling on the ground, which is very frightening. What's even more frightening is that the canyon is full of all kinds of undead creatures, so many of them that they look like ants. Especially the main canyon. The undead are not only numerous, but also powerful. The weakest are the elite. In addition, there are a large number of king-level undead. For example, Skeleton King, Ghoul King, Stone Oak King, etc. The king level here doesn't refer to their rank. Rather, it's their identity. Just like Aubrey is the Rat King and can rule the Rat Kingdom. These undead kings, such as Skeleton Kings and Ghoul Kings, also have a large number of undead following them. They are essentially the bosses. Under normal circumstances, bounty hunters dare not venture into the main vein of Dragonfall Canyon. As evening fell, Lin E rode the Nether Dragon Charles over the canyon and saw many bounty hunters, who were mostly scattered in groups in the small canyons that stretched out from it. There's dragon soul grass there. Go down. Lin Yi's consciousness is connected to that of the Nether Dragon Charles. A single thought is enough to issue a command to the Nether Dragon. Upon receiving the order, the Nether Dragon swiftly swooped down towards the direction of the dragon soul grass and entered the canyon in no time. The Nether Dragon's body is almost completely transparent. Ordinary undead creatures cannot detect it at all. Basically, only undead creatures that have reached the king level can perceive the existence of the Nether Dragon through their spiritual consciousness. At this moment, there was also a group of powerful undead creatures around the dragon soul grass. They are the guardians of the dragon soul grass. Any enemy that approaches this area will be attacked. However, upon sensing the aura of the nether dragon Charles, these powerful undead creatures' first reaction was not to protect the dragon soul grass, but to flee for their lives. At the same time, there were also fluctuations in mental energy. It's a nether dragon. Those dragons are out harvesting dragon soul grass again. Run, brothers. Similar mental fluctuations continued to enter Lin Yi's consciousness. Without him giving the order, the nether dragon suddenly opened its ferocious maw and let out a silent roar. As circles of soul ripples, invisible to the naked eye, spread out. In an instant, all the undead creatures within a radius of several hundred meters fell down. Some skeletons even disintegrate completely. It turned into a pile of broken bones. At the same time, the soul power within the undead transformed into wisps of eerie blue flames that converged towards the nether dragon, where they were completely devoured. Devouring the flames of souls is a shortcut for the undead to quickly increase their strength. In addition, there are experience rewards for killing monsters. That would be adding the finishing touch. For the undead dragons under his command, Dragonfall Canyon was a paradise for leveling up. Lin Yi planned to send Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles, who were guarding the territory, over after the dragon spirit was born, so that they could also experience the thrill of a sudden increase in strength. Good luck, I've harvested 4 dragon soul grasses. Lin Yi instructed the nether dragon to use its soul power to wrap the dragon's soul grass and store it inside its body, to be retrieved upon returning to the Golden Oasis. Despite its name, dragon soul grass is actually a flower. The roots and leaves are black. It is about 30 centimeters tall. The petals and stamens at the top are dark blue, making it look like a blue chrysanthemum. A single dragon soul grass is worth tens of thousands of gold coins. And because the growing conditions of dragon soul grass are too harsh, it is difficult to buy even if you have money, making it truly priceless. For bounty hunters, being lucky enough to harvest just a few dragon soul grass plants is enough to make them rich overnight. However, Lin Yi didn't want just a few plants. Let's go to the next location. Under Lin Yi's command, the nether dragon once again soared into the sky. On the other side, the zombie dragon king is much more violent. It charged straight into the main vein of Dragonfall Canyon, rampaging through the ocean of the undead. It doesn't take any undead, whether they are elite, leader, or king, seriously. Wherever it appears, corpses litter the ground. In the end, the dead were so scared they wet themselves. Those skeleton kings, ghoul kings, and even more powerful undead bosses were all terrified. In the end, they even abandoned their territories and were all fleeing for their lives. Chapter 98, The Abomination Clan. In the southwestern area of Dragonfall Canyon, below a section of the main ridge of the canyon, there lies a lake. The lake is about 200 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters long. It was filled with the corpses of many creatures, including humans and magical beasts. The bodies were all rotten. It was mixed with something else, and the entire lake was a deep green color. Bubbles would occasionally burst on the surface, emitting an extremely strong stench of corpses. Even a king-level professional couldn't withstand the stench of corpses at this level. Just a few puffs, and you'll be on your way to heaven. Besides countless rotting corpses, there were also creatures bathing in the lake. At first glance, those creatures were also piles of rotting flesh. But they are also intelligent beings. They are hatred. Abomination is also a type of undead creature. In essence, abominations and rotting corpses are not much different. Both are undead creatures of rotting flesh. The difference is, even a rotting corpse still retains some semblance of its original form. Just like the corpse dragon under Lin Yi's command, it looks like a giant dragon. Abomination, on the other hand, is composed entirely of piles of rotting flesh and has no form whatsoever. In addition, abominations devour the flesh and blood of other creatures and integrate them into their own bodies, which makes them stronger and makes them look more like Frankenstein's monsters. This lake is the stronghold of the abominations. It is inhabited by all kinds of hatred, big and small. In addition, they are the rulers of this surrounding area, overseeing all undead creatures within their territory. Even the most invisible and intangible ghosts would have to come and pay their respects if they appeared in this area. It is worth mentioning. The area that the zombie dragon king invaded was the territory of the Abomination clan. It is less than 30 kilometers from the lair of the abominations. As the zombie dragon king rampaged through the land without any regard for martial ethics, news of his rampage quickly spread. Gagaga. A rotting crow, several meters long, flapped its wings and swooped down from the sky. It finally landed on a dead tree branch near the lake. It spoke in a human voice, shouting, "Your Majesty, someone has invaded your territory. Someone has invaded your territory." The cawing of rotting crows continued incessantly. This startled a large number of abominations in the lake. Moments later, the green water in the lake began to churn, bursting into huge bubbles and spreading an even stronger stench of corpses. The stench of the corpse was so strong that it even condensed into a mist. Green mist. It's like poisonous smoke. Soon, the corpse mist spread to the rotting crows. Instead of running away, it opened its mouth wide and began to suck in the air. For undead creatures like rotting corpses, this corpse mist is actually nourishment. At the same time, accompanied by countless bursting bubbles, an unusually large head slowly emerged from the lake. Judging from its shape, it appears to be the head of a humanoid species. Strangely, countless faces appeared on this head, including humans and monsters, each face contorted in pain. Its head alone is over 10 meters in diameter. It is easy to imagine how enormous this abomination would be. It is the ruler of this region, the King of Hatred. The King of Abomination spoke in a very eerie voice, seemingly mixed with bursts of painful howls. Again, those reckless bounty hunters? Dragonfall Canyon is the territory of the undead. There are no strongholds of intelligent races in the surrounding area within a radius of 100 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, only bounty hunters who value money over their lives would appear in Dragonfall Canyon and disturb the normal lives of the undead. Not a bounty hunter. The rotting crow shrieked, "Your Majesty, it's a zombie dragon. A gigantic zombie dragon. It's wreaking havoc on undead creatures in a canyon 30 kilometers away. It ignores the fact that this is your territory. They don't give the king any face at all. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand it." The King of Hatred remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Let it kill. How many can one dragon kill? Its target is the dragon soul grass. Once it has eaten its fill, it will naturally leave." The rotting crow cried out, "Your Majesty, what if it never leaves?" The King of Abominations said in a sinister tone, "Then kill it. And let's also remind the undead dragons in other areas that this is the territory of our abomination race." "Your Majesty is awesome." The rotting crow squawked excitedly. "I support your Majesty in spirit. Roll." The King of Abominations roared. But just as the rotting crow was about to flap its wings and leave, the King of Abominations suddenly called it back, saying, "You should go to the territory of the Skeleton Dragon King and tell him that his subordinates have crossed the line." "King Ga, where has your domineering spirit gone? I thought you had stood up, but in the end you still bowed your arrogant head to the Skeleton Dragon King." A loud bang. The noisy, rotting crow was crushed by a giant hand. The mangled corpse was then carelessly tossed into the lake. A little while later, another rotting crow flapped its wings and flew out of the lake, cawing and landing on a withered tree branch. The King of Hatred repeated what he had just said. "Understood, Your Majesty." The new, rotting crow was noticeably more sensible. Without saying a word, it flapped its wings and flew towards the depths of Dragonfall Canyon. Similar scenes have happened countless times. In short, every now and then the King of Abomination would get so angry that he would slap a noisy, rotting raven to death. The Zombie Dragon King was naturally unaware of what was happening here. Lenny didn't know either. He has already ridden the Nether Dragon Charles to other areas in search of dragon soul grass. He was not worried about the safety of the Zombie Dragon King. Given the Zombie Dragon King's combat power, even 3 to 5 undead dragons of the same level working together wouldn't be able to defeat it, and might even be killed by it instead. With various attribute bonuses, the Zombie Dragon King can be said to be invincible at the Saint rank. It becomes even more ferocious when facing dragons. It lasted until around 3 a.m. The Nether Dragon has found more than 70 dragon soul grasses. Lin E also severed her mental connection with it and returned to her physical body. With the dragon soul grass found by the Zombie Dragon King, it's enough to nurture the dragon spirit. However, we can wait a little longer. The more dragon soul grass it absorbs, the stronger the dragon spirit becomes. Currently, it is only at the initial stage of the Saint level. Ideally, we should find more dragon soul grass to raise the dragon spirit's level to the peak of the Saint rank, or even directly to demigod status. A demigod level dragon spirit. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in my territory. Lin E also has a plan to collect more dragon soul grass. He planned to rob the bounty hunters once the dragon soul grass in Dragonfall Canyon was almost completely harvested. As for offending people, with a demigod-level dragon spirit, what is there to be afraid of? Thinking this, Lin Yi also embraced the soft and fragrant little maid Sally and drifted into a dream. Chapter 99 Territory fully upgraded. The next day, Lin Yi woke up early. I had breakfast served by my maid, Sally. After the little maid went hunting with a group of Royal Griffin Knights, he left the town hall to prepare to upgrade the territory's level. After yesterday's battle, he had accumulated 600,000 Lord's Gold coins. As for timber and stone, they have no shortage of them. In addition, he has more than 100,000 units of refined iron needed to upgrade the town hall, which is more than enough to meet the territory's upgrade needs. Soon, a dazzling golden light emerged from the void. Like the beautiful aurora borealis, it enveloped the entire golden oasis. The earth began to tremble. Countless tall trees rose from the ground. Colorful flowers covered the entire oasis. It resembles a beautiful floral carpet. The area of the golden oasis is expanding rapidly, swallowing up one sand dune after another, and giving rise to larger areas of green space and forests. At the same time, the area of Sapphire Lake has also expanded. Schools of silvertail fish living in the lake leap out of the water, lively and energetic, outlining patches of silver light. Soon after, the golden light dissipated. The territory has been successfully upgraded to an intermediate town. It consumes 100,000 gold coins, 100,000 wood, 10,000 stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron. I glanced at the costs of upgrading to an advanced town. 300,000 gold coins, 300,000 units of wood and stone, and 50,000 units of refined iron. Continue. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi caused countless resources to vanish into thin air. Then, the golden oasis, which had just calmed down, began a new round of turbulence. Some time has passed. The upgrade is finally complete. The territory has also been upgraded to the advanced town level. The next level is the city level, which requires even more resources. As the territory was upgraded to an advanced town, the golden oasis became much larger, with its narrowest point exceeding 15 kilometers and its widest point exceeding 20 kilometers. The salt lake where the sand people used to work has now been included within the territory. It became the territory's mineral resources. It is worth mentioning. After being transformed into a mineral resource, the salt lake is no longer a dried-up lake. It is a mine, similar to iron ore and stone ore. Not only has its form changed, but the harvesting method has also changed. It no longer needs to be sun-dried or purified. It can be directly dug out and used as table salt. This is the power of a system. There are 200,000 gold coins left. The quality of the refined iron is also somewhat lacking. However, timber and stone resources remain very abundant. After settling the profits with Sophia in the next couple of days, we'll be able to gather enough to upgrade the city hall. Once upgraded to the city hall, Lin Yi can then complete the main quest and obtain a new Lord Talent. Lord Talent is very important to him and to the entire territory. Thinking of the Lord's Talent, Lin Yi couldn't help but check the upgrade progress of Holy Envoy of Light. Over the course of one night, the number of undead creatures killed had reached more than 3.7 million, mainly thanks to the Zombie Dragon King and the Nether Dragon Charles. By tonight, we should have reached the target of 5 million kills. At that time, my Lord Talent will be upgraded to epic level, which will increase the damage against undead creatures accordingly. Thinking about this made Lin Yi feel even better. He then went to the west side of Sapphire Lake. This is the residence of the Royal Griffin Knights. Some time ago, when the number of sand people had surged and they could collect large amounts of wood resources every day, he had already begun to build living quarters for the Royal Knights. As of now, he built a total of 1,000 houses for the Royal Knights. Furthermore, all residential buildings have been upgraded to the intermediate level. Each medium-grade dwelling can accommodate 20 units of residence. In other words, these 1,000 houses could accommodate a total of 20,000 royal knights at once. As for their mounts, the golden griffins, they are usually either stored in their own mount space or released to the livestock farm, located on the other side of Sapphire Lake. Lin Yi didn't need to build a wooden house specifically for the golden griffin. Recruiting after midnight. The number of royal griffin knights under my command has reached 31,000. More houses need to be built. With this territory upgrade, the oasis area has expanded further, giving Lin Yi more open space to use. He plans to build another 1,000 medium-grade residential houses. A total of 2,000. It can accommodate a total of 40,000 royal knights. Once he had over 40,000 royal knights under his command, he upgraded those 2,000 mid-level residences to high level to accommodate even more royal knights. Do it as soon as you think of it. Soon, after consuming a total of 300,000 units of wood, Lin Yi built 1,000 intermediate residences. The houses all have the same exterior style. 2,000 houses were arranged neatly by Lin Yi, standing side by side like fish scales. At first glance, it is truly spectacular. Lin Yi then upgraded the walls of her territory, and it was directly upgraded to the advanced level. The high-grade wall is nearly 60 meters high and more than 20 meters wide. From Lin Yi's perspective, this is definitely a city wall. It's really hard to imagine. How magnificent will the city walls be when they are built in the future? In addition, what's really amazing is that after the territory expanded, the wall surrounding the entire Golden Oasis also expanded, still encircling the edge of the oasis. There was no situation where the oasis area expanded while the wall was swallowed up. Next, Lin Yi built even more advanced arrow towers and advanced fortresses on the expanded and widened walls. After one round of operations, the territory's defensive capabilities increased dramatically. However, Lin Yi's operation is not over yet. He built another wall around the territory, equipped with a large number of arrow towers and fortresses, and defined it as the inner city ring. This perimeter wall will later serve as the dividing line between the inner and outer cities. Lin Yi plans to relocate all the Sand people currently living in the inner city to the outer city at a suitable time in the future. There, they can enter the market and trade with the resident merchant guilds and even outside professionals. When the market is bustling with activity, his territory's economy will flourish even more. They will receive more taxes. All the people who join his territory in the future will be settled in the outer city unless there are special circumstances. This will make the market even more lively. At the same time, it attracts more professionals and even other intelligent races. We need to get the inner city's magical defense shield sorted out quickly. In Lin Yi's plan, the magical defensive shield of the inner city was of paramount importance, and it had to be strong enough to withstand the attack of a demigod-level expert. Otherwise, he would not have rashly opened the Golden Oasis. Chapter 100A Price List. After dealing with matters concerning the territory, Lin Yi also prepared to go to the Profession Skill Tower to study his field. But at this very moment, a Royal Knight of Judgment suddenly came to report. My lord, the squad monitoring Rat King Aubrey has returned to report that Rat King Aubrey and his party have escaped into the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom. The speed is not slow. Lin Yi chuckled and said to the knight kneeling before him, send a squad of Royal Judgment Knights to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom in the name of an envoy, and order them to hand over Rat King Aubrey. And take this opportunity to gather intelligence on the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom's war strength and defensive deployments. Prepare for the upcoming war. Yes, your majesty. The Royal Knights of Judgment respectfully accepted the order and withdrew. Soon, a team of Royal Judgment Knights, all of whom were of extraordinary rank, rode on enormous golden griffins and flew to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom located in the Annelby Mine ruins. Annelby Mine. It was once a mine with abundant iron or resources. However, due to the violent mining by various kingdom-level powers, the resources of this mine were quickly depleted. Even if some iron or resources remain, they are scarce. Since then, the once famous Annelby Mine has become a ruin. If it weren't for the accident that happened later, this mine site would surely have been buried under the sand many years later. This unexpected event involved the Grey Dwarfs. Over 100 years ago, Grey Dwarfs fled to this place. As the Greyland Dwarf race continued to multiply and develop, a kingdom was born. Historically speaking, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is far inferior to the Ratman Kingdom, being an outsider. However, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is stronger than the Ratman Kingdom. The Greyland Dwarf Kingdom possesses several well-equipped armies. As for its specific scale, Lin Yi does not know. The above information was obtained by the Royal Griffin Knights from a group of Ratman captives who had escaped to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Before entering the Profession Skill Tower, Lin Yi went to the Hero's Tavern. The tavern was still the same tavern, and behind the bar stood the same old man in a gray robe, expressionless as he mixed drinks. The old man's expression remained consistently indifferent, like a tranquil pool, without ripples or waves. Only when he saw Lin Yi would a smile appear on his wrinkled face, and he would respectfully address him as Lord. The old man held Lin Yi in the same respect as the other villagers. But it was just a gesture of respect. Whenever Lin Yi asked him to give a discount or buy on credit when selling alcohol, the old man would still refuse decisively, repeating that it was a small business. Give me a Bloody Mary. Yes, my lord, 300 gold coins will suffice. Lin Yi casually handed 300 gold coins to the gray-robed old man. With a fortune of 200,000 gold coins, spending 300 coins on a small drink is not excessive for him. To be honest, the batch of fine wines that Sophia gave him was really not that great. It's far inferior to the Bloody Mary, which is worth 300 gold coins. He wanted to have another drink while having a late-night snack last night. No heroes have appeared today? Not at the moment. As the old man in the gray robe wiped the wine bottle with a towel, he said, perhaps this afternoon, perhaps tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, as long as time keeps flowing, new heroes will always emerge. Lin Yi quickly changed the subject, asking curiously, what level is the old gentleman? The gray-robed old man chuckled and said, I'm just an ordinary old man. Lord, please don't focus your attention on me. I might just disappear one day. Whether it disappears or not, we'll talk about that later. Lin Yi asked with a sincere expression, I am preparing to comprehend the mysteries of this field. I wonder if you could offer me some guidance. I dare not presume to offer guidance. The gray-robed elder smiled and said, Lord, you possess a priceless treasure. Such a small problem is naturally no challenge for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately understood. He thanked them, picked up his wine glass, and left the hero's tavern. After entering the profession skill tower, Lin Yi drank the blood-red wine in her glass in one gulp. Then, he began to examine the wine glass in his hand. It is translucent, like glass or crystal. He sensed something was off at the tavern yesterday. This thing was incredibly hard. Even with his high-level saint-level strength, he couldn't crush it. If it can be used to forge equipment, that was absolutely extraordinary. It's impossible to tell what the material is. When we conquer the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, we can capture a few experienced blacksmiths to study them carefully. As she spoke, Lin Yi put the wine glass into her personal spatial equipment. He felt no guilt whatsoever about taking advantage of the Lord system. To add a point, Lin Yi's previous spatial equipment was a spatial bag, which was not only ugly but also had a small capacity. Now it has been replaced with a spatial ring. It has a beautiful design, and its capacity is dozens of times larger. Soon, Lin Yi calmed down, sat cross-legged on a piece of empty land, the interior environment of the professional skill tower, and then communicated with her Lord system. I want to master this field. Is there a quick way? Ideally, it should be simple, straightforward, and require no thought. Lin Yi didn't look down on himself. His own talent wasn't bad either. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to comprehend and master 3 extraordinary magical skills in just a few days. It's simply because the mysteries of the field are too complex. Yesterday afternoon and into the evening, he stayed in the profession skill tower, researching the mysteries of the field, but he didn't even scratch the surface. According to his estimation, with his talent, plus the help of the profession skill tower, it would take him at least a week to master any field. If one has expertise in multiple fields, the time required will be extended by more than double. He didn't want to waste his energy on this. To put it another way, a week later, he might have already advanced to demigod and come into contact with the laws. What would be the point of mastering 1 or 2 more fields at that time? It's better to be simple and direct. Soon, Lin Yi received a reply from the Lord system. Lords can spend gold coins to purchase complete domain mysteries. Purchase directly with gold coins? That's certainly simple and straightforward enough. Lin Yi suddenly rubbed her forehead and said, shouldn't you be the one reminding me of these things? Instead, I'm always the one asking. Too expensive, the Lord cannot afford it. As she spoke, the Lord system thoughtfully provided Lin Yi with a price list for domain mysteries. Creation Realm, 10 million gold coins. Fate Realm, 5 million gold coins. Time Realm, 5 million gold coins. Thunder Domain, 2 million gold coins. Blazing Domain, 1 million gold coins. Frosty Realm. Swift Wind Domain. Chapter 101. Even a goblin could imagine this. Throughout the entire price list, it contains thousands of profound mysteries. From the highest realms of creation, destiny, and time, to the most advanced fields. They descended into ordinary domains such as the Flame Domain, Frost Domain, and Earth Domain. There are also other domains that do not belong to the element category, such as the Domain of Power, the Domain of Speed, and the Domain of Gravity. In short, it covers all kinds of fields. The most bizarre thing is that Lin Yi also saw all sorts of strange and wonderful domain mysteries, such as the Domain of Clones, the Domain of Enlarging, the Domain of Shrinking, and the Domain of Becoming More Beautiful. It's like dividing the field of body shaping into the field of beauty enhancement. In the former case, after activating the domain barrier, the domain master can create a large number of clones. Moreover, the higher the domain level, the more clones can be created. The latter is the most peculiar in the field of beauty enhancement. After the domain is activated, the domain master will transform into an unparalleled beauty, even if people are of different races and have different aesthetic views. The impression of a peerless beauty will not change. Simply put, whether it's a human or a pig, everyone who sees it will find it incredibly beautiful. This is the world of beauty. From another perspective, this realm is very similar to the realm of allure. The difference lies in the fact that the seduction field focuses on controlling the mind and soul, while the beauty field targets the heart directly, making it easier for victims to fall for it. The menu, filled with all sorts of profound insights from various fields, truly broadened Lin Yi's horizons. But at the same time, it also made his scalp tingle. The Lord's system is right. These domain mysteries are damn expensive. Thousands of profound mysteries. The cheapest one costs 1 million gold coins. The most expensive one contains as many as 10 million gold coins. The most valuable realm is the realm of creation. Once you master the secrets of creation, you can create all things in the world within your own realm. As long as it matches one's own power, anything can be created. This is the Lord system's information annotation for the creation realm. In addition, under the creation domain, there are also top-level domains such as fate, cause and effect, time, and space, all of which require a ticket of 5 million gold coins. It's ridiculously expensive. How many bottles of fairy spring water would he have to sell to buy them all? The intermediate-level spirit spring water is still not enough. Even if we sell 20,000 bottles, we can only buy one top-tier field and 1 or 2 ordinary fields at most. I need even purer elf spring water. Lin Yi plans to upgrade Fairy Spring to a higher level as soon as possible. Selling one bottle of high-grade Elven spring water is equivalent to selling several bottles of mid-grade Elven spring water. Lin Yi then asked the Lord system, how many different domain mysteries can one person master at most? Lord system, reply. Ordinary saint-level cultivators master 1 or 2 domains, while geniuses have a chance to master multiple. As for lords, as long as they have gold coins, the number of domains they can master is not a problem. Won't there be any attribute conflicts? With me here, the possibility of attribute conflicts will not exist. Lin Yi promptly gifted the system a "You're awesome" message. Then he asked, now that I've bought the domain Profound Truth, if I want to purchase the same Profound Truth law when I advance to demigod, will I have to spend more money? Unnecessary. When a lord purchases a law of mysteries, the cost of previously purchasing related domain mysteries will be deducted. For example, the time domain and the laws. The former is worth 5 million gold coins, and the latter is worth 50 million gold coins. If the lord has already purchased the time domain, purchasing the mysteries of the time laws only requires 45 million gold coins. Then there's no problem. Lin Yi ended her communication with the lord system. For him now, only one question remains. That's making money, hundreds of kilometers away. Forest City, the detached courtyard of the city lord's mansion. 3 beautiful figures sat in a garden pavilion where hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. 2 of the figures were the sisters Ella and Amy. The other person is the lord of the Forest City. She was also a nature spirit, wearing a set of light silver-white armor, with long, soft, pale gold hair cascading down her lower back, and a stunningly beautiful face and radiant, translucent skin. Delicate, long, pointed elf ears peek out from under her long hair. It has a fantastical beauty. Ancient War Mother Tree. The Elven City Lord murmured in a slightly trembling voice, then said, this matter must be reported to Her Majesty the Great Elven Queen as soon as possible. Ella said, I plan to go to the Golden Oasis the day after tomorrow to see what's going on there, and then report back to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. The Elven City Lord said, why must we wait until the day after tomorrow? With the combined strength of the 3 of us, plus our respective unicorn companions, we're more than capable of taking down the 4 undead dragons guarding the Golden Oasis. I think it's best to avoid conflict with Golden Oasis. Ella shook her head and said, after all, we don't know anything about the other side yet. That human lord was able to produce the ancient Mother Tree of War, and even gain the allegiance of the ancient Trance, and even the eternal Trance as guardians. Even a goblin could imagine that his background is extraordinary. Elf City Lord. The elf Amy, who was standing nearby, quickly said, Lord, please don't misunderstand. My sister didn't say you had a goblin's head. Elf City Lord. Ella seemed to realize what was happening and quickly explained, I was just using an analogy. Upon hearing this, the Elven City Lord took a deep breath. She was starting to not want to continue talking to the two sisters. He then changed the subject, took out a bottle of elf spring water from his spatial equipment, and said, This is a mid-grade elf spring water sold by the Crystal Merchant Guild. I have already had it tested by an apothecary. It is indeed genuine elven spring water, but it is still somewhat different from our elven spring water. What's the difference? The two sisters, Ella and Amy, quickly asked. The Elf City Lord said, The life-giving water of our nature elf race is made from the sap of the elf mother tree. Even when diluted into elf spring water, it will still carry a faint herbal scent. But the elven spring water sold by the Crystal Merchant Guild doesn't have this scent. Does the City Lord mean that the Golden Oasis has developed another method for preparing the water of life? Ella, the older sister, exclaimed in shock. That's possible. The Elven City Lord nodded. Incredible. Ella took a deep breath and said, The Holy Light Church has tried for hundreds of years, but failed to develop the water of life. How could a human lord who appeared out of nowhere have done it? After a brief pause, Ella then said with a solemn expression, I am now even more convinced that the human lord has received the favor of Her Majesty the Elf Goddess. Otherwise, how can all this be explained? The Elven City Lord said, No matter what, we must go to the Golden Oasis the day after tomorrow. Report the information obtained to Her Majesty the Queen immediately. Also, request Her Majesty's permission to send a large army to the Carol Desert to quell the rapidly rising undead scourge. Has the situation gotten that serious? The two sisters were somewhat surprised. It might be more serious than I imagined. The Elf City Lord said, Recently, a group of unidentified people have been frantically buying up goods in the city, and they have emptied all the elven spring water on the market. I had already investigated this before. Someone used the Bounty Hunter Guild to trade a batch of elven spring water with the Crystal Merchant Guild using a dragon's corpse. If the forces behind them are related to this undead scourge, then we have to think carefully about what they intend to do with such a large stockpile of elven spring water. Ella and Amy exchanged a glance. Then he blurted out, Lich. Chapter 102 Lich Reincarnation? Legend has it that the reincarnation of a lich requires a massive amount of life energy. If successful, one can live forever. Although the undead are said to be immortal creatures, they also have a life limit. If you seal a dead spirit away and isolate it from the outside world, its soul fire will slowly dissipate, and its body will decay over time until it turns to ashes. But the lich will not, because the lich evolved an immortal substance belonging to the gods. Even if sealed for millions of years, the lich's body remains alive. The water of life is the best thing for a lich to reincarnate. It cannot be bought on the market. However, the diluted fairy spring water also possesses life energy. Normally, the life energy contained in 300 or 400 bottles of intermediate elf spring water is equivalent to that of a bottle of real water of life. After hearing the elf lord's speculation and analysis, the two sisters, Ella and Amy, immediately suspected that a lich wanted to reincarnate as a lich, or that a lich wanted to revive and regain its power. In addition, the scourge of the undead is rapidly growing in the Carol Desert. That's even more likely. After all, the scourge is often the work of liches or liches. The latter would be better. But if it's the former, then there's a much bigger problem. The Elf City Lord said, It's not necessarily true that our speculation is correct. Perhaps those people are just buying up the spirit spring water to make a fortune. Once the war between the major powers and the undead army breaks out, the price of the elf spring water will also rise. Ella and Amy remained silent. This possibility is almost non-existent. Which faction, in its pursuit of wealth, would be willing to trade a dragon's corpse for elven spring water? Is this guy out of his mind? Ella said, The City Lord would have better arrest those people and interrogate them properly. The Elven City Lord shook his head. We captured 3, but they all committed suicide. Even their souls were destroyed by an evil secret technique, and we can't find any information about them. Ella thought for a moment and said, We can go to the Crystal Merchant Guild to find out what's going on. The Elf City Lord said, We've investigated, and the Crystal Merchant Guild is innocent. Guildmaster Sophia only does business. She didn't inquire about the mysterious person's information when she traded the dragon's corpse with him. Ella asked, If it's confirmed that the mysterious force intends to use the elven spring water to aid in the lich's reincarnation, can we prohibit the Crystal Merchant Guild from continuing to sell the elven spring water? The Elven City Lord shook his head again. This is ultimately just our speculation, without any concrete evidence. Forcibly prohibiting the Crystal Merchant Guild from selling elf spring water would damage the reputation that our forest city has built up over the years. And we'll offend the Golden Oasis. That's true. Ella felt a bit of a headache. He then said, in the next couple of days, we'll thoroughly investigate the identities of those mysterious people, and then head to the Golden Oasis to have further discussions with that human lord. That's the only way. The Elven City Lord nodded. At that very moment, the expression on the Elven City Lord's beautiful face suddenly changed slightly. Ella asked, what's wrong? The Elf City Lord stood up. A mysterious person has entered the Crystal Merchant Guild. Ella urged. Then what are we waiting for? Grab him. Even if we can't get any information from him, we can't let him take even a single bottle of Elven spring water from the Crystal Merchant Guild. The Elven City Lord shared the same thought. Without hesitation, the 3 Saint-level Elven warriors immediately flew to the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters at top speed. At the same time, Sophia was also waiting in the lobby of the Chamber of Commerce. A moment later, a masked man walked into the hall. Several days later, he was still dressed in the same clothes as he had at the Bounty Hunter Tavern. The mask on his face hadn't been changed either. Sophia smiled faintly. You seem to be in a hurry? The masked man said in a low voice. As you may already know, the elves of Forest City have been maliciously capturing my companions recently, and I'm probably being targeted as well. Sophia nodded slightly. Recently, a group of masked men went on a shopping spree at the market. I had contacted her beforehand to trade elf spring water, and we had agreed on the price. 1 dragon corpse for 1,500 bottles of intermediate elf spring water. 300 fewer bottles than last time. The masked man asked, President, is the elven spring water I requested ready? Certainly. Sophia waved her right hand. A gray pouch appeared in her hand. 15,000 bottles of fairy spring water are all here. Without further ado, the masked man immediately scanned the spatial bag with his spiritual consciousness. After confirming that everything was correct, he took out a spatial ring. Sophia glanced around and saw 10 enormous mummified dragon corpses neatly arranged inside. The 2 parties quickly and happily completed the transaction. Thank you so much, Miss President. The masked man took the spatial bag and swallowed it. This scene left Sophia somewhat bewildered. What are you doing, Your Excellency? The masked man smiled and said, just in case. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sword aura, like the Aurora Borealis, pierced through the air and instantly cleaved the masked man's body in 2. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures appeared in the hall. It was the Elf City Lord and the 2 sisters, Ella and Amy. Sophia stared blankly at the 3 of them, then glanced at the corpse that had been cut in half on the ground, and her delicate face turned pale instantly. 3 powerful elves have arrived, and he even killed her business partner right in front of her. This chilled her to the bone. He was terrified that the next sword strike would land on her. Just then, a bizarre scene unfolded. The corpse that had been split in 2 on the ground miraculously reformed itself at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a living, breathing masked man stood up once again. Luckily, I was prepared. The masked man coldly swept his gaze over the 3 Elven City Lords. Then the body disappeared like bubbles. Before leaving, he left a message for Sophia. President, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Please prepare more Elven spring water for our next meeting. My master will never forget your great kindness. Sophia. Damn it. He still managed to get away. Even the power of a domain cannot suppress the teleportation power within him. It's a pity we don't have a spatial domain. Otherwise we would have captured him. In his indignation, the Elven City Lord turned his gaze directly to Sophia, who was standing not far away. Sophia first silently put away the spatial ring containing the corpses of 10 dragons, and then said, I have no relation to him, and I know nothing about his identity. We were just having a normal transaction. The Elven City Lord asked, how many bottles of Elven spring water did you trade? Sophia shook her head. Trade secret. The Elven City Lord continued. Then do you know that the forces behind him are very likely planning to use the Elven spring water you provided to revive the Lich? Sophia's delicate body trembled instantly. Reviving the Lich? God of commerce above. That's a legendary, terrifying creature. Sophia took a deep breath and said, Lord of the city, I am a merchant. I am only responsible for selling goods and have no right to investigate the purpose of the buyers. The Elven City Lord remained silent for a long time. Remembering what Ella had said before, he said, let it go this time, but you'd better not do business with him again in the future. Sophia said, This is not something I can decide. The Elven City Lord said, I will go to the Golden Oasis and have a good talk with the Lord behind you. Actually, I have an even better solution. Sophia smiled and said, since the City Lord doesn't want us to continue selling the Elven spring water to that mysterious person, why don't you just buy the Elven spring water yourself? With the resources and strength of your nature elf race, this is not a problem. Chapter 103 The Rich Elf. Hearing Sophia's astonishing words, both the Elven City Lord and the two sisters, Ella and Amy, were dumbfounded. This human guild leader is actually trying to do business with them? It's important to know that before the Golden Oasis appeared, the nature elves were the largest and only supplier of life-giving water and elven spring water on the entire sacred continent, and even a manufacturer of them. Sophia is actually selling fairy spring water to them? Their business acumen was truly eye-opening. What do I need your elven spring water for? Black lines appeared on the fair and delicate forehead of the elf city lord. If it weren't for the fear of conflict with the Golden Oasis, she would have used her status as the city lord to forcibly prohibit the Crystal Merchant Guild from selling the fairy spring water. As for the impact on the reputation of Forest City, those were just her official lines. Compared to the Lich and the Scourge, what is this loss? She also abandoned harsh methods and chose to communicate with the Crystal Merchant Guild in a gentler way because Ella analyzed that the human lord of the Golden Oasis might have received the favor of the elf goddess. As a result, Sophia actually made her spend money to buy those fairy spring waters. This really made her a little angry. Sophia said, I was just making a small suggestion. If the city lord is unwilling, that's fine. As for ceasing the trade with the mysterious person, I really can't make that decision. I will go to the Golden Oasis. The Elven City Lord turned to leave. At this moment, Ella suddenly asked Sophia, how much elven spring water do you have? Sophia laughed and said, that depends on how many dragon corpses you have. How could she possibly know how much elven spring water the Lord possessed? Anyway, the Lord told her, exchange as many dragon corpses as you can find. Ella asked again, how exactly did your merchant guild conduct the transaction with that mysterious person? Sophia said, the dragon corpses he brought were all dried up corpses without flesh and blood. As long as their level was at least mid-level saint, they would be traded for 1,500 bottles of mid-level elven spring water. But if it's a freshly preserved dragon carcass, the price can increase by 50%. The last sentence was told to her by Lin Yi. She didn't know why the price of a fresh dragon carcass had increased by 50%. Did the dragon's flesh and blood have other uses? For example, could it be dissected and resold to restaurants and eateries? Curiosity aside, Sophia was also very sensible and didn't ask any more questions. She did whatever Lin Yi asked her to do. Her job was simply to make the transactions and collect her commission. You businessmen are truly heartless. Ella couldn't help but mutter a complaint. Even if the price doubled, let alone increased by 50%, she would still feel she sold it too cheaply. After all, that was the corpse of a dragon. Even if it were a dried-up dragon corpse without flesh and blood, no force in the entire holy continent would be foolish enough to exchange it for a mere 1,500 bottles of intermediate-grade elven spring water. It would take at least 2,000 bottles. If it's a fresh dragon carcass, the price will be even higher. This only proves one thing. The forces behind that mysterious person really need the elven spring water. They didn't hesitate to sell the dragon's corpse at a bargain price. Sophia said with a smile, doing business is all about mutual consent. That mysterious person has always been very satisfied with every transaction with us and has never complained. That's the truth. Before leaving, the masked man arranged another transaction with her. He likely has many more mummified dragon corpses in his possession. Ella asked, how many bottles of intermediate-grade elven spring water do you have? I'll buy them from you with gold coins. Sophia thought for a moment and said, about 3,000 bottles. Ella immediately replied, at market price, I'll take all 12 million gold coins. Can. Sophia did not try to bargain. Such private transactions are tax-free. On the contrary, for every bottle of fairy spring water she sells in the various shops of the Chamber of Commerce, she has to pay a tax to the Forest City. Therefore, she readily agreed to the deal. Credit card or cash? Swipe your card. A moment later, the deal was struck. Ella paid a full 12 million gold coins to buy all the remaining elven spring water from the Crystal Merchant Guild. As the Lord of Chadi City, she has plenty of money. Moreover, it doesn't require using personal funds. It operates through public accounts. Meanwhile, Sophia, having completed the transaction, also felt a great sense of relief. She finally sold all 20,000 plus bottles of intermediate elf spring water, that the old steward brought. Besides the 10 dragon corpses, she collected a total of nearly 38 million gold coins, which can be considered as living up to the Lord's trust. Sophia plans to buy a flying mount later, then head to the Golden Oasis. With so many gold coins, plus 10 whole dragon corpses, she felt a little overwhelmed. She feared she wouldn't be able to sleep well if she didn't hand it over to the Lord as soon as possible. The 3 Elven city lords also quickly left the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters. They returned to the back garden of the city lord's mansion. The Elven city lord said to Ella, "What were you thinking, actually spending a large sum of gold coins to buy Elven spring water from the Crystal Merchant Guild?" Ella said, "That human lord hasn't been in the Golden Oasis for long. I believe that even if he can concoct the water of life, he won't have much in stock. If we buy it, those mysterious people will naturally be unable to buy it." "That makes sense." The Elven city lord's eyes lit up. Whether it's preparing the water of life or diluting it into the fairy spring water, both require time. It's impossible for Golden Oasis to continuously supply tens of thousands of bottles at a time. From another perspective, this can be seen as halting the progress of Lich reincarnation. The Elven city lord said, "When we go to the Golden Oasis the day after tomorrow, bring a batch of gold coins and buy up all the Elven spring water that human lord has stored. Don't trade it for a dragon's corpse. It's too much of a loss." Ella agreed with this. Sophia is right. With the resources of their nature elf race, producing some dragon corpses is not a problem at all. In fact, a considerable number of dragons live in the Forest of Life. Dark Dragon Charles is one of them. If it weren't for the Dark Dragon Charles's maggot-like rage that led him to slaughter an entire Elven tribe, they wouldn't have chased him all the way to the Carol Desert. As long as the rules are followed, the nature elves don't mind having dragons living on their territory. Over the years, in the Forest of Life, some dragons will inevitably fall for various reasons. Their corpses mostly fell into the hands of the nature elves. Therefore, they could also use the dragon's corpse to trade for fairy spring water. The main reason they didn't do that was because Sophia's price was too exorbitant. Unless they were out of their minds, they would never accept such a loss. Chapter 104. Linny. "Come on over. I'll send someone to pick you up." Here at the Golden Oasis, Linny also received good news from Miss Sophia. Upon hearing that he had acquired the corpses of 10 dragons in one go, he was overjoyed. Even if they're all dried corpses, that's still 10 zombie dragons. If you're lucky enough to trigger the Lord's talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, you might just summon 1 or 2 more zombie dragon kings with explosive combat power. That's the benefit of doing business. If we develop steadily, when will we be able to get our hands on 10 dragon corpses? Even if you wage war and conquer the Ratman Kingdom, the gains are far less than those from a single transaction. Of course, this does not mean that war is unnecessary. On the contrary, war is an important way for territories to develop rapidly. Without war, how could his massive military legions quickly level up and enhance their combat power? In addition, Sophia also told Lin E about what happened in the lobby of the Chamber of Commerce. The text emphasizes that the elf city lord deduces that the masked man's backers are exchanging Elven spring water for a plan to prepare for Lich reincarnation. Meanwhile, the Lich reincarnation project is also related to the scourge that appeared in the Carol Desert. After listening, Lin Yi's expression didn't change much, because he was mentally prepared. Previously, when the zombie dragon king Wallace was buried, his tombstone was marked with the words "died 10,000 years ago, killed by the titled female sword goddess Amelia." At the time, Lin Yi was also analyzing the situation with the old butler, Hua Dian. If the masked man was just lucky to obtain this, or some other, mummified dragon corpse that had been buried for tens of thousands of years, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But if not, then the whole world will be in big trouble. Now it seems that trouble may really be becoming a reality. However, even if it really is a Lich reincarnation and time can be reversed, Lin Yi would not refuse to make a deal with the masked man. That Lich, or rather, a Lich wanting to transform into a Lich, wouldn't give up on reincarnation just because it didn't get the fairy spring from him. The scourge of the undead is rapidly taking shape. Disaster was destined to befall the Carol Desert. Under these circumstances, he would naturally do everything in his power to enhance the strength of his territory. Only by becoming stronger can he safely survive this cataclysmic disaster. He didn't want to die here. After all, he doesn't even have a wife yet, so how could he bear to die? Well, Sally doesn't count. She's his cute little maid. Sophia then told Lin Yi that she had acquired a total of 27 dragon soul grasses in Forest City over the past 2 days, spending a total of approximately 400,000 gold coins. Lenny said, "Well done." He didn't care at all about the cost of a mere few 100,000 gold coins. Even if you exchange it for Lord's gold coins, it's only a few tens of thousands, not even enough to buy a fraction of a domain mystic art. However, dragon soulgrass is of great importance. He now desperately needs more dragon soulgrass to nurture the dragon spirit. "My lord," Sophia said to Lin Yi through the remote magical communication device, "I have purchased a flying mount and will soon head to the Golden Oasis to deliver the dragon's corpse and gold coins to you." "Okay, remember to go to the guild and withdraw the gold coins." Lin Yi paused for a moment, then said, "I will send someone to meet you on the way." It's good to be cautious. He didn't want Sophia to be robbed. Praise be to the Lord. Sophia was very happy and seemed completely unconcerned about her safety. All she wanted was to get to the Golden Oasis as soon as possible. And this time, she could no longer rush there and rush back. After the communication ended, Lin Yi arrived outside the town hall. He waved his hand towards the sky. In an instant, Bone Dragon Charles descended from the sky with a gust of wind and prostrated himself before him with utmost respect. Although these undead dragons were not Lin Yi's summoned creatures or pets, and had not signed any so-called magical contracts, their loyalty to Lin Yi was beyond question. They are not territory troops, yet they are exactly the same as territory troops. In the outside world, no one would ever think they belong to any human lord. They would only regard them as wild, undead creatures, because they do not bear the mark of a contract. Lin Yi said to Bone Dragon Charles, "Go to Forest City and meet up with Sophia from the Crystal Merchant Guild. I've given you her information. Also, don't enter the Forest of Life. Just meet her along the way." "Yes, Your Majesty." Bone Dragon Charles recovered with a surge of spiritual power. Then, it flapped its huge bone dragon wings and soared into the sky, heading straight towards the Forest City. Given its speed as a bone dragon, it could reach the border between the Kalar Desert and the Forest of Life in less than an hour. The reason Lin Yi didn't allow it to enter the Forest of Life was because it was the territory of nature spirits. For nature spirits that believe in nature and life, undead creatures are their enemies. Just like the Holy Light Church will spare no effort to crack down on the dark cult. After Bone Dragon Charles left, Lin Yi turned around and entered the Profession Skill Tower. He happened to have nothing else to do at the moment. Instead, you might as well try to understand the profound mysteries of the field. If you accumulate enough experience and master even one field through your own abilities, you can save a lot of gold coins. In the distance, amidst a sky filled with sand and dust, it is situated on a continuous mountain range. The mountains, large and small, are all bare, with only a few valleys offering some greenery. Many of the Rocky Mountains are riddled with holes. Some Rocky Mountains even collapse directly into rubble and ruins. There are also a lot of broken black stones piled up around, and many more are buried under the yellow sand. This is the Annelby Mine ruins. A century later, traces can still be seen of the iron mines that various kingdoms once mined here. I don't know when. A fully organized squadron of aerial combat knights appeared over the ruins of the mine. After circling for a short while, the team began to descend. Soon, the team arrived at their destination. This is a fairly large open depression. The depression is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one passage leading to the outside world. On the rocky cliff face to one side, a large stone gate can be seen, nearly 10 meters high. Faint magical runes flicker on the surface of the stone gate. Wait a few minutes. A small hole slowly opened on one side of the stone gate. Immediately afterwards, a group of short, fully armed figures rushed out. These figures, averaging only 1.3 or 1.4 meters tall, are incredibly strong, far more robust than the Ratman warriors of the Ratman Kingdom. They also have one thing in common. They all had long, thick beards, and they were all different colors. They are the Greyfield Dwarfs. As for the aerial combat knight squadron that descended from the sky, it was naturally the Royal Griffin Knight Squadron under Lin Yi's command. Chapter 105. That Dwarf King seems to look down on us. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In the mountain hollow, the golden griffins spread their enormous wings. It emitted a sharp, piercing cry. Its terrifying size, its ear-piercing shriek. The group of fully armed gray dwarves were so frightened that they retreated repeatedly until they reached the vicinity of the stone gate before stopping. Their expressions were filled with terror. Compared to the golden griffins that stand over 20 meters tall, their dwarf height of just over 1 meter is no different from that of a small mouse in a hole. However, after their initial shock, they were filled with rage. After all, this is their Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. No matter how powerful these golden griffin riders are, they cannot act arrogantly on their territory. A gray dwarf stepped forward angrily and said to the royal knights, "This is the territory of our gray dwarf race. What are you trying to do by trespassing here?" His tone was accusatory and hostile. Dwarves have never been a gentle race. They enjoy drinking, are skilled at weightlifting, and are never afraid of war. They also claim to have the blood of the Titans flowing through their veins. If you provoke the dwarves, they'll even dare to fight dragons. A royal knight of judgment spoke up. "We are messengers from the Golden Oasis, sent by our lord to pay homage to his majesty the king of the Greylands dwarves." The gray dwarf said, "Our kingdom does not welcome any outsiders. You should go back." The royal knight of judgment said, "I bring the friendship of our lord. Please do not refuse." Upon hearing this, the gray dwarf's face grew even uglier. But this time, he didn't say anything. Instead, he considered for a moment and then said to the royal judgment knight, "Wait here, I'll go report." After saying that, he turned and went into a small hole on the side of the stone gate. About 20 minutes later, the heavy stone door slowly opened, and the gray dwarf returned, welcoming the royal knights inside. As for the golden griffins, they were taken into the knight's mount space. We passed through a deep, dark passage. The group arrived at the main camp of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. It is also located in the underground world. Unlike the Skaven Kingdom, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is much larger, with all its buildings constructed from large stones imbued with refined iron. There are also so many arrow towers and fortresses that it's enough to make your scalp tingle. Even fortresses. Outside the city of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, there is a wide underground river. The river rushed and flowed, circling the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. This river was dug out by human hands. The water was drawn from an underground river and transformed into a moat. After crossing a semi-mechanical drawbridge and passing through a heavy iron gate, the group finally entered the kingdom of the Greylands dwarves. All I saw along the way were dwarves coming and going. In addition, a large number of buildings were emitting black smoke. Those were blacksmith shops. Lifting iron and crafting equipment are not only the professions of dwarves, but also their hobbies. Therefore, the sound of blacksmithing could be heard everywhere in the city. Not long after, the group arrived at the dwarves' royal palace. The gray dwarf leading the way said, "Your captain can go into the temple. The rest of you need to stay outside." A team of 10 extraordinary knights, plus 10 golden griffins of the same extraordinary level, is an extremely powerful force. He dared not allow this group of people to go to see his majesty together. "Can?" A royal knight of judgment nodded. He then said to the other holy knights, "You should also visit this magnificent royal city and broaden your horizons. Such a great underground structure is rarely seen elsewhere." "Yes, sir." The other royal knights quickly withdrew. The gray dwarf wanted to stop them, but the royal knights' praise of their kingdom pleased him greatly. While he hesitated, the knights had already vanished. If it's just for a look, nothing should happen. With that thought in mind, the gray dwarf led the royal judge knight into the palace hall. This is an extremely magnificent palace. The floor was entirely paved with smooth, flat, large blue stones. The massive pillars of the palace were not only carved with patterns unique to the dwarves, but also painted with gold. The surrounding walls were also adorned with many gold decorations. The entire palace shone brilliantly under the glow of the flames. At the highest point of the main hall, a throne was placed atop the 9 steps. Seated on the throne was a dwarf dressed in a magnificent robe and wearing a crown. He is the ruler of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Behind his throne stood a dwarf king statue that was tens of meters tall. From the perspective of the royal knights of judgment, such a scene is very oppressive and further highlights the majesty of the ruler of the dwarf kingdom. The royal knight of judgment stepped forward, gave a knightly salute, and said, "Your Majesty, the king of the dwarf kingdom, I bring you the sincerest friendship and greetings from our lord." The Greyland Dwarf King nodded slightly. He said, "A human lord who has broken the peace treaty will find it difficult to gain the recognition of the surrounding powers. If you want to gain the friendship of our Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, your lord will need to move his territory out of the Golden Oasis. I will convey his majesty's words to our lord," the royal knight of judgment said. "In addition, the lord also asked me to bring you a message." The Greyland Dwarf King said calmly, "What does he want to tell me?" The royal knight of judgment said, "Rat King Aubrey and his high-ranking rat men are prisoners of war from our territory. We hope his majesty the king will hand them over to us." The Greyland Dwarf King frowned and said, "Your Golden Oasis launched a war against the Ratman Kingdom without authorization, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of innocent ratmen. and now you want to exterminate their king. The cause and circumstances of this war have nothing to do with your majesty. The Royal Knight of Judgment said, Your Majesty only needs to hand over Rat King Aubrey and the others to us. Upon hearing this, the Greyland Dwarf King let out a disgruntled snort. He then said, You've come to the wrong place. Aubrey isn't in our Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. The Royal Knight of Judgment said, In that case, I shall take my leave. Watching the knight turn and leave so decisively, the Greyland Dwarf King, sitting on his throne, was a little dumbfounded. He had been fooled so easily. Of course, the royal judge did not leave immediately. Like the other knights, he enjoyed the customs and culture of the dwarves within the city. He was only able to leave the magnificent underground royal city with his team after being stopped by a group of hastily arriving Greyground dwarf warriors. How about it? We haven't seen the whole picture, but we can be sure that it can't stop our legion's attack. There seem to be some magic cannons on the walls of the dwarf kingdom, which are somewhat lethal. Bring the remaining 2 undead dragons from the territory. One breath from them will destroy all those magic cannons. Where is Aubrey, the Rat King? That dwarf king seems to look down on us and is trying to protect that rat. This is good news. We now have a reason to declare war on the dwarf kingdom, although whether or not such a reason exists is of little consequence. Let's go back and report to the Lord. Chapter 106, The Dark-Faced King of the Greylands. Inside a side hall. Those knights have already left. The Greyland Dwarf King spoke to Rat King Aubrey. Upon hearing this, the Rat King Aubrey, who had been trembling with fear, was overjoyed and exclaimed excitedly, Praise be to your majesty. When I rebuild the Rat Kingdom, I will surely repay you with great gifts. You are welcome. The Greyland Dwarf King didn't seem to care much about the generous gift. The Ratman Kingdom has already been destroyed. Aubrey now depends on him for food and drink. And where did this generous gift come from? His assistance to Rat King Aubrey was solely due to their long-standing neighborly relationship. Furthermore, the Ratkin Kingdom had provided some support when the Greylands dwarves established their kingdom at the Annelby mine ruins. This can be seen as him repaying the kindness he received back then. There is another reason. In his eyes, the group of Golden Griffin riders were always foreign invaders. They destroyed the Ratman Kingdom shortly after arriving. His behavior was too arrogant. If he were to lower his head and hand over Rat King Aubrey and the others, how would he ever be able to survive in this area again? However, thinking of the knight's departing figure, the Greyland Dwarf King couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty Aubrey, are you sure you're not lying to me? There are fewer than 5,000 of those Golden Griffin knights. Of course. The Rat King Aubrey responded somewhat awkwardly. King of the Greylands dwarves. After a long silence, he said with a grim face, Aubrey, I need you to tell me the truth. If my kingdom suffers, you won't escape either. Upon hearing this, Rat King Aubrey tremblingly extended 2 paws. This number. The Greyland Dwarf King's expression changed drastically. 20,000? Rat King Aubrey. More than 20,000. The King of the Grey Dwarves turned pale. He regretted not handing over Rat King Aubrey and his gang earlier. More than 20,000 Golden Griffin Knights. Is this some kind of joke? He wanted to strangle the big, fat rat in front of him. Seeing the fury in the eyes of the Greyland Dwarf King, Rat King Aubrey was so frightened that he quickly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. If I had told the truth back then, you might not have even let me enter the kingdom's gates. And you don't need to worry. The reason our Ratman Kingdom suffered such a devastating blow is entirely due to the Dragon Charles. The giant tunnel we dug for the Dragon Charles turned out to be a direct route for the Golden Griffin Knights army to invade our Skaven Kingdom. But your Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is different. The widest passage connecting you to the outside world is only 10 meters. Those Golden Griffins are too big to fit in. But those human knights can come in. The Greyland Dwarf King said with a gloomy face, Those Golden Griffins can enter my kingdom's main camp through their knights' mount spaces. Rat King Aubrey said, His Majesty can set up defenses in the passage, or even bury a large amount of gunpowder. Once those knights enter the passage, you can detonate it on the spot. This will not only inflict heavy casualties on the invaders, but also deter them from even considering attacking your kingdom. The passage has been blown up. How will my kingdom's people get out? There are ghosts everywhere outside, so it's actually a good thing not to go out. The Greyland Dwarf King left the side hall with a gloomy expression. He now really wants to kidnap Rat King Aubrey, send him to the Golden Oasis, and win back the friendship he just rejected. Dwarves are not afraid of war, but that doesn't mean he's a hothead. Only a fool would want to provoke an army of over 20,000 Golden Griffin Knights. However, he knew that this would definitely not work. The knight left decisively, clearly prepared to declare war on his kingdom. Even if he hands the man over, war will probably be unavoidable. All he can do now is strengthen the kingdom's defenses, find more allies, and, as Rat King Aubrey suggested, bury large amounts of gunpowder in the tunnels. Once the enemy attacks, he can blow up the tunnels. Thinking about this, he also convened an emergency meeting of the kingdom's top officials. We hope to come up with more solutions through discussion. Just as the Royal Griffin Knights were returning to the Golden Oasis, in the direction of the Forest of Life, another figure was also preparing to head towards the Golden Oasis. It was Miss Sophia from the Crystal Merchant Guild. She traveled to the Golden Oasis alone. She left the old mage Simon in Forest City to handle the affairs of the Crystal Merchant Guild. Sophia rode a gray eagle with iron claws that was several meters long, flying over the Forest of Life, about 1,000 meters above the ground. Sophia was a little scared when she first flew high in the sky. Fortunately, she bought Atunga's finches that had been domesticated for a long time. Not only were they fast, but they also had a gentle temperament and a very stable flight posture. Barring any major accidents, she definitely won't fall. But sometimes, unexpected events always happen. Just as Sophia's iron-clawed sparrow was about to fly out of the Forest of Life and into the Carol Desert, a swarm of enormous silver-winged poisonous bees suddenly appeared behind her. Just how big is it? In short, it's a bit bigger than Sophia's iron-clawed finch. There were more than 20 silver-winged poisonous bees in total. Each poisonous bee also has a human professional sitting on its back. They were all dressed in uniform, wearing black robes and face masks, and even their aura was concealed by special means, clearly trying to hide their identities. We really did run into a robbery. Sophia remained calm and composed in the face of danger, as if she had been prepared. As she commanded the iron-clawed finch to speed up, she took out magic scrolls from her personal spatial equipment. As a stack of magic scrolls disappeared, the pursuing poison bee knights were immediately bombarded with a barrage of magical skills. Gale, Ice Wall, Thunderstorm, Exploding Fireball. These magical skills are not high level, but they are numerous. And it's cheap. Sophia bought a lot. She didn't expect to kill these treacherous pursuers, but she just wanted to slow them down and hold out until the Lord's men came to pick her up. Damn it. Once I catch up with this woman, I'm going to kill her. One of the poison bee riders caught in the blast of the fireball cursed viciously. Although he was unharmed, he accidentally burned off his hair and eyebrows. The other poison bee riders were also very angry. He kept ordering the silver-winged poison bees he was riding to speed up the pursuit. Compared to Sophia's iron-clawed gray sparrow, the silver-winged poison bee lacked stamina but possessed rapid bursts of speed. They believed they would catch up with Sophia soon enough. But to their surprise, Sophia had a really huge number of magic scrolls. They'd throw out a few every now and then. Moreover, they are all area of effect attacks. This caused the distance between them to increase. Meanwhile, the iron-clawed gray finch had already entered the skies above the Carol Desert. After a long time, Sophia had almost run out of magic scrolls. With a heavy heart, she took out a new magic scroll. It was a teleportation scroll that could teleport someone 100 kilometers away, and she had bought it at a high price. Once we reach the Golden Oasis, I must ask the Lord to reimburse me. Chapter 107 The Great Lord of the Golden Oasis, My Master. The teleportation scroll is Sophia's trump card. With the help of the scroll, she could instantly shake off her pursuers. Even if those poisonous bee knights risked their lives to catch up, she would most likely have already reunited with the Golden Griffin Knights sent by the Lord to meet her. At that time, we might be able to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. With that in mind, Sophia prepared to use the teleportation scroll. Although the poison bee riders were still at least 500 meters away from her, she wouldn't push herself to the limit and would only use them when they continued to close in. That's too dangerous. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distance. The shadowy figure was incredibly fast, and its aura was terrifying beyond measure. Sophia could clearly sense the fear of her mount, the iron-clawed sparrow. It trembled all over and kept sending her mental energy fluctuations, urging her to flee for her life. In no time at all, Sophia got a clear look at the shadowy figure. In that instant, her bright eyes widened. This is a ghost. Where did this bone dragon come from? Sophia's face turned deathly pale, and she was filled with extreme fear. She almost instinctively tore the teleportation scroll in her hand to shreds. A strange force enveloped her and her iron-clawed gray finch, and the two vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they were already 100 kilometers away. By the god of commerce. Fortunately, I was well prepared and bought a teleportation scroll at a high price. Otherwise, I would definitely be dead this time. Sophia patted her chest with great relief, her heart pounding with pride. The iron-clawed finches beneath her also let out joyful chirps of relief and kept rubbing their heads against their owners' bodies, thanking them for saving their lives. The Elven City Lord is right. The undead scourge is indeed getting worse. Even a bone dragon has come out in broad daylight. Let's hurry up and go to the Golden Oasis. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a second longer. Sophia patted the iron-clawed finch's head. The iron-clawed sparrow, fearing that the bone dragon would come after it, hurriedly flapped its wings and flew towards the Golden Oasis. Behind us, 100 kilometers away. As bone dragon Charles watched Sophia suddenly disappear, its brain, which had no brain cells left, instantly shut down, and its massive bone dragon body hovered in midair. It was stunned for a while. What's going on here? They had already picked up the person, but the person in question teleported away. Was I the one who scared you? Damn it. I forgot to tell her beforehand. Bone dragon Charles quickly figured out the key to it. The instinctive reaction of a normal person upon seeing it as a bone dragon would be to run away. It's impossible to stay put and wait for it to come over. At this moment, Bone Dragon Charles saw another group of poison bee riders scattering and fleeing in the distance. It had noticed from a distance that Sophia, whom its owner had asked to meet, was being chased by the swarm of poisonous bee riders. It was because it was worried about Sophia's safety that it rushed over in a panic, forgetting to greet her. Ultimately, it's all the fault of those poisonous bee riders. You bastards, you all deserve to die. Bone Dragon Charles roared. They chased after the poison bee riders. At the same time, a ring of gray ripples emerged from its body. In the blink of an eye, it spread to an area of several thousand meters in radius. Although these poisonous bee riders scattered and fled at the first moment, no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun Bone Dragon Charles's domain, and were soon enveloped. The profound meaning of the domain, weakness, and corruption. In an instant, all the poison bee riders were hit. His body was extremely weak, and his skin began to ulcerate rapidly. Even with their magic shields activated, they couldn't withstand it. Soon, the poison bee riders plummeted from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot, screaming in agony. Without saying a word, Bone Dragon Charles flew over. They chewed them up and swallowed them whole, one bite at a time. Unfortunately, it was a skeletal dragon, its entire body made of bones, and it couldn't eat meat. As a result, the corpses of the poisonous bee riders that it tore apart fell out through their neck bones before they could even be swallowed. The only thing it can eat is the soul of the poisonous bee rider. But that's enough. Ignoring their heart-wrenching pleas for mercy, Bone Dragon Charles devoured the poisonous bee riders who were chasing Sophia, along with their mounts. Flamingo Large Commerce Association? You've got some nerve, daring to set your sights on my master. By devouring the soul of the poison bee rider, Bone Dragon Charles also learned about their identities and backgrounds. They also knew that this was just one step in the Flamingo Merchant Guild's plan for the Golden Oasis, and that a team of assassins had already been dispatched to the Golden Oasis to gather intelligence. For some unknown reason, the assassins have not yet reached the Golden Oasis. Perhaps it's still on its way. Perhaps it was cut off halfway through. After all, the Carol Desert is now teeming with undead creatures. It's normal for minor accidents to happen. Without further thought, Bone Dragon Charles quickly flapped his wings and flew towards the Golden Oasis. In just over 10 minutes, it caught up with Sophia. The iron-clawed gray sparrow frantically flapped its small wings, but it could not shake off the terrifying bone dragon that was chasing after it from behind. Sophia was also in despair. She never expected that this bone dragon would target her. She had already teleported over 100 kilometers away, yet she was still caught up. She was just an ordinary professional. Why am I particularly interested in her? Are so many powerful poison bee riders not enough for it to eat? The teleportation scrolls are all gone. The Lord's Golden Griffin Knight has not appeared either. We're doomed this time. Seeing the bone dragon closing in from behind, Sophia was utterly desperate and prepared to face death. But then, a voice echoed in her mind. Cowardly humans. Why are you running? Your master sent me to pick you up. Sophia woke up instantly. She looked at Bone Dragon Charles with disbelief. Bone Dragon Charles, his mental power resonating, repeated, Great Lord of the Golden Oasis, my master. Sophia. The next leg of the journey to the Golden Oasis. Sophia was riding on the back of the Bone Dragon Charles. There was nothing she could do. Her mount, the iron-claw gray sparrow, was so frightened by the dragon's might that it couldn't even flap its wings. Despite the pain in my butt from the bone, I felt a great sense of accomplishment. Dragon Knight is an honorary title, Sophia said with some heartache. If Lord Bone Dragon had contacted me sooner, I wouldn't have wasted such a precious teleportation scroll. Bone Dragon Charles retorted, It's because you're too cowardly. Sophia asked, Where are those poisonous bee riders? Bone Dragon Charles, I ate it. Sophia's expression froze. Looking at the bone dragon's gaping maw and cervical vertebrae stained with blood, she felt a chill run down her spine once again. But what he said was, It's delicious. Chapter 108 The most profitable deal of my life. Oh my god. Another fully equipped legion of golden griffin knights. On the way to the golden oasis, Sophia was repeatedly awestruck. As she flew along, she saw at least 5 fully equipped legions of golden griffin knights, each fully armed and radiating powerful magical energy. The sheer size of the flock of golden griffins left her stunned. The golden griffin is a high-level magical beast. Even in the largest monster pet trading market in Forest City, it is difficult to see the golden griffin. But here, there is a massive army of golden griffins. Thousands. This was truly unbelievable to her. What's this? It's just a few legions. Bone Dragon Charles said, Under my master's command, there is a total army of over 30,000 royal griffin knights. What you see is only a small part of it. Upon hearing this, Sophia gasped. She found it hard to imagine what an army of over 30,000 golden griffin riders actually meant. When they come together, the only way to describe it is as overwhelming. Has the golden oasis become this powerful? Sophia was deeply shaken. When she first arrived at the golden oasis, she seemed to have only seen a little over 100 royal knights. The most powerful are only high-level professionals. There isn't a single king-level player. Today, the golden oasis boasts an army of over 30,000 knights, each equipped with a high-level mount like the golden griffin. In a short period of time, the overall strength of the golden oasis has increased at least 1,000-fold. In a daze, Sophia saw a group of enormous figures wielding large clubs, easily smashing the surging tide of undead creatures into pieces. Are those tree people? Your golden oasis even has tree people? Of course. They are equally loyal to my great master. Bone Dragon Charles nodded. Sophia said blankly, Aren't the Treants staunch allies of the nature elves? In the history of the Holy Continent, there has never been a Treant who has pledged allegiance to any other race, including humans. Bone Dragon Charles said, That was before, times have changed. Sophia. Soon, the man and the bone dragon arrived above the golden oasis. Sophia was once again stunned by the scene before her, saying, Compared to when I first came, the golden oasis has expanded, and by many times. In addition, they built imposing city walls, dense array of arrow towers, and fortresses. My god, what a huge tree. What kind of person could create such a miracle? Sophia gasped in uncontrollable amazement. Initially, she and the old mage Simon speculated that the person standing behind Lin Yi was a saint-level expert. In retrospect, their vision was still too narrow. The fantastical scenes she witnessed along the way were probably beyond the creation of even a typical demigod. Lord Bone Dragon, what is that? Looking in the direction Sophia was pointing. Then they saw a huge black shadow hovering high in the sky. The dark shadow would sometimes swoop down to the distant ground, spewing out thick green mist that was faintly visible, within which countless tiny figures fell in droves. Oh, it's a corpse dragon. Also a servant of the master, my good brother. A beautifully landscaped backyard. Sophia finally met the lord she had been longing to see. Even though it hadn't been long, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It wasn't just because of the tremendous changes in the golden oasis, but also because the aura emanating from Lin Yi made her feel as if a mountain was pressing down on her. When she first met Lin Yi, like her, is a level 9 professional. Now, just over a week later, Lin Yi's professional aura is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than hers. She was still a level 9 professional, but Lin Yi seemed even more terrifying to her than that bone dragon. It has to be said, Sophia's intuition was quite reliable. Bone Dragon Charles is a mid-level saint. Lin Yi's current level is high-level saint, so her aura is naturally stronger than that of Bone Dragon Charles. Miss Sophia, it's been a long time. Lin Yi smiled and invited Sophia to sit down. He specially built a complete set of stone tables and benches for his backyard, so that he could enjoy a late-night snack while admiring the beautiful night sky over the Carol Desert. I have been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. My lord. Sophia sat properly on the stone bench. Compared to their first meeting, she became much more reserved. Lin Yi said with a smile, don't be nervous. We are friends and good partners. If you want, you can treat Golden Oasis as your home. Upon hearing this, Sophia became even more nervous. Her delicate cheeks and lustrous ears were flushed with rosy hues. This is so sudden. My lord, I'm not prepared at all. Lin Yi's smile paused slightly. Clearly, the beautiful Miss Sophia misunderstood him. However, he did not provide an explanation. It's not so bad if it's a misunderstanding. You can take your time to think about it. Lin Yi said with a smile. He then changed the subject, saying, I've already investigated the identities of the Silverwing Poison Bee Knights who were chasing you. They come from a large merchant organization called Flamingo. Flamingo Merchant Guild? Sophia was startled and said, the person in charge of this Chamber of Commerce in Forest City has come to my post many times, wanting to cooperate with us to operate the fairy spring water you provide. That person seemed quite polite, and the conditions he offered were very tempting. But I never expected their actions to be so heinous. Fortunately, she was well prepared this time. Otherwise she would most likely have been defeated by those poisonous bee riders. Lin Yi said, greedy desires always blind people and drive them to do irrational things, which is normal. I intend to teach this Chamber of Commerce a small lesson. Sophia straightened her back and said respectfully, please feel free to ask if there is anything my Crystal Merchant Guild can do to help. Lin Yi said, no rush, let's talk about this when you return to Forest City. Upon hearing this, Sophia quickly said, my lord, may I stay in your territory for a few more days this time? She was worried that she would be kicked out again. Lin Yi said with a smile, the Golden Oasis is not open yet. If you want to stay, you need to become one of my subjects, if you are willing. Join your territory. Sophia hesitated and said, then my merchant guild. Lin Yi said, you will lose ownership of the Crystal Merchant Guild, but you will also gain a better future. Believe me, this will be the most profitable business deal you've ever made in your life. Chapter 109 Upgrading the Spirit Spring. Sophia did not hesitate much. Soon, witnessed by Lin Yi, he swore an oath to join the Golden Oasis. If it were her first time here, she would definitely have refused Lin Yi. But now, the Golden Oasis makes her feel like she's climbing the social ladder. Bone Dragon, Corpse Dragon. A massive army of tens of thousands of Golden Griffin Knights. There are also a great many tree people. What incredible strength this is. With the ever-expanding Golden Oasis, it's practically destined to become a kingdom. If she performs well, she might be able to become a high-ranking member of this Oasis kingdom in the future. Isn't this more promising than being a merchant in Forest City? After the oath-taking ceremony, looking at the young and handsome lord before her, Sophia felt a deeper sense of awe. Lin Yi waved her right hand over here. A wine bottle and 2 wine glasses appeared on the stone table. Seeing this, Sophia took the wine bottle and filled 2 glasses with blood-red liquid. Lin Yi smiled and raised a glass, celebrating your joining our Golden Oasis. Praise be to the Lord. Sophia also raised her glass and drank with Lin Yi. She started coughing violently as soon as she drank the alcohol. Her delicate cheeks also turned bright red. It took her a while to recover, feeling the warmth and fragrance filling her abdomen. Sophia exclaimed in surprise, my lord, what kind of wine is this? It's so much better than the wine I left in your territory before. If it were sold in Forest City, it would definitely be a hit. Lin Yi said, its name is Bloody Mary, and a cup costs 3,000 gold coins. So expensive. Sophia clicked her tongue in amazement. That one sip of hers cost her several hundred gold coins. Lin Yi said with a smile, drink more if you like. In the Hero's Tavern, Bloody Mary is just the cheapest drink. The wine that Keisha offered him, worth tens of millions of Lord's gold coins, was the real luxury. If converted to the universal gold coins of the Holy Continent, it would be worth hundreds of millions. His purpose in inviting Sophia for drinks was not to celebrate. Drinking was just a side effect. The main purpose is to get free bottles and glasses from the Hero's Tavern. Whether it was the bottle or the glass, their hardness far exceeded his expectations. Even with his strength, he couldn't crush them. Spending a few thousand Lord's gold coins to buy a whole bottle of Bloody Mary, plus a free bottle and 2 glasses, is definitely a bargain. He plans to visit more prostitutes in the future. Ideally, they should be collected together and crafted into equipment. Who knows, a divine artifact might just be created from his hands. After a few drinks, Sophia was also a little drunk. While she was still relatively conscious, she handed over the dragon corpse and gold coins she had brought from the Forest City to Lin Yi, along with more than 20 dragon soul grasses. 10 dragon corpses were neatly arranged inside the spatial ring. They were all in a mummified state. Their sizes are all over 100 meters. 2 of the dragon carcasses were even over 130 meters long. This is a level that the Dark Dragon Charles has not reached. As expected, his level during his lifetime was at least at the peak of the saint rank. Sophia spoke softly, her breath sweet and her voice gentle. My lord, we don't know what that masked man's background is. Before he left, he asked me to prepare more elven spring water. Clearly, he still has quite a few dragon corpses in his possession. Don't worry about his background or identity. Lin Yi put away the spatial ring containing the dragon's corpse. While converting the tens of millions of gold coins stored in another spatial equipment into Lord Gold coins, he said, as long as he can produce the dragon's corpse, we will continue to trade with him. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. After the exchange, the number of Lord's gold coins he had saved surged to 3.8 million. That's enough to buy 3 ordinary realm-specific profound techniques. However, buying into ordinary sectors is not very interesting. If you're going to buy the top-of-the-line one. He loves all the top-tier fields such as time, space, fate, and cause and effect. By the way, my lord, Sophia said, from what I heard from that Elven city lord, she seems to be coming to the Golden Oasis. And it seems they also intend to buy up all the elven spring water you have. Oh. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi burst out laughing. It wasn't mockery, but rather that the Elven city lord had no idea what she was facing. Looking at Sophia, whose cheeks were flushed and who seemed a little unsteady on her feet, Lin Yi said with a smile, there's a second bedroom in the courtyard. If you're drunk, go and sleep for a while. My lord, I may continue drinking. Lin Yi simply walked over. He picked up the swaying Sophia and carried her to the bedroom. When they first made contact, Sophia's body was noticeably stiff, but it quickly softened, and she curled up in Lin Yi's arms like a big, supple cat. I'd like to see how much you can buy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi was standing near the fairy spring. He clicked on the building upgrade option, accompanied by a dazzling golden light. He upgraded the fairy spring into a high-level building. Advanced elven springs can produce high-quality elven water. One bottle costs at least 10,000 gold coins. In addition, the upgraded fairy spring is now larger, with a wellhead diameter of over 15 meters and a depth of 20 to 30 meters. This well could hold at least 200,000 bottles of fairy spring water. That's equivalent to 2 billion gold coins. Let alone an elven city lord. Even the elven queen herself would have to turn away silently. However, just to be on the safe side, we can't let the elves see this. So as not to scare them away. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of being coveted by the nature elves. After all, the even more powerful, ancient War Mother tree was right there. His main concern was that he might scare away the elven guests. While running around, they kept complaining that they couldn't buy everything, that they simply couldn't buy everything. Business still needs to be done. With this in mind, Lin Yi built a high-class residence to enclose the fairy spring. The buildings in the territory are designed to prevent peeping. Once the door is closed, even a demigod wouldn't be able to sense that a well is hidden here. Subsequently, Lin Yi spent another 100,000 Lord Gold coins and 50,000 units of stone to upgrade the Lucky Altar into a high-level building. The aura of the Lucky Altar will refresh after tomorrow. He hoped that the advanced Lucky Altar could give him an even more awesome aura. Next comes the most important thing. That is to upgrade your territory. Once upgraded to City Hall, he will gain another Lord talent. I checked the resources in the territory. There is enough timber and stone. We're still a little short on refined iron. After waiting for about 3 more hours, we had enough refined iron for the upgrade. Upgrade your territory. Accompanied by Lin Yi's whisper. A dazzling golden light emerged from the void and enveloped the entire golden oasis. Chapter 110 The Titan King. This upgrade took an exceptionally long time. It took at least half an hour for the golden light to slowly dissipate. This also means that the upgrade is complete, and Lin Yi's territory has been promoted to the level of City Hall. City Hall. Level low. New buildings unlocked. Magic cannon, city wall. Next level, intermediate city hall. Upgrade requirements. 1 million units each of gold, wood, and stone. 300,000 units of refined iron. The upgraded golden oasis has expanded in area once again. With just 1 or 2 more upgrades, it can be extended to the Sarin area, which is tens of kilometers away. An expansion of territory is naturally a good thing. The most obvious change is that more and more large trees have appeared in the territory, and there's simply no way to cut them all down. In addition, new mineral resources, such as stone and iron ore, are also in the process of being developed. The air in the territory is also much fresher. The volume of magical elements increased exponentially. The only downside is that the area that needs to be protected is much larger. Today, the Golden Oasis has a circumference of nearly 60 kilometers. Throwing a mere 30,000 Royal Griffin Knights into it would only cause a few ripples. It is difficult to provide comprehensive protection for the Golden Oasis. Therefore, he needs more types of troops and build more arrow towers and fortresses. The good news is that after the territory is upgraded to the City Hall, new buildings, magic cannon, and city wall are unlocked. Both of these are defensive structures for a territory. The magic cannon, in particular, is more powerful than the arrow tower. The Royal Griffin Knights squad that had previously been sent to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom has returned to its territory and reported their findings to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also learned from the Royal Knights that magic cannons were installed on the walls of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. He didn't expect that this kind of building would also appear after he upgraded his territory. System, if I want to replace the magic cannons in batches, should I dismantle the arrow towers? The Lord does not need to dismantle the arrow towers. The magic cannon is an advanced building of the arrow tower. Unlocking it allows you to upgrade higher-level arrow towers to magic cannons and simultaneously reduces the cost of constructing new arrow towers. No, Lin Yi felt that the Lord's system was quite considerate. Even the costs he incurred when building the arrow towers were taken into account. Simply put, if building a new magic cannon requires 100 units of resources, and he spent 80 units of resources building an advanced arrow tower, then upgrading to a magic cannon only requires 20 units of resources. The previous building materials were not wasted. In addition, the same applies to upgrading city walls. Magic cannon. Type: Advanced Territory Defensive Building. Construction requirements: 100 units of stone, 200 units of refined iron. Special reminder: upgrading an advanced arrow tower to a magic cannon only requires 150 units of refined iron. It's still a bit expensive. Lin Yi looked at the construction requirements for the magic cannon and felt a bit of a headache. He built a total of about 1,700 high-level arrow towers on the two walls of his territory. If he were to upgrade them all to magic cannons, it would require about 250,000 units of refined iron. He has timber, and he also has stone. The only thing missing is refined iron. Lin Yi then summoned a royal judgment knight and said, "Pass down the order. Get some rest tonight. Attack the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom first thing tomorrow morning." "Yes, my lord." The royal knights of judgment respectfully withdrew. Watching the knight's retreating figure, Lin Yi muttered to himself, "The Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is a real tycoon. Not only has it crafted a massive amount of equipment, but it also has a large reserve of refined iron resources. Once I take over the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, I should be able to upgrade the arrow towers in my territory with new cannons. The further we go, the better. The more we feel the importance and scarcity of refined iron. I can't just keep my eyes on the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. We still need to go to Forest City to buy some more. After all, we can't fight the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom every day." Due to a shortage of refined iron, Lin Yi had to temporarily abandon the idea of replacing arrow towers with cannons. However, he upgraded the two walls surrounding the territory into city walls in one go. Compared to the surrounding walls, the city walls are more magnificent. The height reached over 100 meters. It is made entirely of hard bluestone and is as smooth as a mirror. Even in a transcendent world like the Holy Continent, walls of this height are incredibly exaggerated. Once placed there, it can directly intercept all creatures below the level of the extraordinary, excluding flying creatures or professionals who have mastered flight magic. Even a king-level professional would find it difficult to get over his walls without leveraging his strength. Shortly after the city walls were upgraded, a notification from the Lord system also appeared in Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations, Lord. Your core building has been upgraded to City Hall. You have completed the main quest. You have received a main quest reward, 1 random boss talent. You have gained the Lord talent, King of Titans. You have successfully started a new main quest. Main quest: upgrade the core building to the Royal Palace. Quest reward: randomly obtain 1 Lord talent. Your side quest has been refreshed. Side quest 1. Next, eliminate or conquer at least 3 kingdom-level forces. Task progress: 0. Mission reward: 1 random unit / building blueprint. Side quest 2. Conquer Dragonfall Canyon. Mission reward: 1 ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. Holy crap. Seeing the 2 side quests that appeared, Lin Yi couldn't help but swear. One reward is a troop building blueprint, and the other reward is a ultimate troop building upgrade blueprint. Absolutely unbeatable. Lin Yi was especially envious of the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. Taking the Royal Griffin Rider training ground, a troop building in his territory, as an example, as long as he obtains this blueprint and upgrades it to the ultimate troop building, the number of Royal Griffin Riders he can recruit every day can be increased tenfold. He now recruits 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights a day. 10 times that is 30,000. If it were the Ancient War Mother Tree, he could recruit a full 10,000 Ancient Treants in a single day. Lin Yi made up her mind. He would risk his life to raze Dragonfall Canyon to the ground. After calming down, Lin Yi checked her newly acquired Lord Talent. Lord Talent, Titan King. Level, God level. Talent information. You are a favorite of the fundamental laws of thunder. Your attack power in the thunder domain is increased tenfold. The combat power of your giant units is increased threefold, and the combat power of your Titan units is increased fivefold. During battle, your giant units have a chance to undergo bloodline evolution, eventually ascending to the Titan level. What's wrong with me today? My luck is absolutely incredible. It can even randomly generate a God-level Lord Talent. Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. With this talent, he now possesses 4 Lord-level talents. Among them, there is 1 Super God level, 1 God level, and 2 Epic level. The Light Saint's talent was upgraded last night, and he was promoted to the Light God Envoy. The Titan King's talent effect is really quite amazing. The only thing that bothers me is, I don't have a single giant unit, let alone a Titan. Chapter 111: The Terrifyingly Powerful Thunder Domain. Before obtaining the giant unit, the usefulness of the Titan King Lord talent has plummeted by 80%. The only person who benefited was Lin Yi herself. He became the darling of the fundamental laws of thunder. His attacks in the thunder domain increased tenfold, and a high-level thunder spell might even have the effect of a forbidden spell. But the key issue is that he is a lord. Unless there are very special circumstances, he does not need to go to the battlefield. Does he intend to go hunting with the Royal Griffin Knights or attack the Greyfield Dwarf Kingdom? It's not very meaningful. After all, even without him, the Royal Griffin Knights could handle it. His personal participation in the battle was nothing more than a show-off. But then again, for the sake of the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint, I might as well make a move. I'm not needed in ordinary battles, but it's hard to say what will happen in Dragonfall Canyon. The undead forces in Dragonfall Canyon are still quite strong. With just a few undead dragons in his territory, he couldn't possibly turn Dragonfall Canyon upside down. Even adding 10 more undead dragons would be difficult. In this context, Lin Yi's role becomes apparent. Anyway, he won't die. Even if you die, you can be resurrected in the core building. With him, this player, taking action, they could easily exhaust all the bosses in Dragonfall Canyon. It seems I have to buy the Thunder Domain Mystery. The Thunder Domain is worth 2 million gold coins. It's slightly better than ordinary domain mysteries, but still far inferior to top-tier domain mysteries, such as time and space. Lin Yi originally didn't think much of it. He wanted to save money to buy the ultimate techniques in the field. But now, with the blessing of the Titan King, Thunder Domain can also become incredibly powerful. Tenfold increase in attack power. If he were to advance to the peak of the Saint rank, he might be able to unleash the power of a demigod with a single thunder fist. Who wouldn't feel a chill down their spine upon seeing that? Thinking about this, Lin Yi decisively entered the professional skill tower. After spending 2 million Lord Gold coins, he successfully mastered the Thunder Domain's profound secrets. Soon, countless bolts of lightning, large and small, appeared in the void. All of these lightning bolts were golden. It exudes an air of nobility. Each bolt of golden lightning struck Lin Yi precisely and without deviation, yet his body remained unharmed. He quickly calmed himself and focused his consciousness on comprehending the profound mysteries of the lightning domain. To call it an insight is really just receiving something. Lin Yi doesn't need to do anything. It's just like transmitting data using a data cable. He just needs to calm down and accept it. Furthermore, he doesn't need to comprehend or study it. All the transmitted domain mysteries seem to belong to Lin Yi himself. He could easily comprehend and master them. Golden lightning bolts relentlessly struck Lin Yi. I don't know how much time has passed. A purple halo began to appear around him. The diameter of the aperture has been increasing over time. Finally, the light circle covered an area of several thousand meters in radius centered on Lin Yi before it stopped expanding. At the same time, Lin Yi opened her eyes. As you can see when he opens his eyes, there is clearly lightning flashing in his pupils. It is also golden lightning. but it is purer and more terrifying than ordinary purple lightning. Lin Yi stood up. He flicked his finger lightly towards the distance. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning shot out. It was only as thick as an arm at first, but in the blink of an eye it swelled up to the size of a bucket. As the purple lightning struck, a crater tens of meters in diameter appeared in the area, and the area was charred black by the power of the lightning. Lin Yi tested her thunder domain again. It was that purple halo that covered an area of several thousand meters in radius. Under Lin Yi's control, countless purple lightning bolts appeared in the light circle and fell like a torrential rain, carving out countless large and small craters on the ground. The area within a radius of several kilometers looked as if it had been bombed by cluster missiles. No part of the ground was undamaged. Then another round of thunderstorms arrived, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps. A crater several kilometers in diameter appeared at Lin Yi's feet, and the soil inside the crater was completely electrified by the lightning. This power far surpasses that of forbidden spells. Very strong, Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. However, we'll have to find a saint-level opponent to test just how strong it is. Let's see if it's tomorrow, or some other time, and then go to Dragonfall Canyon. Let's have the King of Abominations examine it. He certainly wouldn't want to part with the undead dragon in his own territory. What if he accidentally chopped it into a charred mess? Therefore, we still have to rely on the holy rank undead in Dragonfall Canyon. They wouldn't feel bad about beating him up. Without continuing the test, Lin Yi's figure flickered, and she left the professional skill tower. Shortly after he left, the thousands of meters deep crater he had just carved out miraculously returned to its previous state, flat and seemingly endless. Is it that late? Lin Yi looked up at the dark night sky. It was daytime when he entered the professional skills tower, and nighttime when he came out. It felt like only a few minutes had passed. Perhaps the process of mastering the profound mysteries of the Thunder Domain was so wondrous that he lost track of time. Meanwhile, the Royal Griffin Knights and the ancient Treant Legion, who had gone out hunting, had returned to their territories. The knights were resting in their dwellings, while the Treants had blended into the forest. It is worth mentioning, tree people do not need to eat. Upon returning to their domain, both the ancient Treants and the eternal Treants that guard them will transform into large trees, standing in various parts of the territory. The territory's space is filled with the rich life and natural magic emanating from the ancient War Mother Tree and the Elf Spring. This is their nourishment. In addition, Treants can also absorb the power of the earth. It can not only help them quickly recover the magic and stamina they consumed during the day, but also slowly enhance their strength. This is the Tree People race, a true masterpiece of nature. In this respect, even the nature spirits, who believe in nature and life, cannot compare. The backyard of the city hall was also brightly lit. Lin Yi heard Sophia and the maid Sally talking. Judging from their tone, the two women seemed to get along quite well. However, instead of returning to the backyard, he turned and walked towards the tomb of the dragon, opened the heavy bronze door, and went inside. Not long after, Lin Yi buried the 10 dragon corpses one by one. The tombstones also display information about their lives. I won't mention the name, I'll mainly talk about the level. 5 of the dragons were at the mid-level saint rank, 3 were at the high-level saint rank, and 2 were at the peak of the saint rank. The 2 dragons, both at the peak of the saint rank, were 130 meters long, second only to the zombie dragon king. Soon, a notification from the Lord system appeared. You buried 10 dragon corpses. You can choose to summon them as bone dragons or zombie dragons. A fragment of soul consciousness not belonging to a dragon has been detected. It has been shattered and merged into the dragon's corpse. You may continue summoning. Chapter 112 Lich, the dragon must die. Somewhere underground in the Carol Desert, a colossal beast suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, a piercing scream rang out. It has a massive body that even dragons can hardly match, with its body, which is over 200 meters long, coiled together like a python. The scariest thing is, it has 9 heads. If we were to describe it visually, it would be a 9-headed serpent. At this moment, all 9 of its heads opened their mouths wide and howled in pain, and its huge body rolled on the ground in agony, smashing countless stalactites in an instant. It took a long time for it to stop screaming, but the body continued to twitch uncontrollably. It is worth mentioning that its body was also a mummified corpse, with snakeskin covered with black scales attached to the bones, and its skeleton could be clearly seen. 3 of the 9 heads were shriveled up. New flesh grew on the other 6 heads. It looks quite eerie. Damn it! Who destroyed the fragments of my soul and consciousness? At least 3,000 bottles of the fairy spring water have been drunk for nothing. The nine-headed serpent's angry roar shook the underground world. A moment later, a group of humans dressed in black robes rushed over. They knelt before the nine-headed serpent, saying in fear and trepidation, "Master, please calm your anger." The nine-headed serpent raised its terrifying body, its cold, sinister eyes staring at the human believers, and questioned them with its middle head. "Who exactly did you sell those dragon corpses to?" "Ah!" An old man in black robes exclaimed in astonishment. "We sold it to the Crystal Merchant Guild, a weak merchant guild. The one who supplied the Elven spring water to this guild is said to be a lord who rules the Golden Oasis, and he was just as unknown half a month ago." "Golden Oasis?" "Yes, master, a very small oasis." The nine-headed serpent said coldly. "You mean, a lord of a small oasis destroyed a fragment of my soul consciousness? How did fragments of the master's soul end up on the dragon's corpse?" The nine-headed python slowly poked its head out. "What did you say?" The old man in black robes was startled and quickly said, "Master, don't worry. We are investigating the information about the Golden Oasis, and we believe we will have an answer soon." "An investigation? What kind of investigation is that?" The nine-headed python said, "Summon the people back. Don't cause any trouble at this time." It originally intended to double-cross the other party. They raided the stronghold of the Crystal Merchant Guild's backers. In that way, it can obtain a large amount of Elven spring water, or even the water of life, without having to sacrifice the dragon's corpse. Perhaps you can even be reincarnated successfully in one go. Why endure this kind of suffering? However, it turned out that the faction actually had a powerful figure guarding it. It has not yet successfully reincarnated. You need to be a little sneaky. "Yes, master." The old man in black robes asked again. "Shall we continue our transaction with the Crystal Merchant Guild?" "Of course we must trade. This king needs more Elven spring water." The nine-headed serpent added. "Also, send someone to contact the Crystal Merchant Guild and ask if the forces behind them need the corpses of non-dragon beings at the demigod level. You can offer them a discount." After saying that, the nine-headed serpent also had something to say about itself. It, a mighty titan-like serpent, has actually been reduced to doing business with people. If word gets out, what will the other liches think of it? Ultimately, it's because it doesn't have many dragon corpses left. After all, 10,000 years have passed. Where are there so many dry dragon corpses left? Most of them have already transformed into undead creatures on their own. A small portion is rotten. Only a smaller portion is preserved at the very end. The old man in black robes thought for a moment and said, "The president of the Crystal Merchant Guild said that if it's a fresh dragon carcass, the price can increase by 50%. Upon hearing this, the nine-headed python trembled. "Go and find out where there are small groups of dragons gathering. I will personally go and hunt them down." "Yes, master." Just as the old man in black robes was about to leave, he suddenly said, "Master, things seem to be a bit unsettled in Fallen Dragon Canyon lately. A large number of high-level undead are resurrecting." The nine-headed serpent said, "Ignore it, that's not my territory." "Understood, master." The old man in black robes quickly led the other men in black robes away from the underground space. As for the nine-headed python, it lay coiled on the ground. Every now and then, I would chug down a few bottles of fairy spring water. For a lich like it, the life energy contained in the Elven spring is more precious than a semi-divine artifact. After all, a semi-divine artifact cannot help it transform into a lich. The quantity is simply too small. It always runs out of drinks before you know it. If it had a constant supply of Elven spring water, it would have transformed into a lich long ago. For the sake of my reincarnation plan, the dragon must die. The background of the Golden Oasis is too mysterious. It can't handle it. However, it can defeat a dragon. As long as you don't directly provoke Dragon Island, there shouldn't be any major problems. Inside the tomb of the dragon, Lin Yi was caught off guard when she saw the information notification that appeared in her mind. He asked the Lord System, "Where did that fragment of soul consciousness come from?" "The fragment of soul consciousness originated from a half-dead lich. Lord, there's no need to worry. The fragment has been destroyed by the power of the dragon tomb and will not affect your summoning of the undead dragon." "Lich?" Lin Yi was startled. They immediately guessed that the lich was the master behind the masked man. The Elven City Lord's prediction was correct. Indeed, a lich wanted to use his Elven spring water to reincarnate as a lich. It turns out to be a lich reincarnation, not the resurrection of an old-fashioned lich. That's good news. But speaking of which, that lich is a heartless bastard who actually tried to ambush me. Luckily, I have a system. Once I catch it, I'll definitely teach it a lesson. With that in mind, Lin Yi began his summoning. Soon, accompanied by the tremors of one dragon tomb after another. One after another, enormous undead dragons crawled out of their graves. 10 giant dragons, all of them zombie dragons. After all, it has a skin, giving it an extra layer of armor compared to a bone dragon. At the same time, a notification appeared. Congratulations, Lord. You triggered the Lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline while recruiting troops. 3 of the zombie dragons you recruited have achieved bloodline evolution. 10 zombie dragons, 3 of which evolved. The probability is indeed not low. 2 of these 3 evolved zombie dragons were high-level saints in life, and their levels did not decrease after they were transformed into undead dragons. They remained high-level saints. This is a benefit of evolution. In addition, they have become much larger, reaching approximately 140 meters in length. Its growth potential has reached the level of a demigod, comparable to the Eternal Tree Guardian. But overall, they are not as good as the Zombie Dragon King. However, the surprises were yet to come. The third evolved dragon was even more terrifying than the Zombie Dragon King, reaching an astonishing 180 meters in length. It also exuded an unparalleled and terrifying dragon aura, far surpassing the saint rank. What surprised Lin Yi the most was, it actually has 10 heads. Lin Yi was certain she hadn't miscounted. It has the head of a dragon and 9 snake heads. Each of the 9 snake heads has a long snake neck, connected to the zombie dragon's neck. When they all raise their heads at the same time, it looks as if a snake hat is placed on the zombie dragon's giant head. The overall design is indeed a bit strange. Zombie Devouring Dragon Python King, Delk. Level, Early Demigod. Growth Potential, Subgod. Summoned Item Information. This is a zombie dragon king fused with the soul essence of the Titan Devouring Serpent. Its strength, defense, and combat power are extraordinary. With further training, it will possess the potential to become a god. Chapter 113, the first demigod level unit. Awesome. Lin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. His growth potential, at the level of a subgod, goes without saying. That's for later. The key is the initial level of a demigod. To date, this zombie devouring dragon python king is the first demigod-level combatant under his command, and is many times stronger than the zombie dragon king. The name is a bit of a mouthful. From now on, I'll call you the devouring dragon python king. With this devouring dragon python king, his territory is much safer. The mode for clearing the fallen dragon canyon has been changed from hard mode to easy mode. At this moment, Lin Yi turned her attention to the 9 python heads on the neck of the devouring dragon python king. It was obvious that the Titan devouring python, which attempted to transform into a lich, also had 9 heads. His devouring dragon python king is essentially a replica of the Titan devouring python's genes. Logically speaking, this is an impossible thing. But he has a system. Therefore, what should have evolved into a zombie dragon king has now become a dragon python king. If I ever see that Titan-like serpent again, we can discuss it with them. To obtain the method for its reincarnation as a lich. I have no shortage of things like fairy spring water. If I could obtain the secret technique for reincarnating a lich, and combine it with the spring of elves, I would have a very high probability of personally cultivating a legendary creature like a lich. With the treasure of the fairy spring, it would be a complete waste if you didn't try to train a lich. Owner, under the leadership of the devouring dragon python king, the other 9 zombie dragons all prostrated themselves in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi is their creator, and they are absolutely loyal to Lin Yi. Get up. Lin Yi raised her hand. Looking at the terrifying undead dragons before him, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. If these giant dragons appeared together on the battlefield, the scene would be absolutely breathtaking. Lin Yi then checked the levels of the 9 zombie dragons one by one. Among them, 3 zombie dragons reached the high-level saint rank, a mid-level saint rank Pokemon. The remaining 5 zombie dragons are all at the initial saint level. These 5 zombie dragons were mid-level saint rank in life, but because they hadn't evolved, their level dropped by 1 rank after being summoned. However, it didn't matter. The appearance of the devouring dragon python king was already enough to satisfy Lin Yi. You should go to Dragonfall Canyon. Join up with the zombie dragon king and the nether dragon. The mission is to clear out the undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon and collect dragon soul grass. Yes, my great master. The devouring dragon python king and the other zombie dragons respectfully obeyed the order. Immediately, they all unfurled their enormous dragon wings. With a strange spatial fluctuation, their figures vanished into thin air. The next moment, they appeared high above the golden oasis. The terrifying dragon's might, carrying an extremely dense aura of death, swept across the entire oasis in an instant. The residents of the sandy area knelt on the ground with great practice. They gazed in awe at the group of undead dragons hovering high in the sky, without fear. His expression and eyes were extremely fervent. That was their fervent reverence for their lord, because they knew that these undead dragons were also summoned by the Lord. The great God-giver is omnipotent. At that moment, in the center of the golden oasis, the ancient war mother tree, hundreds of meters tall, swayed its trunk, emitting an even more lustrous green light. With a sweep of green light, the necromantic aura within the territory was completely purified. Seeing this, the devouring dragon python king turned and flew away, flapping its enormous dragon wings towards the distant horizon. The other 9 zombie dragons followed closely behind, quickly moving away from the ancient war mother tree. Lin Yi, who had just emerged from the tomb of the dragon, also witnessed this scene. The power of the dead is in opposition to the power of life. Only liches who have mastered the secret art of lich rebirth can accept the power of life. Furthermore, the ancient mother tree of war will instinctively repel and purify the power of the dead. With Lin Yi around, the golden oasis can achieve coexistence between the undead and the living. Even light-type beings will not conflict with the undead. At most, they will draw a line and each do their own thing. He doesn't need to worry about the conflict between factions. However, it's best to separate. Lin Yi plans to build fortresses outside the golden oasis after conquering the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom and obtaining a large amount of refined iron resources. From now on, the fortress will be the stronghold of the undead dragons. If you randomly get a unit that is not suitable for living in an oasis in the future, you can still put it into the fortress. He could treat the fortress as a military camp for stockpiling evil troops. The backyard of the city hall. Sophia and Sally were waiting for Lin Yi. Various dishes were also laid out on the stone table in the backyard, much more than usual. Clearly, some of them are Sophia's work. Young master. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the cute and pretty little maid immediately rushed over. She missed her young master terribly, having not seen him all day. Since becoming a professional and mastering magical skills, the little maid Sally has been working with a team of royal griffin knights, hunting undead creatures in the wild from dawn till dusk. They only return to their territory at night. For Sally, it truly felt like an eternity without seeing each other for a day. Lin Yi reached out and ruffled Sally's hair, smiling as she said, "Not bad. You've already advanced to level 8. With a little more effort, you'll soon become a king-level professional." Sally's leveling speed is getting faster and faster. It's not just because of the improvement in strength. Furthermore, the number of undead creatures in the wild is rapidly increasing. You won't have trouble finding monsters to kill. Then Lin Yi turned her gaze to Sophia. The beautiful president changed into an elegant long dress, and her delicate face was lightly made up. She lost some of her charm, but gained more of a pure and refined beauty. As for her figure, there's no need to describe it further. In short, her plumpness and perky shape are unmatched by any maid. My lord. Sophia also bowed to Lin Yi. As if recalling the scenes from the daytime, a blush rose on her cheeks again. Although she usually dressed maturely and charmingly, it was to match the status of the president and not to make herself seem naive. This was the first time she had experienced Lin Yi's actions towards her during the day. The thought of it makes me feel a little awkward. She warned herself that she must not get drunk again next time. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. The 3 of them then sat down around the stone table. The maid Sally sat next to Lin Yi, serving her meal. The main task is to pour the wine. Whenever Lin Yi needed a handkerchief, she would hand it to her immediately. Lin Yi had mentioned it before, but Sally insisted. She said she was the young master's maid, and these jobs were hers to do. After the young master gets married, she will have to serve his wife. Chapter 114 Epic Talent, Envoy of Light. My lord, what were those undead dragons just now? After the meal, Sophia finally couldn't contain her curiosity and asked a question. Lin Yi said, "They are zombie dragons that I summoned." Upon hearing this, Sophia's expression changed drastically. There were exactly 10 undead zombie dragons. Weren't those the 10 dragon corpses she brought with her? She couldn't believe it. What was once a casual joke by the old mage Simon turned out to be true. Lord, you bought the dragon corpse. Is it really to summon an undead dragon? The summoning speed is just too fast. Although she had never met a necromancer, she had heard rumors about them and knew that the more powerful the undead creature, the harder it was to summon. Some corpses require necromancy to be transformed into undead creatures. For example, a dried-up corpse without flesh and blood or a soul. All that's left is a skeleton covered in skin, without even a fragment of a soul. Even necromancers would find it troublesome, as it requires special crafting. In contrast, Linny, it only disappeared for one afternoon. The 10 mummified dragon corpses were transformed into living zombie dragons. This method is terrifyingly powerful. No wonder the Lord needs the dragon's corpse. Sophia remarked, with your abilities, Lord, it shouldn't be difficult to create an undead dragon legion as long as you have a sufficient number of dragon corpses. Lin E nodded slightly. It's not that it's not difficult, it's that it's very simple. It's easier than eating. You have to chew your cheeks before eating. He only needs to issue 2 commands to summon the undead dragon. The first order was to bury the dragon's corpse in the dragon tomb. The second command is to summon the undead dragon from its grave. It's that simple and straightforward. Lin E said with a smile. So I need more dragon corpses, and this task will have to be entrusted to you. Not just that masked man, but also other channels that sell dragon corpses. You don't need to worry about the fairy spring water. Our territory lacks everything, except this kind of thing. I understand, my lord, Sophia said with a serious expression. I plan to return to Forest City tomorrow and try to expand the channels for acquiring dragon corpses. Her current status is different from before. She was a business partner before. She is now Lin Yi's woman. She was determined to do everything she could for Lin Yi. Her next goal is to become a high-ranking member of the future Oasis Kingdom. Therefore, we must work harder. Otherwise, how can her value be demonstrated? Can we rely on our bodies? That's too superficial. Lin Yi nodded and said, you can go back tomorrow evening. The territory will be holding a harvest festival during the day. It's not a grand festival, just a way to improve the food for the people and create a lively atmosphere. Yes, my lord. Sophia readily agreed. If she hadn't known the importance of the dragon's corpse to the Golden Oasis, she wouldn't have wanted to leave so soon. She wanted to stay a few more days. Although the Forest City is full of flowers, it can't compare to the beautiful Golden Oasis. Everything here is like a dream. The courtyard bathed in moonlight. Sophia chatted with Lin Yi for a long time. She did most of the talking, and Lin Yi listened. She recounted many stories about the customs and culture of the Free Union of Yais. That's her hometown, and that's where her family lives. She traveled a long way to the Forest City because she wanted to make a name for herself. The Free Alliance of Yais is located northeast of the Forest of Life. It is adjacent to the northernmost polar ice wilderness. There are also legends about frost giants, ice elves, and even the Snow Queen. Lin Yi was most interested in this. His Lord Talent, Titan King, requires giant units. If he doesn't get any giant unit buildings randomly, he'll have to resort to war to conquer the native giant race. The frost giants that Sophia mentioned have become one of his targets. They chatted until late at night before Sophia went to sleep. As for Lin Yi, she continued to stay up late. When midnight arrived, he recruited the Royal Griffin Knights and Ancient Treant units for the new day. Of the 3,000 Royal Griffin Knights, nearly 600 evolved into Royal Judgment Griffin Knights. Among the 1,000 Ancient Treants, there are also more than 100 more powerful Eternal Treants guarding them. As of now, the total number of Royal Griffin Knights under his command has exceeded 35,000. The Ancient Tree Spirit Army has reached a size of nearly 4,000. Overall, the strength of Gold Oasis is increasing at an astonishing rate. Before going to sleep, Lin Yi checked her Lord Talent, Light God Envoy. Lord's Talent, Envoy of Light. Tier, Epic, Upgradable. Talent information. Your Light Elemental Affinity Talent has reached perfection, making you a natural talent for the Light faction. Your units, excluding Undead, Dark, and other evil faction units, deal 150% more damage to evil faction creatures. Next level, God level talent. Upgrade requirement. Kill 100 million evil faction creatures. Current kill progress, 1,792,000. A kill count of 100 million is a bit difficult. However, it's normal that it's difficult to advance to a God level talent. Lin Yi's King of Titans is a God level talent, and its effect is truly powerful to the point of being heaven-defying. Once the Light Envoy advances to the level of a God level talent, even if it cannot compare to the Titan King, its effects and attributes will certainly be extremely terrifying. Of course, it's already pretty awesome now. Increases damage dealt to evil creatures by 150%. That's downright perverted. His Royal Griffin Knights and Ancient Treant Legion are practically unbeatable against undead creatures. Unfortunately, This effect cannot be applied to the undead dragons in the territory, otherwise the undead in Dragonfall Canyon would have suffered an even more gruesome death. After recruiting the troops, Lin Yi returned to her bedroom and cuddled with her little maid, Sally, to sleep. The soundproofing in the bedroom is quite good. No matter how loudly Lin Yi made a sound, not a single sound would escape. However, Sophia, who was sleeping next door, still couldn't fall asleep and tossed and turned. Chapter 115, The Army Marches Out. Early the next morning, the Royal Griffin Knights of the Golden Oasis set off. In less than half an hour, more than 35,000 Royal Griffin Knights arrived above the Annelby Mine ruins, and the countless golden griffins simply covered the sky. That scene would terrify even a dragon. The entire Royal Griffin Knights army consisted of more than 300 extraordinary knights, more than 5,000 king-level knights. The rest are all highly skilled professionals. In addition to the Royal Griffin Knights, Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles also appeared. These two brothers are the trump card for overcoming the defenses of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. The passage leading into the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom was only 10 meters in diameter, too narrow for the Golden Griffin to pass through. The Greyland Dwarf King knew this, as did the Royal Knights. But what the Greyland Dwarf King didn't know was, the Royal Knights wouldn't be foolish enough to personally attack and seize the passage. If the passage collapses, they will inevitably suffer some injuries. Knowing this, the Royal Griffin Knights invited the Charles brothers. Since they weren't sent to Dragonfall Canyon by their lord and had nothing to do in the Golden Oasis, we might as well come and clear a path for them. That's the entrance to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, said a Royal Knight of Judgment. I saw it. Bone Dragon Charles nodded. Then, flapping its massive bone dragon wings, it swooped down into the depression surrounded by mountains on all sides. Carrion Dragon Charles followed closely behind. Meanwhile, a group of elite Greyland dwarfs stationed in the ravine were so frightened that they turned tail and fled back to their kingdom's main camp through a small hole on the side of the stone gate. The Griffin army from the Golden Oasis is attacking. There are still dragons among dragons. Soon, terrified cries echoed throughout the underground space. Countless gray dwarves were alarmed. After hearing the contents of the voice clearly, they were so frightened they almost lost their souls. Golden Griffin riders that blot out the sky. An army of tens of thousands. Even bone dragons and corpse dragons have appeared. As more news arrived, the gray dwarves in the city grew increasingly uneasy. Their kingdom is powerful, but not powerful enough to withstand an attack from so many Golden Griffin riders, not to mention the undead dragons about to join the battle. At the same time, this is the main hall of the royal palace. The Greyland's Dwarf King also received news of the approaching army from the Golden Oasis and urgently convened a meeting of the kingdom's high-ranking officials, all of whom were present. Your Majesty, as valiant dwarves who inherit the blood of the Titans, your people have never feared war. Those Golden Griffin riders dare to invade our base. We dare to fight them to the death. A dragon? What about a dragon now? There are dragons in history that our dwarves have slain. His Majesty King Saxton, who once ruled the entire dwarf race, was a great being so powerful that he could stand on equal footing with the dragon chieftain. Two tiny undead dragons are no match for the valiant dwarf warriors. Inside the main hall, the high-ranking members of the dwarf race were filled with indignation. The Greyfield Dwarf King, seated on his throne, couldn't even get a word in edgewise. He actually really wanted to complain. They were just gray dwarves. The glorious history of the Orthodox dwarves has absolutely nothing to do with them. At most, back then, the gray ground dwarves, like the Orthodox dwarves, were loyal to the legendary dwarf king Saxton, and they shared a bit of glory. The Greyland dwarves also slay dragons. But that's history. Most importantly, they were just a group of Greyland dwarves who fled here 100 years ago and were very fortunate enough to establish a small kingdom. Where does the strength come from to wage war against a dragon? Not to mention that the enemy also has tens of thousands of Golden Griffin Knights. He absolutely did not want to fight such a war. At this moment, a high-ranking dwarf, seemingly sensing his king's agitation, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, we should immediately assemble the kingdom's army and send men to capture the Rat King Aubrey. If we can end this war by handing over Aubrey, that would be the best outcome. If not, we will have no choice but to fight back. Aubrey is a friend of our dwarf race, and they came here to seek refuge with us." The Greyland Dwarf King frowned. Once he hands over Rat King Aubrey, his dignity as the king of the Greyland's dwarves will be trampled underfoot by the Golden Oasis, something he doesn't want to see. Leaving aside the kingdom's crisis, he would choose dignity over life. Your Majesty, the war horns have sounded. The Dwarven High Command said, "We don't have many options left. It's either war or surrender." Another high-ranking dwarf, having seen the reality, said, "Our deployment at the entrance of the passage should buy us some time. Could we use this time to lead our people to evacuate through other passages? Of the kingdom's more than 300,000 citizens, how many can be evacuated in a short time? What's more, those are Golden Griffin Knights. They rule the sky and soar through the clouds. Even if we escape to 10 miles away, they will still find us, and then we will be even more passive." The silence in the main hall did not last long. The voices advocating war have once again gained the upper hand. The Greyland Dwarf King sighed and said, "Then hand over Rat King Aubrey. For the sake of the kingdom, I am willing to abandon my royal dignity and bow my head to that human lord. In addition, assemble a large army. If war is inevitable, then let us fight the invaders to the death." "Yes, Your Majesty." Soon, a number of high-ranking members of the Rat Kingdom, including Rat King Aubrey, were arrested. Before being captured, Rat King Aubrey also received news that the army of Golden Griffins was coming. Its first reaction was to run away. As a result, they were unable to escape and were bound and carried to the passage. It writhed its obese body and howled for mercy, but received no response from any of the dwarf warriors. On the contrary, the dwarven warriors hated this guy. They felt that it was it that brought war and disaster to their Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. At the call of the Greyland Dwarf King, elite dwarf legions began to assemble. They either climbed the city walls, or stationed in fortresses and fortresses. The Greyland dwarves within the city, who were not part of the legion, also took up weapons and donned armor. Weapons and equipment are not lacking in the Dwarf Kingdom, and their quality far surpasses that of the standard equipment of the Ratman Kingdom. The dwarves have one characteristic. Every family has a blacksmith. It's a tradition passed down through their race. Fight for the glory and beliefs of the dwarves. Fight for the kingdom. On the towering city walls, the king of the Grey Dwarves, crowned and holding aloft his scepter, roared in fury. Within the kingdom, countless Grey Dwarves roared in response. All the dwarves were filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 116 Dragon Breath clears the way, destroying everything. Outside the passageway, hundreds of rat men were escorted to the ravine. The dwarven warriors remained unmoved by their pleas for mercy. A moment later, Charles, the bone dragon resembling an ancient behemoth, descended from the sky. It flapped its enormous bone dragon wings, stirring up gusts of wind in the valley, terrifying both the ratmen and dwarf warriors present. All the rat people were so frightened that they forgot to beg for mercy. They were so intimidated by the dragon's might that they couldn't even utter a word. In fact, they didn't need to speak, because a patch of eerie blue flames accompanied the arrival of Bone Dragon Charles. As the flames swept across, hundreds of rat men turned into a pile of bones in an instant. No one survived, including Rat King Aubrey and the high-ranking members of the Ratman Kingdom. But this is not the end. Soon, the withered bones they had turned into rose up from the ground again. Whether armed or unarmed, they charged straight at the dwarf warriors behind them. The undead are resurrected. A dwarf warrior cried out in terror. "You've got what you wanted. You've killed all the ratmen. What more do you want?" "Humble dwarf." Bone Dragon Charles roared, his mental power surging. "Go back to your kingdom and tell your arrogant and audacious dwarf king to give him 5 minutes to consider whether to surrender or declare war. You broke your promise." The dwarven warriors fought off the siege of the ratmen undead. He retreated angrily and quickly into the passageway. The small passage was quickly closed. Hundreds of ratman undead stood there blankly. With a low growl, Bone Dragon Charles caused the bodies of these ratman undead to disintegrate, and the soul fire within them was devoured by Bone Dragon Charles. At the same time, an exquisite crown, a scepter inlaid with numerous gemstones of various colors. It flew into the air and landed in the hands of a royal knight of judgment. Bone Dragon Charles turned to look at him. "Are these two things useful?" The royal knight of judgment shook his head and said, "It doesn't have much practical value, but it has extraordinary significance. It needs to be taken back and given to the great lord. If the lord likes it, he can keep it as a collectible." Upon hearing this, Bone Dragon Charles immediately grinned widely. A silent, eerie laugh. "Great idea. When we conquer other kingdoms in the future, we'll also seize their kings' crowns and scepters and present them to our master for his collection. I heard before I died that, in the land of abundance, the Pope of the Holy Light Church possesses a pair of sacred wings, said to be crafted from angel wings. I will seize them when the opportunity arises. And the crown of the Nature Elf Queen is also a treasure, passed down from the ancient Sun Elf King. Master will definitely love it. Royal Knight of Judgment. He was just saying it casually. Unexpectedly, this bone dragon was able to apply what it learned to other situations. Time passed. 5 minutes passed quickly. The heavy stone door showed no sign of being opened. Bone Dragon Charles raised his massive, ferocious head and said, "It seems the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom has made its choice, but unfortunately, it has made the wrong one." After saying that, it spewed a breath of dark blue dragon breath toward the stone gate. The breath of a bone dragon is less destructive than that of a living dragon. But it was not something that a small kingdom could withstand, even with its stone gate. Under the attack of the dragon's breath, the magical runes attached to the stone gate collapsed in the blink of an eye, and then the entire 10-meter-high stone gate suddenly exploded, revealing a deep passage. "Good bro, it's our turn to perform." Bone Dragon Charles summoned the corpse dragon that was hovering high in the sky down. 2 saint-level dragons breathed dragon fire together towards the passage. As undead dragons, their breath carries a strong corrosive effect. The dragon breath of the corpse dragon, in particular, is extremely corrosive. A single breath from a dragon can corrode even the hardest underground rocks into mud and water. As the 2 giant dragons continued to spew, the diameter of the channel expanded rapidly. Meanwhile, it continues to extend towards the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom located in the underground world. The Greyland Dwarf King did indeed order the deployment of many defensive devices in the passage, mainly magic circles and various traps, but these devices were all useless against the dragon's breath. They were destroyed before they could even be triggered. Even if something is triggered, it's all bark and no bite. Another one is gunpowder. The Dwarf Kingdom had stockpiled large quantities of gunpowder in the passageway. They were all packed in wooden barrels. It is also connected to a detonation device. The Grey Dwarves on the other side of the passage were preparing to activate the device when they were attacked by dragon breath and instantly turned into piles of bones. The passage is approximately 500 meters long. This distance is nothing to 2 saint-level undead dragons. A single breath of dragon's breath can easily penetrate the entire passage and emerge from its end. The mountain of gunpowder was corroded into black particles before it could be detonated, and the detonation devices all became ineffective. Before the 2 undead dragons, the defenses built by the Grey Dwarf Kingdom are like children playing house. Perhaps it's because they've been holed up in the underground world for too long, isolated from the outside world, that they've long forgotten how terrifying dragons are, only remembering that their ancestors slew dragons. A rumbling sound continued to ring out. The entire underground space was shaking and trembling. Every now and then, stalactites hang upside down and fall down, as if this underground world is about to collapse. The Greyland Dwarf King stood atop the walls of the capital, gazing at the distant passage where the ever-flowing dragon breath sent chills down his spine. He also placed some elite dwarf warriors inside the passage. It's obvious that those dwarf warriors must be dead by now. He did not send any more soldiers to defend the area, because it's completely useless. The entire passage was filled with dragon's breath. No matter how many elite troops went, they would all perish. As for the plan to detonate the black powder, he had previously believed the evil of Rat King Aubrey and wanted to detonate gunpowder and blow up the passage to deal a heavy blow to the army of Golden Griffin Knights who had entered the passage. Who knew the Golden Oasis even had dragons? And there were 2 of them at once. Even if he blew up the passage, it would be useless against the dragon, because the power of a dragon can easily open up new passages. The Greyland Dwarf King glanced at the kingdom's high-ranking officials around him. They were all terrified and trembling, clearly frightened by the terrifying dragon breath. That's how the kingdom's higher-ups are. And what about ordinary citizens? The morale and fighting spirit that had just been boosted were completely wiped out by a few breaths of dragon's breath. All he wanted to ask was, how should a war like this be fought? Chapter 117, The Greyland Dwarf King's Intention to Sacrifice Himself. Boom boom boom. The earthquake trembled and boulders fell. Countless stalactites of all sizes fell from the sky and shattered into pieces. Some landed directly in the capital of the Greyland's dwarves. Under normal circumstances, many Grey Dwarves would be killed or injured by the impact. Strangely, the stalactites were blocked by an almost invisible barrier when they fell into the air. It was a magical defensive shield, and a large magical defensive shield that covered the entire royal city. It has to be admitted, the Greyland's Dwarf Kingdom is indeed much stronger than the Ratman Kingdom. Their financial resources and historical foundation are also unmatched by the Ratman Kingdom. They even have such good stuff. In the distance, the vibrations in the passageway became even more intense. The original diameter of 10 meters has now been forcibly expanded to nearly 100 meters. And it's no longer winding and circuitous. The passage leads straight out to the outside world. The gray dwarves of the underworld can even see the long-lost sunlight. However, the sunlight was quickly blocked out. It was a terrifyingly large black shadow. It resembles an ancient behemoth. It appeared at the end of the passage. He folded his dragon wings and walked step by step into the passage. In the eyes of the gray dwarves, the shadowy figure's body was riddled with holes, reflecting mottled white light. They could clearly see that it was a skeleton, an extremely large skeleton. This is a very impactful and terrifying scene. All the gray-ground dwarves trembled uncontrollably, some even unable to grip their weapons. They felt the terrifying might of the dragon, as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on their hearts. At that very moment, the dappled sunlight in the passageway completely disappeared, because another huge dark figure entered the passage. Not long after, the earth trembled. Two terrifying figures traversed the passage and entered the underground space completely. The whole process went very smoothly. The Greyland Dwarf King did not send a large army to stop them, because that would be suicide. He even withdrew the dwarven troops stationed in the fortresses and strongholds outside the city. If facing ordinary enemies, fortresses and strongholds can definitely come in handy, not only cutting off enemy legion formations, but also inflicting considerable casualties on the enemy. But now they are facing a dragon, and they were two giant dragons. With fortresses and strongholds, it was impossible to withstand the dragon's attack. When the dragon's breath swept across, everything was reduced to ruins. Stationing troops there is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Your Majesty, they are two saint-level undead dragons. A high-ranking official of the kingdom said in a trembling voice. His level had reached the high level of the extraordinary realm, and he could clearly sense the saint-level pressure emanating from the two giant dragons, as well as their terrifying domain aura. The other high-ranking officials of the kingdom around him also turned pale. A saint-level being, and a dragon at that. That was a terrifying existence that they could not challenge. Throughout the entire Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, there are no saint-level powerhouses. However, there are quite a few professionals at an extraordinary level. There were nearly 100 people. Compared to the few extraordinary individuals in the Ratman Kingdom, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom was far more powerful. However, even their extraordinary combat strength was still insufficient against the saint-level undead dragons. They fought with all their might, and perhaps they could hold off one of the dragons. It wouldn't have led to the kingdom's demise so quickly, but two saint-level dragons. Yes, they'll die a horrible death. The Greyland Dwarf King remained silent, his gaze fixed on the passageway. After the arrival of the two terrifying bone dragons and the carrion dragon, a large number of golden griffin riders emerged from the passage, densely packed like a flock of birds. In less than a moment, a vast army of golden griffin knights gathered in the skies above the underground world. The scene sent chills down his spine. After all the golden griffin riders entered the underground space, the Greyland Dwarf King suddenly realized that he seemed to have been fooled by Rat King Aubrey again. Initially, King Aubrey told him that there were fewer than 5,000 golden griffin riders in the Golden Oasis. At that time, he still thought he could fight. After his repeated confirmation, Rat King Aubrey claimed that it wasn't 5,000, but more than 20,000. He was completely dumbfounded. What's most terrifying is that the terrifying army of golden griffin knights before them is far more than 20,000, clearly exceeding 30,000. According to his estimate, its total size is definitely around 35,000. 5,000, more than 20,000, 35,000. These three numbers represent three completely different concepts. Damn Aubrey. If the truth had been told to him sooner, he could have led the kingdom's people to evacuate the base camp immediately. If we had tried to escape then, we should have been able to get away. The king of the Grey Dwarves cursed Aubrey in his heart in anger. I really want to tear that rat to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the city, a terrifying dragon's breath descended from the sky. One fortress and stronghold after another was destroyed by two undead dragons that hovered high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the buildings outside the city were reduced to ruins. Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles have not yet attacked the capital of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, as if they are using this method to intimidate the Greyland dwarves within the city. In fact, the hundreds of thousands of Greyland dwarves outside the city were indeed terrified. At this moment, even the so-called faith and courage vanished. The king of the gray dwarves finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. He stood atop a fortress on the city wall, raising his scepter high in the air, his voice booming. This is a war that should never have happened. As the ruler of the Greylands dwarf kingdom, I am willing to use any means necessary to gain your lord's friendship, including death. His Majesty, the kingdom's high-ranking officials were astonished. Their king is willing to trade his life for peace. The Greyland dwarf king believed that he had driven away the messengers sent by the Golden Oasis. Although this was not the direct cause of the outbreak of war, Bone Dragon Charles flapped his wings and roared in, unleashing a breath of dragon fire that struck the magical defensive shield of the capital, causing it to tremble violently. The humble king of the Greylands. Have your people kneel on the ground, open the defensive shield, and welcome my master's army into the city. This is the only way to end the war. The Greyland dwarf king remained silent for a long time, then glanced at the dwarves in the city before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "The dwarven faith does not allow us to bow our heads to a human lord." Upon hearing this, many dwarves gripped their weapons even tighter. Some people were even shouting, "The dwarves worship the Titans. It represents war, courage, and glory." Without further ado, Bone Dragon Charles immediately unleashed his dragon breath to attack the magical defensive shield of the dwarven capital. At the same time, Corpse Dragon Charles also joined in. The Royal Griffin Knights, however, were gathered in the distance and did not participate in the battle. At that very moment, a series of booming sounds rang out. Hundreds of dazzling beams of light shot toward the Charles brothers high in the sky as the Greyland dwarf kingdom retaliated by activating its magic cannons. War broke out instantly. Chapter 118 The Bone Dragon Charles, blown apart by a single cannon shot. The cannons were roaring. A deluge of arrows rained down. It contained a large number of heavy crossbow bolts. Even a highly skilled professional could be easily pierced by a single arrow. As for the demonic cannon, its power is even more terrifying, enough to kill even a king-level professional. Even a transcendent professional could perish instantly if hit head-on. However, their targets were two undead dragons flying high in the sky. Let's not even talk about whether it can hit the target. Even if it hits, the threat is not great. Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles, who have activated the Saint-level domain, can easily withstand attacks of this level. Even if hundreds of magic cannons were fired at once, they would not be able to penetrate their domain. On the contrary, the magical defensive shield, which was attacked by their dragon breath and dragon language magic, had become shaky and seemed to be on the verge of collapse at any moment. Ultimately, it still lacks sufficient foundation. The magical defensive shield of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom can only be considered ordinary. Although the area is large, its defensive capabilities are insufficient. In terms of quality, it's just a low-level shield. If it's a mid-level magical defensive shield, it should have no problem with withstanding the attacks of the two dragon brothers, Charles and Charles. Unfortunately, the Greylands Dwarf Kingdom cannot build a defensive shield of this caliber. One reason is that there are no higher-level magic circle masters. Secondly, there is a shortage of materials to build the defensive shield. Furthermore, simply providing energy support for the defensive shield is a major problem, requiring a large amount of magic crystals or magic gems. Your Majesty, our defensive shield won't last much longer. A high-ranking official of the kingdom said anxiously. The Greyland Dwarf King said in a deep voice, "Then activate the warship's main cannon." The kingdom's high command said, "The warship's main gun is ready, but we only have one. Which one should we fire at?" The Greyland Dwarf King fell silent for a moment, watching the bone dragons and carrion dragons spewing dragon breath high in the sky. As is widely known, at the same level, undead dragons are relatively weaker in combat than living dragons. But there is one aspect in which even a living dragon cannot compare. That means they're very hard to kill. It's like a bone dragon. Even if its body is destroyed, it can regenerate, as long as its soul fire is not completely destroyed. It is also like the corpse dragon, which will not die even if its body is pierced. After merging with fresh flesh and blood, the corpse dragon can also repair its body, just like the bone dragon. This is the characteristic of undead. If it were a living dragon, being pierced through its body would severely injure it, even if it didn't die. It's impossible for it to still be alive and kicking like an undead dragon. The Grey Dwarf King said, "Just bombard whichever one you hit." "Yes, Your Majesty." The high-ranking official from the kingdom quickly withdrew. At this moment, another high-ranking official of the kingdom whispered, "Your Majesty, Why don't we surrender? Even if we use the main cannons on our ancient warships, we can't change the outcome of this war. Even without the dragon, there are still tens of thousands of golden griffin riders lurking in the distance, watching us with predatory eyes. With their war power, they are capable of destroying our kingdom. I fear that if we anger them, hundreds of thousands of innocent citizens of the kingdom could be subjected to a bloody massacre. The Greyland Dwarf King shook his head and said, "Throughout the history of our dwarf race, there has never been a dwarf king who bowed his head to intelligent beings of other races. In the ancient war between gods and demons, even the demons of the abyss could not make us back down. I'd rather die than be a sinner against the Greyland Dwarfs." He paused slightly. The Greyland Dwarf King then said to the kingdom's high-ranking official, "After I die, you may lead your people to surrender to the Golden Oasis. This is not a disgrace, but for the continuation of our race. After all, we have already tried." The kingdom's high-ranking officials were completely dumbfounded. So what? Does that make him a sinner against his people? Charles, be careful. I suddenly have a strange sense of crisis. I understand, Charles. High in the sky, the two brothers are communicating with each other using their mental consciousness. They sensed a stirring in their souls. That was an intuition for hidden danger. Just as they had chosen to flee without hesitation when they were alive, they also sensed the danger of death emanating from the zombie dragon king. A moment later, Bone Dragon Charles suddenly trembled. The eyes, burning with ghostly blue soul flames, instantly locked onto the royal palace of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. There lies something there that gives it a huge sense of crisis. Although it is not yet known what it is certain that the thing is targeting it. Without any hesitation, it quickly retracted the scattered domain power, wrapping it only around its body, which could strengthen the domain's defense to some extent. Suddenly, a tremendous roar resounded. A terrifying white light pierced directly through the top of the royal palace hall. It shot towards Bone Dragon Charles with lightning speed. Damn, it's a heavy magic-powered giant cannon. Bone Dragon Charles was so frightened that his soul trembled violently. The word, cow, was learned by the animal from its owner. It doesn't know what that means, but it instinctively leaned out to express its current shock. It flapped its wings violently, trying to escape from where it was. The next moment, the terrifying white light struck it directly. In the blink of an eye, it not only broke through its domain, but also pierced through its bone dragon body. A hole at least 10 meters in diameter appeared in its chest, and even the extremely hard dragon spine was shattered. Luckily, I reacted quickly and wasn't hit in the head. This was the only thought in Bone Dragon Charles's mind before his body fell apart. Then, its body disintegrated into countless bones of all sizes that fell down, some hitting the protective barrier of the dwarf capital, and others falling into the moat outside the city. "Brother, save me. I need a lot of soul essence." Rest assured, they saw the terrible state of Bone Dragon Charles. The corpse dragon Charles attacked the magical defensive shield of the dwarf capital with even greater ferocity. The cheers that erupted within the city had no effect on it whatsoever. That level of magic cannon cannot be used a second time in a short period of time. Unless, of course, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom is powered by magic crystals of at least Saint rank. During this time frame, it could completely destroy the shield. And indeed, just as Corpse Dragon Charles had predicted, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom had no way of continuing to operate that warship main cannon. They could only watch helplessly as their protective shield was destroyed by the Corpse Dragon Charles. At the same time the shield collapsed, dozens of figures flew out from all parts of the capital and rushed towards the Corpse Dragon Charles. On the other side, the Royal Griffin Knights army, which had been waiting for a long time, also poured into the Greyland Dwarf capital. The Ace team even headed straight for the Royal Palace. Clear out the Greyground Dwarf warriors near the battleship main cannon as quickly as possible. Heavy magic cannon. Good stuff. Pack it up and take it back to the Lord. Chapter 119 in history. There has never been a dwarf king who surrendered. This is a giant cannon that is tens of meters long. It is bronze in color throughout. The surface is covered with a large number of runes engraved with special magical materials such as mithril. Its muzzle diameter reached an astonishing 7 meters. It looks incredibly exaggerated. No wonder even the saint-level Bone Dragon Charles couldn't withstand it and was blasted apart by a single shot. However, this giant cannon has now become a trophy of the Royal Griffin Knights, as have the hundreds of ordinary magic cannons on the city walls. The Royal Griffin Knights took control of the city walls the moment they entered the capital. Despite the Greyland Dwarf King's great bravery and his desperate efforts to lead his kingdom's high command and elite dwarf warriors in a desperate defense, he could not withstand the onslaught of the Royal Griffin Knights. They were quickly driven to complete collapse. After leaving behind a large number of corpses, they were forced to retreat from the city walls. The various defensive devices on the city walls naturally fell into the hands of the Royal Griffin Knights' army. Those arrow towers and heavy crossbows were of no use. However, the magic cannon can be taken back to the Golden Oasis as spoils of war. The flames of war quickly spread into the city. A more intense war broke out. Hundreds of thousands of Greyland dwarves fought against the Royal Griffin Knights' army, which was nearly 10 times larger than the city's size, in various areas within the city. As for combat strength, let's not even talk about it. Royal Griffin Knights are at least level 7, high rank. The number of king-level professionals has reached more than 5,000. In contrast, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom only has a very small number of elite dwarves who are king-level or high-ranking in its regular legions. The vast majority are just intermediate-level professionals. In the entire Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, there are only 4 regular legions. The total size is approximately 20,000. The rest were all reserve legions with even weaker combat capabilities and ordinary grey dwarves. On battlefields of this level, they are no different from cannon fodder, at most only slightly stronger than ratmen and sandmen, since they are also wearing various equipment. Countless dazzling knightly combat skills erupted on the battlefield. Even more densely packed golden feathers fell like a torrential rain. They were harvesting the lives of the grey dwarves as easily as mowing grass. The grey ground dwarves were incredibly brave on the battlefield, but the enemy was too strong, and in the blink of an eye, swarms of grey ground dwarves fell into pools of blood. The massive golden griffins rampaged across the battlefield like tanks. There is absolutely no force that can stop them. To the grey dwarves, whose average height is only 1.3 or 1.4 meters, those golden griffins, which are 10 or 20 meters long, are no different from ancient behemoths. They couldn't withstand the physical attacks alone. One pounce, one grab, one tear. It can instantly kill nearby grey dwarves. Not to mention that the golden griffin, as a high-level magical beast, also possesses many powerful high-level spells, which is a devastating blow to the grey land dwarves on the battlefield. As the war continued, the number of Greyfield dwarves, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, is decreasing at a visible rate. This was even without the corpse dragon Charles participating in the battle. If it gets involved in war, uses its domain, or breathes dragon breath, the Greyfield dwarves will die even faster. At this moment, the corpse dragon Charles was circling above the royal capital. The extraordinary grey dwarves that had charged at it earlier have already been dealt with. Most of them were torn into pieces and eaten by it. A few fled, but it did not pursue it. It is collecting the soul essence from the Greyland dwarves on the battlefield. This was to help its brother, the Bone Dragon Charles, be resurrected. Although Bone Dragon Charles suffered severe damage, causing its skeleton to disintegrate, its soul fire remained unharmed. As long as it is supplied with enough soul essence, it can reconstruct its body. On the other side, the Greyland Dwarf King is also fighting. He was clearly stronger than Aubrey, the Rat King. They also possess a stronger fighting spirit. His weapon is a magic warhammer that is nearly 2 meters long, and each attack can unleash tremendous power. Around him were the high-ranking members of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Everyone is working desperately. Yes, they're working incredibly hard. As they continued working, the area became almost deserted. Those who disappeared all fell on the battlefield. His Majesty, I don't know when. A piercing scream rang out. The surviving members of the kingdom's high command immediately looked toward their sworn king. Suddenly, a knight's lance, several meters long, pierced through the chest of their king. This is a knight's lance that flew in from afar. Like a spear, it pinned the Greyland Dwarf King to the hard floor. The tip of the spear was stained red with the blood of the Greyland Dwarf King. His face was contorted with pain. He reached out to pull the knight's lance that was piercing his body, but he couldn't. In the end, he gave up. But the Greyland Dwarf King's eye showed no fear of death. Instead, there was a sense of relief. And he cast his final gaze upon a high-ranking member of the kingdom. He slowly repeated what he had said before. In history, there has never been a dwarf king who surrendered. But for the continuation of the species, you can. The words fell. The hands of the Greyland Dwarf King fell limply to the ground. The dwarven warhammer that represented his battle glory also fell to the side. His Majesty, the kingdom's high-ranking officials wept bitterly. Apart from the high-ranking member of the kingdom who was being watched by the Greyland Dwarf King, Everyone else desperately charged towards the Royal Griffin Knights on the battlefield until they all fell. You are a true warrior. A royal knight of unparalleled skill approached. He reached out and pulled the knight's spear from the body of the Greyland Dwarf King. His gaze fell on the last high-ranking member of the kingdom, with a hint of respect. The dwarf said angrily, "Why must you bring disaster to our kingdom? It was like this 100 years ago, and it remains so now. Is peace so difficult for you humans?" The Royal Knight of Judgment said, "This is a battle to be remembered. War is not about killing, but about creating a better future. Of course, you definitely won't understand what I'm saying. Now, you may issue orders as the new king. If you don't want to see more dwarves fall on the battlefield." The dwarf leaders silently rose to their feet. He did not recognize the title of new king, because he felt he was not qualified. However, this did not prevent him from obeying the late king's orders to end the war. The order was quickly relayed. The dwarves on the battlefield dropped their weapons. However, some elite dwarves continued to fight bravely and refused to surrender. The Royal Griffin Knights showed no mercy. Their wish was fulfilled. Let them follow the Greyfield Dwarf King who died on the battlefield. With the fall of these elite dwarves, the war was finally over. All the surviving dwarves were disarmed by the Royal Knights and forced to kneel on the ground and swear allegiance to the Lord of the Golden Oasis. Chapter 120: The Harvest Festival of the Golden Oasis. The forbidden area of the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. A wooden, boat-shaped building stands there. It is over 400 meters long, 70 meters wide, and nearly 100 meters high. Even Lin Yi's devouring dragon python king would appear small and weak in comparison. Is this the warship the dwarf was talking about? Good. Beneath the ship-shaped building stood a group of powerful royal knights of judgment. One of the knights said, "The dwarf claimed that their ancestors sailed this dwarven warship across the Forest of Life to reach the Carol Desert. Unfortunately, the warship was severely damaged. The Grey Dwarf Kingdom also lacks the inherited restoration techniques. We can only leave it here. That heavy magic cannon that pierced through Bone Dragon Charles was taken from this. More than 100 years later, the dwarven warship was covered in dust. Many parts have been dismantled, but the wood used to build this ship-shaped structure is of unknown material, yet it has remained unrotted for over 100 years, which is truly amazing. Take it back and hand it over to the Lord. If it could be repaired, or if the corresponding crafting techniques could be developed, our territory will then be able to possess warships. Warships are extremely powerful weapons of war, with astonishing destructive power. It is a strategic weapon of mass destruction for the race. If the Golden Oasis could also be equipped with a battleship legion, then the process of conquering the Holy Continent would be much smoother. Have the battle damage statistics been released yet? The statistics have been compiled, a Royal Knight of Judgment said. In this war, we lost a total of 796 Royal Griffin Knights. Their souls have returned to the void, awaiting rebirth in the Lord's divine kingdom. I really envy them. To die with honor, to live on with honor. I wonder when it will be our turn. Haha. The Royal Knights of Judgment laughed loudly. There was no sadness in their expressions. All they felt was deep envy and anticipation for the future. As future believers of the Lord, their sole goal is to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield and then be resurrected in the Lord's divine kingdom to achieve eternal life. In comparison, becoming an immortal god is much more difficult. Moreover, they are aware of their own potential. Even if they are extremely lucky enough to break through the limitations of their bloodline on the battlefield, they can only reach the saint rank at most. Becoming a god, absolutely impossible. Rather than fantasizing about the illusory path to divinity, they would rather die heroically for their Lord, thus achieving eternal life. Let's go, clean up the battlefield, and take the spoils and resources from the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom's reserves back to the Lord, especially the refined iron. Good. Outside the capital city, the corpse dragon fished the head of Bone Dragon Charles out of the moat. Inside that stark white skull, devoid of any flesh or blood, a ghostly blue flame of the soul still burned. Bone Dragon Charles was simply broken apart. With its own capabilities, it won't take long for it to achieve skeletal reconstruction. However, with the help of the corpse dragon Charles, it's much easier for it now. Foolish Charles, I'm still missing a leg bone and 3 ribs. Get them to me right now. Carrion Dragon Charles listened to the incessant chatter in his mind. It angrily threw the head of Bone Dragon Charles to the ground. Then, he slowly retrieved the missing bones of Bone Dragon Charles. Soon, fueled by the vast source of soul essence, The soul fire within Bone Dragon Charles's head burned fiercely, and the large and small dragon bones piled up beside him began to tremble. About 2 minutes later, the skeleton reconstruction of Bone Dragon Charles is complete. Even the large hole in his chest was repaired. It said in a sarcastic tone, "Our strength is still too weak. If it's that zombie Dragon King guy, he'll at most get a scratch." Bone Dragon Charles twisted his head and body, making a series of cracking sounds, and said, "Third brother has killed a lot of undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon, and has now advanced to the high-level saint rank. We should go there to develop ourselves too." The third brother it refers to is the ghost dragon Charles. The corpse dragon said, "Charles is the strongest right now. He's our leader." Bone Dragon Charles sneered and said, "This is only temporary. Give me a few days, and I'll take back the boss's position. You should surpass me first." The corpse dragon turned and left, saying, "I'm going to eat first." Seeing the corpse dragon flap its wings and fly into the city, Bone Dragon Charles was furious. In this war, the Royal Griffin Knights slaughtered a large number of Greyland dwarfs, and their flesh and blood were a great tonic for Carrion Dragon Charles. On the contrary, it used the soul power it devoured to repair its body. It might actually become the weakest of the three brothers. How can this be? It's determined to be the boss. I, Charles, will absolutely not allow this to happen. Bone Dragon Charles swore fiercely. Golden Oasis. A grand festival is underway. All the Sand People temporarily put down their work. They gathered in an open area next to the ranch, lit a large bonfire, and roasted delicious lake fish and whole moose. The rich aroma of roasted meat and the joyful laughter of the Sand People filled the entire territory. The Crystal Merchant Guild previously purchased fruits and bread in Forest City. Linny also took some from the warehouse. It was distributed to the Sand People. Today is the Harvest Festival at Golden Oasis. All the people had only one task, to eat. Meanwhile, in the Ratman Kingdom, Lin E also relayed an order to the new Rat King, Harvey, to let the Ratmen there also enjoy the festive atmosphere. The festival lasts all day. When Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knights and ancient Treant army return to their territory, the scene will be even more spectacular and lively. To ensure everyone, including the Golden Griffin, enjoys their meal to the fullest, Lin E slaughtered at least 70,000 plump moose. All the native lake fish caught in Sapphire Lake were brought out. In addition, a large stockpile of meat is also provided. In short, there's plenty of food. My lord, your speech was full of passion and inspiring power. Praise be to you. And praise this paradise-like, dreamlike oasis. In the backyard, Sophia, her cheeks flushed, raised her glass to Linny. Yes, she's drunk again. During this lively festival, Sophia decided to let loose and wanted to drink with Lin E until they were completely drunk. Unfortunately, she overestimated herself. They also underestimated Lin E. Lin E hadn't even started yet, but she was already so drunk that she was swaying as she walked. Finally, it was Lin E who carried her into the second bedroom. This time, however, it took him a long time to come out of the room. This beautiful president must have gotten drunk on purpose. I thought I was the hunter. Chapter 121 The New Hero. Soon after, good news from the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom reached Lin E. He was pleased with the successful conquest of the Greyland's Dwarf Kingdom. This means that his territory will soon have a large number of blacksmiths, and they will be dwarven blacksmiths. In the Holy Continent, the dwarven blacksmith is very famous. It represents superb craftsmanship and high-quality equipment. Even if the conquest of the Greyland's Dwarf Kingdom didn't yield the blueprints for the blacksmith shop, he could still build his own and have the dwarf blacksmiths forge equipment for him. What surprised Lin E the most? It's that dwarven worship. I never expected that a group of Greyland dwarfs who fled here would have something like this. He thought it would only be available in the stronghold of the Orthodox dwarves. The warships of the Holy Continent are different from those of Earth. The warships in this world fly in the sky, and some of the more famous ones include dwarven warships, elven warships, and goblin airships. With the enhancement of various magical runes and magical materials, the warship not only has an astonishing flight speed, but also possesses extremely powerful combat capabilities. The fact that Bone Dragon Charles's body was pierced by a single cannon shot clearly demonstrates the warship's immense power. Of course, it was the warship's main gun that pierced through the body of the Bone Dragon Charles. The secondary guns on the left and right flanks would not be as powerful. But overall, warships are also very useful to Lin Yi's territory. This can effectively enhance the war capabilities of his territory. Unfortunately, the warship is damaged, and the Grey Dwarf Kingdom doesn't seem to have the talent to repair or build warships. This is a regrettable thing. At that very moment, a notification from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your Royal Griffin Knights have destroyed the core building of the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom, the Royal Palace. You have conquered the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom. Your Kingdom Conquest quest is 1/3 complete. Keep up the good work. The Lord system is a complete warmonger. Almost all the side quests lead Lin Yi down the path of war. Even if Lin Yi only wanted to develop peacefully and be a happy, carefree lord, it would be difficult. If he wanted to make his territory powerful, he could only continue to fight. However, this was exactly what Lin Yi wanted. Ever since the Tulip family, which he had transmigrated from, was wiped out by a single order from the incompetent old king, he knew clearly that in this world, it was impossible to succeed without possessing great power. The leisurely aristocratic life was only temporary. Power is eternal. Once I conquer 2 more kingdom-level powers, I can complete side quest 1. Received a random unit/building blueprint. As she spoke to herself, Lin Yi walked out of the extremely luxurious city hall. Compared to the original village hall, the current city hall is the epitome of luxury. Both its exterior and interior decorations exude a magnificent and opulent feel. Lin Yi's next goal is to strengthen the territory's power while upgrading the city hall. He wants to upgrade the city hall into the royal palace. By that time, he could then establish his own kingdom in the Golden Oasis. At that time, his title will no longer be that of a lord. It was His Majesty the King. Outside, the festive atmosphere remained vibrant, with the aroma of food wafting everywhere. On the opposite bank of Sapphire Lake, the local people were laughing and singing, dancing around a bonfire with exotic flair. The Knoll, Agu, carried a bottle of wine in one hand and a piece of roasted meat in the other. It weaves among the sand people. They cried out in praise of the great divine messenger, who bestowed upon them delicious food and a peaceful home. He was Lin Yi's only lackey. Knoll Agu is clearly very competent. Under its influence, all the sand people praised and sang the Lord. Without a lord, there would be no such paradise-like oasis. Lin Yi gradually sensed something called faith in them. This feeling was especially strong in the Jackal Agu. In Sapphire Lake, beautiful silver-tailed fish swim in groups. Their figures can be seen everywhere in the vast lake. A rough estimate puts the number at least in the hundreds of thousands. If the lowly-like elf Amy arrives as promised tomorrow, the silvertail fish in the lake can be packaged and sold. As we walked, Lin Yi arrived at the Heroes Tavern. Since Keisha left, no new heroes have appeared in the tavern. Lin Yi comes 2 or 3 times a day. Aside from occasionally stealing a bottle or 2 of wine, they got nothing. He wondered if he should consider upgrading the Hero Tavern to increase the probability of heroes appearing. The current Hero Tavern is still a low-level building. Reaching the intermediate level requires 500,000 gold coins and 1 million units of wood. This is a considerable sum, especially the latter. My lord, behind the bar in the tavern's main hall, the old man in the gray robe still stood. He was wiping the wine bottle with a white towel. Seeing Lin Yi walk into the tavern with a smile on her face, the gray-robed old man's lips seemed to twitch slightly, and he subtly put away the wine bottle in his hand. Old sir. Lin Yi walked to the bar with a smile. Today is the territory's harvest festival. Why don't you go out for a stroll? The old man in the gray robe shook his head and said, My duty is to stay inside the tavern and not to go out. Even heroes need the Lord's approval to leave the tavern. That's a real shame. Lin Yi was about to order a bottle of Bloody Mary. The space inside the tavern suddenly began to tremble without warning. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures appeared out of thin air in the tavern's main hall. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Has a hero finally appeared? And 3 of them appeared at once. Did he get first blood, and that's why his luck turned around? An elf? Lin Yi looked at the 3 figures. They had very similar appearances, wore matching leather armor, and carried quivers and bows on their backs, making them look very much like triplets. Their ears are the iconic elf ears. Exquisite and long. As elves, their faces were impeccably beautiful. Her figure was also equally curvaceous. She wore leather shorts, revealing a pair of long, straight, snow-white legs. This outfit has a certain allure, like a uniform. The 3 elves walked to the bar, their gazes lingering on Lin Yi for a moment before turning to the gray-robed elder and politely inquiring, Hello, may I ask where this place is? The gray-robed elder's expression returned to its coldness as he said, This is the Heroes Tavern, which connects all the worlds of the universe. You are heroes who have been summoned here. Heroes Tavern? The three looked surprised. His gaze then fell upon Lin, a human hero. Lin stood up, a bright smile on her face, and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin, a lord who recruits heroes." The three elves looked at each other in bewilderment. They then said in unison, "Illyria, Sylvanas, Verisa. We are the Windrunner sisters. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chapter 122, The Three Sisters. The Windrunner Sisters? Lin felt that she had heard this title somewhere before, but I couldn't remember it for the time being. If he had played World of Warcraft, he would know about the three sisters' exploits. All of them were renowned figures. However, there is a problem here. The three sisters are clearly not yet in the late stages of the story. Otherwise, their tragic fates wouldn't have given them the opportunity to appear here. Of course, none of this matters to Lin. The important thing is to successfully win over these three sisters. He couldn't be like Angel Queen Keisha, who just strolled around the hero's tavern and then went back. That would really infuriate him. Compared to Kaisa, the aura emanating from the three Windrunner sisters was noticeably weaker. Lin could even sense their specific levels. The eldest sister, Aurelia, exudes an aura of demigodhood. Second sister Sylvanas is at the peak of the saint rank. The third sister, Wenlesa, is a high-ranking saint. She's on the same level as Lin. The eldest sister is the strongest, reaching the level of a demigod. This made Lin somewhat envious. If he successfully recruited her, his golden oasis would have a second demigod-level combat power, and she was an elf at that. Lin ordered a bottle of Bloody Mary. While inviting the three Windrunner sisters to sit in the hall and taste the wine of this other world, he explained to them information about the golden oasis and the holy continent. After listening, the three Windranger sisters were all deeply moved. Unexpectedly, the holy continent, like their world, is being invaded by evil undead. The good news is that the undead scourge on the holy continent is currently only active in a small area and has not affected other regions. This world also has elves, dwarves, humans, and dragons, among others. I really want to know what those nature spirits look like. Second sister Sylvanas looked on with anticipation. Lin also looked at the beautiful elf and said with a smile, "The nature elves of this world look similar to you. If you are interested, you can meet them tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, nature spirits will come to my territory tomorrow." The third sister, Verisa, quickly asked, "My lord, have those nature elves truly established a powerful kingdom?" "Yes." Lin nodded and said, "Their kingdom is in the Forest of Life, a vast forest only a few hundred kilometers from my territory. It is the domain of nature spirits, and even powerful dragons must put aside their arrogance when they descend there. I really want to visit the Forest of Life." Verisa also looked on with anticipation. This pleased Lin, as it increased the chances of recruiting the Windrunner sisters. However, the eldest sister, Aurelia, who is a demigod, remained quite composed and did not show any curiosity about the holy continent. However, there was one thing that Aurelia was very concerned about. She said, "It has always been my dream that elves and humans in this world can coexist peacefully. In their world, the relationship between elves and humans is not friendly. In order to improve this relationship and build friendship between elves and humans, she chose to join the human army to fight against the forces of evil." Lin said, "In my territory, all living beings can live in peace, whether they are elves, humans, dwarves, or magical beasts." Aurelia looked at Lin in surprise. "Do magical beasts also obey the Lord's orders?" Lin said with a smile, "My territory has more than 100,000 magical beasts. Their daily work is not killing, but helping my people mine resources. You are a benevolent and powerful lord." Aurelia sighed. Lin said with utmost sincerity, "I solemnly invite you to join my territory and become heroes who protect the Golden Oasis. On the Holy Continent, you can realize all your dreams and even become gods." Become a god. The three Windrunner sisters were breathing slightly rapid. Even the composed eldest sister, Aurelia, was taken aback. The three sisters all had emerald green eyes that shone with a beautiful light. "Good," Lin said. "Gods are not legends on the Holy Continent, but real beings. In the void, countless gods overlook this land." Hearing Lin Yi's words, a conflicted look appeared on Aurelia's face. She did not suspect that Lin Yi was deceiving them. After all, they have crossed endless dimensional voids to be summoned here, so what is impossible for them? She also wanted to become an immortal god and realize her dream. But after thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, "In our world, I still have many things to do." "Big sister." Sylvanas and Verisa, standing to the side, seemed rather anxious. It's clear they're very interested in becoming Lin Yi's heroes and want to stay on the Holy Continent. Aurelia opened her moist lips. It seemed as if he was about to refuse again. If she leaves, Sylvasna and Verisa will most likely have to leave with her. After all, they are 3 sisters. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said to Aurelia, I believe that you were summoned here by the Heroes Tavern for a very special reason. Don't waste this opportunity. Perhaps here, you can fulfill the mission in your hearts. This, Aurelia hesitated even more, because she felt that what the Lord said made a lot of sense. If there were no special significance, why would the Heroes Tavern summon them? If they refuse and choose to return to their original world, their lives will continue as usual, but will she regret her choice someday? After much deliberation once again, Aurelia took a deep breath, slowly raised her emerald green eyes to look at Lin Yi, and said, Then, my lord, what should we do next? Lin Yi immediately smiled broadly. It's very simple. All you need to do is swear allegiance to me and to my territory, and then you can come out of the tavern with me. At that very moment, the gray-robed old man standing behind the bar suddenly interjected, My lord, for each hero you recruit, you need to pay a fee of 100,000 gold coins, regardless of level or talent. Lin Yi rolled her eyes. This old man is just like his lord's system. You value money too much. After the 3 Windrunner sisters finished their oath, Lin Yi readily paid 300,000 recruitment coins. Compared to recruiting 3 heroes at once, this expense is nothing. If you replace it with high-grade elf spring water, it will only cost 300 bottles. This toast is to celebrate your joining my territory. Lin Yi smiled and raised her glass. The 3 Windrunner sisters also raised their glasses and said in unison, Praise be to the Lord. Chapter 123 The 3 Sisters' Amazement. Since the Heroes Tavern was built, this was the first time the tavern's doors had been opened to the public. Lin Yi was also very happy and led the 3 Windrunner sisters out of the tavern. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take the wine bottles and a few wine glasses with him. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 Windrunner sisters were immediately puzzled. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man standing behind the bar saw Lin Yi's movements becoming increasingly skilled, and the frequency of his mouth twitching increased. What a beautiful place. Standing on the soft, green lawn, looking at the scene of green water and ancient trees, the 3 sisters couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Compared to their world, everything in the Golden Oasis presents a dreamlike beauty. Their world was shrouded in darkness, decay, and the shadow of power and desire. Evil forces were everywhere, causing countless lives to fall into depravity. In contrast, the oasis before us. It is filled with the breath of life and nature. The sky was also a rare azure blue for them. What is that? What a magnificent tree! Sylvanas suddenly exclaimed. Her gaze fell upon the ancient warm mother tree, which stood hundreds of meters tall. Aurelia and Verisa, standing to the side, were also visibly shocked. Such a magnificent giant tree is a rare sight, even in their world. Most importantly, it constantly exudes the power of life and nature, giving them a warm and intimate feeling, as if they were being held in their mother's arms. Lin Yi explained, That is our territory's ancient warm mother tree. This world is not so beautiful and peaceful. Evil forces are rampaging near our territory, and we need great strength to protect this oasis. It can nurture powerful tree people for our territory. Tree warrior? Aurelia exclaimed in surprise. We also have treants where we are, but their numbers have drastically decreased due to the continuous expansion of evil forces. Lin Yi led the 3 sisters toward the ancient War Mother tree. He said, This ancient War Mother tree was carefully cultivated by me. It can give birth to 1,000 ancient tree warriors for me every day. Upon hearing this, Sylvanas and Verisa immediately looked at them with admiration. Aurelia was also deeply shocked. They never imagined that their lord was so powerful, capable of personally nurturing the mother tree of the treant race, and giving birth to so many treant warriors every day. In their understanding, this is a very incredible thing. Of course, this is only part of my territory. Lin Yi said with a smile. Once you get to know it better, you'll discover even more wonders about my territory. As she spoke, Lin Yi led the 3 sisters into a wooden house. As soon as you open the door of the wooden house, an extremely rich life energy rushes towards you. The 3 sisters involuntarily took a deep breath. Lin Yi pointed to the ancient well inside the house, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, and said, This is the Elven spring of our territory. It can produce very high-quality elven spring water. Next, you will also need to go out and fight. Hunting evil undead creatures. When you go out, remember to bring some elven spring water with you. It can not only enhance your magic power, but also restore your strength lost in battle. The shock in the eyes of the three sisters intensified. We elves also have similar springs, but most of them have already dried up. Even the few springs that haven't dried up, their reserves are far less than those of Lord's ancient well, and the life energy they contain is far less pure. Lin Yi said with a smile. After I upgrade it later, what it produces will no longer be the fairy spring water, but the legendary water of life. Even dead creatures can be revived as long as their souls haven't left their bodies. Upon hearing this, even the eldest sister, Aurelia, expressed great respect for Lin Yi. Although the Lord's rank was not as high as hers, his miraculous methods impressed her greatly. Next, Lin Yi led the three Windrunner sisters on a tour of the territory. He was not afraid of exposing the secrets of his territory, because heroes, like his subjects, would not betray him after joining his territory and would become more and more loyal to him. We arrived at the area where the Sand People lived. The three sisters were caught up in the lively atmosphere of the Harvest Festival. With Lin Yi's permission, they shared food and danced with the local people. After that, the group arrived at the edge of the territory, standing atop the majestic city wall. Ahead of the three sisters lay an endless desert, with yellow sand swirling in the air, and in the distance, the shadow of a sandstorm could be seen, sweeping everything away. In the sea of sand, there are also countless figures of the dead. Because the royal griffin knights were dispatched to conquer the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, and the ancient Treant Legion was not large enough, many undead creatures in the surrounding areas rose from the ashes. There were even undead appearing near the city walls. However, they were quickly shot down by arrow towers and fortifications on the city walls. Although the arrow towers and fortresses use arrows as their attack weapons, they are different from ordinary arrows. They contain magic power and can damage undead creatures. An evil undead. A murderous glint appeared on the three sisters' beautiful faces. The younger sister, Verisa, even took out the bow and arrows from her back. One arrow was shot out, splitting into 10,000 arrow rays. It instantly wiped out swarms of undead creatures. Illyria and Sylvanas instinctively wanted to join the fight, but Lin Yi stopped them, saying that these weak undead creatures should be dealt with when his royal griffin knights returned. The three sisters are of a very high level. Even if they wipe out all the undead within a 10-mile radius, they still won't level up. No matter the cost, I will not allow evil forces to invade the beautiful golden oasis. These were the words of the youngest sister, Verisa, and also the shared sentiment of the three sisters. In contrast to the desolate and evil-shrouded desert before me, the golden oasis behind it is truly paradise. This intense conflict only strengthened their resolve to protect the golden oasis. On the way back to the city hall, Lin Yi took a moment to check the information of the three sisters. Only after seeing it will you understand what a hero truly is. Chapter 124, A Powerful Hero. Illyria Windrunner. Race, High Elf. Level, Early Demigod. Growth Potential, Lower Rank, True God. Hero Talent 1, Guiding Fate, Void Elf King. Information, when you command at least 10,000 Elven units, Illyria will automatically be promoted to Void Elf Queen. If she becomes a Legion commander, the elves in her Legion will also be converted into Void Elves. The stronger Illyria is, the more Void Elves she can convert. Hero Talent 2, Windranger's Sisterly Bond. Information, when the three Windranger sisters are on the same battlefield, their combat power will increase by 300%. Sylvanas Windrunner. Race, High Elf. Rank, Peak Saint Rank. Growth Potential, Lower Rank, True God. Hero Talent 1, Guidance of Fate, Banshee Queen. Information, when you command Banshee units, Sylvanas will follow her destiny and transform into the Banshee Queen, exponentially increasing the combat power of her Banshee army. Hero Talent 2, Windranger's Sisterly Bond. Information, when the three Windranger sisters are in the same battlefield. Verisa Windrunner. Race, High Elf. Rank, High-Level Saint. Growth Potential, Lower Rank, True God. Hero Talent 1, Ancient Great Elf. Information, under the influence of the Mother Tree, Verisa will evolve into an ancient archetype, experiencing a surge in power and growth potential. Hero Talent 2, Windranger's Sisterly Bond. Information, those 300,000 gold coins were definitely well spent. All three sisters possess the potential to grow to the level of a lower-level true god, even more powerful than the tin-headed devouring dragon python king. In addition, they also possess unique hero talents. The three Windranger sisters are the Void Elf Queen, the Banshee Queen, and the Ancient Archetype. You can tell they're incredibly powerful just from their names. Especially the first two, the eldest sister and the second sister. He is a leader at the Legion level. One can command the Void Elf army, and the other can command the Banshee army. On the contrary, the younger sister Varisa's hero talent focuses more on improving her own strength and growth potential, and the conditions for meeting this talent are also very simple. All you need to do is find a mother tree. If Varisa receives the call, she can evolve into an ancient archetype. Although Lin Yi doesn't have the elf mother tree, the neighboring nature elf clan does. If there's a chance, let Wenlesa visit the nature elf clan. They might return as ancient great elves. Another key element is the shared hero talent of the three sisters, Windrunner's sisterly bonds. Well, how should I put it? This talent's bonus is even more terrifying than his epic level lord talent, Lightbringer, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a god-level talent. As long as the three sisters are on the same battlefield, defeating enemies of higher ranks is a piece of cake for them. Truly a hero. Linny sighed. Now, he has 3 more tasks. One option is to find a way to acquire Elven units. The second was helping Sylvanas ascend to the throne of the Banshee Queen. The third option is to send Varisa on a trip to the Nature Elf tribe. City Hall. Lin Yi sat upright on the throne. The 3 Windrunner sisters stood inside the main hall. This gave them the feeling of being in a royal audience. Aurelia asked, "My lord, what is our next task? Is it to clear out the powerful undead creatures near the Golden Oasis?" "No rush," Lin Yi said. "I need you to go to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, where a war has just ended." He learned this from the conversation they had just had. Of the 3 sisters, only Aurelia, the eldest, had ever participated in a real war. As for Sylvanas and Varisa, they had been training in the Elven territory, only occasionally venturing out as rangers for a period of time. In short, they are still very young. Lin Yi also needs to change their worldview. Let them know that the enemies of the Golden Oasis are not only evil undead creatures, but also intelligent races like the Skaven Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom that stand in the way of the Golden Oasis. When you go out, you can also hunt some high-level undead creatures. As heroes of the territory, I have granted you the ability to improve your strength by killing enemies. As long as you work hard, it will not be difficult for you to become gods in the future. He was telling the truth. The 3 sisters have undeniable potential for growth. Even without undergoing talent evolution, they can still successfully become gods. Hearing Lin Yi's words, both Illyria and Sylvanas were somewhat surprised. Kill enemies to increase your strength? This path of cultivation is much simpler than theirs before. Varisa whispered a few words in their ears. She had previously killed thousands of undead creatures with a single arrow, and a mysterious energy surged within her body, which could indeed enhance her magic power. Praise be to the Lord. Let's head to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom now. The 3 Windrunner sisters immediately accepted the order. Before they left, Lin Yi said to them, "This world is different from your original world. Remember to abide by the rules of this world, and even more so, the rules of our territory." "Yes, my lord." The 3 sisters nodded, although they didn't quite understand what Lin Yi meant. But it doesn't matter. They believed they would understand soon. This is perhaps why the Lord sent them to the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Watching the 3 sisters' beautiful figures disappear into the distance, Lin Yi also relaxed. A bright smile graced his face. Getting 3 heroes at once is incredibly satisfying. Seemingly remembering something, Lin Yi turned and went to the backyard. He stayed in the second bedroom until evening before coming out. Sophia is about to return to the forest city. But after everything that had happened during the day, she actually didn't want to leave. But the thought of acquiring the dragon's corpse for her lord forced her to suppress her reluctance. Lin Yi took out a piece of spatial equipment and handed it to Sophia. This contains a batch of high-quality Elven spring water, worth over $1 billion. Find a way to sell it. The future happiness of our territory depends on you. As he spoke, he skillfully took Sophia's soft little hand in his. Sophia completely ignored Lin Yi's mention of worth over $1 billion, her mind only echoing with the words, "happy life." Her cheeks flushed as she said, "My lord, I'll be back soon." Chapter 125, At least the future is bright. As they were talking, 2 enormous figures descended from the sky. It was the brothers Charles the Bone Dragon and Charles the Corpse Dragon. Lin Yi then led Sophia to the outside of the city hall. Upon seeing Lin Yi, The two brothers immediately prostrated themselves on the ground to show their loyalty to their master. Lin Yi glanced at Bone Dragon Charles and asked in confusion, "Why is there a hole in your head?" Bone Dragon Charles was immediately shaken and complained to his master. "It was that elf named Verisa who shot it. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or I would not be able to see my master again." The three Windrunner sisters arrived at the Greyfield Dwarf Kingdom in the afternoon. "Not only did I witness the brutal scenes of war, but I also saw two giant dragon brothers hovering in the sky. The youngest sister, Verisa, is the most impulsive. He instinctively drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow nearly blew the skull off Bone Dragon Charles. All I can say is that Bone Dragon Charles reacted very quickly, managing a near-perfect escape. Of course, it was also because there was only this one arrow." Verisa then sensed the mark of the people on the two undead dragons. Although she was puzzled and confused, she did not continue to attack. Otherwise, with her strength, taking down Bone Dragon Charles wouldn't have been difficult. After all, she was a level higher, and the three sisters were standing together. It has the bonus of heroic talent. Add to that Lin Yi's Lord talent, Light God Envoy, and defeating Bone Dragon Charles is as easy as beating a younger brother. It's all a misunderstanding. You should be more understanding. Lin Yi reached out and patted Bone Dragon Charles's chin, then asked, "Are they still in the Greylands Dwarf Kingdom?" "Yes, master," Bone Dragon Charles said. "The three sisters initially seemed a little uneasy about our war against the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, but after communicating with a group of Royal Knights of Judgment, they returned to normal." He was still muttering some rules. It seems their worldview is changing, which is a good thing. Lin Yi was very satisfied, and then said to Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles, "I summoned you back so that you could go to the Forest City. First, to protect Sophia's safety. Second, we need to win over the Flamingo Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce is quite audacious, daring to set its sights on my golden oasis. How can they expect to get away with this without paying a heavy price?" Clear. The two dragons immediately pledged to complete the mission and utterly destroy the Flamingo Merchant Guild. Sophia said, "My lord, they are undead dragons, and it will be difficult for them to enter the Forest City, unless they transform into human form and conceal their undead aura. Forest City is an open economic and trade city, and there is no particular prohibition against any faction from entering, but the undead should still be careful if they want to enter. Nature spirits dislike the undead the most. That's why the Elf City Lord investigated and arrested the Masked Man and his gang, because she suspected that the forces behind the Masked Man were behind the undead scourge in the Carol Desert. The emergence of the undead scourge has seriously threatened the survival of the nature elves. That's easy. Beings of the saint rank, whether undead or magical beasts, can transform into human form." Lin Yi said to the two brothers, "Remember what Sophia said. Also, be careful not to die in the Forest City. If the Elven City Lord recognizes you, just mention our Golden Oasis name, and she should give you some face." "Yes, master." Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon obediently complied. The fact that the owner assigns them special tasks shows that they value them. They were naturally overjoyed. Even Bone Dragon Charles, who was determined to go to Dragonfall Canyon to improve his strength, decisively abandoned the idea and secretly vowed to thoroughly destroy the Flamingo Merchant Guild. It had previously consumed many of the souls of the Poison Bee Rider. Therefore, it is very knowledgeable about the Flamingo Merchant Guild and even knows where the guild's underground base is. It plans to wipe out all those strongholds as well. It does so to repay its owner's trust. "All right, it's getting late. Let's get going." Lin Yi reached out and patted Sophia's shapely figure. Sophia was filled with reluctance, but she still rode the bone dragon away from the Golden Oasis. Throughout the journey, Sophia's mind was filled with images of her intimate moments with Lin Yi. The further away from the Golden Oasis, her reluctance to part with him grew even stronger. That feeling was even more painful than when she left her hometown, the free union of Yais, until they were almost at the Forest of Life. She gradually calmed down and took out the spatial equipment that Lin Yi had given her. Soon, an expression of utter shock appeared on her beautiful, delicate face. That Elven City Lord also wants to buy up all the Elven spring water in the Lord's possession. It seems very difficult now. Night. The Royal Griffin Knights returned to their territory with the rich spoils of war. The three Windranger sisters also returned together. The expressions on their faces were somewhat somber, far less relaxed than when they left in the afternoon. It seemed the war in the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom had brought them immense pressure. It wasn't that the enemy was too strong, but rather that the battlefield was littered with enemy corpses. Even after returning to the Golden Oasis, they could still seem to smell the strong, pungent stench of blood. The eldest sister, Aurelia, was better off. She had experienced real war. The young Sylvanas and Variso were finding it hard to keep up. Her stunningly beautiful face was deathly pale. Fortunately, the return of the Royal Griffin Knights brought the festive atmosphere of the territory to a climax, which also somewhat dispelled the cruel images in their minds. My lord. Upon seeing Lin Yi approach, the three sisters quickly bowed. Lin Yi nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to the bustling scene on the other side of the lake, and said as if chatting with a friend, Kalar was not once a boundless desert, but a rich land inhabited by countless intelligent races. A war of the gods led to the extinction of all living beings here. Before I came, the Golden Oasis was only a kilometer in circumference. Now it stretches for dozens of kilometers, with lush trees and blooming flowers. I transformed it and created a real home for these desert dwellers. Those Greyland dwarves who survived the war will also come to this oasis one after another, to thrive and be passed down under my protection. This is not a meaningless war. At least its future is bright. Looking at the three sisters with their different expressions, Lin Yi said with a smile, Get a good rest tonight, because tomorrow you will be stepping onto the real battlefield. He designated the battlefield for the three sisters in Dragonfall Canyon. Not only can they quickly level up and increase their strength there, but they can also help him complete the second side quest and obtain the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. Lin Yi didn't know. At this very moment, a great battle is about to erupt in Dragonfall Canyon. One side in the battle is the big bosses of Dragonfall Canyon. On the other side were his dozen or so undead dragons, led by the Devouring Dragon Python King and the Zombie Dragon King. Chapter 126 Devouring Dragon Python King. Quite the boast. Under the cover of night, the fallen Dragon Canyon looks more like a giant and ferocious centipede lying on the ground, its pitch-black body seemingly capable of devouring everything. And I have a vague feeling that its area seems to have increased a bit. At this moment, in the southwestern area of Dragonfall Canyon, above a main canyon, the crowd was densely packed, like a swarm of bees. Leading the group were dozens of enormous, undead dragons. Among them are bone dragons, zombie dragons, ghost dragons, corpse dragons, and even rare blood dragons. Blood dragon is also a type of undead dragon. The molding conditions are extremely demanding. It requires a large amount of dragon blood and the soul consciousness of a dragon to be integrated into it, and then it needs to be nurtured and gestated for many years before a blood dragon can be born. The blood dragon is also extremely powerful in combat. Killing the blood dragon, in particular, is extremely difficult. Because their bodies are made entirely of blood, even if they are destroyed, blood dragons can quickly regenerate and recover. When encountering a powerful enemy, the blood dragon can also transform into countless smaller blood dragons to escape the battlefield. The most direct way to kill a blood dragon is to destroy its soul. Without its soul, the blood dragon became nothing more than a pool of dead blood. In addition to dozens of undead dragons, the faction also has major bosses such as the Lord of Abominations, the Lord of Skeletons, and the Gargoyle King, all of whom are of the Saint rank. The total number of Saint-ranked individuals exceeds 50. The lineup is truly impressive. Behind these big bosses was an army of undead that blotted out the sky. It is mainly composed of undead that fly. All the other undead without wings were extraordinary. Because their enemy is an undead dragon that can fly high in the sky, the undead troops on the ground are completely useless, and they can only send out the aerial combat legion. As the undead army changed formation, soon, they formed a huge encirclement. Surrounded in the center were more than a dozen undead dragons under Lin Yi's command, with the most powerful Devouring Dragon Python King and Zombie Dragon King at the front. The Devouring Dragon Python King turned to look at the Zombie Dragon King Wallace beside him. What exactly did you do to stir up such a huge hornet's nest? Zombie Dragon King Wallace paused for a moment, then shook his mind and said, The day before yesterday, I encountered a bone dragon that claimed to be sent by the Skeleton Dragon King from the north. He ordered me not to disrupt the order of Fallen Dragon Canyon and to leave the territory of the King of Hatred at once. Then what? Then I slapped it to death and swallowed its soul essence. The Devouring Dragon Python King said, Such a small bone dragon shouldn't warrant such a huge fuss. Dozens of undead bosses, that's quite a frightening sight. Zombie Dragon King Wallace added, Yesterday I took a stroll around the territory of the Skeleton Dragon King and encountered 3 bone dragons guarding a large patch of dragon soul grass. I stole all those dragon soul grasses. What about the 3 bone dragons? Kill him. The devouring dragon python king glanced at him sideways and scoffed. If I were the skeleton dragon king, I would definitely kill you too. I'm afraid of it. Zombie dragon king Wallace snorted coldly. After a pause, it said, after you kill those saint-level undead, remember to give me their soul essence. I'm about to break through. The zombie dragon king was born at the peak of the saint rank. During this period, it wreaked havoc in the fallen dragon canyon, gaining a massive amount of soul essence and experience, and was now very close to breaking through to the saint rank and advancing to the demigod realm. The devouring dragon python king was quite generous. Despite being the strongest, it did not choose to monopolize all the soul essence, because it knew very well that it alone could not help its master conquer Dragonfall Canyon. According to the information it received, Dragonfall Canyon has 2 super bosses at the demigod level. One of them is the Skeleton Dragon King. The other is the Octopus Demon King. The former is a beginner-level demigod, and the latter is a mid-level demigod. The Octopus Demon King's true form is a rotting octopus, so enormous that it is even more terrifying than a dragon. It's baffling that an octopus, a creature that lives in the ocean, would appear in this vast Carol desert. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is that it needs a helper. This helper is none other than the Zombie Dragon King, who is about to break through to the demigod realm. The devouring dragon python king asked, how many dragon soul grasses have you collected in total? The Zombie Dragon King thought for a moment and said, there should be 1,300 of them. The speed isn't slow either. The devouring dragon python king nodded and said, give me the dragon soul grass for safekeeping, in case anything goes wrong later. Good. The Zombie Dragon King opened its huge mouth and spat out a ball of light. The sphere of light was formed by condensing its own domain power, and inside it was the dragon soul grass it had collected. At the same time, the other undead dragons present, including the nether dragon Charles, handed over all the dragon soul grass they had collected to the devouring dragon python king. The devouring dragon python king also used energy to condense a ball of light, wrapped the dragon soul grass in it, and swallowed it. Let's resolve this battle first, and I'll help you break through to demigod status. We'll decide later whether to go and hunt down the skeleton dragon king, or return directly to our territory. Okay, whatever you say. Zombie Dragon King Wallace handed over the reins to devouring dragon python king. This thing is stronger than it. It decisively chose to be a subordinate for a while. At that very moment, a massive, decaying dragon flew out from the distant army, coldly staring at the devouring dragon python king and the other undead dragons. You shameful invaders, you have disregarded the goodwill of the skeleton dragon king. You now have 2 choices. Either lower your head and pledge allegiance to the skeleton dragon king. Either die here. Its main focus was on the devouring dragon python king. This zombie dragon with 10 heads is so huge that it gives off a creepy feeling. Despite both being at the peak of the saint rank, it felt immense pressure. However, it has many companions. The number of saint-level experts exceeds 50. It was still very confident in taking down this monstrous zombie dragon. Take its corpse back to the skeleton dragon king. He will be very pleased. Quite the boast. The devouring dragon python king grinned and let out a strange laugh. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura was released from it. Along with the aura, there appeared rings of eerie black ripples, distorting even space itself. The black ripples spread tens of thousands of meters in an instant. Wherever it passed, countless undead creatures were forced to disintegrate. Countless fragments of debris rained down into the canyon below. With just this one move, the undead army was wiped out. Tens of thousands of extraordinary, flying undead creatures were instantly killed. The only survivors were the 50-odd saint-level boss-level undead. Chapter 127, The Terrified Undead Bosses. Upon witnessing this scene, the undead bosses present were all chilled to the bone, their very souls trembling. More than 100,000 undead creatures were instantly killed. Among them were many powerful undead who had reached the extraordinary level. There are at least several thousand of them. However, this powerful legion, they were wiped out in an instant by that monstrous zombie dragon with 10 heads. It's unbelievably powerful. What terrified them most was that the aura displayed by the devouring dragon python king was far too terrifying, far exceeding the saint level. They even sensed the fluctuations of the power of the laws from that last move. Law? That's a sign of a demigod's existence. The peak saint-level corpse dragon retreated in terror, staring at the devouring dragon python king with utter fear. You're a demigod? It's never too late to know. The devouring dragon python king spread its enormous dragon wings, and its 9 python heads emitted eerie, strange laughs that sent chills down the spines of the undead bosses present. They finally understood why the devouring dragon python king was so enormous. They were almost as powerful as the skeletal dragon king to whom they served. It's not because it underwent some kind of physical mutation during its evolution, but because it was originally a demigod-level undead dragon, just like the skeleton dragon king. Previously, it displayed the aura of a peak saint-level being. It simply deliberately concealed its true strength. Perhaps, if they hadn't come to provoke it, the devouring dragon python king would have continued to hide until it achieved its ultimate goal. How is this possible? The spiritual consciousness of the peak saint-level corpse dragon trembled violently. Throughout the entire Carol Desert, there are very few undead creatures of the saint rank. As for undead beings at the demigod level, they are even rarer. Dragonfall Canyon is the largest gathering place for undead within a radius of thousands of kilometers. It is home to countless undead creatures, but there are only 2 undead that have reached the level of demigods. It never imagined that a demigod-level undead dragon would descend from the sky. They even deliberately concealed their rank. This act of pretending to be weak to deceive others is truly going too far. If they had known beforehand that the devouring dragon python king was a demigod, they would never have come to their deaths. Even if they were to besiege the devouring dragon python king, it would have been led by the skeleton dragon king, whom they served. Of course, there are no what-ifs for things that have already happened. What they need to do now is figure out how to escape. Although they outnumbered each other, it would still be very difficult for them to overwhelm and kill a demigod. At best, they could only severely injure the devouring dragon python king at a heavy cost. Its laws encompass an area of tens of thousands of meters in radius. Running away will only make us die faster. Let's join forces and attack it together, buying it as much time as possible. Gabriel, find a chance to escape. Once you escape the realm of laws, you can contact the skeleton dragon king. The corpse dragon's trembling consciousness transmitted its words to the undead bosses present. As for the Gabriel it mentioned, that was the blood dragon. The blood dragon's ability to escape is even stronger than that of the nether dragon. I see. Blood dragon Gabriel slowly retreated. He said, "Be careful. I'll call for help from the skeleton dragon king as soon as I go out." At the dragon king's speed, he'll be here in a few minutes. The skeleton dragon king's stronghold is located at the northernmost part of Dragonfall Canyon. It is about 400 kilometers away from here. Running 100 kilometers per minute is an absolutely astonishing speed. Attack together. The peak saint-level corpse dragon roared in anger. In an instant, dozens of undead dragons, along with the king of abominations, the king of bones, the gargoyle king, and other saint-level bosses, charged directly towards the devouring dragon python king and his group. In the process, they opened up their own domains. They even overlapped, completely enveloping the devouring dragon python king and the others. Lin Yi's dozen or so undead dragons also activated their domains immediately, with the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king leading the charge to confront these undead bosses head-on. It is protected by the law realm of the devouring dragon python king. It's still very difficult to defeat the undead bosses with their overlapping domains. All that's left is a face-to-face, real fight. The strong live, the weak die. A loud bang. A jet-black beam of light tore through the overlapping domains of the undead bosses. It instantly shattered the body of a nether dragon. The devouring dragon python king made the first move. The 9 pythons opened their mouths wide and spat out balls of black, shiny light. The 9 orbs of light converged, transforming into the terrifying beam of light that instantly annihilated the nether dragon. Its immense power stemmed from the presence of the devouring dragon python king's laws within the beam. Laws are derivatives of the rules governing the world. Its power is so great that it can easily tear apart the domain of a saint-level being. The devouring dragon python king possesses 3 laws: darkness, power, and wind. The power of the 3 laws came together. How could a mid-level saint-rank nether dragon possibly withstand it? Forget about blocking it, you can't even avoid it. The beam of light was moving faster than it could react instinctively. At the same time, the power of the Dark Law and the Gale Law from the devouring dragon python king also spread out. The laws of darkness transformed into a black canopy that devoured the undead bosses, not only isolating them from sight, perception, and consciousness, but also beginning to invade their souls. As for the Gale Law, it transformed into countless enormous wind blades, frantically slicing through the bodies of the undead bosses. Some of the weaker undead bosses were instantly shredded into pieces. A weak undead. How dare you be arrogant in front of me, the Dragon King. The devouring dragon python king grabbed a skeleton king with one hand and instantly tore it in two. The skeleton king's skeleton had evolved into gold, making its defense extremely strong, but it still couldn't withstand the violent tearing of the devouring dragon python king and was torn to shreds on the spot. This is the law of power. With the blessing of the law of power, the devouring dragon python king's physical strength is ridiculously powerful. It could easily tear apart a skeleton, let alone a living dragon. In the blink of an eye, at least 7 undead bosses died at the hands of the devouring dragon python king. Absolutely invincible. Chapter 128: The Fall of the King of Abominations. The battle intensified. Dozens of undead bosses went berserk and attacked the devouring dragon python king and a group of undead dragons. The devouring dragon python king was besieged by at least 20 undead bosses. They are all extremely powerful. The lowest level is Saint level high rank. There were a total of 8 who reached the peak of the Saint rank. Even the devouring dragon python king felt a bit of pressure. Of course, it was only a tiny bit. This level of encirclement and attack is not enough to threaten it. At most, it can only delay their demise. There are also nearly 30 other undead bosses who are besieging and killing more than a dozen undead dragons, including the zombie dragon King Wallace. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Every now and then, someone's body gets smashed to pieces. When facing undead creatures, once your body is destroyed, resurrection becomes extremely difficult, as your opponents will devour your very soul essence immediately. Just like the zombie dragon King Wallace. Relying on its formidable strength and thick hide, it rampaged across the battlefield. Whenever a necromancer boss is killed, it will rush over immediately and devour the soul essence of the deceased, giving the opponent no chance to be reborn. It was under this almost shameless act of devouring. The aura emanating from zombie dragon King Wallace was growing stronger and stronger. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will break through soon. As the battle continued, there are fewer and fewer undead bosses on the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, more than 20 undead bosses had been killed. Their record is truly remarkable. However, the undead dragons, led by zombie dragon King Wallace, have not been without losses, for zombie dragons have fallen in the battle so far. As for their very essence, it was also devoured by their opponent. This is the war between the undead. It's either you devour me, or I devour you. Don't kill me. At that very moment, a terrified scream echoed across the battlefield. He is the king of hatred. It was nearly 100 meters tall, covered in rotting flesh, and its skin was covered with countless twisted faces of all sizes. Those faces belonged to the flesh and blood creatures it devoured. The king of abomination's favorite thing to do is devour living beings. Whether human, monster, or other intelligent beings. For it, fresh life is food. It enjoys listening to the screams of blood and living beings as it eats and digests them. It makes it very happy. But now it's its turn. It was targeted by the devouring dragon python king, who had gone mad with killing intent. In an instant, its domain was shattered by the power of the devouring dragon python king's laws. It tried to escape, but it was no match for the devouring dragon python king, which was empowered by the law of Gale. Its enormous, abominable body was seized by the 2 front claws of the devouring dragon python king. The excruciating pain of its body being torn apart made it scream and beg for mercy. Instinctively, it kept spewing out clouds of green mist towards the devouring dragon python king that was right in front of it. This is a highly poisonous fog, so powerful that it can corrode metal. Its breath is no less powerful than that of the corpse dragon. However, its highly poisonous mist seemed to have no effect whatsoever on the devouring dragon python king. At most, it will leave behind some tiny poisonous bubbles. This level of lethality was like a tickle to the devouring dragon python king. Amidst the king of abomination's terrified and desperate screams. With a sudden burst of force from its 2 front claws, the devouring dragon python king tore the king of abomination's massive body in two. Its soul tried to escape, but was bitten and swallowed by the devouring dragon python king. This king of abominations, who had dominated the southwestern region of Dragonfall Canyon for over 100 years, was devoured just like that, and his death was quite swift. Its body fell into the canyon below. What a coincidence. It landed right in the green lake that was its home base. In the lake, green water churns and surges. There is a great deal of hatred reveling. They excitedly shared the flesh and blood of the king of abominations. Previously, they were the underlings of the king of hatred. Now, the king of hatred has become their nourishment. Perhaps in a few years, a new king of hatred will be born in this lake, but that is a matter for the future. Having dealt with the king of abominations, the devouring dragon python king immediately went on to hunt down other undead bosses, especially those that had reached the peak of the saint rank. Anything that it has its eye on. Whether it's the bone dragon, the ghost dragon, or the gargoyle king. None of them survived for more than a minute. On this battlefield, the devouring dragon python king perfectly illustrated the difference between a demigod and a saint with its invincible and overwhelming power. I don't know when. A blood-red figure flew out from the dark sky. It is the blood dragon Gabriel. It has shrunk considerably compared to before. Previously, it was nearly 100 meters long, but now it's less than 30 meters, and its level has even dropped from saint level to transcendent. Clearly, it paid a heavy price to escape the law realm of the devouring dragon python king. After emerging, blood dragon Gabriel immediately contacted the skeleton dragon king, who was hundreds of kilometers away. Tell their tragic experiences of encountering those who pretend to be weak but are actually strong. The skeletal dragon king simply replied, "I understand," and then said nothing more. Blood dragon Gabriel had great confidence in the skeleton dragon king. It believed that its master would arrive at the battlefield as quickly as possible and kill the devouring dragon python king. In fact, the skeleton dragon king did not disappoint blood dragon Gabriel. Just a few minutes later, its enormous and terrifying figure appeared in the sight of blood dragon Gabriel, and a terrifying power of law came towards it. In an instant, the dark canopy created by the devouring dragon python king was destroyed. The battlefield was clearly visible under the moonlight. There were no bodies, because all the remains had fallen into the canyon below. On the battlefield, the two sides are still fighting. However, the number has clearly decreased significantly. Of the more than 50 undead bosses that participated in the battle, only 11 remain. The rest have all been killed. The undead dragons of the Golden Oasis faction also suffered significant losses. A total of 8 zombie dragons were killed. All that's left are the devouring dragon python king, zombie dragon king Wallace, nether dragon Charles, and 2 high-ranking saint-level zombie dragons. 11-5. If the skeleton dragon king had arrived even a few minutes later, the remaining 11 undead bosses would have also suffered. At this moment, they quickly withdrew from the battlefield. They retreated to the side of the skeletal dragon king. He stared at the devouring dragon python king and the other undead dragons with murderous eyes. With the skeletal dragon king backing them up, they were finally no longer afraid. Chapter 129, The Devouring Dragon Python King's Amazing Moves. In terms of size, the skeleton dragon king is about the same size as the devouring dragon python king. Its true form is a bone dragon, but the body is not a skeleton. Its entire body is covered with a thick layer of golden bone. It's like wearing a heavy suit of golden armor. It makes it look even stronger and more majestic than the devouring dragon python king. This physique truly lives up to the title of the skeleton dragon king. Upon arriving on the battlefield, it did not make a move immediately, but instead kept its gaze firmly fixed on the devouring dragon python king. The bizarre appearance of the devouring dragon python king caused the soul fire burning in its head to visibly tremble. It had seen those 9 python heads before. The skeletal dragon king, his spirit resonating, declared, "You've crossed the line. Fallen Dragon Canyon is not your territory. Even the titan-devouring serpent must approach it with reverence." Upon hearing this, the devouring dragon python king's mind raced. He immediately understood that the bone dragon king mistook it for the lich's subordinate. This is quite normal, of course. Its 9 python heads originated from the titan python. They are almost identical. No dog would believe it had nothing to do with the titanoboa. The devouring dragon python king said, "We only came to collect dragon soul grass, but we were besieged by your subordinates. If we're talking about arrogance, the undead of your fallen dragon canyon are far more arrogant." Upon hearing this, the peak saint-level corpse dragon immediately flew into a rage. "That zombie dragon next to you killed our envoy and invaded my master's territory. If we don't kill you, who will we kill?" The devouring dragon python king glanced at it sideways. "With such a silver tongue, I, the dragon king, will tear your mouth apart sooner or later." The peak saint-level corpse dragon shrank back in fright. The battle just now had given it a profound understanding of just how terrifying the devouring dragon python king's combat power was. That's something they really do. They just tear it up without hesitation. The skeleton dragon king roared and said, "Hand over that zombie dragon, and I will forgive and forget what happened before this." The devouring dragon python king immediately turned its gaze to the zombie dragon king, Wallace. "It says it's going to hand you over. What do you think?" "Whatever." Zombie dragon king Wallace grinned grotesquely. Just then, the devouring dragon python king suddenly opened its huge mouth, but instead of biting the zombie dragon king, it spat out a ball of light containing a vast amount of soul essence. Those were its spoils of war. It was supposed to be given to zombie dragon king Wallace for a breakthrough. The zombie dragon king didn't stand on ceremony and swallowed the ball of light whole. A moment later, a golden light, invisible to outsiders, descended from the sky and enveloped the zombie dragon king. The aura of the zombie dragon king suddenly began to surge wildly. In just a few seconds, it completed a level breakthrough, advancing from the peak of the saint rank to the initial rank of the demigod. After the breakthrough, its size also became much larger. He barely reached the level of the devouring dragon python king. Upon seeing this, the undead bosses standing beside the bone dragon king were so frightened that they retreated one after another, their soul flames trembling wildly. "That's a breakthrough? Are you kidding me? That was a one-on-one match. It's now 1 against 2. His own skeletal dragon king is about to face 2 demigods. He might just get a good beating. As for them, their fate will definitely be even worse." The skeletal dragon king seemed to realize he was at a disadvantage, and quickly backed down, saying, "Let bygones be bygones, and you shall leave Dragonfall Canyon immediately." Turning the page? Impossible. After ascending to demigod status, the zombie dragon king Wallace became extremely arrogant. They completely disregarded the bone dragon king. It is ready to join forces with the devouring dragon python king to tear the skeleton dragon king to pieces. However, the devouring dragon python king's next move was beyond its expectations. It said to the skeletal dragon king, "Our mission is to collect dragon soul grass. As long as you hand over the dragon soul grass from your territory to us, we'll let bygones be bygones." The zombie dragon king immediately looked at the devouring dragon python king. "I don't understand why this guy suddenly became a coward." However, it did not refute this. The devouring dragon python king has 10 heads and far more cunning schemes than this one. On the other side, the skeleton dragon king remained silent for a long time before saying, "Dragon soul grass has little effect on undead of our level." The devouring dragon python king said, "This has nothing to do with you. If you want peace, hand over the dragon soul grass." "Do you really think this dragon king fears the 2 of you?" The skeletal dragon king had a deep, unfathomable gaze, and the golden bone armor on its body trembled as well. In an instant, its aura seemed to grow stronger than before. The devouring dragon python king showed no fear and said again, "Hand over the dragon soul grass in exchange for peace between us. Otherwise, this war will not end here." The atmosphere instantly became tense again. It seems like a fight could break out at any moment. It wasn't until much later that the skeleton dragon king was the first to withdraw its terrifying aura. It gave the devouring dragon python king a cold glance. "Just you wait." As soon as it finished speaking, it led a group of undead bosses and disappeared into the distant night. "Won't this guy take the opportunity to run away?" "Won't." The devouring dragon python king said, "It doesn't care about the dragon soul grass. It just wants us to leave as soon as possible." The zombie dragon king said, "Are you really going to agree to maintain peace with it?" The devouring dragon python king glanced at it sideways. "What do you think?" Quack. The zombie dragon king immediately let out a strange laugh. They don't have the final say when it comes to things like peace. About half an hour later, the skeletal dragon king returned alone. With a spit, it handed a ball of light containing a large amount of dragon soul grass to the devouring dragon python king. "More than 2,400 dragon soul grasses are enough for you." "Very well, let's let bygones be bygones." The devouring dragon python king put away the orb of light and said to the skeleton dragon king, "From now on, the southwest area of Fallen Dragon Canyon belongs to us, and the north is your territory. We will leave each other alone." Upon hearing this, the skeletal dragon king was so enraged that he almost flew into a rage on the spot. It fell for a thief's trick. However, it didn't say much. He simply said, "Take care of yourself," and quickly disappeared. The zombie dragon king chuckled. "You're really clever. You do something so shameless. With so much dragon soul grass, Master will surely be able to nurture an extremely powerful dragon spirit. Don't worry, there's one more. As he spoke, the devouring dragon python king spewed a breath of dragon fire at a point in the void not far away. Suddenly, a figure was forced to appear. The figure was not large, only about 10 meters long, and looked exactly like an octopus. Upon seeing this, the zombie dragon king was startled. It didn't realize that there was something hidden there. The devouring dragon python king, wielding its spiritual power, said, "You've seen enough. How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" The octopus spoke human language. In contrast, the devouring dragon python king, the zombie dragon king, and others cannot speak. They communicate using their mental consciousness. However, this actually makes their communication more discreet, preventing others from overhearing them. The devouring dragon python king said, "I will exchange the southwestern region of Fallen Dragon Canyon for the dragon soul grass of your territory." This octopus with 8 tentacles is the octopus demon king. More accurately, it is an incarnation that split off from it. The octopus demon king said, "Do you think I believe you? You are powerful enough that you are not afraid that I will go back on my word." The devouring dragon python king said, "Furthermore, I swear that as long as you are here, we will never set foot in the southwest region again. Our mission is only to collect dragon soul grass, and we have no interest in so-called territory. As long as you give us the dragon soul grass, we will leave Fallen Dragon Canyon immediately, and this area will belong to you." The octopus demon king pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Wait for me for an hour." After saying that, its clone merged back into the void. The zombie dragon king looked at the devouring dragon python king with astonishment, his mind reeling as he said, "What are you thinking? You actually swore never to set foot here again. What about Master's mission?" Their master gave them the task of conquering the entire Dragonfall Canyon. The devouring dragon python king replied nonchalantly, "I'm talking about the day it's around. Next time we come, we'll just go straight to its lair and wipe it out, won't we?" Upon hearing this, the zombie dragon king was immediately stunned. The devouring dragon python king's outrageous actions have shattered my worldview. Chapter 130 Breakthrough, Peak of Saint Rank. You always knew that the octopus demon king was hiding in that void. The zombie dragon king asked, his mind reeling. The devouring dragon python king nodded and said, "It was a helper invited by the skeleton dragon king, who wanted to surround and kill us in one fell swoop, but in the end the octopus ghost king backed down. Once it retreats, the skeleton dragon king has no choice but to retreat as well. It is no match for the two of us on its own." The zombie dragon king asked in bewilderment, "The octopus ghost king is a mid-level demigod. It's not impossible for it to kill us if it joins forces with the skeleton dragon king. Why did it choose to retreat?" The devouring dragon python king said, "They must have seen my 9 python heads and thought I was related to the titan devouring python, so they became cautious." The zombie dragon king said, "This proves one thing. That titan devouring python is very powerful." "Really?" The devouring dragon python king said, "According to my estimation, the titan devouring python's strength should be at the peak of demigod. Once it successfully reincarnates as a lich, it will directly step into the level of a demigod." The zombie dragon king said, "Then we need to hurry up and improve our strength." Upon hearing this, the devouring dragon python king nodded again. They must become stronger. Otherwise, how can one serve one's master? At this moment, the zombie dragon king suddenly realized and said, "No wonder you didn't attack the skeleton dragon king when I advanced to demigod just now. It turns out you knew that the octopus ghost king was hiding nearby." The devouring dragon python king said, "The octopus ghost king is cautious, but that doesn't mean it will just watch the skeleton dragon king be killed by us, so we can't be too hasty. It's not too late to kill them after Master has nurtured the dragon spirits." "That makes sense." The zombie dragon king agreed. The devouring dragon python king with 10 heads is truly something else. It's much smarter than that. If it were it would have already attacked the skeletal dragon king. There wouldn't have been anything like what happened afterward. On the other hand, the devouring dragon python king first tricked the skeleton giant dragon king out of his dragon soul grass, and then, under the guise of transferring territory, tricked the octopus ghost king. This guy's mind works really fast. Speaking of which, that octopus ghost king is also not very bright. If we really want to leave Dragonfall Canyon, it can take over this area even without paying the dragon soul grass. It's not that it's not smart enough, it's just that it overthinks and considers too many possibilities. The devouring dragon python king sneered and said, It thinks that by making this deal with us, it can avoid offending the Titan-devouring python and bypass the skeleton dragon king to take over this area. Of course, there is another reason. That means dragon soul grass isn't very valuable to it. It feels like it's made a great deal by giving up something it doesn't need in exchange for a piece of territory. Even if we tricked it, its losses won't be significant. So that's how it is. The zombie dragon king suddenly had a clear mind. Inadvertently, it glanced at the 9 python heads on the neck of the devouring dragon python king, feeling a pang of envy. The devouring dragon python king is a zombie dragon, just like it. It is also a mummified corpse from 10,000 years ago. There is basically no difference. It believed that the reason why the devouring dragon python king was smarter than it was because it had these extra python heads. After all, a problem considered by one head can never compare to one head considering it together. This is where the advantage of having many brains comes in. 1 hour later, the octopus demon king arrived as promised. However, it did not directly hand over the dragon soul grass to the devouring dragon python king, but asked with some unease, "Are you sure this area will belong to me in the future, and you won't go back on your word?" The devouring dragon python king said very sincerely, "Collecting dragon soul grass is our mission. Once we have it, we will naturally leave, since our territory is not in Fallen Dragon Canyon. To put it another way, your strength is greater than ours. Even if the two of us join forces, we are no match for you. So even if we back out later, you can handle it calmly." The octopus demon king thought this made a lot of sense. It wasn't the devouring dragon python king or the zombie dragon king that it feared, but rather the titan-devouring python that was transforming into a lich. If these two guys in front of it change their minds, it will simply kill them. With the contract in place, even if the titan-devouring serpent wants to cause trouble, it can still reason with the other party. Thinking of this, the octopus ghost king threw a ball of light to the devouring dragon python king. "There are more than 3,000 dragon soul grasses in total, and they belong to you now. It's a pleasure doing business with you." The devouring dragon python king happily put away the ball of light. Without further ado, he led the zombie dragon king and several other undead dragons into the distant horizon. The octopus king was also very happy to watch them disappear into the distance. Previously, this area was the territory of various undead bosses, overseen by the skeleton dragon king. Now this area belongs to it. As if it had thought of something, it came to the canyon below the battlefield. After going around in circles, they found nothing. What a greedy bunch. Clean up the remains of those saint-level undead completely, leaving not a single bone behind. The octopus demon king was a little angry. Those guys are like robbers. However, it quickly recovered and happily returned to its base, where it began to mobilize its undead army, preparing to completely take over this territory. The southwestern area of Dragonfall Canyon is quite large. In addition to the eastern and southeastern areas it occupies, it essentially controls 2/3 of the Fallen Dragon Canyon. As for the territory of the Skeleton Dragon King, it lies to the north and northwest of Dragonfall Canyon. Its territory is far smaller than its size. The reason it is so obsessed with occupying territory. This is because the undead creatures under its rule periodically hand over a portion of its soul essence. The larger the territory, the more spiritual essence it can harvest. This is very helpful in improving its own strength. By the time the Lich King awakens, I might have already advanced to the high-level demigod. At that time, I will definitely receive more favor from the Lich King. Golden Oasis. Lin Yi sat cross-legged under the ancient War Mother tree. He was enveloped by a luminous green glow and a surging life force and natural magic. After a long while, he opened his eyes. The aura emanating from his body was much stronger than before. Peak Saint rank. One more step, and you'll be a demigod. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the speed at which she leveled up. Originally, it would have taken him some time to reach the peak of the Saint rank, but this time, his group of undead dragons killed dozens of Saint rank undead bosses in the Fallen Dragon Canyon. In addition, there was his previous experience. His breakthrough felt like a natural progression. Chapter 131. Let me show you the wonders of our territory. Congratulations, Lord. Your strength has improved once again. A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, I saw a beautiful figure walking slowly towards me. She is the second of the 3 sisters, Sylvanas. Lin Yi suddenly realized that the high elf's demeanor seemed to have become somewhat alluring and seductive. He was walking in the same way he did during the day. Now, in his eyes, it also has a cat-like sexiness. He didn't know if it was because he learned that Sylvanas's hero talent was Banshee Queen, that his impression of Sylvanas subconsciously changed. Her eyes were as bright as before, but now it exudes a kind of allure. It's a very eerie feeling. Linny smiled and said, "Why aren't you asleep?" The three sisters lived right next door to him. After the core building of the territory was upgraded to the city hall, several villas appeared behind the hall. Linny arranged for the three Windrunner sisters to live in one of the villas. Compared to the sand dwellers on the opposite bank, the three sisters had much better accommodations. Sylvanas said softly, "What happened today was too fantastical, and I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk and happened to see the Lord breaking through here." After a brief pause, Sylvanas sighed again. "I never imagined that evil undead creatures could coexist peacefully with humans, or even fight side by side on the battlefield. Especially since their companions are royal knights who take honor as their mission. This has shattered my worldview. This kind of thing is not common." Lin Yi said, "In the Holy Continent, it is rare for intelligent beings to stand on the same side as the undead. Even if such a phenomenon exists, it is mostly among evil professions. Our territory is rather special. Here, all intelligent races, regardless of good or evil, light or darkness, can coexist." Sylvanas looked at Lin Yi with respect and said, "You are a great lord. I believe that with your efforts, the future of the Holy Continent will be even brighter." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi knew that the High Elf's beliefs had been completely swayed. Wars like the one against the Grey Dwarf Kingdom no longer affect her mindset. This made Lin Yi very happy. He believed that Aurelia and Verisa would soon do the same. "This will be our shared mission." Lin Yi looked at the High Elf with a smile. Sylvanas nodded solemnly. The human and the elf sat under the ancient war tree and chatted for a long time. Occasionally, one could hear soft, gentle laughter, as melodious as the songs of fairies. It wasn't until after midnight. Lin Yi stood up, extended his hand to Sylvanas, who was sitting cross-legged on the lawn, and said with a smile, "I'll show you the wonders of our territory." "It's my pleasure." Sylvanas didn't hesitate. He naturally took Lin Yi's hand and stood up from the lawn. Then their hands naturally separated. Lin Yi led Sylvanas to the Lucky Altar and opened the altar's information panel. A new week, a new halo. Lucky Altar. Level, advanced. Current aura attribute. The number of units you recruit through troop buildings is 5 times the base recruitment number. Next level, Ultimate Lucky Altar. Upgrade requirement. Ultimate Territory Building Blueprints. Special reminder, the Lucky Altar can be used for sacrifices when it reaches the maximum level. By offering resources or treasures, you can obtain an aura with higher attribute bonuses and have a chance to obtain special items. Look at the halo that appears when the Lucky Altar refreshes. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never expected that he would be able to generate such an amazing aura this time. 5 times the number of troops to recruit. This is absolutely incredible. Take the troop building, Royal Griffin Rider Training Ground, as an example. Its basic recruitment capacity is 3,000 Royal Griffin Riders, and 5 times that is a full 15,000 Royal Griffin Riders. Moreover, this halo can last for a week. In a week, that's 105,000 Royal Griffin Knights. If it were a normal recruitment, it would take him more than a month to recruit so many Royal Griffin Knights. As expected of a high-level luck altar, this aura is too strong. Lin Yi secretly marveled. However, he then turned to Sylvanas beside him and said, "You are an elf blessed by the goddess of fortune, bringing me good luck." Sylvanas didn't understand what Lin Yi meant. She couldn't see the information about the Lucky Altar. However, she was actually very happy. It even gave me a strange feeling. After all, the Lord called her Lucky Elf, a privilege her older and younger sisters didn't receive. The two then arrived at the Royal Griffin Riders training grounds, where Sylvanas truly witnessed the miracle that Lin Yi had spoken of. Accompanied by a dazzling golden light, countless knights riding golden griffins appeared out of thin air in the square. The quantity is unbelievably large, and they were all fully armed. Even the massive golden griffins were clad in armor. Their heads and foreclaws were completely covered by armor. Putting aside the level, this outfit alone is enough to highlight 2 words. That's the elite. Sylvanas exclaimed in surprise. "My lord, you summoned them all?" "Good." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "From now on, a whole army of 15,000 Royal Griffin Knights will join our territory and fight for us in all directions." Not just the Royal Griffin Knights. Among them were more than 2,000 Royal Judgment Griffin Knights, who were of even higher rank and greater strength. This is thanks to the Lord's talent, awakening of ancient bloodline. In addition, With the addition of this newly recruited Royal Griffin Knights, the total size of Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knight army has directly exceeded 50,000. This is because Lin Yi didn't have time to sort through the spoils of the Grey Dwarf Kingdom. In this War of Kingdoms, the Royal Griffin Knights army obtained a large number of troop quantity blueprints. Once used, they will have an even larger Griffin Knight Legion. The explosive growth in the size of the army has also created a problem. That's food. He plans to contact Sophia tomorrow and ask her to buy more food. This is truly a miracle. Sylvanas was overwhelmed with shock. Next, Lin Yi went to the ancient War Mother Tree and summoned a total of 5,000 ancient Treants at once, including nearly 1,000 more powerful eternal Treant guardians. This scene intensified the shock in Sylvanas' heart. When she looked at Lin Yi, her eyes held not only respect, but also deep admiration. Chapter 132, Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. Lin Yi's actions were a true miracle in Sylvanas' eyes. In particular, the scene of summoning the ancient tree spirits was something she believed only a true god could do. Tree people are transformed from ancient trees. To put it simply, it's a tree that has become a spirit. In their world, tree people are also known as tree spirits. However, for an ancient tree in nature to transform into a tree person is not something that can happen overnight. It requires the right timing, location, and various special conditions to be met before an ancient tree can possibly develop consciousness. This process can often take hundreds of years. The vast majority of tree people are transformed from ancient trees that are hundreds or even thousands of years old. Ordinary century-old trees don't receive this kind of treatment. It can only be said that the birth of a tree person is extremely difficult. This has led to the scarcity of tree people. On the other hand, Lin Yi here. It summoned a full 5,000 Treants at once, and they were all at least ancient Treants. This is truly a divine act. At this time, Sylvanas suddenly asked in confusion, "My lord, didn't you say before that the ancient War Mother Tree could only give birth to 1,000 Treants a day? This time, there are several thousand Treants." "This is the power of the Altar of Fortune," Lin Yi said with a smile. "The lucky altar refreshes a halo every week, adding various beneficial attributes to our territory. This time, the halo increases the number of troops that can be bred. This halo is extremely powerful, and it's the first time it's appeared. I believe this is good fortune you have brought to our territory." Sylvanas suddenly realized. At the same time, a blush rose on her cheeks. The Lord seemed to be attributing all the credit to her, which made her feel a little embarrassed, and her strange feelings intensified. At that very moment, suddenly, a group of huge black shadows appeared on the distant horizon. Sylvanas immediately reached into the air and conjured a jade-green bow and arrow out of thin air. "Don't be nervous, they're on our side." Lin Yi held Sylvanas' soft little hand. The intention was to calm the high elf down. "Don't end up like Verisa, who nearly blew Charles's skull off with an arrow." Sylvanas, on the other hand, became even more nervous. Before, when Lin Yi took her hand and pulled her up from the lawn, she felt it was natural and didn't feel anything unusual. But as her mindset changed, that feeling was completely different. Bathed in the soft moonlight, Sylvanas' elven ears were beginning to turn red. Fortunately, the massive figures soon descended upon the territory. At this moment, Lin Yi also let go of her hand. "Owner." 5 terrifyingly large, undead dragons lay prostrate before Lin Yi. They offer their loyalty to Lin Yi. Led by the devouring dragon Python King and the zombie dragon King Wallace. Behind them were the Netherworld Spirit Charles and 2 high-ranking saint-level zombie dragons. "Not bad. You've already advanced to the demigod level." Lin Yi's gaze fell on the zombie dragon King Wallace, and she nodded approvingly. In this way, his territory now had 3 demigod-level combatants. In addition, the performance of the Nether Dragon Charles was also quite good. He has now advanced to the high-level saint rank. It progressed faster than its 2 brothers. This is quite normal, of course. Its battlefield is in Dragonfall Canyon, where it can kill a massive number of undead creatures every day. In contrast, Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles primarily guard their territories. Their occasional outings are merely to clear out nearby undead, resulting in a very slow leveling speed. Lin Yi plans to give Bone Dragon Charles and Corpse Dragon Charles special treatment if the opportunity arises. This can be considered a reward for them. Lin Yi asked, "Did you bring back the corpse of the sacrificed zombie dragon?" Reporting to Master, "We've brought them all back." The devouring dragon Python King nodded respectfully, then opened its mouth and spat out 2 orbs of light. A ball of light contained the corpses of the territory's zombie dragon and those undead bosses. The other orb contained the dragon's soul grass they had harvested. The devouring dragon Python King, with a powerful spiritual sense, said, "Master, we have collected the corpses of all the saint-level undead, including more than 30 corpses from undead dragons. Although most of them are badly broken, they should be able to be buried in the dragon tomb after some sorting. The primary requirement for a dragon's corpse to be buried in a dragon tomb is that it be intact. An incomplete corpse cannot summon an undead dragon." Then, the devouring dragon Python King recounted how it obtained the dragon's soul grass from the skeleton dragon king and the octopus ghost king. After hearing this, Lin Yi was also a little surprised. Surprisingly, the devouring dragon Python King's thought process led him to trap 2 demigod-level undead bosses. That's really impressive. All I can say is that those 10 big heads weren't for nothing. If it were Wallace, the zombie dragon king, he probably couldn't do it. It's rather straightforward. All it knows is how to fight. Lin Yi took the 2 orbs of light and probed them with her mental consciousness. Suddenly, all sorts of broken corpses appeared, including dragons, rotting corpses, and gargoyles. The main body was composed of the broken bones of dragons, piled up into a mountain of bones. This definitely needs to be cleaned up. Then he saw thousands of dragon soul grasses inside another sphere of light. The total number exceeded 7,000. It is known that 100 dragon soul grasses are enough to nurture a dragon spirit. Now that we have these 7,000 dragon soul grasses, we can definitely nurture a super powerful dragon spirit, which will definitely be at the demigod level. As for what level it has reached, we'll know once it's born. You did a great job. It's not in vain that I trusted you." Upon hearing this, the undead dragons present were all extremely excited. The master created them. Their birth mission is to serve their master. The greatest honor for them is to gain the recognition and praise of their owners. Lin Yi then handed the orb containing various mangled corpses to the devouring dragon Python King, saying, "You should go back to the dragon tomb to rest first, and while you're at it, put these corpse fragments back together." "Yes, master." 5 undead dragons respectfully obeyed the command. With a strange spatial fluctuation, they were also teleported to the tomb of the dragon. Once they were gone, Sylvanas breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed in shock, "I never imagined that the Lord had so many powerful undead dragons under his command. 2 demigods and 3 high-ranking saints. That's ridiculously strong. Especially that 10-headed undead dragon. Just one look at it sent chills down her spine." Lin Yi said, "Our Lord used to have more undead dragons, but we just had a battle and lost 8 of them." Sylvanas parted her lustrous lips. "The losses are heavy." Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's a small problem. For them, death is not the end, but a new beginning. The Tomb of the Dragon is a bug that allows you to reverse death and rebirth." Chapter 133: The Birth of the Dragon Spirit. As night deepened, Sylvanas bid farewell to Lin Yi and prepared to go back to rest. As soon as she entered the villa, she saw 2 tall, slender figures. A figure stood in the courtyard. Another figure leaned against a pillar in the courtyard, arms crossed. Standing in the courtyard was the youngest sister, Wenlesa. She blinked her bright eyes and looked her second sister up and down. Sylvanas felt a little uncomfortable under that gaze. Verisa said, "My dear second sister, what are you talking about with the Lord? You've been talking for so long." Sylvanas felt a pang of panic. He feigned calmness and said, "We were just chatting about territory." Then she quickly changed the subject. "Why aren't you guys asleep yet?" Aurelia, leaning against a pillar in the courtyard, glanced at her and said, "How can we sleep when such a powerful undead creature has descended?" Sylvanas explained, "Don't worry, elder sister, they are all summoned creatures of the Lord. I'm not worried about them right now. I'm worried about you." "What are you worried about me for?" Sylvanas panicked even more. However, Aurelia didn't say anything more, but gave her younger sister Verisa a wink. The next moment, Sylvanas was dragged into the room by the 2 sisters. "This is the backyard." Lin Yi took out a large gem from her personal spatial equipment. The gemstone is golden yellow throughout. It radiates a dazzling golden light. As you can see, a tiny, adorable sprite, like a baby, is sleeping peacefully inside the gem. Next, Lin Yi took out the light orb and retrieved the dragon's soul grass stored inside. He plans to conceive a dragon spirit right now. The dragon's soul grass in Fallen Dragon Canyon has been basically looted by his undead dragons, and even the skeleton dragon king and the octopus ghost king were robbed. Even if there are any dragon soul grasses left, the quantity should not be large. There was no need for him to wait any longer. Moreover, with the dragon spirit, along with Illyria, the devouring dragon Python King, and the zombie dragon King Wallace, the 4 demigods working together will no longer be a problem in dealing with the skeleton dragon king and the octopus ghost king. The method of feeding the dragon spirit is very simple. Simply bring the dragon soul grass close to the elf gem, and it will automatically decompose. The spirit gem will absorb all the energy it decomposes. Lin Yi is an impatient person and doesn't plan to feed them one by one. He piled up the more than 7,000 dragon soul grasses together and then placed the elf gem directly on top of them. Soon, the piles of dragon soul grass began to disappear. All the energy flowed into the spirit gem. In about a few minutes, the elf gem devoured all the dragon soul grass, including the more than 20 dragon soul grasses that Sophia had brought earlier. At this moment, the light emanating from the fairy gem was many times more dazzling than before. At the same time, a notification from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. The dragon spirit has met the conditions for gestation. Shall we proceed with gestation? Breath. Lin Yi did not hesitate. Soon, a force lifted the elven gem and suspended it in midair. It began to tremble slightly. As time went by, the gemstone trembled more and more violently. Gradually, cracks appeared on the surface of the fairy gem. It looks like cracked glass. Finally, cracks covered the entire gemstone. With another crisp cracking sound, the fairy gem finally exploded. The baby-like dragon spirit appeared even more clearly in Lin Yi's field of vision. The disintegrating gem fragments did not scatter, but instead transformed into countless golden rays that surged into the dragon spirit's body. Just as a dragon eats its eggshell when it hatches, the dragon spirit also devoured the gem fragments. Visible to the naked eye, the dragon spirit's body is growing. Originally only the size of a palm, she grew to about 30 centimeters after consuming the fragments of the fairy gem. She was wearing a little gold dress. The skirt is embroidered with many dragon patterns. He was also wearing an exquisite crown on his head. Her petite body was curled up, her skin was milky white with a faint blush, like a delicate, fragile jelly. She has an exquisitely beautiful face. Her lips were pink and delicate, and her eyelashes were long and curved. Her hair was also golden, long and slightly wavy, and as smooth as silk. Overall, it looks like a lifelike and beautiful figurine, full of kawaii cuteness. Under Lin Yi's gaze, the dragon spirit slowly awoke. She first opened her small mouth and yawned, then opened her big, bright eyes. Her eyes were also gold. The vertical pupils resemble those of a dragon. This gives her an eerie quality amidst her cuteness. She stretched and stood up, standing in midair, wearing a pair of tiny crystal shoes. She looked around, as if curiously observing the world around her. A moment later, her gaze fell on Lin Yi, and she uttered a string of syllables that Lin Yi couldn't understand. Gurgle, gurgle? Lin Yi. Fortunately, he didn't need to understand what the dragon spirit was trying to express, because the next moment, the dragon spirit pounced on him. 2 small hands held his face, and her delicate little face rubbed against his. The dragon spirit's affectionate attitude towards Lin Yi surprised even Lin Yi herself. He even had a strange feeling of unexpectedly becoming a father. Much later, the dragon spirit finally left Lin Yi's face. She sat on Lin Yi's shoulders, holding a strand of hair behind Lin Yi's ear with one little hand, while her 2 little feet swung happily back and forth on Lin Yi's shoulders, making gurgling sounds from time to time. May I have your name? Lin Yi turned her head to look at the little guy sitting on her shoulders. Gurgle. The dragon spirit shook its head. He looked at Lin Yi with anticipation. Lin Yi thought for a moment and then said, From now on, your name will be Doris. Gurgle. Doris likes this name. The dragon sprite waved its little hands and happily spun around on Lin Yi's shoulder. Lin Yi then realized that the little guy could actually talk. After that, communication became much easier. It was gurgling, and he really couldn't understand it. Lin Yi then opened the information about the dragon spirit to check it out. Dragon spirit, Doris. Race, elf. Rank, high-level demigod. Growth potential, lower rank, true god. Information, dragon elves are an extremely rare and special type of elf. They are born with dragon language magic unique to the dragon race, as well as dragon breath powerful enough to destroy everything. Dragon elves are the darlings of the soul realm and the manipulators of souls. Within the dragon race, dragon elves also hold a very high status. High-level demigod, and he possesses the power of the soul realm. That's really strong. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Over here, the dragon spirit also seemed to be tired of spinning around. She sat cross-legged on Lin Yi's shoulders, her two little hands supporting her delicate face, her big eyes staring unblinkingly at Lin Yi's profile. Seeing the smile on Lin Yi's face, she also giggled. The childlike, clear laughter made Lin Yi feel even better. Chapter 134 The Dragon Spirit, Who Can Plant Grass? The next morning, when Lin Yi woke up, she heard bursts of silvery laughter. He turned his head and saw Sally, the maid in her pajamas, sitting on the edge of the bed, happily teasing the exquisite and adorable dragon spirit in her arms, who looked like a baby. The two, one human and one elf, were having a wonderful time. Seeing Lin Yi wake up, Sally asked, "Young master, where did this little guy come from? He's so cute." As they were talking, the dragon spirit broke free from her embrace. She fluttered her little feet and climbed onto Lin Yi's pillow. She nuzzled Lin Yi's face affectionately with her delicate little face. After Lin Yi sat up, she skillfully sat on Lin Yi's shoulder, gently holding a strand of hair behind Lin Yi's ear with one small hand, and occasionally rubbing her face against Lin Yi's ear. Their affectionate behavior made Sally extremely envious. Lin Yi said with a smile, "She is a dragon spirit. I conceived her last night using a spirit gem and named her Doris." "Doris, Doris." The little guy chirped happily. Seeing Lin Yi extend her hand, she obediently flew over and sat on Lin Yi's hand, her two little feet swinging lightly back and forth. This scene almost melted Sally's heart. She added, "So she's the legendary dragon spirit. I was wondering why her ears were pointy, similar to the elf ears of Aurelia and the others." Sally was surprised. She had heard legends about dragon spirits. "I know this is a special kind of spirit, as rare as elemental spirits. Few people on land have ever seen them," Lin Yi said with a smile. "From now on, this little guy is a member of our family." Lin Yi was very fond of the dragon spirit sitting on her hand, its little feet dangling. The little guy looked like a doll. His tiny body seemed so fragile that he almost couldn't bear to let him participate in the war in Dragonfall Canyon. Of course, such a thought only crossed my mind for a moment. Lin Yi quickly abandoned him. Dragon spirits look cute, but they're definitely fierce. High-level demigod. Throughout the entire Golden Oasis, there is basically no one who can rival her. Even with the added advantage of the three sisters' talent, Aurelia would most likely be no match for this little guy, given the two-level difference. With the dragon spirits participating in the battle, the plan for Fallen Dragon Canyon can be ensured to proceed more smoothly. At the service of the maid Sally, Lin Yi got up and washed up. The dragon spirits either flew beside him or sat on his shoulders, never leaving his side. However, the little guy is also very curious. Seeing Lin Yi brushing her teeth, she wanted to try it too. As a result, her face was covered in foam, and she was gurgling and blowing bubbles from her little mouth. And so, a new day begins joyfully. After breakfast, they arrived at the city hall, where the three Windrunner sisters had been waiting for a long time, mentally prepared to participate in the territory war. I saw the dragon spirit following Lin Yi. The three sisters were also very surprised. Aurelia, in particular, had her emerald green pupils suddenly shrink. She sensed immense pressure emanating from the dragon spirit, whose level was clearly higher than hers. She originally thought that the 10-headed undead dragon that appeared last night was strong enough, but she didn't expect that there was an even more powerful special existence in this territory. "My lord," Aurelia asked respectfully, "what is our mission today?" Lin Yi said to her, "More than 1,000 kilometers away from our territory, there is a Dragonfall Canyon, where countless evil undead creatures live, including many undead powerhouses of the saint rank. There are also 2 undead of demigod level. Your next task is to conquer this canyon and improve your strength there. But there's no need to rush. Wait for me to prepare before you set off." "Yes, my lord." Aurelia respectfully accepted the order. Sylvanas and Verisa, standing behind her, were also eager to try. They all wanted to level up as quickly as possible, to advance to demigod status sooner. The Royal Griffin Knight Army and the ancient Treant Army of the territory went out early in the morning. Their mission is to clear out the undead creatures near their territory. Another group of Royal Griffin Knights were assigned separate missions by Lin Yi. They formed small teams and flew into the depths of the desert, centered on the Golden Oasis. These night squads are tasked with finding the strongholds of kingdom-level powers. Once Lin Yi eliminates or conquers 2 more kingdom-level forces, he can complete side quest 1 and receive the quest reward, a random unit building blueprint. After leaving the city hall, Lin Yi entered the dragon's tomb. 5 undead dragons, including the devouring dragon Python King, were already waiting. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly heard a cheerful cheer. It is the dragon spirit Doris. The little guy followed them into the dragon's tomb. Arriving at the tomb of the dragons, she felt as if she had returned to her homeland, flying happily above the giant dragon tombs. A moment later, something happened that left Lin Yi speechless. The little guy arrived above a dragon tomb, waved his little hand, and suddenly beautiful, blooming dragon soul grasses quickly sprouted around the tomb. With another wave of her hand, another dragon tomb was also surrounded by dragon soul grass. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of dragon soul grass appeared before Lin Yi's eyes, numbering at least 1,000. Dragon spirits actually have this kind of ability? Lin Yi was stunned, but he quickly cheered up again. He no longer needs to use dragon soul grass to nurture dragon spirits. Instead, they could sell the dragon soul grass that the dragon spirit had cultivated. Thousands of dragon soul grasses. That's the profit of tens of millions of gold coins. In Forest City, dragon soul grass is a scarce resource, and there's no worry about it not selling. After cultivating thousands of dragon soul grasses, the dragon spirit seemed a bit tired. It wobbled and flew towards Lin Yi, sitting on his shoulder and blowing little bubbles. Lin Yi knew that the little guy had consumed too much magic power. This is a minor issue for him. It can be easily replenished with the fairy spring water. At this moment, the devouring dragon python king respectfully said to Lin Yi, "Master, the task you entrusted to us has been completed. We have reassembled a total of 21 complete dragon corpses. As for the other dragon remains, they were too badly damaged to be reassembled." 21 dragon corpses, that's not bad. Lin Yi nodded. He had already seen a pile of dragon corpses neatly arranged in the distance. There are 29 in total. The 8 extra dragon corpses were zombie dragons that had fallen from their territory. The skins of these zombie dragons are mostly destroyed, but their skeletons have been pieced together using the bones of other dragons, and can be used to summon bone dragons. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately buried the dragon corpses in the grave. Moments later, one after another, living undead dragons emerged from the graves. Whenever Lin Yi saw this scene, she couldn't help but marvel at the magical power of the tomb of the dragon. It's even more amazing than garbage recycling. It turns the rotten into the miraculous. Chapter 135: The Unexpected Visit of the Nature Spirit. Congratulations, Lord. You triggered the Lord talent, awakening of ancient bloodline while summoning the undead dragons. A total of 11 undead dragons have undergone bloodline evolution, resulting in a massive increase in their level and combat power. Looking at the prompt message that appeared in my mind, Lin Yi was also overjoyed. He counted them and found that among the 29 undead dragons, 18 were bone dragons, 6 were zombie dragons, and 5 were rotting corpse dragons. There wasn't a single nether dragon. This is because their very essence was devoured during the battle. In terms of level, 3 undead dragons have reached the peak of the saint rank. Most of the other dragons are ordinary saint-level beings. In addition, some undead dragons have dropped to the peak of the extraordinary level. The reason for the downgrade is that the summoned undead dragon itself will be downgraded by 1 level. If they were at the initial stage of saint level in their previous lives and did not achieve bloodline evolution, then they will be at the peak of extraordinary when they are summoned. Fortunately, Lin Yi upgraded Dragon's Tomb to a high level. If it's a low-level or mid-level dragon tomb, their level will be reduced even more. If it were a native undead dragon that transformed itself, the demotion would be even greater. For example, a saint-level dragon that transforms into an undead dragon through its own abilities could potentially be demoted directly to an ordinary transcendent. It doesn't matter if I'm demoted to the peak of the extraordinary realm. Their true form is a dragon. That's the basis for it. At the same level, they are enough to crush ordinary undead. I will soon be able to return to the saint rank. Lin Yi's good mood was not affected. With the addition of 5 undead dragons, including the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king, as well as the Charles brothers who went to the forest city, he now has a total of 36 undead dragons under his command. This lineup can be described in one word: awesome. Lin Yi immediately prepared to release them from the dragon tomb, so that they could lead the 3 Windrunner sisters to the fallen dragon canyon. But at this very moment, he seemed to sense something and ordered the dragons to stay put for the time being. He then left the tomb of the dragon. My lord, Aurelia approached Lin Yi and said, 4 elves have appeared outside your territory, 2 at the peak of the saint rank and 2 at the high rank of the saint rank. They arrived so quickly? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Before he could even start planning his day's work, the elves arrived. Wait, for elves? Shouldn't it be the elf city lord and the 2 sisters, Amy and Ella? How come there's suddenly one more? However, he didn't think much of it. It's quite normal for the Elven City Lord to bring 1 or 2 companions when he travels. He said to Aurelia, "Let them in. Be polite. After all, they are our benefactors." "Yes, my lord." Aurelia nodded and then withdrew. Linny then went to the fairy spring. First, she let the little guy on her shoulder drink to his heart's content in the well. Then she took out several large wooden buckets that she had prepared in advance and filled them with tens of thousands of bottles of fairy spring water. Yesterday he drew most of the elven spring water and had Sophia take it to the forest city. After one night, the well was full of water again. It's said that his territory lacks everything except elven spring water. This well is his gold mine. Of course, now there's another dragon spirit. The little guy is also his cash cow. After finishing the arrangements, Lin Yi went to the city hall to wait for the big spender to arrive. Outside the city walls of the territory, 4 figures stood in midair. The Elven City Lord, the 2 sisters Ella and Amy, and a nature elf with an equally stunning face, wearing a long green dress and a beautiful flower wreath on her head. All 4 elves were riding on the backs of unicorns. It exudes a pure and holy aura. Their gazes passed over the towering city walls and fell upon the ancient mother tree of war standing in the heart of the golden oasis. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. The elf Amy is a bit better. She had already visited the golden oasis once. The other 3 nature spirits were visiting for the first time and seeing the living, ancient war mother tree for the first time. The Elven City Lord took a deep breath and said, "An incredibly rich and pure aura of the Treant race. That ancient tree is indeed the legendary ancient war mother tree." The elf Amy said, "Those ancient tree beings, and even the eternal tree guardians, that we just saw were born from it. But there is a problem." "What's the problem?" The 3 looked at the elf Amy. Amy said, "When I came here before, there were far fewer tree people in the Golden Oasis than I have today. And the area of the Golden Oasis has expanded considerably again. It's not just the area of the oasis." She noticed that the city walls here seemed to have been rebuilt. It became even more majestic and sturdy than before. This is a territory blessed by the goddess. The Elven City Lord became even more certain of Ella's previous speculation. She was now eager to meet the human lord and find out what was so special about him that he had earned the favor of their elven goddess. You should know that even their natural elf race. Just as the Elven City Lord was lost in thought, the towering city gate slowly opened. A figure appeared in their field of vision. At that moment, the Elven City Lord's pupils suddenly contracted. The 2 elf sisters, Ella and Amy, standing beside them, as well as the nature elf in the green dress and flower wreath, all gasped in unison. "An elf? There are elves in the Golden Oasis? She doesn't look quite like us. Although she looks very similar to us, she doesn't have the aura of our nature elf race. Whether they're elves or not, we'll find out by asking." The Elven City Lord and his entourage flew toward the figure. Upon approaching, the 4 of them politely performed an elven greeting towards the figure. This figure was none other than Aurelia. She returned the greeting. Meanwhile, he also observed the elves of this world. Just as the Lord said, the nature spirits of this world look similar to her, but the difference lies in their aura. Although they both worship life and nature, their auras are quite distinct. This difference is difficult to describe in words, and it is also difficult for outsiders to perceive. But the elves can sense it. "My name is Illyria, a follower of the Lord. The Lord is already waiting for you. Come with me." After saying that, Aurelia flew into the sky and headed straight for the city hall. The Elven City Lord and the others quickly followed. After a moment, the Elven City Lord asked, "Are you also one of our nature elves?" She was very polite, because this elf named Illyria was a powerful demigod. Suppressing them would not be difficult. Mentioning this, the Elf City Lord felt a bit resentful towards the elf Amy. She had already been to the Golden Oasis once, yet she didn't know that an elf demigod was hiding there. This really caught her off guard. Chapter 136, The Amazed Elves. If only I had known earlier that there was a demigod-level powerhouse in the Golden Oasis. She certainly won't just run over like that. At the very least, we should return to the Elf Kingdom and invite a powerful figure who is also a demigod to come and provide support, or even report directly to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Although all 4 of them were saint-level experts, there are also 4 saint-level unicorns. However, it is still difficult to speak loudly in front of a demigod. Illyria smiled and said, "I am also from the elf race, but I am not one of your nature elves. In their world, there is no such thing as a nature spirit. There are only ordinary elves and high elves. High elves are the nobles of the elven race. Just as there are nobles and commoners among humans, ordinary elves are commoners. Of course, this is the general rule. Besides these, there are also blood elves, void elves, dark elves, and so on. However, these elves are all orthodox elves who have undergone strange bloodline mutations and transformations. They are a minority of individuals and cannot even be considered branches. The Elven City Lord was about to ask Illyria what type of elf she was. The group had arrived at the center of the Golden Oasis. Aurelia took the lead and flew towards the city hall, which was not far away. Seeing this, the Elven City Lord had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of asking questions. I'll ask you more about it when I have the chance later. She worried that even Her Majesty the Queen of the Kingdom wouldn't be able to sleep well until she figured out Aurelia's true identity. The appearance of a special elf that does not belong to any branch of elves on the Holy Continent is even more serious than the appearance of the ancient War Mother Tree. After all, the ancient War Mother Tree once existed on the Holy Continent. What a beautiful view! The nature spirit, dressed in a long green dress and wearing a flower wreath, suddenly praised. The three Elven City Lords shared the same sentiment. The azure sapphire lake, beautiful mountains and forests, a meadow in full bloom. There are also vast orchards and rows of houses. This scene is truly like something out of a painting. The only thing that left a bad impression on them. In the nearby mountains and forests, many desert dwellers were cutting down trees and logging, while on the wide and flat roads, desert coyotes were transporting timber back and forth. Nature elves are a race that reveres nature. Unless there are special circumstances, they would not damage nature's creations, much less collectively cut down trees like this. Even their houses are built in the trees. The rampant deforestation at Golden Oasis was unbearable for them to watch, and they instinctively wanted to stop it after just a few glances. Only by standing close to the ancient Mother Tree of War can one truly appreciate just how magnificent and great this Mother Tree is, praised Ella, the city lord from Chatti City, indirectly diverting everyone's attention. Of course, she was speaking from the heart. They gazed up in awe at the ancient War Mother Tree, which stood hundreds of meters tall. This Mother Tree is several times larger than the Elven Mother Tree in their Elven Kingdom, just like the one in their ancestral land in legend. She suddenly had a strange feeling. Could this ancient War Mother Tree be the same Mother Tree from their ancestral land? No wonder they're sisters. Ella's thoughts at this moment were exactly the same as those of Amy, the elf who first saw the ancient War Mother Tree. They both thought that the ancient War Mother Tree from their ancestral land had come here. The creator of this ancient Mother Tree of War was a great being. That's what the Elf City Lord said. She found it hard to believe that a human lord could do such a thing. She firmly believed that this was a gift from the fairy goddess. The group then entered the city hall. Two figures stood in the spacious and bright hall. It was Sylvanas and Verisa, two of the three sisters. I saw them. The Elven City Lord and the other's expressions changed once again. Unexpectedly, there are two special spirits here, and their levels are not low either. One is at the peak of the saint rank and the other is at the high level of the saint rank. The elf Amy was the first to shift her gaze. They looked at the human lord who sat on what resembled a throne. At that moment, her glossy pink lips quickly opened wide, forming an O shape. Her expression was horrified, as if she had seen a ghost. The reason is simple. When she arrived at the Golden Oasis and met Lin Yi 2 days ago, Lin Yi's level was still at the extraordinary level, but now she has actually reached the peak of the saint level. They are only one step away from becoming demigods. Keep in mind that even she is only a high-level saint. I have been trapped in this realm for more than a decade. In contrast, Lin Yi not only broke through to the extraordinary level in just 2 or 3 days, but also surpassed her and reached the peak of the saint level. The speed of this promotion is unbelievable. The Elven City Lord and Ella were also astonished. They had previously learned from the elf Amy that the human lord of the Golden Oasis was merely an extraordinary being, but had now risen to become a peaked saint-level expert. How come all the information Amy has gathered is fake? The Elven City Lord wanted to complain about Amy again. She couldn't believe that Lin Yi had advanced from the extraordinary to the peak saint level in just a few days. She must have hidden her level back then, and the elf Amy hadn't noticed. Just as the Elven City Lord and his companions were about to pay their respects, a gurgling sound came from behind. The Elven City Lord and his companions turned around and saw an adorable little elf, as cute as a baby, fly into the hall. She was wearing a golden dress and an exquisite crown. The little elf was also holding 2 juicy red dragon fruits in its arms. Compared to her petite figure, the dragon fruit appears enormous. As she flew over the heads of the group, she gurgled and blew out little bubbles. It looks absolutely adorable. When the little elf came to Lin Yi's side, she put away one of the dragon fruits and then happily handed the other dragon fruit to Lin Yi with both hands, her big, bright eyes full of anticipation. It's like a child showing off a treasure to an adult. Lin Yi smiled and accepted the dragon fruit. The little guy was very happy and then very skillfully climbed onto Lin Yi's shoulder and sat there. She then took out the dragon fruit that she had hidden somewhere, held it in both hands, and nibbled on it while keeping an eye on the Elven City Lord and the others standing in the main hall. The Elven City Lord and his companions fell silent. This territory even has rare dragon spirits. These kinds of spirits, aren't they only found in the dragon stronghold? Most importantly, her level has also reached the demigod level. This is absolutely unbelievable. Chapter 137 Elf City Lord. I brought 200 million gold coins. Gurgle gurgle. The dragon elf also curiously observed the Elven City Lord and his companions. However, she soon lost interest. He was engrossed in munching on the dragon fruit in his arms. Although dragon spirits belong to the spirit system, they are not close to nature spirits and are more inclined to dragons. Because the birth of dragon spirits is related to dragons. Of course, Doris is different. She was born from Lin Yi. The only person she was close to was Lin Yi. Even dragons have to come in last. Honorable Lord of the Golden Oasis. Thank you for summoning us. It is our honor to meet you. The Elven City Lord first introduced himself, and then led the other three elves to perform a standard elven greeting to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and returned the greeting, saying, although my golden oasis is still a long way from the forest of life, putting aside the endless sea of sand in between, we are neighbors. When neighbors come to visit, Golden Oasis naturally welcomes them. Praise be to the Lord. The Elf City Lord was delighted. She sensed the goodwill from Lin Yi. I just don't know how long this goodwill can last. Because the Golden Oasis is developing so rapidly, and its territory is home to a highly elite army of Golden Griffin Knights and an ancient Treant Legion, affected by the undead scourge of the Carol Desert. The Golden Oasis will most likely form an alliance with their nature elf race. Let's fight together against the undead scourge. But who knows what will happen in the future? She could see that the main path to development for the Golden Oasis was war, not resource production. The size of their army was greater than the number of their ordinary inhabitants. This is not a good sign. In fact, most of the Elf Lord's analysis was correct, the only mistake being that the Golden Oasis had more troops than its inhabitants. On the contrary, the number of subjects was many times that of soldiers. After all, the inhabitants of the Golden Oasis are not just the 10,000 or so sand people, but also nearly 300,000 rat people and Greyland dwarves. Speaking of the Grey Dwarves, if nothing unexpected happens, a large number of dwarven blacksmiths are already on their way to the Golden Oasis. At that time, Golden Oasis will be able to begin mass production of equipment. It is believed that a highly profitable industry will soon emerge in the Golden Oasis. Soon, the exchange between the two sides got down to business. Lin Yi said with a smile, you've come at just the right time. The silvertail fish I've been raising in Sapphire Lake have reached the standard for harvesting. How many do you plan to buy? Upon hearing this, the Elven City Lord turned his gaze to Ella, who was standing to the side. Purchasing silverfish was part of the plan of sisters Ella and Amy. As the Lord of Chatti City, Ella's purpose in purchasing silvertail fish was not to resell them, but to supply them to the elves of Chatti City, and then hand over a portion to the Elf Kingdom. Nature spirits are not purely vegetarians. Elves also eat meat, but they are also very picky. Spirit fish are a type of carnivorous food that nature spirits greatly enjoy. Ella said, I have seen the silvertail fish that the Lord keeps. They are very plump and full of spiritual energy. I am willing to buy them for 25 gold coins each. The implication was that she would buy as much as Lin Yi sold. Can. Lin Yi nodded slightly. 25 gold coins per pack, which is even more expensive than the market price in Forest City. Bulk purchases should naturally result in slightly lower prices. However, as the city lord of the Elf City, Ella was wealthy and generous, so she offered a very favorable purchase price, which left Lin Yi with no reason to refuse. There's no need to haggle. Even if the price increases by 1 or 2 more gold coins, it won't make much difference. It's just a small business after all. The bigger business is yet to come. Sure enough, the Elven City Lord said, My lord, the main purpose of our trip is to purchase the remaining Elven spring water in your possession. I wonder if you would be willing to sell it. Of course, Lin Yi said with a smile. I am a businessman. As long as your Elven race can afford the price, I am naturally willing to sell to you. The Elven city lord immediately said, "Praise be to the Lord. I'll take all the Elven spring water you have." She had originally planned to discuss the dangers of lich reincarnation with Lin Yi. She hoped Lin Yi would stop selling the fairy spring water to those evil professionals, but Lin Yi kept calling her a businessman, making her realize that such words were pointless. This human lord seemed completely unconcerned about the emergence of a lich. She had no other choice. "We can only proceed with the original plan and buy up all the fairy spring water in the Golden Oasis. In this way, those evil practitioners will no longer be able to obtain the Elven spring water from the Golden Oasis, thus preventing the lich from being born." The Elf Lord's idea was good and full of justice. But reality is cruel. The undead scourge in the Carol Desert is expanding in scale. Every moment, massive numbers of undead creatures awaken in the underground world and appear in the vast desert. Even the city of Vastian, the Sandman City, located hundreds of kilometers away, is under siege by the undead army. What does this mean? This indicates that the scourge has begun to take shape on a real scale. As someone who lives in this desert, Lin Yi knows the situation best. The emergence of the lich cannot be stopped at all. He sold the Elven spring water not to help the Titan-devouring serpent, but to strengthen the Golden Oasis. After all, his territory was at the forefront of this war. Buy them all. Lin Yi smiled and looked at the Elven city lord standing in the main hall. "I just wonder how many gold coins your lordship brought this time." 200 million gold coins. The Elven city lord slightly raised his head. Her long, snow-white neck, as swan-like as a flower, was revealed. At a purchase price of 4,000 gold coins per bottle, 200 million gold coins can buy a full 50,000 bottles of intermediate elf spring water. She had every reason to believe that so many gold coins would be enough to wipe out Lin Yi's entire stockpile. And there's a possibility that we won't even use it all. Lin Yi was secretly delighted. 200 million gold coins can be exchanged for 20 million Lord gold coins. "You can buy the secrets of 4 top-tier fields," he said. "This time I'm selling high-quality elf spring water. As far as I know, the market price in Forest City is around 13,000 gold coins per bottle. High-grade Elven spring water is also acceptable." The Elven city lord nodded. For her, whether it's intermediate or advanced, buying it is the right thing to do. As for the price, she gave Lin Yi a middle price, which was 13,000 gold coins. Lin Yi was also very satisfied with this and said, "For the sake of being neighbors, I'll round it up for the city lord. I'll sell you 15,400 bottles of high-grade Elven spring water for 200 million gold coins." As he spoke, he waved his right hand. 4 enormous wooden barrels appeared out of thin air in the main hall. The capacity of one of these wooden barrels is 5,000 bottles of fairy spring water. "Lord City, please pretend it yourself." Elf City Lord. Ella, Amy, and the Green-Skirted Fairy. Chapter 138, A Pleasant Deal, a Big Profit. Looking at the 4 enormous wooden barrels in front of me, the Elven City Lord suddenly felt like he had been tricked. She also lived for hundreds of years. "I've never seen anything like this before. This is high-grade Elven spring water, quite valuable. Even the natural elves wouldn't use wooden barrels to store it, because over time, the life energy it contains would dissipate, affecting the quality of the Elven spring water." In contrast, Lin Yi seemed completely unconcerned. The Elven city lord walked up to a wooden barrel. I filled a small bottle with some fairy spring water and then poured it into my mouth. Surging life energy. It is indeed high-quality spring water. The life energy contained within is extremely pure, no less than that of the Elven springs of their natural elf race. The only difference is that these fairy springs do not have the scent of grass and trees. It has either been purified. Alternatively, it can be prepared using other methods. The Elven city lord preferred the latter. Because the Golden Oasis lacks the mother tree of elves, it's impossible to use the methods of the nature elves to prepare the Elven spring water. The Elven city lord remained silent for a long time. She thought that the 200 million gold coins she brought would be enough to buy the Elven spring water from Lin Yi, but it still wasn't enough. "There are 20,000 bottles of fairy spring water here." She bought 15,400 bottles, and there are still more than 4,000 bottles left. More than 4,000 bottles of high-grade Elven spring water, and tens of millions of gold coins. She felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Clearly, she overestimated herself and underestimated Lin Yi. Just then, Ella said to Lin Yi, "My lord, could you sell the remaining Elven spring water to our city of Chadi?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "Of course." He was more than happy to do so, and didn't mind having too much money. The Elven city lord breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that they had bought everything. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at Lin Yi and asked, "Does the Lord still have any elven spring water?" Lin Yi smiled and nodded. "There are still some left." Inside his spatial ring were 10 identical large wooden barrels, filled to the brim with elven spring water, with a total value of 650 million gold coins. The Elven City Lord definitely can't afford it. Even if she could afford it, she wouldn't buy it, and she wouldn't dare to buy it. After all, she was only the Lord of the Forest City, not Her Majesty the Queen of the Nature Elves. So he only said there was some left. Every little bit helps. Here, the Elf City Lord's forehead creased with black lines as he gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's buy these 4 barrels for now. We'll discuss it further when we get back to Forest City." She is now even more convinced that she has been scammed. She is the fish, and Lin Yi is the fisherman. He's slowly but surely winning her over. Lin Yi said with a smile, "You are always welcome to my territory." He then happily made a deal with the Elven City Lord, paying only 4 buckets of elven spring water and receiving a whopping 260 million gold coins in return. He was very happy with this deal. Afterwards, Lin Yi directly used the power of a peak saint level to catch the silvertail fish in Sapphire Lake. He caught a total of 400,000. The remaining tens of thousands of silvertail fish will continue to be released into the lake to reproduce, and they will be ready to be caught again after a while. 400,000 silver-tailed fish were sold for a total of 10 million gold coins. Compared to the benefits of the fairy spring, it was indeed a small part. In total, Lin Yi earned 270 million gold coins this time, and they were all physical goods, so she didn't need to go to the Forest City to withdraw the cash. Once the Elf City Lord and his companions leave, he can head to the Profession Skill Tower to purchase Domain Mastery. The profound mysteries of time and space are something you absolutely must buy. He's been eyeing it for a long time. "My lord." After the transaction was completed, the elf Amy finally got the chance to ask Lin Yi a question. "I wonder if I could stay in your territory for a while. The Golden Oasis is a very beautiful place, and it would be wonderful to live here." When she first came to the Golden Oasis, she wanted to stay. However, Lin Yi refused, saying she needed to come back later. Upon hearing this, the nature elf wearing a flower wreath also turned her gaze to Lin Yi, her emerald green eyes revealing a hint of expectation, clearly indicating that she shared the same thought. However, the Elf Lord and Ella did not have this plan. They now only wanted to return to the kingdom as soon as possible and report the information about the Golden Oasis to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. Their purpose for this trip was not just to do business. The main concern is whether the information provided by Amy the Elf is reliable. Putting aside some minor issues, they did get what they wanted. The Golden Oasis is truly a territory blessed by the Elf Goddess. This place not only boasts the towering ancient War Mother tree, reaching hundreds of meters in height, but also a large number of ancient trants and eternal trants guarding it, and even 3 special elves that seem to belong to the Holy Continent at all. Of course, there's also that little guy who always sits on the human lord's shoulder, munching on a dragon fruit. All this information needs to be reported to the Elf Queen in person. The next step is to consider how to get along with the Golden Oasis. This is a problem that needs to be decided by their Elf Queen. Lin Yi said to Amy, "I regret to inform you, beautiful Miss Amy, that the dangers in the Carol Desert have increased, and I need to strengthen the defenses of my territory. During this period, Golden Oasis will not accept outsiders." The elf Amy said, "My lord, to be honest, your territory is already very powerful. Even if a demigod-level expert appeared, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble in your territory. 2 demigod-level combatants. A special spirit, a dragon spirit. It is enough to deter external forces. This level of deterrence surpasses that of Forest City. The Forest City doesn't even have a demigod in charge yet." Lin Yi said with a smile, "My territory is still missing a crucial defensive facility." "Defense facilities?" The elf Amy had a sudden thought and asked, "Does your excellency mean a magical defensive shield?" "Yes." Lin Yi nodded. He was not afraid of enemies attacking the Golden Oasis. He didn't want outsiders to see him summoning troops. The elf Amy smiled and said, "This is a very easy problem to solve. Our nature elf race can provide the service of building this kind of defensive shield. Although the price is not cheap, it is nothing for the Lord." Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Have these nature spirits businesses expanded to this extent? They can even help build magical defensive shields. Lin Yi asked, "What is the specific price range?" The elf Amy turned her gaze to her older sister Ella, who was standing to the side. After a moment of silence, Ella said, "If we provide the construction materials, the cost of a low-level shield is 5 million gold coins, a mid-level shield is 30 million gold coins, and a high-level shield is 140 million gold coins. Lenny took a deep breath. This price is not just not cheap, it's outrageously expensive. Chapter 139 Elf City Lord. Is this what you call having a little left? The 3 levels of protective shields have vastly different costs. In particular, the difference between low-level and high-level shields is nearly 30 times. The former only requires 5 million gold coins. The latter, however, cost a staggering 140 million gold coins. Lin Yi looked at Ella and asked, "What level of defense do the 3 types of shields reach?" Ella said, "Under conditions of abundant energy, a low-level shield can ignore attacks from extraordinary professionals. A mid-level shield corresponds to the saint rank, and a high-level shield corresponds to the demigod. Of course, this is only theoretical. The actual situation depends on the intensity of the war. It's like a high-level magical defense shield. Dealing with an attack from one demigod is completely different from dealing with an attack from 100 demigods simultaneously." Lin Yi nodded, indicating that she understood. He then said, "I need a more favorable price." Ella asked, "What level of protective shield does your lordship wish to construct?" Lin Yi said, "Naturally, it's a high-level defensive shield. The higher the level of the territory's defensive shield, the better. If the natural elves could create a shield that could withstand attacks from titled demigods, he wouldn't even consider a high-level shield. He would sell a well of elven spring water to create a shield of that level. Unfortunately, the nature elves do not offer this service. Clearly, creating a shield of this level is an extremely difficult task. Even the renowned race of nature elves would find it difficult to achieve." Ella hesitated for a moment, then said, "As your excellency said, we are friendly neighbors, and I can make the decision to give you a discount of 10 million gold coins. Any further discounts can only be reported to the kingdom. If we reduce it by 10 million, that's 130 million gold coins." Looking at Ella's sincere face, Lin Yi didn't know whether she was telling the truth or not. However, he didn't continue haggling, but instead asked, "How quickly can the shield be completed?" Ella said, "If the deal goes through, I can immediately send a message to the magic circle masters in our city of Chadi, and have them drop what they're doing and come to the Golden Oasis as soon as possible. Just one night is enough. Tomorrow morning, your majesty will see your oasis protected by a shield." Can. Lin Yi was very satisfied with the work efficiency of the nature elves. He then took out 4 large wooden barrels filled with elven spring water from his spatial ring. "Build me 2. One for the inner city and one for the outer city, each covering my territory. There are 20,000 bottles of high-grade elven spring water here, which is exactly 260 million gold coins." Ella's eyelids twitched violently. The elven city lord standing to the side also had black lines appear on his forehead again. Is this what you call just a little bit left? She no longer believes anything Lin Yi says. Moreover, she suspected that Lin Yi had even more fairy spring water. However, she did not have conclusive evidence. Even now, she still doesn't understand how the Golden Oasis could be made from elven spring water, and how it could be of such high quality. Of course, she didn't ask directly. Lin Yi would definitely not tell her this secret. Asking is pointless. She could only hope that the Golden Oasis would open, and then slowly investigate. Ella put away the 4 buckets of high-grade elven spring water. He then contacted the elf masters in the distant city of Chadi, in front of Lin Yi. Finally, he said to Lin Yi, "If nothing unexpected happens, my people will arrive at the Golden Oasis this afternoon and begin installing the defensive shield for your territory." Yes, it's installation. They have complete sets of pre-made protective shield accessories. After a series of processes including assembly and debugging, it can be put into use. If it were to be temporarily crafted and runes inscribed on-site, it might take more than a night, or even a month, to complete, since it's a high-level defensive shield. It can only be said that the nature elves have embarked on the path of production line in this field. The same applies to many other fields. For example, preparing fairy spring water, crafting fairy equipment, and so on. In comparison, the Skaven Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom are far inferior. Although both are local kingdoms, the gap between these 2 kingdoms and the Nature Elf Kingdom is simply too great. I'm waiting for their good news. Lin Yi was in a very good mood at the moment. Unexpectedly, the problem of the territory's defensive shield was solved in the blink of an eye. All they had to give up was a mere 4 buckets of fairy spring water. His next task was to relocate the market and the Sand People's residential area to the outer city. Simultaneously, he would build large residential areas in the outer city to supply the arriving dwarven blacksmiths, as well as merchants and professionals from the outside world. Lin Yi turned to the beautiful elf Amy. Now that the issue of the territory's protective shield has been resolved, I would very much like to welcome Miss Amy to my territory. However, there is one problem. At night, Miss Amy can only reside in the outer city. Yes, my lord. The elf Amy was overjoyed. Although she was somewhat disappointed that she couldn't live in the heart of the Golden Oasis, it wasn't a big problem. Anyway, it's only restricted to nighttime. She can still come over to play during the day. The Elven City Lord and Ella exchanged a glance simultaneously. They believed that the Golden Oasis of the night must hold some unknown secret. If they could discover it, they might understand why this territory was favored by the goddess of the spirit. My lord, I. At that moment, the elf wearing a green dress and a flower wreath suddenly spoke. She also wanted to live in the Golden Oasis for a while. Regarding this oasis, and this human lord, she was very curious. However, before she could finish speaking, the Elven City Lord interrupted her, saying to Lin Yi, My lord, if there is nothing else, we shall return to the forest city. Okay, have a safe trip. Lin Yi nodded. My gaze was drawn involuntarily to the nature sprite wearing a flower wreath. His intuition told him so. This nature spirit's identity is rather unusual. Although she remained silent most of the time and rarely spoke, like the Elven City Lord's little follower, the Elven City Lord also gave him the feeling that he was always protecting this elf. Could she be the legendary fairy princess? It's not impossible. After all, isn't that how the plots in novels are always written? Princesses are creatures who often like to go out and have fun, and they frequently encounter losers, eventually offering their bodies to them. The nature elf wearing a flower wreath ultimately failed to stay as she wished, and she left the Golden Oasis with the Elven City Lord and Ella. Only Amy and her unicorn Teresa remained in the oasis. Once Ella and the others left, Amy seemed to let loose and be herself. He ran excitedly towards a flower bush not far away, then spread his arms and fell down. Unicorn Teresa glanced at Lin Yi secretly, then transformed into a little girl in a white dress, skipping and hopping to Amy's side. Amy, shall we go catch butterflies? Why are you catching butterflies? I'm over 200 years old, not a child anymore. But I just saw a really beautiful black butterfly. Where is it? Take me there quickly, don't let it get away. Chapter 140 Amy, so many undead dragons. Why don't you go and have some fun with them? Lin Yi turned her head to look at the dragon spirit sitting on her shoulder, blowing bubbles. Ever since he learned to blow bubbles while brushing his teeth in the morning, the little guy seems to have taken a liking to it, blowing a few little bubbles every now and then, making him even cuter. The little guy was clearly envious of Amy and the unicorn playing in the flower bushes in the distance. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on that direction. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the little one immediately turned his head, wrapped his little hands around Lin Yi's neck, and rubbed his delicate and adorable face against Lin Yi's ear. The little guy prefers staying by Lin Yi's side to playing. Lin Yi reached out her hand. The little guy then crawled into his palm and sat obediently. She tilted her head back and looked at Lin Yi with her big eyes, like a well-behaved kitten. Lin Yi gently rubbed the dragon elf's cheek with her fingertips and said, You can't stay by my side all the time. There are 2 demigod-level undead in Dragonfall Canyon. You need to go and take them down. And we have to leave soon. Gurgle. The dragon spirit nodded obediently. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, she pulled out a dragon fruit and presented it to Lin Yi with both hands, as if it were a precious treasure. Lin Yi's heart almost melted instantly. I'm a little reluctant to let this little guy go out and fight. However, he ultimately did not say such words. He took the dragon fruit and ate it while summoning the 3 Windrunner sisters and the undead dragons of the Tomb of Dragons. In an instant, dozens of enormous undead dragons appeared out of thin air above the Golden Oasis. Especially the devouring dragon Python King and the zombie dragon King Wallace. These 2 demigod-level dragons were terrifyingly large, exuding an oppressive aura like ancient behemoths. The sand people of the territory knelt down with practiced ease. They had no fear. All that remained was reverence for the Lord. However, Amy the fairy and Teresa the unicorn, who were playing among the flowers, were startled and froze on the spot, their expressions filled with terror. Undead dragon. So many undead dragons. There are 2 at the demigod level as well. The unicorn was so frightened that its voice trembled. Even the beautiful face of the elf Amy was pale. Her level is only high-level saint. If these undead dragons come, they could probably tear her and her companions to shreds in the blink of an eye. However, she soon realized that she had been worrying for nothing. Because the undead dragons did not attack after descending from the sky, but instead prostrated themselves in front of the human lord. Even the two demigod-level undead dragons were the same. They showed utmost respect to Lin Yi. When I came to the Golden Oasis a couple of days ago, I only saw two undead dragons, a bone dragon and a carrion dragon. There are more than 30 undead dragons appearing today, and most of them have reached the saint rank. The elf Amy gasped, her expression filled with disbelief. Over here, Lin Yi said to the three sisters and the group of undead dragons, the task of conquering Dragonfall Canyon is entrusted to you. You must complete it as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to get the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint, a reward from the second side quest. Coincidentally, his aura this week is 5 times the number of basic unit recruitments. The sooner he obtains the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint, the sooner he can recruit a massive number of units. Take the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds as an example. Once upgraded to the ultimate unit building, it can recruit 30,000 Royal Griffin Knights per day. Then multiply by 5 times the aura of the Lucky Altar. That's an astonishing 150,000. However, without upgrading to the ultimate unit building, he can only recruit 15,000 Royal Griffin Knights per day. 15,000, compared to 150,000. The gap is still very large. Rest assured, my lord, we will conquer Dragonfall Canyon as quickly as possible, Illyria said solemnly. The dragon spirit on Lin Yi's shoulder also waved its little fist, indicating that it would cheer her on too. Very well, let's set off then. Lin Yi nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, the dragon spirit transformed into a golden light and appeared on the head of the devouring dragon python king. While waving goodbye to Lin Yi, it gurgled and urged the devouring dragon python king to set off. The devouring dragon python king looked at the dragon spirit sitting on its head without showing any anger. It immediately flapped its huge dragon wings and flew into the sky. The 3 Windrunner sisters each chose a dragon to ride, and then flew into the distant horizon with dozens of dragons, soon disappearing from sight. In the core area of the entire territory, only Lin Yi remained. Of course, Amy the elf and her unicorn don't count. This refers to the maid Sally and the old butler, Horden, who went out hunting early in the morning. During this time, both Sally and the old housekeeper, Horden, worked very hard. Perhaps it was because they discovered that the Golden Oasis was developing too fast, and that the number of powerful individuals was constantly emerging, that they also wanted to become stronger so as not to be eliminated by the Golden Oasis in the future. Just then, the elf Amy and the unicorn walked over. The shock in his expression had faded. Amy asked softly, Lord, are you planning to conquer Dragonfall Canyon? Is there anything we can do to help you? It is the responsibility and duty of every elf to exterminate the undead. Now that she is staying at the Golden Oasis, she is happy to contribute. That's not necessary. Lin Yi smiled and said, you can settle down comfortably in my territory. Okay, the elf Amy said sincerely. Please feel free to ask if there is anything we can do to help, my lord. Lin Yi nodded. This elf is quite helpful. He then let the elf Amy explore the Golden Oasis on her own, while he himself went to the outer city. The first step is to move the territory building, market, over and upgrade it to a higher level, which consumes a total of 220,000 units of wood and 55,000 units of stone. The second step was to relocate the Sand People's residential areas. Although it involved relocating thousands of houses, it wasn't particularly troublesome. As a lord, he could get things done with a single command. Upgrading to the advanced market will give you a total of 3,000 shops and a capacity of 300,000 customers at a time, which should be enough for the short term. If that's not enough, it's easy to build a second or third market later. Finally, Lin Yi built even more houses around the market. These dwellings can be allocated to the residents of the oasis. It can also be sold to the public. After arranging everything, Lin Yi returned to the core area and entered the Profession Skill Tower, under the curious gazes of the elf Amy and the beast horn Teresa. Amy was also very curious about what was inside the tower, but she dared not break in without Lin Yi's permission. In reality, even if she wanted to, she couldn't get in. Profession Skill Tower. Only citizens of the Golden Oasis can enter, others will be blocked outside, and even demigods cannot force their way in. Chapter 141 The Mysteries of Purchasing Domains. After entering the Profession Skill Tower, Lin Yi decisively exchanged the 270 million gold coins she had earned for Lord Gold coins, gaining 27 million Lord Gold coins, in addition to his previous ones. His lord's gold reserves had reached an astonishing 29 million. He also gained some from conquering the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. With so many gold coins, it's enough to buy several top-tier domain techniques. He then sat cross-legged on the boundless gray earth within the tower's interior and communicated with the Lord's system, bringing up the list price list of the domain's mysteries. Thousands of profound mysteries of the realm were presented to Lin Yi. The vast majority of them are ordinary profound techniques. With limited gold coins, Lin Yi didn't even glance at them. He only focuses on the most profound secrets of the field. Ordinary profound techniques and rare profound techniques are not within his scope of consideration. The Lord's system offers 6 top-tier domain mysteries: time, space, destiny, causality, creation, and destruction. Although they are all top-tier techniques, their exchange prices are different. The first 4 types, time, space, fate, and cause and effect, are all exchanged for 5 million Lord gold coins. The latter 2, creation and destruction, are exchanged for 10 million Lord gold coins. Just a little short. Lin Yi felt a little uncomfortable. Creation and destruction, though their specific effects are unknown, are worth their price of 10 million Lord's gold coins, and Lin Yi is determined to exchange for them. The Lord system is greedy. The more expensive something is, the more awesome it is. After deducting the costs of these 2 domain mysteries, he only had 9 million gold coins left, and he was 1 million gold coins short of exchanging for the domain mysteries of time and space. So, this made him feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted both time and space. For now, we can only choose one. But we don't have to wait too long. Sophia will soon have a large amount of gold coins coming in, and it won't matter if we exchange the remaining domain mysteries then. It's just a matter of a couple of days earlier or later. Lin Yi comforted herself in this way. After much deliberation, he chose to exchange for the profound mysteries of the spatial domain. The destructive power of spatial mysteries is still quite formidable. Most importantly, with the help of spatial mysteries, he can instantly travel long distances, making it very convenient to go to either Dragonfall Canyon or Forest City. With the profound knowledge of space, he no longer needed to fly. By folding space, one can travel directly through it. As for how far he can teleport, that depends on his own strength. The stronger one is, the farther one can teleport. After thinking it through, Lin Yi didn't hesitate any longer and decisively spent a total of 25 million gold coins to exchange for the domain mysteries of creation, destruction, and space. In an instant, a dazzling golden light appeared in the void, enveloping Lin Yi's body. Countless streams of light surged into Lin Yi's body, appearing as if data was being transmitted. These streams of light contained the profound mysteries of the 3 realms. Lin Yi's consciousness quickly settled down. It greedily absorbed the profound and mysterious mysteries that were extremely complex for almost all saint-level experts. The more powerful the profound meaning of a field, the harder it is for professionals to comprehend. Normally, most saint-level professionals only master 1 or 2 common domain mysteries. A saint-level professional with exceptional talent may master multiple skills, but these are mostly in ordinary fields. Mastering rare or top-tier techniques is an extremely difficult task. It would be extremely difficult to find even one genius among hundreds of thousands of saint-level professionals who has mastered the ultimate secrets of a top-tier field. It can only be said that Lin Yi is fortunate to have the Lord system. He mastered the secrets of 3 top-level fields in one go. Once this gets out, not to mention the powerful figures of the Holy Continent, even the eternal gods would probably find it hard to believe, and their hearts would tremble. Especially creation and destruction. That's already considered the highest and most profound secret. Even ancient gods who have cultivated for countless millennia would find it difficult to comprehend its mysteries. Just as Lin Yi was immersed in the ocean of profound mysteries. The 3 Elven city lords had already left the Golden Oasis, and at their speed, they would soon arrive at the Forest City. Ella suddenly said, "That human lord is very powerful." Upon hearing this, the Elven city lord seemed to agree deeply and nodded, saying, "I sensed an extremely violent lightning power emanating from him. Clearly, the domain secrets he has mastered are lightning." In the sacred continent, professionals with an affinity for the thunder element are extremely rare. But they are not exactly rare. Saint-level experts who can master the profound mysteries of the thunder domain are truly rare. Once Lin Yi advances to the level of a demigod, he will most likely be directly titled Thor, possessing terrifying combat power. The most important thing is, Lin Yi is still so young. She's only around 20 years old. Many human professionals of this age are still pursuing advanced studies in magic academies. Anyone who has reached the transcendent realm is considered a prodigy and will receive intensive training from the human kingdom. In contrast, Lin Yi has already advanced to the peak of the saint rank. They even mastered a powerful lightning domain. This kind of thing is unbelievable even on the entire holy continent. Just thinking about this, the Elven City Lord couldn't help but want to complain. She cultivated for hundreds of years to reach her current peak saint rank. Comparing herself to that human lord, she suddenly felt that all her years of cultivation had been for nothing. It must be the great goddess of elves who is favoring him. Ella sighed and then asked, "Why didn't you ask about the origins of those elves? Their existence is the most crucial issue." The Elven City Lord shook his head. Then I turned my gaze to the nature spirit wearing a flower wreath beside me. "Does your highness know the identities of those 3 elves?" She didn't ask for 2 reasons. First, she knew she probably wouldn't get any results, and second, her prince had already spoken with her privately. The nature spirit wearing a flower wreath said, "They are very much like the high elves described in ancient texts." Upon hearing this, the Elven City Lord and Ella trembled violently. A look of shock appeared on his face. Weren't the high elves extinct? Legend has it that in ancient times, they all went to the divine kingdom of the elf goddess, and since then, there have been no more high elves on the holy continent. And it's not just high elves. There were also sun spirits and ancient great spirits, but these spirits have all disappeared. After the end of the ancient era, the elves born from the elf mother tree are these natural elves. The superior bloodlines have disappeared, and the elven race has lost its former glory. The nature elves are quite powerful nowadays. But compared to the ancient elven empire, that's nothing. Of course, that's not important. Importantly, the high elves have returned to the sacred continent. Moreover, he became a follower of a human lord. This is a big problem. Chapter 142, it was still alive when we last met. Even if we take a step back and say, even if high elves are born, they should come to their elven kingdom. Now, however, it appears in the Golden Oasis. This made the elf lord and Ella feel very melancholy. At this moment, the nature elf whom the Elven City Lord addressed as Your Highness said, "It is still uncertain whether they are high elves. However, I have recorded their information with a magic stone, and I will take it back to Mother to have a look." Lin Yi's previous predictions were indeed correct. Reality is just as absurd as fiction. This natural sprite, dressed in a green dress and wearing a flower wreath, really is an elf princess. The mother she spoke of was naturally the elf queen. The elven princess seemed to have thought of something and said softly, "You all speculate that the human lord has received the favor of Her Majesty the Goddess. If it is confirmed that those 3 elves are indeed high elves, then Her Majesty the Goddess's blessing is an undeniable fact." "Your Highness is right." The elf lord and Ella agreed. The elven princess smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's get back to the kingdom as soon as possible. I can't wait to see the expression on Mother's face." Upon hearing this, the Elf City Lord and Ella exchanged a glance. Their princess has a different personality than the Elf Queen did when she was young. They are more innocent, carefree, and even unconventional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run away from the kingdom alone and come to investigate the Golden Oasis by herself. They met the Elven Princess by chance on their way to the Golden Oasis. For the princess's safety, the Elven City Lord had no choice but to force her to stay by his side. Even when leaving the Golden Oasis, they didn't forget to take it with them. This is because the identity of the elf princess is of great importance to the entire race of nature elves. Natural spirits, born from the mother spirit tree. The queen and princess of the elf kingdom are also appointed by the elf mother tree. While the princess may address the elf queen as mother, they do not actually have a bloodline like other races. It is merely a title. Later, when the elf queen abdicated the throne, the fairy princess will become the new fairy queen. That's why they dared not let the elf princess stay in the Golden Oasis. If something unexpected happens, they can't afford to take responsibility. Your Highness, upon returning to the kingdom, you should focus on your cultivation. The Elven City Lord couldn't help but advise. We absolutely cannot let her sneak out again like this time. Her Majesty the Queen and the elves of the kingdom will be very worried. I know, beautiful but talkative Monica. The fairy princess smiled mischievously. Then, it patted its unicorn companion's head and quickly flew towards the distant forest of life. The Elven City Lord and Ella had no choice but to follow. Not long after entering the forest of life, the 3 elves suddenly stopped in unison. They rode snow-white unicorns, standing tall in the sky above the forest of life. Below are endless mountain ranges and dense forests. In the forest, a wide and winding road can be vaguely seen, coiling like a long snake among the mountains and forests, with scattered caravans traveling along the road. There's the aura of the dead. Extremely powerful, at least at the saint rank. The Elven city lord said with a grim expression. She hadn't expected that a saint-level undead would infiltrate the territory under the jurisdiction of the forest city. This was a dereliction of duty on her part as the city lord. Ella said, "Get rid of it quickly, lest it threaten the nearby tribes." Because of the existence of the forest city, the elf kingdom has relocated most of the nearby elf tribes, but a small number of elf tribes have not yet moved. A single saint-level undead is enough to threaten the safety of these elven tribes. As she spoke, Ella took out an elven longsword that emitted a powerful magical aura from her personal spatial equipment. The fairy princess also took out a bow and arrow and held it in her hand. Before the elven city lord could speak, she took the lead and chased after the aura of the undead. "Your Highness, wait for us." The elven city lord immediately became anxious. They quickly chased after them together with Ella. About half an hour later, they accurately tracked the source of the undead aura, which turned out to be a huge, rotting dragon. The reason they are so efficient is not because they have particularly keen senses. The main reason is that someone is informing them. The person who brings the message is the plant in the forest. Nature spirits are born with the ability to communicate with plants, whether they are large trees or small grasses, and can exchange information with them to obtain crucial information. If they change their class to druid, they can also communicate with animals. This ability is a gift from nature to them. Wait a moment. Just as the Elven city lord and the Elven princess were about to make their move, Ella suddenly said with a strange expression, "This corpse dragon looks familiar to me." "What? You two know each other?" The Elven city lord turned his head and looked over. Ella said, "It was alive when we last met, but now it's a ghost. Its name was Charles, a dark dragon who once lived in our forest of life." Among the three brothers, only the corpse dragon retains the appearance of the dark dragon Charles. Apart from being covered in rotting flesh, it was no different from the dark dragon Charles. If it were bone dragon Charles or nether dragon Charles, Ella definitely wouldn't recognize him. The former is just bones, and the latter has grown considerably. After listening to Ella's description of the dark dragon Charles, the Elven city lord immediately became enraged. He stared fiercely at the corpse dragon flying high in the distance. At this moment, the corpse dragon is spewing dragon breath that looks like green venom towards a base below. This outpost is quite large, and they are all human professionals. Faced with the attack of the corpse dragon Charles, they had no ability to resist and were reduced to skeletons in large numbers by the venomous dragon breath. "Damn dragon," the Elven city lord said viciously. "They slaughtered our elven tribes when they were alive, and now that they're dead and undead, they still dare to act arrogantly in the forest of life. Mid-level saint, not too strong. I can cripple it with a single arrow." This quote comes from the fairy princess. She drew her bow to its full extent, ready to shoot the elven arrow. But at that moment, the corpse dragon in the distance suddenly shook its spirit and shouted, "Hold your hand. My master is the lord of the golden oasis." The fairy princess's movements froze for a moment. Is this the undead dragon under the command of that human lord? Chapter 143 Elf Princess. I think this is a personal grudge. The Elven princess thought for a moment, then put away the bow and arrow in her hand. Since it's an undead dragon under the command of that human lord, that makes things easier. Ella, who was standing to the side, said as if she had just realized something. No wonder Charles's mark suddenly appeared and then disappeared. It turns out he died at the hands of Lord Lanny. I just don't know how he transformed Charles's body into a ghost. Could it be that there are necromancers in the Golden Oasis? That's possible, the Elf City Lord said. During this time, the Crystal Merchant Guild has been helping the Golden Oasis acquire dragon corpses, clearly in order to transform them into undead dragons. Ella shook her head and said, I can't see through that human lord. Logically speaking, he has golden griffin knights, elves, and treants under his command. Even if he is not of the good faction, he should be of the lawful faction. And yet, he chose to summon undead creatures. Isn't he worried about conflicts between his undead dragons and other races? The conflict between factions has a significant impact on a particular power. The most fundamental issue is unity. The idea of undead creatures becoming friendly with elves and treants is practically a pipe dream, let alone the fact that the Golden Oasis has received the blessing of their elven goddess. The Elven goddess also deeply hates the undead. Therefore, Ella was very puzzled by Lin Yi's summoning of the undead dragon. Let's ignore that for now. The Elven city lord said, since it is an undead dragon from the Golden Oasis, we can let it go. But those humans who have been slaughtered must be saved. Upon hearing this, Ella and the elf princess nodded together. The Forest of Life is the territory of their nature elf race, and it is also under the jurisdiction of the Forest City. They have a duty to stop the carrion dragon from continuing to slaughter the human professionals in the stronghold. Otherwise it would get out. This will definitely have a negative impact on the reputation of their elven kingdom. We did it right away. 3 elves, 3 unicorns, and 6 saint-level powerhouses rushed into the battlefield and easily imprisoned the corpse dragon Charles, preventing it from continuing to destroy the stronghold. Charles the corpse dragon said, "Elves, what is happening here has nothing to do with you." Despite being imprisoned, the corpse dragon Charles was not afraid. It isn't even afraid of death. One of them died, but its 2 brothers continued to serve their great master. Furthermore, if it dies here, its soul can enter the mysterious void like those royal knights, and be resurrected in its master's divine kingdom in the future. It actually hopes that the 3 elves will kill it. Then it will achieve immortality. The Elven city lord said in a deep voice, "I am the city lord of the Forest City. Your slaughter of humans within my jurisdiction is related to me. These human professionals belong to the Flamingo Merchant Guild, which is blinded by greed and is hunting down Miss Sophia," Charles the corpse dragon said without backing down. "The Flamingo Merchant Guild has been listed as a hostile force to our Golden Oasis. They must pay the price for their actions. This is my master's order." Upon hearing these words, the Elven city lord was immediately stunned. She had no idea that there was such a hidden story behind this massacre. The corpse dragon Charles did not commit the killings without cause. Rather, he was acting on the orders of the human lord against the hostile forces of the Golden Oasis. This is going to be difficult. If this continues, the natural elf race might also be blacklisted by the Golden Oasis. After all, she now has to save the enemies of the Golden Oasis. For a moment, even the Elven city lord hesitated. Finally, she turned her gaze to the elf princess. After a long silence, the Elven princess said, "Lord Monica, I think this is a personal grudge, and the battle didn't even take place in the Forest City. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the Elven city lord immediately knew what to do. Since it's a personal grudge, let these 2 forces resolve it themselves. The Elven city lord thought that what the princess said made a lot of sense. As the lord of the Forest City, she is only responsible for managing the affairs within her own city. She has neither the obligation nor the right to interfere in the hostile relations between other races. Thinking about this, the elf city lord then said to the corpse dragon Charles, "Such a massacre cannot happen in the Forest City." Charles the corpse dragon responded, "We guarantee that we will not harm any unrelated individuals. This is solely aimed at the Flamingo Merchant Guild." "You?" The elf city lord frowned slightly. Charles the corpse dragon said honestly, "My brother is in charge of clearing out the Flamingo Merchant Guild's people stationed in Forest City, while I am in charge of clearing out their strongholds outside the city." Upon hearing this, the Elven city lord couldn't help but feel sympathy for the Flamingo Merchant Guild. Why provoke anyone? They just had to provoke the Golden Oasis. This oasis is overseen by a demigod-level powerhouse. It's just a chamber of commerce. How dare they be so audacious? She said nothing more, and quickly left the area with the elf princess and Ella, soon disappearing into the distance. With their departure, the remaining human professionals in the stronghold were filled with despair. Just a minute ago, they were survivors of a disaster. In 1 minute, they're doomed again. Inside the stronghold, everyone was scattering and running away. Some clever little devils had already escaped to a far place, but they still couldn't escape the clutches of the corpse dragon Charles. How could a group of people who haven't even reached the extraordinary level possibly be faster than a saint-level dragon? Even if there are assassins among them who can turn invisible. It was also difficult to escape the mental perception of the corpse dragon Charles. Soon, the stronghold was completely destroyed, and all members of the Flamingo Merchant Guild were wiped out. After cleaning up the battlefield, corpse dragon Charles quickly headed to the next stronghold. The 2 brothers had already discussed it. The Flamingo Merchant Guild must be completely eradicated. Their plans were unknown even to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was referring to taking down the Flamingo Merchant Guild and making them pay a heavy price. When the 2 brothers heard this, they immediately interpreted it as a call to wipe out the Flamingo Merchant Guild, leaving no one alive. "Lord Monica," the Elven princess said to the Elven city lord, I think you need to return to the forest city to deal with the potential chaos that may arise. Understood, Your Highness. The Elven city lord nodded. The corpse dragon also has brothers in the forest city. As the city lord, she has to go back. Even if she doesn't get involved in this matter, she has to do her best to ensure that the disappearance of the Flamingo Merchant Guild doesn't cause any ripples. Lord Ella, I'll trouble you to escort His Highness back to the kingdom. Okay. Ella nodded. As soon as the two left, the elf city lord also rushed to the forest city. Chapter 144. This name is unworthy of its power. Leaving aside what happened in the Forest of Life, the three Windrunner sisters have successfully arrived at Dragonfall Canyon. Led by the devouring dragon Python King and the zombie dragon King Wallace, they headed straight for the Octopus Ghost King's stronghold. The Octopus Demon King is one level higher than the Skeleton Dragon King and is also much stronger. It is only natural that we should deal with it first and then deal with the Skeleton Dragon King. How can there be so many undead here? Like a vast ocean. Looking down at the crisscrossing canyons, Sylvanas was somewhat horrified. The canyon was teeming with undead creatures. Even in midair, there were many undead creatures hovering. However, because the aura of death emanating from the devouring dragon Python King and the zombie dragon King was too terrifying, no undead creature dared to approach their group. Aurelia and Verisa, who were standing nearby, were also horrified. As the eldest sister, Aurelia had seen a lot of the world. They also participated in large-scale wars. However, this was the first time she had ever seen such a large number of undead creatures, and she was deeply shocked by it. Zombie Dragon King Wallace said, "A week ago, there weren't as many undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon as there are now. It's mainly because of the undead scourge that has awakened countless undead in the underground world. Dragonfall Canyon is one of the strongholds of undead creatures. Undead creatures within a radius of hundreds of kilometers are summoned by it and gather here, which is why the number of undead here is so terrifying. This is just the beginning. More undead will rise to life next, until a true cataclysmic disaster strikes the Carol Desert." This information was obtained by the zombie dragon King Wallace after he devoured the soul essence of those undead bosses. It also knows the undead that swept through the Carol Desert were mostly deceased from 10,000 years ago. They were originally bones buried in the underground world. Because it was constantly immersed in intense necromantic power, it did not become corrupted. Not long ago, an unknown and powerful being shook the underground world of the Carol Desert and stirred up the long-dormant necromantic power, resulting in the birth of countless undead. It used to be a minority. Now it's appearing on a large scale. It has grown to its current scale in a short period of time. Aurelia frowned and said, "With our abilities, we don't know if we can end this undead calamity." Zombie Dragon King Wallace grinned and said, "It's difficult for us to succeed on our own, but Master can. With Master here, no matter who is behind this undead calamity, they will all die." Upon hearing this, Aurelia unconsciously expressed her agreement. Her lord was indeed the most amazing human she had ever seen. Not long after, the team then arrived at the eastern area of Dragonfall Canyon. The Octopus Demon King was not seen yet, but large undead legions were seen advancing southwestward. That octopus is really impatient. As soon as we left, it mobilized its undead army to occupy the southwest region. Unfortunately, it will never see it. As they spoke, the devouring dragon Python King disappeared into the sky. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in the canyon and stormed into the camp of an undead army. Without saying a word, it killed the army's leader, a low-level saint-rank Skeleton King. Then, it devoured the Skeleton King's soul essence. Through the Skeleton King's memory fragments, it obtained the approximate location of the Octopus Demon King. "Found you." The devouring dragon Python King sneered and returned to the group. It said to the holy rank undead dragons in the group, "You don't need to participate in the next battle, lest you just throw your lives away. Go to the canyon and wipe out those scattered undead creatures." "Yes, sir." The undead dragons did not hesitate and quickly flew towards the canyon below. "You two go with them too," Illyria said to Sylvanas and Verisa. However, Sylvanas had a different opinion, saying, "Eldest sister, the Lord said that when the three of us sisters are on the same battlefield, our strength can be tripled." Aurelia shook her head and said, "The enemy is, after all, a powerful undead at the mid-level of demigod. It's best if you don't get involved. With a few of us, killing it won't be difficult." Gurgle gurgle. The dragon spirit sitting on the head of the devouring dragon Python King waved its little fist. She indicated that with her there, She could easily handle that octopus. Aurelia said to her two younger sisters, "You two should also hurry up and improve your strength. Once you advance to demigod status, the three of us sisters can fight together." All right. Sylvanas and Verisa had no choice but to agree. Follow the undead dragons heading down into the canyon. Let's go. The devouring dragon python king led the way. It flew straight towards the location it had just obtained. Aurelia and the zombie dragon king Wallace immediately followed. About a few minutes later, the team arrived above a giant crater. The giant crater is several kilometers in diameter and at least 300 or 400 meters deep. It is surrounded by winding and twisting canyons, and its shape looks like the sun in an oil painting. This is the lair of the octopus demon king. The pit was filled with countless skeletons and fresh corpse remains. Many other powerful undead creatures guard this place. However, upon seeing the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king Wallace, all the undead creatures fled in the blink of an eye. If they were living people, they might fight back. They protect the majesty of the octopus demon king. However, both the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king were demigod-level super undead, and coupled with the intimidation of the dragon's might, they naturally had no courage to challenge them. Damn it, that octopus escaped. Zombie dragon king Wallace said angrily. Aurelia calmly replied, "It can't escape." As she spoke, she pulled an arrow that emitted a faint golden light from the void, knocked it, and shot it. The golden arrow shot into the giant crater in an instant. Then, very strangely, it turned in a different direction at the half-air-conditioned area and drove away at an even faster speed. A moment later, a violent explosion rang out tens of thousands of meters away. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Aurelia's beautiful face. Found it. The octopus demon king is right there. The devouring dragon python king exclaimed in surprise. What kind of arrow is this? Its power is so amazing. Aurelia said, tracking arrow. The zombie king scoffed. This name doesn't match its power. It's too corny. Aurelia rolled her eyes. She said she didn't like the dead. Chapter 145 Octopus Ghost King. Damn dragons, you break your promises. Whether a name is rustic or not is not important. The important thing is that the octopus demon king has been locked down. Dragon spirit Doris was the fastest, disappearing from the head of the devouring dragon python king and then appearing tens of thousands of meters away at the explosion site. Then, Aurelia and the others heard a series of shrill screams. It sounded like a giant beast howling in pain. It was clear that the dragon spirit had succeeded, severely injuring the octopus demon king with a single blow. Such powerful soul fluctuations. This is an attack from the soul realm. No wonder it screamed so miserably. I feel like we're not even needed in the war anymore. Hearing the zombie dragon king's trembling voice, the devouring dragon python king said irritably, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here." After saying that, it flew away into the distance. As for Illyria, she was already close to the battlefield. It wasn't that she was particularly fast. It was simply because she didn't listen to the two undead dragons' nonsense and set off at the same time the dragon spirit disappeared. Battlefield area. It's also a huge pit, but on an even larger scale. The difference is that the previous giant crater was the stronghold of the octopus demon king, while the giant crater in front of us is the result of a battle between two demigod-level powerhouses. Within the giant pit, the forces of various laws are constantly colliding. The energy generated by the impact was so powerful that it distorted space itself. The octopus demon king was incredibly large, at least 300 meters long, and its tentacles looked like Optimus Prime, surpassing even the skeleton dragon king and the devouring dragon python king. In terms of sheer physical strength, the octopus demon king is more than capable of crushing them. Once entangled by its 8 tentacles, even a giant dragon will become its meal. But at this moment, the octopus demon king had lost all its former power. It was forcibly suppressed in the center of the giant pit by the dragon's spirit Doris, who was only the size of a grain of rice relative to its size. Apart from using the power of the law to barely resist, it had basically no room to fight back. Its soul, in particular, is constantly under attack from the laws of the soul. It felt like it was being torn apart. The intense pain made it want to tear its head apart. Undead creatures do not experience physical pain. However, when the soul is attacked, the pain will still be there, and it will be very difficult to resist. At that very moment, the dragon spirit opened its small mouth and exhaled a ball of golden dragon breath the size of a fingernail. When the dragon's breath flew into the pit, it instantly turned into a sea of fire, setting the entire giant pit ablaze. The octopus demon king's body was also sizzling and dripping oil, and soon, some of its tentacles were charred. That's impossible. The octopus demon king screamed in disbelief. You must know, it is a demigod. It was nurtured for 10,000 years in the rich aura of the dead. Its physical defense is incredibly strong, easily withstanding attacks of the same level. But now, a single breath of dragon breath from the dragon spirit had actually scorched its tentacles, which it found utterly unbelievable. Its physical body, and the necromantic magic within it, were completely unable to withstand the damage from the dragon breath. How can your dragon breath be so terrifying? Even if you're a dragon spirit, there's no reason for you to be this monstrous. It had also tried the dragon breath of the skeletal dragon king, but it was nowhere near as terrifying as this. Although the dragon spirit had reached the high-level demigod stage, the power of its dragon breath was so strong that it defied all reason. Meanwhile, the dragon spirit ignored the octopus demon king, who was screaming in terror. She was breathing dragon's breath with her little mouth. While using the laws of the soul, they continued to attack the soul of the octopus demon king. After a series of actions, the octopus demon king was thoroughly tormented. How could it know that the dragon spirit's breath power was so abnormally strong because it was blessed by Lord Lin Yi's talent, Light God Envoy, which increased the damage dealt to evil creatures by 150%. If the base damage dealt by the dragon spirit is 10,000. With the blessing of the Light God Envoy, the damage will immediately surge to 25,000. This is an absolutely astonishing increase. The octopus demon king should be thankful it's not a dragon, or it would have suffered a terrible fate. This is because Lin Yi also has the title of Little Prince of Dragon Slayers, which increases its damage against dragon-like creatures. Besides, the Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer realm can also increase the combat power of troops by 20%. It is precisely because of these factors combined that the dragon spirit is so powerful. Suppressing it was effortless. Whoosh! A green arrow broke through the void's limitations. It instantly pierced through the body of the octopus demon king. The life force contained within the arrow light severely injured the octopus demon king once again, while continuously weakening the necromantic laws and necromancy within its body. It was Illyria. She appeared on the battlefield. Following closely behind were the enormous devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king Wallace, who also joined the battle against the octopus ghost king. One thing must be admitted. The octopus demon king's health bar is really thick. It's still alive. Damn dragons, you break your promises. The octopus demon king glared with blood-red eyes, denouncing the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king who had descended upon the battlefield. Yesterday, they swindled over 3,000 dragon soul grasses from it, and the very next day, they brought 2 demigod-level Pokemon to ambush and kill it. They are utterly shameless. If I had known it would turn out like this. Even if it destroys all those dragon soul grasses, it won't take them out. The devouring dragon python king said, "You're mistaken. We are still very trustworthy. From yesterday until now, we haven't set foot in the southwest region. That area is still your territory." The octopus demon king was so angry, he felt like vomiting blood. Transfer the territory to it first, then take it down later. What the hell is the point of this? Even if it means death, I will not let you succeed. I will not die at your hands. Back in the day, I was the octopus king, reigning supreme over all corners of the land. With a roar, the octopus demon king's body suddenly swelled up. It used a secret technique to try and self-destruct. Gurgle. The dragon spirit waved its little hand, and a golden aurora instantly struck the head of the octopus demon king. At that moment, its eyes became confused. Its originally swollen body also shrank rapidly. Its soul was intimidated by the dragon spirit, and its self-destruction technique was forcibly interrupted. Seeing this, Illyria and the 2 undead dragons unleashed even more powerful laws, forcefully blasting the octopus demon king's body apart before it could regain its senses. Damn it! My master will not let you get away with this. A gray phantom flew out of the giant pit. It was the soul of the octopus demon king. The devouring dragon python king rushed over immediately and swallowed the soul of the octopus ghost king in one gulp. Seeing this, the zombie dragon king expressed great envy. After all, that was the soul of a mid-level demigod. It contains an immense and incomparable source of the soul. Despite its envy, it didn't compete with the devouring dragon python king for it, because the devouring dragon python king had helped it a lot when it was promoted to demigod. Much later, The devouring dragon Python King successfully devoured the soul essence of the octopus ghost king. His level was simultaneously promoted to the mid-stage of demigod. However, it didn't seem happy. Shaking its mind, it said to its companions, "This is a big problem. I've obtained fragments of the octopus demon king's memories and learned some bad news." "What news?" the zombie dragon king asked. The devouring dragon Python King said, "Beneath our feet, at the bottom of the fallen dragon canyon, lies a massive altar within which a lich slumbers." "A lich?" "Yes, the real lich is not that half-finished titan-devouring serpent." Chapter 146 Two Liches? The Power of Destruction. Zombie Dragon King Warlisten fell silent for a moment. Illyria, holding a green bow and arrow, also had a solemn expression. Even in their world, liches are powerful beings standing at the pinnacle of the world. The undead scourge that dominates the world is enough to sweep across the globe, plunging countless intelligent races into despair and fear. She had originally thought that the world would be a relatively better place. Unexpectedly, a lich was slumbering in the underground world beneath her and could awaken at any moment. It's obvious that my master, the octopus demon king refers to, is the sleeping lich. Once awakened, the undead scourge of the Carol Desert will become even more terrifying. Most importantly, there is also a titan-like giant serpent that serves as a lich. If this titan-devouring serpent also successfully reincarnates, then this world will face two liches. Thinking about this, Aurelia's mood became even heavier. However, she did not regret staying in this world. He had no regrets about following the Lord. Her philosophy is to eliminate evil from the world and make it a better place. Fighting against the scourge and confronting the evil lich. Isn't that her belief? Of course, she couldn't do it all by herself. But she believed in her Lord. With their Lord leading them and guiding them, they will surely be able to defeat the lich, wipe out the undead army, and restore harmony and peace to this world. Gurgle. At this moment, the baby-like dragon spirit spoke up. "Don't be afraid. Doris is very powerful. Once Doris advances to demigod status, she can crush the lich." Upon hearing this, Aurelia was the first to smile. She loves this innocent and adorable little guy. The little guy was also an elf, which made her feel very close to him. The devouring dragon Python King and the zombie dragon King Wallace also seemed to feel that the pressure had been reduced a lot. The dragon spirit's level is high-level demigod. With a little effort, one can reach the peak of demigod status. Try harder. Isn't that a demigod? The devouring dragon Python King said. Based on the memories of the octopus ghost king, it is estimated that the lich is still some time away from truly awakening. We should conquer the fallen dragon canyon as soon as possible and wipe out the undead creatures here. Without the replenishment of a vast amount of soul essence, the lich's awakening will be delayed. From this perspective, our situation is still quite optimistic. This is good news. Zombie Dragon King Wallace said. Then let's not delay any longer and hurry up and deal with the Skeleton Dragon King. I'm worried that it has already received news of the Octopus Demon King's demise, and once it escapes into the lich's slumbering underground world, we won't be able to do anything to it. Given their current strength, it's not enough to actively awaken the lich. Even if the lich that was passively awakened did not regain its full power, it was still not something that the few of them could contend with. Let's go then. A look of anticipation appeared on Aurelia's face. When they joined forces to kill the Octopus Demon King, she sensed a tremendous surge of energy within her body, which she knew was the experience the Lord had mentioned. This magical energy can enhance the magic within her. It could even help her break through to a higher level. Aurelia had already been at the early stage of demigod for a long time, and was almost at the threshold of the middle stage of demigod. Today, it is supported by a vast amount of experience. She finally realized the existence of the boundary barrier. To her surprise, that barrier leading to the mid-stage of demigod is extremely thin, seemingly so fragile that it could be broken with a single poke. Her intuition told her that she didn't need to go into seclusion at all. All she needed was for that magical energy to exceed the limits of her current realm, and she could directly break through the barrier and advance to a mid-level demigod. This also made her feel very incredible. Aurelia was unaware that her path of cultivation was completely altered the moment she became a hero under Lin Yi's command. There's no need for long-term seclusion or to undergo brutal life or death trials. On the road to reaching her full potential, she will have smooth sailing. Once she has enough experience, she will be able to break through directly. The three Windrunner sisters all have the potential to grow into lower-level true gods. In other words, If the three sisters work hard to kill more and more powerful enemies, they can easily become immortal gods. This is why Lin Yi told them before that hard work could lead to godhood. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the loot and the mangled corpse of the Octopus Demon King, the group immediately headed to the north of Fallen Dragon Canyon, where the Skeleton Dragon King's stronghold was located. The corpse of the Octopus Demon King is still very valuable. After all, he is a mid-level demigod. Even if it can't be buried in the dragon tomb, it can be given to the rotting dragons in the territory to devour. It is a great tonic for them and can greatly enhance their strength. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi's mastery of the 3 top-level domain secrets has reached its final stage. It's described as a critical juncture. It's actually not difficult at all. With the protection of the Lord system, it would be impossible for him to fail even if he wanted to. Finally, Lin Yi also mastered the profound mysteries of the 3 top fields, creation, destruction, and space, very smoothly. At this point, Lin Yi had mastered the secrets of 4 domains. 3 top-tier types, 1 rare type. He opened his eyes, and an aura many times stronger than before erupted from his body. His level did not advance to the demigod level. However, their strength increased dramatically. He is now confident that he can take on 5 opponents at once, unlike his former self. In terms of level, I'm about to break through now. This is related to mastering the 3 top-level domain secrets, plus Aurelia and the others killed the Octopus Demon King, which gave me a lot of experience. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will soon be able to advance to demigod. As she muttered to herself, Lin Yi stretched out her right hand and made a clenching motion in the air. Suddenly, the gray earth beneath their feet trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a giant crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters and a depth of several thousand meters appeared in the distance. The soil and rocks in the pit were completely obliterated. There was not a trace of residue, not even a trace of smoke, because everything in this area had been completely destroyed by Lin Yi's domain technique. This is the power of destruction. My strength is still too weak. When I advance to the level of a demigod or a subgod, the space in that area will be destroyed. Destruction is the ultimate truth. When Lin Yi's power reaches a certain level, he can destroy everything in the world, including time and space. Let all matter return to chaos, or even nothingness. Chapter 147, The Arrival of the Elf Masters. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. In an instant, the figure traversed 10,000 meters and arrived above the giant crater. This is an application of the profound principles of the spatial domain. It's not exactly folded space. It's more like a short distance, instantaneous teleportation. If it were a folded space, Lin Yi could traverse extremely long distances in an instant, easily covering hundreds of kilometers in a single stride. Standing atop the giant pit, Lin Yi slowly stretched out her hands. Then, a mysterious force enveloped the giant pit below. Visibly, the soil that was originally completely destroyed by the destructive force is reappearing. About 3 minutes passed. The giant crater, which was tens of thousands of meters in diameter, has completely disappeared. The ground has been restored to a level state. It was as if what just happened was just an illusion. Of course, it was not an illusion, nor was it a reversal of time. It was creation. Lin Yi was testing the secrets of creation she had mastered, attempting to create something out of thin air. To Lin Yi's surprise, creating something out of thin air is not very difficult. The consumption is a bit terrifying. He used less than 1% of his magic power to destroy the matter in the giant crater, but creating it consumed nearly 90% of his power, which was basically 100 times the amount. This also illustrates a point. Creation is more difficult than destruction. Lin Yi then took out a bottle of high-grade Elven spring water from her spatial ring and drank it. After drinking 3 bottles in a row, all the magic power he had consumed was restored. This move is somewhat extravagant. After all, it's not like we're in a battle. Normally, one can recover by sitting cross-legged and meditating for a period of time. But clearly, Lin Yi didn't care about any of that. We have so much fairy spring water that we can't sell it all. Wouldn't it be a waste to hoard it and not use it? He not only used it himself, but also specifically instructed the troops in his territory to remember to bring a few bottles when they went out hunting, so that the magic would not affect their normal hunting work. Next, Lin Yi continued testing the powers of destruction and creation. Lin Yi didn't stop until she had drunk over 100 bottles of high-grade Elven spring water. Looking around, there were huge craters everywhere. But many places are also covered with green lawns and beautifully blooming flowers. Even tall trees exist. These lawns, flowers, and trees were all created by Lin Yi out of thin air. They were not illusions, but real things, no different from the creations of nature. Creation is about turning the illusory into reality. With enough power, anything is possible. Lin Yi released all the magic power surging within her body in an instant. Gradually, a cute, baby-like phantom appeared before his eyes. She looks exactly like the dragon spirit Doris. He plans to create a twin sister for the little one. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. The phantom had barely appeared for 2 seconds when Lin Yi's magic power was completely depleted, and he himself was severely injured, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn, I overestimated myself. Lin Yi swayed, and her head began to spin. He quickly took out several bottles of fairy spring water and drank them down one after another. It took him a while to recover. The internal injuries are also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, Lin Yi was back to full health and mana. However, this time, he did not continue to create. He doesn't have that ability right now, not even to create low-level dragon spirits. He still needs to act within his capabilities. Overall, the experiment was a great success. Compared to before, my understanding of the mysteries of creation and destruction has become much deeper. As Lin Yi spoke to herself, the land before her gradually returned to its previous state. This is the profession skill tower, repairing itself. Then, Lin Yi's figure flickered, and she left the tower space. Lin Yi prepared to return to the city hall. Just then, the elf Amy ran over, leading the unicorn Teresa, who had transformed into a little girl. My lord. Amy looked at Lin Yi with great surprise before saying, I just received news that the elf masters my sister sent will be arriving at the Golden Oasis soon. Lin Yi said with a smile, they're quite fast, so I'll trouble Miss Amy to go and pick them up. Without his permission, those elf masters cannot enter the Golden Oasis, unless it's a forced entry. However, this also makes them vulnerable to attacks from arrow towers and fortresses surrounding their territory. Yes, my lord, I'll be going now. The fairy Amy immediately pulled Teresa away and flew into the distance. Upon reaching the city wall, the little girl like Teresa whispered, Amy, my intuition tells me that the Lord's strength has increased considerably. The pressure he exerts on me is almost as great as that elf's. The elf that Teresa mentioned refers to Aurelia, who is a demigod. The elf Amy nodded. The Lord must have achieved a major breakthrough in power inside that tower. I'm so envious. Teresa said, this territory is full of miracles. Have you noticed that the Sand People's settlement on the side of Sapphire Lake and that building that looked like a market have vanished into thin air? I just saw that the Lord moved them to the outer city area. Furthermore, he also constructed a large number of wooden houses out of thin air in the outer city area. This is simply the power of God. I already knew. The elf Amy said. Before the Lord entered that tower, he used incredibly magical methods to transform the outer city area. I was worried that the Lord would think we were trying to find out the secrets of the Golden Oasis, so I didn't dare to ask too many questions. Not asking is the right thing to do. Teresa said. If we anger the Lord, he might kick us out of the Golden Oasis. I love this place and don't want to be kicked out. The elf Amy nodded. She also really liked this oasis. The only downside here is the lack of other nature spirits and herds of unicorns. It took less than 10 minutes to wait. A dark shadow suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. The shadowy figure moved with incredible speed, reaching the top of the Golden Oasis city wall in the blink of an eye. That was none other than an Elven warship over 200 meters long. Compared to the Dwarven warships, the warships of the nature elves are more slender and beautiful, and the patterns on the surface of the warships perfectly highlight the artistic style of the elves. Sister Nicole. The elf Amy waved towards the elf warship. On the bow deck of the warship stood a group of powerful nature spirits. There are approximately 40 or more. The lowest level is extraordinary, and there are many powerful individuals at the saint level. However, at this moment, all of these nature spirits had an expression of disbelief on their faces. The leading nature elf is named Nicole, a Grandmaster level array master who is very famous both in Chadi City and throughout the entire elf kingdom. At this moment, Nicole was also stunned. They couldn't hear the elf Amy's call at all. Chapter 148 Grandmaster, Elf Nicole. Previously, the city lord claimed that there were ancient tree people and an ancient war mother tree in the Golden Oasis, and told us not to make a fuss, and even more so, not to spread the word. We thought the city lord was joking with us. I can't believe it's true. This is no joke, so I was mentally prepared, but I am still incredibly shocked. By the goddess of the elves, I can actually see the living, breathing ancient mother tree of war with my own eyes. It's as if you've seen the remains of the ancient war mother tree. On the deck of the warship, a group of beautiful natural spirits were discussing in awe. Some people couldn't even control themselves and screamed. As they flew along, they had already seen the ancient tree man army hunting outside, and now, seeing the ancient war mother tree, which was hundreds of meters tall, they were even more shocked. As I said before, the ancient war mother tree, even their elven kingdom doesn't have one. But now it has appeared in human territory. Once the news gets out, it won't just shake the elf kingdom. The entire holy continent will be shaken. I really want to bring this ancient war tree back to our kingdom. You'd better not think about it. The Lord here has received the blessing of the elf goddess, and is also protected by the ancient tree people, and even the eternal tree people. Do you want to go to war with those powerful tree beings? Of course not. Treants are friends of our nature elf race. That works. Let's go. Once we enter the oasis, remember to control yourself and don't leave a bad impression on that human lord. We must show respect to Her Majesty the elf goddess's retinue. Nicole, the leader of the elves, spoke up. The warship then picked up Amy and the unicorn Teresa from the city wall, flew over the wall, and headed towards the center of the golden oasis. Sister Nicole, I've been calling you, but you haven't answered me. I'm not happy, said the fairy Amy, feigning unhappiness. Compared to Amy, Nicole appeared more mature and composed, much like the difference between a mature woman and a young girl. She jokingly said with a smile, "It's actually the beautiful Miss Amy who came to pick us up. Has Miss Amy become the mistress of this oasis?" "No way." The fairy Amy blushed deeply. He hurriedly explained, "Most of the people in the territory are out fighting the undead, so the Lord sent me to greet Sister Nicole. She is waiting for you in the main hall of the territory." Upon hearing this, Nicole's expression also turned serious, and she said, "The undead calamity in the Carol Desert is indeed very serious. We have seen countless undead creatures along the way. There were even flying undead creatures attempting to besiege our warships." An elf nearby said, "The worst off are the bounty hunter teams and the caravans traveling from the forest city. They too have been attacked by the undead. We can only help them temporarily repel the undead and persuade them to return to the forest city. The appearance of the undead scourge has essentially severed the trade routes between Forest City and the Carol Desert." Oh my god, this is not good news. The elf Amy knew that the Lord had made preparations to welcome the caravan, but now it seemed unlikely that any caravan would be able to reach the Golden Oasis. Even if some chambers of commerce successfully crossed the vast desert, they are probably only a few. In the current situation, flying mounts are not very useful. It could even bring about an even greater disaster. Because there are also undead creatures in the sky. If a professional below the extraordinary level falls from the sky, they will either die or suffer broken arms and legs. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's hurry up and get to the main hall. Okay. Soon, the warship flew over the dense forest and entered the heart of the Golden Oasis. Finally, it hovered in midair over a patch of grass. The beautiful creatures of nature orderly left the warship's deck and came to the ground. Looking at the enormous ancient war tree overhead, the elves' expressions became even more solemn, their eyes filled with awe for the tree. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the distant main hall. "It's the Lord." Amy quickly led a group of elves to meet them. After exchanging greetings, Nicole and the others introduced themselves. Linny smiled and said, "Welcome, beautiful elves. I'd like to entrust the task of building a defensive shield for my territory to you." "This is our duty," Nicole said with a respectful expression. "Please rest assured, Lord, the magical defensive shield crafted by our nature elves will definitely not disappoint you. The retinue of the goddess of spirits holds a very high position. She dared not be negligent in the slightest." "That's good." Linny nodded. "After all, it's something worth 260 million gold coins. If the magical defensive shield he creates fails to meet his expectations, or is not as promised by Ella, he will definitely seek a refund and triple compensation from the elves." Then, he looked at the elven warship in the distance, which resembled a work of art. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. "This thing looks even cooler than the dragons under his command." He withdrew his gaze and looked at Nicole again, asking, "Master Nicole, I have a damaged dwarven warship. I wonder if you have the ability to repair it." Nicole said, "Then we need to examine the extent of the damage." Before he could finish speaking, a massive, ancient warship appeared before them. The entire hull was covered in a thick layer of dust, making it clear that it was an old relic. Nicole's lips twitched slightly as she said, To be honest, my lord, there's no need to repair this warship. Its magic array has completely collapsed, and all the facilities on it have been dismantled, leaving only an empty shell. The value of rebuilding is not much different from building a new warship. Yeah. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and she asked, does your nature elf race offer warship construction services? Nicole shook her head and said, unfortunately, warships are war-grade weapons of various races, and very few forces will sell them to others or help build them. That is indeed quite a pity. Lin Yi felt somewhat disappointed, but he didn't say anything more and put the dwarven warship into the territory's warehouse. The elf masters also began installing the protective shield. The core device controlling the magical defensive shield was installed next to Lin Yi's backyard, which was the villa where the old butler, Horden, lived. If the territory requires it, he can have the old steward open or close the protective shield immediately. This is something he naturally doesn't need to do himself. Lin Yi also returned to the city hall. They began sorting through the remaining spoils of war from the Grey Dwarf Kingdom that hadn't yet been cleared away. All the magic cannons brought back from the Grey Land Dwarf Kingdom have been installed on the city walls of the territory, and all the dropped, troop quantity blueprints have been used. The rest mainly consist of special equipment, supplies, and so on. It is also during this process that the blacksmiths from the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, escorted by a group of ancient Treant warriors, are about to arrive at the Golden Oasis. There were more than 5,000 dwarf blacksmiths. Tens of thousands of people, including their families, were affected. Lin Yi was in a good mood and personally went to the outer city area to carry out resettlement work. Next, his territory can begin mass production of equipment. Given the emergence of this undead calamity, he believes that the equipment industry in the Golden Oasis will also become very prosperous. The revenue from selling the fairy spring water couldn't keep up with his expenses. With his imminent ascension to demigod status imminent, his need for gold coins has only increased. Therefore, he needs more industries that can help him get rich. Chapter 149, The Arrival of the Dwarf Blacksmiths. Amidst the swirling dust and sand, a long line of people is traversing the vast desert at a considerable pace. Thousands of Greyland dwarf blacksmiths, with their families in tow, carried heavy packs. Their luggage contained only their personal belongings. As for the tools for crafting equipment and the equipment for building blacksmith shops, they had already been brought back to the Golden Oasis by the Royal Griffin Knights. The procession was not attacked by the undead. They were being escorted by thousands of powerful ancient tree warriors. Any undead creatures that approach will be wiped out by the ancient Treant warriors in an instant. Even so, the gray dwarves in the group still felt a chill run down their spines. There are just too many undead creatures. And it wasn't just on the ground. There were also undead creatures in the sky. They were densely packed, like a black tide. Unless there are special circumstances, they do not want to leave the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. This special circumstance is that they received a summons from the Lord, and none of the chosen dwarven blacksmiths dared to refuse. I wonder when we'll be able to reach the Golden Oasis. It should be soon. I've been to Golden Oasis before, so I know its general location. It's not far from us. I've heard that the Golden Oasis is just a small oasis with very scarce resources. I wonder why the Lord chose to build his territory there. Silence. How dare we question the Lord's thoughts? Upon hearing this, all the complaints immediately disappeared. The powerful human lords conquered their Greyland dwarf kingdom, and the surviving dwarves both respected and feared them, dreading that disaster would once again befall them. Because it has only been a short time since we joined the territory. These gray dwarves felt more fear than anything else towards Lin Yi. But I believe that it won't be long before they become like the sand people in the territory, showing reverence for Lin Yi. Do not doubt the power of the Lord system. The primacy mark attached to the Greyland dwarves is constantly transforming them. In later stages, they even abandoned their faith in the Titan God. They turned to Lin Yi as believers. For example, the sand people within the territory have now completely forgotten the true God Brewster who created the Sand People Kingdom and worship Lin Yi as their only faith. We are just waiting for Lin Yi to ascend to the realm of a true God. They would then convert to Lin Yi's followers. Provide Lin Yi with the power of faith. About half an hour later, a black line appeared in the gray dwarf's field of vision. The closer you get, the more obvious the black line becomes, and it stretches and grows stronger indefinitely. Soon, the gray dwarf saw a magnificent city wall. It is made entirely of hard bluestone. The surface of the city wall is not only as smooth as a mirror, but also seems to radiate a magical glow. At that moment, all the gray dwarves were stunned. They never imagined that upon arriving at the Golden Oasis, they would find not lush green vegetation, but an incredibly massive and imposing city wall. Even compared to the walls of their Greyfield dwarf kingdom, the city wall also appears extremely magnificent and spectacular. It's unbelievable that such a magnificent building could exist in the desert. Where did all these large blue stones come from in this barren desert? Building such a city wall must have consumed an astonishing amount of manpower and resources. Even in our Greyland Dwarf Kingdom's heyday, it would have been difficult to do so. This is the power of a miracle. The Grey Dwarves in the group were all stunned. Many people were screaming incoherently. Many more people were in a daze. Only when they heard the shouts of the ancient tree warriors did the halted column begin to move forward again. Soon after, the procession finally passed through the heavy city gate. We have entered the territory of the Golden Oasis. The lush forests and wildflower-filled meadows instantly gave the Greylands dwarves the feeling of entering another world. Compared to the desert behind them, this place was as beautiful as paradise. The breath of life blossoms here. The magic of nature permeates every corner. Such a scene cannot be seen in the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Amidst the rolling mountains of the Annelby mining ruins, there are some green spaces with scattered desert plants, but compared to the scene before us, they are nothing. Is this really a golden oasis? If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have thought we had already entered the forest of life. It's so beautiful. It exudes vibrant life everywhere. Hearing the astonishment of the Grey Dwarves, an ancient Treant warrior said with immense pride, "Our Lord has transformed the Golden Oasis with godlike skill. Now, the Golden Oasis stretches for dozens of kilometers, teeming with life, and there is no place in the entire Carol Desert that can compare to it." Upon hearing this, the Grey Dwarves took another breath. An oasis stretching for tens of kilometers? This is truly a miracle. In an instant, they felt even greater awe for that human lord. Not long after, the Grey Dwarves were taken to the outer city's residential area. Looking out, nearly 10,000 wooden houses are neatly arranged, row upon row, which is very spectacular. In the heart of the residential area lies a large, upscale market. In addition to the market, Lin E also built a warehouse in this residential area and transferred a batch of food, as well as monster materials, metal materials, and other supplies from the main warehouse. Like the Sand People, the Golden Oasis also needs to provide food and lodging for these Greyland dwarfs. Their only task is to build equipment for the Golden Oasis. At this moment, in the small square of the residential area, tens of thousands of Greyland dwarves knelt on the ground in utter obedience. And standing in front of them was naturally Lin E. A powerful aura emanated from Lin E, reaching the peak of the saint rank, so oppressive that the Grey Dwarves dared not even breathe. Now, they had witnessed the human lord firsthand and personally experienced his terrifying power. "Get up, don't be so scared." Lin E smiled faintly and said, "You are now my subjects. I will fulfill my responsibilities as lord and protect you, as long as you work hard. You are the blacksmiths I have carefully selected. Everyone possesses superb forging skills and rich experience in equipment crafting. Your next task is to forge equipment for me. In my territory, no one will oppress you, but only diligent and ambitious dwarven blacksmiths are qualified for a brighter future. Do you understand?" "Understood, my lord." Thousands of dwarven blacksmiths roared in unison. After witnessing the miracle of the Golden Oasis, they seemed to feel that their future path was even brighter. A burning passion for striving welled up from the depths of my heart. Even if it's just to make their families live better in the Golden Oasis, they will do everything in their power to craft equipment for their lord. And that is their only value. Chapter 150 Double the Joy. An unexpected discovery. Very good, let's get started. Let's start by building a blacksmith shop. As she spoke, Lin E reached out and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a fat figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the Jackalman Agu. When Agu, the Knoll, first arrived at the Golden Oasis, he was incredibly thin. Now, he has clearly gained a lot of weight, which shows that he has been eating well lately. Argu, the Jackal, was initially terrified of being captured without warning. But when it realized that the person who caught it was Lin E, it immediately calmed down. His expression also smoothly changed from fear to fawning. "Great divine messenger, what are your orders?" Lin E said to it. "I'm giving you a task. Settle these Greyland dwarves down and help them build a blacksmith shop." "Yes, my master." The Jackal Agu knelt on the ground with utmost respect. He even lowered his head, wanting to kiss Lin Yi's toes. But Lin E kicked him away. This action, however, only made the Knoll Agu even more excited. View it as a gift from the master. Looking across the entire golden oasis, besides the jackal Agu, who else has been kicked by the great divine messenger? It can be said that there is none, which highlights its uniqueness as the only lackey. After dealing with the Greyfield dwarfs, Lin Yi returned to the city hall in the inner city. He continued sorting through his spoils. Among them, the largest quantities are equipment and refined iron resources. The former numbered as many as 1 million. The latter also has more than 1 million units. Although this batch of refined iron resources is not enough for him to directly upgrade the city hall to the royal palace, it is still enough to build a large number of magic cannons. It is worth mentioning. In this war, the Royal Griffin Knights also captured hundreds of low-level magic cannons and a heavy magic cannon in the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. When he installed these magic cannons on the city walls, they directly became defensive structures for the territory. Not only did information panels appear, but resources could also be consumed to upgrade their levels. Lin Yi believed that the magical defense shield that the dozens of nature elves were installing was the same. The reason he didn't install the cheapest, low-level magic defense shield was simply because his territory was short of resources. On the contrary, he had so much of the fairy spring water that he couldn't possibly sell it all. Instead of wasting resources upgrading the magic defense shield, it's better to directly exchange Elven spring water for a high-level magic defense shield, which saves both effort and resources. Later, I will upgrade all the arrow towers on the city wall to magic cannons. The same goes for fortresses. Once the defenses are upgraded, the Golden Oasis's defensive capabilities will be multiplied. Furthermore, regarding the equipment seized from the Greyland's Dwarf Kingdom, there are over 1 million items in total, the vast majority of which are ordinary equipment. Only a few are magical equipment inlaid with magic gems or magic crystals, but the total value is still astonishing. Even the ordinary equipment is of very good quality. After all, it's a product made by dwarves. It far surpasses the scrap metal seized from the Ratman Kingdom. He planned to have the Greyland's dwarves melt down all the Ratman equipment and reforge it once they officially started crafting the gear. I have no shortage of monster materials for crafting equipment. The spoils from the hunt, plus the spoils from the Skaven and Greyland Dwarf Kingdoms, are enough to craft a massive amount of equipment. What we lack are magic gems and magic crystals. Magic equipment inlaid with magic gems and magic crystals is worth 10 times more. Lin Yi plans to have Sophia acquire a batch of goods in Forest City. Alternatively, you can purchase directly from the nature elves. If that elven city lord still needs the elven spring water. Just as he was thinking of contacting Sophia, perhaps due to a telepathic connection that arose after knocking down the crystal, the little speaker he kept in his spatial ring rang out first. After the call connected, Sophia's increasingly charming voice came through. Lin Yi could clearly detect a hint of desire in that voice. Clearly, the chairwoman missed him. After a brief, intimate exchange, Sophia got down to business. My lord, the masked man just contacted me, asking if we need a demigod-level desiccated corpse, but one that doesn't belong to the dragon race. Lin Yi immediately guessed that the titan-devouring python probably didn't have many dragon corpses left in its hands. He said, if the remains haven't decayed, I can buy them, but the price must be low. Also, dragon corpses, not necessarily mummies. I'll even buy undead dragons. The remains of demigod-level monsters can be used to forge powerful equipment. As for acquiring the undead dragon, then the purpose becomes very pure. After acquiring the undead dragons, kill a wave to harvest experience. Then bury their corpses in the dragon tomb to summon the undead dragons that belong to his territory. This is double the happiness. Yes, my lord, I will reply to him shortly. Lin Yi then told Sophia to purchase magic gems and magic crystals in the Forest City to craft equipment. Purchase another batch of grain. They mainly eat meat. It doesn't matter if it's warcraft or not. The important thing is that there's plenty of it. Golden griffins are all big eaters, and every other day the number of royal griffin riders under his command increases dramatically, which requires storing more food. Understood, my lord. Sophia assured Lin Yi that she would handle everything. After chatting about other topics, Lin Yi disconnected from the guild leader and headed to the city wall to mass-produce magic cannons. Having resources makes things easier. Not long after, Lin Yi replaced all the thousands of arrow towers on the city wall with magic cannons. The fortress was also transformed into a turret. Its power can be described as increasing linearly. Even if the Royal Griffin Knights and the ancient Treant Legion go hunting in other areas, No undead creatures will be able to get close to his territory's walls. With a single blast from the magic cannon, even undead creatures would be reduced to lifeless matter. It was evening. A squad of Royal Griffin riders suddenly returned to their territory and brought back a human professional. The man was bound hand and foot and thrown onto the main hall. His level had even reached the extraordinary level, but facing the even more powerful Royal Judgment Knights, he still had no ability to resist, and all his magic power was imprisoned. "My lord, spare my life." Upon seeing Lin Yi sitting on the throne, this extraordinary professional immediately began to beg for mercy. Lin Yi then looked at the Royal Judgment Knight. "What's going on?" The Royal Knight of Judgment respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, our team unexpectedly discovered this person during a hunt. He was accompanied by several human professionals who were acting suspiciously and were clearly not good people." "I'm innocent, my lord." The extraordinary professional cried out, "We are bounty hunters, just passing by, but we didn't expect to be attacked by your men. All my companions have been killed, and I am the only one left." "Just passing by?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Tell me the truth." At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from him. The extraordinary professional turned deathly pale with fright and almost uncontrollably shouted, "I'm not just passing by. I'm a professional from the Black Demon Kingdom. The king sent me to gather information about your golden oasis. Your army has conquered the Skaven Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. This is enough to put His Majesty the Dark Lord on his guard." "Dark Lord?" Lin Yi's expression froze. He said he was very familiar with the name. "I've run out of drafts." Chapter 151. No wonder it's not well known. Anyone who's read Harry Potter knows that the owner of this name is pretty awesome. At least in the legend, he is invincible. But after being truly resurrected, it seems that it's just SOSO. Of course, the Black Demon King mentioned by this extraordinary professional is definitely not the same person as the Black Demon King in Lin Yi's memory. He was just surprised by this awesome title. You can tell it's not a good thing just by listening to it. Whether he establishes a kingdom or is given the title of a demigod, his name must represent justice. "In the name of justice, cleanse the world of evil." Lin Yi said, "This is the first time I've heard of a Black Demon Kingdom in the Carol Desert." The extraordinary professional said, "My lord, our kingdom is indeed not well known. Although we are stronger than the Ratman Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, our population is far smaller. We have fewer than 100,000 citizens. Most of them are indigenous people from the desert. Sand people is a derogatory term. It is frequently mentioned by people in fertile lands." Lin Yi said calmly, "So, the higher-ups in your kingdom are professionals from the land of abundance?" The extraordinary professional said indignantly, "We have been treated unfairly by the human kingdoms of the land of abundance. Those self-righteous nobles have driven us out. It was His Majesty the Dark Lord who established the kingdom and provided us with protection." Hearing this, Lin Yi understood. These guys are basically scoundrels from the land of abundance. The notorious desert bandits of the Carol Desert were composed of them. No wonder it's not well known. It's likely that the Sand people in their kingdom were also plunderers. No wonder their leader calls himself the Black Demon King. Choosing a name with even a slightly positive connotation would be inconsistent with their style of doing things. "All right." Lin Yi waved her hand and said, "Tell me how many saint-level professionals you have in your faction, and where is your kingdom's headquarters? Tell me everything you know." The extraordinary professional hesitated. The location of the Black Demon Kingdom's base is a forbidden secret. No one may disclose this information. After all, they had done a lot of bad things in the Carol Desert. Once their location is exposed, even if they are not wiped out by the Sand People Kingdom, they will be destroyed by other kingdoms. He knew very well that the Lord before him had the same idea. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lin Yi asked calmly. For some reason, the extraordinary professional felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, "Our kingdom is located in the southwest of your territory, about 270 kilometers away, in an underground space. There are 3 saint-level professionals in our kingdom. The most powerful one is His Majesty the Black Demon King, who possesses the strength of the peak saint rank. He is a dark magician. He has lived for over 300 years. Even in the land of abundance, His Majesty the Dark Lord is a notorious wanted criminal with a bounty of 10 million gold coins." Lin Yi glanced at him sideways. "You seem quite proud." The extraordinary professional immediately dared not reply. In fact, he was quite proud. In the Dark Kingdom, the higher the bounty, the more respect you will receive from others. The Dark Lord is their ruler, and he ranks very high on the Bounty Hunter Guild's bounty list, making him quite proud of his position. Lenny said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Take me to your kingdom." After saying that, he didn't give the extraordinary professional a chance to refuse. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a semi-transparent light gate, several meters high, appeared out of thin air in mid-air of the main hall. Then, he grabbed the extraordinary professional from a distance, and they entered the semi-transparent portal together. When the two figures reappeared, they were already above a vast, boundless sea of sand. Beneath our feet are endless, undulating sand dunes. Apart from the ubiquitous undead creatures, there was no sign of life whatsoever. Spatial teleportation? The extraordinary professional turned pale with fright. Those who wield spatial power are known for their rarity and strength, not to mention that this lord has reached the saint rank. He wasn't sure what kind of disaster his bringing this lord to their kingdom would cause. Perhaps even His Majesty the Black Demon King, a peak saint-level being, is helpless against him. After all, space professionals are notorious for their ability to come and go without a trace. Where is this? The location you just mentioned is about 270 kilometers to the southwest. Lenny smiled slightly as she looked at the terrified Black Demon Kingdom professional before her. "Don't try anything funny in front of me, or you'll suffer a terrible death." I know. The extraordinary professional hurriedly promised that he would behave himself. After calming down, he quickly found a familiar landmark, a building made up of a dozen or so irregularly shaped, huge stones. "My lord, our kingdom is right there. Move away the huge rock in the middle, and an underground passage will appear." "That's a good boy." Lenny flew over with him. As he approached, he gently waved his right hand. The entire megalithic structure vanished in an instant. At the same time, a rectangular channel actually appeared below. The passage is made of stone on all four sides and reinforced with magical materials to better prevent it from collapsing. The height of the passageway is approximately 3 meters. For a human body, it's easy to pass through. Lin Yi, skilled and daring, walked straight into the dark passage. He was not afraid of being ambushed, nor was he afraid of triggering any traps. After all, their strength is undeniable. Even if he were to die in battle, he could still be resurrected in the city hall. We traveled for several hundred meters. Delve into the underground world. Finally, a bright light appeared in Lin Yi's field of vision. What followed was a dense rain of arrows. "The guards of the Dark Kingdom have spotted him." Lin Yi flicked her finger, and the space in front of her rippled like water, swallowing all the incoming arrows. Then, screams rang out from the light ahead. Upon closer inspection, dozens of professionals were found pierced by arrows. Some died on the spot. The lucky one fell to the ground screaming. Lin Yi ignored them and walked straight past them. The superhuman who was forced to follow behind discovered that his fallen companions, screaming in agony, and the nearby corpses were disappearing at a visible rate. Wherever Lin Yi went, everything turned to nothingness. This is a case where the body is nowhere to be found. At that moment, he was completely terrified. I have absolutely no idea what kind of terrifying ability this is. It seemed to him that it was even more terrifying than spatial power. This is it, we're doomed. Even His Majesty the Dark Lord might not be able to stop this ruthless man. The extraordinary professional looked around furtively, preparing to escape at any opportunity. Chapter 152, If we don't run now, when will we? After passing through the passage, Lin Yi then entered a vast underground world. Campfires were lit everywhere, and countless glowing crystals dotted the depths of the darkness. Visibility in this underground world is still acceptable. In the center of the underground world, there is a small city surrounded by many simple residential buildings. Further out, there are vast stretches of fertile fields and orchards. Irrigation is provided by underground river water. As for lighting requirements, in the extraordinary world, there's no need to discuss this. Magic can perfectly solve this problem. Not only in the Dark Magic Kingdom, but also in the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, there are similar food bases, which are even larger in scale and produce more food. This is also the direct reason why Lin Yi is not worried about the food problem for the hundreds of thousands of Grey Dwarfs. Where conditions permit, the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom can even supply its golden oasis with a surplus of food. After all, their population had decreased significantly after that war. Their reproduction rate is also far slower than that of the rat people. They will have food surplus for a long time to come. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Looking into the distance, a fairly large army had already gathered in the open area near the fertile fields and orchards. Compared to the Ratman Kingdom's army of hundreds of thousands, it is certainly inferior. However, Their advantage lies in the fact that their legion has stronger combat power. Most of the professionals in the legion are intermediate level. The others are high-level professionals or even king-level professionals. No low-level professional is worthy of joining this legion. In addition, more than 20 figures stood in the sky above the legion. Leading them were 2 saint-level experts. The rest are all professionals of extraordinary level. Throughout the entire Ratman Kingdom, there are only a handful of extraordinary powerhouses. The Greyland Dwarf Kingdom has more extraordinary powerhouses, but none of them are at the saint level. In general, this Dark Demon Kingdom is very powerful. Unlike the Ratman Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom, the Black Magic Kingdom's powerful forces did not develop or grow gradually. They were originally wanted professionals in the Land of Abundance. After fleeing to the Kara Desert, he was recruited by the Black King through various means. Compared to their time in the Land of Plenty, they are now living a much better life. Although the Carol Desert is resource poor, it doesn't prevent these people from living a life of luxury like nobles in this underground world. The Sand People inside and outside the city were all slaves they had plundered. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the descendants of these Sand People will have to serve this band of robbers for generations to come. Damn, Chester, you've revealed our kingdom's secret. 2 saint-level experts, one an old man and the other a middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was staring fiercely at the superhuman behind Lin Yi. If his gaze could kill, the superhuman would surely be dead by now. It has nothing to do with me. He forced me to do it. Those extraordinary professionals instinctively distanced themselves from the situation. He claimed that he had been threatened. But as soon as he thought of Lin Yi's terrifying strength, he regretted saying those words. For him, the only way to survive was to cling to Lin Yi, because ever since he brought Lin Yi here, the Black Demon Kingdom had no place for him. If Lin Yi can suppress the Dark Demon Kingdom, if he behaves well, he might even become a survivor. But now, he has ruined his contribution of bringing Lin Yi here with just one sentence. He immediately regretted it and wanted to slap himself. He hurriedly tried to explain to Lin Yi. However, he was ultimately too late. A spatial blade silently sliced through his body. He only had time to widen his eyes before he was split in two and fell from the sky. All right, now I'm all alone. Lin Yi looked at the 2 saint-level professionals and said, I'll give you a chance. Go and bring the Black Demon King to me, and I'll spare your lives. Upon hearing this, the 2 saint-level professionals' faces immediately turned extremely ugly. One of them is at the mid-level saint rank, and the other is at the high-level saint rank. He knew he was probably no match for Lin Yi. They sensed a powerful aura of a peak saint level being emanating from Lin Yi, which was no less than that of their leader, the Black Demon King. And that last move was spatial magic? If so, then it's even more troublesome. They didn't want to go to war with Lin Yi, but they also didn't want to bow down to Lin Yi before the fighting even started. After all, Lin Yi is ultimately just one person. The old man coughed lightly and said, I wonder what grudge you have against my Black Demon Kingdom. Lin Yi said, There's no holiday, but the Black Demon King you serve sent people to spy on my golden oasis, which makes me very unhappy. The old man's expression darkened, and he said, So you are a powerful figure from the golden oasis, and with such strength. No wonder the Ratman Kingdom and the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom were so easily destroyed by you. Originally, they were the prey of my Dark Demon Kingdom. I can only say I regret it. Lin Yi said calmly, All right, now, tell me your choice. That's our choice. Before he finished speaking, the old man suddenly pulled a giant sword out of the void and slashed it down at Lin Yi. In an instant, countless sword lights surged toward Lin Yi. Its power is terrifying beyond measure. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him and the extraordinary professionals behind him also launched an attack on Lin Yi immediately. That's not all. The already somewhat gloomy underground world suddenly became pitch black. Distant campfires, a large army gathering. They've all disappeared. All that was left for Lin Yi was darkness. This is the Dark Realm. From the Dark Lord hidden in the shadows. At the same moment, even more sword lights and blood-red tentacles surrounded Lin Yi. The old man and the middle-aged man also unleashed their own domain worlds, attempting to join forces with the Dark Lord to kill Lin Yi in one fell swoop. In the end, it was still the wrong choice. Centered on Lin Yi, countless thick purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it shattered all the converging sword light and blood-red tentacles, causing the entire dark domain to tremble violently until it completely collapsed a few seconds later. Light returned. The middle-aged man and the group of extraordinary professionals behind him were all turned into charred remains. The old man was also emitting smoke from his body and vomiting black blood continuously. Further away, in a shadowy corner, a dark figure cursed aloud before running away without looking back. Just one encounter made him realize the gap between himself and Lin Yi. He had lived for hundreds of years and had seen other saint-level professionals who had mastered the profound mysteries of the Thunder Domain, but he had never met anyone as monstrous as Lin Yi before. The endless purple lightning, even across 3 realms, filled him with soul-shaking terror. If not now, when? Chapter 153, What's the Rush? You still have a use. Lin Yi naturally saw the dark figure as well. Upon entering this underground world, his consciousness had already merged with the surrounding space. Even if you hide in the darkness, or even in the void, you cannot escape his perception. He had already locked onto that dark figure. The figure was dressed in a black and gold robe and held a dark sword that exuded a strong, evil aura. The aura around him was also at the peak of the saint rank. It is obvious that he is the Dark Lord. At this moment, this powerful figure from the evil faction, who was renowned even in the land of abundance, tried to escape immediately after failing to strike Lin Yi. As for those professionals who were loyal to him, he decisively chose to abandon them. He even gave up the kingdom's wealth that he had accumulated over many years. What material possessions are more important than his own life? Of course, escaping is the most important thing. However, at that moment, the space around the Dark Lord trembled violently, followed by strange ripples, just like water waves. At the same time, the Dark Lord's figure also became very strange. One meal at a time. It's like an old TV that's stuck. The difference is that with each pause, the Dark Lord's expression becomes more horrified. In the end, fear turned into despair. Damn it, I've been infected. We're trapped in a folded space. The Dark Lord was filled with shock and rage, and repeatedly used escape techniques. He even vomited 3 liters of blood because of it. However, after each escape, his figure would be forced to return to the original spot. It's similar to time travel, but not quite. This is space folding. On this side of the battlefield, Lin Yi waved her right hand. Countless spatial blades, invisible to the naked eye, converged on the battlefield. With blood spurting out, the old man soon followed in the middle-aged man's footsteps. However, his death was far more gruesome. The middle-aged man and the other extraordinary professionals were instantly pulverized by lightning, while he was killed by countless spatial blades. Saint-level powerhouses possess extremely strong defense and vitality. This caused him to suffer excruciating pain, as if he were being torn apart by 1,000 knives. He only felt relieved when he finally breathed his last. Below the battlefield, the elite army of the Black Demon Kingdom collapsed and fled. The high-ranking officials and powerful figures of their own kingdom were all captured. These lowly soldiers naturally had no choice but to run away. Lin Yi stretched out her right hand, palm down, and pressed down hard. Instantly, the earth trembled and space rippled. A huge spatial cage appeared out of thin air, shaped like a pot lid, covering the entire army of the Black Demon Kingdom inside. Kneel down. Lin Yi spoke softly. The sound, however, exploded like rolling thunder within the spatial cage. Many people were so shocked that they felt dizzy and their ears bled. It was a long time before they came to their senses. Large groups of people knelt on the ground in worship. For them, who are desert bandits, bowing their heads to powerful enemies is not a shameful thing. After all, they believe in strength and are good at bullying the weak. Now, it's just that the balance of power has been reversed. Soon, tens of thousands of desert bandits knelt on the ground, begging for Lin Yi's forgiveness. Lin Yi originally didn't intend to kill them all. After all, they were all elites, and skilled in raiding and plundering. Killing them directly would be a waste. He brought these professionals into his territory, made them swear allegiance to him, and marked them with the mark of his subjects. He then ordered them to gather all the Dark Lord's people, and swear to join the Golden Oasis in the same way. As a result, the population of the Golden Oasis increased by another 100,000. This will be very helpful in establishing the kingdom later. As for the tens of thousands of desert bandits, Lin Yi also had his uses, which was to send them to fight against the undead from the outside world. The best outcome would be to become strong and survive this cataclysmic disaster. Of course, it doesn't matter if I die. The important thing is to make the most of one's remaining energy. Killing enemies and providing experience for Lin Yi is considered as fulfilling their only value. After dealing with these matters, Lin Yi then approached the Black Demon King. You're quite persistent. Knowing that he could not escape my spatial blockade, he still refused to give up. Looking at the Dark Lord, whose face was pale and whose mouth was bleeding, Lin Yi revealed a faint smile. This smile, when seen by the Dark Lord, was no different from the smile of the Grim Reaper, sending chills down his spine. The Dark Lord was the appearance of a middle-aged man. He was tall and strong with a square face. He does look quite upright. However, he exudes an extremely evil aura, possessing not only dark power but also a strong, vengeful spirit, clearly indicating that his life can be described as full of evil deeds. I have no recent grudges or past enemies with you. If you let me leave, all the wealth of my kingdom will be yours. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the Dark Lord readily and decisively begged for mercy. Don't say things like that, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. Even if I kill you, all the wealth of the Black Demon Kingdom will still be mine, including everything you own. The Dark Lord was so frightened that he retreated dozens of meters. But the next second, his body was uncontrollably teleported back to the original spot. This made him even more desperate. Despite both being peak saint-level professionals, he was completely outmaneuvered by the young man before him. This was the difference in power. I was originally planning to take you in too. Unfortunately, I'm just a little bit short of experience to level up. The Dark Lord didn't understand what experience was, but that didn't stop him from kneeling down and begging for mercy, saying, I have secret deals with many nobles in the kingdom of Stanlow. If you spare me, I can create an astonishing fortune for your territory. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. In that case, you're even more deserving of death. As he spoke, the space around the Dark Lord was suddenly torn apart by a terrifying force. Almost simultaneously, the Dark Lord's body also split open. Even on his deathbed, he found it hard to believe. Suddenly, a gray shadow flew out from the Black Demon King's corpse. That is the soul of the Dark Lord. If it escapes, it will likely transform into a necromancer. What's the rush? You're still useful. With a wave of her right hand, Lin Yi created a new spatial cage, sealing the Black Demon King's soul inside. Congratulations, Lord. You have slain the ruler of the Dark Demon Kingdom, dismantled the enemy kingdom's army, and successfully conquered the Dark Demon Kingdom. Side quest 1 completion progress, 2/3. That's great. If I conquer just one more kingdom-level power, I can get a new troop building blueprint. It is worth mentioning. Lin Yi's god-level lord talent, blessed by all races, is about to be refreshed. If he can complete side quest 1 as soon as possible, he can directly add 2 new troop buildings. As he thought this, a surge of strange energy welled up within him. This is the greatest reward from defeating the Dark Lord. Lin Yi, who was stuck at the peak of the saint rank, was instantly promoted to the level of a demigod under the dazzling golden light. Chapter 154: The Cunning and Treacherous Skeletal Dragon King. Lin Yi. Titles and status. Lord, Viscount of the Kingdom of Stanlow, Little Prince of the Dragon Slayer World. Territory, Golden Oasis. Level, Early Demigod. Lord Talents, Favored by all races, Super God level. King of Titans, God level. Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines, Epic level. Envoy of Light, Epic level. Gold coins, approximately 4.3 million. A demigod. Lin Yi sighed. Sensing the immense power surging within him, he had the illusion of having the entire world beneath his feet. Throughout the entire Holy Continent, demigods are among the strongest beings. After all, the title of subgod is a legend. Only a very small number exist. The main reason is the divine war that took place in the Carol Desert 10,000 years ago, which resulted in the fall of too many demigods and subgods on the Holy Continent. It is said that even true gods have fallen. This war dealt a severe blow to the power structure of the Holy Continent. Otherwise, the Holy Continent might really see a scene where demigods are as common as dogs and saints are everywhere. Of course, no matter what. Nowadays, demigod-level powerhouses can sweep across a region of the Holy Continent. It's not about sweeping away everything in its path or conquering all of it. At the very least, it can deter all forces from all sides. This is one of the reasons why the Elf City Lord's expression changed drastically when he came to the Golden Oasis and met Illyria and the Dragon Elf. Putting aside their special status, she was also shocked by the demigod power of Aurelia and the Dragon Spirit. It is truly incredible that 2 demigods suddenly appeared in a small, almost unheard of Golden Oasis. Now, Lin Yi has advanced to the demigod realm. In addition, there's the Devouring Dragon Python King, the Zombie Dragon King Wallace, and the Skeleton Dragon King. There are now 6 demigod-level powerhouses in the Golden Oasis. Looking across the entire Holy Continent, such a power is truly astounding. Unless someone's brain is slammed in a door, virtually no force would dare to provoke them. Speaking of the Bone Dragon King, this undead dragon is quite interesting. Originally, Lin Yi should have advanced to demigod in the afternoon. He had previously estimated that once Aurelia and the others killed the Octopus Demon King and then the Skeleton Dragon King, he would be able to successfully advance to the level of a demigod. That's why he was promoted only after he personally killed the Dark Lord. It was because an accident happened halfway through. The Bone Dragon King is not dead. Lin Yi was also puzzled by this, so she used the Lord's ability to contact Aurelia remotely. It was later learned that they had not killed the Bone Dragon King. The reason is simple. This old Dragon King, whose size was no less than that of the Devouring Dragon Python King, was immediately surrounded by Aurelia and her 3 companions after discovering that the Octopus Demon King had been killed. Without hesitation, it made a choice that came from the heart. That's surrender. Moreover, its attitude of surrendering was very decisive. So decisive that even Aurelia and the others didn't have time to react. As for the object of its surrender, it chose it very cleverly, the dragon spirit. By the time Illyria and the others came to their senses, the Skeleton Dragon King had already handed over his soul imprint to the dragon spirit. The little guy is too naive. Not only did they not refuse, but they happily accepted the soul imprint of the Skeletal Dragon King. As a dragon spirit, she had a great fondness for the dragon race. If it were Lin Yi, you should at least consider it for a few seconds. The choice is to take the Skeletal Dragon King as a servant, or simply kill it. Regardless, the fact remains that the Bone Dragon King has become a servant of the dragon spirits. The dragon spirit has the power of life and death over it. A single thought could cause the Skeletal Dragon King's soul to disintegrate and perish completely. This is tantamount to handing over one's fate to someone else. Other demigod-level beings would most likely not make such a rash judgment. But the Skeletal Dragon King is an oddball and also very clever. If you're even a fraction of a second too slow, it'll be dead. On the contrary, if it becomes a servant of the dragon spirit, it might be able to put up a fight. In fact, it ultimately succeeded. Aurelia and the others let it go for the time being, planning to ask Lin Yi to make a decision after they returned to the Golden Oasis. When Lin Yi learned of this news, she remained silent for a long time. His original plan was to kill the Skeleton Dragon King, harvest some experience, and then bury its corpse in the dragon tomb, to summon the undead dragons of his territory. Now, the Skeletal Dragon King has willingly become a slave. It caught him completely off guard. The Skeleton Dragon King is now a unit of the Golden Oasis and a friendly unit. Even if you cut it into 1,000 pieces, you will not gain any experience from it. This prevented Lin Yi from experiencing double the happiness. What a cunning old dragon. Lin Yi considered this matter for a long time and finally decided to give the old dragon a chance to fight for its destiny. After all, they're capable of doing something so ruthless. Giving it a chance is not a bad idea. Perhaps in the future, this old dragon might give him a surprise. Back to Lin Yi. After successfully advancing to demigod status, a notification from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have advanced to the level of a demigod. You can choose one of the profound mysteries of your domain and elevate it to a law. This elevation requires no cost. Such a good thing actually happened. Lin Yi's face lit up with surprise. He never expected that the Lord system, which was always based on being a miser, would be so generous. This was truly beyond his expectations. He pondered it carefully for a moment. Finally, I chose to elevate the destruction domain profound meaning to the realm of laws. Compared to destruction, the cost of the profound art of creation is far too great. He was starting to feel the strain. As for the profound mysteries of the spatial realm, although he was very comfortable using them, they were inexpensive. The value of the mystery of destruction is twice that of the mystery of space. Having reached the realm of laws, the gold coins required for purchasing them are also greater than those for spatial laws, so he naturally knows which one to choose. Soon, a dazzling golden light enveloped Lin Yi. Countless laws and mysteries related to the attribute of destruction surged toward him, and he quickly emptied his mind to absorb and contain them all. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yi opened her eyes, and her pupils revealed a scene of countless stars being destroyed. Each star represents a world. At this moment, countless worlds vanished in his eyes. It's both real and illusory. This strange phenomenon persisted for a long time before dissipating from Lin Yi's pupils. At the same time, his strength has increased several times, or even more times, than when he first advanced to the demigod realm. This is the power of the law of destruction. If it were the laws of space, his strength wouldn't have increased so dramatically. Chapter 155 Dark Lord. Master, rest assured. Inside the spatial cage, the Dark Lord's soul has given up the struggle. Even when he was alive, he couldn't escape Lin Yi's spatial blockade, let alone now that he's dead. He didn't even beg Lin Yi for mercy again, because he knew that Lin Yi had her own plans for dealing with him. Whether he begs for mercy or not, he cannot change his predetermined fate. Lin Yi glanced at the Black Demon King's soul and then ignored it. She then communicated with the Lord system and brought up the list of prices for the domain mysteries. Once you've discovered the secrets of the undead realm, purchase it without hesitation. 1 million gold coins were consumed. The undead domain can only be considered a common domain technique, priced the same as common domain techniques such as flame, frost, and gale. Soon, Lin Yi also mastered the power of the undead domain. I don't know if it's because I've advanced to demigod level, but I'm mastering it much faster. Now, he can be said to possess 5 powers. These are creation, destruction, space, thunder, and the undead. Among them, the power of destruction has reached the realm of laws. It is far more powerful than the other 4 powers. Nailed it. Lin Yi had a sudden thought. A ring of gray ripples spread rapidly outwards from him. This is the realm of the dead. He collected the corpse of the Dark Lord, as well as the corpses of 2 other saint-level experts. The old man's body needed repair. After all, it was cut into many pieces of varying sizes by his spatial blade. With the power of the dead as a repair agent, reconstructing the old man's body is a very simple matter. A moment later, 3 saint-level corpses appeared before him. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi released the immense magical power within her body, using the profound mysteries of the undead as a pivot, and forcibly infused it into the 3 corpses. During the process, Lin Yi drank bottle after bottle of fairy spring water to replenish the rapidly depleted magic power within the body. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, he completed the refining of the 3 saint-level corpses. They all turned into undead creatures of the rotting corpse type. In terms of level, the middle-aged man dropped to the peak of the extraordinary level, the old man dropped to the initial stage of the saint level, and the level of the Black Demon King's corpse also dropped to the middle stage of the saint level. This was because Lin Yi had given it her all and spared no effort. If it is another necromancer who performs the ritual, the drop in level will be even more terrifying. This is also one of the drawbacks of a living being transforming into an undead. This also shows just how incredibly powerful Lin Yi's Tomb of the Dragon is. Owner, the old man, and the middle-aged man knelt before Lin Yi. They retained some memories of their previous lives, knowing that Lin Yi had ended their lives, but this did not diminish their loyalty to Lin Yi, because they are spirits created by Lin Yi. Just like the undead dragons such as the devouring dragon Python King, they were also loyal to Lin Yi. Get up. After saying that, Lin Yi waved her right hand. The spatial cage that sealed the Dark Lord's soul also collapsed. Despite regaining his freedom, the Dark Lord's soul did not flee again. He was prepared to accept his fate. However, his expression was still filled with shock. He had seen Lin Yi sitting cross-legged high in the air before. It's like they're in seclusion, practicing asceticism. Now, sensing the demigod aura emanating from Lin Yi, he finally confirmed it. This also horrified him. Since when has it become so easy to break through to the demigod realm? It should be noted that he had already reached the peak of the saint rank decades ago, but had not comprehended the mysteries of the laws for so many years, and his cultivation had stagnated. In contrast, Lin Yi, he achieved his dream state with ease. This is absolutely unbelievable. It's safe to say that the total amount of time he spent napping might be longer than Lin Yi's age. Only now did he seem to understand what Lin Yi meant when she said he was just a little bit of experience away from leveling up. He was the experience Lin Yi was referring to. You intend to turn me into an undead? He looked at Lin Yi, his dark gray face appearing somewhat gloomy. He had already guessed why Lin Yi hadn't destroyed his soul. That was to fuse his soul with the refined corpse body to form a special life form that was half human and half undead. Very smart. Then I don't need to waste any more words. Lin Yi looked at the Dark Lord's soul and said with a faint smile, "Will you fuse with it yourself, or shall I help you?" The Dark Lord said sincerely, "I do need your help, sir. Your necromancy is very powerful and can help me perfectly fuse with the corpse body to increase my power." After being refined into a rotting corpse, his body's level dropped to the mid-stage of the saint level. The gap between now and the peak saint rank is too large. This made him feel restricted. He wanted to become stronger. Even if he has to become an undead in the future, he will become a powerful undead. Can. Lin Yi's face was beaming with smiles. This Dark Lord is very knowledgeable about objects. Just like the skeleton Dragon King, he is good at bowing his head to the strong. Who knows, these two might become a great team in the future. With a wave of her right hand, Lin Yi unleashed a surge of necromantic power, forcibly merging the Black Demon King's soul with his rotting corpse, while also consuming a large amount of Elven spring water to perfectly fuse them together. It was at the very moment the fusion was successful. An even more powerful aura emanated from the Dark Lord. His level has increased. He was promoted from the mid-level Saint rank to the high-level Saint rank. Although he's still a bit short of reaching the peak Saint rank, it's not a big problem. If he goes out and kills more undead monsters, his level will increase quickly. Owner. The Dark Lord knelt before Lin Yi like an old man or a middle-aged man. The difference is that he has all his previous memories. Lin Yi said, I have a grudge against the kingdom of Stanlow. It won't be long before my army storms into the kingdom and pulls the old king, to whom those nobles are loyal, off the throne. I see. The Dark Lord nodded respectfully. No wonder when he claimed to have a secret deal with some nobles in the kingdom of Stanlow, his master replied directly, Then you deserve to die even more. It turns out they wanted to use him to infiltrate the kingdom of Stanlow, to prepare for the future war of the kingdoms. The Dark Lord respectfully said, Master, the kingdom of Stanlow, as an ancient human kingdom, is still very powerful. It is said to have 3 demigods, one of whom has lived for thousands of years and is the second king of the kingdom of Stanlow. The old butler, Horden, was unaware of this information. Lin Yi didn't know either. After all, they had very little contact with each other when they were in the kingdom of Stanlow. Let alone demigods, even powerful beings at the saint level would find it difficult to come into contact with them. However, it's not a big problem. The kingdom of Stanlow has 3 demigods, and its territory has 6 demigods. With 6 against 3, they have a good chance of winning no matter what. Not to mention that the Golden Oasis is developing so fast, it's possible that a 7th, 8th, or even more demigods will appear soon. A kingdom of Stanlow, even with an ancient tradition spanning nearly 10,000 years. He can still easily control them. Chapter 156 The Spider Queen, Bernice. None of these things matter. Lin Yi smiled faintly. You've been a bandit your whole life, cunning and shrewd. I don't think you need me to tell you what to do. Except when you encounter an insurmountable enemy, handle everything else yourself. Furthermore, the Black Demon Kingdom has no connection with the Golden Oasis. Understood, Master. The Dark Lord understood it immediately. Lin Yi added, My territory is currently in dire need of gold coins, especially those from the kingdom of Stanlow. The Dark Lord immediately declared that he would not let Lin Yi down. He then took out all his private stash, as well as the gold coins and valuables from the kingdom's treasury, and respectfully handed them to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He asked, Where else around here are kingdom-level forces? The Dark Lord respectfully replied, Reporting to my master, about 200 kilometers to the east of our kingdom lies a dark spider kingdom, composed of cave spiders who worship the spider goddess. About 160 kilometers to the south, there is a kingdom called Lopez. This is a kingdom-level power established by the Sand People, following the commands of the ancestral land of the Sand People. The kingdom of Lopez is very wealthy, and its abundant placer gold is highly sought after in this fertile land. The ancestral land of the Sand People is actually the Sand People Kingdom that Lin Yi had previously learned about. It was established by the true God Brewster and is the largest and oldest Sand People power in the Carol Desert. Other kingdoms established by the Sand People, such as the Kingdom of Lopez, are considered branches of the Sand People Kingdom. Whether it's strength or influence, they are all far inferior to the Sand People's Kingdom. The Sand People's Kingdom is considered a sacred place by the Sand People. In addition, more than 200 kilometers to the southwest, there is a Kingdom of Jackals. That is also a kingdom-level power. Lin Yi was very happy after hearing the Dark Lord's story. They gained information about 3 kingdom-level powers in one go. This is the advantage of having local connections. The Kingdom of the Gnolls. Could this be the ancestral home of the Gnolls? Lin Yi had heard the lackey Ego mention many times that there were hundreds of thousands of jackal people in their ancestral land, and that their tribe would sometimes take the loot they plundered to the ancestral land to exchange for supplies. However, because Ego was not qualified, he never went to the ancestral land. We don't even know where their ancestral home is. Yes, Master. The Dark Lord said, There are an astonishing number of gnolls there, including a few at the saint level, but there are no demigods. As far as the entire Carol Desert is concerned, you can probably only find demigods in the Sand People Kingdom. I see. Lenny nodded. The information you provided was very helpful to me. The Dark Lord lowered his head deeply, his voice trembling as he said, "It is my honor to serve my master." Very good. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up. He then allowed the Dark Lord to continue being his king, while he tore through space and left the underground world. As soon as Lin Yi left, the Dark Lord took out a remote magical communication device. After contacting the person on the other end, the Dark Lord said, "My kingdom has produced a large quantity of gobi gems and spices. Do you want some?" "Produce?" The person opposite him chuckled and said, "I asked you last time if you were the one who robbed my kingdom's royal caravan, and you still wouldn't admit it. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want it or not?" "Of course." The person on the other end said, "Should we meet at the usual place?" Dark Lord, "Okay, bring enough gold coins. Same as always, I don't accept crystal cards." "Don't worry, it's not the first time." After the communication ended, the Dark Lord said to the old man and the middle-aged man, "My master said, everything remains the same." The two responded with a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Praise be to our great master. On the other side, Lin Yi did not return to the Golden Oasis. Instead, after multiple teleportations to determine their location, they arrived at the Dark Spider Kingdom, which is also located in the underground world. The crypt spider is an intelligent creature belonging to the evil faction. It is a close relative of the infamous spider with a human face. What they have in common is that they all worship the spider goddess mentioned by the Dark Lord. The spider goddess is a very famous evil deity, on par with the goddess of darkness. Both are powerful figures in the evil pantheon, but the spider goddess has fewer followers than the goddess of darkness. Looking around, the dark underground world was filled with nests covered in spider webs. Densely packed, countless. People with trypophobia would absolutely not be able to stand such a scene. Near those nests and on the spider webs, you can see countless spiders of all sizes, each one extremely ugly and covered in fine hairs. Faced with this scene, Lenny instinctively felt a chill run down her spine. I should have gone and wiped out the Null Kingdom. Anyway, he only needs one more kingdom to complete, side quest 1. It doesn't matter which one you eliminate. However, since we're already here, there's no reason to turn back halfway. At that very moment, nearly 100 figures flew out from all directions of the Spider Kingdom. They were all enormous spiders, each over 10 meters long. Their levels are all above the extraordinary, including many spider powerhouses at the saint level. Of course, there wasn't a single spider at the demigod level. This confirms the Black Demon King's words. Although the Carol Desert is vast, there are very few demigods. Most kingdom-level forces do not have demigods in charge. After all, this is not a land of plenty. The giant spiders did not approach Lenny. They were all standing hundreds of meters away. They sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Yi, a demigod's power that they could not withstand, which terrified them. I don't understand why a human demigod would suddenly appear. They even intruded into their base camp. This is a matter of life and death. At that moment, a figure appeared. It's a woman. She came barefoot, stepping through the void. Wherever she went, the giant spiders made way for her. She wore a long black tulle dress, her curvaceous body partially revealed as she walked, including certain indescribable parts, making her extremely sexy. Coupled with her red lips and beautiful face, she is absolutely captivating. Of all the female creatures Lin Yi had ever seen, only elves could rival her in appearance. As for being charming, she is undoubtedly number one. The woman bowed and said in a soft voice, "My lord, I am Queen Bernice of the Spider Kingdom. May I ask what brings you here?" She acted very humbly. It seems that as long as Lenny asks, she will give everything. "You're quite good. I'll spare your life for now." Lenny glanced at her a few times, then suddenly grinned. Then, a terrifying destructive force was released from his body, surging outwards like a tidal wave. Wherever the law of destruction passes, everything turns to nothingness. Whether it's a spider or a nest. Even the dense, airtight spider webs mysteriously disappeared. In a very short time, the entire underground world was wiped out. Aside from gold coins, blueprints, equipment, and other items scattered all over the ground, there was nothing else. As for the spider corpses, there weren't a single one. With a single move, this spider kingdom vanished from the history of the Holy Continent. Done. I've got the blueprints for the troop buildings. Chapter 157. Please give Bernice any orders, my lord. As they were talking, Lin Yi turned her gaze to the Spider Queen, Bernice. The queen, dressed in a sheer gown that partially revealed her cleavage, was both sexy and alluring. She also wore an exquisite crown, highlighting her noble status. When these qualities are combined, they create a captivating charm. It has to be admitted. This is the main reason why Lin Yi spared the Spider Queen's life. At this moment, the Spider Queen Bernice's beautiful face turned deathly pale, her expression and eyes filled with horror, fear, and disbelief. She had seen demigod-level powerhouses. She even met with a titled demigod. However, only Lin Yi gave her a sense of despair. That was the despair that the whole world would be destroyed. That's absolutely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, her kingdom vanished from this underground world. Everything was wiped out. It was as if they had never existed. She didn't know what kind of ability this was, but she knew that this power was terrifying beyond measure. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze fall on her, Spider Queen Bernice almost instinctively knelt down, her peach-like breasts rising high. She begged Lin Yi for forgiveness. She was willing to do anything to survive. Lin Yi leisurely admired the Spider Queen's voluptuous figure, and after a long while, she said with a faint smile, "Bernice, you are a person favored by the goddess of fortune. You are the only one who survived in the entire Spider Kingdom. Do you know what this means?" The Spider Queen Bernice said in a trembling voice, "Please, my lord, give me your orders. I swear in the name of the Spider Goddess, Bernice will follow you for all eternity and will never betray you." "Yes, that's great, very smart." Lin Yi expressed her satisfaction. He then took the Spider Queen Bernice as a subject of the Golden Oasis. Bernice. Title, Spider Queen. Rank, Peak Saint Rank. Growth potential, Peak Demigod. Information, Bernice, as the Queen of the Crypt Spider race, possesses the unique ability to summon crypt spiders. Under her command, the combat effectiveness of spider-type troops increases by 50%. Almost at the same time, a notification from the Lord system also appeared in Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations, Lord. You have conquered the Spider Queen Bernice and destroyed the Dark Spider Kingdom hidden in the underground world. Side Quest 1 progress increased by 1. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully conquered and eliminated 3 kingdom-level forces. You have completed Side Quest 1. You have received the mission reward, 1 random unit / building blueprint." A thought crossed my mind. A drawing emitting a faint golden light appeared in Lin Yi's hand. Looking at the information on the blueprints, Lin Yi's expression faltered slightly. The only difference was that it was labeled as a random blueprint, but an additional message was added to the information. "This is a blueprint stained with blood and the spirits of the unwilling dead." It appears to be a random drawing. But based on this information, it's likely that the blueprints randomly assigned will be from the evil faction. Fortunately, Lin Yi doesn't have to worry about conflicts between unit factions. Otherwise, if he were to randomly obtain a blueprint for a unit or building from the evil faction, he probably wouldn't dare to use it easily. Lin Yi put the blueprints away for the time being. "I plan to wait until I get back to the Golden Oasis, wash my hands, and then go randomly." He then released a spatial domain that enveloped the entire underground world, and immediately the gold coins, equipment, blueprints, and other items scattered all over the ground vanished into thin air. He transferred it to his personal spatial ring. A cursory glance. They acquired hundreds of thousands of gold coins, over 300 pieces of equipment, and dozens of blueprints. This trip to the Spider Kingdom was a great success. Then there's the experience gained. Because Lin Yi destroyed the Spider Kingdom all by himself, he gained all the experience from killing enemies, which directly propelled him a great step forward on his path to becoming a mid-level demigod. This is mainly because the Spider Kingdom's overall strength is not high. Although there were many spiders, their quality was generally poor. Furthermore, since Lin Yi is already a demigod, the experience required for leveling up is astronomical, which is why she hasn't broken through directly. But overall, after this battle, he is not far from advancing to the middle level of demigod. If his Royal Griffin Knights and Ancient Treant Legion work a little harder, and if Illyria's progress is a little faster, he should be able to break through again soon. Lin Yi's goal is to break through to the demigod level in the near future. He then established his own kingdom, using the Golden Oasis as his territory. At that time, he will be able to unleash his full potential and make a big splash. The annihilation of the undead scourge in the Carol Desert was merely a small part of his plan. His main objective was to lead a large army across the Forest of Life and invade the fertile lands ruled by the human kingdoms. The first thing we need to destroy is the kingdom of Stanlow. Then came the other human kingdoms. This also marked the beginning of his conquest of the Holy Continent. Where do these caves lead? There are many caves of all sizes surrounding the underground world where the Spider Kingdom is located. Some caves are dead ends. Some went on to unknown lands. Bernice is the ruler of the Spider Kingdom. Having roamed this underground world for countless years, they must know its secrets. Sure enough, Bernice said, reporting to you, my lord, there are many independent underground spaces in the underground world, but some are also connected to other underground spaces. Those caves are passageways to other underground spaces. Within these passages lies the heart of the dark world, the Sea of Evil. It is an immense underground world inhabited by countless evil intelligent beings. There, you can see evil creatures such as dark elves, cyclops, and spiders with human faces, which are almost non-existent on the surface of the world. Cyclops. Lin Yi's eyes lit up instantly when she heard this title. His Lord Talent, King of Titans, can multiply the combat power of giant units, but so far there isn't a single giant in his territory. His original target was the frost giant that Sophia had mentioned, but now it seems that the Cyclops will be his primary target. The frost giants live in the Arctic wasteland, which can only be reached by crossing the Forest of Life. Once there, one must find a way to locate the frost giants. It's really a bit troublesome. But the Cyclops is different. This is a case of being in a privileged position. Have you ever seen a dark elf? I've met you, Bernice said respectfully. I once visited the dark elf clan's stronghold and met their queen. The dark elf queen's strength is terrifying, reaching the level of a demigod, and she is on par with the nature elf queen. In the Sea of Evil, the name of the dark elf queen can terrify all. Even the Cyclops King, the Spider King, and other top-tier powerhouses would have to give way. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi became quite interested. He likes the queen. Chapter 158 New Unit Buildings. Although the demigods are strong, they are not invincible. Once I advance to the peak of demigodhood and purchase various top-tier laws, dealing with a sub-god shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was filled with thoughts of the Dark Elf Queen. I don't know why. He desperately wanted to conquer the queen. Just as he conquered the Spider Queen Bernice, he made that Dark Elf Queen kneel before him. This idea took hold and couldn't be stopped. He even wants to go to the Sea of Evil right now. Let's see what the Dark Elf Queen actually looks like. A long time has passed. Lin Yi's inner world finally calmed down. He took a deep breath, but his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He wasn't like this before. Even though he had always aimed to conquer the world, his mindset had never been so insane. He not only directly destroyed the entire Spider Kingdom, but also took the Spider Queen Bernice as his concubine. Now he set his sights on the Dark Elf Queen. This is a bad sign. Lin Yi immediately used her mental powers to observe the world inside her body, but found nothing unusual. His power remains as surging as ever. The law of destruction was also extremely active, permeating his entire body, etc. The law of destruction? Lin Yi realized the key point. He communicated with the Lord system and asked, "Am I affected by the law of destruction?" Soon, the Lord system replied to him, "My lord, there is no need to worry. This is perfectly normal. The law of destruction is the most supreme law in the universe, subtly altering the nature of living beings and instilling in them a desire to destroy or conquer everything. Those beings who master the laws of destruction are all madmen. However, my lord, there's no need to worry. The effects of the law of destruction on you are only temporary. As your understanding of the profound mysteries of the law of destruction deepens, you will gradually regain your true self. Of course, you can also balance the negative effects of the law of destruction by purchasing the profound mysteries of the law of creation." You money-grubbing system. Lin Yi felt very unhappy. The Lord system knew that he was not someone who liked to stay in seclusion. The purpose was to get him to spend money to buy the secrets of the law of creation. Although he did intend to purchase the law of creation, later, it was not his first choice, mainly because it was too expensive. The price of the creation realm mystery is 10 million gold coins. The price of the law of mystery has increased tenfold, reaching 100 million gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of purchasing the creation domain profound truth, it would still cost 90 million gold coins to buy it. Keep in mind, this is 90 million Lord's gold coins. It's ridiculously expensive. My lord, there's no rush. You're far from being so insane as to destroy the world. Even if you do nothing, you won't lose your true nature for a very long time to come. This can be considered a consolation for Lin Yi. Lin Yi herself did indeed feel a sense of comfort. But then again, the feeling of personally annihilating everything is really exhilarating. It felt even better when the Spider Queen Bernice knelt before me in terror. Lin Yi was obsessed with that feeling. He reached up and rubbed his forehead. I tried to stop overthinking, because he felt like a pervert at that moment. He then turned his gaze to Bernice, the Spider Queen, feeling the need to vent his inner madness. He couldn't bear to torment the little maid Sally, and Sophia was far away in the forest city. Therefore, Bernice is a good choice. And judging from her appearance, you can tell that she has an extraordinary capacity for endurance. Come with me, I'll show you a treasure. Yes, sir. Bernice eagerly followed in Lin Yi's footsteps. Soon, the two figures disappeared into a cave. Late at night, a portal to space opened in midair above the golden oasis. Two figures emerged from the crowd, one in front of the other, Lin Yi and the Spider Queen Bernice. It's obvious. The Spider Queen's expression held a hint of pain, but her eyes also held an indescribable sense of satisfaction. All I can say is, it's a bittersweet experience. This is the Golden Oasis, my territory. From now on, you will live here and take care of my daily needs when you are not on duty. Understood, my lord. Bernice's body trembled slightly, but she dared not refuse. Then she looked around the oasis, which was full of life and nature, with a curious gaze. Whether it was the ancient war mother tree that was hundreds of meters tall, or the Royal Griffin Knights, an ancient tree people legion returning to their territory, they all deeply shocked her. She even saw the figures of nature spirits. There were dozens of nature spirits. They are installing a magical defensive shield for this territory. My lord, Bernice asked softly, somewhat nervously, I am an intelligent being of the evil faction. Is it really appropriate for me to live in your territory? She worried that she might be ambushed by those nature spirits while she was sleeping at night. As is widely known, nature spirits are most averse to evil creatures. The dark elves, who also belong to the Elven race, were driven to the underground world and dared not appear in the sunlight. Linny glanced at her and said, There are still undead dragons in my territory. They're not afraid of me, so what are you afraid of? Just do your job. Understood, my lord. Bernice was surprised, but also relieved. Since even the undead exist, she really doesn't need to worry. Even if nature spirits want to ambush someone, they have to start with the undead. Compared to the undead, she, as the Spider Queen, can only be considered ordinarily evil. There are rooms in the backyard. Go and wash up. Also, don't ever turn into a giant spider in front of me again, or I won't be able to resist killing you. Yes, my lord. The Spider Queen Bernice shuddered and quickly retreated. Lin Yi arrived at the city hall alone. He sat enthroned on the ornately decorated throne, exuding a terrifying aura like a king. Then, he took out the random blueprint from his spatial ring. With a thought, I chose to use it. The blueprints disappeared, and then a completely new blueprint appeared out of thin air. Respectfully yours, Lord, you have used a random troop building blueprint. You have obtained the troop building blueprint, burial grounds. Burial site. Level, low-level troop building. Building information, a decaying land that buries endless resentment, where evil undead are constantly born. As the Lord, you can recruit a vast number of undead creatures in the burial grounds. Construction requirements, none. I forgot to wash my hands. Lin Yi looked at the blueprint in her hand, then at her right hand. You should wash that hand. Chapter 159, The Terrifying Army of Undead Soldiers. I guessed right. The burial grounds, a building that recruits undead units, is definitely an evil faction. It's just that the troop buildings are of a slightly low grade. A low-level military building. Lin Yi felt a little disappointed. The advantage of low-level troop buildings is that you can recruit more troops every day. The drawbacks are also obvious. Lower-tier units are weak and have little potential for growth. However, as undead units, they have a natural advantage. They don't need to be fed or even rested, and they can work day and night. As long as the soul fire remains, they are perpetual motion machines. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi found an inconspicuous corner in his territory and built the burial ground. This thing couldn't be too open and above board. Burial site. Level 1. Recruitable unit, low-level undead. Recruitment limit. 50 undead can be recruited per day. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 gold coins. Special reminder, upgrading troop buildings will allow you to recruit more troops. The burial site is shaped like an irregular depression. Inside, there were piles of all sorts of pale white skeletons. With the appearance of the burial ground, a strong aura of death also spread. Many trees in the vicinity are withering and decaying at a rate visible to the naked eye. That won't do. Lin Yi communicated with the Lord system and asked, Is there any way to isolate its necromantic aura or rather, to prevent its necromantic aura from spreading to the surrounding area. He didn't want his beautiful oasis to become a barren wasteland. If the Lord system can't handle it, he'll use the power of space to seal it off. Alternatively, you could move the burial site to the outer city. After the fortress is built, continue to move the burial ground there. In short, the environment of the core area of the Golden Oasis must not be damaged. However, it is clear that Lin Yi's worries were unnecessary. The Lord system replied with just 2 words, "Okay." Immediately afterwards, the aura of death emanating from the burial ground rapidly contracted. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Neither the surrounding area nor the burial ground itself had any evil aura of the dead. Even the stark white skeletons had a sense of holiness. "Sharp," Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. As expected of his system, it's truly amazing. He then began spending gold coins to upgrade the level of the burial grounds. Without stopping for a moment, he consumed nearly 500,000 Lord Gold coins to directly upgrade the burial ground to level 9. As a low-level military building, once upgraded to level 9, the burial grounds can recruit 30,000 low-level undead every day. This number is terrifying. It is 10 times the size of the Royal Griffin Knight training ground. If the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint is used, the daily recruitment capacity of burial land can reach an astonishing 300,000. In other words, Lin Yi only needs 3 days. You could then command an army of millions of undead. That sounds terrifying, but you have to understand that his legions kill more than 1 million undead monsters a day. So upon closer reflection, the million-strong army of the dead seems to be only slightly intimidating in name. It's a bit useless though, but it's also quite adept at extracting resources. With that in mind, Lin Yi began recruiting undead units. Soon, countless figures crawled out of the burial ground. Among them, the most numerous are the skeleton minions. There are also a small number of ghosts, mummies, rotting corpses, etc. The total number is 150,000. This is because of the 5-fold aura bonus from the lucky altar. At the same time, a notification message from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations, Lord. You have triggered the Lord talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, while recruiting undead units. You have a large number of undead units that have undergone bloodline evolution. You have acquired 7 skeleton tyrants, 147 skeleton kings, 1,536 skeleton lords, 63 ghost kings, and 827 elite ghosts." Looking at the prompts in my mind, Lin Yi remained stunned for a long time. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Using them to mine resources is really a waste." God, he never expected that his Lord talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodline, would be so powerful, directly evolving into more than 100 skeleton kings and 7 even more powerful skeleton tyrants. In addition, there are a large number of high-level undead creatures. Ignore their initial levels. Their high level of expertise is undeniable. This means they possess extremely high growth potential and unique capabilities. For example, the Skeleton King's unique abilities are commanding and summoning the undead. Skeleton Tyrant is a step above Skeleton King in terms of ability. There are also the Ghost King, the Corpse King, and so on. A large number of king-level undead creatures. This means that even if Lin Yi stops summoning undead units in the future, these king-level undead creatures alone can create a massive undead army for him. The Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines. This talent is simply a god-level talent. That's incredible. Without the Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines, the 150,000 undead soldiers he summoned would all be low-level undead, with no exceptions. They may seem numerous, but in reality, they are all weaklings with a combat strength of only 5. Lin Yi could easily sweep them away with a Royal Griffin Knights Legion of 1,000 men, and the Royal Griffin Knights themselves would not suffer any losses. However, the awakening of their ancient bloodline transformed them from wild chickens into golden phoenixes. Whether it's combat power or the growth potential of the Legion faction, it's completely different from before. Looking at the terrifying undead army before him and the vast swarms of king-level undead, Lin Yi suddenly had a very novel plan. He seems capable of single-handedly creating a cataclysmic disaster of the dead, used to combat and devour the undead scourge of the Carol Desert. If he succeeds, he will be the king of natural disasters. The key is that he has 2 liches to blame for him, so he can do things with peace of mind. This plan is highly feasible. However, there is one thing to be careful about. I must not let outsiders see me summoning undead units, and even the burial ground must be sealed off. Thinking about this, Lin Yi then used a spatial barrier to cover the burial site. Then, using the law of destruction, a destruction barrier was added to the outer layer of the spatial barrier. With double insurance, the secret of the burial site will never be revealed. Then, Lin Yi entered the barrier. From the outside perspective, he vanished into thin air. No one would know that a terrifying area filled with countless skeletons is hidden in this region. No one would know that an army of undead is born here every day. Your task is simple. Looking at the densely packed king-level undead in front of him, Lin Yi said, kill those undead creatures that refuse to lower their heads, subdue the undead that have real consciousness, and expand the size of your legion. If the Lich ever revives, let it taste what it's like to be surrounded by an army of the undead. Chapter 160 The Wide Net Cast. As you wish. Great Lord. All the king-level undead knelt before Lin Yi. Those skeleton tyrants and skeleton kings were all several meters, or even more than 10 meters tall. Although they were not as tall as the ancient tree people, they were still very large compared to humans. In particular, they exude a powerful aura. That's not about the power of rank. Rather, it stems from the awe-inspiring presence of their kings. In midair, there were also swirling, twisted monsters resembling black mist. These were the invisible and formless ghost kings, all of whom bowed their heads to Lin Yi. As for the ordinary undead, they are not very intelligent. The soul's consciousness is in a hazy state. However, they continue to express their reverence and loyalty to Lin Yi. As territorial troops, their loyalty to Lin Yi is naturally at its maximum, and they will never betray Lin Yi under any circumstances, even if Lin Yi orders them to self-destruct their soul fire. Such loyalty is something even a lich would envy. Just like the skeletal dragon king. Like the octopus demon king, it is loyal to the lich who sleeps in the underground altar. They are stationed in Dragonfall Canyon to protect the lich. However, when faced with death, the skeleton dragon king surrendered without hesitation, even willing to become a servant of the dragon spirit in exchange for a chance to live. It also worships liches as its master. However, its loyalty to the lich was far from being absolute. Lin Yi's undead units are different. They will do whatever you tell them to do. Even at the cost of their lives, they will not stop moving forward. This is the fundamental difference between territorial units and native creatures. Go. Form your own teams and disperse. With a wave of her right hand, Lin Yi conjured up spatial portals leading to different areas. This is one of the benefits of mastering spatial power. With his help, the undead army no longer needs to depart through the city gates of various parts of the territory. They can be teleported out directly using the spatial gates, which will better conceal their presence. Soon, the king-level undead present were divided into 8 teams. Each of them led an undead legion and surged into the portal. A moment later, the entire force of 150,000 undead was teleported away. After midnight tonight, I can summon another 150,000 undead creatures. I glanced at the time. There are less than 2 hours left until midnight. At that time, the total size of his undead army will reach a full 300,000. This is far more than the number of his Royal Griffin Knights. Despite the long period of development in his territory, the total number of Royal Griffin Knights under his command was only slightly over 50,000. Leaving aside the combat strength of the undead legions, their size far exceeded that of the Royal Griffin Knight army. Most importantly, these 300,000 undead troops are just the beginning. The king-level undead among them can continuously expand the size of their undead army through their unique abilities. They can enslave native undead creatures. You can also summon undead on your own. A king-level undead increases the number of troops by 1. The size of the entire undead army thus increased. This is like a snowball rolling downhill. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. In addition, Lin Yi summons a batch of king-level undead every day. The snowball will roll faster and faster. It won't be long before he commands a terrifying army of undead. After returning to the city hall, Lin Yi went to check on the installation progress of the territory's magical defensive shield. After a brief chat with the elf Nicole, I learned that they had already installed the magical defense shield device in the inner city, and the next step was to install it in the outer city. Just like Ella said, dozens of Pokemon masters are working overtime, and they should be able to finish everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. Lin Yi politely distributed a bottle of high-grade Elven spring water to each of the elf masters as overtime pay. The Pokemon masters expressed their gratitude for this. When Nicole was chatting with Lin Yi, the smile on her delicate face deepened. She had a great fondness for this human lord who was favored by the goddess of spirit, and she also loved this beautiful oasis located in the desolate desert. If it weren't for the fact that there were still many things waiting for her to do in Chadi City. She also wanted to live here for a while, just like the elf Amy. Being able to embrace the aura of the ancient War Mother tree is a privilege even the kingdom's elves do not enjoy. After chatting for a few more minutes, Lin Yi then turned and left, without disturbing the elf master's work. Back in the backyard, he saw a group of busy figures. The maid Sally, the elf Amy, the unicorn Teresa who has transformed into human form, and the newly joined Spider Queen Bernice are preparing a midnight snack. The maid Sally was the one in charge of operating the equipment. Meanwhile, the fairies Amy and Teresa were cutting fruit and preparing a fruit platter. As for Bernice, she looked melancholy. As the Spider Queen, when has she ever cooked for herself? They usually eat whatever they can get their hands on and don't care about anything else. However, she also wanted to make a good impression and integrate into the family as soon as possible, so she humbly asked the little maid Sally for advice while helping out. Before long, a sumptuous late-night snack, with its perfect color, aroma, and taste, was placed in front of Lin Yi. He also went to the Heroes Tavern and bought a few bottles of Bloody Mary. Let's also see if any new heroes appear. The result was, naturally, that they returned empty-handed. However, he was not disappointed. After all, the Windranger trio has only been out for 2 days, so how could new heroes be arriving so soon? Unless he lifts the skirt of Lady Luck and receives her special favor. A sumptuous late-night snack brought everyone great joy. Especially Bernice, the Spider Queen, who spends most of her time in the dark, damp underground world, rarely eats human delicacies, let alone drinks such strong wine. He quickly became drunk. Her beautiful, delicate cheeks were flushed, and coupled with her sexy, voluptuous figure, she looked even more charming. The same goes for the elf Amy. Her beautiful and pure face was flushed. The long, pointed elf ears also radiated a rosy blush, making them look exceptionally charming. She was obsessed with the unique taste of Bloody Mary, raising her glass to drink with Lin Yi time and time again, displaying a rather bold and heroic demeanor. In the end, it was Teresa, who looked like a little girl, who carried her back to her residence in the outer city. Otherwise, she would have continued drinking. After the late-night snack, Spider Queen Bernice and her maid Sally went to wash up and go to bed. At Lin Yi's request, they slept in the same room. The Carol Desert is still quite cold at night, so you need to huddle together for warmth. Lin Yi then summoned the New Day's troops, 150,000 undead troops, 15,000 Royal Griffin Knights, and 5,000 ancient Treants. As usual, the awakening of ancient bloodlines is triggered during the recruitment process. He once again acquired a large number of king-level undead. These king-level undead were also divided into 8 teams by Lin Yi and teleported to different areas using spatial gates. They were the net that Lin Yi had cast out. A total of 16 large nets were cast out. There will definitely be great gains. Chapter 161 The Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom is the dominant power in the Forest of Life. Without a doubt, and without exception. In the Forest of Life, besides the nature elves, there are many other intelligent races, such as goblins, forest trolls, two-headed demons, kobolds, and so on. There are even families established by magical beasts with advanced intelligence. Among them are many saint-level magical beasts that can transform into human form. However, all these forces live under the rule of the kingdom of nature spirits. No one dared to resist. 2 years ago, the dark dragon Charles maliciously slaughtered an elven tribe and was chased to the Carol Desert by Ella, the lord of the city of Chadi. If it weren't for the dragon's tenacious vitality, Charles would have perished 2 years ago. In the Forest of Life, the most dangerous intelligent race to provoke is the nature elves. The Elf Kingdom is located in the northern region of the Forest of Life. That is the main base of the Elf Kingdom. Countless natural spirits live there. In addition, there are a large number of unicorns, phoenix guardians, treants, elf dragons, fairy dragons, and other intelligent races that are subordinate to the nature elf race. The faction strength is so great that even the dragons dare not provoke them easily. It is worth mentioning. It was precisely because of the existence of the Elf Kingdom that the war between the Beastmen and humans was prevented. The Beastman Plains are located in the northwest of the Forest of Life, while the Fertile Lands, ruled by the Human Kingdom, are located in the eastern part of the Forest of Life. The territories of the two super races are perfectly separated by the Forest of Life. It is said that a long time ago, the nature elves live in their ancestral lands and have not settled in the Forest of Life. At that time, the orcs and humans frequently went to war. Either the orcs send large armies across the forest of life to plunder the land of abundance, or the humans send elite troops into the Orcish plains to slaughter the orcs. At that time, the two super races also built military strongholds in the forest of life. They get into a fight every now and then. The war between beastmen and humans only gradually ended after the intervention of the nature elves, who gradually occupied and ruled the forest of life. Today, peace between the two peoples has lasted for thousands of years. This is why you can see humans hiring beastmen as bodyguards in the forest city. There are even bounty hunter teams composed of orcs and humans, either hunting in the forest of life or carrying out missions in the Carol Desert. This is evident. The nature elves have also contributed greatly to the peace of the Holy Continent. The architectural style of the elf kingdom is completely different from that of other races. There are no towering city walls here. There were no arrow towers, fortresses, or even strongholds that could be seen everywhere. All that exists are countless wooden houses of all sizes. All the wooden houses are woven from rattan and built on the branches of large trees, some hanging on the branches like bird cages. The only structure here built of stone is the statue, a statue of the fairy goddess. They can be seen everywhere. What they have in common is that the faces of all the statues are blurred. This is because the faces of gods are not to be seen by mortals. The only thing that can be seen is that the elven goddess has a very graceful figure, and even the statue gives people a feeling of beauty. In the heart of the elf kingdom stands an ancient tree that is hundreds of meters tall. Like Lin Yi's ancient war mother tree, it exudes a surging aura of life and nature, and at times it even emits a shimmering green light that sweeps across the entire elf kingdom. It's just that the overall tree shape is slightly smaller than the ancient war mother tree. It is the fairy mother tree, the common mother of all nature spirits. As you can see, many orbs of light hang from the branches of the elf mother tree, like fruits that have been born. Those glowing orbs are the legendary Pokeballs. Once mature, the Pokeball will break open, giving birth to a Pokemon. Elves are born with the ability to fly. However, this talent will gradually disappear as one gets older. The nature elves believe this is because the bloodline of the high elves within them is too thin, causing them to lose the talents of their ancestors. Even now, the nature spirits still don't understand. Why is it that elves born from the same elf mother tree were high-level elves with various powerful abilities in ancient times, but became ordinary nature elves after the end of ancient times? The elf mother tree could not give a precise answer to this question. It remains a mystery to this day. The branches of the fairy mother tree are covered with all kinds of flowers. Many tree houses have also been built among the flowers. One of them is the Elf Queen's Palace. This palace, in terms of both size and decoration, is far inferior to the palaces of other races, but this is the style of the nature elves. Elves revere nature. I am not interested in extravagant things. They prefer to stay in simple tree houses rather than in the lavishly decorated royal palaces. This allows them to better integrate into nature and embrace life. At this very moment, two figures stood in the Elf Queen's palace, the elf princess who had returned from the Golden Oasis, and Ella, the city lord of Chadi City. Opposite the two, on the throne, sat the Queen of Nature Elves. This queen has an impeccably beautiful figure. Her hair was of brilliant gold, and even her eyes were different from those of ordinary nature spirits, being a golden color. She was wearing an elegant long dress with 100 flowers. She was also wearing a flower wreath on her head. She exudes an incomparably noble aura, and her beauty is breathtaking. After listening to the Elven princess's story, the elf queen fell silent. The expression on her stunning face was one of utter shock. She was equally incredulous, never expecting that such a magical oasis would exist in the neighboring Carol Desert, and that there was a human lord who had been favored by the elven goddess. Even she found it unbelievable. But we have no choice but to believe it. In addition, she possessed a specially crafted magic stone capable of recording a target's appearance and even their aura. When she probed it with her spiritual sense, she saw a strikingly handsome elven figure. It was Aurelia. The elf queen said, "Your guess is correct. She is indeed a high elf." Upon hearing this, City Lord Ella in the hall couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, weren't the high elves extinct on the Holy Continent? Back in ancient times, they all went to the divine kingdom of Her Majesty the Goddess." The elf queen shook her head. "I don't understand either. For now, we can only speculate that the three of them come from the divine kingdom of the goddess. Even the ancient war tree has appeared in that human lord's territory, and he has gained the allegiance of the ancient Treants and even the eternal Treants. It seems quite normal for three more high elves to appear." If the Golden Oasis weren't devoid of ancient archetypes and sun elves, I'm starting to suspect that Her Majesty the Elf Goddess intends to use that human lore to restore the glory of our elven race on the Holy Continent. Chapter 162, A Queen, a Princess. High Elves, Ancient Archelves, and Sun Elves represent the glorious era of the elven race. Among them, the ancient Great Elves and the Sun Elves are also considered high-level elves. The difference is, the former refers to nobles among the High Elves. The Sun Elves belong to the royal family. Even in ancient times, the number of Sun Elves was extremely small, and it was only possible to transform into a Sun Elf through extraordinary bloodline evolution. Once a Sun Elf appears, it will basically be groomed as the next generation's Elf Queen. Even the eliminated Sun Elves will become elder-level figures. In general, all three of these spirits are worthy of being looked up to by future generations of nature spirits. In ancient times, they were not even as good as commoners. Ella asked, "Your Majesty, shall we then form an alliance with the Golden Oasis?" The Elf Queen immediately turned her gaze to Ella. Under the gaze of those golden eyes, Ella instinctively lowered her head. She explained, "Your Majesty, this is my opinion. After all, Lord Lin Yi is a member of the Elven Goddess's retinue, and we should treat him amicably. Your Majesty has not performed any miracles for many years." Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen said softly, "Friendly relations are certain, but there's no rush to forge an alliance. Tomorrow I will personally travel to the ancestral land to pray for Her Majesty the Goddess's divine decree." The Elf Princess asked excitedly, "Mother, may I go with you? I have never been to my ancestral home before. You'll have to wait a little longer." The Elf Queen smiled and said to the Elf Princess, "Only after you become the new Elf Queen can you go to the ancestral land." Upon hearing this, the Fairy Princess was immediately disappointed. She is currently only a saint-level professional and has not yet reached the realm of a demigod, not to mention a titled demigod comparable to Mother. It will probably be hundreds of years before she can succeed her mother as the new Elf Queen. However, this is the rule of the nature elves. No matter how disappointed she was, it couldn't change anything. The Elf Queen said to Ella, "During my absence, the affairs of the kingdom were managed by several elders. Our relationship with the Golden Oasis has also been primarily amicable. If that human lord has any requests, we can try our best to accommodate them. She doesn't have much affection for humans. But a human who has been blessed by the Elven Goddess is a different story. This is a treatment that even she doesn't receive." Ella thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, Lord Lin Yi seems to really need the corpse of a dragon. He possesses the secret art of summoning undead dragons." "Undead?" The Elf Queen frowned slightly. Ella quickly explained, "Perhaps it's because the undead scourge appearing in the Carol Desert is getting more and more serious, and Lord Lin Yi had no choice but to resort to this tactic in order to protect the safety of the Golden Oasis." Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen's expression softened somewhat. "Then, in the name of our kingdom, we will present the corpses of 10 dragons to the Golden Oasis. This can be considered our contribution to those who protect Her Majesty the Goddess." "Praise the Queen." Ella bowed, then said, "Your Majesty, should our kingdom send a large army to the Carol Desert to prevent the undead scourge from spreading rapidly?" "I have already discussed this matter with several elders." The Elf Queen said, "For now, the kingdom has only dispatched legions to clear out the undead that have appeared in the border area between the Carol Desert and the Forest of Life. To completely eradicate the undead scourge, we will need the assistance of other forces. Wait until I return from my ancestral homeland. I will contact His Majesty the Beast King, His Majesty the Dwarf King, and several human kingdoms in the Land of Abundance to join forces in sending troops. The Carol Desert is very large. It spans tens of thousands of kilometers. It would be very difficult for a single elven kingdom to clear such a large area. Additionally, we must be wary of the Lich, which could resurrect at any time. The Elf Kingdom cannot possibly handle this alone, and even if it could, it cannot, because it would come at a very high price. The losses from this war need to be shared equally among the various factions. After all, eradicating the undead scourge is not just a matter for the Elf Kingdom alone, but the responsibility and obligation of all intelligent races on the Holy Continent. Understood. Ella nodded. After exchanging a few more words, the Elf Queen said, "Lord Ella, you should return to Chadi City first, and you will be in charge of delivering the gift to the Golden Oasis." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ella respectfully withdrew. After Ella left, the Elf Queen summoned the Elf Princess to her side, affectionately ruffled the princess's hair, and said, "You can no longer go out at will. You are an adult now, and your main task is to cultivate in seclusion. When I was your age, I was already a demigod. I understand, mother." The fairy princess smiled mischievously and buried her head in the fairy queen's ample bosom. Two elves. A queen, a princess. They look like sisters. Although elves are not an immortal race, they have a long lifespan. Under normal circumstances, living for over 1,000 years is not a problem. If you advance to a higher level, your lifespan will increase exponentially. Therefore, the elf queen and the elf princess appear to be about the same age. The only difference lies in their different temperaments. The elf queen appeared even more mature, graceful, and noble. Ella sighed. Before returning to Kiati City, she visited the treasure vault of the elf kingdom. In the name of the elf queen, 10 complete dragon corpses were extracted. A demigod. All 9 are either high-level saints or at the peak of the saint rank. The elf queen remained silent upon hearing the news. If it weren't for the fact that Ella was a native nature elf and the city lord of Chadi whom she had personally promoted, she would have suspected that Ella was a spy from the Golden Oasis. Those little hands are really generous. She had originally intended to simply give away an ordinary dragon corpse. Unexpectedly, Ella even took away the corpse of a demigod-level dragon, which can be considered turning against her own side. In fact, Ella did this mainly because her younger sister was a guest at the Golden Oasis, and she felt she should thank the human lord within reason. On a side note, all natural spirits are born from the spirit mother tree. There is no such thing as blood ties. The reason why Ella and Amy are sisters is because they were born from the same pokeball, similar to twins, and their relationship is naturally closer. In fact, even without Ella's generous gift, Lin Yi would not have treated Amy poorly. He liked this pure, straightforward, and spirited girl who dared to drink heavily with him. Chapter 163, I like the feeling of being conquered. The next morning, Lin Yi had her maid, Sally, prepare a sumptuous meal. The flavors are mainly light. Led by Nicole, the elf masters worked through the night to install the 2 magical defensive shields and successfully tested them. The elf masters had other matters to attend to and could not stay long. They needed to rush back to Chadi to continue the work they hadn't finished. So Lin Yi prepared a meal for them as a farewell gift. The atmosphere during the meal was very pleasant, and even the arrival of Bernice, the spider queen from the evil faction, did not affect the mood of the elf masters. They already knew that there were undead dragons in the Golden Oasis. The emergence of a spider queen isn't entirely unacceptable. The elves held an even greater tolerance for Lin Yi, the human lord favored by the elven goddess. Before leaving, the beautiful elf Nicole said to Lin Yi, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord. If you have time, we hope you can visit our city of Chadi. Our elven race will certainly welcome you with great enthusiasm." Lin Yi said with a smile, "I look forward to that day." Nicole nodded and added, "Your territory's protective shield has reached the advanced level, requiring at least extraordinary level magic crystals to provide it with energy. If a powerful enemy invades, it's best to use holy level magic crystals to prevent the shield from collapsing on its own due to insufficient energy. Thank you for reminding me." Lin Yi indicated that she was aware of it. Although Nicole and the others installed the magical defense shield themselves, they didn't know that once the shield was successfully installed, it had already become a building in Lin Yi's territory. He does not need to provide it with energy, because the source of his energy is his Lord system. With the Lord system as a safety net, the energy of the magic defense shield will be inexhaustible. Meanwhile, Nicole turned her gaze to Amy, who was standing behind Lin Yi. Before she could speak, Amy interjected, "Sister Nicole, I won't be going back with you. My sister is coming to Golden Oasis in the next couple of days, and I'll be going back with her then." "Oh well." Nicole the elf nodded helplessly. He then looked at Lin Yi and said, "I am very grateful to Lord for taking care of Amy for a few more days." Lin Yi said with a smile, "I have never treated Amy as a guest. If she wants, Golden Oasis is her home." Upon hearing this, the favorability rating of the elf Nicole and a group of elf masters towards Lin Yi skyrocketed once again. Amy, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking of something, a faint blush rising to her long, pointed elf ears, and a hint of shyness appearing in her emerald green eyes. Nicole then said goodbye to Lin Yi. He led a group of elf masters aboard an elf warship docked in the territory and sped away. Lin Yi turned to Amy and asked, "Is your sister coming over?" Suppressing her inner turmoil, Amy quickly replied, "Yes, my lord, my sister communicated with me remotely this morning. She is currently dealing with an emergency in Chadi City and will come to the Golden Oasis as soon as she finishes. She will bring a gift from Her Majesty the Queen. This represents the friendship between our Elven kingdom and your territory. Praise the Queen. Lin Yi smiled broadly. He liked the gift, especially the Queen's gifts. It would be even better if the Elf Queen could send herself over. Damn it. What kind of insane ideas are these? That was absolutely not my intention. It must be the law of destruction that's affecting me. Lin Yi thought to herself. After Amy took the unicorn Teresa to play, Lin Yi called Sally and Spider Queen Bernice over. He then said to the latter, later, you will take Sally out to hunt monsters and level up. Now that you are a member of our territory, Sally will tell you some secrets about the territory. Your job is to protect her safety. If anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely protect Sally. Bernice respectfully complied. She didn't mind Lin Yi's attitude towards her. After all, she herself was conquered by Lin Yi. Moreover, she inexplicably enjoyed the feeling of being forcefully conquered. Sally happily took Lin Yi's arm and said, young master, I am already a king-level expert, and I will soon be able to advance to the extraordinary level. Keep up the good work. Lin Yi smiled and ruffled Sally's hair. Of the three women, he liked the little maid who served him with utmost care the most. Bernice was at best a fetish. As for Sophia, Lin Yi mainly valued her business acumen and earning power. Go ahead, be careful. Lin Yi waved her hand, watching Bernice lead Sally into the sky and disappear into the distant horizon. He then went to the villa where the old butler, Horden, lived and activated the magical protective shield. Suddenly, two enormous defensive shields slowly rose up. Its shape is similar to a pot lid. They respectively cover the inner and outer cities of the territory. Magic Defense Shield. Type, City. Level, Advanced. Defense Level, Peak Demigod. Next level, Ultimate Magic Defense Shield. Upgrade Requirement. Ultimate Territory Building Blueprints. Special reminder, when the damage absorbed by the shield exceeds the level of a Peak Demigod, the shield will collapse. Upgrading the shield's level will enhance its defensive capabilities. The Lord system grants the buildings in your territory incredible power. The magic cannons on the city wall do not require separate energy sources, such as magic crystals or magic gems. They can fire indefinitely and can automatically lock onto enemies. The same goes for magical defensive shields. However, their drawbacks are also quite prominent. That is, after it is transformed into a territory building, only Lin Yi can upgrade its level by upgrading the building. External forces cannot enhance it. Of course, none of this matters. If Lin Yi acquires additional, ultimate territory building blueprints, in the future, upgrading the defensive shield will only require a single command. In addition, the magic defense shield that is converted into a territory building also has the ability to distinguish between friendly and enemy units. Those who possess the mark of the people can freely enter and leave the Golden Oasis. Without the mark of the people, one cannot enter. Forcing your way in is an invasion. Lin Yi will receive the warning immediately. Having settled the matter of the protective shield, Lin Yi did not stay in the territory any longer. He wanted to personally go to Dragonfall Canyon to complete Side Quest 2 as soon as possible. He had long coveted the ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint. That was a reward for completing the mission. Tomorrow night, his Lord Talent, blessed by all races, will refresh, adding another troop building to his territory. He hasn't decided yet which unit building to upgrade to the ultimate building. Let's see what new troop types and buildings will be added tomorrow. Without a second thought, Lin Yi's figure vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of kilometers away from the Golden Oasis. After several more teleportations, he appeared in the sky above Dragonfall Canyon. Chapter 164, the top boss of the Dragon Slayer world. Looking around, the canyon below is teeming with undead creatures. The main canyon, as well as the smaller canyons that split off on either side, were all filled with all sorts of undead. Even high in the sky, there are countless figures of the dead. They are gargoyles, ghosts, skeletal birds, and so on, all capable of flight. The scene that blotted out the sky was even more awe-inspiring than when Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knights army assembled. It truly felt like a natural disaster. Let alone those bounty hunters. Even Lin Yi felt a chill run down her spine. This was also the first time he had ever seen so many undead creatures gathered together. Moreover, this is only the undead creatures in one area. In other areas of Dragonfall Canyon, undead armies are also gathering. And soon, these undead armies began to advance in the same direction. Their target is in the north. That is the territory of the Bone Dragon King. What's going on? Lin felt somewhat puzzled. He then remotely grabbed a transcendent-level, king-level undead, forcibly destroyed its undead body, and then seized its soul essence in his hand. Then he used the undead secrets he had mastered. Examine the memories hidden within the origin of their soul. A moment later, Lin found the key point. These undead received orders from those holy rank undead bosses. Head north to eliminate the invaders. The intruders mentioned in the order were none other than Illyria's squad, along with dozens of undead dragons from the Golden Oasis. That's quite a strange thing. Even with the Octopus Demon King fallen and the Skeleton Dragon King subdued, the remaining undead bosses still dare to launch an attack. Under normal circumstances, their first choice should be to flee. Even if they don't leave Dragonfall Canyon, they won't get close to Illyria's team. After all, with the addition of the Skeleton Dragon King, Illyria's team now has a total of 5 demigods. 5 demigods working together are enough to sweep through the entire Fallen Dragon Canyon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as unstoppable. However, those undead bosses went out on their own initiative, contrary to their usual behavior, and even mobilized an undead army, making it seem as if they wanted to surround and annihilate Illyria and the others. There's a saying that's very true. When things are out of the ordinary, there's something fishy going on. Lin had reason to believe that those undead bosses were not the ones manipulating this event. They must have received orders that they could not disobey. The one who gave this order was very likely the Lich. Isn't that Lich asleep? Has he already awakened? The resurrected Lich is enough to make Lin wary. Liches are legendary, terrifying beings. Even the weakest Liches are demigods. It's like that Titan-like giant serpent. Once it successfully reincarnates from a Lich into a Lich, it will directly step into the realm of a demigod. If it were an old Lich, its power would be even more terrifying. Not a god, but better than a god. The Lich that slumbers in the underground world of Dragonfall Canyon is an old Lich. According to the information sent back by the devouring dragon Python King, that Lich was born 10,000 years ago and unleashed a terrible disaster after the War of Gods in the Carol Desert ended. The intelligent races of the Holy Continent paid a heavy price to suppress this Lich. If this Lich truly revives and leaves that altar, Lin is definitely going to run away. Although he possessed the law of destruction, the difference in their levels was too great. Not enough to contend with. It shouldn't be that bad. Even if that Lich has awakened, it certainly hasn't left the altar. Otherwise, with its strength, it could easily kill Aurelia and the others. Why would it go to such lengths to mobilize the undead army of Fallen Dragon Canyon to besiege them? Thinking of this, Lin felt a little relieved. He then unleashed the law of destruction, instantly enveloping an area of 10,000 meters in radius. The law of destruction was unleashed. All undead creatures within the area were annihilated. Only the soul essence within them was collected by Lin, and the other items that had been dropped were transferred into his spatial ring by Lin, using the power of spatial mysteries. And so, Lin flew northwards, guided by the law of destruction and the spatial domain. Wherever it passed, everything vanished. It was like a road roller. During the process, Lin not only gained a massive amount of soul essence and loot, but also received a huge experience reward. Before he even reached the north, his level had already broken through again. He advanced from the initial stage of demigod to the intermediate stage of demigod. Their strength also increased dramatically. This feels amazing. This was the first time Lin had completely let herself go. That feeling of destroying everything plunged him into a deep obsession. Destroying the Spider Kingdom was only a moment of exhilaration, but slaughtering the undead creatures of the Fallen Dragon Canyon was an exhilarating experience that made him want to try again from a different direction. It's just that the consumption is a bit high. I drank hundreds of bottles of high-grade Elven spring water to prevent my magic power from being depleted. If only it were the water of life instead. As they spoke, Lin drank several more bottles of high-grade Elven spring water. He was still more than 100 kilometers away from the location of Aurelia's team, and he had to keep drinking. I don't know how much time passed. Lin finally arrived above the target location. He did some statistics. Along the way, he amassed over 3 million gold coins, tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, and a large number of blueprints. Judging from the drop rate of monsters in the wild, he must have killed at least 20 to 30 million undead creatures, including many high-level undead. At the same time, his title, Little Prince of Dragon Slayers, was upgraded. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin. Even he himself didn't realize that some undead dragons had died at his hands. Those undead dragons must have felt quite aggrieved. Title: Top Dragon Slayer. Title effect: increases the combat power of your troops by 30%, increases damage dealt to dragons by 100%, ignores dragon pressure, remains unaffected by morale, and increases dragon aggro towards you by 200%. Titles can be upgraded. Next level: Top Boss of the Dragon Slayer World. Upgrade requirement: slay 300 dragons. Special reminder: possessing this title will make you a mortal enemy of dragons. Nothing can change their attitude towards you unless you are powerful enough. Chapter 165 Magic Circle Diagram, Black Altar. The top dog in the dragon-slaying world. The attribute effects of the title are becoming increasingly powerful. The most important thing isn't that it increases the damage dealt to dragon creatures by 100%. Most importantly, it increases the combat effectiveness of troop types by 30%. This effect enhances all the units under Lin Yi's command. Whether it's the Royal Griffin Knights, the ancient Treant warriors, or the hundreds of thousands of undead units summoned previously, all of them will receive a boost in combat power. All unit types have received a power boost of approximately 1/3. If Lin Yi were to acquire giant units in the future, with the triple combat power boost from the Titan King, and an additional third increase, the strength of the giant units would be even more terrifying. It is believed that even the most ordinary giant units can defeat enemies of higher ranks. The next level after this title is the top leader of the dragon-slaying world. 300 dragons need to be killed. That's a bit difficult. After all, there aren't many dragons on land to begin with. If this were in the southern seven seas, the territory of the dragons, finding so many dragons would be very easy. However, Lin Yi wasn't in a hurry. His immediate priority is to conquer the Dragonfall Canyon. Everything else has to come later. Then, Lin Yi glanced at the special reminder in the information panel. When he was still the little prince of the dragon slayers, he was the mortal enemy of the dragons. Only by bringing enough treasure to Dragon Island and apologizing to the dragons could he resolve their hatred for him. Now, his title has been upgraded to the top dragon slayer. The relationship immediately became irreconcilable. Sending more treasures won't help. He has been completely blacklisted by the dragon clan. To put it bluntly, if you happen to encounter a dragon on the street, the dragon will immediately turn on you, and most likely it will breathe fire right in your face. This is the mortal enemy effect. Of course, Lin Yi didn't care. At this stage, he can handle anything as long as it's not the patriarch of the dragon clan appearing in front of him. Any other demigod-level dragons, such as elders, who appear before him will inevitably be buried in the dragon tomb. He's not the same person he used to be. Not only does he possess terrifying laws of destruction, but he has also advanced to the mid-level of demigod. Add to that space, creation, and lightning 10 times more powerful. He was practically invincible at the demigod level. Putting aside the matter of titles for now, Lin Yi turned her gaze into the distance. There was a battlefield there that was extremely large. At the center of the battlefield, one can see the figures of Illyria, the dragon spirit, the devouring dragon python king, the zombie dragon king, and the skeleton dragon king. In addition, dozens of undead dragons under Lin Yi's command, as well as Sylvanas and Verisa, were also on the battlefield. They were surrounded. Hundreds of undead bosses are besieging them. They are all saint level. Further out, countless undead creatures gathered into an army as vast as the ocean. These undead creatures did not participate in the battle directly. They are providing the undead bosses on the battlefield with the essence of their souls and the support of their magic. Lin Yi could clearly see an astonishingly large magic circle on the battlefield, the creator of which was unknown. Its purpose was to absorb the power of the undead army and then transmit it to the undead bosses on the battlefield. This is the fundamental reason why these undead bosses are able to contend with Illyria and others. If there were no magic circle diagram, let alone hundreds of saint-level undead, even if their numbers doubled, they would still be slaughtered by the 5 demigods, including Aurelia. Lin Yi did not immediately enter the battlefield. As things stand, Aurelia and the others are handling the situation with ease. Of the more than 30 undead dragons under his command, less than 1/10 perished. On the contrary, those undead bosses of the saint rank suffered considerable losses. The battlefield is already piled with the corpses of nearly 100 undead bosses. If it weren't for the constant influx of new undead bosses joining the battlefield, they might not have been able to hold on. Lin Yi hid herself in the space. He frequently entered and exited the battlefield, as well as wandered among the undead army on the outskirts, in order to find the person who had set up this magic array. It was hard for him to believe that such a powerful magic array was set up by those undead bosses. It was at least the work of a demigod. It's even possible that the old lich is manipulating things behind the scenes. He needs to investigate thoroughly before destroying the magic circle diagram. After searching for a while, Lin Yi found nothing. This puzzled him. I thought to myself that the guy was pretty good at hiding. Perhaps there is an underground world beneath the battlefield. It's only because the magic circle isolated my consciousness that I couldn't sense it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi tore through space. They arrived at a canyon several kilometers away from the battlefield. He found the right direction and headed straight for the cliff face on one side of the canyon. As the profound mysteries of the law of destruction were activated, the hard stone wall instantly crumbled and disappeared, revealing a cave several meters in diameter. The cave extends straight forward. Lin Yi followed the cave. Soon, he reappeared at the battlefield location, but this time he was below the battlefield. Just as he expected, hundreds of meters below the battlefield, there really was an underground space. The space is not very large. It stretches approximately 1 kilometer in length and width. At the center of the underground space stood a black altar. Judging from its condition, it was clearly made recently. The altar was surrounded by a large number of magic crystals and magic gems, and a blood-red light emanated from the altar and extended to the top of the space. So, the magic array diagrams on the battlefield weren't actually drawn on. This altar is the core of the magic circle. Lin Yi suddenly understood. If he had rashly entered the battlefield, even if he had plowed the entire battlefield, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the magic circle. The only way to destroy the magic circle is to destroy the black altar in front of him. Who goes there? Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. The entire underground space was shaken. The sound originated from the altar, where a figure in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged. He looked like an elderly man. His body was thin and bony, like a skeleton. However, the power emanating from the old man was incredibly strong. It's even stronger than the dragon spirit. He has clearly reached the peak of demigod status. This fallen dragon canyon truly is a place where dragons and tigers hide. First there were the 2 demigods, the skeleton dragon king and the octopus demon king, and now another peak demigod has emerged. As they spoke, Lin Yi's figure emerged from the space. He then took out more than a dozen bottles of high-grade elven spring water and poured them into his mouth. At the same time, his gaze fell on the old man in the blood-red robe, carrying a hint of fervor. If he can defeat this old guy and then deal with the hundreds of undead bosses above, his level will definitely be able to directly advance to the high-level demigod. Chapter 166, You've Mastered the Legendary Law of Destruction? The old man in the blood-red robe also turned his gaze to Lin Yi. Compared to Lin Yi's burning gaze, his eyes were full of vigilance. Although Lin Yi's level was only mid-level demigod, for some reason, she gave him a very threatening feeling, and even a faint sense of fear. This was unbelievable to him. After all, he was a peak demigod. He is 2 ranks higher than Lin Yi. The blood-robed elder rose from the altar, his voice hoarse and deep as he asked, "Are you the lord those invaders spoke of?" The invaders he was referring to were Aurelia and her group. Lin Yi chuckled calmly. "Senior, are you perhaps too cowardly? As a peak demigod, how could you hide behind the scenes and command those weak undead creatures to their deaths?" Upon hearing this, the old man in the blood-red robe did not become angry. Instead, he took a step back and said, "You should know that Dragonfall Canyon is my master's territory. You'd better leave here with your men before my master wakes up. Otherwise, once my master wakes up, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." He didn't consider himself timid, just relatively cautious. The reason he didn't take action himself was because he was wary of the dragon spirit's immense power. Although the dragon spirit was 1 level lower than him, at the high-level demigod, the power it displayed was comparable to that of a peak demigod, making it a truly monstrous level. In addition, there are 4 demigods of the initial and intermediate levels assisting them. He couldn't say for sure that he could reliably suppress these invaders. Most importantly, he was still unsure whether the lord the invaders spoke of had also descended upon Dragonfall Canyon. If we act rashly, we might be ambushed. Wouldn't he then face a huge crisis? His original plan was to use the undead to weaken Illyria and the others, and then see if he could lure out their lord. If that lord never shows up, once the invader's strength is severely depleted, he will choose to launch a preemptive strike. But what he didn't expect was, the lord was indeed lured out by him. But they also found his hideout directly. It's important to understand that the entire battlefield was isolated by a magic array, shielding it from all mental and spiritual observation. Logically, being hundreds of meters underground, he should have been extremely difficult to detect. I can give you a better suggestion. Lin Yi smiled and said, abandon that lich and follow me. I'll help you take another step forward and become a demigod powerhouse standing at the very top of the holy continent. What do you think? Not very good. The old man in the blood-red robe thought to himself. He sneered. You're just a mid-level demigod. What qualifications do you have to become my new master? When my master awakens, he will command all the undead creatures of the underground world of the Carol Desert. At that time, the undead scourge will surely sweep across the entire holy continent. All intelligent races in this world will submit to the throne of my master. That's a beautiful wish. Lin Yi shook her head slightly and said, it seems you're not going to accept my suggestion. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and gently squeezed it. The altar behind the blood-robed elder immediately began to crack and pop, and countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The old man reacted very quickly. He immediately used the power of his own laws to protect the altar. At the same time, he looked at Lin Yi with a horrified expression. What kind of law is this? Lin Yi casually said, the law that will take your life. In an instant, the entire underground space was enveloped by his realm of destructive laws, and countless purple lightning bolts and spatial blades appeared out of thin air. Power of destruction, power of thunder, power of space. They surged toward the old man in the blood-red robe in an instant. The old man in the blood-red robe was shocked. He felt that the young man in front of him was even more monstrous than the dragon spirit on the battlefield. The key issue is that they are too young. Even the legendary Son of God is probably no more than this. At that very moment, a blood-red substance gushed out from the old man's body. As it enveloped itself, it began to spread within Lin Yi's realm of destruction. This is the blood law mastered by the old man, also known as the blood god law. At the same time, an enormous number of undead creatures were born in the sea of blood, roaring as they surged toward Lin Yi. These undead creatures are not physical entities, but rather spirits of law sculpted by the old man using the laws of the dead, and then infused with the power of the laws of blood, making them extremely powerful. Their combat power has generally reached the initial stage of demigod. There were even 2 undead creatures whose strength reached the mid-level of demigods. Blood, the dead. The old man had comprehended both laws to an extremely high level. He was, after all, a peak demigod. If he were a little more assertive, he could definitely defeat the dragon spirit and the others. Of course, it was impossible for him to successfully suppress the dragon spirits and the others, because they weren't stupid and would immediately ask Lin Yi for help when they encountered a crisis. From the Golden Oasis to the Dragonfall Canyon, Lin Yi only needs a few teleportations to arrive. Suddenly, Lin Yi was surrounded by enemies, as if she were being besieged. But Lin Yi remained unmoved, using the power of destruction to condense long spears, each thrust piercing and annihilating a dead creature. According to common sense, these undead, shaped by the laws of the dead, will instantly revive even if they are destroyed. The old man knew this better than anyone. However, the old man soon discovered that none of the undead creatures killed by Lin Yi with the spear of destruction were able to resurrect, and he even felt that his power of the law of the dead was being severely damaged at all times. Each time a spirit dies, his body is attacked once. After a few times, he felt so uncomfortable that he felt like he was going to vomit blood. This is the power of destruction. The old man seemed to have discovered something, and exclaimed in shock, "You've mastered the legendary law of destruction?" Lin Yi laughed and said, "It's not too late to know now." With a clench of his right hand, a group of undead creatures at the initial stage of demigod status instantly vanished. Soon, he cleared away the spirits from the sea of blood. In this process, the blood sea, which attempted to fight against his realm of destruction, also suffered unimaginable damage. Not only was its area greatly reduced, but countless blood laws also collapsed. The power of the blood law is an extremely powerful law. It belongs to the rare category. It can directly detonate the blood inside the enemy's body, causing the enemy to explode and die. However, Lin Yi's body was protected by the law of destruction, so the old man's power of the law of blood could not enter, and naturally, it was impossible for him to explode. It can only be said that this rare level of law power was completely useless in front of Lin Yi. This is also what frustrates the old man the most. In the past, his enemies were almost invincible once they used the laws of blood and the undead. Lin Yi was the toughest and most difficult person he had ever encountered. Chapter 160, 7-Time Reversal. Compared to the blood-red-robed old man who sent chills down my spine. Lin Yi appeared to be handling the old man's attacks with ease. In addition to possessing the law of destruction that can sweep away everything, his power is also enhanced by the title Dragon Slayer King and the Lord's talent Envoy of Light. Their combat power is extremely strong. If the old man in the blood-red robe didn't belong to the evil camp, he might actually feel a bit of pressure. Unfortunately, the old man in the blood-red robe was a purely evil professional. Take the talent Lightbringer, for example. It can directly increase his damage against evil creatures by up to 150%. What does this mean? Not to mention the old, evil cultivator in front of her. Even Lin Yi herself was afraid. Soon, the old man's Bloodsea realm was on the verge of collapse. But at this very moment, a streak of blood seemed to tear through the void, instantly piercing Lin Yi's brow and directly penetrating his head, spraying out countless red and white substances. That was a spear. After successfully shattering Lin Yi's head, it automatically returned to the old man in the blood-red robe. The spear was entirely blood-red, covered with countless mysterious golden runes. The aura it exudes is also extremely powerful, far surpassing even sacred artifacts. You're still a bit too young after all. Looking at Lin Yi's headless corpse standing in midair, the old man couldn't help but let out a smug sneer. This spear is a semi-divine artifact that he has refined over 1,000 years. Its power was so great that even he himself had difficulty resisting it, let alone a mid-level demigod. The old man muttered to himself, no matter how extraordinary your talent is, or even if you master the legendary law of destruction, you will still die at my hands in the end. Bring your body to my master, and he will be very happy. As he spoke, the old man prepared to walk toward Lin Yi's corpse. However, after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly noticed something was amiss. That is, even though Lin Yi had already perished, his head had exploded, and he was completely dead. The realm of destruction laws that enveloped the entire underground space did not collapse. Could he not be dead? How is this possible? The old man let out a soft gasp of disbelief. Just then, an extremely profound power erupted within Lin Yi's body. Immediately afterwards, the red and white objects that had been thrown out flew back in a very strange way, and the broken skulls began to reassemble. It only takes 2 seconds. Lin Yi's head, which had been blown apart, was restored. What kind of power is this? The old man's face turned green. Lin Yi shook her head, looked at the blood-robed elder with great surprise, and said with a smile, I knew it. As a demigod at the peak level, your strength couldn't be too weak. After all, we still have some trump cards up our sleeve. As he spoke, he looked at the spear in the old man's blood-red robe. I really like this semi-divine artifact. Once I modify it using the law of destruction, I might be able to kill your master outright. You're not dead. The old man in the blood-red robe was so frightened that he took several steps back. He almost dropped the spear in his hand. Lin Yi said, I was indeed dead just now, but now I'm alive again. Upon hearing this, the old man in the blood-red robe was taken aback. He suddenly remembered the mysterious power he had sensed from Lin Yi earlier, which seemed to match his guess. He gasped and said, Time reversal. Who are you? Not only have they mastered destruction, space, and lightning, they've even mastered the power of time. The old man in the blood-red robe turned pale with shock. Including the years he spent in slumber, he lived for nearly 10,000 years. Even in the post-apocalyptic era following the end of the ancient War of the Gods, he followed the Lich King and commanded the undead scourge to sweep across the entire holy continent. What kind of situation hasn't he experienced? What kind of prodigies haven't I seen? But he admitted that he had never encountered a pervert like Lin Yi before. Time and space together constitute space-time. Add to that the power of destruction. Once Lin Yi grows up and reaches the level of a demigod, she will be absolutely invincible. Even his master couldn't possibly be a match for Lin Yi, simply because these 3 forces are too terrifying. Even just one of these powers is enough to suppress all directions, let alone the combination of all 3. You're wrong about that. Lin Yi shook her head and said, I haven't mastered the power of time yet. That's the truth. The reason his body showed signs of time reversal and was able to revive him was because he sensed the peak demigod aura emanating from the blood-robed elder before entering this underground space. He planted the seeds of time for himself in advance. This seed of time was created by him using the power of the mysteries of creation. It consumed almost all of his magic power. That's why he took out more than a dozen bottles of high-grade Elven spring water and drank them like crazy. He did not grasp the mysteries of time and knew nothing about its power, but he possessed the mysteries of creation and could create at will as long as magic was supplied. He sealed the secret technique of time reversal into his body in advance as a seed. Once his body is severely injured, the time seed will then be activated. This then unleashes the power to rewind time. That is why he was able to be resurrected after his death. This is the great power of time. This further strengthened Lin Yi's resolve to master the mysteries of time as soon as possible. The price of the time law is too high. He certainly can't afford it right now. However, the time domain mystic art, worth 5 million Lord Gold coins, posed no difficulty for him. After his trips to the Black Demon Kingdom, the Dark Spider Kingdom, and the Fallen Dragon Canyon, he now has more than 5 million Lord Gold coins in reserve, making it no problem to purchase the profound secrets of the time domain. However, the old man in the blood-red robe did not believe Lin Yi's words. If one does not have the power to control time, how can one turn back time? Lin Yi was dead just now. The old man in the blood-red robe caught the spear in his hand and said with a gloomy expression, "Whether what you say is true or false, it doesn't matter. If you live, then I'll kill you again." As they spoke, the crimson spear shot towards Lin Yi's head once more. But this time, Lin Yi was prepared. With a wave of his right hand, ripples spread through the space in front of him. The crimson spear pierced straight into the distorted space and disappeared. The old man in the blood-red robe was both shocked and furious. "What have you done?" Lin Yi walked towards the old man, surrounded by terrifying destructive power, and said, "I teleported it hundreds of kilometers away. Even if it can return automatically, it will take some time. Now, it's time to deal with you." In an instant, an incomparably terrifying law of destruction swept across all directions. The necromantic laws emanating from the blood-robed elder and the blood sea realm collapsed in an instant. The old man was immediately struck again. Then, bolts of dazzling lightning descended from the sky, striking the old man directly. That was lightning infused with the laws of destruction. In addition, the Lord's talent, King of Titans, adds 10 times the lightning damage, making the destructive power of these lightning bolts extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the old man's law shield and defensive equipment. Then they chopped his body into charred remains. "Damn it! Once my master awakens, it will be your death day." With a roar of resentment, a gray figure flew out from the old man's corpse, his soul desperately trying to escape. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't give him that chance. A spatial cage directly sealed his soul. He then used the ultimate technique of necromancy to summon the corpse into an undead creature. Upon witnessing this scene, the old man's soul was so angry that it almost disintegrated on the spot. Lin Yi ignored him and muttered to herself, "This time, no one should be able to stop me from conquering Dragonfall Canyon. As long as I'm careful not to wake the Lich, the mission can be completed easily." Chapter 168 Advancement to High-Level Demigod. After searching the old man's memories, Lin Yi felt even more relieved. He learned from the old man's memories that the Lich was currently asleep and had sealed itself on the altar. The Lich has recovered from the trauma it suffered back then, but for some reason it has not yet awakened. It is worth mentioning. The Lich had 7 servants under his command. Each of them reached the peak of demigod level and was known as one of the 7 divine envoys. During the calamity unleashed by the Lich King, 4 of the 7 divine messengers perished, leaving only 3 survivors, one of whom was the old man. The other 2 divine messengers have already left Dragonfall Canyon. The undead catastrophe that occurred in the Carol Desert was orchestrated by them. With their peak demigod power, they shook the necromantic power that had existed in the underground world for tens of thousands of years, reviving countless undead creatures and bringing them to the surface world, paving the way for the Lich's plan for natural disaster. The old man's task is to guard the Fallen Dragon Canyon. As for the Bone Dragon King and the Octopus Demon King, they were merely servants taken in by the old man on behalf of the Lich King. They didn't even enter the Lich King's inner circle. That is why the Skeletal Dragon King was able to surrender. Its soul imprint, along with that of the Octopus Demon King, was not in the Lich King's hands. The old man's unwavering loyalty to the Lich was because the Lich King controlled his soul imprint, and he simply didn't dare to betray the Lich King. Now he died at Lin Yi's hands. He remained defiant, continuing to curse Lin Yi. He also stated that once his master awakens, it will be Lin Yi's death day. He cursed even more vehemently when he saw Lin Yi turn his corpse into an undead creature. No one could remain calm in this situation. Lin Yi sealed the old man's soul away. "I plan to give it to the devouring dragon python king or the zombie dragon king to devour later. He did not fuse the old man's soul with his undead body as he had done with the Dark Lord, because the Lich King held the power to imprint his soul. Even if the fusion is successful, he will still be the Lich King's servant. Therefore, the old man's fate of being devoured was decided. The devouring dragon Python King is at the mid-level demigod stage. Once it devours the old man's soul essence, its level will most likely be directly promoted to the high-level demigod stage. Go. Slaughter all the undead creatures on the battlefield. Lin Yi said to the old man he had created from the undead. The old man's name was Rose. After being transformed into an undead creature, his strength was greatly reduced, but he did not fall to the saint level. He is currently in the early stage of demigod. Thus, the Golden Oasis now had 7 demigods. The lineup is truly impressive. Upon receiving Lin Yi's order, the undead Rose also bowed respectfully. They then quickly left the underground space. Lin Yi then cleaned up the battlefield. Then, using the law of destruction, they destroyed the black altar and took all the magic crystals and magic gems. At the same time, the magic array on the surface battlefield also disappeared. Without the magic circle diagram, those undead bosses could no longer receive the energy transmitted from the undead army, and were quickly driven to collapse by the dragon elves, and Illyria, and others. Sylvanas and Verisa, 2 of the Windrunner sisters, along with the undead dragons, grew stronger with each battle. The 3 sisters are now on the same battlefield. They are blessed with the heroic talent of deep sisterly affection. A 300% increase in combat power is incredibly powerful. The undead dragons also have the added benefit of the title Dragon Slayer King, and being dragons themselves, they are far stronger than undead bosses of the same level. Just a moment. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of the undead bosses. Upon seeing this, the king-level undead on the outskirts of the battlefield fled without saying a word, leading their undead legions away. They had already lost the war and didn't want to have sacrificed themselves in vain. Not long after, Lin Yi's figure also appeared on the ground. He learned the exact location of the Lich King from the old man Rose's soul memories, and also knew how to get to its sleeping place. But Lin Yi did not go there rashly. That old Lich was incredibly powerful. Although it can be resurrected in the city hall after death, there is no need to awaken it before we have the strength to suppress it. Lin Yi stands tall in the clouds, looking down at the battlefield below. Hundreds of undead bosses were killed one after another. Under the seal of the Law Realm by Aurelia and the others, these undead bosses had no way to escape. The smarter ones would kneel down on the spot. Those who reacted too slowly had their very souls devoured by the devouring dragon Python King, the skeleton dragon king, and the zombie dragon king. Soon, the war on the main battlefield ended. More than 70% of the undead bosses were killed. Approximately 30% of the quantity was reduced. There are approximately 140 undead bosses in total. Their ranks have all reached the saint level. Under the watchful eyes of the demigods, these undead bosses dared not hesitate and immediately swore an oath of allegiance to the great Lord Lin Yi and the Golden Oasis, using the soul fire as a pact. With the addition of these undead bosses, Lin Yi's plan to create a cataclysmic disaster of the dead has taken another big step forward. You did a great job. Lin Yi appeared before Aurelia and the others, offering a satisfied compliment. The dragon spirit has the fastest reaction speed. He immediately threw himself into Lin Yi's arms and rubbed his head against hers. After rubbing against her, the little guy skillfully climbed onto Lin Yi's shoulder and sat there, holding a strand of Lin Yi's hair with one little hand while happily blowing bubbles. It would occasionally make a gurgling sound, like a happy little kitten. Aurelia and the others bowed respectfully to Lin Yi. Furthermore, an expression of utter shock was also visible on Aurelia's delicate face. When she left the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi's level was only saint rank. It's only been a few days. He actually advanced to the mid-level demigod. They've reached the same level as her. During this time, she killed a huge number of undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon and participated in this war, so her level naturally broke through to the mid-level of demigod. But Lin Yi, she couldn't imagine that her lord was currently cultivating. The speed of his promotion is astonishing. At that very moment, a dazzling golden light enveloped Lin Yi. His level broke through again, advancing to the high-level demigod. Upon seeing this, Aurelia was stunned once again, her moist lips gaping wide open. Lin Yi said with a smile, "Don't be surprised. I just killed a peak demigod and gained a huge amount of experience. It's normal for me to break through." Aurelia, a high-level demigod, even higher than her level. Is this really normal? The most terrifying thing is that our Lord actually possesses the strength to kill a peak demigod. This is incredible. Just then, a figure walked over. It was none other than the old man of the dead, Rose. He handed the blood-red spear to Lin Yi with utmost respect. Chapter 169 Blood Fiend Spear. Bloodstained Spear. Level: high-grade semi-divine artifact. Special Effect 1. Greatly enhances the power of the blood law. Special Effect 2. Has a chance to instantly kill demigod-level beings and devour their souls. Special Effect 3. Even from a great distance, it can lock onto the enemy's presence and deliver the most devastating attack. Next level, Supreme Semi-Divine Artifact. Upgrade requirements. Incorporate a large amount of blood gems and forge with the power of a master craftsman. No wonder it's so powerful. It's actually a high-level semi-divine artifact, and it even comes with 3 special effects. Looking at the blood fiend spear in his hand, Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. He liked the spear, although he did not master the law of blood. But it's not a big problem. He can use the law of destruction to modify it and turn it into a destructive attribute. I believe its power will be even more astonishing by then. He then stored the blood fiend spear in his personal spatial ring. He said to Aurelia and the other demigod-level powerhouses, the Fallen Dragon Canyon is no longer a threat to you. As long as that lich has not awakened, you can do whatever you want. Aurelia replied respectfully, My lord, rest assured, we will wipe out the undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon as quickly as possible. That won't be necessary. Lin Yi waved her hand. Under Aurelia's questioning gaze, he said, I plan to build a massive undead army to fight against the lich's undead scourge. My lord, will this work? Aurelia looked on in astonishment. Lin Yi said with a smile, What's impossible? Your next task is not to eliminate the undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon, but to conquer them. Especially those saint-level undead and undead kings. Once we've dealt with them, we can simultaneously subdue their undead legions. In addition, I will also provide some assistance in the Golden Oasis area. In short, our plan to create an army of the undead is absolutely achievable. After hearing these words, Aurelia nodded. Although she didn't know what Lin Yi meant by assistance, she trusted her lord. If the lord says it's possible, then it's definitely possible. As for the undead, such evil creatures, she really didn't like it, and even disliked it. But if it's the spirit of the lord, then it seems to feel different. The lich's undead are purely evil creatures that will annihilate all intelligent life on the Holy Continent. But the Lord's spirit is different. That was to save the world and make it a better place. As long as the Lord is present, even evil beings can walk the path of righteousness. This is Aurelia's idea. Afterwards, Lin Yi introduced the old man of the dead, Rose, to Aurelia and the others. Upon learning that he had once been a peak demigod and the mastermind behind the manipulation of that magic array, Aurelia and the others' expressions changed slightly. That magic circle diagram caused them quite a bit of trouble. However, they did not feel angry. After all, the real Rose has now fallen. What appeared before them now was the undead summoned by the Lord using Rose's corpse, and its level had been reduced to the early stage of demigod. In terms of strength alone, the undead Rose is considered the weakest among the demigods. Even the newly joined Skeleton Dragon King is stronger than the undead Rose. It is worth mentioning. After this series of wars, it wasn't just Aurelia who advanced to the mid-level demigod. Zombie Dragon King Wallace also broke through to the mid-level demigod level at the same time. In addition, there are the sisters Sylvanas and Verisa. The former has advanced to the level of a demigod, and the latter has also reached the peak of the saint rank, only one step away from becoming a demigod. In other words, the Golden Oasis now has 8 demigods. Among them, Lin Yi and the Dragon Elf are high-level demigods. Illyria, the Devouring Dragon Python King, and the Zombie Dragon King Wallace are mid-level demigods. The Bone Dragon King, the Undead Rose, and Sylvanas are all early-stage demigods. In addition, there are nearly 200 saint-level experts. At this point, the Golden Oasis could be described as incredibly powerful. At this moment, Lin Yi summoned the Devouring Dragon Python King and the Zombie Dragon King Wallace and gave them each a ball of light. One of the orbs of light contained an immense amount of soul essence, the result of Lin Yi's journey and the killing of tens of millions of undead creatures. The other sphere of light sealed the soul of the old man, Rose. Praise be to our great master. The Devouring Dragon Python King and the Zombie Dragon King Warliston immediately prostrated themselves before Lin Yi with immense excitement. To them, this was a gift from their master. It also represents the owner's approval of them. They were naturally excited and overjoyed. The zombie dragon king was the first to swallow the orb of light that carried the immense essence of the soul. The devouring dragon python king also swallowed the ball of light, ignoring Rose's curses and terrified screams. It directly crushed his consciousness and frantically devoured Rose's soul essence as a peak demigod. In an instant, both undead dragons emanated extremely powerful soul energy, surging outwards like a tsunami. As a newly ascended demigod, Sylvanas was immediately shaken and forced to take several steps back. The same goes for the undead Rose. It was no match for the terrifying power of the two giant dragons. At this moment, it looked at the devouring dragon python king, which was devouring the soul of its predecessor, and its mentality was quite calm. Because for it, it is itself, and its predecessor is its predecessor. Its current consciousness is not related to the soul of its predecessor. It was born from the body of its predecessor and was mainly created by Lin using the profound arts of the dead. It only has some fragmented memories of its predecessor. Even its consciousness is still very chaotic. Only with the passage of time will its consciousness gradually mature, until it becomes an old undead with a complete consciousness and an independent soul, like a skeletal dragon king. About half an hour later, the imposing aura emanating from the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king Wallace began to gradually dissipate. When everything calmed down, these two undead dragon kings have also both advanced to the high-level demigod rank. From then on, the Golden Oasis had 4 high-ranking demigods. As for the mid-level demigods, only Illyria remained, which made her look at the devouring dragon python king and the zombie dragon king Wallace with envy in her eyes. She is not an undead and cannot grow by consuming the essence of souls. If you want to level up faster, you have to kill monsters like crazy. I'm leaving the Dragonfall Canyon to you. Lin said to his group of demigod-level experts, speed up the pace. We must conquer the entire Fallen Dragon Canyon by tomorrow at the latest. His Lord Talent, blessed by all races, will refresh at midnight tomorrow. He needs to complete side quest 2 before that. Obtain the blueprints for upgrading the ultimate unit building. Chapter 170 The Magic of the Advanced Blacksmith Shop. After explaining, Lin then left Dragonfall Canyon. Subduing those undead bosses and undead kings was something he didn't need to do personally. Aurelia and the others could easily handle it. Before leaving, Aurelia and the others also handed over their gains from the Dragonfall Canyon to Lin. Nearly 10 million gold coins, and a huge amount of equipment and blueprints. In addition, there are a large number of magic crystals, magic gems, and dragon soul grass, etc. It was a very fruitful experience. Using teleportation, Lin quickly returned to the Golden Oasis. The fairy Amy and her little unicorn friend Teresa are playing and splashing in the water at Sapphire Lake. Compared to other races, elves can be described as carefree. They are nature's darlings, with long lifespans. Unlike other races, they don't need to cultivate themselves to the point of exhaustion, giving them more time to pursue their own happiness. This is precisely why the Elven race has achieved such high levels of artistic accomplishment. Elven artworks are very popular in the human world. Human nobles, in particular, were proud to own Elven artworks. Lin looked at the two happy figures, one big and one small, and felt a little envious. Although he has plenty of free time, he lacks this innocence and yearning for nature. After pausing for a moment, Lin returned to the city hall. I started sorting through the spoils I brought back. More than 16 million gold coins. There are over 700 blueprints of various kinds, most of which are blueprints for the number of troop types, and a few are blueprints for equipment crafting. In addition, there are a large number of magic crystals, magic gems, equipment, and job skill books. Professional skills books are good stuff. After using it, you can directly learn a certain skill. It can be mastered instantly without the need for a long period of study or training. There are over 200 professional skill books that have been discovered, the vast majority of which are king-level skills, and a few are extraordinary skills. There are fewer than 10 saint-level skill books. Lin selected some that she could use. For example, forbidden spell magic skills, ice, lightning, and fire magic skill books suitable for Maid Sally and Old Butler Horton. Several skill books that Sophia could learn were also left behind. The rest are stored in the warehouse. When I have time, I'll take it to the Forest City to sell. Lin didn't use any skill books, because he was already a high-level demigod, and even forbidden spells wouldn't have much effect on him. What he needs now is the rule. Only laws can greatly enhance his strength. Afterwards, Lin went to the outer city's residential area. The market remained deserted, but the surrounding residential area was bustling with activity, with thick smoke billowing from many buildings and the crisp sound of hammering metal echoing through the air. Thanks to the efforts of tens of thousands of Greyland dwarfs, they built more than 100 blacksmith shops in total. Every blacksmith shop has 3 or more floors, some even reaching 5 floors. Now, these blacksmith shops have also been converted into territory buildings by default, and Lin Yi can see their specific information. The 3rd floor houses the intermediate level blacksmith shop. The 5th floor houses a high-end blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop. Level, advanced. Capacity for blacksmiths, 50 people. Next level, the ultimate blacksmith shop. Upgrade requirement. Ultimate territory building blueprints. Special attribute 1. Advanced blacksmith shops can increase the success rate of equipment crafting by 30%, and the probability of special attributes appearing on magic equipment is increased by 10%. Special attribute 2. Blacksmiths gain experience at a rate increased by 200%. Blacksmithing is also a profession. It can also be upgraded. The way to upgrade is by crafting equipment. The more and better the equipment you craft, the faster your blacksmith level will advance. Blacksmith shops in the native world don't have any special attributes. The 2 special attributes added by the advanced blacksmith shop are like a divine aura for any blacksmith. The former can help them create better equipment with the same materials. The latter can quickly increase their professional experience. Perhaps soon, a large number of master blacksmiths, and even grandmaster blacksmiths, will appear in Lin Yi's territory. The blacksmith profession is divided into blacksmith apprentice, junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, and god-level blacksmith. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the better the equipment they can forge. Just like the Blood Fiend spear that Lin Yi just obtained, a high-level semi-divine artifact. Only master blacksmiths can forge this. And it also depends on luck. After all, there is a failure rate in crafting equipment. Other professions are similar. Nicole the Elf is a master-level magic rune master, skilled in crafting all sorts of things related to magic runes. Whether it's creating magical defensive shields or inscribing magic scrolls, her expertise is exceptional. Lin Yi carefully selected more than 5,000 dwarven blacksmiths from the Greyland Dwarf Kingdom. Even the lowest-ranking blacksmiths were high-level blacksmiths, but there were only a few master blacksmiths, about 20 in number. As for master-level blacksmiths, there wasn't a single one. This is evident. Compared to the Kingdom of Nature Elves, the Kingdom of Grey Dwarves is far less developed. But it's not a big problem. With the special buff from the Advanced Blacksmith Shop, they will soon be able to level up their professions, since Lin Yi's territory has an endless supply of craftable equipment. This time, Lin Yi also brought back a large number of magic crystals and magic gems. Crafting special magical equipment can increase your professional experience. Lin Yi then summoned several master-level dwarven blacksmiths to inquire about the progress of the equipment crafting. A dwarf blacksmith said, "My lord, at our current pace, we can forge about 50,000 pieces of equipment a day. If it's standard equipment, we can easily triple that number." The speed is acceptable. Lin Yi said, "The damaged equipment stored in the warehouse also needs to be reworked. It's a lot of work. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me." As of now, the territory already has millions of pieces of damaged and junk equipment in its stockpile. These pieces of equipment won't fetch a good price. It must all be recast. As she spoke, Lin Yi handed over the magic crystals, magic gems, and equipment crafting blueprints she had brought to the master blacksmiths in front of her, letting them take them and distribute them as they pleased. "Try harder. I hope to see one of you become a grandmaster blacksmith soon." Upon hearing this, the master blacksmiths immediately said in unison, "Rest assured, Lord, we will certainly not let you down." The Golden Oasis boasts a beautiful environment and abundant food and drink. And there's an endless supply of weightlifting equipment. Especially when crafting equipment in those blacksmith shops, they could constantly feel themselves improving, a magical experience they had never had before in the Greylands Dwarf Kingdom. They were naturally full of passion and showed no signs of slackening. Chapter 171-6 Supreme Mysteries. After returning to the inner city, Lin Yi then went to the Royal Griffin Knights training plaza and took out a large stack of blueprints that emitted a faint golden light. There are approximately 600. All of them are unit quantity blueprints. Most of them are low-level drawings, and a few are intermediate and high-level drawings. The number of units that can be summoned varies greatly, depending on the level. If a low-level unit blueprint can summon 30 Royal Griffin Knights, then a mid-level blueprint can summon at least 100, and a high-level blueprint can summon hundreds. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Lin Yi couldn't determine exactly how many units could be summoned. Blueprints of the same level will summon different numbers of units, some more and some less. Do you want to use the current unit quantity blueprint? Whether. Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately chose yes. Instantly, over 600 blueprints showing the number of troop types disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light enveloped the training plaza in front of Lin Yi. Along with the golden light appeared countless figures. Among them were fully armed royal griffin knights, towering ancient treants, and many more undead soldiers exuding an aura of necromancy. At the same time, another message appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, territory. You have used 703 troop blueprints. You have acquired over 2,465,000 undead units, over 79,600 royal griffin rider units, and over 21,800 ancient treant units. Congratulations, Lord. You have triggered the awakening of the ancient bloodline lord talent while recruiting troops. You have obtained 7 bone dragons and 537 skeleton tyrants. Looking at the string of information in my mind, although Lin Yi was prepared, she was still stunned. One wave of summons yielded nearly 2.5 million undead units. The Royal Griffin Knights numbered nearly 80,000. There are also more than 20,000 ancient treeman troops. That's absolutely terrifying. The sheer number of units was overwhelming, causing many to be deployed to more remote mountainous areas. The undead units, in particular, were everywhere. If there were any more, the entire territory probably wouldn't be able to hold them all. At the same time, a strong aura of death began to spread rapidly, causing many trees and vegetation to decay quickly. The ancient War Mother tree was the first to be unable to tolerate it. It unleashed a massive amount of life and natural magic, forcefully suppressing the necromantic aura emanating from the undead. Lin Yi also felt that the problem was quite serious. He quickly relayed the mission to the undead kings, then summoned massive portals to teleport the undead army into the wilderness. I never expected that even a bone dragon would evolve, and there are as many as 7 bone dragons. Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel again at how extraordinary his lordly talent and the awakening of his ancient bloodline were. However, there's a very true statement. Quantity introduces variables. With more quantity, the probability of variables will naturally increase as well. Summoning 2.5 million undead units and evolving them into 7 bone dragons, a probability of 1 in several hundred thousand, doesn't seem particularly incredible. Soon after, all the undead units were teleported out of the Golden Oasis. The necromantic aura permeating the oasis was quickly purified. The decaying trees and vegetation have also been revitalized. The beautiful oasis has reappeared. Disregard the undead that have been gradually subdued in Dragonfall Canyon. The total size of the undead army in my territory has reached 2,800,000. While it may not be able to directly confront the scourge of the Carol Desert, it will certainly be able to create even greater waves. This brings me closer and closer to my goal of creating the scourge of the undead. Lin Yi was very happy. At this moment, on the shore of Sapphire Lake, the elf Amy and the unicorn Teresa, who had transformed into a little girl, stared in horror at Lin Yi's retreating figure. They had witnessed the massive undead invasion of the Golden Oasis. The sheer number of them made even these saint-level experts feel their scalps tingle. The key is, those undead creatures appeared out of thin air. This baffled them. In addition to the undead army, a large number of ancient treant warriors and eternal treant guardians also appeared out of nowhere in the training square. High in the sky, there is an astonishingly large Royal Griffin Knights Legion. Tens of thousands. The unicorn Teresa gasped. Amy, what kind of magical power is this? Where did the Lord summon them from? By the goddess of elves. More than 20,000 ancient tree people appeared all at once. Even if you add up all the ancient tree people in our Elven kingdom, you probably wouldn't have that many. This is incredible. The elf Amy also gaped in astonishment. She couldn't answer her friend's question because she was also confused. The elf kingdom has many tree people. There are also quite a few well-organized treeman legions. However, there really weren't that many ancient tree people. As for the eternal treant guardians, there are none at all. They can only be seen in the Golden Oasis. Amy firmly believed that the Lord was favored by Her Majesty the Elf Goddess. But what about the millions of dead? Does Her Majesty the Elf Goddess also run a business dealing with the undead? Amy shook her head vigorously a few times. Quickly get rid of this disrespectful, even blasphemous, thought towards Her Majesty the Fairy Goddess. This is a miracle, the elf Amy said in a low voice. Although I am also very curious about how the Lord did it. We are not from the Golden Oasis after all. Remember not to ask about it, and even more so, do not spread it. I know. The little girl, Teresa, nodded her head vigorously. This incredible, yet terrifying scene was completely beyond her comprehension. She was filled with fear and naturally dared not tell anyone. Besides, even if word got out, probably no one would believe it. Adding to this nearly 80,000 Royal Griffin riders. My army of Griffin Knights is almost 150,000 strong. The ancient tree spirit army is nearly 40,000 strong. With just this one summons, the overall war strength of my territory has increased exponentially. This made Lin Yi very happy. However, he also needed to contact Sophia quickly to purchase more food in the forest city. Fortunately, those 2 million undead soldiers didn't need to eat, otherwise he probably really couldn't afford to feed them. After sending the newly recruited Royal Griffin Knights and ancient Treants out on a hunt, Lin Yi went alone to the class skill tower. He now has over 16 million gold coins. You can buy the secrets of the realm of time. Additionally, purchase the mysteries of the realm of destiny and the mysteries of the realm of cause and effect. In this way, he has gathered the 6 supreme mysteries: creation, destruction, time, space, destiny, and cause and effect. Then we'll find a way to make money and upgrade them all to the ultimate laws. At that time, his combat power will be absolutely off the charts. Lich, Demigod, Elf Queen. He'll take them all down. Chapter 172: The Sudden Arrival of a Merchant Caravan. Professional Skills Tower. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in midair, with 15 million gold coins consumed. A series of dazzling golden rays then emerged from the void, enveloping and surrounding Lin Yi. The profound mysteries of time, destiny, and cause and effect flowed into Lin Yi's body along with the golden light, reaching directly into his soul. He was like a giant sponge. It greedily absorbed its essence. As a top-tier profound technique, its core secrets are naturally obscure and difficult to understand. Even if other professionals were presented with profound secrets, they would struggle to comprehend them. This requires a corresponding affinity and exceptionally remarkable talent. Lin Yi is different. He doesn't need to comprehend it. He just needs to receive it. The Lord's system has already solved all his problems. Moreover, there's no need to consider failure or even conflicts in ultimate skill attributes. It's like creation and destruction. These 2 profound principles are mutually exclusive. Even if someone else were to comprehend it, there's a very high probability that their soul and body would disintegrate due to conflicts in the profound meanings. This situation will not happen to Lin Yi. With the Lord's system protecting him, he wouldn't explode and die even if he mastered all the world's mysteries, let alone the 6 top-level profound mysteries. He will only become stronger, especially after becoming a god. Each time a profound principle is mastered and integrated into one's own divine nature, divine power will increase accordingly. Divine power is the source of the power of the gods. The more divine power a deity possesses, the stronger their combat power becomes. All this information was given to Lin Yi by the Lord system. Lin Yi thus had a new goal, to buy more profound laws and mysteries when she had money in the future, so as to make her divine power even stronger. Of course, that's for later. Lin Yi is currently in dire need of money. If we can complete the first stage goal as soon as possible, which is to buy the source of the 6 top-level profound mysteries and master the 6 laws, that would already be quite good. Where would I find the spare money to buy other profound techniques? Just this purchase of the profound mysteries of time, fate, and cause and effect has almost drained Lin Yi dry. Next, it will be even more difficult to purchase their profound laws and secrets. Because the price of each top-level law and profound principle is outrageously expensive. The minimum is tens of millions of Lord's gold coins. If it were the universal gold coins of the Holy Continent, that would be several small goals. Let's get back to the main topic. As time went by, the mysteries of time, destiny, and causality within Lin Yi's body also rapidly became more complete. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, the golden light slowly dissipated. Lin Yi also successfully mastered these 3 top-level profound techniques. Although it is only a domain-level profound meaning, rather than a law-level profound meaning, the boost it gives to Lin Yi's strength is still astonishing. The secrets of time, in particular, are very useful to Lin Yi. Previously, he needed to rely on the profound meaning of creation to create time reversal, but now that he has mastered the profound meaning of the time domain, he can directly cast this secret technique. There is no need to rely on the power of creation anymore. Besides time travel, time has many other amazing abilities. When one's strength reaches a certain level, one can even have a panoramic view of the past, present, and future. The powers of fate and cause and effect are somewhat similar. Everything in the world has its own destiny and is subject to cause and effect. It is said that fate controls everything. Every cause has its effect. By severing the threads of fate or causality that bind the enemy, one can kill them completely. Even if time were reversed, the cause of death could not be found, let alone resurrection. Furthermore, after mastering the mysteries of destiny, Lin Yi was also able to sense a great river hidden in the unknown void of the universe. That is the incredibly mysterious river of fate. It embodies the fate of all living beings. When Lin Yi's strength becomes powerful enough to shake the river of fate, then he will have essentially stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Now, he can only sense the existence of the river of fate. It's impossible to even peek at, let alone shake it. The newly acquired knowledge of time, destiny, and the mysteries of cause and effect still needs further testing to be used skillfully. As she muttered to herself, Lin Yi began testing the new profound meaning of her abilities. The Profession Skill Tower is a great place to test your skills. Here lies a vast, boundless gray land, a space large enough to be filled with rich elemental magic, and even if it is riddled with holes by Lin Yi's profound secret techniques, the land can repair itself. Therefore, he can unleash his full power here. As evening approached, Lin Yi had not yet left the Professional Skills Tower. A large number of figures appeared outside the Golden Oasis. There are several thousand of them. They are not undead creatures, but humans. About 1/3 of them were merchants in groups, and the remaining 2/3 were bounty hunters. The road from the Forest City to the Golden Oasis is not easy to travel. Many caravans and bounty hunter teams have paid a price to get here, some even being wiped out along the way. Those who manage to come to the Golden Oasis are generally quite capable. It's very difficult to get here by luck alone. Grandpa Butler, has the Lord not emerged from seclusion yet? 3 figures stood atop the majestic city wall. The elf Amy, the unicorn Teresa, and the old butler Horton. Hearing a purebred nature spirit call him Grandpa Butler, the old butler, Horton, felt both proud and uncomfortable. Because, in terms of actual age, he is not even as old as Amy. Amy is an elf who has lived for 200 or 300 years. Its level is even higher than the high-level saint rank. When Amy began his spiritual practice, his grandfather was probably not even born yet. However, compared to the lifespan of elves and humans, Amy is still just a young girl. Calling the elderly man Grandpa Butler seems perfectly appropriate. The old butler, Horton, shook his head and said, "Young master is still in seclusion at the skill tower. We cannot open the city gates to these merchants and bounty hunters without his permission. Miss Amy, you don't need to worry about them. Young master has equipped the city walls with a large number of magic cannons, as well as even more powerful turrets, so those undead creatures dare not approach. If the young master does not emerge from seclusion, then let them camp outside the city." Amy nodded. She wasn't from the Golden Oasis, after all. They have no right to guide those humans into the Golden Oasis. Amy said, "It's strange that so many merchants and bounty hunters have suddenly appeared." The old butler, Hodin, said, "Unity is strength." A message from the Royal Griffin Knights indicates that there are 2 other teams of similar size about 30 kilometers away from us. It is also composed of merchants and bounty hunters. This may be the reason why they were able to successfully cross the desert. Chapter 173: The Shocking Merchants and Bounty Hunters. At night, the temperature in the Carol Desert drops rapidly. Merchants and bounty hunters outside the city sat together and lit a bonfire. The blazing flames brought warmth and dispelled the surrounding darkness. The Carol Desert is very dangerous at night. Fortunately, their team was large. The towering walls of the Golden Oasis also provided them with a strong sense of security. They also discovered that the closer they got to the Golden Oasis, the fewer undead creatures were in the vicinity. Clearly, the Golden Oasis had been specially cleared of the surrounding undead. Last year when I traveled to the Kingdom of Sandman for trade, I passed through the Golden Oasis, which was just a small oasis at the time. Although it had abundant water resources, food resources were quite scarce. I never imagined that the Golden Oasis would undergo such a dramatic transformation in just 1 year. The Golden Oasis has now expanded in area by at least 1,000 times. What terrifying power could have transformed the Golden Oasis into this? Even a demigod-level powerhouse from the nature elf race would find it difficult to do. A demigod is definitely out of the question. But one thing is certain. The nature elves are behind the golden oasis. After all, we have encountered a large number of powerful tree people along the way. As everyone knows, the Treants are staunch allies of the nature elves. Then how do we explain the golden griffin riders we encountered? They are human knights, not belonging to the nature elf race. Merchants and bounty hunters were abuzz with discussion. Everyone was awestruck by the astonishing changes in the golden oasis and the terrifying strength of its legions. At the same time, they were also incredibly curious about the background of the golden oasis. I want to know the true origins of the owner of the golden oasis. This method is truly extraordinary. Time passed, I don't know how much. Before we knew it, it was late at night. Just as the merchants and bounty hunters were preparing to set up camp, they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shaking, and the shaking became increasingly intense. It looked like an earth dragon was rolling around. The merchants and bounty hunters quickly banded together and nervously picked up their weapons. Some people even screamed in terror at the city wall behind them, hoping that the people inside would open the city gate and let them in. They thought an army of the undead was attacking. Unexpectedly, a large number of enormous figures soon appeared in the darkness in the distance. Each one is tens of meters tall, and they were wearing heavy armor. It was the ancient Tree Spirit Legion under Lin Yi's command. Thousands of ancient Treant warriors and eternal Treant guardians returned to the Golden Oasis in neat formations, and the earth trembled at their presence. At the same time, a series of sharp cries could be heard from the distant horizon. Then, an overwhelming black shadow appeared from afar. That was the Royal Griffin Knights army, far larger than the ancient Treant Legion. The elite Royal Griffin Knights flew over the heads of merchants and bounty hunters, surging into the Golden Oasis like a torrent. The ancient Tree Spirit Army then returned to the oasis through the slowly opening city gates. Upon witnessing this shocking scene, all the merchants and bounty hunters present were speechless. They couldn't even breathe loudly, let alone speak. Everyone was stunned. They thought they had already seen enough Royal Griffin Knights and ancient Treants along the way. Little did they know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of the Golden Oasis. The war power of the Golden Oasis was far more terrifying than they had imagined. How could they possibly know? The Royal Griffin Knights and ancient Treants they see now are still only a part of Lin Yi's forces. In other regions, legions of large numbers of Royal Griffin Knights and ancient Treants are gradually returning to the Golden Oasis. The Royal Griffin Knights alone numbered over 140,000. Once this data is released, it will surely shake the entire Holy Continent. The title of Strongest Griffin Legion on the Holy Continent in the Kingdom of Cleria will also fall to the Golden Oasis. If the Kingdom of Cleria is the homeland of the Griffin, then the Golden Oasis is its stronghold. What shocked the merchants and bounty hunters present the most was all the Griffin riders in the Golden Oasis were Golden Griffin riders. Not one of them rode an ordinary Griffin. Compared to ordinary Griffins, Golden Griffins are far more powerful in combat. Whether it's size, defense, physical attack, or inherited magic, the Golden Griffin is miles ahead of the ordinary Griffin, making it a completely different level of mount. The Golden Griffin is a rare sight in the Forest City. Here, however, the sky is filled with, by the goddess of the hunt. Just how many Golden Griffin riders are there? Moreover, all the knights were fully armed, wearing high-quality magical equipment, and even the Golden Griffins were armed to the teeth. This lineup, this financial resources, absolutely terrifying. What amazed me the most were those Treants. They seemed to be even taller than the Treants of the nature elves, and their aura was even purer. If I'm not mistaken, they should all be ancient tree people. Ancient tree beings? Aren't they the legendary powerful beings? Even among the nature elves, there aren't many. In the wars waged by the elf kingdom, the ancient tree people are rarely seen. They only send ordinary tree people to fight. If these are all ancient tree beings, that would be terrifying. I can't wait to go inside the Golden Oasis and take a look. Who wouldn't want that? But we still haven't received permission to enter the city. What if the Golden Oasis forbids us from entering? What else can we do? Of course, we should go back to where we came from. Do you dare to force our way in? Don't joke like that. I don't want to be torn to pieces by those Golden Griffins and ancient Treants. Whether they were merchants or unruly bounty hunters, everyone present became extremely docile upon seeing the Royal Griffin Knights and the ancient Treant Legion of the Golden Oasis. Someone had suggested that we knock on the door. Now no one dares to make such a suggestion anymore. They sat around the campfire, gazing longingly at the slowly closing city gate, praying that they would be allowed to enter when it opened again. At this moment, Several figures in the crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they whispered furtively, "Should we continue the investigation?" "Investigate my ass. The head manager's gone mad, but I'm not. Don't even mention our Flamingo Merchant Guild. Even if all the merchant guilds in Forest City were to join forces, we probably still wouldn't be able to defeat Golden Oasis." The mere thought of that overwhelming army of Golden Griffin Knights sends chills down my spine. All of them strongly agreed with this. They plan to return to Forest City tomorrow to help the insane head steward sober up. These people were the assassins sent by the middle-aged man from the Flamingo Merchant Guild to investigate information about the Golden Oasis when they were in Forest City. A team came, but only 5 of them survived. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is that none of them knew that the Flamingo Merchant Guild had ceased to exist. The head steward, who sent them to gather information, was also torn to pieces by the Bone Dragon Charles. Chapter 174, An Unspeakable Secret. The destruction of the Flamingo Merchant Guild in Forest City also caused a great upheaval. After all, this is a large chamber of commerce organization. There are numerous shops and merchant guild allies in the Forest City. Furthermore, a large number of professionals rely on the Flamingo Merchant Guild for their livelihood. A nation cannot be destroyed in a single day without a sound. The most important thing is, the culprit who slaughtered the Flamingo Merchant Guild's various locations was a massive bone dragon of the highest saint rank. You should know that the Forest City is managed by the Nature Elves. Nature Elves are the race that most despises the undead. Even some evil faction professionals have to sneak into the Forest City, let alone the undead, who are wreaking havoc in the city. Under normal circumstances, the moment the bone dragon appears, it will be besieged and attacked by powerful elves. The Elven City Lord might even personally take action and slay the bone dragon. However, the development of events exceeded everyone's expectations. Some people have witnessed that when the bone dragon slaughtered the Flamingo Merchant Guild's territory, an elite army of nature elves was blocking the area, preventing anyone from approaching. A powerful saint-level expert with a strong sense of justice attempted to intervene and suppress the bone dragon, but was ultimately stopped. The nature spirit's actions sent a very clear signal. They were prohibiting others from getting involved in the feud between the bone dragon and Flamingo Merchant Guilds. This is an incredible thing. This news also left all the wise beings who learned of it in disbelief. The nature elves, who hate evil as if it were their enemy, actually allowed the bone dragons to slaughter indiscriminately on their territory, which completely contradicted the beliefs that the nature elves had always followed. This kind of thing. It's as absurd as the Pope of the Holy Light Church going to a tavern with the Pope of the Dark Church. However, although many people did not understand why the nature elves would aid and abet evil, they were clear on one point: do not get involved. Therefore, when the Flamingo Merchant Guild pleaded for help, their former allies all chose to remain silent. If their forces unite, eliminating a bone dragon would be no problem. However, if they were to offend the nature elves, they would have to think it over carefully. After all, they are businessmen. In the Forest City, they can earn a lot of gold coins. I don't want to be driven away by the spirits of nature. Shortly after the Flamingo Merchant Guild was destroyed, a small merchant guild suddenly emerged and, with the secret help of the Elf City Lord, took over all of the Flamingo Merchant Guild's territory, including its staff and a large number of shops. This small chamber of commerce is the Crystal Chamber of Commerce, which has recently gained fame. From then on, all parties finally understood why the Fire Island Merchant Guild had been suddenly attacked by the Bone Dragon. The Crystal Merchant Guild is the representative of the Golden Oasis in Forest City. Their takeover of the Flamingo Merchant Guild's territory also indicates that the attack was directed at the Flamingo Merchant Guild by Golden Oasis. Even a fool could guess that. It must be that the higher-ups of the Flamingo Merchant Guild have ulterior motives and are trying to steal the fairy spring water. This finally angered the Lord of the Golden Oasis, who dispatched the Bone Dragon. At the same time, they also believed that there was a secret between the Golden Oasis and the Nature Elves. Otherwise, why would those Nature Elves have given their full support? In addition, Golden Oasis is selling fairy spring water in large quantities. This was originally a product exclusively sold by the Nature Elves. Based on the above information, some people firmly believe that the Golden Oasis is backed by the Nature Elves. Of course, no matter what, the demise of the Flamingo Merchant Guild is now a fact. All parties involved have remained silent. Even with the Elven City Lord's covert guidance, the turmoil quickly subsided. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi didn't emerge from the Profession Skill Tower until midnight. In addition to testing his abilities in time, fate, and the mysteries of cause and effect, he also improved his proficiency in creation, destruction, space, lightning, and the mysteries of the undead. He has now mastered these 8 profound principles. Among them, 7 profound mysteries are at the saint level. Only destruction has been elevated to the status of a law. The main problem is that I don't have money. In the blink of an eye, he had only a little over 1 million Lord's gold coins left in his hand. It's about time the territory was upgraded. During this period of time, my territory has accumulated millions of units of timber and stone, and the reserves of refined iron have exceeded 1 million units. The only drawback is the lack of gold coins. Otherwise, I could directly upgrade the territory to a high-level city hall. The territory's current level is low-level city hall. Upgrading to the advanced city hall requires 4 million gold coins. Upgrading the royal palace to the next level will require another 5 million gold coins. Several other basic resources. Basic resources are easy to obtain. The main problem is gold coins. Gold coins are needed everywhere. Lin Yi was also having a bit of a headache about this. To outsiders, he made a fortune from the fairy spring water, but who would know that he could never get rid of his money-starving habit? When we got back to the backyard, the old butler, Hoden, appeared before Lin Yi. Report to Lin Yi the information about the merchants and bounty hunters outside the city. Then, Hoden added, young master, besides the merchants and bounty hunters outside the city, there are 2 other teams dozens of kilometers away from our territory. The scale of these events reached several thousand people. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, both teams should arrive in our territory before tomorrow morning. The 3 teams together number over 10,000. These are all major investors. Especially those businessmen, Lin Yi had long wanted to make money off them. If it weren't for the scourge, merchants and bounty hunters would have arrived at the Golden Oasis long ago. Of course, it's not too late now. It could even be said to be perfectly timed. Before his territory was covered by a magical protective shield, even if merchants and bounty hunters came, they would not be able to enter his oasis. Things are different now. Lin Yi warmly welcomed them. Lin Yi said to the old steward, Huadian, it's getting late, so let them set up camp outside the city and open the city gates tomorrow morning after the other 2 teams arrive. He instructed the old steward to have a good chat with the merchants and bounty hunters tomorrow, especially caravans from various factions. We need to find a way to sell those shops in the market and exchange them for actual gold coins. In addition, once those merchants have opened their shops, he can collect taxes from their transactions. The tax rate in lower-tier markets is 5%. Now, he has upgraded the market to a high-end building, and the tax rate has been increased to 15%. In other words, for every 100 gold coins traded by those merchants, he could take 15 gold coins as his cut. The nature elves made a fortune in the forest city through this. Chapter 175. This is the empire your father built for you. Young master. The old steward, Horden, suddenly asked, do merchants and bounty hunters need to pay an entry fee when they enter our territory? Of course. An entrance fee will definitely be charged. Golden Oasis is Lin Yi's private property. In this vast desert, how could he not charge protection money when he provided safe haven for merchants and bounty hunters? Lin Yi thought for a moment and asked, how did they collect it in Forest City? The old steward, Horden, said, the entrance fee to Forest City is 1 gold coin per person, payable once, and allows free entry and exit within 3 days. Lin Yi said, then we'll accept 10 gold coins, and the time limit is 3 days. 10 gold coins. The old butler, Horden, took a breath. Isn't it too high? In the kingdom of Stanlow, 10 gold coins are enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a month. Lin Yi said with a smile, the geographical environment is different, so the price is naturally different. Nowadays, the Carol Desert is full of the dead, and the living environment is harsh. I provide them with asylum. They will certainly pay a higher price. In the desert, sometimes a bottle of water can sell for the price of gold, let alone a safe haven where water and food are available for sale. Once inside the Golden Oasis, they didn't even need to worry about whether it would be cold at night. This is paradise in the desert. If he doesn't raise the entrance fee, how can he justify the harsh environment of the Carol Desert? Young master is right. The old butler, Horden, thought about it and agreed. Lin Yi glanced at the old steward and said, you've also advanced to the extraordinary level. Congratulations. Stay in the territory and help me with its affairs. Especially in the outer city, the Jackal Aga's abilities are always limited. The old butler, Horden, was no more talented than the little maid, Sally. His growth potential is at its limit, which is extraordinary. Continuing to hunt will not yield any experience rewards. Just like the Royal Judgment Griffin Knights under Lin Yi's command, who belong to the Ace team. Their growth potential is at the peak of the extraordinary level. Now they have basically reached this level, and it is almost impossible to improve further. Lin Yi plans to recall the Royal Griffin Knights, an ancient trance who have reached the limit of their growth potential back to their territory after a while. They were told to stop going out hunting. Instead, they enter the Profession Skill Tower to train. Although their level cannot be increased further, they can continue to enhance their combat power by comprehending and learning more high-level skills. The reason for not issuing the order now is, it's because there are just too many undead creatures in the wild. They can't kill them all. They simply can't kill them all. Although they cannot gain experience by participating in the battle, they can still kill monsters and obtain gold coins. It's not too late to recall them after Lin Yi's army has expanded further. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the old butler, Hua Duan, nodded in agreement. He was also preparing to bring this up with his young master. His level has reached the extraordinary realm, greatly increasing his lifespan. Living for 200 years is entirely possible. If he also benefits from the Elven spring water, his lifespan will be even longer. That's enough to see our young master marry and have children, continuing the Tulip family line. Thinking of this, the old butler, Hoden, was secretly delighted, feeling that he might soon see the birth of a new generation of the Tulip family. There is a problem. He had heard rumors about half-elves. Occasionally, wandering minstrels would sing related ballads, the gist of which was the story of a human and an elf falling in love and having half-elf offspring. Lin Yi was unaware of the wild thoughts in the mind of the old butler, Hua Dian. If he knew, he would definitely be speechless. As for Lin Yi herself, he has no plans to become a father at this time. Even if I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad, I have to conquer the Holy Continent first. In the future, you might even be able to hold your own baby in your arms, stand in the outer space, point to the sacred continent beneath your feet, and proudly say, "Look, this is the empire your father built for you." At this moment, the old butler, Horden, suddenly said, "Young master's aura is becoming increasingly powerful. It seems to me that it is even more vast than Miss Aurelia's." He knew that the three Windrunner sisters were all powerful. Especially Aurelia, the eldest sister, is a powerful demigod. Lin Yi smiled and said, "That's true. Aurelia is now a mid-level demigod, while I have already reached the level of a high-level demigod." Upon hearing this, the old butler, Hoden, was stunned. He only woke up after Lin Yi repeatedly told him to rest. However, the terrifying title of high-level demigod kept echoing in his mind. By the goddess of magic, young master has actually reached the level of a high-level demigod. The old butler, Houghton, was incredulous. This night was destined to be sleepless for him. All the miracles of the Golden Oasis were not as shocking as the advancement of his young master to a high-level demigod. Lin Yi then returned to the city hall, organized the spoils brought back by the various troop groups. They stored up things like gold coins. All the blueprints for troop types were used. Looking at the time again, it was already past midnight, and Lin Yi summoned the new day's troops. From then on, the size of his undead army reached nearly 3 million. The total size of the Royal Griffin Knights army exceeded 170,000, and the number of ancient Trants also exceeded 50,000. The military strength has increased visibly. After dealing with matters concerning the territory, Lin Yi returned to the backyard. The Spider Queen Bernice and her maid Sally were whispering to each other while waiting for Lin Yi. In short, this is another night where people need to stick together for warmth. Chapter 176: The Rules of the Golden Oasis. The next day, the number of merchants and bounty hunters gathering outside Oasis City has increased dramatically. As the old steward, Hoden, had said, 2 other teams, consisting of merchants and bounty hunters, had also arrived at the Golden Oasis early that morning. This led to the number of merchants and bounty hunters gathering here exceeding 10,000. However, they did not cause any chaos. It was actually very quiet. The reason is simple. Later, the merchants and bounty hunters were also intimidated by the Royal Griffin Knights, an ancient tree spirit legion that went out hunting early in the morning. The overwhelming flock of golden griffins was enough to shut up the arrogant ones among them. The merchants and bounty hunters who arrived yesterday were equally shocked. Visibility is low at night. It's much clearer during the day. They gained a deeper understanding of just how terrifying the Royal Griffin Knights, an ancient Treant legion of the Golden Oasis, truly were. It seems to be more than yesterday. When it got to morning, the anxious merchants and bounty hunters finally witnessed the opening of the city gates. Several large, eternal tree-like guardians stood at the city gate. Immediately afterwards, an old man dressed in a magic robe walked out of the city. Upon witnessing this scene, the merchants and bounty hunters present gathered around. They politely inquired whether they could enter the golden oasis and pay their respects to its inhabitants. Some merchants said they brought a large quantity of valuable goods and wanted to trade with the gold oasis. Some bounty hunters also claimed that they hoped to live in the golden oasis long term, using it as a supply point to hunt undead creatures in the wild. The noise was very chaotic. The merchants and bounty hunters quieted down after the old man coughed a few times. The old steward, Horden, began, "My lord warmly welcomes you, but there are a few things you need to know before you can enter the golden oasis. First, the entrance fee is 10 gold coins, and the time limit is 3 days. Second, once you enter the oasis, no one may disturb the normal work of the inhabitants, let alone cause trouble. Otherwise, you may be expelled or even subjected to more severe punishment. Third, you are not allowed to enter the inner city without permission. Your activities are limited to the outer city area. Fourth, the ecological environment of the oasis must not be damaged. Fifth, Horden went on to point out many things to be aware of. The merchants and bounty hunters present listened very attentively. In ordinary towns or small territories, they wouldn't care about these things. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The golden oasis is stronger, so they naturally have to abide by the rules. To put it bluntly, this is the Carol Desert, where dying is as easy as stepping on an ant. Even if the army of the golden oasis wiped them all out, they would have nowhere to seek justice. Therefore, following the rules is essential. Running wild on someone else's turf, even if you die, it's all for nothing. That's all I have to say for now. The old butler, Horden, said, "After you pay the entrance fee, you can come with me into the oasis. I will take you to the residential area." After saying that, the old steward turned and walked into the city. The merchants and bounty hunters present quickly lined up and respectfully paid the city entry fee. Meanwhile, people were whispering among themselves. A city entrance fee of 10 gold coins is outrageously expensive. The entrance fee to our capital city, the Free Alliance of Yais, is only 3 gold coins. You're talking nonsense. Where is this place? It's the desolate Carol Desert, and there's a plague of undead here. We're already being generous by providing you with a safe haven, and you're complaining about the price. If you think it's too expensive, you can camp outside the city. I just said it offhand. The vast majority of merchants and bounty hunters are still quite reasonable. Even if they have grievances, they dare not express them. They dared not cause trouble or forcibly enter the city. Did you expect there to be 6 enormous tree men, each tens of meters tall, standing at the city gate? The magical energy emanating from these tree ants was at least at the peak of the extraordinary realm, with some even reaching the saint level, wielding the power of a domain. If they dare to cause trouble, they'll be smashed into a pulp with a stick. Are these tree people also ancient tree people? They seem to be even more powerful and better equipped than those ancient tree ants. Who knows? I've never even seen a regular tree person before. It took more than an hour. Only then did the merchants and bounty hunters outside the city enter the golden oasis. As soon as they entered, everyone gasped, their faces filled with shock. They had no idea that behind that majestic city wall lay a dense forest, teeming with life and nature, even more so than the forest of life. By the goddess of light, the elemental magic here is unimaginably abundant. Cultivating here is definitely several times faster than anywhere else. Luxurious forests and wildflowers everywhere. Is this an ecological world created by the spirits of nature? This is only the outer city. I wonder what the inner city looks like. I've heard that there's a very famous lake in the golden oasis called Sapphire Lake, which should be located within the inner city. What's so special about Sapphire Lake? This morning when I was flying high in the sky, I saw that in the center of the golden oasis there was an ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, just like the legendary elf mother tree. Unfortunately, the distance is too far, and I don't dare to fly directly to the skies above the golden oasis to take a look. Why wouldn't you dare? Shortly after I took off, I sensed that I was being locked onto by those magic cannons on the city wall. My intuition told me that if I dared to cross the wall, I would be blasted into dust in the next second. I really wouldn't dare. In the square of the residential area, tens of thousands of merchants and bounty hunters gathered here. The old butler, Horden, said, "You can wander around now. There are plenty of vacant wooden houses in the residential area. If you want to buy or rent one, there are people in the market who will assist you. There are also shops in the market selling food, water, equipment, skill books, and even Elven spring water. You can also buy or rent any vacant shops if you are interested." Our Gold Oasis transaction tax rate is 15%. No stalls may be set up for trading outside of markets. Once discovered, the trader will be expelled and the goods will be confiscated. Upon hearing this, the faces of the businessmen present changed drastically. A tax rate of 15% is more greedy than a dragon. After all, this is a business tax. Even after several adjustments, the tax rate in Forest City has barely reached 10%. The newly opened Golden Oasis is actually this dark? Chapter 177. Forget about the principal. You'll lose your underwear. At this time, someone raised their hand and shouted, Master Butler, what is this professional skill book you mentioned earlier? He's a bounty hunter and doesn't care about tax rates. Even if transactions are conducted in the market, it is the merchants who pay the taxes. The old butler, Horton, explained, Profession skill books are a specialty of our Golden Oasis. They contain various skills that professionals can learn, including but not limited to magic, combat skills, archery, and so on. After using a skill book, a professional can immediately learn the sealed skills within it, and to the point of mastering its application. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Such fantastical things exist? They suspected that the old butler, Hodin, was exaggerating. The Holy Continent also has similar magic scrolls that contain skills, but users need to rely on their own talent to learn and comprehend them, and they also need to undergo a long period of training. It's impossible to achieve success overnight. In contrast, the professional skills book, mentioned by the old butler, Hodin, is something that can be learned and mastered in seconds. It's somewhat unbelievable. At this moment, a merchant said, It's true. Not long ago, the Crystal Merchant Guild auctioned off several skill books, all of which contained king-level skills. The lowest price they fetched was a sky-high 130,000 gold coins. This indirectly confirms that what the old butler, Horton, said was true. However, this also deterred the bounty hunters present. Too expensive. Such things are only affordable for the nobles of those kingdoms. The old steward, Horton, said with a smile, The auction price will definitely be higher. The skill books we sell in our own territory are very affordable. The lowest price for a king-level skill book is only 100,000 gold coins. The bounty hunters rolled their eyes. For them, 130,000 gold coins and 100,000 gold coins are basically the same thing. Anyway, they can't afford it, so just listening to it is fine. After informing me of many other matters, the old butler, Horton, then dismissed the bounty hunters present. The remaining merchants swarmed around. They brought a large amount of goods from Forest City, including food, wine, brocade, gold and silver artifacts, etc., in order to do business with the Golden Oasis. You can make money in the Forest City from the Golden Oasis. They can also sell their goods to the Gold Oasis. This is trade. The old butler, Hodin, was also very enthusiastic, taking the merchants on a tour of the market. As for the goods in the hands of these merchants, he wasn't interested. Even their young master showed no interest in buying it. Because it's transported over a long distance, the price is much higher than the market price in Forest City. Why don't they just go to Forest City to buy things? After all, Golden Oasis now has its own chamber of commerce. Old Steward Horton said, You can rent or buy shops in the market and sell your goods to those bounty hunters. The undead scourge in the Carol Desert is unlikely to end anytime soon, and more bounty hunters will come to our territory. Our oasis has a very promising future. Upon hearing this, the merchants knew that the goods they brought could not be sold to the Golden Oasis. However, they were not disappointed, because that's not their primary objective. Their goal was still to purchase the fairy spring water from the Golden Oasis. The Crystal Merchant Guild's reputation in Forest City soared because it boarded the Golden Oasis's ship. They also want to become the second Crystal Merchants Association. Upon learning of the merchants' intentions, the old steward, Hodin, immediately smiled and led them to the trading post, saying, Our territory has a total of 3,000 shops. Prices vary depending on the location, ranging from 300,000 gold coins to 5 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, a portly middle-aged merchant nodded and said, This price is indeed very favorable. I previously bought a shop in an ordinary location in Forest City for a full 4 million gold coins. Compared to Forest City, the shops in your territory are indeed cheaper. Other businessmen also expressed their agreement. They had expected the shops in Golden Oasis to be ridiculously expensive, just like the entrance fee, but they were surprised to find them so cheap. They speculate that this is because the Golden Oasis is not very popular right now. If there were hundreds of thousands or millions of people, the shops would definitely not be this price. They could be several times more expensive. But at this very moment, the old butler, Hoden, chuckled and said, "Don't misunderstand, I was referring to the rental price, for a 3-month term, not the selling price. The selling price would be at least 20 times higher." Upon hearing this, every single businessman present turned green with rage. They said they took back what they had just said. The Golden Oasis never gave them any surprises. They're as ruthless as ever. The portly middle-aged merchant said angrily, "Steward, do you think we're fools? We'd spend hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of gold coins to rent your shop for 3 months, and we wouldn't even make back our principal. That is, forget about the principal, you'll lose your underwear." The other merchants were also filled with anger. The old steward, Hoden, said with a smile, "Please be patient, everyone, let me finish. By renting or purchasing our shops, you can buy Elven spring water within our territory. The higher the price of the shop, the greater the discount on the Elven spring water. These are all wholesale prices for members. It's definitely cheaper than the market price in Forest City. No matter which kingdom or city you sell it in, you'll make a fortune." These words were spoken. The businessmen present immediately became breathless. Someone asked in confusion, "Steward, does your Golden Oasis have that much Elven spring water? Can you supply it to all the merchant guilds present here?" "You don't need to worry about that." The old steward, Hoden, said, "As long as you have the gold coins, you can take the Elven spring water you want from our territory. In addition, we now only sell high-quality Elven spring water." Hiss! The businessmen gasped in shock. High-grade Elven spring water, this is a good thing. If you go up another level, that's the legendary water of life. The portly middle-aged businessman shouted, "Stop talking. Butler, give me the most expensive shop in your market." "I want one too. I want one too." Other merchants also shouted their orders eagerly. Now, they no longer say that Golden Oasis is ruthless and heartless. After all, that's high-grade Elven spring water. The market price is nearly 14,000 gold coins per bottle. With the discounts offered by Golden Oasis, if they purchase a few thousand or tens of thousands of bottles, it will be enough for them to make a fortune. The cost of renting a shop is nothing to them. The auction house also offers VIP cards. The shops in the market serve as proof of these merchants' VIP status in the Golden Oasis. Chapter 178, Acquaintances. There were approximately 200 caravans present. Some of them aren't even chambers of commerce. He's just a small businessman, similar to Sophia's first visit to the Golden Oasis. However, they also eagerly purchased shops in Golden Oasis. If you don't have enough money, then buy the cheaper one. In short, they were going to take a batch of fairy spring water from the Golden Oasis. For them, the 3-month lease on the shop is equivalent to 3 months of purchasing rights for the fairy spring water. With a few more trips, they can easily make their money back. Soon, after a flurry of activity by the staff, Gold Oasis sold nearly 200 shops of all sizes. Prices range from a maximum of 5 million gold coins to a minimum of 300,000 gold coins. Most merchants buy shops in the middle price range. Finally, Gold Oasis also earned a total of approximately 300 million gold coins. I have a question. That is, many of the merchants only brought crystal cards. Very few people carry physical gold coins. It's inconvenient and also wastes storage space for equipment. Crystal cards are different. Transactions and transfers can be easily accomplished. Lin Yi's Lord system does not accept crystal cards, only physical gold coins. However, it's not a big problem. It's just a matter of making a trip to Forest City to withdraw the gold coins. It won't take much effort. Given Lin Yi's current strength, a single spatial teleportation would be enough to reach Forest City, which is why the old butler, Hoden, readily accepted the crystal cards. After obtaining the shop certificate, one of the merchants asked impatiently, "Steward, can we go and purchase the Elven spring water now?" The other merchants also looked nervously at the old butler, Hoden. By now, a considerable amount of money has already been spent. They didn't want any more trouble. The old butler, Hoden, said with a smile, "Of course. There are shops in the market that specialize in selling fairy spring water. If you need to purchase fairy spring water in large quantities, you can register there. After paying the gold coins, you can leave the Golden Oasis with the fairy spring water within an hour. Regarding the issue of discounts and offers, the person in charge of that shop will explain it to you in detail." "Thank you very much, butler." Upon hearing this, the merchants immediately swarmed out of the trading area. It was as if they were afraid that if they were a step too late, the fairy spring water of the Golden Oasis would be sold out. In fact, their worries were completely unnecessary. Since the day before yesterday, Lin Yi has been drawing water from the fairy spring. A single well can draw approximately 250,000 bottles of fairy spring water. Between the day before yesterday and yesterday, he smoked a total of 500,000 bottles. Today, the Elven spring in the Elf spring is full again, and he hasn't had a chance to draw water from it yet. In total, he now has more than 700,000 bottles of fairy spring water. More than 700,000 bottles of fairy spring water, and of high quality at that. What does this mean? At a market price of 14,000 gold coins per bottle, that's approximately 10 billion gold coins. It's simply impossible for these merchants to come up with 10 billion gold coins to buy up all the Elven spring water in the Golden Oasis. Even the natural elf kingdom couldn't produce that many gold coins in a short time. Lin Yi would be very happy if she could sell even 1/5 of them. Why didn't you leave? Several merchants stayed behind. Old Steward Horden looked at them and said with a smile, "What? Are you all not interested in the Elven spring water? Our territory also produces dragon fruit, silvertail fish, moose meat, and a large quantity of equipment. These are all available for purchase. Dragon fruit and silver-tailed fish are considered auspicious creatures with extremely high value. Although moose are common animals, they live in the desert. They could also fetch a good price if resold to human kingdoms in the land of abundance. The principle of scarcity makes things valuable applies here." However, the businessmen did not respond. One of the younger-looking businessmen said with a smile, "Butler Horden, don't you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, suddenly changed his expression slightly. The people he knew were all in the kingdom of Stanlow. Before the old butler, Horden, could speak, the young man continued, "Old butler, you're not what you used to be, so it's normal that you don't recognize me. However, I still remember you. Last year, when my caravan passed through the Tulip family's territory, we were warmly received by Earl Landerton. Unfortunately, a year has passed, and things have changed. When we set foot on that familiar land again, the Tulip family no longer existed." Old Butler Horden seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the young man, he said, "So it's young Master Angus from the Rostock family. Long time no see." The young man named Angus nodded slightly and said with a smile, "I've heard about the Tulip family's deeds, and I regret it. But now that I see Butler Horden living so comfortably in the Carol Desert, I'm relieved. I suppose the Lord of the Golden Oasis must be young Master Lin Yi. I heard you escaped from the capital. The kingdom's law enforcement team has also been unable to find any trace of you. It's hard to believe that we've arrived in the Carol Desert." The old steward, Horden, said, "What happened in the kingdom of Stanlow is now a thing of the past for us. My young master is now the lord of the Carol Desert." Angus chuckled and said, "I'm afraid some people don't think that way." The old butler, Horden, frowned slightly. "What are you trying to say?" Angus said, "His Majesty the King doesn't really care about a small Tulip family, but he is very unhappy about young Master Lin Yi's defection. He once ordered a nationwide manhunt. But I believe that if young Master Lin Yi is willing to cooperate with the kingdom for mutual benefit, not only can the Countess and Countess imprisoned in the capital regain their freedom, but the Tulip family's flag can also be planted on the land of the kingdom again." The old butler, Horden, sneered and said, "Since when has your Rostock family been able to represent that senile old king?" Angus didn't mind the tone of the old butler, Horden. He said with a faint smile, "Our family has recently joined the kingdom's Royal Merchant Guild Alliance, and is therefore qualified to have an audience with His Majesty the King. So that's how it is." The old butler, Horden, said, "I'm quite curious. What do you mean by win-win cooperation?" Angus said excitedly, "It's simple, let's produce elf spring water together. With the kingdom's strong support, we will definitely be able to spread the sales of elf spring water all over the Holy Continent." Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, suddenly looked strange. He looked at the young nobleman from the Rostock family with the kind of look one would give someone an idiot. I was very surprised. "Young Master Angus, how could you utter such an idiotic statement? My Golden Oasis possesses a massive army of Royal Griffin Knights and an ancient Treant Legion. Do you really think we would fear the kingdom of Stanlow's bounty?" Ever since they learned that their young master was planning a rebellion, old butler Horden eagerly awaited this day. Cooperation? Cooperation, my foot. The reason there was no direct war was because of the undead scourge that appeared in the Carol Desert. Chapter 179, since we can't hide it anymore. Let's take the initiative. When called an idiot, Angus was furious. The merchants, or rather guards, standing behind him also glared angrily at the old butler, Horden. If this weren't a golden oasis, they certainly wouldn't have been able to suppress their anger. Angus took a deep breath. "Old butler, don't forget, The Count and Countess are still imprisoned in the capital's jail. They were originally waiting to arrest your young master before interrogating them together. Cooperating with the kingdom is your only chance to save the Countess. If you don't want the Count and Countess to be executed. The old butler, Hoden, said, "You've reminded me. You'd better inform the old king immediately and escort my master and mistress safely to the Golden Oasis, or the consequences will be unbearable for you." Then there's nothing to discuss. Angus planned to report to the kingdom after leaving the Golden Oasis. He thought for a moment and then said, "Butler Horden, I hope our conversation just now won't affect our purchase of the fairy spring water in the Golden Oasis." "Of course not." The old butler, Horden, said calmly, "My young master treats all merchants equally. As long as you have the gold coins, you can purchase the fairy spring water. The Golden Oasis never has too many gold coins. Use the gold coins of the Kingdom of Stanlow to enhance the strength of the Golden Oasis. Then attack the Kingdom of Stanlow again. My young master will be very happy too." "That's good." Angus breathed a sigh of relief. Without looking back, he left the shop transaction point with his followers. "Young Master Angus, you are still too hasty. The Golden Oasis is not just home to the master and servant. It is home to a large and elite army. In addition, the distance is great, so they have enough confidence to disregard His Majesty the King's authority. No matter how angry His Majesty the King is, it would be difficult for them to send a large army across the Forest of Life to attack the Golden Oasis." "I know I'm anxious," Angus said with a gloomy expression. "I was also stimulated by the abundant Elven spring water reserves in the Golden Oasis. They must have mastered the magical secret technique of mass-producing Elven spring water. If we can obtain it, our Rostock family will surely be able to prosper for generations. Damn it, you should have reminded me to be mindful of my behavior sooner." An elderly man walking behind him had a twitching face. Angus was clearly blinded by greed. Even he felt that what Angus had just said was incredibly foolish. Was his reminder useful? Ultimately, he was just jealous of how much gold the Golden Oasis had earned. Gold Oasis earned hundreds of millions of gold coins simply by selling shops. Anyone would be envious of something like this. The old king, sitting on his throne, would probably be restless once he learned of the Golden Oasis. After all, the Golden Oasis is now a huge gold mine. Anyone who takes a bite will have their mouth oozing with oil. Afterwards, the group arrived at a shop selling fairy spring water. It took 2.5 hours of queuing to buy a batch of fairy spring water, totaling 3,000 bottles, costing nearly 40 million gold coins, after discounts. Angus and his group have used up all the gold coins they brought. This made Angus even more jealous. His eyes turned bloodshot when he saw one merchant after another transferring huge sums of gold coins to the Golden Oasis. If so many gold coins fell into his hands, he could definitely increase his family's power tenfold. Angus was afraid that he would do something irrational again. Therefore, after obtaining the fairy spring water, he quickly left the Golden Oasis and immediately reported any information about the Golden Oasis to his Marquis father, who was far away in the Kingdom of Stanlow. After listening to Angus's story, after a long silence, his father uttered 2 words, "Idiot." This left Angus speechless. He could only repeatedly say that he knew he was wrong. If there is a next time, he will definitely learn from this experience. On the other side, the old butler, Horden, also found Lenny. He relayed the entire conversation between Angus and his young master to his master. This includes news that the Countess and Countess were imprisoned in the capital. The old butler, Hoden, said, "Young master, I know you are worried about the safety of the master and madam, but on this issue, we must not compromise with the Kingdom of Stanlow. I am well aware of the vile nature of those nobles in the capital. They will only become more and more demanding." Lin Yi remained silent. He thought to himself, old butler Hodern is overthinking it. He will not back down in the slightest. On the contrary, he will take the initiative to attack. Even if the Count and Countess died in the capital because of this, it wouldn't matter. He could simply reverse time and resurrect them. The Countess was just an ordinary person. Earl Landorton was only a peak-level king-class professional. With his current strength as a high-level demigod, resurrecting them would be a very simple matter. Of course, if they really died. Lenny said, "Since we can't hide it anymore, let's make our move." Make a move. The old butler, Horden, was taken aback. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, are we rebelling now?" Lin Yi smiled faintly. "It's not a rebellion. It's about creating a better future for the people of the Kingdom of Stanlow. I won't allow that foolish old king to continue exploiting them." Old butler Hoden thought to himself. Isn't it all the same thing? Young master, wouldn't it be too hasty to declare war on the kingdom of Stanlow now? Our territory's legion is indeed very powerful, and with several demigods overseeing it, sweeping through the kingdom of Stanlow should not be a problem. However, it will be difficult to rule over the vast territory of the kingdom of Stanlow, as we do not have enough manpower. Kill some, and take in others. This problem is easy to solve. Lin Yi said. As for loyalty, there's even less to worry about. Those who surrender will be even more loyal to me, and they will manage the various cities and towns of the Stanlow kingdom very well. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Hoden, said nothing more. He simply asked, Young master, when shall we declare war on the kingdom of Stanlow? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, Tomorrow. The new unit buildings will spawn tonight. The mission to conquer Dragonfall Canyon will also be completed. By tomorrow, he will have an even larger army. In addition, having earned so many gold coins today, he should make good use of them to make himself stronger. At that very moment, a notification suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Congratulations, Lord. You have triggered a new special quest. Mission objective: conquer or destroy the kingdom of Stanlow and become its new king. Mission rewards: 1 ultimate unit building upgrade blueprint, 2 ultimate territory building blueprints, and 1 level increase for yourself. Looking at the information prompts in my mind, Lin Yi thought to herself, well done. Now, even the elf queen can't stop him from destroying the kingdom of Stanlow. Chapter 180, A Great Harvest. It was afternoon. The sale of the fairy spring water is basically settled. The merchants also left the Golden Oasis immediately. They needed to hurry back to the Forest City or other cities to earn money. When they left behind some followers and goods they had brought from the Forest City. They naturally wanted to open the newly purchased shop. Even a small profit was still profit. They are now hoping that more bounty hunters and professionals will come to the Gold Oasis. That way, their business will flourish. After all, there is only one city, Golden Oasis, within a radius of 100 or 200 kilometers. Once you gain popularity, it's impossible not to make money. The bounty hunters did not leave. They would temporarily reside in the Golden Oasis, using it as a central point to clear out the undead creatures in the vicinity. This is certainly not voluntary labor. They received relevant missions from the Bounty Hunters Guild. In addition, they can obtain magical materials from undead creatures, such as the poison glands of rotting corpses, the eyes of gargoyles, the teeth of ghouls, etc., which can be sold for money. This is also part of a bounty hunter's daily work. They're either on their way to accept a quest or fighting monsters. With these bounty hunters around, a number of cabins in the Golden Oasis have been rented out. The prices are certainly far lower than those of shops in the market, but they still allow Lin Yi to earn a little money. As evening fell, the bounty hunters who had gone out hunting returned to the Golden Oasis one after another. To everyone's surprise, a notice board had been added at the entrance to the residential area. The above is a bounty mission posted by Golden Oasis. Acquire magic crystals, magic gems, the soul essence of undead creatures, and various magical materials. Each item has a price listed on it. It's similar to the Forest City. This made the bounty hunters very happy. Since the Golden Oasis was willing to buy their spoils, they no longer needed to cross the desert to bring them to the Forest City to sell, nor did they need to sell them at low prices to those merchants. Suddenly, they felt a greater sense of belonging to the Golden Oasis. At least we don't have to leave here in the short term. For the Golden Oasis, issuing these bounty missions is also very beneficial. The acquired materials can be used to build equipment. With bounty hunters having more money, they can further boost the economy of the Golden Oasis. Whether they buy supplies at shops within their own oasis or spend money at the merchant shops, Lin Yi can make money. This is the city hall. The old housekeeper, Hoden, is reporting today's profits to Lin Yi. Young master, the old steward said, today we rented a total of 193 shops, earning over 289 million gold coins. We also rented over 4,200 wooden houses, earning over 7.4 million gold coins. Then there's the sale of the fairy spring water. A total of over 142,000 bottles of fairy spring water were sold. The profit is approximately 1.8 billion gold coins. We also sold a batch of dragon fruit, moose meat, and coyote pelts. In total, we have earned over 2.1053 billion gold coins today. About 80% of these gold coins were settled in the form of crystal cards, which need to be withdrawn in cash at the guild in Forest City. Rounded up, it comes to exactly 2.1 billion gold coins. If converted into Lord's gold coins, it would amount to 210 million. It was a resounding success. Lin Yi said with a smile. With this gold coin, my strength will definitely reach a new level. If I can go a step further and advance to the peak of demigod, then I won't be afraid of even a sub-god. Upon hearing this, the old butler, Horden, also became excited. The stronger the young master is, the less likely any enemy will dare to provoke the golden oasis. Look, those major chambers of commerce from the forest city are very clever. They lease shops and purchase Elven spring water in one go, without any hesitation. Only that young nobleman named Angus was truly foolish. They actually dared to threaten the golden oasis. They really don't know how to spell the word death. The old butler, Horden, said, "Young master, should I go to the city of forests?" Linny waved her hand and said, "No need, I'll go myself this time." The old butler was still too slow. Even with a golden griffin for transportation, it would still take until the next day to return to the golden oasis. He can reach the forest city in an instant. After withdrawing the gold coins, he will at most spend some time with Sophia at the Crystal Merchant Guild, which won't take long. He was waiting until midnight to see what new unit buildings would be added. The old butler, Horden, didn't say much. With the strength of our young master, a high-level demigod, let alone going to the forest city, he should have no problem even making a 7-in-7-out rampage in the capital of the Stanlow Kingdom. Shortly after the old butler, Horden, left the city hall, Lin Yi received a task notification from the Lord system. "Congratulations, Lord. Your heroes have successfully conquered Dragonfall Canyon, and you have completed side quests too. You have obtained one blueprint for an ultimate unit building upgrade. Ultimate unit building upgrade blueprints. Blueprint information. After use, you can upgrade the specified unit building to the ultimate unit building." It's a very simple information introduction, but it made Lin Yi's inner world tremble uncontrollably. After developing in the Golden Oasis for so long, he finally obtained the ultimate upgrade blueprint for a troop building, which can increase the recruitment capacity of a specified troop building by 10 times. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. In addition, he had also considered this aspect. If the randomly generated troop building level is not high tonight, then he will upgrade the Ancient War Mother Tree to the ultimate troop building. After all, the Ancient War Mother Tree is a grand level unit building. The recruited Ancient Treants and Eternal Treant Guardians have all reached the Saint level in terms of growth potential. This is something that the Royal Griffin Rider Training Grounds and the Burial Grounds cannot compare to. Relatively speaking, upgrading the Ancient War Mother Tree offers better value for money. Today, Dragonfall Canyon has been successfully conquered. Aurelia and the others should be back soon. Chapter 181 Altar, Coffin, Lich. Here in Dragonfall Canyon, countless undead creatures knelt on the ground in worship. Leading the group were hundreds of saint-level undead bosses. There are tens of thousands of undead kings of various kinds. For example, the Skeleton King, the Ghost King, the Gargoyle King, the Abomination King, and so on. Some of them are of very low level, even inferior to some high-level undead creatures, but as kings, they have the ability to summon and subdue ordinary undead. With them around, the undead army can expand rapidly. Standing before them were Aurelia and the others. This includes the Devouring Dragon Python King, the Zombie Dragon King Wallace, the Skeleton Dragon King, and so on. The dragon spirit sat atop the giant dragon head of the Devouring Dragon Python King. She reached out her little hand and patted the head of the Devouring Dragon Python King. As if activated, the Devouring Dragon Python King immediately shook its mental consciousness and said to the saint-level undead and the undead king present, "After we leave, you will lead your respective undead legions to various regions to exterminate and subdue the undead creatures in those regions. Evil intelligent races, including gnolls, lizardmen, kobolds, and so on, are also your targets for extermination. Your main task is to expand the size of the undead army. The Scourge, led by the Lich, is sweeping across the entire Carol Desert. What you need to do is replace them. Let war tell those dead souls that the masters of our golden oasis are the true king of calamities. Praise the master. Praise the master." The holy ranked undead and undead kings present responded by shaking their spiritual power. After swearing allegiance to Lin Yi and the golden oasis, they were branded. The power emanating from the Lord system is subtly transforming them. Make them loyal only to Lin Yi. It won't take long. These newly surrendered undead will become just like the Devouring Dragon Python King and others, fiercely loyal to Lin Yi and the Golden Oasis. By that time, let alone liches, even if a sorcerer god dared to oppose their master, they would have the audacity to gang up on them and beat them up. To them, Lin Yi is the master who has given them a brand new future. No one is allowed to disrespect us. Let's get started. The devouring dragon python king finished speaking. The holy ranked undead and undead kings present quickly retreated. Soon, undead legions of varying sizes set off from Dragonfall Canyon and headed to various surrounding areas. How many undead were there in total? Sylvanas, who had already risen to the level of a demigod, inquired. Zombie Dragon King Wallace said, "There's no specific count, but I estimate it to be around 40 million, including those weak, low-level undead. This is because Dragonfall Canyon has been subjected to repeated large-scale cleanups. Lin Yi wiped out tens of millions. Aurelia and her companions have killed over 100 million undead in the past few days. During this surrender operation, they also eliminated a large number of stubborn and wicked spirits. Otherwise, the number would be even greater. 40 million. Sylvanas took a deep breath. I was shocked by this number. With such a massive undead army participating in the war, I believe that Lord will soon be able to conquer the Carol Desert. The zombie dragon King Wallace grinned and said, Master's goal is not just to conquer the Carol Desert, but the entire Holy Continent. Once this undead army has grown in size, it will be able to sweep across the territories of the major kingdoms like a cataclysmic disaster, especially in fertile lands. We are destined to be invaded by the scourge of the undead. There are billions of humans there, making it an excellent source of material for cultivating the undead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Windrunner sisters all changed slightly. However, they didn't say much. Regardless of the process, they firmly believed that their lord could make this world a better place. Once their lord ruled the world, there would be no more liches unleashing the scourge of the undead. Even the most evil intelligent races will embark on a righteous and radiant path. Let's go. Let's return to the Golden Oasis and report to the Lord. Good. The team immediately set off for the Golden Oasis. Apart from Verisa, everyone else in the team is a demigod. The dozens of undead dragons that had accompanied them did not return to the Golden Oasis, but instead embarked on a new campaign with the undead army. In the underground world thousands of meters deep in the Dragonfall Canyon, there is an incredibly large underground space. Looking around, the underground space was filled with sleeping undead creatures, bone dragons, ghost dragons, zombie dragons, and even gigantic abominations, skeleton kings, vampire kings, and so on. It has everything, and there are countless varieties. Most importantly, they are all incredibly powerful. They have generally reached the saint rank. A minority are demigods. This undead legion is the Lich King's core force. During the cataclysmic disaster at the end of ancient times, the Lich King, along with his 7 divine messengers and core followers, swept across the entire Holy Continent. However, compared to back then, the core team has also become much smaller. After all, the Lich King was the loser in that war. 4 of the 7 divine messengers have died, let alone the other undead. At this moment, all the dead are asleep. A dense, fog-like necromantic power enveloped the entire underground space. In the center of the underground space stands a magnificent altar, a full 100 meters high. It is made entirely of gold material, and its surface is engraved with countless mysterious runes. At the center of the altar, there was a coffin that was also golden. Inside the coffin lay a naked, mummified corpse, the appearance of a middle-aged man. They were bound and restrained by chains. It is clearly visible that the mummified corpse's chest rose and fell, as if its heart was beating. This mummified corpse is none other than the Lich King, who has been sleeping for nearly 10,000 years. It has now recovered, the undead scourge that is orchestrated behind the scenes in the Carol Desert. However, it never left the altar, for reasons unknown. At this moment, the Lich King slowly opened his eyes. Those were gray eyes. It exudes an aura of indifference, deathly stillness, and utter lack of emotion. The power of the law of destruction. More space and time for alternation. Such a freak has actually emerged on the Holy Continent 10,000 years later. The Lich King inexplicably felt an urge to continue sleeping for another 10,000 years. It felt that choosing to be born in this era was not a good idea. It doesn't want to confront such a pervert. However, that human doesn't seem to be a good person either. He actually possesses the power to control the undead, and has even subdued a large number of undead creatures. Furthermore, he plans to use the undead scourge to sweep across the Holy Continent. This seems like good news. The Lich King has a strong affinity for evil. Chapter 182, they ran away carrying the altar. Of course, having good feelings is one thing. The Lich King, however, knew that the young human lord did not belong to the purely evil faction. Under his command are powerful elves. There are even rare dragon spirits. This is a character who is both righteous and evil. Most importantly, that guy didn't give the Lich King any face at all. It not only swept through the entire fallen dragon canyon, but also killed its divine messenger. Transform its messengers into undead and bring them under your command. If that kid were even a little stronger, he might have stormed straight to its slumbering place and killed the Lich King himself. Therefore, it needs to be treated with vigilance and precautions. I have not yet fully mastered the art of consecrating gods, so I cannot leave the altar for the time being. Let that kid be smug for a while. I'll settle the score with him properly once I've succeeded. Thinking of this, a terrifying power surged from the Lich King's body. Almost at the same time, the chains binding it suddenly tightened. The golden altar also emitted a dazzling golden light, which shone on the Lich King. The Lich King's face immediately showed pain. This altar is called the God-Sealing Altar. It was created by a group of demigods from various intelligent races in those days. What was sealed was a lich, a god of the mortal realm. Nearly 10,000 years have passed, and the power of the investiture altar has weakened considerably. The Lich King has also fully recovered from his injuries. Power has returned to its peak. Now, it can forcibly destroy the altar of the gods. The reason it did not appear immediately was because it was very interested in the deification techniques on the altar. It was a powerful technique originating from an immortal god. Its power is so great that it can seal away a true god. If it can master it, sweeping across the holy continent will be much easier. We will never fail again, like we did back then. Soon, the terrifying power emanating from the Lich King broke free of the altar and swept across the vast underground space. In an instant, all the sleeping spirits in the underground space awoke. They knelt down around the altar of the gods. They pledged their loyalty to the great Lich King. Get up, take the altar, and leave this place. Find me a safer place to retreat into seclusion. This is the Lich King's command to the undead. Yes, it's preparing to run away. This slumbering place has been discovered by that human lord and is filled with unsettling elements. What if that kid gets greedy and tries to take advantage of its core team? Is it born into the world or not? If it were to emerge, the altar of the gods would surely collapse, and it would no longer be able to steal the secret arts of the gods contained within it. But if one does not give birth, are we just going to let it watch its own undead being taken away by that kid? I'm caught in a dilemma. So it simply ran away, not giving that human a chance. Anyway, there are similar underground spaces everywhere in the underworld, so finding another place to slumber won't be difficult. It's not too late to settle scores with that kid when it's done. After receiving the Lich King's order, the dead did not hesitate. They then lifted the 100-meter-high altar for the investiture of the gods. Some cleared the way ahead, while others cleaned up the traces behind them, and they quickly left the underground space. It's clear that their movements are very skilled. Clearly, they've done this kind of thing quite often over the years. Here at the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi had no idea that the Lich King had already fled with the altar. Even if he knew, he most likely wouldn't intervene. With his current strength, he has no way to deal with that old lich. Upon learning that Aurelia and the others were on their way back to the Golden Oasis, he set off for the Forest City. Just as he expected, after a long-distance spatial teleport, he arrived above the Forest of Life. They also used the mysteries of fate to pinpoint the location of the Forest City. Then, with the teleportation, he entered the city. It was easy, and it saved me a gold coin entrance fee. He walked along the bustling streets, appreciating the scenery of this otherworldly city-state. Compared to the Golden Oasis, Forest City is indeed far more prosperous. Even at night, the city is still brightly lit, and the streets are bustling with pedestrians. The vast majority are fully equipped professionals. Another group consisted of merchants, nobles, and tourists. Occasionally, you can see people dressed in strange clothes standing on the street playing the harp. That was a wandering poet, a profession brimming with fantasy. They traveled to every corner of the world, writing poems and singing about their sights and experiences. In the Holy Continent, bards are highly respected. Even at a nobleman's banquet, they would become the main characters, and the nobles would be very interested in their legendary lives, wanting to hear those mysterious tales from them. After wandering around for a long time, Lin Yi walked into the trade association. He was greeted by a very beautiful fox woman with a light gray, fluffy tail hidden behind her. This was the first time Lin Yi had ever seen an orc. I was curious, so I took a second look. The fox woman didn't seem to care about Lin Yi's strange look. Her experience is far richer than Lin Yi's. With a formulaic smile, she asked, "Sir, what kind of service do you wish to conduct?" Lin Yi handed over a crystal card and said, "Miss, could you please help me retrieve the gold coins inside?" "Okay, please wait a moment." The fox woman took the crystal card and asked, "How many gold coins does the master wish to withdraw?" Lin Yi said, "All of them." "Okay." The fox woman smiled and nodded again. But soon, the smile on her face froze. She stared at the magical machine in front of her with a look of utter disbelief. The numbers displayed on it filled her with astonishment. Thinking it was a mistake on her part, she tried several more times, but the numbers remained unchanged. She gasped. He stood up from his seat and said to Lin Yi with utmost respect, "Sir, could you please come with me to the VIP lounge? Since you withdrew a rather large amount of gold coins, I need to report it." "Okay." Lin Yi nodded. They followed the fox woman into the VIP room. All the way, he kept glancing at the fox girl's swaying tail behind her, really wanting to go up and pet it. I waited in the VIP room for about 2.5 minutes. A middle-aged man dressed in a magnificent robe appeared before Lin Yi, led by the fox spirit. The first time I saw Lin Yi, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Then he asked respectfully, "My lord, I am the vice president of the Forest City Trade Guild. Are you sure you want to withdraw all the nearly 1.7 billion gold coins from the crystal card?" Lin Yi said calmly, "What's wrong? Are you having trouble?" The middle-aged man explained, "Our guild's gold reserves are insufficient, and we need to borrow from other guilds, so I need to confirm this with you." Lin Yi said, "Indeed, we need to extract it all." "I understand, sir. Please wait a moment." The middle-aged man hurriedly left the VIP room. However, the fox spirit was kept by him to serve Lin Yi. Chapter 183: The Fox Girl's Tale, the Elf Song and Dance. I waited for about an hour. The middle-aged man then returned to the VIP room. He respectfully handed the crystal card and a spatial ring to Lin Yi. Lin Yi scanned the area with her mental senses and saw a mountain of gold coins piled up inside. The middle-aged man said respectfully, "Sir, we have counted the coins multiple times, and we guarantee that not a single gold coin will be missing. Please trust the reputation of our trade guild." As he spoke, he glanced at the fox woman in Lin Yi's arms. Her cheeks flushed. A knowing smile immediately appeared on his face. Lin Yi calmly put away the spatial ring and crystal card. "Putting aside the issue of trustworthiness, your efficiency is still too low. Next time, I might want to withdraw more gold coins, so I'll prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man bowed and said, "Don't worry, sir. I will contact our guild headquarters shortly to request more gold coins. I will not keep you waiting for long." Lin Yi nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the middle-aged man's attitude. However, he also knew that this was because of his strength. If it were the old butler, Hoden, coming over, let alone waiting an hour, it would be a question whether he could even successfully collect the gold coins. After all, the quantity is too large. Last time, it took the old steward a whole morning to withdraw tens of millions of gold coins. Let alone more than 1 billion? The middle-aged man asked, "May I ask how you are addressed, sir?" Lin Yi glanced at him and said with a smile, "Next time we meet, we can get to know each other better." After saying that, he pushed away the fox woman in his arms, got up and walked out of the VIP room. Watching Lin Yi's departing figure, the fox girl asked curiously, "Vice President, who is this person? Even you are so respectful." As she spoke, she rubbed her tail. "I was pinched by that person for a long time just now. If she hadn't seen the attitude of her own vice president, she definitely wouldn't have agreed." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "A high-level demigod? What's your background?" "A high-level demigod." The fox woman's eyes widened immediately. Throughout the entire Forest City, demigod-level powerhouses are almost nowhere to be seen. The Elven City Lord of the Forest City was only a peak saint-level being. Moreover, he had reached the level of a high-ranking demigod. If that lord gets angry, a single slap could turn the entire Forest City into ruins. So it's no wonder that our vice president is so respectful. Next time this gentleman returns, you will be the one to receive him. "Yes, vice president." The fox woman nodded quickly. If she treats that demigod well, she might get a promotion and a raise. In comparison, being petted for an hour doesn't seem like a big deal, does it? Shortly after leaving the trade association, a graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi said with a smile, "The City Lord's information network is quite extensive." This figure was none other than Monica, the Elven City Lord. Monica explained, "I received a warning from the city's magical device that a demigod had torn through space and entered my forest city. I never expected it to be the Lord. She really hadn't expected it. Moreover, when she looked at Lin Yi, the expression on her delicate face was filled with horror. The reason is simple. When she last met Lin Yi in the Golden Oasis, Lin Yi's level was the same as hers, at the peak of the saint rank. Now it's only been 2 or 3 days. Lin Yi has actually advanced to the level of a demigod, and he's a high-level demigod. This gave her the feeling of seeing a ghost. At the time, she was most likely wronging the elf Amy. The information from the elf Amy was correct. The only mistake was that no one expected Lin Yi's promotion speed to be so terrifying. However, she still didn't believe that Lin Yi had been promoted. She now firmly believes that Lin Yi is an ancient powerhouse whose power has been sealed away. As the seal on his body is gradually broken, it creates the illusion that Lin Yi's advancement speed is terrifying. Lin Yi said with a smile, "Business at Golden Oasis has been good lately, so I came to Forest City for a visit." "It is an honor for my Forest City," said Monica, the Elven City Lord. "If your excellency is not in a hurry, may we sit down and have a chat?" "Certainly." Lin Yi smiled and nodded, not refusing Monica's invitation. Then, Lin Yi arrived at the City Lord's mansion under Monica's guidance. Compared to his city hall, the City Lord's mansion in Forest City covers a larger area and looks more impressive. However, Lin Yi was not envious. He then upgraded the city hall into a royal palace. That would be the ultimate in grandeur and luxury. Monica prepared a lavish banquet at the Lord's villa. Then, natural spirit dancers danced and sang in the courtyard. It certainly broadened Lin Yi's horizons. The atmosphere at the banquet was quite harmonious. Lin Yi enjoyed the Elven cuisine while watching the Elven songs and dances, and occasionally chatted with Monica, the Elven City Lord. It does give you the feeling that time is passing too quickly. After the banquet was cleared away, Monica suddenly asked, "I wonder how your lordship plans to develop the Golden Oasis in the future?" Both she and Ella, the City Lord of Chadi, could see the Golden Oasis's intense desire for war. Even if the undead scourge of the Carol Desert was resolved, the Golden Oasis would likely not be at peace. If Lin Yi had stayed in the Carol Desert, that would have been fine. But if Lin Yi were to turn her gaze to the Forest of Life, that's not what Monica wanted to see. Lin Yi said with a faint smile, "Is Lord Monica worried that the military might of my Golden Oasis is too powerful and threatens your nature elf race?" Monica said, "I believe this is definitely not what Her Majesty the Elf Goddess would want to see." Lin Yi looked the Elven City Lord up and down. Then he said, "Lord Monica, I see your destiny. In the future, our relationship will go even further." Monica's lips twitched slightly. She certainly wouldn't believe Lin Yi's charlatan-like words. How could she know that Lin Yi was telling the truth? After all, Lin Yi held the power of destiny in her hands. By observing the threads of fate that bind living beings, one can glimpse certain aspects of their future. Although the future is uncertain, there are still clues to be found. At this moment, Lin Yi said again, "I have something to trouble Lord Monica with." Monica said, "Please speak, my lord." Lin Yi said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, my army will cross the southern region of the Forest of Life tomorrow morning. During this process, I do not wish to have any conflict with your nature elf race." Upon hearing this, Monica's expression changed instantly. Chapter 184, A War Decided by Fate. The Forest of Life is the territory of the nature elves. Crossing the Forest of Life is equivalent to crossing the territory of the Elf Kingdom. Most importantly, this is still the army of the Golden Oasis. If anything goes wrong along the way, it could very well trigger a war. They had to deliver the orders in advance to all the Elven cities and Elven tribes they passed through, in order to prevent conflict with the army of the Golden Oasis. This is actually not a troublesome thing, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, the initial belief of their nature elf race in ruling the Forest of Life was to maintain peace among all races and not to see war ravage innocent lives. Back then, the orcs and humans fought fiercely across the Forest of Life. War breaks out every year. Countless intelligent races were affected. It wasn't until the nature elves took control of the Forest of Life that the feud between the beastmen and humans was resolved. Now, Lin Yi has dispatched a large army across the Forest of Life. Its intention is clearly aimed at the human kingdom opposite the Forest of Life. Judging from the route taken by the Golden Oasis army, Lin Yi's target is most likely the Kingdom of Stanlo in the southwest region. If they were to allow the army of the Golden Oasis to traverse the Forest of Life, doesn't that mean their elf kingdom supports the Golden Oasis's war against the Kingdom of Stanlo? Monica said with a solemn expression, "My lord, the Holy Continent has not seen a war for a long time. All races in the world are in a very peaceful state. In our forest city, the various races can even live together in harmony. Why does your lordship wish to send a large army across the forest of life? If the bountiful human kingdom has offended your lordship, our race of nature elves can mediate and give your lordship a satisfactory answer. She did not want Lin to bring the flames of war to the land of plenty. That is the center of the sacred continent. If turmoil breaks out in the land of abundance, the entire holy continent will be thrown into chaos. Now, the scourge of the dead is ravaging the Carol Desert once again. A land of plenty needs to maintain stability even more. Lin Yi said, the conflict between me and the kingdom of Stanlow is something your nature elf race cannot resolve. Monica said seriously, we, the nature elves, firmly believe that there are no insurmountable grudges in the world. It all depends on whether we have put in enough effort. Lin Yi glanced at her and said, I come from the Tulip family of the kingdom of Stanlow. My family has been loyal to the kingdom of Stanlow for generations, but we were purged by the kingdom of Stanlow on trumped-up charges, and the entire family was wiped out. If you nature spirits insist on calming the anger in my heart, then go and bring that foolish old king before me, and make him kneel down and repent. In that case, war might not happen. Monica immediately looked conflicted. She never imagined that there was such a grudge and entanglement between Lin Yi and the kingdom of Stanlow. The hatred of a family's destruction cannot be settled with just a few words. Just like Lin Yi said, the only way to resolve this feud is to capture His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Stanlow and have him repent. But is that even possible? Even a fool would know that this is an impossible thing. Even if it means starting a war and fighting the elite army of the Golden Oasis, the Kingdom of Stanlow will not hand over their king, as it concerns the dignity of the entire kingdom. My lord, the Carol Desert is currently facing a scourge of the undead. Your territory is once again the first to bear the brunt. A conflict with the Kingdom of Stanlow would be very detrimental to your territory. Monica hoped to dissuade Lin Yi from declaring war on the Kingdom of Stanlow by taking a different approach. The implication is that this feud can be resolved after the calamity of the undead has been quelled. Lin Yi said, Lord Monica doesn't need to worry about matters concerning my territory. If your nature elf race is unwilling to let my army pass, then for the sake of the elf queen, my army will detour along the coast and enter the territory of the Kingdom of Stanlow. This is a war ordained by fate. It won't change because of anything else. Upon hearing this, Monica looked utterly helpless. She didn't want this matter to create a rift between the Golden Oasis and her race of nature elves. After all, the human lord before her was favored by Her Majesty the Elf Goddess and had the allegiance of the ancient tree spirits. Maintaining friendly relations with the Golden Oasis is the Elf Queen's order. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, while I consult with Her Majesty the Queen. The decision to grant your army passage through the Forest of Life is not something a mere city lord like myself can make. Certainly, Lin Yi said with a smile. I will wait for Lord Monica's good news at the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters. Monica nodded. Seeing that Lin Yi was about to leave, she quickly got up to see her off. After Lin Yi left the city lord's mansion, she immediately contacted the Elf Queen. However, she received no response. At this time, the Elf Queen was in the ancestral land of the elf race, praying to the great elf goddess. Monica had no choice but to contact the elf elder, who was temporarily handling the kingdom's affairs, to ask for instructions on how to deal with the Golden Oasis's invasion plan. After receiving the message, the elf elder also urgently convened a meeting of the kingdom's high-ranking officials. The army of the Golden Oasis crossed the Forest of Life to wage war against the kingdom of Stanlow, which is no small matter. The nature elves have always advocated peace. The problem is that the one who led this war was the favored one of their elven goddesses. This put the higher-ups of the elf kingdom in a difficult position. Some people say that war must not break out under any circumstances. However, some people said that this was a private feud between the goddess of the elves and the kingdom of Stanlow, and they should not get involved to avoid displeasing Lin Yi. In short, the opinions of the elf leadership could not be unified. In the end, we could only resort to the most primitive method. A vote was taken by show of hands. The minority must submit to the majority. Just as the elf kingdom was holding an emergency meeting, Lin Yi, the protagonist of the incident, was immersed in Miss Sophia's gentle fragrance. Chapter 185 The Understanding Miss Sophia. Much later, Sophia, her face flushed, nestled in Lin Yi's arms and asked softly, Why did you suddenly come to Forest City, my lord? Lin Yi said, I came to see you and take care of some things. I have to go back to Golden Oasis at midnight. So urgent. Sophia was very reluctant to leave. Lin said with a smile, we still have an hour or two. Upon hearing this, Sophia's blush deepened. She also seemed to have become more alluring. Then, she slowly shrank into the blankets. It was midnight. Lin also got dressed with Sophia's help. Sophia said, my lord, we have sold tens of thousands of bottles of high-grade Elven spring water during this period, earning nearly 200 million gold coins. In addition, I have also purchased a large quantity of food, mostly meat. Don't stop buying food. We'll acquire as many as there are. Lin said. To date, our territory has nearly 180,000 Royal Griffin Knights, and we need to supply them with a large amount of food every day. Understood, my lord. Sophia nodded. My inner world was also deeply shaken. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the number of Golden Griffin Knights in the Golden Oasis increased several times over. Perhaps it won't be long before we see the spectacular sight of 1 million Golden Griffin riders. Sophia said, my lord, purchasing food is not a long-term solution. We also need to produce our own. Lin said with a smile, don't worry. After our war with the kingdom of Stanlow ends, we will gain a vast territory and countless rich lands. At that time, the food problem will also be solved. Sophia's eyes widened immediately. My lord, you want to go to war with the kingdom of Stanlow? Good. Lin said. Tomorrow, our army will cross the Forest of Life and invade the territory of the kingdom of Stanlow. Sophia said, the nature elves will probably not allow such a thing to happen. Since the Elven kingdom ruled the Forest of Life, no alien army has ever been able to cross this forest. Humans and beastmen are sworn enemies. The peace is maintained entirely because of the existence of the elf kingdom. The race of nature elves stood in the middle. Neither humans nor beastmen dared to risk offending the nature spirits by forcibly crossing the Forest of Life to reach their territory. As for going around the Forest of Life, that's too much trouble. Take the kingdom of Stanlow as an example. If you don't go through the Forest of Life and enter the Beastmen's Plains, the shortest route is to go around the southern coast of the Forest of Life, then enter the Carol Desert, and then cross the Carol Desert to reach the Beastmen's Plains in the northwest. If you take the northern route through the Forest of Life, the route is not only longer, but also more dangerous. Because the northern part of the Forest of Life is the Arctic wasteland. There are countless bloodthirsty ice demons there. The same applies to the orcs, who also want to enter the land of fertility. This is evident. The Forest of Life is geographically very important. The Elven ancestors who proposed taking over the Forest of Life back then were clearly very wise. Lin smiled faintly. If we can't cross directly, then we'll take a detour. With the speed of the Golden Griffin, even if we detour along the coast, it won't take long. Sophia nodded. In conclusion, the Golden Griffin is also a high-level flying mount. While the Golden Griffin may not be as powerful as a pure-blooded dragon, it is certainly no match for a wyvern or other subdragon. Lin asked, has that masked man contacted you during this time? Sophia shook her head and said, there has been no contact since last time, but I suspect they are preparing for the next deal. Lin nodded slightly. He said, tell me next time you make a deal that I want to see that lich. Sophia immediately asked nervously, is my lord going to see a lich? Won't that be dangerous? Lin said with a smile. It hasn't successfully reincarnated as a lich yet, so it's the one who should be worried, not me. I've already advanced to the level of a high-ranking demigod. Upon hearing this, Sophia's mouth dropped open again. His face was filled with disbelief. When she first met Lin had not yet reached the king level. But now, he has become a demigod. And he is a high-level demigod. This promotion speed is simply outrageous. Sophia said with some melancholy, Your Excellency is already a demigod, while I am still just a level 9 professional. In the past period of time, her strength and level have hardly improved at all. Lin said, You can learn from the skill books I brought this time. The issue of rank is a minor matter. Once trade in Forest City stabilizes, you can return to the Golden Oasis. I will send Royal Griffin Knights to help you level up. Sophia quickly replied, My lord, I'm not in a hurry. My talent is not high to begin with, and even with the help of the Royal Griffin Knights, it won't improve much. I'm already very satisfied if I can help adults in the area I'm good at. Upon hearing this, Lin also gave a hug to the kind-hearted Miss Sophia. Before Lin prepared to return to the Golden Oasis. The leaders of the Elf Kingdom finally reached a consensus. The Elven City Lord Monica also contacted Lin immediately to inform him of the kingdom's decision. Lin Yi smiled and said, "The nature elves have ultimately chosen to stand by my side, tacitly allowing my army to traverse the forest of life. It seems I can't be too harsh on them in the future. Don't underestimate this matter just because it involves a few orders. However, the hidden meaning behind it is very significant. On another level, the nature elves are supporting the Golden Oasis in launching a war against the Kingdom of Stanlow, which is unprecedented in history. Once it gets out, this will inevitably deal a huge blow to the racial reputation of the nature elves. The orcs even had an excuse to use the Forest of Life as a route to invade the Land of Fertility. After all, why can the Golden Oasis do it, but the orcs can't? Are you discriminating against them, orcs?" Therefore, the Elf Kingdom set this precedent for Lin Yi, which had a very significant impact. Chapter 186 New Faction-Based Unit Buildings. Before leaving, Lin Yi summoned the two brothers, Bone Dragon Charles and Zombie Dragon Charles. After completing their mission to destroy the Flamingo Merchant Guild, these two undead dragons have been stationed at the Crystal Merchant Guild's headquarters in human form. With them around, Sophia avoided a lot of trouble. Some chambers of commerce that used to be assertive have now become much more docile. The process of the Crystal Merchant Guild taking over the Flamingo Merchant Guild's territory went very smoothly. Lin Yi said to them, "I will send a group of Royal Griffin Knights to garrison the Crystal Merchant Guild in a while, and then you can return to the Golden Oasis. Dragonfall Canyon has been destroyed. The size of the undead army in our territory has increased exponentially. At that time, you will participate in the war between the undead factions." "Yes, my great master." The two Charles brothers knelt before Lin Yi with utmost respect. They had already learned about Dragonfall Canyon and the undead army in their territory from their temporary leader, the Nether Dragon Charles. This filled them with anticipation. They are undead dragons. Leading a large undead army in the upcoming war would be a wonderful thing for them. Therefore, they longed to leave the forest city as soon as possible. Lin Yi then tossed a ball of light to both Bone Dragon Charles and Zombie Dragon Charles. Each ball contained a vast amount of soul essence, the harvest of the Royal Griffin Knights and the ancient Treant Legion during this period. Over the past few days, they have killed a massive number of undead creatures. Consider this a reward for you. You must cultivate diligently and raise your level as soon as possible. The Nether Dragon Charles has now advanced to the peak of the Saint rank. The gap between you and it is quite large. The two brothers received the ball of light, feeling both excited and apprehensive. They thought Lin Yi was blaming them for their slow cultivation speed. Lin Yi didn't say much. It then tore through space and disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the Golden Oasis. The distance of hundreds of kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. This is the advantage of mastering the mysteries of space. No matter how far the distance, as long as there is enough energy in the body, one can directly fold space and travel through it. In the future, once Lin Yi reaches the level of an immortal god and masters great divine power, he might be able to travel directly to other worlds. It could even open a gate to another world and march into another world. Of course, that's a story for another time. Shortly after returning to the Golden Oasis, it was midnight. A new day has officially begun. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the Lord system appeared in Lin Yi's mind. "Congratulations, Lord. Your talent, blessed by all races, has been refreshed. You have acquired the troop building, Temple of Faith. Should we proceed with the construction?" Construction requirements: none. Temple of Faith. Type: hybrid units. Building information: this is a faction-based unit building where you can recruit units including monks, bishops, priests, zealots, crusaders, inquisitors, and more. Construction requirements: none. There are actually troop-specific buildings like this? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. His troop building, Burial Grounds, can recruit various types of undead, but this is mainly due to his Lord talent, Awakening of Ancient Bloodlines. Without this talent, the recruited units would only be ordinary undead. Temples of Faith are different. Even without triggering the Awakening of the Ancient Bloodline, he can still recruit various types of troops. Faction-type unit buildings. There is no restriction to a single type of soldier, nor is there a distinction between ranks. If you're lucky, you might be able to recruit high-level units, such as bishops or inquisitor knights. If you're unlucky, you might recruit ordinary troops, such as priests, monks, crusaders, and so on. This is the first time I've encountered a troop-specific building like this. Lin Yi muttered to herself. Although no grand or even god-level units or buildings were randomly generated, Lin Yi was still quite satisfied with the randomness this time. The emergence of these military units made it easier for him to conquer and rule the kingdom of Stanlo, even the entire land of plenty. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately built the Temple of Faith. It also consumed nearly 500,000 Lord's Gold coins to upgrade the Temple of Faith to level 9. Temple of Faith. Level 9. Recruitable unit types include monks, bishops, priests, fanatics, crusaders, Inquisition knights, etc. Recruitment limit. 3,000 troops can be recruited per day. Next level, Ultimate Building. Upgrade requirement. Ultimate Unit Building Blueprint. Special reminder. Upgrading troop buildings to their ultimate level increases the daily troop recruitment capacity tenfold. The daily recruitment of 3,000 troops is the same as that of the Royal Griffin Knights training ground. If you calculate it that way, the Temple of Faith is roughly equivalent to a high-level military building. However, due to its special nature, there is also a chance to recruit Grand Rank units with the potential to grow into Saint Rank units. Unfortunately, it is still not as good as the Ancient War Mother Tree. Now, Lin Yi had nothing to worry about. He then took out the Ultimate Unit Building Upgrade Blueprint from his spatial ring and upgraded the Ancient War Mother Tree into an Ultimate Unit Building. Originally, the Ancient War Mother Tree was hundreds of meters tall. After being upgraded to the Ultimate Unit Building, its tree shape suddenly increased to over a kilometer. It looked incredibly magnificent. Truly towering into the clouds, it is breathtaking. At the same time, the life and natural magic emanating from the Ancient War Mother Tree surged even more intensely, almost forming mist that enveloped the entire Golden Oasis. This Golden Oasis in its current state is truly a paradise for cultivators. Especially for elves, it is no less than a holy land. Of course, the most important. It's still the base recruitment amount of the Ancient War Mother Tree, and after upgrading, it will steadily increase tenfold. Previously, they recruited 1,000 ancient trance per day. Now it's become recruiting 10,000 ancient trance a day. Add to that the 5-fold aura buff from the Lucky Altar, and you can recruit 50,000 ancient trance a day, which is even more terrifying than the Royal Griffin Knight training grounds. In addition, Lin Yi also sensed a fluctuation of spiritual consciousness on the Ancient War Mother Tree. This Mother Tree has become a spirit, and she proactively informed him. If a powerful enemy invades the Golden Oasis, it will transform into a war treant to protect the oasis. The good news is that, as an Ancient War Mother Tree that is over 1,000 meters tall, and also an ultimate troop building, once it is transformed into a war treant, its strength will directly reach the level of a demigod. Unfortunately, as a troop-specific building, it cannot leave the Golden Oasis area. Otherwise, Lin Yi insisted on holding hands with it and going to take down that lich. Chapter 187 Faith Soldiers, King of Gods. Immediately, Lin Yi began another day of recruiting soldiers. First came 50,000 ancient trance, then 15,000 Royal Griffin riders, followed by 150,000 undead units. Finally, there are 15,000 faith-based units. During the recruitment process, they also triggered the awakening of their ancient bloodlines. A large number of advanced faith-based units were created. For example, a bishop who is promoted to cardinal has the potential to grow to the saint level, making him a top-tier unit. Another crusader was promoted to crusader judge. Other Inquisition knights, monks, priests, and so on have also evolved to higher levels. The probability of evolution is approximately 15%. In other words, of the 15,000 faith units recruited, approximately 2,200 units evolved into higher-level faith units. At this moment, the Faith Legion gathered in front of Lin Yi. They knelt down in dense crowds. Their expressions revealed the reverence common to other military units, but also a fanaticism that many other units lacked. A fanaticism for their god of faith. Whether they are monks, bishops, knights of judgment, or priests, etc. They all knelt down in fervent worship before Lin Yi. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not only their lord, but also their god of faith. Lin Yi could even clearly perceive the connection between himself and these faith-based soldiers. This connection is faith. It's important to know that even many of the Royal Griffin Knights that Lin Yi initially summoned did not establish a faith connection with him, because Lin Yi was not yet a god. Although they were loyal to Lin Yi, faith still had not emerged. In contrast, these faith-based soldiers are believers of Lin Yi from birth, worshipping Lin Yi as their god. This is truly incredible. At the same time, their existence opened the door for Lin Yi to become a god through faith. As long as there are enough faith-based units, Lin Yi can easily become a deity within the faith system in the future. Praise be to you. the great king of all gods. May your will be as eternal as the world. Led by the bishops, the monks, priests, fanatics, knights of judgment, and other faith-based soldiers present shouted in unison with fervor. Listen to this almost deafening roar. Lin Yi suddenly felt her legs go weak. In the darkness, it seemed as if pairs of eyes were watching him from the unknown void. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but ultimately, isn't the title King of all gods a bit too arrogant? He hasn't even become a god yet. These religious units were thus given such an awesome divine title. These guys are really not afraid of being targeted by those gods in the void. Getting beaten up is one thing. If he were killed outright, where would he go to seek justice? Get up. Lin Yi raised her hand. After these fanatical believers stood up, he said, until I become a god, you must still call me Lord. This is the rule of our territory. As you wish, your majesty. The faith-based soldiers roared in unison. If it were any other type of soldier, Lin Yi might feel it was a bit too childish. The addition of the title King of all gods only makes it more awkward. But the sight of these faith-based soldiers in front of him gave him a strange chill. Because they are all true fanatical believers. These guys will do anything for their beliefs. Is this a Chinibu middle school syndrome? If you provoke them, you might get sexually assaulted. Lin Yi roughly tallied the types and numbers of these faith-based soldiers. Among them, there were more than 2,000 monks and fanatical monks. There are over 3,000 pastors and holy light pastors. There are more than 500 bishops and cardinals. More than 4,000 crusaders and crusader judges. The Knights of Judgment, the Holy Knights of Judgment, numbered over 2,000. In addition, there are some special faith-based units, such as fanatics, ascetics, and holy light cultists, which together make up 15,000 people. This can be described as a fully fledged legion. It has melee combat, ranged combat, and healing capabilities. Unlike the Royal Griffin Knights and the ancient Treant Legion, their unit types are very limited. In particular, these faith-based soldiers can also spread his faith. That's awesome. Originally, he planned to send a large army to declare war on the kingdom of Stanlo tomorrow. With the addition of these faith-based troops, he believed the war would proceed more smoothly. The kingdom of Stanlo is a human kingdom with a diverse range of beliefs. Temples dedicated to goddesses such as the goddess of magic, the god of knights, the goddess of holy light, the goddess of earth, and the god of commerce all exist within the kingdom of Stanlo. These gods also have a large number of followers. For example, the old butler, Horden, used to worship the goddess of magic. Now they believe in nothing but their own young master. Once he dispatches these faith-based troops, they can spread their faith while waging war. Perhaps it won't be long before the kingdom of Stanlo is left with only one deity, Lin Yi, the king of all gods. The kingdom of Stanlo is ruled by a single faith. In addition, there is the mark of the people. I believe this human kingdom will definitely go completely mad. After all the troops had withdrawn, Lin Yi began to ponder the title of King of all gods. This divine title was not given arbitrarily, but is directly related to his Lord Talent, cherisher of all races. Perhaps the purpose of the Lord system is to cultivate him into the future king of all gods. We are not ready to accept such an arrogant title. At least we'll have to wait until I become a god before we talk about it. Lin Yi felt she should work harder. Even for the sake of this divine title, he had to work hard and strive to become stronger. If he ever encounters a god who thinks he's too arrogant and wants to slap him a few times while passing by, he can slap back. Despite bearing the title of king of all gods, he couldn't defeat others. That would be too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lin Yi rushed to the backyard. After taking 2 naps, he felt refreshed and headed straight for the professional skill tower. He now has a huge sum of money and is going to have a good time. Chapter 188 The Rules of Buying. A long list appeared before Lin Yi. The above is no longer the profound meaning of a domain, but rather the profound meaning of various laws. The laws are the hallmark of demigods. Even if one becomes a god in the future, one will still need to rely on the laws. Of course, belief in gods doesn't count. Compared to the profound mysteries of the domain, the profound mysteries of the laws are also ridiculously expensive. Whether it's a top-tier rule or an ordinary rule, the price has increased tenfold. However, the Lord system also thoughtfully deducted the cost of purchasing the domain mystic arts. It's like creating laws. The price should have been 100 million Lord gold coins. Since he had already spent 10 million gold coins to purchase the domain mystery, he only needs to pay 90 million gold coins to purchase the creation law mystery. The same applies to the laws governing time and space. Purchase now and pay only 4,500 gold coins each. Lin Yi now possesses 2.3 billion universal gold coins from the Holy Continent, which translates to 230 million Lord Gold coins, allowing her to indulge in a spending spree. First and foremost is the profound meaning of the laws of creation. This rule is something you must buy. It is needed to neutralize the negative effects of the law of destruction on him. Secondly, there are the laws of time and the laws of space. These three laws will cost a total of 180 million gold coins, leaving 50 million gold coins, which can be used to purchase another top-tier law essence. 6 top laws. Only fate and cause and effect remain. These 2 rules can be left for later. Lin Yi plans to buy the Thunder Law secrets first. He has the amplification of the Lord Talent, King of Titans, which increases the power of lightning tenfold. Such a great ability should not be wasted. The remaining gold coins can be used to purchase the ultimate techniques of the Undead Law. The ultimate secrets of the Necromancer's Law are very cheap. It can be bought for just 10 million gold coins. This law can also be of great use in this cataclysmic event. Creation, time, space, thunder, and undead. The total cost was 210 million gold coins. The remaining 20 million gold coins can be used to upgrade the territory. It's perfect. After careful consideration, Lin Yi made the purchase without hesitation. Instantly, dazzling golden light surged from the void, completely enveloping his body. Countless profound laws and mysteries flowed into Lin Yi's body like streams of light and merged into his soul. Whether it's the profound meaning of a domain or the profound meaning of a law, comprehending and mastering it will simultaneously strengthen his body and soul, enhancing him in all aspects. Compared to professionals of the same level, Lin Yi's body and soul have become stronger. It could even be described as a several-fold enhancement, because he has mastered a greater number of profound techniques, and most of them are top-tier profound techniques. This is something that other demigods cannot compare to. Soon after, Lin Yi also immersed herself in comprehending the profound mysteries of various laws. His aura gradually grew stronger. Outer city area. A large number of bounty hunters gathered in the square of the residential area. They gazed at the enormous tree in the distance, its size beyond imagination, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. The elf Amy and the unicorn Teresa also stood at the door of a wooden house. She lives in a high-class residential house. Moreover, it was a double room for her and Teresa, which was much better than other houses. However, she still prefers the inner city. Especially now, she desperately wanted to know why the ancient war tree had suddenly undergone such a dramatic change. Originally over 500 meters tall, it had suddenly grown to over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This is incredible. Like the other bounty hunters in the square, she too was awakened by the strange changes in the ancient mother tree of war. Everyone witnessed the ancient war mother tree grow wildly, reaching its current size in a short period of time, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. The tree's shape was even more magnificent than the elf mother tree of their elf kingdom. Today, it far surpasses their elven mother tree. Compared to the ancient war mother tree that stands over 1,000 meters tall, their elven kingdom's elven mother tree seems no different from a small tree. How so? Could it be that Her Majesty the elf goddess has bestowed another divine miracle? Amy the elf couldn't think of any other possibilities. She now desperately wants to enter the inner city and see up close the changes in the ancient war mother tree. Unfortunately, she couldn't get in. At night, the magical defensive shield of the inner city will be activated. Even a demigod-level expert wouldn't be able to get in. She could only endure until daytime, after which she could enter the inner city once the magical defense shield was deactivated. On the other side, the bounty hunters were also amazed. For them, the mutation of the ancient war mother tree was also a miracle. Throughout the entire Holy Continent, you probably can't find an ancient tree as enormous as this. Most importantly, it grew to this size in such a short time. No one would believe it if you told them. No wonder the Golden Oasis has developed so quickly. This territory, or rather, that lord, must be blessed by the gods. This is a miracle. Even at the headquarters of the Holy Light Church, it is difficult to see such a spectacle. After that ancient tree grew larger, the life and natural magic within the oasis became several times more concentrated. With every breath, one could almost smell the aura of elemental magic. This is a paradise for professionals. Cultivating here will definitely be faster than anywhere else. I used to think the 10 gold coins entrance fee was a bit expensive, but now it seems like it's totally worth it. One bounty hunter said, I plan to stay in the Golden Oasis from now on. The Golden Oasis will buy our hunting spoils, so there's no need to go back to the Forest City. Make money here, spend money here. Plus the rich elemental magic of the oasis. My level will definitely increase quickly. Upon hearing this, the other bounty hunters also expressed their agreement. Comparatively speaking, the training environment in the Forest of Life is not as good as that in the Golden Oasis. Why did they have to travel so far? As a result, many bounty hunters decided on the spot to stay and cultivate in the Golden Oasis. The only regret: I still haven't met the Lord of the Golden Oasis. That Lord must be a terrifyingly powerful being, at least at the saint rank. Saint level? I think it's more like a demigod. The bounty hunters present were all curious about Lin Yi. Of course, there was more awe than anything else. Chapter 189: The Fall of Vastion. At the same time, a thick gray fog enveloped the entire city of Vastion. Even the moonlight could not penetrate the gray fog and reach the city. Vastion is a city built by the Sand People and belongs to the Sand People Kingdom. There are also several large oases nearby, with a population of about 300,000 Sand People. It is about 200 kilometers away from the current Golden Oasis. Long ago, the Royal Griffin Knights under Lin Yi's command had already discovered the existence of Vastion City. However, due to its strength and the backing of the Sand People Kingdom, Lin Yi had not previously considered attacking Vastion City. The battlefield where the zombie dragon King Wallace slew the dark dragon Charles was high in the sky, not far from the city of Vastion. Countless Sand People witnessed this earth-shattering battle of dragons. At that time, the city of Vastion was then attacked by the undead army. Today, the undead army besieging Vastion has grown even larger. Looking around, the area outside the city was teeming with undead creatures. A dense, dark mass, like a black tide. It covered the endless sand dunes. The scene was truly shocking and chilling. As you can see, the walls of Vastion are on the verge of collapse, with numerous cracks appearing on the surface of all four walls. The magical defensive shield surrounding Vastion has also become dim and lifeless, clearly due to low energy levels. This is the result of a siege that lasted for many days. During this period, the undead army has been attacking Vastion day and night. Whether it's day or night, there was no rest for a moment. Vastion's defenses are clearly crumbling. Although the garrison suffered no major losses, the city's defensive structures, such as magical energy shields, magic cannons, and heavy crossbows, were severely damaged. We've basically used up all the offensive magic scrolls. Even ranged classes like mages have exhausted their magic power. Even magic potions can't restore my strength. If they had Elven spring water, they could sustain the battle for even longer. However, it's clear that this precious consumable is something a sand-dwelling city like Vastion cannot stockpile in large quantities. All these factors combined, this resulted in a significant reduction in the defensive capabilities of Vastion City. It was far less intense than the initial battle. On the other hand, the undead army, after losing countless undead creatures, still had more undead gathering, putting unimaginable pressure on the defenders of Vastion. Around 3 a.m., the magical defensive shield of Vastion City suddenly collapsed. The first thing to flood into the city was not undead creatures, but the gray mist that shrouded the sky. That was the manifestation of necromantic power. Such a sight only appears when the power of the undead gathers to a certain degree. As the gray mist surged into Vastion City, chaos erupted within the city. Many ordinary people even collapsed and died on the spot, only to quickly transform into undead creatures and rise again. Even highly skilled professionals experience various negative physical conditions. Symptoms include weakness, skin decay, stagnation of magic, and mental derangement. The invasion of the Necromancer's Curtain was only the first step. Following closely behind were endless undead creatures. Gargoyles, ghosts, undead birds, and undead bosses of the transcendent and saintly ranks, capable of flight, were the first to storm into the city. Without the protection of magical shields, the walls of Vastion City were too vulnerable to be breached. Under the attack of the undead army, the city walls quickly collapsed in large areas. In an instant, countless skeletons, rotting corpses, and other undead creatures surged into the city. Among them were a great number of enormous abominations. It's unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable. The defenders on the city wall were defeated in the first instance. A large number of defense systems were destroyed. Soon, all 4 city walls were breached. The main battlefield shifted into the city. The professional army gathered in Vastion City also clashed with the undead army, and ordinary people, in despair, took up arms and fought desperately against the undead. Every moment, a large number of undead creatures are dying. The sand people within the city also suffered heavy losses. The scariest thing is, for the people of Shaman, death is not the end. After they fell, their corpses rose again and joined the ranks of the undead army, attacking their former comrades and allies. Screams and wails. It permeated the entire city of Vastian. It was extremely tragic. But for undead creatures, this is basic operation. The cries of the creatures and the spray of blood only fuel their even stronger bloodlust. Just as a fierce war broke out in Vastian. About 20 kilometers away, several large armies of the undead were gathering. There are a total of 5 undead legions. They appeared in various directions in Vastian. Leading the pack are powerful saint-level undead bosses, including many undead dragons. Charles the Nether Dragon was among them. At this moment, it was vibrating its mental consciousness, communicating with the other undead bosses. No need to rush. Let's go after the war in Vastian City is almost over. The master has given the instructions. When dealing with undead creatures, especially undead kings, the primary approach is to subdue them, and the secondary approach is to kill them. Clear. The other undead bosses all nodded in agreement. Clearly, they are undead belonging to the Golden Oasis faction. The undead that are currently slaughtering Vastian City belong to the Lich faction, or rather, are wild undead. Charles the Nether Dragon's plan is to wipe out all the undead creatures after the war ends. Whether by surrendering or killing them, none can be spared. As for aid to Vastian City, this is clearly not true. After all, they are also undead creatures. If they were to enter the battlefield, they might very well be attacked by those sand people. Therefore, they can only wait until the war ends before they can do the cleanup work. The next morning arrived. The war in Vastian was finally coming to an end. The victors, naturally, will be the vast, boundless army of the undead. At the same time, the undead bosses, including the Nether Dragon Charles, have also made their move. Each of them led a terrifying undead army, attacking Vastian from multiple directions. The war, which had just ended, has broken out again. This is a war between the undead. Moreover, it is larger in scale and more intense. Chapter 190. The Army of the Golden Oasis sets off. When the second war broke out, a very small number of sand people still survived in the city. Most of them are professionals with considerable strength or possess special abilities. They had prepared themselves to die, waiting for the undead army to surround them before fighting to the death. But no undead appeared, no matter how long they waited. What happened? Have those undead already left? They didn't retreat. The sounds of fighting can still be heard. Should we go out and check? Perhaps there are still survivors fighting. Rather than hiding here and getting caught, it's better to die on the battlefield and avoid the fear of being caught. No rush. Let's send someone out to investigate first. What if we manage to escape unscathed? All right. Soon, some survivors left their hiding place. A moment later, he returned, his expression full of eeriness. What's the situation outside? What's with that expression? Did you see a ghost? Holy crap. This is even more terrifying than seeing a ghost. The lucky one said. The undead are fighting amongst themselves. I even saw a saint-level undead expert being torn to pieces. The sky and the ground are battlefields. Everywhere I looked, there were dead bodies fighting each other. Those guys are like madmen. Fighting each other? The survivors were all stunned. They had just speculated that there were other survivors fighting the undead. To everyone's surprise, it turned out to be undead creatures fighting amongst themselves. This baffled them. Some people didn't believe it, so they went out for a walk and came back with the same look of disbelief. There seemed to be more undead on the battlefield than before. Could it be that an undead army from another faction has joined in, causing a disagreement with the undead army that previously conquered our Vastian city, and thus starting a war? That's possible. Anyway, this is good news for us. We can take this opportunity to escape Vastian. The city streets and alleys are teeming with undead creatures, and the sky is also filled with a dark, menacing mass of them. Blood is flowing like rivers of carnage. If we go out now, we'll be easily discovered. The two undead armies are currently locked in combat, which presents an opportunity for escape. Once their war ends, we'll be even less likely to escape. That makes sense. Hearing this analysis, the survivors all agreed that it made a lot of sense. A moment later, they mustered their courage and rushed out of their hiding place. Sure enough, they saw countless undead creatures fighting each other. The war was so fierce that even when the undead creatures discovered them, they did not attack them. Because all undead creatures have received new war orders. That is to slaughter all the undead of the opposing forces. Thanks to their familiarity with the city's terrain, the survivors managed to escape Vastion, which was on the verge of becoming ruins. It wasn't just this one survivor squad. Survivors were also fleeing from other directions. However, compared to the total population of Vastion, the number of survivors who were able to escape alive was still very small. It is believed that soon, news of the fall of Vastion and the undead war that took place there will spread through their mouths to other sand-dwelling cities and even to the territories of other races. The battle continued until the afternoon of that day. The game ended with the undead army of the Golden Oasis faction emerging victorious. This is not surprising, because the undead in the Golden Oasis faction have a greater number of powerful individuals. The undead units are also more elite. After all, they all survived the battlefield of Dragonfall Canyon. Even the ordinary undead creatures among them are not weak. With a large number of undead kings joining the battle, the undead of the Lich faction, as well as the wild undead, were naturally unable to withstand the onslaught. According to post-war statistics, the undead army of the Golden Oasis faction suffered a total loss of about 20% of its forces. As for the undead of the Lich faction, as well as wild undead, apart from 50% dying on the battlefield, the rest of the undead were forcibly subdued. A fierce war was fought. Surprisingly, the size of the undead army in the Golden Oasis faction has increased rather than decreased. In addition, the vast majority of the undead from the Golden Oasis who participated in the battle and survived the battlefield received a level upgrade and became stronger. This is the unique advantage of Golden Oasis. After surrendering to the Golden Oasis, the undead also became Lin Yi's troops. Furthermore, they gained the unique ability to become stronger by defeating enemies. Naturally, they grew stronger with each battle. After the war ended, the undead bosses, including the Nether Dragon Charles, issued orders to clean up the battlefield and collect the dropped gold coins, equipment, and other items. At the same time, all supplies in Vastion City were confiscated. At this moment, the city of Vastion has been reduced to ruins. There were almost no survivors. As the ultimate victor in this war, the supplies naturally belonged to the Golden Oasis. A city with a population of 300,000 has very abundant resources. It far exceeds the existing material reserves of the Golden Oasis. Especially food. It can be described as a mountain of debris. There are also a large number of equipment, gold and silver items, gold coins, brocade cloth, and other items. This place was once home to many nobles from the Sand People Kingdom. They certainly couldn't enjoy these things anymore, so naturally they had to transport them all to the Golden Oasis. After all the spoils have been collected, the undead army had just withdrawn from Vastion. They then split into legions of varying sizes and began clearing out undead creatures from other areas. With one war after another, the undead army in the Golden Oasis is also constantly expanding. It has now exceeded 50 million. It recruits troops faster than Lin Yi. Golden Oasis. Lin Yi had already emerged from seclusion in the professional skill tower. He also successfully mastered the laws of creation, thunder, time, space, and the undead, resulting in a surge in his combat power. Although its level has not yet broken through to the peak of demigod. However, their strength is no longer comparable to what it used to be. It won't be easy for him to level up now. He had previously killed tens of millions of undead creatures in Dragonfall Canyon before breaking through to the mid-level demigod. Now, standing at the level of a high-level demigod, he needed even more experience. However, these are minor issues. As long as the war continues, he will easily break through to the peak of the demigod realm. Meanwhile, the army of the Golden Oasis had already set off early in the morning. In addition to the undead army, Lin Yi dispatched all of his troop types and legions. This includes the already numbered 200,000 Royal Griffin Riders, 110,000 Ancient Trance, and 15,000 newly recruited Faith units. The total size is nearly 330,000. All told, they could be called an army of 500,000. The three legions will traverse the Forest of Life from thousands of meters above the ground, heading straight for the Kingdom of Stanlow in the west. Faith-based units do not possess the ability to fly, but they can ride together on golden griffins. As for the Ancient Tree People, they can also be carried by the Eternal Tree People. Therefore, it can be considered a full-scale air battle. The army has now entered the territory of the Forest of Life. Once I arrive in the Kingdom of Stanlow, I will teleport there directly. Lin Yi intends to participate in this war personally. He wanted to personally pull that foolish old king down from his throne. I'm attending a wedding tomorrow, so I'll most likely have to take a day off. Chapter 191. What are you looking at me for? I didn't provoke the Golden Oasis. At the border of the Forest of Life and the Carol Desert, a troop is marching rapidly, sometimes leading the team as extraordinary professionals, sometimes using flight-type magic skills. They perfectly avoided the undead creatures in the desert. As for the undead creatures in the sky, they can only be conquered by force. In short, this team is moving at a fairly fast pace. They were a caravan from the Rostock family, and the caravan also carried the flag of the Royal Merchant Guild of the Kingdom of Stanlow. Angus was the leader, a noble young master who was once full of arrogance, but is now greatly disappointed. He had to admit that he was jealous of Linny. The thought of the richness and power of the Golden Oasis filled him with jealousy and envy. In terms of family power, even at its most glorious period, the Tulip family could not compare to the Rostock family behind it. The difference in power was at least tenfold. The Tulip family holds the title of Earl. His father, however, was a Marquis. When he is granted a title in the future, the lowest honor will be that of an Earl. The Tulip family is far weaker than his family in every respect. Today, the Tulip family has been wiped out. All the family's knights were killed, the territory's resources and civilians were all taken over by the Kingdom of Stanlow, and even the Count and Countess were imprisoned and could be executed at any time. As the only direct bloodline of the Tulip family, Lin Yi was also wanted by the Kingdom of Stanlow for defection. This is the kind of identity background. Lin Yi now possesses the incredibly rich Golden Oasis, and has also obtained the recipe for the Elf Spring Water, which can generate a profit of 1 to 2 billion gold coins with a single sale. The profits from just one day far exceeded the total wealth of the entire Rostock family. How could he not be jealous? In his eyes, Lin Yi was originally just a minor nobleman. What are you thinking about, young master? An old man in the group asked. He possesses an extraordinary level of professional skill, making him the most powerful member of the entire team. He was also Angus's bodyguard. Angus thought to himself. He was thinking about how he could replace Liney and take control of the wealth of the Golden Oasis and its terrifyingly powerful army. Of course, thinking about it is one thing. He didn't say it directly. He's learned his lesson now and knows what it means to say something that will bring trouble. If this gets back to his father, the Marquis, he'll probably call him a fool again. Angus said, I'm wondering why the Nature Elves would support the Tulip family's bloodline. I have reason to believe that everything in the Golden Oasis is related to the Nature Elves. The old man thought for a moment and said, perhaps, that young Master Tulip was just lucky to be chosen by the Nature Elves and become the agent of the Golden Oasis. That's also possible. Angus nodded. From beginning to end, neither the master nor the servant believed that the ownership of the Golden Oasis belonged to Lin Yi, because they knew Lin Yi's background. How could a young nobleman from the Kingdom of Stanlow, burdened with the identity of a traitor, develop the Golden Oasis into what it is today in just 1 month? It's impossible. They firmly believed that the nature spirits were supporting Lin Yi. This intensified Angus's jealousy. The Nature Elves are one of the most powerful races on the sacred continent. Ruled by the Forest of Life, they possess an unparalleled elven army and inexhaustible wealth. In addition, all the nature spirits are good-looking. Why can't we support him? In what ways is he inferior to Lin Yi? Just as Angus was lost in thought. Behind them, the sky was covered with dense golden clouds. Then, like a tsunami, it roared towards the direction where the caravan was. Wherever it passed, the clouds collapsed and the world lost its color. Even the bloodthirsty undead creatures were so frightened that they scattered and fled, not daring to stand in their way. Soon, Jin Yunfei flew over the caravan. Angus and the others then realized that what they saw was not a golden cloud at all, but a terrifying army of royal griffin knights. A dense swarm of golden griffins, covering the sky. Under the sunlight, each golden griffin reflected a golden light. When a full 200,000 golden griffins gathered together, the scene was absolutely spectacular. However, the scene horrified Angus and the others. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Angus, in particular, felt his legs go weak. Run! The old man was so startled that he shouted. He then used his extraordinary power to carry the caravan away from the high sky. Faced with such a terrifying army, how could a mere superhuman dare to stand in front? Within that vast army that stretched as far as the eye could see, he sensed countless terrifying auras that sent chills down his spine. I don't know how much time has passed. The massive army of golden griffins, which blotted out the sky, finally swept past. But the massive army that followed once again left Angus and his men speechless. There were countless tree people. Every tree man is fully armed, wearing heavy armor and wielding a wooden spear. It's obvious at a glance that they've already made preparations for war. Although the Treant Legion is not as large as the Royal Griffin Knights, it doesn't seem to be much smaller. In short, it was a grand and impressive event. It resembles a vast green ocean. By the goddess of magic, the old man looked terrified and horrified, saying, "How can there be so many Golden Griffin Knights and ancient Treants in the Golden Oasis? The ones we saw in the Golden Oasis before were only a part of them. That's terrifying. This is an army of at least several 100,000. With such powerful war capabilities, it would be easy to flatten a human kingdom." A knight in the group said in a trembling voice, "What are they doing? Leading a large army into the Forest of Life. Are they planning to start a war with the Nature Elves?" "Stop joking. The Golden Oasis and the Nature Elves are in cahoots. How could they possibly fight? If you ask me to analyze it, look at their direction of advance. They're heading straight for the Land of Abundance. It's very likely that the army from the Golden Oasis is using the Forest of Life as a route to attempt to attack the Land of Abundance. It is said, what power in the Land of Abundance has provoked the Golden Oasis?" Upon hearing this question, the people in the caravan fell silent. A moment later, they almost simultaneously turned their gaze to young Master Angus, whose legs were trembling. Angus was startled and exclaimed, "Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't provoked the Golden Oasis. Even if I had, would it really require such a grand show of force to deal with a small marquisate like ours in Rostock? Not to mention the allied forces of hundreds of thousands of Golden Griffin riders and ancient Treants. The Golden Oasis only needs to send a few Saint-level Treants to easily annihilate the entire Rostock family. There's a saying that's very true. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" Chapter 192, The Old Father and the Foolish Son. "Young master, I really don't want to talk. But there's something I just have to say." One of the knights in the caravan said with a twitching smile. Young master used the lives of Earl and Duchess Landleton as a threat in front of Butler Hodern at the Golden Oasis. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand it either. Upon hearing this, Angus exclaimed again, "Even if I did threaten them, Lin E is making a mountain out of a molehill, sending hundreds of thousands of troops to deal with my family? Isn't that killing even a mouse? It's not that bad." The knight shook his head and said, "Just as the young master said, the Rostock family alone is not worth the Golden Oasis making such a big fuss about. But the forces behind the young master's family are a different story. The forces behind my family." Angus took a deep breath, his eyes widening in shock. "Is the Golden Oasis planning to declare war on our kingdom?" "Very likely," the knight said. "Our kingdom of Stanlow is located southeast of the Forest of Life, and the army from the Golden Oasis is heading in the same direction. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a large-scale war is about to break out within our kingdom. One wrong move, and the entire kingdom could be destroyed." Angus wanted to argue. After all, the kingdom of Stanlow has a long history and profound cultural heritage. But when he thought of the massive army that had blotted out the sky, he couldn't speak. No matter how profound its heritage, it is ultimately just a human kingdom. How could it withstand such a force? They're not part of the nature spirit race. It could even be said that even the nature spirits, they would suffer heavy losses if they faced that large army from before. "Then, what do we do now?" Angus's voice trembled uncontrollably. The old man beside him said, "Regardless of the intentions of the army from the Golden Oasis, young master, you must contact the Marquis immediately and report our discovery. Then the Marquis will report to the kingdom. Prepare for prevention as soon as possible." The knight continued his analysis. Given the speed of the Golden Oasis army, they could cross the Forest of Life and reach the border of our kingdom as early as midnight tonight. The royal family doesn't have much time to prepare. I'll contact my father right away. Angus is completely disoriented right now. My mind is a complete mess. He can only do whatever others tell him to do. He immediately took out a remote magical communication device and contacted his father. A moment later, the Marquis's deep, slightly impatient voice came through the communication device. "What is it now?" Clearly, the Marquis was very dissatisfied with his son's performance at the Golden Oasis. The frustration hasn't subsided yet. Angus, however, disregarded everything else and recounted how the Golden Oasis had dispatched a large army to pass through the Forest of Life in an attempt to declare war on the Kingdom of Stanlow, emphasizing just how terrifying the Golden Oasis's army was. After listening, the Marquis's father remained silent for a long time. Finally, he said, "Don't come back. If war really breaks out, you will surely die if you return. Even if you don't die on the battlefield, the old king and the nobles of the capital will execute you. You stay in Forest City and wait for news." After all, he was his own son, and the continuation of the Rostock family bloodline. No matter how foolish the things you do are, you still have to defend them. Angus hurriedly asked, "Father, what about you?" The Marquis said in a calm voice, "Our Rostock family has been loyal to the Stanlow royal family for generations. Even if the kingdom is destined to perish, we will live and die with the royal family." "Father," Angus exclaimed in surprise. The old man and the knights in the caravan were filled with awe upon hearing this. The old Marquis didn't talk much with his foolish son. The communication ended quickly. At the same time, the Marquis summoned all the core members of the Rostock family as quickly as possible. The first thing he said was, "Pack your luggage and take only the valuable and important things. In an hour, we'll go on vacation to the kingdom of Cleria." Don't ask why, this is an order. Upon hearing this, the core members of the family dared not ask any further questions. "Hurry back and pack your luggage." When the time came, the Marquis led his family members and fled to the kingdom of Cleria further east at top speed, traveling light and quickly along the way. As for reporting intelligence about the Golden Oasis army to the kingdom of Stanlow, stop joking. Once the report is submitted, will he still be able to successfully lead his family members out of the kingdom's borders? Even if we take a step back and assume that the army of the Golden Oasis hadn't declared war on the kingdom of Stanlow, he could have come back later and treated it as a vacation in a foreign land. As long as he keeps it confidential, no one would know that this Marquis had fled to a foreign land. But if it's reported, the war did not break out, wouldn't he be ruined by his own son? So what he needs to do now is to pretend he knows nothing, hide his identity, and flee to a foreign country, vacation while waiting for news from the kingdom of Stanlow. When the war broke out, he rebuilded his family's influence in a foreign land. No war broke out, and he returned to the kingdom to continue being a Marquis. There are only these two options. As for whether the kingdom of Stanlow will win the war, he doesn't need to consider this issue at all, because after the war, the royal family will definitely investigate the cause of the war, and when they dig out his son, his family will also be purged. Therefore, he only prepared these two plans for himself. As for why he deceived Angus, the reason is simple. This son is too stupid. It's possible the news might leak out, so it's best not to tell anyone. Not to mention Angus leading the caravan to flee to the forest city. Above the forest of life, the mighty army of the Golden Oasis was marching swiftly without encountering any obstacles. Because all the Elven cities and Elven tribes along the way had received orders from the higher-ups of the Elven kingdom not to clash with the army of the Golden Oasis. Those alien races, magical beasts, and even powerful creatures like dragons living in the forest of life dared not show themselves, let alone stepping forward to intercept them. The sheer size of the Golden Oasis army was enough to keep them from raising their heads. After all, this is an army of hundreds of thousands of golden griffin riders and ancient treants. Even dragons would become spoils of war for such an army. Soon, news of the army's passage reached the forest city. The entire forest city was immediately shaken. Everyone who heard the news that the army of the Golden Oasis flew over the forest of life was incredulous, because such a thing had never happened since the nature elves came to rule the forest of life. World peace has been maintained for at least 1,000 years. The arrogant actions of the Golden Oasis army naturally shocked them. Of course, the most important thing was the attitude of the Elf Kingdom, which left them with a feeling of utter bewilderment. Chapter 193. The army presses down on the city. Has the Elf Kingdom gone mad? They actually allowed a large army to cross the forest of life. That was an army from the Golden Oasis, unimaginably terrifying. Their fighting spirit was boundless, sweeping everything in its path. They were clearly there to start a war. And the Elven Kingdom not only didn't stop them, but allowed them to traverse the forest of life. This has been the dream of the Orcish royal court for many years. Now, it has been realized by the Golden Oasis. In any case, I believe an even bigger storm will soon follow. The world's peace and order have been broken. Throughout the forest city, there was a cacophony of shocked discussions. More powerful high-ranking officials and strong individuals formed a group and went to the city lord's mansion to try to find out information about the Golden Oasis army and what its ultimate goal was. However, all they got from Monica, the Elven city lord, was a single sentence. This is an order from the higher-ups of the Elven kingdom. She was unaware of it. Clearly, this answer did not satisfy all parties involved. But they had no choice. We can't just arrest and interrogate Monica, the Elven city lord, can we? Then they can forget about living in the forest of life. Even whether they can safely leave the forest city is a question. It is worth mentioning. The information that the Marquis of Rostock did not report was reported to the kingdom's high command by the intelligence personnel stationed in the forest city of the Kingdom of Stanlow. The other human kingdoms also learned of the situation immediately. Despite finding it hard to believe that an oasis force that had appeared out of nowhere possessed an elite army of hundreds of thousands, the high-ranking officials of the various human kingdoms immediately ordered the border cities near the Forest of Life to strengthen their defenses. At the same time, the kingdom's army was dispatched to provide support. It's highly unlikely that the information reported by so many intelligence agents is false. Regardless of the Golden Oasis's intentions or which kingdom it targets, strengthening the defenses of its border cities is the right thing to do. It was also at this time. The name of the Golden Oasis truly resounded throughout the entire land of Fertiles. The various human kingdoms were also very curious about where the hundreds of thousands of troops in the Golden Oasis came from. A legion of this size couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could it? Could it really be the work of the nature spirits? The problem is that the Elf Kingdom doesn't seem to be able to produce that many Golden Griffin Knights, or even a large army of ancient Trants. Regardless of how the Forest City and the various human kingdoms were shaken, the army of Golden Oasis has always been moving forward steadfastly toward its goal. Around 1 a.m., the army finally traversed the entire Forest of Life. The main reason it travels at such a high speed is because it's flying in the sky. If traversing mountains and valleys, the speed may be more than 10 times slower, which is one of the advantages of air combat units. Beyond the Forest of Life lies a boundless, fertile plain. This place is home to the most numerous intelligent race on the Holy Continent, humans, and one of the most civilized and glorious powers in the entire world, the Human Kingdom. In the Land of Abundance, there are 4 human kingdoms. These are the Kingdom of Stanlow, the Kingdom of Cleria, the Free Alliance of Yais, and the Kingdom of Omanheim. The Kingdom of Cleria is located in the far east of the Land of Abundance. The Free Alliance of Yais is located in the northern region, adjacent to the Arctic wasteland. The Kingdom of Omanheim is located in the south of the Land of Fertiles, near the 7 southern seas, and is known as the Kingdom of the Sea. It is said that the dragons have an extremely close relationship with the Kingdom of Omanheim. Legend has it that in ancient times, there is only one human empire that rules over this vast and bountiful land. The War of the Gods of Carol 10,000 years ago severely damaged the human empire, and the subsequent scourge of the undead caused this once glorious human empire to completely collapse. After many years of civil war and regional separatism, finally, the 4 great human kingdoms were established, restoring peace to the Land of Abundance. And peace has continued to this day. About 50 kilometers from the border of the Forest of Life lies a large city, surrounded by many small and medium-sized towns, as well as noble territories. This city is called the City of Canius. It is a major military city built by the Kingdom of Stanlow. In the ancient languages of the Land of Abundance, Canius also means powerful and strong. After leaving the Forest of Life, the army of the Golden Oasis did not immediately go to clear out the small and medium-sized towns and noble territories around Canius City, but instead landed directly outside Canius City. Hundreds of thousands of troops surrounded the city of Canius from the air and the ground. Even a fly flying by will get slapped a few times. The city lord of Canius and the city's high-ranking officials received orders from the Stanlow royal family 3 hours earlier to strengthen the city's defenses in order to resist the possible arrival of the Golden Oasis army. They did indeed obey the king's order and strengthen their defenses. But deep down, I didn't really take it seriously. After all, none of their ancestors had ever participated in a real war. For thousands of years, this land of plenty has been at peace. The only large-scale war they had ever experienced was defending against attacks from monsters in the Forest of Life, and even that was a rare occurrence, perhaps only once every few years. Furthermore, their city isn't the only major military stronghold on the border. What are the odds of such a coincidence in this world? However, to their surprise, a wonderful surprise actually fell upon them. They were invaded by the army of the Golden Oasis. In an instant, air raid sirens blared throughout the city. Regular legions were hastily assembled. More professionals within the city received a war mobilization order to join the defense of Canius. The city walls were covered with countless figures. Various types of magic cannons, crossbows, and other defensive devices began to be deployed. In addition, a magical defensive shield had already enveloped the entire city of Canius. It can be said that the entire city is on high alert. Everyone is panicking. The overwhelming number of Golden Griffin riders and the ancient Treant army gathered outside the city like a vast ocean filled everyone inside with terror. The war starts in hell mode. How are they supposed to cope? At that very moment, a huge golden griffin flew over the city wall. A figure dressed in a red priestess robe stood atop the griffin's head. She had a beautiful face and a sexy figure, and her expression and eyes were filled with fervor, radiating a holy light. She was a cardinal, an evolved version of the bishop. It possesses growth potential comparable to that of ancient tree people. She held the scepter high in her hand. The clear and solemn voice carried far and wide. The incompetent Stanlow 17 has acted perversely, oppressing nobles and enslaving commoners. He is no longer qualified to sit on the throne. We are the redeemers from the Golden Oasis, here to redeem the unfortunate people of this kingdom who are under brutal rule. As long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, the great Lord of the Golden Oasis will guide you toward a bright future. Chapter 194 Massacre of the City? The Cardinal's voice, amplified by special magic, resounded throughout the entire city of Canius. Many people in the city resonated with this sentiment. The vast majority of them are people at the very bottom of society, such as commoners, slaves, etc. They belong to the group of people who are most severely exploited and oppressed. Even free commoners cannot enjoy a truly good life, because in addition to the kingdom, there were also nobles who oppressed them. It is not illegal for nobles to kill slaves. Killing civilians can be done by simply paying a fine and escaping punishment. Even merchants and professionals had to bow their heads to the nobles. In many noble territories, commoners must have their wives appraised by the noble lords before marriage. This is the right of first night, which has been abolished by the laws of the Kingdom of Stanlow, but the bad custom has been passed down from generation to generation, and the Kingdom of Stanlow simply does not care. This is evident. How high is the status of nobles in the Kingdom of Stanlow? Their high status also gave the nobles the capital to be arrogant and domineering. The ability to oppress those at the bottom of the kingdom has become an innate talent of the nobility. That's why the cardinal's words resonated with so many people. Of course, it's just a resonance. No one dared to express their own opinion until the situation truly turned around. Even those professionals who were forcibly conscripted obediently gripped their weapons. No one ran away or surrendered at this time. They would even fight to the death against the Golden Oasis army that invaded Canius once the order for war was given. The power of the monarchy and the authority of the nobility were deeply ingrained in their hearts. It's impossible to make them surrender with just a few words. The professionals are ready for war. On the contrary, some nobles standing on the city wall began to have second thoughts, simply because the army of the Golden Oasis was too terrifying. The army of Golden Griffin Knights blotted out the sky, and outside the city, there was a densely packed legion of Treants, like a green ocean, and each giant was terrifyingly large. Some of them had also seen the tree people, a race of nature spirits. They are mostly between 10 and 20 meters. But none of the tree men outside the city were shorter than 30 meters tall. There was a tree man exuding a terrifying aura, whose height exceeded 50 meters, making it comparable to the behemoth of the orc race. This is at least a legion of 100,000 Treants. In addition, there are more than 200,000 Golden Griffin Knights. How can we possibly win? To put it bluntly, if Canius City weren't protected by a magical shield, they would have to beg for mercy on their knees. What is a royal order more important than one's own life and family? Lord City Lord. A count swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Have you ever seen such a scene before?" The Lord of Canius was a middle-aged man. It has a high-level saint-level professional rank. Throughout the entire kingdom of Stanlow, his strength is considered formidable. Otherwise, he could not have become the lord of a border military stronghold. However, at this moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. Because within the army of the Golden Oasis, he sensed the aura of a large number of saint-level powerhouses, all of whom came from those terrifyingly large Treants. In addition, there are countless extraordinary professionals in the Golden Oasis army. It could be said that their numbers far exceeded those of the king-level professionals in their city of Canius. The scariest thing is, that army of hundreds of thousands, even the lowest-ranking members were all advanced professionals. What does this mean? Even if you gathered all the people of Canius City together, the number wouldn't be that many, let alone high-level professionals. The quality of the army in the Golden Oasis has surpassed that of the elite legions of their Kingdom of Stanlow. This is equivalent to an elite army of hundreds of thousands. He used his head to bump it? I'm afraid even the main force of the Elf Kingdom is about the same. He had never seen such a scene before. For the first time in my life, the middle-aged city lord took a deep breath and said, "But no matter what, as nobles and powerful figures of the kingdom, our duty is to protect Kania City for the kingdom. Even if the city falls, we must fight with all our might to hold off the enemy. Even if we die on the battlefield, that is our destiny, and also our glory." The city lord is right. The count nodded. The other nobles around them echoed this sentiment. But then he muttered to himself, "If I lose my life and my family, what glory am I supposed to have?" At that very moment, the middle-aged city lord stepped forward, looked up at the cardinal in red robes standing high in the sky atop the golden griffin's head, and said, "The great people of Stanlow will never bow their heads to the enemy. No matter what your purpose is, and no matter who the lord of the golden oasis you are loyal to is, you had better withdraw from the territory of my kingdom of Stanlow immediately. Otherwise, you will be solely responsible for all the consequences." Well said. What the city lord said is absolutely right. There were many clowns on the city wall, cheering for the middle-aged city lord. The legions gathered in the city cheered, as if their morale had been boosted. The cardinal looked down at the middle-aged city lord and said, "You have made a wrong decision. The people of Canias will pay the price for your arrogance." The words fell. The beautiful and holy cardinal in her red robes raised her scepter high. He pointed forward and uttered 2 words. "Massacre the city." After saying that, she rode away on her golden griffin. The middle-aged city lord standing on the city wall, as well as the nobles and professionals, felt a chill run down their spines instantly. There was a chilling fear that sent a shiver down my spine. They wondered if something was wrong. How did it suddenly escalate to the point of massacring the entire city? It should be noted that there are hundreds of thousands of people in the city of Canias. A massacre of the city would mean hundreds of thousands of corpses, inevitably causing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and incurring the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people. Looking at the entire history of the land of Fertiles, massacres of entire cities were extremely rare. Are all these people from the Golden Oasis crazy? And that female bishop, with her holy and solemn aura, casually uttered the words, "Massacre of the city." Is faith in an evil god? Above the clouds, Aurelia, clad in light armor, also took a breath. Staring in horror at the handsome figure before him, he asked, "Lord, are you really going to massacre the city?" Clearly, the massacre of the city was Lin Yi's order. It was not the cardinal who acted on her own initiative. Lin Yi said calmly, "This is the first battle in the conquest of the kingdom of Stanlow, so we must be ruthless. Only in this way can we avoid greater casualties in the war that follows." In addition, only the nobles, professionals, and other social classes within the city were slaughtered. They are the main force protecting the kingdom of Stanlow. Those commoners, slaves, and other people at the bottom of society are of no value in the war, so there is no need to exterminate them. As long as those in the upper echelons fear us and know when to surrender, the rest of the war will be very simple. Chapter 195 War Begins. Upon hearing this, Aurelia immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. Just as their lord said, those nobles, professionals, and other such people are the main force of the kingdom of Stanlow, and also the biggest obstacle to the Golden Oasis's conquest of the kingdom of Stanlow. They were afraid, and the war was put on hold. If a city surrenders without a fight, then the massacre of the city is worthwhile. Soon, the war horns were sounded. It reverberated like thunder in all directions. Countless spells and ranged skills converged on Cania City's magical defensive shield in an instant, like waves of a tsunami rising one after another. Furthermore, a large number of saint-level experts descended from the sky, attacked the magical defensive shield of Cania City with the power of the domain. The vast majority of these saint-level powerhouses are guards of the Eternal Tree. The highest potential for growth for Royal Griffin Knights, including Holy Judgment Knights, is only the peak of the extraordinary rank, making it difficult to advance to the saint rank. In contrast, the Eternal Treant Guardians possess the growth potential of a demigod at the initial stage. Once recruited, they are already at an extraordinary level, and as long as they have enough experience, advancing to the saint stage is a piece of cake. As of now, more than 100 Eternal Treant Guardians under Lin Yi's command have been promoted to the saint rank. There are also more than a dozen ancient Treants who have advanced to the saint rank. With just a little more effort, the Treant Legion's saint-level warriors could surpass the undead bosses who are wreaking havoc in the Carol Desert in terms of numbers. Boom 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 boom. Countless magical skills and ranged attacks caused the magical defensive shield of Cania City to tremble incessantly, and a large number of forbidden spells continued to fall. In addition, There were domain attacks from over 100 saint-level powerhouses. In an instant, the magical defensive shield burst forth with countless streams of light. At the same time, the middle-aged city lord, caught off guard and enraged, launched a counterattack. The enemy has already ordered the massacre of the city. What is he waiting for if he doesn't resist? In fact, according to his plan, the army of the Golden Oasis should attack Kenia's city first. Regardless of the casualties, as long as the magical defense shield is destroyed and the war inside the city is halfway through, he can choose to surrender. This is because he needed to demonstrate his loyalty to the royal family. This was to ensure that the royal family would not directly execute his family members after he surrendered. After all, he had tried his best in the battle to defend the city. Even if he surrendered, he was forced to do so. As a result, Golden Oasis did not play by the rules. He immediately got a straight flush, so he had no choice but to hand over his royal flush. As for whether or not the Golden Oasis could be destroyed, he couldn't care less. Bang 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 bang. The intense sound of cannon fire echoed throughout the entire city of Kenias. That was the magic cannons mounted on the city walls launching an attack. Instantly, beams of dazzling light flew out of the magical defensive shield. Most of them were intercepted by the saint-level Eternal Treant Guardians, but a small number struck the Royal Griffin Knights' army high in the sky. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Scattered griffin carcasses and knights fell from the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, the Royal Griffin Knights' attack suddenly intensified. The magical defense shield of Kenia City has reached the advanced level, which can withstand attacks from demigods. However, this is only theoretical. It does not mean that it is absolutely impossible to break through unless one is at the demigod level. It mainly depends on the strength of the attack. More than 100 saint-level experts, tens of thousands of extraordinary professionals, and hundreds of thousands of elite troops attacked the magic defense shield together. The force of their attack definitely exceeded that of a demigod, although there is no way to destroy it in an instant. However, it will also consume a large amount of energy from the magic defense shield. The energy supply for the magical defensive shield of the Golden Oasis is controlled by the Lord system, so there's absolutely no need to worry. However, the magical defensive shield of Kenia City not only requires a continuous supply of energy, but also requires the use of saint-level magic crystals. Otherwise, not only will the energy be insufficient, but the defensive power will also decrease significantly. That's its only flaw. If the army of the Golden Oasis attacks quickly and powerfully enough, it can cause the magic defense shield to run out of energy, leading to various problems. And in this process, all Kenia City can do is activate defensive devices such as magic cannons and heavy crossbows to fight back. The professionals on the city walls also use ranged skills. However, the effects were not significant. They dared not leave the city to meet the enemy. Even a saint-level expert like the middle-aged city lord wouldn't dare. No way. Over 100 saint-level Eternal Treant guards are stationed outside the magical defensive shield. Anyone who goes out will surely die, with no chance of survival. In addition, the middle-aged city lord continued to seek help from other cities. I won't go into details about these. Even if those cities responded to the distress call and dispatched large armies to provide support, it would be too late, as the distances were too great, often tens or even hundreds of kilometers. Only the nearby small and medium-sized towns can come. There were also some noble territories, but their small force couldn't even make a ripple in front of the army of the Golden Oasis. Gurgle gurgle. On Lin Yi's shoulder, the dragon spirit Doris was blowing bubbles. He looked at Lin Yi with a questioning gaze. As Lin Yi's level reached the advanced stage of demigod, his perception became much sharper. Even if the dragon spirit didn't speak, he could understand the little guy's meaning with just a glance. Lin Yi shook her head and said, "No rush, lest we scare some people away. Similar Legion wars can be handled by the main force of different units." Ugh. The dragon spirit blinked its big, watery eyes. Then he leaned against Lin Yi's head and leisurely blew small bubbles. For this attack on the kingdom of Stanlow, Lin Yi only brought the dragon spirits and the 3 Windrunner sisters. As for the devouring dragon python king, the zombie dragon king, the skeleton giant dragon king, and the undead elder rose, these 4 demigod-level undead powerhouses were dispatched by Lin Yi to oversee the undead battlefield in the Carol Desert. With Lin Yi and a few others here, that's enough. Especially Lin Yi, who can now completely sweep away all demigods. His reasons for not acting has twofold. First, he intended to hone his military skills. Second, he planned to wait and see, hoping that the demigod-level experts from the kingdom of Stanlow would come to their deaths. If the kingdom of Stanlow had any demigods, there must be demigods among them. After all, it has a history spanning thousands of years. As she muttered to herself, Lin Yi used the power of fate to calculate again, becoming even more certain of her guess. His current plan is to kill the demigod powerhouse of the Stanlow kingdom. This allows you to obtain a huge amount of experience rewards. Ideally, one should be able to reach the peak of demigod status before conquering the kingdom of Stanlow. In this way, when he completes the mission and settles the rewards, he can directly break through the demigod level and advance to the legendary level of demigod. Once he becomes a demigod, he can do whatever he wants on the Holy Continent. He'd even dare to slap the old lich a few times if he were to resurrect. Chapter 196. The city has fallen. Damn it. The magic defense shield is running out of energy. Hurry up and bring over all the saint-level magic crystals. It's all used up. It's all used up. The Golden Oasis Army's offensive was too fierce. In just half an hour, we consumed more than 40 saint-level magic crystals. We have no spares. Bullshit. Arcania City clearly has a reserve of 100 saint-rank magic crystals. Where are the others? It was used to inscribe magic scrolls a long time ago. Near the magical defensive shield, a group of old mages were shouting anxiously when they learned that the reserves of saint-level magic crystals were almost exhausted. The old magicians were filled with despair. Without the saint-level magic crystals, the magical defense shield would be hard-pressed to withstand the fierce onslaught of the Golden Oasis Army, and it might be breached within minutes. Don't you have any stock on you? How could that be? Saint-level magic crystals aren't like wild vegetables growing by the roadside. Then we'll have to use extraordinary level magic crystals instead. As for whether we can maintain the magical defensive shield, we can only pray to Her Majesty the Goddess of Magic. In fact, some of the old magicians present actually had reserves of saint-level magic crystals. But those were their private collections. Moreover, they felt that even if they took it out, it wouldn't be of any use. Judging from the offensive of the Golden Oasis Army, the magical defense shield will break sooner or later. Such a precious treasure as a saint-level magic crystal should not be wasted. Why not take a gamble? If they didn't die in this war, or if they surrendered quickly enough, they might be able to preserve their hidden saint-level magic crystals for future use. Returning to the theme of war. After suffering initial bombardment and attacks from various ranged magical skills, resulting in the loss of a small number of Royal Griffin Knights, the saint-ranked Eternal Treant Guards who were attacking the magical defensive shield learned their lesson. They not only unleashed their own domain world, it even activated the active feature, Impregnable Fortress. The Impregnable Fortress trait increases a unit's defense fivefold and creates an energy shield to protect nearby friendly units. The size of the shield is determined by the unit's level. This characteristic is exclusive to the Eternal Tree Guardians. Ancient tree people do not possess these qualities. With the activation of over 100 colossal protective shields, the Royal Griffin Knight's security level has been raised to a new level, making it virtually impossible for any attack to penetrate their ranks. This also greatly reduced the casualties among the Royal Griffin Riders. On the other hand, the middle-aged city lord and other nobles and high-ranking officials on the city wall were even more desperate. They had never seen such a monstrous tree man. Not only is its own defense terrifyingly strong, completely ignoring the frontal bombardment of magic cannons, but it can also release a skill similar to a magic shield to protect the surrounding friendly forces. If I told anyone, even the spirits of nature probably wouldn't believe me, because their treants are far less powerful. Just a few minutes later, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the magical defensive shield. Immediately afterwards, the crack grew rapidly and split into countless smaller cracks, until it spread throughout the entire magical defensive shield, becoming as dense as a spider web. In that instant, everyone's face turned deathly pale. The middle-aged city lord was utterly horrified and roared. How could it collapse so quickly? What were those old mages who maintained the magical defense system doing? Reporting to the city lord, we have just received news that the saint-level magic crystals that provide energy for the magic defense device have been used up. Now they are using extraordinary level magic crystals as a substitute. But its defensive capabilities are clearly insufficient. Listening to his assistant's reply, the middle-aged city lord was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. It's not just that its defenses are clearly insufficient. It's practically on the verge of collapsing. Even a fool could tell that those damned old mages must have embezzled a lot of saint-level magic crystals, which was why the magic defense shield couldn't hold up so quickly. But now he has no way to vent his anger by killing those old magicians. They could only boost the morale of the Legion from the city walls. Prepare for a bloody battle with the invaders from the Golden Oasis the moment the magical defense shield shatters. The voice of the middle-aged city lord was deafening. But how many people are actually willing to fight to the death is unknown. The massacre could not alleviate their fear of death. One of them is destined to die. What if he doesn't die? Click. It was accompanied by a sound like glass shattering. The magical defensive shield that enveloped Kania's city collapsed completely in an instant. Nothing could stop the advance of the Golden Oasis army. High in the sky, the Royal Griffin Knights, an army that blotted out the sun, surged into Kania's city like a tidal wave, bringing with them countless magical skills and various powerful knightly combat techniques. Outside the city, the ancient Treant army, which had been preparing for a long time, also set out. They immediately hurled thick wooden spears at the towering walls of Kanias. Each wooden spear contains the powerful magic within the tree man. It exploded violently the moment it pierced the city wall. Instantly, countless holes of all sizes appeared on the city wall. After the second wave of attacks, the four walls of Kanias collapsed, turning into a pile of massive stone ruins. Immediately afterwards, the ancient tree spirit army also stormed into Kania's city from all directions. Meanwhile, the Royal Griffin Knights army had already engaged in battle with the garrison of Kania's city, the kingdom's regular army, and the conscripted professional legions. The nobles also dispatched their family professionals to the battlefield. In an instant, the war reached its climax. Countless figures fell on the battlefield. Many professionals belonging to the regular legions of the Kingdom of Stanlow went mad, using their bodies and lives to block Lin Yi's Royal Griffin Knight army, but they were killed in batches by knight combat skills or torn to pieces by golden griffins. With the ancient Tree Spirit Legion joining the war, the regular army of the Kingdom of Stanlow was even less able to withstand them. A massive club, 20 or 30 meters long, swept across the field, sending groups of professionals flying. The body hadn't even flown more than a few meters before it exploded in midair. Blood and bits of flesh flew everywhere. The immense strength of the ancient Treants was something that these human legions professionals could not withstand. Putting aside their rankings, they are more than 3 levels apart in terms of physical talent. Not to mention that the ancient tree people also have various unit characteristics and various combat power bonuses. I surrender. Don't kill me. Suddenly, a young figure screamed in terror on the battlefield, only to be smashed to death by a nearby ancient tree spirit. The Lord has ordered the extermination of all professionals and nobles in Kania's city. Chapter 197 Forbidden Level Magic. War is cruel, because war often brings despair and death. However, war is often the most direct and effective way to solve problems. It's like Lin Yi wanted to pull the old king off his throne. He couldn't persuade him with kind words. He had to kill the old king and then conquer the kingdom of Stanlow through war. Only in this way can he comfortably sit on the throne of the Stanlow. The same applies to conquering the Holy Continent in the future. The goal of creating a unified and perfect world can never be achieved without war and the elimination of a group of rebels. Right now, the flames of war have spread to the entire city of Kanias. Scenes of fierce fighting were everywhere. The crisscrossing streets were already stained red with blood. The ground was covered with countless corpses. The vast majority of the corpses belonged to professionals from the city of Kanias. In terms of overall legion strength, the garrison of Kanias city was far weaker than the army of the Golden Oasis, and could even be said to be on completely different levels. Even if the middle-aged city lord succeeds in requesting help, nearby cities also promptly dispatch large armies to join the battle. The army of the Golden Oasis can still sweep away everything. Judging from the situation at Kanias, it would require at least several hundred times more troops to severely damage the army of the Golden Oasis. This is because the casualty ratio between Kanias and the Golden Oasis was over 100 to 1. In other words, it would take the lives of over 100 professionals to potentially replace a single unit in the Golden Oasis. This clearly demonstrates the vast difference in strength between the two sides. As the war progressed, Kanias had lost at least 30% of its troops, with tens of thousands killed in action. The fighting had truly turned the city into a bloodbath. Even so, professionals, nobles, and others on the battlefield continued to fight desperately, because they discovered a very serious problem. That is to say, the army of the Golden Oasis showed absolutely no mercy to them. Whether they were wounded and lying on the ground or had laid down their weapons and surrendered, the army of the Golden Oasis spared no one, giving the impression of annihilation. On the contrary, it was the commoners and slaves within the city who, The army of the Golden Oasis is very tolerant. As long as they were not armed, they were not slaughtered by the Golden Oasis army even if they appeared near the battlefield. Clearly, the Golden Oasis army's city slaughtering order was only aimed at professionals like them, as well as nobles, merchants, and other upper-class individuals in the kingdom of Stanlow. Those at the bottom of society, on the other hand, received forgiveness from the Golden Oasis army. This phenomenon was also noticed by the common people and slaves of Canias, who felt a sense of joy at being reborn after a catastrophe, and were even happy to see the army of the Golden Oasis slaughtering on the battlefield. Especially for the nobility, there was a natural barrier between them, even hostility, because the people who usually bully them the most are nobles, who don't treat them like human beings. Now that the army of the Golden Oasis is about to slaughter the nobles in the city, they are naturally very happy. Some people even stood on high places to cheer. These people were mostly oppressed by the nobles to the point of near extinction. In contrast, the nobles had a different mindset. In despair and anger, they took up arms to fight back, and no longer hesitated to spend their wealth to reward the professionals on the battlefield, hoping to hold out until reinforcements from other cities arrived. But this is ultimately just a fantasy, because the distance is really far. While extraordinary professionals can arrive quickly, it is not easy for a large army to reach the battlefield in time. To put it bluntly, by the time the armies of those cities arrive to provide reinforcements, their bodies will probably already be cold. The city of Canias had already been captured by the army of the Golden Oasis. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, red clouds covered the sky above Canias. Moments later, huge meteorites appeared out of thin air, falling towards Canias city with fiery tails. This is a magical skill. It summons a meteor. Although the name is ordinary, it is a forbidden spell. Moreover, it is an indiscriminate attack. Once these fiery meteorites fall into the city, both the army of the Golden Oasis and the garrison of Canias will suffer heavy losses. The latter, in particular, could be completely annihilated. This forbidden spell was the work of several old mages from Canias city, led by a saint-level mage and assisted by several extraordinary mages, before it was successfully released. Their goal was to cripple the army of the Golden Oasis. As for how many more soldiers would be implicated, that was not within their consideration. In their view, those professionals are going to die sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's better to die a more glorious death. They perished along with the Golden Oasis army on the battlefield in a forbidden-level spell. However, while the wish was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Thousands of fiery meteors rained down from the sky, but not a single one managed to strike Canias city. This was because more than a dozen saint-level Eternal Tree Guardians joined forces to block all the fiery meteors. He then used the power of his domain to destroy all the fire meteorites. Only a few scattered meteorite fragments fell into the city. On the battlefield below, there are nearly 20,000 Eternal Treants guarding the area. They have all activated their unit trait, Impregnable Fortress, protecting the surrounding friendly forces with an energy shield. Meteorite fragments struck the energy shields and were deflected. A forbidden spell cast by multiple powerful mages was thus successfully neutralized. This only fueled the despair of the defenders on the battlefield. In their eyes, the Golden Oasis army had become so powerful that it was unshakable. Even forbidden spells were easily broken, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. It's like a huge mountain blocking our way. They were unable to shake that sense of powerlessness and despair in the slightest. This forbidden magic spell was arguably the most impressive achievement of Canias city in this war. Nothing like that has happened since. Because whether it was those old mages or other powerful figures from different professions, they were all forcibly killed by the holy-level Eternal Treant Guardians in the subsequent war. The threat posed by forbidden magic only needs to occur once. I don't know when. Suddenly, a scream rang out on the battlefield. Then came a cacophony of gasps and screams. Following the gaze of the crowd, one could see that the source of the screams was the city lord of Canias, who had been killed by several Eternal Tree Guards. Moreover, no intact body was left behind. His body was torn to pieces. His head and limbs were held in the hands of several Eternal Tree Guardians. This is truly being torn to pieces. Chapter 198 Conquest. Lord City Lord. Many professionals are lamenting on the battlefield. It wasn't so much sadness, but mainly because even a powerful saint-level expert like the middle-aged city lord had sacrificed himself on the battlefield and been torn to pieces, let alone them. They seemed to see their own fate reflected in the middle-aged city lord. In an instant, the morale of the defending troops was also severely damaged. Many professionals even began to flee. Regardless of whether they ultimately succeed in escaping Canius, they certainly don't want to die here now. With waves of professionals fleeing, the professional faction in Canius City also quickly collapsed. As for the nobles, they had already fled when they discovered that the middle-aged city lord was being besieged by several saint-level eternal tree guardians and was at a disadvantage. They escaped faster than anyone else. At this moment, the battlefield is filled with people fleeing for their lives. The Stanlow Kingdom's regular army stationed in Canius City is the elite of the elite, and even the fall of the middle-aged city lord would hardly cause their camp to collapse directly. However, due to the impact of fleeing professionals, they were clearly unable to hold on. Seeing that a large number of ancient tree people were chasing after them, they had no choice but to passively follow the professionals and flee for their lives. Soon, the garrison of Canius was completely routed. Everyone lost the will to continue fighting. All I wanted was to escape this bloody battlefield, which was like a meat grinder. What filled them with despair was that wherever they fled, the flames of war spread. This was because the army of the Golden Oasis gave them no way out, relentlessly pursuing and killing them. They didn't actually know. At this time, the city of Canius had been completely besieged by the army of the Golden Oasis. Near the ruins of the 4 city walls stood a large number of ancient tree people. High in the sky, countless royal griffin riders were both killing fleeing professionals and patrolling the entire city of Canius. With such a tight blockade, even an assassin capable of invisibility would have no chance of escaping. Unless one of them is a professional who has mastered spatial elemental magic, it would be impossible for them to escape the blockade and interception of the Golden Oasis army by teleporting instantly with magic. Believe it or not, there really are such special talents in Canius. And there are 3 of them. Unfortunately, none of these 3 space professionals reached the saint rank. The highest level is only the intermediate level of the extraordinary. The remaining 2 are both king level. They are far from reaching the point where they can comprehend the mysteries of the spatial realm. The profound mysteries of space, as one of the top mysteries, are extremely difficult to comprehend and cultivate. Therefore, even if they survive this war, whether they can advance to the saint rank and master the spatial domain in the future is still unknown. Reaching Lin Yi's level of spatial mastery would be even more difficult. After all, Lin Yi has now taken another step forward in the realm of space, having mastered the profound mysteries of the laws of space. Throughout the entire Holy Continent, there should be no one who can compare to him. Leaving aside those 3 space professionals, because they died the fastest. Shortly after the magical defensive shield of Canius City was breached, the 3 of them headed towards their dreams. Using their magical teleportation abilities, they successfully escaped the encirclement of the Golden Oasis army. But the next moment, they died. Lin Yi crushed him to death in the void using spatial power. With Lin Yi, the dragon elf, and the 3 Windrunner sisters in charge, no one can escape Canius City, not even a demigod. No civilians or slaves are allowed to leave the city. Anyone who does so will be killed without exception. In the streets and alleys, royal griffin knights and ancient tree men were both besieging fleeing professionals and nobles and shouting warnings to the lower classes. The battle was fierce, and the guns were merciless. They didn't have time to distinguish between commoners and nobles. In short, anything that appears in their field of vision, whether it is a person or a magical beast mount, is killed. The entire operation lasted for nearly 2 hours. Many professionals and nobles hid in the city's buildings after hearing the warning from the Golden Oasis army. However, this did not mean they could get away with it. Hundreds of thousands of royal griffin riders and ancient tree men are searching everywhere. Almost no one could escape unscathed. Even the commoners and slaves were secretly reporting to the Golden Oasis army, hating the nobles who oppressed and exploited them. There was no way to resist before. Now that they have someone to back them up, they will naturally seek revenge for any wrongs they have. It's no wonder that the common people and slaves took advantage of their misfortune. This is mainly because nobles don't do anything decent in their daily lives. To put it bluntly, Lin Yi's Tulip family isn't much better off. Only commoners in the Tulip family's territory can live a relatively good life. As for slaves, they are also livestock. Do the hardest work. Do the most dangerous things. Since slaves are bought with money, if they are not squeezed to extract more value, the company will lose money. The Earl of Landerton was not an outlier among the aristocracy. He also possessed the innate talents of a nobleman, exploiting the wealth of ordinary people and enslaving those without freedom. This is the most basic quality of a nobleman. Few nobles were exceptions. For example, Lin Yi, who transmigrated from another world, initially only wanted a happy and carefree life. He had never been interested in torturing the commoners and slaves in his territory. After all, he wasn't a pervert. Of course, all of that is in the past. The Tulip family has also become history. All that has passed is now dust and smoke. Let's not dwell on it. Let's talk about the city of Canias. With the help of the commoners and slaves, the army's sweeping operation in the Golden Oasis became much smoother and faster. Until the very end. No living nobles, professionals, or merchants can be found in Canias anymore. This operation was then completely over. Next, the army from the Golden Oasis began to clean up the battlefield, piling up all the enemy corpses and storing them in their spatial equipment. These were all excellent materials for crafting undead creatures and needed to be brought back to the Golden Oasis. They couldn't be wasted. The looted items, along with all the supplies stored in Canias City, were also taken away. In addition, there is the wealth of nobles and merchants. All of them were also collected and returned to the Golden Oasis. After looting all the spoils, the Golden Oasis army gathered all the commoners, slaves, and other low-class people of Canias City in the central square. A statue of the goddess of magic once stood here. It had been toppled by a group of cardinals and replaced with a statue of Lin Yi. This is a means of spreading faith. This is also what those faith-based units are best at doing. In addition to the statues, there will also be temples, altars, and other buildings of Lin Yi. These divine creations will appear in various cities of the Kingdom of Stanlow and even in the territories of nobles. This would strengthen control over the entire Kingdom of Stanlow. As for the statues and temples of other gods, there is no need for them to exist, and they should all be destroyed. At least, that's what the fanatical faith-based units plan to do. Chapter 199. What kind of scenes haven't we Stanlow people seen? In the central square, all the commoners, slaves, and other people from the lower classes of Canias were gathered there. In order to ensure that everyone could see the statue of their lord, the faith troops, led by the cardinal, also raised a large number of buildings near the square. Nearly 300,000 people knelt and worshipped around the statue of the god. No one dared to resist. They were terrified by the terrifying war power of the Golden Oasis army. With nobles, professionals, merchants, and other upper-middle-class people slaughtered, how could the remaining commoners and slaves dare to stand up against the Golden Oasis? The only thing they can do is to obey. They didn't know why they had been gathered here, so everyone was very uneasy, even fearful, afraid that the army of the Golden Oasis would kill them. At that very moment, the cardinal who had previously tried to persuade them to surrender stepped forward. She stood near the statue, her clear voice reaching the ears of all the commoners and slaves present. This is a perfect battle for redemption. All the nobles and professionals who once oppressed and exploited you have received their due punishment. This is the Lord's redemption for you, and you should be grateful. Now, you can all praise our great Lord Lin Yi. Praise be to Lord Lin Yi. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and slaves shouted in unison. They were terrified that if they hesitated for even half a second, they would be caught and killed by the army of the Golden Oasis. Very good. The cardinal in red slightly raised her fair neck and continued. Now, I need you to swear an oath before the statue of the Lord, swearing to join the great Golden Oasis and become subjects of the future Oasis kingdom. Upon hearing this, many ordinary people looked at each other in bewilderment. Deep down, they were unwilling to join the Golden Oasis. First, they didn't know if the Golden Oasis would truly treat them well. Secondly, once they join the Golden Oasis, they will be considered to have betrayed the Kingdom of Stanlow. If the Kingdom of Stanlow's army were to attack in the future, they would certainly be killed as traitors. While many ordinary people were hesitant, the sound of oaths being taken gradually echoed across the square. These voices came from the slaves oppressed by the nobles. In the Kingdom of Stanlow, they were slaves without human rights. After joining the Golden Oasis, they became free and recognized citizens of the Oasis. They don't need to consider what choices to make at all. Following the slaves, some commoners also swore an oath to join the Golden Oasis. It is worth mentioning that they swore their oaths very softly, as if afraid of being overheard by their neighbors. After all the oaths were uttered, suddenly, countless gun beams flew in from afar. They killed one target after another with remarkable precision. This scene instantly threw the square into chaos. Many people instinctively want to run away. But at this moment, terrifying saint-level pressure descended, rendering the people in the square unable to move an inch. They could only look helplessly and desperately at the cardinal in red. Some people, in their terror, prayed to the statue of Lin Yi. Pray that slaughter will not befall them. The cardinal in her clear voice said, "Don't try to get away with it. and don't try to deceive the great Lord. Whether you have sworn an oath or not, the Lord can know. Those of you who haven't taken the oath have one last chance." Upon hearing this, the common people in the square dared not have any more thoughts and swore to join the Golden Oasis. After the oath was taken, only scattered glints of gunfire appeared. Those who tried to cheat and slip through the net were all eliminated. The rest were all those who had taken an oath. They all bear the mark of the Golden Oasis's subjects. What they are thinking when they take the oath is irrelevant, because the Lord's system will help them onto the right path. Excellent. You have been given a new lease on life. Praise be to the Lord. The cardinal raised her scepter high, her voice clear yet fervent. Hundreds of thousands of civilians and slaves in the square also shouted in unison. Next came the task of rebuilding Canias, which was assigned to these hundreds of thousands of civilians and slaves. As for the army of the Golden Oasis, they used Canias as their center to clear out the surrounding small and medium-sized towns and noble territories. It is about 130 kilometers away from the city of Canias. A large city stands there. Its size, population, and economy surpass those of Canias City, as it is a bustling trading city and the economic hub of the western border of the Kingdom of Stanlo. This city is called Kokinbo. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion of Kokinbo City, a group of people were watching the magical image before them. This was transmitted from the front lines using a very special magical device. The footage depicts the war that took place in the city of Canias. From the arrival of the army from the Golden Oasis in Canias City, to the destruction of the magical defensive shield, and finally the horrific massacre of the city's professionals, nobles, and others. The video clearly shows it. This caused a drastic change in the expressions of the senior management at Kokinbo City. In fact, most of them had a look of fear in their eyes, because they were all nobles. Meanwhile, the army of the Golden Oasis slaughtered all the nobles of Canias, making it difficult for them to remain calm. Try to put yourself in their shoes. If the army of the Golden Oasis is the first to attack Kokinbo, they are probably dead by now. Although Kokinbo was more prosperous than Canias, its military strength was somewhat weaker, let alone able to withstand the attack of the Golden Oasis's army. The Golden Griffin riders that blotted out the sky. The Traian army was like a vast ocean. Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. Has the royal family received news of the fall of Canias? They should have received the message by now, but we haven't received any more specific feedback. They've only told us to strengthen our defenses and wait for reinforcements. That's all nonsense. I just want to know when the reinforcements will arrive. What means does the royal family have to defeat such a terrifying army from the Golden Oasis? If these two problems are not resolved, we may have no choice but to. What? You want to be a traitor? You said it yourself. I never said I would betray the kingdom. That's exactly what you meant. All right, stop arguing. An elderly man's soft shout interrupted the argument between the two high-ranking officials. I believe the royal family will find a way to drive out the invaders. We, the people of Stanlo, have stood on this land for thousands of years. What haven't we seen? The war has only just begun, and it's far from the point of the kingdom's demise. Anyone who wants to surrender, don't blame this city lord for being impolite. Upon hearing this, the executives present exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 200. If you're going to do something, go all the way. After the elderly retire, the other high-ranking officials also left the city lord's mansion. Each of you go down and complete the defense mission of Kokinbo City. They dared not slacken their efforts in the slightest, mainly because the enemy's war strength was too terrifying. They had completely captured Canias in less than 2 hours. They wouldn't even believe it if they hadn't seen the magical images with their own eyes. Looking across the entire sacred continent, perhaps only the kingdom of nature elves and the dragon clan possess such war power. Even the orcs won't work. Before the nature elves got involved, the orcs and humans frequently clashed. However, most battles took place in the open field, and siege battles were rare. Because siege warfare means huge casualties. When the orcs crossed the Forest of Life and invaded the Kingdom of Stanlo, they never once captured any of the Kingdom of Stanlo's important border cities. Only some small and medium-sized towns were ever lost. A border military stronghold equipped with a large number of defensive weapons and staffed with an elite regular army of the kingdom. It was captured in less than 2 hours. They couldn't help but be on edge. If they weren't in high positions, and if Kokinbo City weren't under full martial law, some of them would have even considered fleeing. The city of Kokinbo is only a little over 100 kilometers away from the city of Canias. For the Golden Oasis Army, which consists entirely of air combat units, crossing this distance is almost no challenge. They might be able to get here in less than an hour. They knew all too well that staying here meant certain death. Once the army from the Golden Oasis has cleared out the small and medium-sized towns and noble territories surrounding Canius, they will most likely come to attack their city of Kiginbo. Therefore, their desire to escape was still very strong. Just because that old man is willing to go crazy doesn't mean they are. At night, several furtive figures gathered in a dark room. The area was not only heavily guarded, but also shrouded in magical barriers to ensure that no one could overhear. That old bastard Blaze is really determined not to leave us a way out. Not only is martial law imposed throughout the city, but all entrances and exits have been sealed off. They've even activated magical defensive shields and anti-fly barriers, all to prevent us from flying directly out of Kiginbo City. His desire to be loyal to the kingdom does not mean we should follow him down the same path. A middle-aged man with a large belly said angrily. The Blaze he mentioned was the elderly man, who was also the lord of Kokinbo. At this moment, another figure in armor said, Blaze is a branch of the royal bloodline, with the blood of the Stanlow royal family flowing in his veins. Of course, he will fight to the death to protect this honor. Then he shouldn't have locked us down in Kokimba. If the army from the Golden Oasis attacks, we'll be trapped like turtles in a jar, with no way to escape. Look at the fate of those nobles in Cania's city. I don't want to become one of them. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present turned grim. After a moment, someone asked, Then what should you do? The portly middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, If you ask me, I'd go all the way and kill Blaze. Then we can decide whether to pack up and run away or surrender to the Golden Oasis. You want to kill Blaze? The others all stared wide-eyed. The middle-aged man looked around and said with a sneer, Since you're here, don't pretend. Everyone here has the same thoughts. They just don't dare to say them out loud. The group fell silent. After a long silence, the figure in armor said, Killing Blaze isn't difficult, but what should we do if the royal family investigates later? After, the middle-aged man sneered. The kingdom of Stanlow probably has no future. The army from the Golden Oasis came with great force. It's impossible that they would retreat after only capturing one city, Canius. My intuition tells me that their goal is to conquer the entire kingdom of Stanlow. The flames of war will spread throughout the kingdom. And with the strength of our kingdom, there is simply no way we can withstand it. Unless all the legions from all the cities are gathered together. But no matter what, our Kokinbo city is definitely finished. If we don't do something in advance, we might all be killed by Blaze when the war actually breaks out. Just like Kovage dragged down the whole city of Canius. Kovage is the middle-aged lord of Canius. The words, we will never surrender, provoked the Golden Oasis army to order a massacre of the city. He didn't want to suffer the same fate. Don't worry about whether the royal family will pursue this matter later. Let's deal with the immediate issue first, another person said. After a moment of silence, those present also expressed their agreement. Then it's decided. The portly middle-aged man stood up and said, Since Blaze wants to die, let's make him die quickly. Then we can consider whether to flee Kokinbo or surrender to the army of the Golden Oasis. I second that. The group nodded in agreement. Soon, an assassination attempt began. At the same time, in the capital city of the Kingdom of Stanlow, the old king, Stanlow 17, was holding an emergency wartime meeting in the royal palace, where all the kingdom's high-ranking officials in the capital were summoned. King Stanlow 17 sat on the throne. He wore a royal robe covered in brocade, a crown inlaid with numerous magical gems, and a golden scepter that he used as a cane. He looked very old, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles. However, the aura emanating from him was extremely powerful. He reached the peak of the saint level. He has ruled the kingdom of Stanlow for over 400 years. Many of his sons have died, but he is still alive and well, and has no intention of abdicating. Just need to break through one more level. He can borrow another 1,000 years from heaven. Your Majesty, please take 3 breaths. A high-ranking official of the kingdom stood respectfully in the main hall and said, Kokinbo City is a vital economic center for our kingdom in the western region. If it falls to the enemy, we will suffer enormous losses. This issue has already been discussed. The old king said in a hoarse voice, the regular army of the 7th Kingdom is heading to Kokinbo City, and the armies of 3 large cities in the surrounding area are also on their way to Kokinbo City. Their mission is to assist in the defense of Kokinbo City. A high-ranking official of the kingdom said, Your Majesty, I have heard that members of the royal family have issued a war mobilization order to cities in other regions. ordering them to assemble in the capital as quickly as possible. I wonder why you do this. Presumptuous. A high-ranking official with royal blood retorted angrily. Does His Majesty the King need to explain to you what he wants to do? I wouldn't dare. The kingdom's high-ranking officials immediately lowered their heads. But then he raised his head and looked at Stanlow 17, who was sitting on the throne.